Chapter 1, Hongji Class, Summer Vacation Job. Eastern Summer, Hangzhou Nova, Taiyan Metropolitan Area. At the Silver Horse Gym located in the center of a commercial street, a brownish-yellow doll bear squeezed through the door and waddled under the vents of the central air conditioner, commenting on the muscular men in the equipment area. That's what newbies do, they're exhausted after only a few sets. Someone else, Cohen, just finished getting his punching power test, 275 kilograms final score. Dare I ask, young warrior, how many punches can you withstand with this body? Qin Shi, who was standing at the front desk, smiled and handed over a bottle of mineral water. In the hot summer, wearing a heavy doll bear to hand out flyers is really hard work. So what, if we really start fighting, with at most one punch, he'll be on his knees, begging me not to die. The teenager who took off his hood had slightly dark skin, was sweating profusely, and greedily enjoyed the cold air. Old Qin, come clean, did you bribe Lao Su? We all work together in the summer vacation, why do you stay here to blow the air conditioning, and I stand in the heat of more than 30 degrees, standing on the street soliciting customers. The teenager's name was Zhou Ning, Qin Shi's classmate and neighbor as well as his childhood friend. Both of them are senior high school students in New First Middle School, taking the summer vacation to work and study. Old Su is money-minded, and I'm penniless, so I can't afford to pay a bribe. Qin Shi's tone was flat. He only said that I have the business ability to competently work at the front desk, and that I'm quite outstanding. Zhou Ning was puzzled. What's the difference between sitting at the front desk and giving people cards, and me going out and handing out flyers? Who can't do it, ah? Before he finished speaking, his eyes became steeply sharp like radar activation. With a rapid reaction of 0 seconds, very precise fall to the door, firmly locked a beautiful big sister wearing a pink sports undershirt plus tight yoga pants. The latter's posture was graceful, striding in, completely ignoring the attention-grabbing doll bear Zhou Ning, smilingly staring at Qin Shi. Little brother Qin, is Coach Luo here today? Qin Shi quickly revealed a coy smile. Coach Luo usually comes over after 3 o'clock, Ms. Lin, as an honored VIP member of this store, you can go to the VIP room to rest first. If you need coffee, light food, or snacks, just let us know. The pretty big sister leaned forward slightly, both hands pressed against the counter. No one is in the VIP room, it's weirdly meaningless, can little brother Qin accompany me for a chat? Qin Shi remained coy. The store regulations state that employees are not allowed to leave their posts without authorization during work. The pretty big sister's eyes curved into a crescent moon and deliberately asked. Meaning that when you get off work, you can be a chaperone? Qin Shi bowed his head in urgency, as if he didn't know what to do. This kind of behavior, together with that weak and beautiful young face, makes the pretty big sister feel more and more eye-catching. Alright, I won't tease you. Sister in a good mood, later to help me renew my membership card annual fee. This little episode came suddenly and went quickly. Seeing the beautiful big sister with delicate curves step into the VIP room, Qin Shi silently put away the business expression. Zhou Ning, who was acting as a small transparent backdrop next to him, was red-eyed and gritted his teeth. Old Qin. For a summer job at the front desk, you sell your looks? No sense of decency. Qin Shi helplessly shrugged his shoulders. It's just a matter of time. Manager Wang assured me that he would give me a portion of the commission for each quality customer. You hand out flyers as long as you wear hot and heavy doll clothes, but I'm in the front office to consider more things, such as being harassed by the workplace. Zhou Ning was both envious and spiteful. Then let's swap the two of us. Qin Shi shook his head. The water in this job is too deep, I'm afraid you won't be able to grasp it, little student Zhou. The two of them joked and laughed, making efforts to touch the fish, and finally made it to the noon meal release time. Synthetic food again, almost ate vomit at school. Receiving the work meal, Zhou Ning opened it and directly collapsed his batch face. There's nothing wrong with synthetic food, it's cheap, large in quantity, filling, and provides the nutrients that the human body needs, so be content. No matter what, it's still better than the old era's pre-made dishes and gutter oil. Qin Shi buried his head and grubbed his rice, feeling the monotonous texture of the synthetic beef by chewing and swallowing slowly. Honestly speaking, the nutritional value of synthetic food wasn't bad, it was just that the flavor was rather monotonous. Similar to the feeling of eating instant noodles in his previous life, one packet was not enough for 2 packets of mushy flavor. The only side effect of long-term consumption is that every time you smell it, you want to vomit. No matter how healthy it is, I can't afford to eat it every day. I really miss the fly restaurants on Old Factory Street. Zhou Ning muttered in a small voice. 17,535th energy refill. Adult length +1. Other than reminding me of the number of times I ate and the number of steps I took to exercise, it's useless. With this rudimentary function, it's not as good as the smart bracelet that's $9.09 packages on Spell Goods. For the vision suddenly appeared in the glittering light of the square handwriting, Sure habitually choose to turn a blind eye. This kind of thing, also have the nerve to cross with oneself? Well, at least come to add points to become stronger, a key to hang up it. Right, Sure, are you still going to the youth palace later? Jo Ning complained with her mouth, but she didn't waste it and ate cleanly. Go ah! This site can get 12,000 a month for doing this, and over at the youth palace, I go once a week, and I get 300 a day, which is quite a lot. Sure win-win-win eliminated lunch, get up and throw the fast food box that does not have half of the meal left into the garbage can. Against what use? Let's say you do part-time youth palace, they open the martial arts class, how much for 10 lessons? Jo Ning hung his head and said funereal words. A class of 2 hours, charge 500 seems to be. Sure thought seriously. Look, we can't even earn the enrollment fee for a martial arts class by working hard at our summer jobs. Jo Ning had long since taken off her hot and stuffy doll clothes and was seriously looking at the beautifully printed flyer in her hand. Besides, the martial arts classes offered by the youth palace only teach basic moves, and they don't even have the effect of developing vitality. It's not as good as the gym we work at least the gold medal coaches here are not low level. I heard someone say that Coach Luo has developed his life force to 19 points, close to the 20 mark. Sure glanced at him. The gym's fees are also expensive. Coach Luo charges you $3,000 for a 2-hour session. Jo Ning bared his teeth, seemingly distressed. There's always a reason why it's expensive. Sure sensed the eagerness in his best friend's heart. Are you going to buy a class? Did you mention it to your dad? Silver Horse Gym in the Taiwan metropolitan area is second to none, gold medal coaches gathered, each life force development degree is more than 15 points. Furthermore, being able to take the prime commercial street location is in itself a sign of strength. At the very least, you don't have to worry about the owner rolling up the money and running away. Looking around the bright and white first floor hall, Jo Ning scratched his head. There is indeed this idea. The last time I met Coach Luo, he said that my physique was okay, so if I grabbed and did the workout, I might be able to go up a point or two in vitality, and then work my way up, and I might be able to pass the fixed Duan exam. Sure's eyelids blinked. According to the regulations of the Eastern Xia Martial Arts Association, life force is divided into 9 segments from low to high. Among them, there were 2 levels, amateur and specialized. Each advancement in a segment represented a corresponding increase in the degree of life force development. Then, after the Wushu Association examination, to get the license. If you reach the 9th rank, you will be awarded the title of Budoist. Becoming a member of the Martial Arts Association was considered half of the establishment. Coach Luo told you that? I remember my teacher at school said that a normal person's basic vitality is between 3-7 points, and the passing line for amateur 9 dan is 9-12 points. When I did the physical test before, I was at 8 points and you were at 7.5 points, it's not too easy to raise it in a month and a half. For senior students like Sure and Jo Ning, the fixed segment examination for vitality development was the top priority. The college entrance exams under the age of the great universe placed great importance on the life force that measured the potential of the body. For any career position, this aspect needed to be considered. In particular, top-tier institutions like the 4 major national universities, which were like bright pearls, had long listed this as a basic requirement for enrollment. Individuals who were unable to enhance their vitality were tantamount to being eliminated from society in advance. Give it a try, it's only possible to come into contact with life force development courses in first-class universities, and those exercise methods taught in our senior year of high school are too slow to progress. Jo Ning, who was not aware of the difficulty, was filled with helplessness. Like Sumo, Jia Yunju, those elite class top students, their families are in good condition, they can afford to hire a personal trainer, and go to a high-level place like a cultivation hall on the weekends, to receive full-time level instruction. Hongji class special hardship students like us, if we don't think of a way, when the college entrance exams are over, we'll just enter the factory as oxen and horses. Sure nodded, what Jo Ning said was not unreasonable. The reality is often very cruel, the different classes between the line of demarcation that seems to be there, is not to step into society only gradually appeared. Rather, it is accompanied from birth. For example, the Hongji class that Sure and Jo Ning studied in is Dongsha's student aid program. The Education Commission stipulates that every school must enroll a group of students with moderate to high grades from poor families, and reduce or waive tuition fees for them to complete their compulsory education. They were born in the old city outside the metropolitan area and grew up attending schools for employees' children. A strong school like New First Middle School, which can be ranked in the top 3 in the Taiwan metropolitan area, does not have a financial aid program like the Hongji class, and the 3-year tuition fee is enough to empty the family's pockets. Can your family agree? Shinshir was a bit surprised, not realizing that Zhou Ning, who usually had a big grin, would also think about her future path. When I didn't do well in the last exam, my dad looked for me to talk about it, and with my grades, it's quasi-hopeless to get into Hanyuan University and University of Science and Technology. These first-class university scoreline are in 7 or 800 up. My usual basic score is not high, the test is even worse, the total cumulative score certainly not broken 500. Unless I rush to the 7th section of the amateur in one breath, it is possible to rely on the extra points to pass the admission line. Zhou Ning sighed. I play the game score like drinking water, exam normal play is thank God. As a second best, my father thought of a way out, letting me study in a better technical college and choose a specialty that's good for finding a job. Shinshir instantly understood. You're planning to take the martial arts course? Set to amateur 9 Dan, plus the basic score of cultural courses, the score of the martial arts section of the technical school is enough. He didn't say the second half of his sentence. The faculty of a technical school was far inferior to a first-class institution like Hanyuan University or the University of Science and Technology. Even if one were to work extremely hard, it would be difficult to rush past the threshold of amateur 5th Dan in 4 years of college. The choice of jobs during the subsequent internship period is not wide. Roughly, it is the neighborhood security, civil engineering to beat the ash, auxiliary police, city management and other routes. Don't worry, my dad hall level, my mom ministry level, at that time rely on their face, go to old man Nya factory mix a section cadre is more than enough. Zhou Ning mentality is optimistic. His father in Dangyang district old factory street that piece, open billiard hall. Mom is in charge of the commissary. As for the so-called section level, I guess it is the defense section. Okay, remember to leave me a vacancy for a concierge. Shinshir laughed a little. Good to say, old Shin, the concierge will be guaranteed to stay for you. But what do you really think? The family burden is even heavier, we can't drop out of school. Even if we become space bulls and horses to engage in infrastructure, people have requirements for vitality development. Zhou Ning cast a concerned look. Compared to himself, his best friend Shinshir's grades are slightly better, the basic score in the usual exams are not bad, the middle level in the class. With a little effort, the chances of breaking through the 600 mark are high. As long as you complete the final exam, you will be able to get into a second or third-rate university. The only thing to worry about is that Shinshir's family condition is too poor, may not be able to afford. The cost of living in the Taiwan metropolitan area was simply too high for children in the old city center. For the time being, I don't think about that much. When the car arrives at the mountain, the big deal is to enroll in the army and join the great pioneering movement that lasts for the 6th millennium. Shinshir's gaze drifted, resting on a black border that was invisible to onlookers. It was like a translucent wall, tenaciously presenting itself to the eye, with some seemingly meaningless text messages occasionally surfacing. Anchor point, Shinshir. Growth stage, to be unlocked. Progress, 99%. Number of monuments, none. This black border, visible only to Shinshir, seemed to be branded on his retina. No matter how much he shifted his eyes, it was always there. On the other side of the panel was the pixelated gray egg-shaped object. Bright red breath surged inside, like a kettle that was about to fill up. It was dense like mist, as if it was nurturing some kind of life. This thing accompanied Shinshir to complete the second newborn. And he only knew that its name was Monument. It's not clear, what's the change in progress pulling full? As Shinshir pondered, Zhou Ning was still chattering. It's not that easy to be a soldier. You can't get into a military school if your vitality doesn't reach the standard. Although the Eastern Xia's Great Expansion movement, which had lasted for 6 whole millennia and aimed to open up the borders and establish more homes for human beings, was about to come to a successful conclusion, it didn't mean that the swords and guns were in storage. But it doesn't mean that the era of peace in which swords and guns are put into storage and horses are put on the South Mountain will come instantly like turning pages in a book. Shinshir could tell this from his daily news browsing. Traveling to a remote administrative planet and being a small and fragile screw often meant that personal safety was not guaranteed. My sister drives a big car and earns hard-earned money, and the tuition fees for a second or third-rate university or technical college are not low. It's too tiring for her to provide for my sister and me on her own. A long time had passed since he crashed his luck and crossed over. Shinshur had long gotten used to his new life as a reincarnated human being. Only every time he thought about this opening, it was hard to avoid feeling resentful. Good gambling dad, passed away mom, dropout sister, young sister, and broken me. Is just a little bit better than the hellish difficulty of having a birth point in a school toilet and having yellow-haired plus mental little sister parents. Shinshur could not help but lose his smile, but was not discouraged. Compared to his last life when he was swindled into the park by a distant relative who almost karma'd off his waist, and was finally forced to send side water to beg for a life of misery. This life was actually not that bad. He looked up at the television set that was turned on in the gym lobby, as one hot news item after another took its turn. Warmly congratulate Legend of the Martial God Kirin on its first day's box office breaking $10 billion, setting a new record for the upper part of Greedy Wolf. Let's see how a humble teenager can roar to the stars. The 5 schools joint examination is in full swing. All citizens over 18 years of age who have received compulsory education in Eastern Xia are eligible to take the preliminary exams. Yuli, the winner of the 83rd Star Cup and the youngest full-time 9-dan martial artist in history, will be a special guest at the opening ceremony of the Taiyan Cultural Tourism on September 3rd. Men have the will to go to the battlefield, and youth is dedicated to the military camp. Welcome the students from all schools, enroll in the Flux Ancient Star Officer School. Enrollment inquiries are as follows. Zhou Ning rested his chin on his hands, his tone full of envy. Old Qin, take a look, at less than 20 years of age, he's a dedicated martial artist with a fixed rank, and he was directly recruited by one of the 4 major nationalities, the North China imperial capital. You say the same are all human beings, why is the difference so big? Shinshur laughed. Being recruited is a skillful job, student Xiao Zhou. Other than that, the 2 birthpoints of Old Factory Street and imperial capital are separated by 100,000 light-years. Zhou Ning lamented. If my father had gone out to make a go of it back then, participated in the Nova Grand development, and got the right to settle in the Taiyan metropolitan area, why would he make me work so hard? The Hangzhou where they were located was the 34th administrative region divided out of Eastern Xia. The full name was Hangzhou Nova. The Taiyan metropolitan area, as the first major seaport city of Hangzhou Nova, was developing rapidly with the advantage of its geographical location. Especially in recent years, free trade had gained momentum, and countless newcomers seemed to be springing up. Unfortunately, the Taiyan metropolitan area was as lazy as a tycoon who couldn't look down on his former poor relatives. Remember the standard answer in the textbook, the region's location advantage lies in the abundant and inexpensive labor resources, that's us. Shinshur patted Zhou Ning's shoulder and slowly got up. Who called the children of workers were born at the wrong time, the glory of the Old Factory Street has passed, want to take root in the Taiyan metropolitan area, can only rely on their own slow climb. I'm at the point, Xiao Zhou student, the heavy responsibility of guarding the front desk will be given to you. Chapter 2, Juvenile Palace, Old Factory Street. Ding dong. Dongfeng Road has arrived, please ask passengers going to the Youth Palace to get off from the back door in order, pay attention to safety. Shinshur walked down the platform with his backpack on his shoulder, and crossing the road he could see a building with red brick and white walls as the main building. The gilt lettering on the main entrance is extremely eye-catching, reading Taiyan Urban Youth Palace. On both sides of the street, there is a long line of high-class cars parked, making the spacious road slightly crowded. Obviously, they were all parents who came to pick up their children. Little Qin, you're finally here. The martial arts class just finished, hurry up and bring your child to do recess activities. Shinshur Kai had only changed into the Youth Palace's work clothes, a black t-shirt and casual pants, wearing a duck-tongued cap on his head, when he was pulled to the indoor training place. His part-time job of $300 a day was mainly to watch these lively and active kid brothers and sisters, doing games and singing songs together. Okay, Brother Zhang. Shinshur scanned a few times, the bright and white interior was divided into several areas. Apart from the elementary school students wearing white training clothes, there were also quite a few older junior high and high school students who were hitting sandbags and practicing leg exercises. The sound of shouting and hitting filled the arena with vigor. A trace of envy flashed in Shinshur's eyes. Currently, the most universal way to develop vitality was still physical training. This was also the reason why various martial arts classes were prevalent. Even the most basic content, the charges are not cheap, 500 upwards. Shinshur silently lamented that a lesson in the Youth Palace's martial arts class was enough for him to eat a nutritious meal for several days. the committee could not afford to consume. He clapped his hands, collected his distracting thoughts, and put on an affable and enthusiastic smile. Kids, is it okay for us to play the game of driving a train? Brother, be the locomotive. At 5:30 p.m., the sun gradually shifted, and the yellowish afterglow shone in through the lighted skylight. Okay, that's it for today's lesson. With the teacher's command, the kid brothers and sisters formed a long line and were led by Qin to the outdoor door. Thank you, little Mr. Qin La. Xian, say goodbye to little Qin teacher. Waiting for the lively youth palace to return to quiet, Qin continued to work, receiving the sweat-soaked training clothes into the bamboo basket, letting the cleaning lady clean them, and then cleaning the floor of the arena. The whole part-time job was only finished. Xiao Qin, come here. The person in charge of the youth palace was a Mediterranean uncle with wolfberries in a thermos cup. I remember you studied at New First Middle School, right? How was the physical test? Qin answered truthfully. 8 points, passing level. The Mediterranean uncle wiped his thinning hair. Not bad for your age. Our youth palace is going to have a new teacher in a while, to open an advanced class for the martial arts class, and we are currently short of an assistant teacher. Xiao Qin, these days you are practical and diligent, I have seen it in my eyes. How about it, are you up to the task? A new teacher? Teaching an advanced class? Qin froze slightly. The main audience of the youth palace was basically middle-class families in the metropolitan area. This type of parents were the most eager to see their children grow up, believing in winning at the starting line, and liked to bring their children to all kinds of cram schools. Youth palaces' martial arts classes are relatively inexpensive and suitable for young children to build a foundation. Naturally, enrollment is hot. But the advanced course. Do we have the faculty? Assistant teacher, I definitely have no problem. Director, I won't hide it from you, I used to be a sports committee member in my son's school, and I often led my classmates in running exercises. Qin put away his distracting thoughts and hurriedly agreed. He always said that as long as the salary was in place, everything was fine. Under the premise of not violating the law, he could do any job. That's fine. If you are an assistant teacher, you will be paid $15,000 a month, and you can eat in the cafeteria. Uncle Mediterranean thought to himself, these days, recruiting a decent life force temporary worker would start at least $2,000. It's far less cost-effective than hiring a student. Okay. Qin calculated, Silver Horse Gym side as a front desk $12,000 per month, Youth Palace Day End can work to $1,000, plus the assistant teachers $15,000. 2 months summer vacation, almost can save to more than $7,000. When school starts, I'll be half a millionaire, and I'll still have some left over after paying the enrollment fee. Dropping. Student card. At 7:20 in the evening, Qin left the youth palace, boarded the number 145 bus on time, and sat in the back row by the window. The brilliantly reflective neon lights were like a colorful floating ocean, with skyscrapers standing in a row. A bustling metropolitan area. Qin silently lamented, casting is really a technical job. The Taiyan metropolitan area and the old city, obviously spreading out the map, only differed by a few dozen kilometers, but divided a huge chasm. The gym's gold medal trainer is too expensive to be cost-effective, and if you want to enhance your vitality, you might still need to start elsewhere. As Qin pondered, text messages popped up again in his field of vision. Accumulated walking steps today 17240. Length of growth +2. Where exactly has it grown? Looking at the floating box, Qin scratched his head, tempted to issue a sole question. However, in the eyes of the onlookers, this kind of behavior was undoubtedly like chatting with the air. It was extremely easy to be treated as a suspected crazy person with a split personality and sent to the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital in the northern suburbs. As the bus drove past one station after another, the bustling scene was left behind, and a large abandoned factory district came into view. It was like two very different old and new worlds. Not long after, the bus arrived at the last stop. Outside the window, the night is as thick as ink, and the streetlights are dim. The back door opened and closed. Qin sat on his backpack and landed on his feet. He looked up at the stone gate pagoda that had been baptized by the years. Home. Qin lifted his backpack and walked towards the dilapidated old street that was in stark contrast to the brightly lit bustling metropolitan area. The entire Taiyan metropolitan area has always had a popular saying called poor East and expensive West, rich South and chaotic North. The eastern suburbs of Danyang in the early years is the main carrier of local industry, the peak of 5 or 600 large and small factories, employees up to 7 or 800,000 people. Like the famous Thundercloud Electronics Factory, 420 Arsenal, previously located in this piece. At that time the old factory street, every time when the work is over, lively. 100-bird brand bicycle like an army of thousands of horses swarmed, roaming over the smooth green stone road. It was a spectacular sight. Young people in dark blue and army green factory uniforms were all in high spirits. They deliberately rang their car bells loudly to attract the attention of the vendors on both sides of the road, as well as that of the pretty girls. However, with the development of new stars and the relocation of industries after the Great Expansion, the eastern suburbs rapidly declined. In just 10 years, it was reduced to a dilapidated old street with old factories and laid-off workers everywhere. Your sister just finished buying vegetables back, killed 2 fish, also bought a lot of shrimp, today can have a mouthful. Work and thrift, really a good boy. Neighbors and neighbors were quite enthusiastic and greeted. Everyone rooted in this old factory street for many years, head up no head down, the relationship in turn goodwill, usually have any difficulties, can help the place is never ambiguous. Thank you, Uncle Lee. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it again. Mr. Song, you're here to take a cooler? This is to listen to the great-grandfather Jiang Baichuan battle angry Vidra Ko Yunqiao that playwright. Xinshe responded politely, answering one by one. His house is adjacent to the snack street, people come and go, smoke and fire. It's hard to imagine that there are still shantytowns in the age of the great universe. Stepping into Baogong Street, the poles were set up with long misplaced wires, and the street lamps plastered with small advertisements flickered on and off, illuminating the rows and rows of low-slung houses stacked in patches. It's no different from the urban villages Qinshe lived in his last life. This shantytown is said to be demolished and remodeled, has been mentioned for many years. But just like Henzhou Nova year after year, shouting slogans, must strive for the top, and strive to become the top 10 administrative regions of economic development in Eastern Xia. It basically belonged to the thunder but not the rain. Second brother, how come you managed to step home at mealtime every time? Xinshe had just stepped into the small bungalow cobbled together with linoleum and asbestos tiles, and a slightly dull yellow electric lamp was turned on by a pull cord, spreading out a light that wasn't translucent. A small, slightly low table was set with 2 dishes of meat and 1 soup, and a young girl with a ponytail was arranging the dishes. In the narrow kitchen on the right, a tall black figure was in charge of the spoon and pot. The movement was quite large, and the aroma was overflowing between the flames. The former is the youngest, Qin Lan. The latter is the eldest sister, Qin Xiao. Xinshe put down his backpack, pretending to be dissatisfied. How many times have I told you, call brother on the line, do not bring 2 word. Little sister Qin Lan smiled playfully. Okay, second brother. Xinshe made a long pause and sighed, his face full of regret. I was thinking of working part-time and earning money to give you a new model of Tianzhou computer. Brother. Tired from working part-time, I'll pinch your shoulders. Xinlan instantly softened, youthful and invincible beautiful face full of fawning to please, like a tail wagging Hakimi. Do not meet to think about, once you meet to make trouble, you two are really enemies. The dishes are ready, hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. The tallback turned around, darker skin color, thick arms, sharp short hair. Outside draped in a denim jacket, inside was a white undershirt dyed with a few smears of motor oil. Quite masculine. All right, big sister. Xinshe and Xinlan immediately behaved themselves and spoke in unison. In the face of such delicacies as braised fish, onion exploded prawns, and winter melon and pork rib soup, the 2 siblings discharged their chopsticks as if they were flying, and feasted on the food. They usually suffered from the school cafeteria's synthetic fast food, so it was not easy to improve the food. Everyone seems to be a hungry ghost. How old are you two, still grabbing food? Eldest sister Qin Xiao eyes are full of satisfaction. High-intensity work accumulated under the fatigue and hard work, like being swept away. Brother, you rest, I'll go wash the dishes. Xinlan was still thinking about the skyboat computer and consciously contracted the work. Count on you knowing your place. Xinshe touched his cell phone, looking for coupons from the various wool-gathering groups he added, put together a bunch of reduction tasks, and then finally sent the Chop Duo link to Zhou Ning. Help chop a cut. Urgent. You're too spoiled, Xiaolan, she's only in her 2nd year of high school, what's the point of using such a good computer? Big sister Qin Xiao shook her head. Keep it for yourself. Xinshe laughed. I don't have mechanical talent. After the college entrance exams, I'm sure I'll take the route of martial arts. The youngest is different. I have a headache looking at the theory of machine-soul communication, principles of compilation, and structural studies. She can learn them with gusto. Cultivate her well. Maybe our old Shin family can produce a female engineer. Shin Zhao's face softened. I heard Uncle Zhou from the billiard hall say that he's going to buy a few physical fitness classes for Zhou Ning to develop her vitality and rush through the finalized section exams. Do you have any ideas? Shin sure scratched his head. Martial arts classes, physical fitness classes, they're no different from the health products that are advertised every day on TV. The actual effect can't catch up with 1/1000th of the publicity. Big sister, let's not join in the fun. Shin Xiao still had a soft expression and spoke softly. Our is afraid of spending money again, right? It's fine, I just took on a big long-distance order to send materials to Smoky City. Here, this is the deposit advance from Old Chen, take it. Also enroll in a martial arts class or something. Your grades aren't bad, you'll definitely be able to get into a good university. Under the dinner table, Shin Shi's palm was stuffed into 2 bundles of thick banknotes. He subconsciously wanted to push it back, but his sister's strength from carrying goods and doing work all day long was not small, so she didn't manage to shake it by half. We are all family members, don't pull and tug at each other. Xiaolan sighed, sister for her also saved a sum. You two study hard, don't worry, sister can afford it. Shin Shi's mouth opened and closed, but did not squeeze out a sound, and only after a long time did she shout out a sentence. Understood, big sister. Shin Xiao looked at her younger brother, her usual spirited and ferocious fierceness fully restrained. You've always had ideas. This money is for you, how to use it, you make the decision yourself. Shin Shi lowered his head and nodded sullenly. In his hands were 2 piles of brand new banknotes, emitting the scent of ink. Looking closely, the front side was a red flag waving, with a dragon and auspicious clouds above it, while the bottom side was surrounded by a wheat pattern. So many $100 denominations of New Eastern Xia coins, a bundle of 50, a full 10,000 yuan of money. Shin Shi knows that driving a big car delivery income is not low, but also understand that this job is very simmering. Whenever my sister traveled, she would be gone for months at a time, eating, drinking and sleeping in the car, as well as being on guard against roadblockers and oil thieves along the way. The risk is extremely high. The gyms in the metropolitan area, or the training courses that engage in vitality development, the majority of them are selling dog meat under the guise of sheep's head, not to mention charging expensive fees, and the results may not be good. Shin Shi bared his heart. I'm going to take my chances in ZD 9th Middle School, Uncle Joe introduced a teacher Liang, and from what he told me, this teacher used to participate in the Chuanqing Cup, and his degree of life force development was a low. It was only after he offended someone that he was sent to Old Factory Street as a physical education teacher. Shin Xiao hummed in agreement. In her eyes, Shin Shi had always been obedient and understanding, and could take care of things, smarter than herself and more reliable than the youngest. I'm going on a long trip tomorrow, your task as a student is to study well, don't keep thinking about how to make money. Sister can afford to feed you both, and will also make our family's days better and better. Shin Shi still didn't raise her head and only returned one word. Aha! Chapter 3 Monument, Achievement. The darkness of the night enveloped the old city center, which was becoming increasingly dilapidated. The large streets situated in it were filled with tranquility, with the occasional corner brightly lit, retaining its bustle. Shin Shi returned to the 7 or 8 square meter sized bedroom, which was used for sleeping and studying. The window was covered with old newspapers, the writing desk was stained with paint, and on the right side was a mountain of books, mostly extracurricular. On the left is a picture frame containing a yellowed photo of a family of 5, the woman clean and gentle, the man straight and tough, all wearing dark blue work clothes. The eldest sister stood in the center, and the remaining 2 little ones sat on their parents' laps. Barkley. Shin Shi lightly pulled the lamp rope, the narrow and low house instantly sank into darkness. Lying on the bed, he opened his eyes and looked at the wooden board above his head. The panel border appeared once again. 17,536th replenishment of energy. Adult length +1. Insufficient nutrition. Exercise intensity low. Slight increase in length of growth. Comprehensive evaluation F. Eating 3 synthetic meals a day, 20,000 to 30,000 steps a day, doing push-ups and sit-ups when you get home, and you're still undernourished and working out less? Rubbish snacks, come to some use instead. Shin Shi swept through the meaningless text message and touched the money that was pressed under his pillow. His heart was slightly stabilized. He had wanted to rely on himself to work a summer job for 2 months to save up enough for the enrollment fee for the gym teacher to start a class. Although the intensive workouts in the gym and the physical training in the martial arts classes were useful ways to develop life force. But most of the charges are expensive, and the effect varies from person to person. Joning's family condition is not bad, throw a few tens of thousands of dollars into the water, can barely afford. Shinshir, however, couldn't do it with the peace of mind to spend the hard-earned money that his big sister had earned by running around. The gymnasium is also considered a way out. Uncle Joe said that the former Old Factory Street Children's School was brilliant. Shinshir had a bit of an impression of this. At that time, the Taiyan metropolitan area had not yet developed, and the entire vast seaport area was centered on Dangyang, establishing huge industrial parks. And spawned all kinds of industries closely related to food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The upper echelon, taking into account the special nature of military factories, as well as the special background of the Great Expansion movement in full swing, learned that many of the senior staff fighting on the front line almost all year round, it is difficult to take care of their families. After a site visit, the factories led by the Dangyang district specifically set up neither public nor private children's school. Administratively, it belonged to the leadership of the factory, and operationally, it was guided by the Taiyan Education Commission. At its peak, the school had 11 branches, including elementary school, middle school, and high school. The students were all children of local workers. A long time ago, the Education Commission announced the list of the top 10 strong schools in Hengyu. At that time, the Old Factory Street Children's School, which was still the 11th middle school in Dangyang, was listed. Even more famous than today's new first middle school. Unfortunately, as the flood of time rumbled by, the children's schools of the factories in Dangyang gradually cut down to 5. At present, only 3 schools remain: primary, junior high, and high school. Those old school districts, like the students' fathers and mothers, wore in the body of the military green uniforms, from once representing the most glorious labor, into the symbol of today's laid-off and unemployed people. After constant sewing and mending, they finally became really tattered and were mercilessly swept into a corner. All in all, first raise your life force and pass the fixed segment exam before thinking of anything else. Shinshir made up his mind and closed his eyes to sleep. As his consciousness entered the deepest level of hibernation, a blurry stream of textual information gently swept by. 5,570-second deep sleep. Length of adulthood plus 10. Progress 100%. Reached. Loading. Monument unlocked. This sleep, it's so refreshing. The morning light leaked in through the cracks of the newspaper that was tightly attached to the window, waking Shinshir up from his dreamless and sound sleep. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he felt was energized. The surge of vigor was like a violently shaken Coke, almost spilling out. Looking sideways at the alarm clock on the nightstand, it was 12 minutes past 7. What's going on? Never had such a wonderful experience, it's almost like knocking out a big tonic. Shinshir was amazed. He propped up his body with both hands and rolled over to get out of bed. Compared to previous days, the movements seemed to be a few points lighter. Something is wrong, 10 or even 12% wrong. Shinshir frowned tightly. Where did this inexplicable illusion of a decade of closed-door divine skill coming to fruition and transforming one's body come from? It was like a protagonist in an old-era martial arts novel, who once opened the 2 chakras, his body was incomparably relieved. Could it be that my life force has risen? Shinshir was filled with puzzlement, and almost subconsciously, he called out the transparent panel with a black border. Sure enough, the information presented had changed drastically. Anchor point, Shinshir. Growth stage, embryo. Progress, 0.008%. Number of monuments, 1. Description: an incredibly weak carbon-based creature with a body that ages naturally, is highly susceptible to disease, has an overabundance of lethal vitals, is unable to resist even the damage inflicted by cold and hot weapons, and relies on inefficient feeding to maintain basic activities. It's a cosmic miracle that such a community hasn't gone extinct. What do you mean? I remember that the amateur level is set to 1 paragraph before one can achieve the ability to block large caliber bullets with one's flesh and tear apart alloys with one's bare hands. Waiting to be promoted to the full-time level, only then can one achieve adapting to the vast majority of planetary environments, without fear of radiation and mutation. Shinshir froze. He usually didn't brush up on the previous Gunstar Cup tournament videos. As the top martial arts festival in Eastern Xia, the Gunstar Cup was broadcasted throughout the river system every year, with a steady top 3 viewership. In the previous opening shows, those long-established martial artists would all display their might. Among them, there were even people who could quickly traverse frontline positions covered by artillery without exoskeleton armor. Shinshu recalled a scene of exciting and thrilling powerful images. With only flesh and blood, they were able to withstand the double blows from the ground and the air, and raid the steel fortifications. Watching the audience's blood boil, shouting and cheering. It was no wonder that for so many years, martial artists had always held the title of the hottest profession. Even a dedicated paragraph whose life force breaks through the 100-point mark can't carry a battleship's main cannon. What kind of species can ignore thermal weapons at the embryonic development stage? Shinshu pondered over the Fontane's evaluation, and as his thoughts diverged, the text message changed once again. Junior achievement: deep sleep activated. Deep sleep, it's good to be young and fall asleep. The growth stage of any living thing cannot be separated from sufficient rest, let alone you, an embryonic seed that is still developing. Characteristics: you will receive quality sleep for a long time, which eliminates fatigue and restores energy, as well as slightly boosts immunity against disease. Advancement path: maintaining a good routine is essential. If you insist on going to bed early and waking up early for 7 days and obtaining more than 8 hours of sufficient sleep, you can upgrade and unlock the corresponding skills. Is this the utility of the monument? Skimming his eyes over the black border, Shinshu vaguely saw a small dirtbag-like gray stone monument pulled up in the deep background. Shallow numbers were inscribed on it. 1-7. Refreshed spirit, active mind. The benefits brought about by deep sleep are truly remarkable in effect. Shinshu pressed his inner excitement. Deep sleep is also known as golden sleep. If this is the case for a long time, the body will definitely get better and better, which is equivalent to the best state every day. It's as if it's a gain buff. Early to bed, early to rise, a week, should not be a big problem. If you keep it up for a few months, or even a few years, perhaps even your vitality can be enhanced. I remember Zhou Ning mentioning that the top students in the elite classes would hire private meditators to help enter dreamland and accomplish deep sleep. Shinshu couldn't help but long for it. One must know that even half a point of life force enhancement. It all required grueling workouts, sufficient nutrition, and one's own talent to be piled on top of each other to progress smoothly. Sleeping and going up, this kind of outrageous thing, even the health product companies that specialized in spreading marketing did not dare to boast about it. But in the case of having deep sleep, there was every chance of doing so. Unfortunately, there is no testing instrument at hand to judge my perception, whether it is right or wrong. Shinshu had some regrets. Wanting to accurately know the value of vitality required a comprehensive examination. The medical bracelets sold by pharmacies often had a large error, and the scanning machines common to cultivation halls were only a little smaller. Finally, something to look forward to. Shinshu collected his pleasant mood, laid out the bedsheets, and put on his clothes. The living environment of the shantytown was not much different. All of them were simple houses with long years of age. He had just lifted the thick bedsheet-filled door curtain when he happened to see the youngest, Lan, walk in carrying breakfast. It was a few bacon pancakes and 2 steaming bowls of mutton soup. "Brother, you slept so deeply yesterday, you didn't move even when I called you twice." "Really, didn't snore, did you?" Shinshu asked while washing up. "Nope. Brother, you work so hard on your part-time job, I don't want the computer anymore." Lan pouted, her ponytail flopping. "I never keep my word. Since I promised you, how can I go back on my word? The appeal is dismissed and the original motion is upheld." Shinshu sat on the edge of the dining table and rubbed Lan's head in passing. "Cheer up, old youngest, I'm still waiting for my own sister to become a Gong. At that time, let me also open the armor addiction." Lan heatedly laughed. "Good Lu brother. If I get into one of the 4 national Yang Chen museums, I'll go to Santan Heavy Industry to build a divine machine after graduation." Okay, Gong. "I'll go to the gymnasium later, I'll solve the lunch problem myself." Shinshu laughed while gulping down the goat soup. Waiting for the warm heat to roll all over his body, he wiped his mouth and got up to go out. His not-so-thin figure instantly blended into the bustling street outside. Chapter 4: The Gymnasium, Precipice. Old Factory Street covered a wide area. To the east was a large number of abandoned and dilapidated factory buildings, and to the west was a crowded residential area. To the south, a variety of car repair and sale of goods bazaar piled up, mixed with dragons and snakes, the most chaotic. Shinshu went out and turned left, went next door to the XAN kiosk to buy 2 packs of cigarettes, put in his pocket. Then all the way north. Not a wide path, restaurants, hotels, hair salons, signboards big red and green. From time to time there are a few called small donkey transportation fast scurrying past. No wonder they all want to enter the metropolitan area. The old factory street is not even a few decent schools. What will happen to the children of workers in the future? On the side of the road where the yellow soil was flying, Shinsher stood under the shade of a tree. Only to see talk about not towering gate, hanging on the simple school sign. Gold paint modeled, showing the vicissitudes of life. Just like this old city has long been gone in the past glory, all taken away by the years. In a few more years, I'm afraid that the signboard of the children's school will be outlawed. He rubbed the young face with the usual business-like good-natured smile and approached the janitor's booth. Grandpa, I used to be a student of the 11th middle school, looking for Mr. Liang. The commentary on the radio in the doorman's pavilion came to a screeching halt, and the grandpa wearing presbyopia glasses raised his head. Although this little child is not familiar. But it looks like a good boy who understands what he's saying. 11 middle school? This is the 9th middle school. The grandfather's heart was curious. 11 middle school enrolls middle school students, 9 middle school enrolls high school students. Both carry the name of a child's school in order to allow the children of local workers to complete their compulsory education. But the campus is not in one place. Shinsher smiled coyly. Mr. Liang used to teach me for a while, so I thought I'd come over for the summer vacation. He has a problem with his legs and feet getting stiff when it rains. Is it better? This was the detail that he had deliberately inquired from Uncle Zhou. Still the same, like off work to drink a sip, guilty of a dose of plaster finished, also refused to go to the big hospital, which can be good. When the gatekeeper heard this, the last bit of vigilance dispelled, turned into praise. It's hard to see how there are still students who know how to be thankful. These years from the children's school out, no one is willing to come back, not to mention visit the teacher. Little Hua, during the summer vacation, the school is not open to the public. Some teachers use the venue to open classes to make up lessons. You don't make a commotion. Shinsher nodded, hand from the right side of the pants pocket to touch out a pack of hard-shell leaning cigarettes. I'm sorry for the trouble. Why are you so polite? You don't smoke, do you? You're too young to be addicted to them. The grandfather took the cigarettes, but he also said, No, I don't smoke. I don't smoke. The teachers in the new middle school are very strict. Besides, underage smoking affects the vitality of the life force. Shinsher waved his hand repeatedly, doing his best to look like a good student. Saying goodbye to the grandpa, he quickly stepped forward and carefully surveyed this son of the 9th middle school. Perhaps it was because of the summer vacation, it was quiet inside, with only ear-piercing cicadas chirping. The doors and windows of the red brick and black tile school building were tightly closed, and only when he walked to the playground at the back did some movement occur. Give me a good practice. Stand still. Don't shake your body. From now on, hold it for 20 minutes. Whoever doesn't do it right, all of you will practice for an additional 5 minutes. The coarse voice, full of vigor, echoed in the empty playground. Shinsher's gaze probed in, and there were about 7 or 8 high school students with bare shoulders sweating, doing physical training. They were practicing basic combat moves, holding frames, throwing punches, and long strides. They were then led one by middle-aged men in army green short sleeves to make postures and stand still. 30 degrees of heat, so exposed to the sun, people are going to shed their skin. Shinsher was thinking about it when he suddenly sensed the watching eyes. His head tilted to meet it. Hiss! Shinsher coldly sucked in cool air, and his arm sweat hairs stood on end, like he was hit by static electricity. Hey, which class are you in? The middle-aged man frowned and raised his voice to ask. Teacher Liang, I'm from the Baogong Street side of West 2nd Road. I used to study in 11th middle school. Uncle Zhou introduced me. Shinsher jogged over, nimbly declaring himself, fearing that he would be hammered half to death by a Japanese character punch. This teacher Liang does not look big, medium-sized, far less strong than the coach of the Silver Horse Gym. But the sense of oppression he brought to people was no less, even more intense. Your sister's name is Qin Xiao, right? She went to school for a year in the 9th middle school, I remember. Shinsher approached, only to realize that this physical education teacher surnamed Liang was not the ferocious god rumored to be, but instead was plain and unassuming. Sporadic white hair, flat head, bronze skin, beard pulling many days did not shave, not too trim. Such a man, the old factory street throw 10 bricks can hit 7 or 8. The real person does not show his face. Shinsher did not dare to take it lightly. The Silver Horse Gym where he worked part-time, the top gold medal coach, the degree of vitality development is around 15 to 19 points. Around amateur level 8. If this Mr. Liang had really participated in the Gunstar Cup and mixed from the Taiwan Education Commission to a proper establishment, no matter what, he should have more than 35 points of vitality. One should know that the minimum entry threshold for the Gunstar Cup was all at amateur level 7 Dan. Old Joe? The one from the billiard hall. He's sort of a drinking buddy with me. Mr. Liang thought for a moment, barely remembering such a person. His attitude eased a bit. Are you still studying? I didn't drop out, I went to the new number 1 middle school. Mr. Liang's eyes flashed and his face looked odd. You went to a good school in the Taiwan metropolitan area. Why did you come to the 9th middle school on Old Factory Street? Do you know that 9th middle school is almost out of business these days? The student population is low, and so are the people who are willing to study. The Board of Education and the school leaders have already passed the gas and are planning to change it into a sports school. This was not a secret. Shinshur had heard about it a long time ago. He showed sincerity on his face. Uncle Joe said that you are very capable. I want to follow Teacher Liang to sink my teeth into it. Teacher Liang suddenly sneered. Your kid wants to enhance his life force and rush the fixed segment exam, right? There are many cultivation halls and gyms in the metropolitan area. Why do you need to seek far away from home? Shinshur remained sincere. My family can't afford to spend that kind of money. Mr. Liang took a good look at the young man in front of him, with whitewashed short sleeves and long pants, and a glance at the miscellaneous running shoes from the street stalls. Putting aside the label of clean and fresh appearance, he was indeed dressed like an ordinary student on Old Factory Street. My fees here are not cheap. Moreover, you are not a student of the 9th middle school. Mr. Liang paused and took the initiative to walk under the shade of a tree, raising his hand to point at the high school students who were exposed to the hot sun. Do you know why they go to my cram school? Shinshur shook his head. Now that it was summer vacation, the majority of the children of the workers on Old Factory Street would choose to go out to work. Things like summer camps, outdoor trips, or specialty training classes, those were the activities arranged for the wealthy families in the Taiwan metropolitan area. These students aren't ready to continue their studies. Their vitality is all between 6 and 7 points, so follow me to engage in exercise, and once they bring their vitality up to 10 points, they can go into the mines to work as laborers. Mr. Liang's tone was hard and his face was taut. The high school textbook on vitality development is about gradual and beneficial, so the results are slow. And the stuff I teach, tapping potential by destroying the body, produces quick results. It holds up when you're young, but once you're over 40, you age dramatically and get many injuries and illnesses. Shinshur was silent. He usually liked to read books and claimed to know the history of Eastern Xia. In the era of the Great Expansion Movement, every administrative nova that was annexed into the territory had to embark on several rounds of sensational development. One of the most in-demand jobs was in the mining industry. In the early years, because of the laxity of the relevant management, coupled with the proliferation of mining, there were no conditions for working as a miner, and even women, children, the elderly and the infirm were accepted. Due to the harsh environment in the mines, and the accompanying high heat radiation, mutant viruses, and other dangers. Vitality below 10 points or less, at most 3 to 5 years, it is difficult to survive. This situation did not improve until the 5th millennium, at the beginning of the new Eastern Xia calendar. The Mining Bureau was reorganized, and a clear decree was issued not to allow East Xia citizens with a life force below 10 points and who had not completed 9 years of compulsory education to work as miners. However, the recruitment of child laborers and school dropout miners in administrative nova, located in the borderlands, was still commonplace. Go back. Since you got into the new first high school in the metropolitan area, I'm sure your grades aren't bad. Most of these students of mine are those whose parents are no longer alive, the elderly at home who pulled them up, couldn't continue studying and had to take this path to make a living. Mr. Liang sighed. There's no need for you to break your body for the sake of that extra point in the fixed section exam. This extreme way of boosting up your vitality is owing a gambling debt that you'll have to pay back in the end. Shinshur raised his head and looked fixedly at this physical education teacher of the 9th middle school. I still want to try, Mr. Liang. Can't this kid understand good and bad words? Mr. Liang froze, then frowned. Shinshur did not dodge, his gaze was frank and resolute. He didn't have no choice. From his previous life, he braved the rain of bullets and bullets to enter the north of Burma, and now he is facing the difficult situation of being unemployed after graduation, and maybe reduced to a cow or horse consumable material. If you do not try to climb, how to break free from the mire? The children of workers in the Old Factory Street, even down the mine of high-risk positions to grab on. I used up my family's savings to go to a second or third rate school, and after I graduated, would it be any better? No one network, no talent, can not only rely on desperation? Shinshir clenched his fist. He must raise his vitality up and complete the fixed segment exam before the end of the summer vacation. Only then would one's life have other options. Why be bitter? Teacher Liang was helpless, looking at Shinshir, who stood straight and didn't have any intention of retreating. He said in a bad mood. For Laozhou's sake, fine, I'll take you if you want to learn. Have you brought money? Ugly words in front. Cram school 4,000 a month, no credit. Shinshir nodded. Just a moment, Mr. Liang, I'm going to the restroom. Ha? Where the hell did you hide the money? Mr. Liang's veins slightly throbbed at the corners of his forehead. A few moments later, Shinshir held the bundle of brand new bills in both hands and respectfully handed it over. Forget it, you pay $200 first, follow the lessons for 2 days, and then say if you can stick to it. Also, I'm going to think you can't do it, leave at any time. Mr. Liang turned his face away and didn't pick up the $100 bill that most families in Old Factory Street would consider as a huge sum of money. Chapter 5: What is cultivation, sinew and bone internal strength? Mr. Liang is quite honest. Uncle Zhou was reliable for once in a while. Shinshir secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly pulled out $200 bills to offer, waiting for guidance. The Old Factory Street law and order is not stable. He is a student carrying a huge sum of money, must be careful. So like the previous life, to catch the spring festival train, the money hidden into the small pockets sewn inside the clothes. Mr. Liang sat by the flower bed, his eyes gleaming. Did the teacher in the new first middle school teach you what cultivation is? Shinshir nodded. It was said in the first fighting theory class. The concept of cultivation has been passed down since the extremely ancient old era. Originally meant to cultivate virtue, it was later referenced by Buddhism and Taoism and gradually turned into a pathway to transcendence. Things like alchemy to seek immortality, taking bait and ascending, as well as the niche tantric yoga, picking yin to replenish yang, and then the later qigong and supernatural energy craze, are all explorations of the development of the life force field. These days, the development of life force is just like the qigong fever in the special era of the last life, which is known to all people. However, only professionals could master how to practice it. The most popular channel is undoubtedly to get into an excellent high school or university. The largest channel is undoubtedly to go to a good high school or university, where you will come into contact with instructors who have a very high level of vitality, as well as relevant teaching materials. Next, there are martial arts classes of varying quality, and gyms that sell classes. Cultivation halls are the kind of high-end places that ordinary people can't afford to consume and have no chance of getting started. Teacher Leon laughed a little. Worthy of being a student of the new first middle school, solid foundation. It's also good to save a lot of effort, so that I don't have to go through the trouble of lecturing on these dry things. He paused, looking down and touching the limp leg that was slightly limping, and continued. As we all know, the complete definition of life force was proposed by Feast Haisan, the first martial god of Eastern Xia. This recognized supreme giant, the founder of the old martial arts, integrated the ancient boxing techniques, health maintenance techniques, guiding techniques, and other ponderous cultivations to achieve the first supreme life map of Eastern Xia. Vitality, that is, covers the starting point of thousands of cultivation paths. It represents your physical potential, comprehensive quality, and at the same time determines your future, exactly how far you can go. Shinshir held his breath and listened intently. He had come to this world for a number of years, and had heard and learned about all the deeds of martial artists, so he naturally longed for them. Whether it's fighting and boxing, or meditating and contemplating, they are all methods to enhance the physical body, liberate the spirit, and thus develop the life force. The physical fitness class you took in New First Middle School aims to stimulate the life force through exercise, so that it can be condensed and absorbed. Mr. Liang's voice was thick, and his plain, ordinary image actually gained a bit more composure as he taught. This is the new martial arts teaching proposed after the reform of the Dongxia Martial Arts Association, applicable to more than 90% of Dongxia citizens, greatly reducing the risk of physical damage. But at the same time, it also has an inevitable drawback in efficiency. You are at the stage where your life force is at its most intense, and your physical fitness is quite good, medium level. Even so, after 3 years of trying to take classes, you can't reach the standard of the fixed segment. This shows. New martial? Shinshir was curious as he heard this expression for the first time. Teacher Liang patiently explained. As mentioned earlier, the life force encompasses thousands of cultivations. Martial Taoists who focus on their own bodies, mechanics who please machine souls, and even psychics who can navigate the sea of stars and light up spatial coordinates. They all need to develop their life force. In this, the way forward for martial artists is not set in stone. You should have usually paid attention to the Gunstar Cup, right? There is a world of difference between the initial 10 masters of Eastern Xia and the 10 masters of today, in terms of their fighting style and battle method. Qin Shi took over the conversation. Well, Uncle Joe and Master sound like the group of Taigong Jiang Baichuan and Angry Vajra Ko Yunqiao, saying that their fighting styles are more intense and more in line with the spirit of the infinite martial way and the unconstrained of one's own body. The new generation of martial artists nowadays are too soft and not strong enough. Mr. Liang hummed, extremely serious. Great Demon King Qi Wuxiang, Flying Immortal Lianixing, and Stone Buddha He Lanchan are all the top martial arts prides of the old martial arts, and almost every one of them has won the Chuanxing Cup Championship. Especially Qi Wuxiang and Stone Buddha He Lanchan's fight, known as the Bosun Battle of Rulai, wonderful and incomparable, the amount of airplay has not been surpassed so far. Teacher Liang's tone of voice was not saddened. At that time, the Eastern Xia 10 masters were bright and dazzling, truly like the proud sun, not to be looked at directly. But the hidden dangers of the old martial arts were too great. These renowned martial artists, either due to the exhaustion of their potential or due to injuries and illnesses, had stopped at the doorstep of the martial god. That was why the Eastern Xia embarked on the reorganization of the Martial Arts Association, educational reforms, and the implementation of the new martial arts doctrine. Qin Shi probably understood that although the old martial arts were fast progressing and effective, they were prone to damaging the body and overdrawing potential. Thus it was abandoned by both the Martial Arts Association and the Education Commission, and gradually declined. I'll remind you once more, it's a very unwise move for you to cut off the longer-term future in order to grow a few points of life force. On the path of a martial artist, the body is fundamental and the life force is like a running river. Without the former, once the latter rises up and breaks its banks, you will suffer a backlash and have to endure the tormenting torture of injuries and illnesses for the rest of your life. Teacher Liang's face was grave as he exhorted. I'm grateful for your concern, teacher, but I have my own insistence. Qin Shi was unwavering. On the one hand, he needed a way out, a way to climb upwards. On the other hand, the unlocking of the monument had given him a few more solid bottom lines to face the difficulties. Very well, this is the path you chose for yourself, hopefully you won't regret it in the future. Teacher Liang's eyes were complicated. Qin Shi's firmness at this moment was more like a teenager's ignorance and fearlessness in his eyes. Alright then, let's start the lesson. The initial stage of the new martial arts is practicing breathing, and the beginning of the old martial arts is about sinews and bones. What is tendon and bone? Tendon is tendon, human limbs can stretch, 5 fingers can open and close, 2 feet can fulfill, all rely on this. Eastern Xia's first martial arts god Fei Haishan retained for posterity. Nei Jing wrote clearly, tendons are rigid, bones are dry, stretching tendons to draw strength. After Mr. Liang finished standing up, his original medium stature suddenly exploded, the bones in his body crackling like firecrackers, pulling up inch by inch, instantly exceeding Qin Shi by half a head. Intense life force surged about, as if hot air was rising from a boiling stove. As the saying goes, practicing the tendons should be loose but unremitting, tight but not stiff. Most people are sedentary for many years, neglecting to exercise, and their muscles are taut and spread out. Therefore, when the tendons cannot be twisted into a rope, a force, resulting in insufficient concentration of energy, action is not sharp enough. I'll teach you coiling tendons first, picking apart the tendons and letting the flesh and blood come to life. On the playground, beads of sweat rolled down, moistening the dry ground. The 2 ninth middle school students who stood at the front as if they were the leaders took advantage of the break to whisper. Here comes another one who enrolls in the class. TSK, old Liang's hand is really heavy, the first lesson is coiled sinews, who can withstand this? Did he offend old Liang and get his shoes worn? Too ferocious. Thunderous angry shouts exploded steeply, interrupting the 2 of them from their desertion. Li Yuan, Xia Yucheng. Haven't practiced enough? Run 20 more laps. The 2 named next shrank, and amidst the laughter of the rest of the classmates, they drooped their heads and were honestly punished. You. Stand firmly. Waist, back, crotch, all the big tendons give me a hold, tighten, don't let go. Away from the playground, Qin Shi, who stayed under the shade of the trees, was not much better than those 9th middle school students who were being drilled. He spread his legs, bent his knees, squatted down, and made a horse stance. Mr. Liang's concurrent fingertips were somehow extremely sharp, with a sharpness that drilled through the heart and hurt. Like the facial knife experienced in his previous life, he coldly gave Qin a shot. Sometimes it poked the shoulder blade, sometimes it scraped the entire latissimus dorsi muscle. Every time he struck, it was like red-hot steel needles sticking into the cracks of his bones, making him hurt and rise up, so he couldn't wait to pull up his voice and let out a scream, so as to vent his pain. In just 5 minutes, Qin, who thought he had suffered a great deal, was already sweating on his forehead, his skin reddened, and he was breathing heavily. "If you can't take it, just say so, I can slow it down." Seeing this weak and beautiful student boy, clenching his teeth to a grating sound, Mr. Liang took the initiative to open his mouth. "Teacher, is it useful to be heavier or lighter?" Qin asked in a trembling voice. "Of course it's the heavy hand that sees results," Teacher Liang replied. "Then, it's fine. I can endure it." Qin continued to maintain his posture. "Another stubborn bastard." Teacher Liang shook his head. 15 minutes later. Qin's breathing became shorter and shorter, his body emitted amazing heat, and every muscle in his body seemed to be spasming and shivering. This method of coiling tendons was too rough for normal people and was tantamount to torture. "Alright, the coiling is almost done. Today's lesson ends here." Through the rhythm of breathing and the performance of physical signs, Mr. Liang roughly judged that this was Qin's limit. Whenever you feel that your ribs are like wings, and your tendons are like feathers, and your entire body is penetrating up and down, permeable and refreshing, then this is accomplished. The vitality will probably increase by about half a point or so. Qin staggered, his 2 legs barely supporting him to stand still, his whole body's muscles immersed in soreness and pain, almost uncontrollable. Even walking was very difficult. "Xia Yucheng. 2. I remember that your family also lives in the area of Baogong Street, send the new student back." Teacher Liang beckoned and shook a tall and thin teenager. Xia Yucheng asked with a smile. "Good Lu. Old Liang, I do not need to run the remaining laps? Put it on your account and pay it back tomorrow." Teacher Liang this out, Xia Yucheng suddenly not cheeky, bit her face back up Qin, stride to the school gate. As the sun moved westward, the orange-red afterglow spilled down on the 9th middle school. The students of the cram school finished their training and dispersed in groups of 3 or 2. Mr. Liang dragged his crippled leg as he limped along. "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it, and I'm going to be able to do it. I'm not sure if I've ever been in a position to do that, but I'm not sure if I've ever been in a position to do that. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new car, and then you'll be able to get it back." Mr. Liang tone light. "He looked for me to make up for the class. I did not confiscate the hand, practiced a little too much." The doorman was surprised. "That little child is a student outside, you are out of order." Mr. Liang shook his head. "Don't worry, Master Han. Just this once, he won't come in the future." In his heart, he knew that Qin's first time in class was so intense that he would not be able to climb up tomorrow. Old martial arts not only injure the body, the threshold is also high. Taking shortcuts will inevitably come at a price. No talent, no family background, loss of vitality, no benefit to the future. Mr. Liang picked up his cigarette but did not light it, thinking darkly. After coiling the tendons, eat enough suffering, this kid knows the old martial arts practice method of difficult and dangerous, it should retreat. When young, always think of the world, but do not know to live well, plain and simple is true. Chapter 6 Muscle Memory, Awakening the Flesh. Dude, you're awesome. Letting old Liang dish it out for so long in the first class, so fierce. Xia Yucheng's age was not much different from Qin's, both around 16 or 17. Compared to the latter's weak and delicate appearance, the former was tall and thin, with dark skin and messy hair. The whole person was full of weed-like vigorous vitality, and his temperament was more like that of an old factory street employee's son. "Don't you? First class, don't you?" Qin gasped for air, like a drowning person who climbed to the shore, his lungs if on fire, a burst of throbbing pain. "I have not offended the old beam, how can it be to the deaf? Coil tendons shelved in the old martial arts, there is a saying, called cramped skin. Means over again, equivalent to be drawn off the original old tendons, old skin, re-exchange a body plate. Think about the horror." Xia Yucheng backed 100 pounds of Qin, fit as a fiddle, obviously overqualified physically. It seemed that he had taken lessons and tutored at Mr. Liang's place, and his vitality development had paid off. "Our first lesson is very simple, first familiarize ourselves with the basic fighting stances, then weighted frog jumps, climb ropes over barriers, engage in 5 or 6 days of physical training to let the body adapt to the intensity before we start coiling. This level, too torturous. Li Yuan and I only stayed up for 10 minutes, and the next day we couldn't even get up on the bed, and we never tried again. Qinsher froze. Since I only paid $200 in tuition, should not start from the introductory class? How to directly one step to the place? Dude, we're at the place. Where do you live? Xia Yuqing turned into the street of the shantytown in a familiar way. Just drop me off at that kiosk in front, thanks. Qinsher, who had slightly regained some strength, struggled to jump down and stumbled to stand on his feet. Auntie Zhou, get a bottle of Hongbao soda. Thank you, classmate, for the drink, hard work. The first sentence was spoken to the kiosk owner's wife, while the latter sentence was directed at Xia Yuqing. In the future, we'll be considered half classmates. In 9th middle school, if you encounter anything, report my name as Xia Yuqing, and I'll be able to cover you. Xia Yuqing did not push back to squirm. Big and Loud took Hongbao soda, inserted the straw to drink beautifully. Aha! Qinsher nodded. The old factory street workers' children, playing small in the street to hang out, usually have time to soak in the old era of the prevalence of video halls. Perhaps by the influence of those antique gangster movies, more or less dabbled in a bit of Jiang Huqi, habitually loved to imitate the Big Brother style. When Xia Yuqing scattered legs and ran away, the Aunt Zhou who guarded the kiosk only then spit out doubts. How to walk a limp, let someone back. Did someone bully you? Qinsher did not have any pain anywhere in his body, showing his teeth and said. I just enrolled in a cram school, the training is intense, it will be fine in a couple days. Aunt Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, which scoundrel dares to be a jerk to our Baogong Street, let's see if I don't punish him severely. Qinsher took a look at Aunt Zhou's majestic waistline, as well as the red-colored armband pinned on her thick arm. The words Market Security Management Committee were clearly written on it. I can't help but say that these words are very convincing. In the old factory street where there are many stalls and hawkers, Auntie Zhou's power is not low. Zhou Ning, a close friend of his, jokingly called his mama ministerial level, not without reason. I can jump, don't worry, Auntie Zhou. Qinsher pressed a few dollars in change onto the counter, moved his legs as if they didn't belong to him, and walked slowly towards home. Egu, it's hard for you to lift your feet, so hurry up and sit down for a while. Your sister is out of town again, so why don't you just deal with a meal here at Auntie's? Aunt Zhou said. No. Thank you, Aunt Zhou. Thank you, Aunt Zhou, the youngest is still waiting at home. Qinsher held onto the wall and walked, his feet as soft as noodles, comparable to an old driver who had fought for several days at the Red Romantic Hair Salon. A short distance of a few hundred meters, 10 minutes to enter the door. No one in the house, the youngest Qinlan went out. The vacation period, the little sister occasionally takes some tutor, or cashier, and other odd jobs, used to subsidize the school life. Paralyzed inside the house, Qinsher was so tired that his lips turned white, holding the water bottle and gulping. The retina flashed out a brand new textual content. Flesh gets a moderate workout. Length of achievement plus 20. Activate junior achievement muscle memory. You call this moderate? I'm almost wasted in person. Ha! Doesn't seem to have suffered for nothing. Qinsher was about to spit when his eyes lit up. Only to see that on the black bordered panel, the gray egg-shaped object shattered at some point, hatching out embryo like flesh and blood. The data information quietly changed. Anchor point, Qinsher. Growth stage, embryo. Progress, 0.008%. Number of monuments, 2. Qinsher stared intently at the two small dirtbag-like gray stone monuments as the text refreshed like a waterfall, jumping to the surface. Muscle memory, strength needs to be poured through sweat. As long as you don't die from practicing, practice to the death, and your will take you to the kill. Features, muscles will memorize every action you've ever completed and achieve precise replication. Advancement route, insist on doing more than 20 sets of force exhaustion training every day and replenish a large amount of protein nutrients for a long period of time to unlock the corresponding skill. Muscle memory? I'm going to be a success. Qinsher instantly branched out and got energized. Normally, muscle memory required years of cultivation. Let's say professional athletes, they maintain their workouts day and night before their bodies could get used to the rhythm and get into a state at will. And it appeared that one could save that time by unlocking achievements. Old Leon wants me to know what to do. What's with the cramping and skinning? Just do it with both eyes open. Recalling Mr. Liang's cold attitude, Qin pondered over the flavor. Of course, he understands that this 9th grade physical education teacher's move is out of good intentions. He didn't want to lose his future because of a small loss. But in the old factory street crawling around for a lifetime, what future can be said? Living under this gray sky, guarding this dilapidated old street with chimneys erected everywhere and factory buildings piled on top of each other? The brilliant sea of stars in the era of the great universe, don't the children of workers in the old city deserve to appreciate it? Even as dust, I hope I'm floating in space, not falling into the mud to be trampled. After silently drumming up energy, Qin took a deep breath, and 1,000 words inside him converged into 2 words. Start practicing. The room was dimly lit. Qin sank his heart, relaxed and rested, waiting for his physical strength to recover. Time passed quietly, about 40 minutes later. Muscle memory, activate. Qin's lips pursed, clenched his teeth, and his legs trembled as he stood in a horse stance. Straightening his waist and tightening his muscles, he carefully searched for the kind of feeling that Mr. Liang had drilled himself with. Exhale, inhale. As the chest and abdomen rose and fell, it was as if the roots of the large tendons that were tautly sprung were again pulsing slightly within the skin one after another. Hiss, this is too sore. Rising and hot, like electrocution, like numbness, like being gnawed by millions of ants. Qin couldn't help but suck in a cool breath, trying to mobilize his remaining physical energy to ensure that his posture was stable and not deformed. Afterwards, he went through Teacher Liang's careful instructions from beginning to end. A few moments passed, and a strange feeling arose within his body. Arms, chest and abdomen, waist and hips, legs. Thin and dense channels of heat flow, converging in all directions, surging like a spring. Fascia knife-like scraping and poking, reappeared. The head clamping muscles, scapular lifting muscles, neck clamping muscles, trapezius muscles, erector spinae, and latissimus dorsi muscles seemed to have all come to life. Qin endured the burning stinging pain and familiarized himself with this muscle memory that had been reproduced. He gradually found that between the bones and flesh of his own back, there seemed to be a large network of interwoven dermatomes. From the sides of the neck to the waist, crotch and tailbone, a large tendon connects a piece of bone and wraps around a bunch of muscles. Muddled as a whole. They seem like slowly wriggling mice, closely following the rhythm of Qin's breathing, either scurrying upwards or moving downwards, driving the large tendons and pulling the muscles. It doesn't seem as torturous as before. The more I stand, the easier it gets. The flesh seems to be awakening from its slumber. In the initial class, with his 8-point vitality, Qin had insisted hard for 27 minutes, carrying through Mr. Liang's coiled tendon technique that could be called corporal punishment. And now, after a full 34 minutes had passed, he still had spare strength. Having had a sound workout. Length plus 30. Practicing for a while is fun, practicing all the time is fun. Inside the narrow shack, Qin accepted the subtle metamorphosis that had occurred in his body with a contented mood. The stiffness and deadness originally deposited in his flesh and blood, like the cuticle of human skin, was worn off little by little. It made him feel a sense of smoothness and pleasure that was transparent and clean. Chapter 7 Endurance Practice, Real and False. Primary Achievement Deep Sleep 2-7. The next morning, as soon as Qin opened his eyes, text messages flickered and swept by, darting and sinking into the depths of his consciousness. The black-bordered monument panel, the flesh and blood embryo that seemed like a sprouting seed, seemed to grow a bit larger and become robust. Anchor point, Qin. Growth stage, embryo. Progress, 0.008%. Number of monuments, 2. Although the progress hasn't moved, it feels like the improvement isn't small. Besides, the length of growth has been accumulating. What old Liang taught, there shouldn't be anything wrong with it. After a night of deep sleep, Qin was full of energy. The fatigue piled up from yesterday's practice was swept away and did not accumulate in his body. Xie Yuqing said that the initial coiled tendons, muscle soreness, can't even climb up the next day. Old Liang put me on such a high intensity, I think it must also think that I can't suffer this body, and will retreat after suffering. Qin flew to wash up. The youngest Qinlan went out early, leaving a bowl of bubble rice and a pot of hot water on the dining table. He fills 2 small plates of vegetables from the sauce jar in the corner of the house, then pours hot boiling water into the covered bowl of rice and washes it down with the salted vegetables. Burying his head and stealing 2 big bowls, only to let the hungry stomach have 5 or 6 points of satiety. In the past, when the family's condition was bad, they often passed a meal casually like this. Practicing kung fu really consumes a lot. In the past, drying 2 bowls would be almost enough, nowadays I still feel hungry, my belly is empty. Shinshir couldn't help but miss the nutritious meals in the school cafeteria, although the synthetic food tasted poor and made him want to vomit. But the energy provided was pulled full, definitely enough to support what was needed for the workout. He threw the dishes into the plastic basin catching water and cleaned them when he came back, and after closing the doors and windows tightly, he jogged over towards ZD 9th Middle School. How much the life force has increased is unclear for now, but after being coiled by old Liang, the muscles are indeed stronger and more powerful. Shinshir silently estimated in his heart, the journey that used to take half an hour before, this time it only took 20 minutes out to get there. And the person was relaxed, not sweating like a pulp and panting. The strengthening brought by the coiled tendons to the physical quality is visible to the naked eye. Shinshir slightly calmed his heart rate and bought a few large meat buns from the breakfast store near the 9th Middle School to fill his stomach. Only after seeing the familiar figure walk slowly into the janitor's pavilion did he wipe his mouth and cross the road. "Yo, little waif, why are you here again?" Moncler outlet store froze. "Yesterday let people carry home, still not dead, have to put in the hands of the old Liang looking for suffering ah?" Shinshir smiled nicely. There's no such thing as a student who runs away from a class. "I've never failed a class, Moncler outlet store online." The grandfather looked at the obedient and understanding look, like his own grandson Shinshir, sighed. Old Liang opened tutorial classes to recruit students, was not the rules, not to mention, you are not our 9 middle school. Shinshir put the pack of hard-shell Limin cigarettes and reached through the small window of the janitorial booth to put it in. "I really want to follow Mr. Liang to sink in, and I want to progress too much." "You make it easy." The Moncler outlet store eyelids moved, helplessly said. "Why, I do not have to make things difficult for you, a child." "Forget it, I'm old, my eyes are blurred, I didn't see anything." "Remember to enter through the back door, don't use the front door." Shinshir nodded vigorously, thinking that big sister is right, there is no small matter under the sky that can't be solved by buying a pack of cigarettes. One pack is not enough, just 2 packs. "You, why are you here?" Mr. Liang instantly froze when he saw the lively Shinshir. "Didn't you ask me to follow for 2 days and take 2 lessons?" Shinshir was full of sincerity, trying to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. No matter how much old Liang counted, he couldn't beat the hanging ratio. "You can walk on the ground?" Teacher Liang was extremely surprised. "I ran over." Shinshir answered truthfully. "This doesn't make sense." It must be that he is drunk and confused and has not yet woken up. Teacher Liang thought to himself. Even if Shinshir attended the new first middle school in the metropolitan area, his vitality development was stronger than the students of the 9th Middle School on Old Factory Street. It was also impossible to resist the rough-handed coil test. "You took the injection and medication?" Teacher Liang cast a skeptical look. In recent years, there has been a technological trend in the metropolitan area, where the first thing to do is to take supplements when things are not resolved, and the first thing to do is to take forbidden drugs when you don't have enough strength. It is true that this way can let the ordinary people in a short period of time, the comprehensive quality of the leap growth. And it is from the body type to muscle, all-round improvement. But the price paid is even greater than the old martial arts exercise. Such as cardiovascular blockage, premature organ failure, and so on, are child's play. Some crazy guys who didn't know how to die and blindly took large doses of injections would even trigger physical body aberrations and alienate into inhuman creatures. Shinshir pulled the corner of his mouth. "Do I look like that kind of rich person to you?" Teacher Liang was dumbfounded. This kid's enrollment fee had to be secretly hidden inside his pants, and the aura of poverty emanating from his body was really hard to hide. "Come here, raise your hand, let me pinch it." He reached out and took Shinshir's shoulder, secretly rubbing it with vigor. A moment later, the astonishment in his eyes grew more and more intense. Yesterday's coil tendon intensity was so high, but even half of the muscle fatigue didn't accumulate, no wonder it's not sore. This kid, really patient. The open space at the side of the playground, Xie Yuqing stopped his warm-up maneuvers. "I go, how is this dude like nothing? Being tossed around by old Liang, he can still get up from the bed?" Li Yuan pressed his legs next to him and looked at the weak and graceful Shinshir. "He doesn't look too tough with this body." Old Liang was merciful. "If he really wants to coil for 20 minutes or so and still be alive and kicking, what kind of legendary king of endurance training would he be?" Xie Yuqing scratched his hair. He sent Shinshir home after a special ask-a-mouth, only to know that this buddy is studying in the metropolitan area of the new first high school. The old factory street is quite famous good student, good boy representative. It's hard to say, but he didn't go to a junior high school. Brother Zay told me that the rich brothers in the metropolitan area have been soaking in cultivation halls since junior high school, and there are all those who are 11 or 12 years old. Li Yuan got up and spat, not hiding his cold face. Bull metropolitan area, if we don't have the blood transfusion, it can develop so fast? Really think they are the grandpa of the imperial capital? Xia Yuqing smiled, looking very open. Brother Yuan, you didn't listen carefully in class. Dongxia's development policy for administrative Nova has always been to focus on building large metropolitan areas, centering around the central city and shouldering the task of blood transfusion. The surrounding areas belong to the blood donors. Well, it's called local support, the first to get rich bring the latter rich. Li Yuan, full of complaints like, cannot help but curse. Suck dry Dangyang district to create the Taiyan metropolitan area, the results, these years to help the object, which has our old factory street share. Ahem, I do not know how the old Liang drill this buddy today. Xia Yucheng digresses. Far brother used to be a standard working family, dad in the military workshop assembly, mom into the cotton textile factory as a female worker. Then hit that wave of layoffs, instantly without two pillars, all of a sudden fell out of shape. Therefore, there are a lot of complaints about the Taiyan metropolitan area. Li Yuan skimmed his mouth. Coiling tendons is but a test, catching the sense of qi is what is called difficult. Without this step, he can't even see the old martial arts threshold. Not bad, not bad, it seems that your tendons are very sturdy, and is considered a physique suitable for old martial arts. At the edge of the playground, teacher Liang gave a rare compliment. Alright, I'll give you another lesson today. Vitality is something ethereal, unseen and untouchable, this is emptiness. The human body is the root of nurturing blood, generating limbs, which is called real. The mystery of the old martial arts to develop vitality lies in nourishing the void with the real. Xincher listening to straight wanna scratch his head, no wonder Dongxia promote the new martial arts, on this crepe large paragraph, let a person dizzy, which can figure out the real meaning. So, he seriously asked questions. Mr. Liang, what does it mean to raise the virtual with the real? Chapter 8 paragraphs and 9 sections, catching the chi sense. Lao Liang touched his pocket and pulled out the dried-out cigarette case, shaking it twice to find it empty. He shook his head and took a few loose bills and handed them to Qin. Help run an errand, buy a pack of li min, make it soft. Qin was also very clever, took the bills and drew his legs and flew. In his previous life, when he took the driving license test, he didn't buy water and cigarettes for the instructor, accumulating a wealth of experience. Mr. Liang, your cigarettes. Ha! Your kid's heart is strange. Looking at the soft-shelled Manhwa that Qin sent, old Liang raised his eyebrows. A pack of li min cigarettes cost about $15, but Manhwa must cost at least $70. He's quite good at doing things, far smarter than the brats he taught. I didn't keep my hand in yesterday's tense ribbons because I wanted to make you suffer enough to back off. I didn't expect you to be tough enough, not only did you survive, but you also have a good physique that can withstand training. Lao Liang did not excuse himself, took the most favorite old smoker Huazi, face to face, open, take a swallowing smoke. In the future, when you have time, come over once a day, and then coil the tendons after practicing. The more the tendons are coiled, the tighter they become, and your strength and physical ability will also increase. Qin secretly let out a sigh of relief, finally being accepted by old Liang. This physical education teacher of the 9th middle school of the son's brother had real skills in his hands. If he looked favorably upon himself, it would definitely be more useful than paying a high price to go to a gym in the metropolitan area. Where were we? The reality. Old Liang let the rest of the students run laps to warm up and led Qin into a teaching building. While walking, he said, the so-called emptiness is that qi in your body, which grows between the flesh and blood and is nurtured in the bone marrow. In the old martial arts, coiling tendons and pulling out the back is the method of transforming the human body, placed in the older epoch, it is the secret formula that is not spread out. Nowadays, almost everyone is practicing martial arts, so there is no such thing. The first step in real practice is called catching the sense of qi. You have to hold the qi steadily, guide it, and make it run according to the established route before you can be considered to have started. Lao Liang extinguished his cigarette and took out the key to open the training room. The empty room of about 100 square feet was covered with soft cushions, several equal height mahogany stakes were placed in the corners of the walls, and there was a human anatomy chart hanging on the wall, which was labeled with densely packed red dots and words. Emptiness is qi. Then test you, what is reality? Xinsher sniffed and thought carefully, his eyes skimming over the detailed and incomparable human body diagram, and blurted out. It's the torso, it's the limbs. Old Liang couldn't help but sigh, no wonder the old Factory Street's children's school can't recruit good seedlings. A little better, they all went to the Taiyan metropolitan area. The ones that are left are hardly good. Xinsher is so. He was a top student in the 9th grade, one of the top 10 in his class. But when he was thrown into the new middle school, he couldn't compete with the rich kids with abundant resources. It would only be a waste of talent. That's right. Catching the chi sense, opening the joints, and forming a cycle of its own, put in the martial arts world of the past, it's called Little Jotian. If you can run 20 complete Xiao Jotian, your vitality will definitely break through 10 points, enough to allow you to pass the fixed section exam. Old Liang clasped his arms with both hands, a scrutinizing meaning in his eyes. Coiling the tendons and pulling out the back, catching the chi sense, opening the joints, and forming their own circumference. He had been running tutorial classes for several years, and very few students had successfully completed these 4 levels. In the first and second steps, the elimination rate is as high as 80%. Coil tendon pulling back is too painful, catching the sense of chi is even more ethereal and difficult to realize. In addition, these days, the children of workers live a hard life, worry a lot, followed by impatience. 10 days and a half months cannot see half the results, natural laziness to adhere to, slacken and give up. Xinsher said in a deep voice. Mr. Liang, I want to try. The old martial arts this way may have been eliminated by the times. But at the moment, this was the only way of life force development that he could access. The opportunity must be firmly grasped. Good. Old Liang nodded his head in response, and since he had opened and set up a class, he was not so much as to hide his posturing. Long gone were the days of the old era when he opened a martial arts school to teach his disciples and kept his hand in everything. Now it was nothing more than the 4 words of receiving money and doing things. Just like yesterday, set your horse stance apart and stand firm. I'll teach you how to open the limbs. The human body has 8 segments and 9 sections. The former are the calf, thigh, small arm, large arm, waist, back, shoulder and palm. If you transport energy, its root is in the foot, too much leg, dominated by the waist, shaped in the 5 fingers. The 8 segments are united and powerful. Old Liang demonstrated to his face, suddenly raised his hand, his arm like a whip thrown out, connecting into a line, exploding with a crack sound. The speed was so fast that it almost brought up residual shadows. Hiss, so fast. Xinsher only felt a tightening of the skin, the strong wind came, like an electric shock numbness. His eyelids were wildly throbbing, and in a trance, he had the illusion that his head was going to be blown out. This punch, almost 20 years of power. Life force did not exceed 15 points, was hit in the vitals directly killed. That's how old martial arts are, it's not uncommon to see red in one strike and injure someone fatally. Old Liang closed his stance and continued. The 9 sections are divided into hand 3 passes, foot 3 passes, back 3 passes. In order, wrist then elbow then shoulder, crotch then knee then ankle. Xinsher listened attentively to the lesson. Fortunately, his learning ability was not bad, and he memorized it after 1 lecture. What should be said, I've told you. From now on, this training room belongs to you, it's all school property inside, don't break anything, or you'll have to pay for it at the price. Old Liang carried his hands behind his back and limped away. This kid's physique is resistant to training, and he can carry the coiled tendons, I don't know how enlightened he is. If he can't catch the sense of chi within 5 days, he can only engage in physical exercise to enhance his life force, just like the students outside. Oh, the old martial arts, a door to raise 100 people, may not grow out of 2 or 3 good seedlings. Deserves not to be passed on. Old Liang walked out of the long corridor, looking down and laughing to himself, a trace of frustration surfaced inside. Imagine back then, the glorious days when the first 10 masters led the way, each and every martial artist was like a blazing sun shining in the world, making people look up in admiration and longing. It's too bad that the practicing method that has been passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years is broken in my hands like this. Catching chi sense, 8 stages and 9 sections. Compared to the basics taught in school fighting classes, these of the old martial arts are indeed obscure and not easy to understand. Xinsher faced the wall and stood in a horse stance, both eyes firmly staring at the human anatomy diagram that spread over the line of sight. What exactly is chi sense? Old Liang said that the sinews and flesh should be tight, the breath should be loose, and the heart should be used to execute the chi, and the chi should be used to transport the body. He carefully chewed on the meaning of it. The reason why he had to coil the tendons and pull the back, the purpose is to make the body no longer stiff and become flexible. Only when the body was alive could the chi surface. Yesterday, when I replicated the coiled tendon technique through my muscle memory, that feeling of heat flow converging and surging like a spring, could it be the sense of chi? Shinshir pondered for a long time, although by virtue of his 8 points out vitality, he quickly grasped a seemingly floating strand of chi. But it was always intermittent and incoherent, like a trickle of tiny drops that could not be held at all. I wanted to rely on my own efforts and talent. Why are you forcing me? Shinshir sighed helplessly. Since this was the case, he simply stopped pretending. Directly showdown, I'm a hanging ratio. Monument, activate. Phew. Suction. In an instant, as the muscle memory was accurately replicated, Shinshir's flesh felt like it had been awakened. A large tendon, a piece of bone, a bundle of muscle, as if alive, began to stretch. They were tightly entwined, incomparably melting together, muddled as a whole. Thin, dense streams of heat flowed from all directions, concentrating in the two areas of the chest and abdomen, rising and falling and undulating in tune with the rhythm of breathing. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It's done. Nearly 20 minutes passed, just as Shinshir's physical energy was about to be exhausted. His eyes shone brightly, and the veins at the corners of his forehead jumped violently. Phew! It seemed like an aura flashed by, and that faint vein of breath was finally caught. It was like a finger holding a silk thread and passing through a tiny needle's eye. The process is winding, tedious, and laborious. It required extremely sharp perception and amazing patience to do so. Can't be in a hurry. Remember this feeling. Remember it with your heart. Shinshir sank his heart, his breathing was calm, his body was smooth, and his feet felt like they were rooted without any shaking. That wisp of breath pulse became clearer and clearer, from the very beginning of burning and stinging, itching and tingling, gradually gentle. Like a stream of water moisturizing the taut tendons, swelling muscles. Soothing. Unexpectedly, practicing Qigong could actually be so refreshing. Qi sensation turns out to be this function: Qi can nourish the body and relieve the fatigue of excessive exercise, similar to the state of deep sleep. Shinshir drifted off, and the monument panel on his retina flashed the message. Completed a set of force exhaustion training. Length of completion plus 50. Force exhaustion? Before Shinshir could react, his legs trembled violently, his posture instantly collapsed, and he fell backwards on his back. At the same time, old Liang pushed the door in and looked at the woeful teenager who was sweating profusely and had reddened skin. His brows arched, apparently noticing a change in Shinshir's breathing rhythm. After being slightly stunned for a few seconds, this physical education teacher revealed a shocked expression of disbelief. You caught the sense of qi? Aha! Old Liang's throat rolled as he once again hesitantly asked. What sense? Shinshir propped his hands on the ground. Hungry, very hungry, very hungry. Old Liang limped and stood frozen in the doorway. Gazing at Shinshir for a moment, he suddenly laughed openly. Half a lifetime of bad luck actually picked up a leak for me. What's your name? Shinshir. Shinshir. Good name. Old Liang, mouth holding Huazi, originally because of the limpsome stooped waist, seems to straighten a few points. Ah, follow me, teacher treats you to dinner. Chapter 9. Even though my feet are treading in the mud, I still yearn for the sea of stars. In the streets around the 9th middle school, there are the most restaurants and hotels, and the business is also the best. Old Liang led Shinshir out of the back door of the school, turned into a nearby alley, and stopped in front of a large stall called Li Ji Fast Food. Old Li's craftsmanship is famous in this area. It's not yet mealtime, and then later, may not be able to grab a seat. Old Liang is obviously familiar with the customer, pull out the plastic chair to sit down, greet the boss to order food. The old 3, black bean sauce ribs, cold melon fried beef, liver and wolfberry soup, plus a bottle of Henjo Old Cellar. In his case, on a whole box of nutritional cream, 500 grams, to belong Shinji's. Alright, Mr. Liang. Is this your student? He's so pretty, I know he's good at school, better than my little Yuan. The boss said cheerfully, taking a paper to note down the name of the dish and the brand of nutritional cream. Immediately handed over to the 8 or 9-year-old half-grown child next to him, let him run errands. At this time there are fewer people, the food is served quickly, not long to be served on the table steaming hot. Old Liang took a few chopsticks and tasted a few bites of each item for the sake. He ate with relish, not caring about the hungry Shinshir. Only when the almost bushel-sized box of nutritional cream arrived did old Liang speak. Regardless of new martial arts, old martial arts, there is one thing that is agreed upon. The way to develop the life force of a martial artist is mainly focused on 2 points, the practice method and the battle method. Among them, the practice method contains the 2 disciplines of body nourishment and spirit nourishment. Nourish the body is the foundation, but also the first. Practicing martial arts is the most hurt body, sinews and flesh torn, bones wear and tear, day after day, the formation of dark injuries, to be found when you have been difficult to regulate. At the time when the old martial arts were in full bloom, many top martial artists had fallen foul of this. Xianxue took the square box with the words Long Xiang Ji printed on it. It was quite heavy in his hand and looked like a single can in his previous life. Old Liang had an expectant look on his face as he watched the show. You have just caught the chi sense, physical energy consumption, ordinary carbohydrates eaten will be absorbed, not long after, still hungry. Nutritional cream is something that was used as combat rations during the Great Expedition, with a strong sense of satiety, high calorie count, and a comprehensive range of ingredients needed by the human body. It is most suitable for people in the old martial arts. Enjoy. Xianxue looked down at the long, milky white, toothpaste-like sticky substance in the box, and then glanced at the colorful and flavorful food in front of old Liang. The difference in food treatment is too obvious. Teacher Liang, this stuff is expensive, right? Xianxue dug a spoonful and put it in his mouth, and unsurprisingly, the taste was extremely bad, similar to a sticky, rotten rice paste. But he had eaten worse in the park in his previous life, and could barely tolerate it. Stripping away the taste buds, he buried his head and dazzled vigorously. Strongly suppressing the nausea that churned in his stomach, Xianxue flew to eliminate Long Xiangji's nutritional paste. Old Liang nodded silently, secretly satisfied. Coil tendon plucking back, catching the chi sense, eating nutritional cream. Tutorial classes collected students have tried. However, there are few ensure this kind of excellent performance. Physical endurance, superior enlightenment, mental fortitude, very balanced and outstanding in all aspects. A natural-born seedling of old martial arts. Old Liang's mood became more comfortable and his tone eased. Long Xiangji's is relatively cheap, other brands, such as Jinmao, Fengchun, and Dashan, these are more expensive. Xianxue painstakingly swallowed the last mouthful of nutritional cream and gulped down water furiously. Is Long Xiangji cheap because it tastes awful? Old Liang laughed. That's right. This former supplier of the Expeditionary Force, the main portable tube saturated energy supplement, but the taste is rotten, unless an omnivore, I guess no one likes to eat. $88 a box, enough for a manual laborer to last 2 days without eating. With the intensity of your training, you'll probably have to eat 2 boxes a day. Xianxue bared his teeth. He was working as a front desk at the gym for $12,000 a month, making only $40 a day. Together with the teaching assistant and part-time job at the youth palace, the combined salary from the 3 jobs was actually not enough to eat the nutritional cream. This is an instantly deep and clear perception of his poverty. Xianxue smiled to himself. Mr. Liang, I'm afraid I can't even afford the cheap Long Xiangji. Old Liang pursed his cup of highly charged wine. I know. Not many students in the cram school can afford the nutritional cream. The enrollment fee is $4,000 or $5,000, the nutritional fee is $5,000 or $6,000, and $10,000 a month is thrown in. That's why students from Old Factory Street can only graduate to digging mines and doing manual labor, or hanging out on the street. Going for martial arts is costly, but electing to specialize in mechanics and spiritual energy, not only do you have to throw in big bucks, it also depends on talent. Xianxue's face was calm. From the moment he stepped into the new first middle school in the metropolitan area, he knew how cruel the gap between the rich and the poor brought about by the reality control was. Those elite class students who rode to school in high-class sedans or ate and wore big names. They actively participate in club activities, receive awards on stage, and give speeches as if they were born with confidence. This kind of because of the superior family conditions, careful ability to cultivate, the whole person seems to glow. In comparison, the children of the workers on Old Factory Street were indeed somewhat ashamed of themselves and could not afford to make comparisons. Mr. Liang, I've read it in a book. The road ahead is always walked out by people. Xianxue's body gradually surged with a stream of hot energy, and the nutritional cream was breaking down in the body, slowly integrating into the torn and damaged muscles and sinews. A poor child who stepped on a rotten mud pond, it doesn't make sense that he can't look up to the universe and yearn for the sea of stars. Does being born on Old Factory Street mean that you should be inferior to the Taiyan metropolitan area, the center city of Henzhou, or even the imperial capital that is light years away? The smile on old Liang's face froze. Do you really think so? Xinshi's gaze was frank, without any meaning to hide. Purity emerges from filth, and light emerges from darkness. Buried in the dust mustard baking insects can also be transformed into cicadas, drinking dew in the autumn wind, let alone people. Old Liang tensed his face and the wine in his cup stirred. These are the words of Stone Buddha Heelanchan, one of the first 10 masters, who won the Gunstar Cup at the age of 36 and was interviewed by the Tomorrow Group. He came from a lowly background, was born in the borderlands, and even suffered from a serious genetic defect, yet he has taken his place among the vast sea of stars. You want to learn from him? Xianshi softly hummed. Teacher Liang, I know that it's not easy to become a martial artist, but it won't be easy for someone like me to take either path. What's that saying that the old generation of Old Factory Street hangs on to? There's no gully in front of a tiger, but the heart of a goon is full of hurdles. Old Liang took a long breath, steeply tilted his head, 52 degrees of liquor into the mouth, through the throat, like a hot charcoal, drive away the depression in the heart. Good. Xiaoqin, let me be clear, you are a good seedling for practicing old martial arts. Hardy, smart, solid foundation, but also able to endure hardship. In all the years that I've been running the cram school, there have been very few students as outstanding as you. I'll waive your enrollment fee. Let's do it for half a month. If you can circulate your chi sense 5 times and complete the small circumference during this period of time, I'll supply all the nutritional creams needed for practicing. How about it? Xianshi was surprised and wanted to scratch his head. Had this unlocked some kind of mouth cannon achievement? With just a few words, Mr. Liang is giving me money to develop my life force? He stabilized his cluttered thoughts and cautiously tested the waters. Then, can I switch to other big brands? If I eat Long Xiangji's nutritional cream for half a month, my sense of taste will probably fail. Old Liang did not have the good sense to say. Dream on. I'm just a poor teacher at a gymnasium, I really think I'm some kind of big shot. Xianshi hemmed and hawed, just now naturally speaking in jest. The price of even the worst nutritional cream was not cheap. With his family's condition, occasional consumption was still okay, wanting to use it continuously was equal to burning money for fun. Mr. Liang, thanks a lot. The stall gradually became lively and crowded. Xianshi slowly stood up and solemnly bowed towards old Liang. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life, or in this life, being fortunate enough to meet a nobleman who had good intentions towards him and was willing to cultivate him. That was a rare blessing that must be cherished, and all the more reason to try to grasp it. Spare me the thanks, we haven't reached the old martial inheritance of master and disciple. If you don't make it, the money that should be paid will not be a penny less. Cram School is not a charity hall. Old Factory Street has a large number of students in poor conditions. My ability is small, I can't save them. The old Liang mouth cold hard, but in the bottom of the heart is quite happy, nested in the children of the ninth for so many years, always looking forward to emerging a good seedling in the hands. This is not sent to the door. I hope this kid can step over the old martial arts threshold, don't let me toss for nothing. Chapter 10 Footbath, on the second floor. Old Liang is quite arrogant. Knowing me for 2 days, he gave me a waiver of the enrollment fee and posted money for me to eat nutritional cream. After a while, he was completely convinced by my natural talents, so what the heck? Xianshi silently joked, a long-lost sense of solidity surfacing in his heart. With the 2 primary achievements of deep sleep and muscle memory, he had gained Mr. Liang's favor. Going forward, he continued to unlock monuments and burst his liver into length. Perhaps, the self can still fantasize about the legendary 4 nationalities? You should know that the children of the workers of Old Factory Street, in the past 20 years, less than a handful of them have been admitted to Hangda University and the University of Science and Technology. Let alone step into the top institutions of learning scholar. Xianshi happily dreaming, he has always believed that, even if the survival of the environment how harsh, should show a positive attitude. Piling up too many complaints and whining, not only call for a person's twilight, increasingly numb. What's more, one will unconsciously lose the motivation to move forward and the determination to fight. This nutritional cream today is considered a free gift to you. Tomorrow if you keep your chi sense for an hour, come back to receive 2 more boxes. After drying half a bottle of Hangyu Laojiao, Lao Liang was in full swing. If I last longer, can I show off a few more? Xianshi licked his lips. Long Xiangji's nutritional cream was certainly hard to eat, but the benefits it brought to the body were real. Just like now, as the strong feeling of satiety dispelled hunger, a hot warmth swam throughout the body. It was like sweet rains irrigating a dry field, moisturizing and nourishing the aching and rising muscle groups in a silent manner. If Chinsher's body was data materialized, it should be possible to visualize the character's six-dimensional attributes at this moment, all of which had risen by a small margin. At least physical strength and endurance have increased. Combined with deep sleep, old martial arts exercise methods, and nutritional cream supplementation. Within half a month, the vitality breaks through the 10-point mark. Seems like it's not as hard as it seems? Chinsher pressed down his fluttering mood and called out the fontan, and Pixel Wind's flesh and blood embryo seemed to have gotten a little bit bigger. Unfortunately, the lack of testing instruments still didn't know the extent of the vitality development. Let's go. Old Liang ate his cup and plate and got up to settle the bill. It's still early, let's take you to another place. Old Factory Street at 7 or 8 o'clock is the most lively, with vendors setting up stalls, carts filled with fried skewers of snacks, grey workers, and Moncler jackets outlet moms and dads cooling off in company. These familiar scenes let Chinsher feel the real fireworks, as well as some kind of unspeakable tenacity. Compared to the glittering stars, the stones at the bottom of the pit at the foot of the mountain are small and cold. But both exist in the same vast universe. Whether it's the sun or the gravel, both have their own way of living. Mr. Liang, where are we going? Chinsher followed behind and gradually realized that something was wrong. Why is it that the more we walk, the darker the streetlights become? The more small pink light signboards emitting ambiguous odor on both sides of the street? What about the delicate figures hovering at the mouth of the alley in 2s and 3s? I can still abduct and sell you? Old Liang laughed softly, his footsteps lurching, stopping at the entrance of the footbath store. Here it is. Chinsher raised his head, the billboard flickered, and the words Chinsher impression came into his eyes. Huh? A foot bath store? What kind of teacher takes his students to a foot bath? Second floor, lobby. Old Liang, haven't seen you for a long time. Xiao Shuang is working on the clock, I guess it's almost done. Are you waiting, or ordering another one? The female manager with dyed big wavy red hair went forward to greet her, and between her eyes, she glanced at Chinsher in the back. Yo, this little handsome boy looks new, haven't been here before, right, your student? Old Liang pointed at Chinsher. I only drink tea, you let him try little Shuang's skills. The female manager guffawed, greeted the receptionist to make a pot of chrysanthemum tea, and cordially pulled the nervous Chinsher. Little handsome brother, don't be nervous, everything is familiar once back to life, today experience once, later get used to it. Is Lao Liang trying to exchange my pure yang body for a red packet to subsidize the cost of buying nutritional cream? Chinsher's expression is tight, he is not unseen, only everything came too suddenly, some confused about the situation. How to eat, chatting, on the second floor of the foot bath store. In case of encountering pornography, the police officer uncle will believe his own defense? Ah sir, I was forced by the teacher to pull in, did not do anything. Chinsher can imagine that the police officer uncle's face if you continue to make up, I listen to disdain expression. Lao Liang sat on the rattan chair, said jokingly. I said Sister Hong, with my students so close, move the heart wanna eat young grass ah? The big wavy female manager spat. Bah! The dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory, who is your sister, the two of us separated by generation. You've called me old. Immediately, she sized up Chinsher and covered her mouth with a smile. But you don't have to say, this little handsome boy is the most upright and pleasing among your students. Some rich wives in the metropolitan area love to look for this kind, they call this little milk dog, but Old Liang has no interest in the peach color in pornographic news, waving his hand. Hurry up, take him to change clothes, the whole 2 hours. Chinsher finished taking the hand license and was brought to a separate small room, changing his clothes off and putting on a loose bathrobe. He looked around, the room was rather dimly lit, with loose reclining chairs and low stools with legs. A wooden screen separated the space, and as his eyes peered in, there was the barrel that held 2 people. Near the faucet where the hot water comes out, a couple of trays are placed next to it, filled with incense and flower petals. Hiss, not like a proper footpath. Chinsher mentally backed off. Old martial arts have been passed down for a long time, is there no such thing as keeping a child's body, which is more conducive to practicing? Old Liang wouldn't be the harmony sect of the old era, dual cultivation sect path. Crunch. Before he could run away, the door of the room was pushed open. Hello sir, technician number 69 is at your service. The voice was soft, with a soft implication. I went to the wrong. It's a male technician. Chinsher twisted his head to take a closer look and directly froze. The person who came white long-sleeved pants, chest don't have a license plate, fall shoulder black long straight, handsome appearance, throat not obvious. In terms of face value alone, even his own kind of old factory streets recognized handsome postgraduate are inferior by half a step. My name is Yen Shuang, specializing in massage and relaxation, orthopedic reset and traumatic strain injury also know a little. Number 69 male technician smiled gently, living like an idle love being commonly seen on billboards in the metropolitan area. Okay, please, Brother Sharp. Qin Shi's hanging heart finally fell. The crisis of losing his body was lifted. Lie on your back, take off your top. Mr. Liang said that you might have practiced too much and was worried about accumulating dark injury roots. Yen Shuang opened the box carried in his hand and took out a few samples from the bottles and jars. This is Hualian safflower oil and ginseng qi tendon relieving cream. Let's apply it first, then push and massage. Qin Shi obediently got down, his palms interlocked to pat his chin, and the cool flavor quickly spread to his waist and back. This sharp brother who somehow worked in a foot bath, his technique was indeed on point. Pressing the pressure channel is moderate, but hides a heavy soft strength. Between the rubbing and the moving, the safflower oil medicinal power penetrates into the sinews. Foot path is also Tao? This technique is so fierce. In just a few minutes, Qin Shi was like roasting too close to the fire, sticking to the side of the stove, his skin getting hotter and hotter. Fever is normal. You have a really good physique, your tendons and bones are well distributed, no wonder you are valued by Mr. Liang. Yen Shuang couldn't help but praise him. He had received many guests, and among them, there was no lack of fixed-stage martial artists with quite a high level of life force development. However, a body like Qin Shi's, which was extremely perfect on the inside, combining both explosiveness and flexibility, was by no means unique. It was important to realize that the human body was not symmetrical. Especially during the development process, there were subtle differences in muscles, bones, and even organs. However, through the massage and relaxation just now, Yen Shuang clearly felt that Qin Shi's large tendon distribution and muscle group arrangement were nearly perfect. It was like a human statue carved by a master craftsman. Well proportioned? Qin Shi pondered. Could it be due to the opening of muscle memory? Once this achievement effect was activated, the body felt like it was coming to life, constantly correcting the way the muscles and sinews worked. Yen Shuang's tone contained a smile. After the safflower oil and ointment are applied, I'm going to start exerting myself. Immediately afterward, the clear pain-like bones spreading apart raged on, occupying Qin Shi's brain. Chapter 11 Life is not easy, old brother goes to sea. Mr. Qin, you are consuming the 688 premium set meal. This store supports cash and credit card. Qin Shi changed back into his original clothes and stepped out of the room in a refreshing manner. As a result, when he heard these words from the front desk lady, his pleasant mood was gone. He collapsed his face and turned his head to look at Mr. Liang, who had already finished 2 pots of chrysanthemum tea with free refills and refills. What are you looking at me for? Buy the bill. You want to not pay after having a good time? Eating overbearing food is punishable by a beating. Old Liang was unconcerned, full of the leisurely look of watching the fun. Forget it, there's a reason why it's expensive, just take it as nourishing your body. Qin Shi endured the pain and gritted his teeth to pay. Nearly $700 can let him and the youngest in the school cafeteria to eat a long-time nutritional meal. By the time he got here, it was enough for a back rub, and there weren't any extra services. The front desk lady wore a smile. Sir, since you're a new customer, the store will give you a consumption coupon worth $188. Welcome to come back next time. Only this time. I'm a dog if I come again in the future. Qin Shi tearfully took the consumption coupon and put it into his pants pocket. Thinking about whether he could give it out cheaply to his nemesis Zhou Ning, so that he could get some blood back. Look at this stingy streak of yours. From ancient times to the present, there is no path to vitality development that doesn't cost money. The old era often said that poor literature and rich martial arts is not without reason. As I told you earlier, the path of a martial artist is divided into practicing and fighting. The most important step in the former lies in nourishing the body. Old Liang limped slowly down the second floor, his tone flat. Coil tendon plucking back, 8 segments and 9 sections, qi sense circulation. These paths are all method means of squeezing your body's potential. A car is not strong and firm, and stepping on the gas will only make it scrapped early. If you are a hardy person, you can't avoid the problem of injuring your joints by practicing boxing and damaging your muscles and bones by exercising. Saving is a good habit, but you have to know what money should be spent, What money should not be spent, the good steel on the knife edge. Mr. Liang's intention, Jean sure clear, deep sleep, effect is certainly outstanding, can relieve physical fatigue. But everyday high-intensity exercise brought about by the wear and tear of the muscles and bones, by no means a sleep can be repaired. Under the accumulation of days and months, wait until the years grow older, physical decline, sooner or later outbreak. The gym's gold medal coach also often said that the human body is like a precise and complex machine. If not carefully maintained, it is easy to stiffen and rust, reduced to a piece of scrap iron. Mr. Liang, the reason is this reason. But the 688 package is really beyond the ability, I can't afford to consume. Qinsher shook his head. A while ago he was thinking of working hard to save up enough money for the enrollment fee. By studying hard and exercising desperately, he was able to enhance his vitality. Now that he took a look at it, the commission was excessively naive. Before he even started, just eating nutritional creams, massage and physical therapy, these two expenditures are enough to empty the family's bottom. Big sister gave that huge sum of money, seems to be quite a lot. In fact, if you can spend it vigorously, it won't last half a month. Mr. Liang, I'm so poor now that when I walk down the road and see a finished soda bottle, I want to pick it up and put it in my pocket to sell it for scrap. Qinsher laughed at himself. I know how difficult it is for you. But without input, expect to see a return, is tantamount to daydreaming. Old Liang spoke directly. In this era, as long as the level of life force is high enough, there are countless ways to acquire wealth. Do you know, those heavenly prides who set a specialization at a young age and took the title of martial artist? What are they called by the big groups? Walking veins. It means that if you discover one, you can exchange it for an inexhaustible amount of money and status. I don't have the same conditions as the young masters from Imperial Capital and Haizhou either. Qinsher belly laughed. Immediately, he glanced at the limping old Liang again. This physical education teacher had gray hair, a vicissitude of face, and skin as dark as a laborer's. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to ask something, but did not make a sound. Swallowing back that bit of untimely curiosity, he silently swallowed it back. I know what you want to ask. Old Liang seemed to be aware, looked back to Qinsher, lowered his head to hold his cigarette, and exhaled a long breath. I'm old and crippled, that's why I'm worthless and can only harbor in the 9th middle school as a poor teacher. Kid, before I became a dead cripple, I was actually quite powerful. The most beautiful moment, from the stone Buddha Hilanchan, angry King Kong Ko Yunchao those people, just a little bit short of. Old Liang raised his hand to gesture, his eyes flashed with a bright luster that was completely different from the usual. Dim narrow streets and alleys, red and green colorful and vulgar billboard lights, the rear is staggered in dense residential buildings, as well as from time to time came quarrels and yells barking dogs. In such a scene, the middle-aged man with no success talks about the past. Inexplicably, there is a sense of legend. Old Liang would not be a high-ranking person in the old era of martial arts novels, right? Qinsher muttered. Stone Buddha Hilanchan, angry Vidra Ko Yunchao. These were all primeval prideful sons with a lot of gold. They were also the origin of the Eastern Summer Martial Arts Association's highest honor, the ultimate title that countless martial artists were chasing to crown 10. There's no need to compare. Even a little bit of edge, are very extraordinary. Like in the last life competitive game, ranked to the professional high score of the King of the Road, the top masterpiece brother. Easily overlooking more than 90% of the players. The martial artist itself is the pathway that allows the mortal body to break its shackles time and time again, to break its limits and be reborn. It allows one to metamorphose, transforming you from humble and insignificant gravel dust into the brightest and most dazzling star in the universe. But the premise is that you have to accept countless challenges, just like the coal pressed in the ground is burned, squeezed, through the long years, crystallization growth, cohesion diamond. Lao Liang spoke from the bottom of his heart, the slightly stooped figure of a perennial limp elongated under the street lamp. The sea of stars is very big, magnificent cosmic wonders, driving the mighty war group of the divine machine, wandering in the universe between the family members of the gods. If you can get out of the old factory street, I hope you will not stop easily, and even more so, you will not take the Taiyan metropolitan area, the center city of Henzhou as the endpoint. Qinsher nodded his head silently, and did not make any promises that belonged to a teenager's intention. Having a lofty heart and keeping his feet on the ground, this was what he demanded of himself. As old Liang had said, the star ocean was so large that even the best martial artists in Eastern Xia might not be able to measure it completely with their feet. One step at a time, tamping down the foundation was fine. Every tender youngster who dreams of going to the ends of the earth with a sword ends up canceling their plans because they are shy. Those who say go on the willful generation, most of them are born in Rome, rich brother, rather than the bitter livelihood of the cattle and horses. Drinking too much, the words are a little dense. Tomorrow come over early, morning coil tendon plucking back, catching the sense of chi, familiar with the practice method. In the afternoon, practice boxing and kicking. The old martial arts may not be as good as the new martial arts in other aspects, but they have never lost a fight. Old Liang waved his hand. He has also today found a good seedling, silent for many years, and the heart steeply rose a few points of fire, before so out of sorts. Okay, Mr. Liang. Xinsher was quite regretful, since he was following old Liang to exercise his physical fitness and participate in the old martial arts. There would definitely be no way to take care of the Silver Horse Gym. A painful loss of 12,000. The Youth Palace side, on the contrary, could continue. Once a week to go, as an assistant teacher, cleaning. Not only do you earn 2 daily wages, but you can also dabble in synthetic fast food from the cafeteria. This day, it's finally on track. Saying goodbye to old Liang, Xinsher joyfully walked home. I don't know if it's because Yin Shuang of Jinsher Impression's massage technique is too powerful. Or other reasons. He felt light and refreshed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The whole person was relaxed. Probably, this is the meaning of life, to strive and fly towards a certain goal without having to follow the waves in a confused manner. Xinsher put his hands in his pockets and walked home down the alley. The house was lit, and the youngest Qin Lan, who heard the footsteps, called out. Second brother, is that you? Aha, have you eaten dinner yet? Brought you a grilled chicken rack. Xinsher raised the bag he was carrying. Eating late-night snacks is too guilty, brother. Qin Lan sniffed the tantalizing aroma. His mouth wanted to refuse, but his body was honest. Then I'll eliminate it for you, lest you become a sinner. Xinsher deliberately said this. Don't bring it all, I can't let down brother's intention. Qin Lan, who was a big greedy girl since she was a child, eventually couldn't hold back and grabbed the chicken rack and started gnawing on it. While enjoying it, she didn't forget to draw a pie for Xinsher. Brother, in these few days, my sister will take care of all the bowls and clothes. I won't let you do any work. Xinsher did not take it seriously, walked into his room, changed the sweaty short sleeves and long pants. Throw into the wooden basin outside the house, ready to receive water to scrub. Okay, keep your hands for knocking on the computer, dirty work, or let the one who is a brother do it. He was rummaging through his pockets, and suddenly an object fell out. Squatting next to the chicken rack, chewing, Qin Lan picked up by hand, and then stayed. Brother! When did you go to sea? As the youngest Qin Lan, pinching the jean color impression of 188 yuan coupon. In a blink of an eye, it has been brainstormed that the second brother Xinsher, in order to share the pressure on behalf of the big sister to subsidize the family. Helplessly falling into the devil's den, reduced to a money-making tool of the complex heart process. Can't I just be there to consume? Xinsher was annoyed. Brother, don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. Qin Lan nibbled on the chicken rack as if she could appreciate how hard this food was to come by. She didn't believe that her second brother was so stingy that he could afford to spend money on a massage. If you really want to go this route, my sister can introduce you to clients. Brother, our class several white rich beauty, the most favored beauty tragic strong type of. Do not pull the face. Brother and sister joked and laughed. This beautiful ride on the cool wind of the summer night drifted into the distance. Like a stone falling into the ocean, only splashing a few circles of fine ripples. After washing the clothes, Xinsher went back to the house. The text message flickered and refreshed, presenting itself on the retina. The body is fully nourished. Exercise intensity is fair. Length of formation plus 100. The flesh and blood embryo within the black border seemed to squirm a bit, getting a slight growth. Xinsher swept over the muscle memory, elementary achievement, and his gaze rested on the 20 sets of force exhaustion training. Today, I was dragged by old Liang to eat and massage. I didn't reach the standard, so I can't slack off tomorrow. Chapter 12, Talent, Gap. Primary Achievement, Deep Sleep 3-7. Seeing this illusory line of text, Xinsher felt energized inside. It was as if playing the game steadily, signing in and clocking out, waiting for the rich rewards to be handed out. The anticipation value pulled full. 100 times more energetic every day. In this state, not to mention practicing after old Liang, the old factory street triathlon, delivering takeaways, engaging in express delivery, and driving a taxi, I can withstand it all. The day just dawned. Xinsher nimbly washed up and moved his body. I have to say, the old martial arts does show quick results. It's only been 2 days of exercising, and the results are already immediately visible. Arms, shoulders, waist, and abdomen are like being carved by a carving knife, gradually emerging lines. Shinshir took cold water and wiped his body, putting on clean clothes. The good-looking appearance of the civilized weakness and showiness added a few points of masculine meaning. Tisk, brother, young girls nowadays are most attracted to your kind. A thin muscular boy with broad shoulders and narrow waist, and a little bit more buff from a 1m8 male high sports student, killing power. Shinlan lifted his breakfast, looking at the Shinshir whose temperament was on a higher level. He couldn't help but rub his hands together. If the second brother is properly packaged and dressed, their second sister-in-law reserve will soon be able to expand into a regiment. At that time, sister by brother, no problem. What are you thinking about? Put away your harlotry. Shinshir flexed his fingers and expressionlessly executed a cerebral meltdown, bouncing on Shinlan's glossy forehead. Why do you get up so early? Usually part-time jobs are not at noon. Shinlan deflated his mouth and cried out in pain. Aya, this is the head of the future chief designer of Santan Heavy Industry. What if you break it? Your priority now is to get into college, so don't dream about it. Shinshir looked at his fanatically confident sister and secretly slandered. Puxian girl, really down on her head. Shinlan nibbled on a thin-skinned, meaty, beef-filled bun with a big mouthful. The last part-time job ended long ago. Originally, I was doing quite well, tutoring as a tutor to earn a share, and then helping my kid brother with his homework to earn another share. Unfortunately, there was too much competition, and the other piano teacher kept stealing the orders. That guy not only writes homework, but also practices for the kid's brother to score points, so I can't beat him. The youngest is still furious when she mentions this. Cutting off her financial path, do not share a common day. Sure enough, Rolling Dog is the culprit behind the industry's ecological deterioration. Shinshir gave a thumbs up into the ability to tutor homework, retired on behalf of coaching scoring, able to write in martial arts belongs to is. Then what is your current part-time job? Shinlan bowed his head and gave an honest account. To the elite class of students to write homework. There are so many jerks in the metropolitan area schools that can't finish their daily homework. Especially the rich brothers and sisters whose families have money and want to take the mechanical direction in the future. I help them solve some small problems and earn more than supermarket cashiers and tutors. Shinshir subconsciously frowned with a serious expression. This kind of behavior violates school rules. What if the teacher finds out? Youngest, let's not take the risk. He had studied in the new first middle school's ambitious class for 3 years, and hadn't come into contact with some of the groups in the elite class. He knew that the so-called excellent education and high quality of the rich and powerful families was an unreal illusion. In fact, it is some kind of unreal filter. Rich people may not be all evil, but growing up in a favorable environment under the children, they get things too easy, the cost of unpunished mistakes is too low. With himself and the youngest such as the old factory street workers' children, pressure is not in the same world. If the leakage of the incident, the first object of injury, is bound to be Shinlan. Oh, okay, brother. I'll listen to you. Shinlan obediently sat upright without any perfunctory behavior, nodding her head seriously in agreement. As the youngest in the family, she never lied to her big sister or second brother, and even more so, she never used her young age as an excuse for rebellious ignorance. Shinshir said softly. Don't worry about tuition. Taking a mechanical course is a big expense, but big sister can earn money, and brother will find a way, and can definitely afford to pay for the future Qingong to get into the 4 major national universities and graduate successfully. Shinlan tossed her ponytail and smiled heatedly. I know. My brother is the most capable. I'll just study hard and think of nothing. After breakfast, Shinshir walked out of the house, jogging while thinking to himself. Old Liang said yesterday that as long as the vitality level is high, there's no worry about not having a way to make money. He reckoned that the money given by his big sister hadn't moved much yet. The cram school enrollment fee, let the old Liang waived. But considering the next eating nutritional cream on the foot bath store, are necessary spending. Followed by practicing martial arts, many places of expenditure also have to be set aside in advance. It's too tight to live on part-time jobs alone. Shinshir was pondering about getting money when he was suddenly startled. In the past, I would at most think of looking for Lao Su to pick up a few more part-time jobs to do odd jobs. But nowadays, my restless thoughts are inexplicably stirring. Carrying a sharp weapon, the killing heart arises from itself, when it is really right. Shaking off the cluttered thoughts, Qin Shi's complexion returned to composure. No matter how hard the conditions were, it was impossible for him to embark on the path of no return of breaking the law and committing crimes just because he was trying to get rich. Taking a step back, even if he went to the sea under the impression of Qin Shi, being an old factory streetcar cowboy and eating the soft rice of a rich woman in the metropolitan area was better than being happy with a pair of silver bracelets. Raise your vitality to 10 points and pass the fixed segment exam. Other than that scholarship for the ambitious class will be in hand. Qin Shi punctually entered 9th middle school through the back door. The old Liang people hadn't come yet, but the students from the cram school had almost all arrived. The playground was quite lively, with the lean and unassuming Li Yuan hanging from the bar and doing twists and turns. This new one, he caught the sense of qi yesterday, and old Liang even treated him to a nutritional cream, so it looks like he's ready to focus on cultivation. The good students of the new number 1 middle school are fierce. They can carry the coiled tendons and pull their backs, and they are quick to catch the sense of qi. Probably, old Liang won't put him in a class with us. Xia Yuqing's eyes were full of envy. Mr. Liang's teaching style in the 9th middle school was simple. He would teach you to whatever step you could practice to. Coiling tendons and pulling out the back, he and Li Yuan tried it once and it didn't work. Even if you grit your teeth and hold on, it's useless. Exhausted to the next day, people lay in bed and could not get up. Forced to rest and recuperate for a few days, the lessons were less than worth it. Catching qi sense is even more hopeless. This step was too esoteric, as if asking a blind man to accurately describe the scene in front of him was as difficult as heaven. How unfair! Li Yuan said indignantly. It's not like we didn't try hard, but we just couldn't learn. He is good, 2 days to start. Ah Ching, you say, why is the gap so big? Maybe the reason for the bottle of soda, and perhaps also live in the Baogong Street, half a neighborhood. Xia Yucheng had a good impression of Qin Shi. Okay, far brother. Old Liang said, there are always some people in this world, born with extraordinary talent. Think about it, the threshold of the new number 1 middle school in the metropolitan area is so high that you can't just spend money to get in. What's more, his family's circumstances are very average. Getting into the Hongji class by his own ability, how impressive. Li Yuan let out a breath, let go of his hands, and landed on his feet. God really doesn't make any sense at all. Xia Yucheng consoled. Between people, there is indeed a gap, so what can be done? Envious, this dude practiced for a few more days, I guess he will be able to catch up with our progress. Old Liang's method, hard as it is, but as long as you learn it, the vitality boost will be fierce. Speaking of which, isn't Z's side recruiting, why don't we just introduce him over there? Li Yuan's face showed hesitation. Him? Can he be trusted? Brother Zhe wants true brothers who dare to fight. Li Yuan and Xia Yuqing are the standard children of workers, and have been hanging out on the streets since they were young. Perennial haunts billiard halls, video halls, game halls and other places, know a lot of social big brother. This buddy is not better than our family situation, my sister in the metropolitan area to go to school, my sister driving a truck. If not, no way to go. Who wants to overdraw the body, follow the old Liang learn boxing? Xia Yuqing stomped his feet to warm up, smiling. West of Baiguan Street, Boss Zhe is number 1. If he follows Boss Zhe, it's better than going down the mines and working as a laborer in the future, right? The best way out of the old factory street is just to enter the factory. Li Yuan didn't reply and said sullenly. Wait and see for a few more days, although he has talent in practicing kung fu, but the physical quality and combat ability is not the same thing. When it comes to the real thing, he may not be able to beat us. Brother Zhe's requirements for recruiting fighters are not low. Chapter 13, New Skill, Battle Recall. Gather. Old Liang blew the whistle hanging around his neck, the sharp whistling sound gathering the scattered students together. Led by Li Yuan and Xia Yucheng, they stood in 2 rows according to their height. This is the new cadet, Qin Shi. He's like you all, he's the son and daughter of employees from Old Factory Street, so let's get to know each other. After Old Liang briefly made the introduction, he began to arrange the training content. Old rules, first run 10 laps, time limit 40 minutes. The last place will have 5 laps. Practice standing stakes and holding frames later. Punching, pace, and stance, we've taught you almost enough these days, so we'll conduct a practical test later. Wow! The crowd surged towards the playground, all of them pulling their legs and running wildly. Old Liang's methods were well known to everyone, and students were punished without mercy for their mistakes. Ninth middle school is not like the metropolitan area schools. Even if the stubborn pricks received a few slaps, will be cleaned up obediently. The idea of going back to the parents is not good enough for Old Factory Street either. Worker families have always had a very simple sense of trust in their teachers. Therefore, those who once followed the old Liang early drop out of the punks, even if they did not study. When they saw him again, it was as if they had encountered a living king of hell, and they avoided him. You stay. Old Liang called out to Qin Shi. After catching the chi sense, ordinary physical exercise is of no use to you, tapping the potential is too inefficient. Let's continue to coil the tendons in the morning, and this time, stick to them until they run out before we can rest. The sun was high in the sky and the heat was unbearable. 40 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. Standing under the blazing sun, Qin Shi's expression was distorted, sweating like rain, and his skin was as red as a boiled prawn. The large tendons hidden in his body pulsed, driving his muscles to tremble violently. It was obvious that he was consuming enormous physical strength every second. Coil tendons are very important. The large tendons in the human body enhance blood circulation and bone density during stretching. Over time, your skeleton that holds up the skin and flesh becomes denser and heavier. This is what the old martial arts often referred to as bone-heavy tendon spirit. When you achieve this step, you will be able to hit people with extra pain, and one punch will be worth 10 punches from your opponent. Old Liang did not hide anything and gave Qin Shi a small lesson in public. He had spoken about these contents countless times. The old martial arts were never on paper, it was useless to just listen to them, one had to comprehend the meaning and practice to the depths. Old Liang opened his mouth and asked, what do you feel now? The top is numb and itchy, and the bottom is sore and swollen. Qin Shi clenched his teeth, and as he stood longer, the hot stream in his body became clearer. This time, the sensation came quickly. Just 10 minutes out, the chi sensation was caught, just unable to form a complete loop. Every time he tried to ensure that his breathing was coherent, it would become disorganized due to his lack of physical strength. This caused the subtle chi sensation that had been captured to be interrupted. That's right. Old Liang was greatly satisfied. From an earthworm ambling in the mud, molting into a snake and python, and finally transforming into a dragon and soaring to the heavens. It will not be easy. Continue, practice for another 10 minutes. Old Liang is so cruel. Really drilled me to death. Qin Shi cursed in his heart. Without the deep sleep, buff and muscle memory, strengthening effect, he might not be able to carry this kind of devilish training. The 2 daily nutritional creams weren't spent in vain, and the enrollment fee wasn't waived for nothing. This kid, placed in the old era, was born with good muscles and bones. With a little more grinding, raising an ape arm, waist, mantis leg won't be a problem. Watching Qin Shi suffer, old Liang was very happy. Among the old martial arts training methods, practicing the muscles and bones is an indispensable and crucial part. But not everyone could endure it. The pain of stretching tendons, the pain of tearing, and the friction of bones and joints, as if cut by knives and cones, are not pleasant. These torments, which are almost like a cool physical punishment, stimulate the brain over and over again, making it impossible to concentrate and raising the fear of difficulty. Therefore, the old martial arts only pick good seedlings. The so-called 100 seedlings into a plant, 1,000 trees alone in the sky. This is how it is. In comparison, the new martial arts are much gentler. High-level cultivation halls, large groups of clubs, often equipped with dozens of hundreds of people in the medical team. Through a variety of technological means, such as nutritional supplements, electromagnetic physiotherapy, high-energy slow-release liquid, and so on, to carefully regulate the body system. Both reduce the risk of injury, but also to ensure that the vitality of the steady growth. As for the drawbacks, it is very plain and simple. For big words, poor pussy get lost. This kind of high-intensity physical exercise lasted for 4 days. Qin Shi left home every morning and came back in the evening, tired as a dead dog. From 40 minutes of coiling tendons and pulling out the back, it was extended to 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. From catching the chi sensation, it became guiding the operation, ensuring more than 2 small circumference cycles. Old Liang was relentless, fully squeezing every bit of potential from Qin Shi's body. Striving to make the nutrient creams he ate, all of them were transformed into dense life force. There's no such thing as a free lunch under the sky, that's really true. If it were Zhou Ning, the pack would have been practiced by old Liang to the point of foaming at the mouth and fainting on the spot. In the bedroom of the shanty on Baogong Street, Xinsher opened the cabinet to take out his clothes and glanced at the equilibrium mirror embedded inside. The silhouette in the mirror, muscular, tight skin, well-proportioned body, every line is just right. Click, click, click. Xinsher gently launched his fist and clenched it, his bones slightly rattling. The sinews of his arms and shoulders were like cowhide, instantly rising up. In a previous life, to get such results, one would have to go through at least 2.5 years of hard training. And it was a specialized bodybuilding that strictly controlled the diet and followed the muscle building process. In just under a week, the current me can beat the previous 2 me. The daily coiled tendons and open back, catching the chi sense, allowed Xinsher's physical fitness to grow extremely fast. The joints stretched, the bones stretched, and the tendons lengthened. All the changes caused him to jump up a notch in size, coming to around 1.82 meters. The old martial arts can indeed transform the human body, and the change in body shape is not small. The shoulders are wider, the back is thicker, and the shark muscles have been practiced. Xinsher briefly admired a few glances and casually put on a loose t-shirt to cover this good body. The black-bordered monument panel unfolded, and after the effort of exploding his liver, the progress of the achievement was encouraging. Elementary achievement Deep Sleep 7.7. Primary achievement Muscle Memory 61%? I wonder what skills I can unlock. Xin rubbed his hands together in anticipation, focusing his full attention on the monument panel. As the conditions were reached, the gray stone monument, which was originally like a small dirt bag, turned into a white granite all over, transmitting a hard, solid, and peculiar meaning. Immediately afterward, a waterfall of text messages quickly refreshed. Intermediate achievement Deep Sleep. Deep sleep, it's good to be young and fall asleep. The growth stage of any creature cannot be separated from sufficient rest, let alone you, a still developing embryonic seed. Characteristics: you will no longer face insomnia and will be able to recover more physical energy and stamina through shorter sleep periods, your immune system is restructured, and your resistance to viruses is increased tremendously. Advancement route: maintaining a good work and rest routine is essential, and can be upgraded again if you insist on going to bed early and getting up early for 30 days. Never lose sleep, quickly return to full energy bar, and add a gain buff similar to 100 diseases. Perfect. Xinsher nodded, satisfied. For creatures like humans, close to a third of their life journey is spent in sleep. If this portion of time was shortened, one would be able to perform more physical exercises. Like the achievement of muscle memory, it required more than 20 sets of strength training per day. However, because one needed to follow Old Liang to practice and stand on stakes, the various classes were so full that it was difficult to complete them on time and in quantity. Unlocked skill, Battle Retrospect. Effect: capture every detail of the opponent, zoom in on every movement of the opponent, and look for breaks and winning opportunities from it. If it's an instant skill, it's awesome. Halfway through a battle, when it's suddenly activated, wouldn't it be the same as a time stop? Xinsher's eyes flashed as his thoughts diverged. In the next moment, he mobilized his spirit and tried to apply the unlocked new skill. Several seconds passed with no response. The fantasized, slow-motion scene of entering bullet time did not appear. Too bad, it looks like a passive trigger. Xinsher pressed down his regret, and his gaze returned to the updated data panel. Anchor point, Xinsher. Growth stage, embryo. Progress, 0.009%. Number of monuments, Deep Sleep Intermediate, Muscle Memory Elementary. Skill, Battle Recall. The effort was not in vain. Deep Sleep has risen a level, its progress has increased a bit, and it has also unlocked a new skill. Xinsher silently pondered whether the string of numbers representing the embryo's growth progress was linked to vitality. If so, wouldn't it mean that he had developed his life force to 9 points in such a short period of time? There must be a way to do a comprehensive test, or to know the current level of vitality. If it is exactly 9 points, it will prove that I have indeed made great progress, and passing the amateur level's fixed section exam will be within my reach. Chapter 14: Holding the Frame, Fighting. Old Liang sat under the shade of a tree, holding up a bottle and tilting his head to drink water while explaining to the students the do's and don'ts of the fixed section examination. There are just 2 contents. The first test is the degree of life force development, to see if you have reached the appropriate point units. This is one of them. The second is, naturally, ring fighting. Xinsher listened especially attentively. He had specialized in understanding, but also specially consulted the lecturer with the Hongji class. He learned that the difficulty of the amateur level's fixed stage examination was not very great. From the lowest 9 dan to 7 dan, the Wushu Association did not set too harsh conditions. The vast majority of people could reach the passing level after 3 to 5 years of hard work. The reason why die-hard friends Zhou Ning and Qin Shi weren't sure about passing the test lay in the fact that the high school curriculum was relatively tight. The life-enhancing physical fitness and fighting classes didn't start until the second year of high school, once or twice a week. The rest were general education classes such as history and language. It's hard to improve just by taking classes. There are less than a handful of students in the new first middle school's ambitious class who have passed the finalized section exam. Qin Shi silently lamented that only elite class students from superior families could manage to stay ahead of the starting line. They started laying the foundation from elementary middle school and received private tutoring after enrolling in high school. By the time they were in their senior year of high school and doing their college planning, these top students of the elite class would breathlessly rush to the 8th or even 7th stage of the amateur level. Become the schoolmasters that make the ambitious class look up to them. The metropolitan area calls this educational investment. Qin Shi gathered his divergent thoughts and returned his attention to old Liang. Ring fighting tests your actual combat ability, like Super Tier 1 executive rising stars, may use bionic robots to accurately take the power of your punches, hit parts, and make a comprehensive judgment. We do not have this treatment in Hangzhou, mostly from the local martial arts association chapter. Select a moderate-age amateur 9-dan martial artists, in a prescribed period of time for physical confrontation. Xia Yuqing raised his hand to ask a question. If one is very rich, is it possible to bribe the examiner to release water and easily complete the exam? Old Liang lowered his head and smiled. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Although the examination room is an undisclosed enclosed environment, there is electronic monitoring and real-time video recording, and an examiner, a referee, and a clerk will be dispatched to supervise the three parties. However, there are always loopholes in the rules, and the world is not short of smart people who know how to exploit them. Some years ago, when martial artists first emerged, like the citizens of the metropolitan areas of Haizhou and Yuzhou, they didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money, purchasing tickets for Star Sea voyages, and bringing their children all the way to our Hangzhou to participate in the fixed section exams. What great cosmic era of high school immigrants! This cost is also too big. The corner of Qin Shi's mouth pulled. One should know that an economy class ticket for a long-distance voyage on the Star Sea sells for a minimum of around $150,000. It was equivalent to a latest Rex SUV from the Taiyan metropolitan area and 3 years rent for a high-class apartment in the center. As for the Long Shangji nutritional cream, it was enough for him to eat and throw away a box. Make it hard to build. However, after the reform of the Martial Arts Association, such phenomenon is severely cracked down. Top-tier institutions like the Four Nationals will now launch a round of retests on the candidates' vitality segment. Besides, this level of dedication is all about hitting the amateur second and first segments, trying to touch the threshold of the full-time level so that they can pick up the title of Budokai. It has little to do with you guys. Old Liang poured cold water. The numerous children's schools on Old Factory Street, not to mention the amateur one paragraph. The top students who were set to 5 dan hadn't been seen for a number of years. You guys have rested enough. In these few days of actual combat sparring, the best performers are still Li Yuan and Xia Yuqing. The two of them at least know how to throw punches, how to dodge, how to take the holds and stances I taught them, and skillfully apply them. Old Liang stood up, like a tiger patrolling his territory, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of 9th middle school students. Li Yuan, Xia Yuqing, step out. You guys will learn the fighting style from me later, and the rest, according to the original grouping, practice in pairs. Li Yuan sat in the front row, his face beaming with joy. Finally, I can learn how to fight. Bring up your vitality and enhance your fighting strength, and you'll definitely be appreciated by Brother Zay. He asked his family for money to enroll in Old Liang's cram school for this. If you can't get into the metropolitan area and can't afford to go to a good university, you want to gain a foothold in Old Factory Street. Either sell your labor or sell your life. But without a good job, even if you work hard and sell your life, you still can't escape the bitter fate of being a cow or a horse. Brother Yuan, when practicing, lighten up, my fists are not as heavy as yours, and I'll have to get down after a few hits. Xia Yuqing was equally excited. He knew that he wasn't the kind of gifted brother with talent like Qin Shi. He knew that he wasn't the kind of talented brother Qin Shi was. How much more effort he put into practicing the method, his achievements would be limited. Even if he squeezed himself like crazy and stayed up until he was 30 or 40 years old when his physical ability declined, he might not be able to break through the 20-point vitality mark. That's why it was more practical to learn how to fight, and the usefulness was more obvious. You too remember to keep safflower oil and bruise medicine on hand. The risk of injury from hitting is high. If you want to learn how to hit people, first learn to take a beating. Old Liang finished mentioning and prepared to take Li Yuan and Xia Yuqing to the training room. He glanced at Qin Shi out of the corner of his eye. You also come over. In the tree of old martial arts, the practicing method is the root and the fighting method is the main trunk. When the roots are strong and the main trunk is weak, growth is slow. On the other hand, if the main trunk is strong and the roots are poor, it won't go far. When the wind blows, it will fall, and can't withstand being broken. It's best to go hand in hand. Qin Shi nodded and nimbly followed. Nearly a week of intense workouts had made his life force more and more intense, with a sense of fullness that was so energetic that it was about to overflow. During this period, he saw the rest of the cram school students, each of them feverishly practicing against each other. His heart was also eager to try, but he was never given permission. It's not easy, Lao Liang finally let go. You must practice and fight with both hands. When school starts, there will be a qualitative leap in grades. Qin Shi was combative and full of confidence. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the training room. Inside was spacious, nearly 100 square meters, with black sandbags of various weights hanging around. There were many large baskets piled up in the corners. Inside were disposable protective gear and wooden sticks and bamboo swords. You two just practice as usual. Old Liang exchanged a sentence while looking at Qin Shi. Look carefully at their holds. Li Yuan has long legs, a thin body, fast speed, and sharp movements, so what he uses is the 8-arm stance. The hands are elevated, focusing on the protection of the upper body, and the center of gravity is moderate, which facilitates dodging and counterattacking. Qin Shi listened attentively, both eyes staring straight at Li Yuan, who had put on his protective gear, trying to memorize the stance. The 8-arm stance mainly attacks with punches, elbows, and knees, and once you're brought into his rhythm, you'll have to endure a storm of blows. At the same time, the disadvantages are obvious. It can't cope with close wrestling and is only suitable for hitting at medium to long distances. If you encounter this situation, you must find a way to harden against the offense and close in to breakthrough. Old Liang was worthy of being a fighting expert who had participated in the Gunstar Cup, with a sharp eye and unique analysis. After speaking about Li Yuan, he pointed to Xia Yuqing. Cheng is in the military stance, with the backhand fist placed on the jaw, the front arm bent at 90 degrees, both elbows down, and both legs pressed down. This stance combines both offense and defense, kicking from a distance, hitting close to the body, and wrestling close to the body, and has almost no weaknesses. However, it requires the fighter to master kicking techniques and wrestling techniques. Qin Shi absorbed the knowledge while practicing against Li Yuan and Xia Yuqing's actual combat. He subconsciously mimicked the holding frame movements, thinking about how to defend and how to attack. Your tendons and bones are twisted into a rope when you exert force. Try to maintain the kind of rhythm of the catching chi sense, where the breath and the movement match each other. Old Liang was quite strict, and even though Qin Shi had never been exposed to basic holds and fighting stances, he did not relax his requirements. This was the expectation and trust of a good teacher for a good seedling. Each offensive stance, defensive stance, can be broken down into 7 or 8 movement variations. Not only do you have to memorize them, but you also have to be familiar with the moves, seize the moment, and make an offensive or defensive judgment. After really getting his hands on it, Qin Shi realized that hitting wasn't any easier than practicing. There were too many elements involved, and one had to put in a great deal of effort if they wanted to cultivate it into their body's instincts. Li Yuan, it took Xia Yuqing half a month to practice decently. I don't know how long it will take. Qin Shi calmed his mind and did not deliberately try to go fast, starting from the most basic steps, punches and power. Staying alone in the corner, he repeatedly practiced the in and out movements, and then upgraded to sudden progress and backward steps when he became proficient. Fortunately, he strengthened a wave of physical fitness through the old martial arts practice. Physical fitness far exceeded that of the cram school students and fully supported this kind of exertion. Has completed a set of force exhaustion training? Length of formation plus 50. Chapter 15, Brother Talent, you want to get beaten up. Chang, how about a bet? Inside the training room, Li Yuan, who had taken off his protective gear, suddenly opened his mouth. Bet on what? Xia Yuqing was rubbing safflower oil on his elbows and calves, the places he had bumped into. During the actual battle, the intensity of physical confrontation far exceeds the usual exercise. In order to ensure the effect, both sides will communicate in advance and try to play at full strength. It is not a gym specifically hired to accompany the trainer, purely beaten to feed the move. But this way the risk of injury is greater. Guess how long it takes for gifted brother to learn the most basic fighting style? It can take a long time for the two of us to integrate the basic punches, kicks, and footwork. Li Yuan clasped his arms with both hands and glanced sideways at Qinshi, who was practicing his moves with a single stroke. His heart was rather unfavorable. In less than 2 hours, this guy was able to master the rhythm of the offense in a decent manner. The physical talent was too outstanding. Worthy of being a talented brother. Look at this sudden advance and retreat, offensive and defensive awareness, how well it's pinpointed. Xia Yuqing stared carefully for a while and shook his head. I train more than 7 hours a day and insisted on 3 days to have this caliber of him now. This dude does have talent. I guess he'll be able to learn the basic fighting style in 4 or 5 days. If you want to get the hang of it, it's a bit harder. At least put in enough hard work for 7 or 8 days. Old martial arts striking is usually divided into 2 steps, one called the brain will know, and the other called the hand will also know. The meaning of the former is obvious. Like fists, legs, and footwork, these 3 basic stances combined could be broken down into hundreds of movements one by one. Coupled with the transformation of offense and defense, and the articulation of each other, it was quite complex. Wanting to completely memorize and achieve proficiency was not that easy. And just because the brain knows it, it doesn't mean the hands know it. For the body to memorize those movements and then develop instincts, it is at least in units of months. If the physical quality is nearly as good, it might even be measured in years. Xia Yuqing was filled with emotion. It's not like you haven't seen the powerful fighters that Zay recruited, although the level of life force development is not high, but the offense is fierce as hell. We'll be successful if we go up there and can hold out for 10 seconds. The road of the boxer, not so good to go. Do not train hard for 3 to 5 years, which have the opportunity to get ahead. Li Yuan skimmed his lips. Not necessarily. When I practice for a while, I'm sure I can catch up with them. Chang, do you want to bet or not? The loser will treat you to a massage and order a 188-set meal. Xia Yuqing teased. Brother Yuan, why do you keep thinking about going to Jinshi impression? Do you have your eye on number 18? Okay, I'll bet for 3 days that gifted brother's playing style is introductory and ruthlessly amazes old Liang. Li Yuan shook his head. Too optimistic. No matter how good the physical quality is, muscles don't grow brains. If you want to get started, start in 5 days, even if you eat nutritional cream all the time, plus old Liang gives you a small stove. In the latter sentence, Li Yuan spoke with determination and extreme certainty. People are not made of iron, the body will be tired, the spirit will be tired. Even if one practiced to the death regardless, it was impossible to achieve a substantial breakthrough from 0 to 1 in a short period of time. Xia Yuqing shrugged his shoulders. Let's wait and see. Anyway, it's only one time for the 188 package, but you can't sneakily add bells off our brother. As the sun moved westward, the evening sunlight of the summer was majestic and warm, as if broken gold pierced through the clouds and gilded on the low silhouette of the 9th Middle School's teaching building. Qinshi was not aware that someone had taken him as a bet. His slightly lax gaze passed through his soaked hair, and bean-sized beads of sweat dripped onto the floor. His chest was like a pulled bellows, driving short breaths that expelled heat outside his body, creating a smoke like pale white vapor. Fighting was too much of a physical drain. Old era's popular martial arts novels, the kind where the supreme masters fought for days and nights. Putting it in old Liang's place, it should be incomprehensible. Any martial artist who wanted to keep their muscles tight and their tendons always firing. Soon it would be exhausted and fatigued and difficult to support. Just like doing strength training, it is inevitably easier to get tired than aerobic, a reason. The burden on the body caused by the two was not of the same magnitude at all. Thinking about it this way, it's quite scientific for Ultraman to exhaust his energy after a few minutes of fighting. Qinshi felt that his chest was also about to light up a red light. The whole 2 hours of high-intensity practice had made his body long exceed the load. The lungs were like fire, every breath was vaguely throbbing, arms, thighs, feet, all the muscles were red and engorged with blood. This was the limit that was approached after exhaustion over and over again. The text messages of the monument panel surfaced on the retina from time to time. It flashed like an indicator light, telling Qinshi the results of this day's training. 1 set of force exhaustion training has been completed. Length of achievement plus 50. Completed a set of exhaustion training. Length plus 50. There were as many as 7 or 8 entries. Today's training volume is really pulling full weight. From now on, I'll use the hitting method to deliver the upgrade conditions for the muscle training achievement. It's much more effective than practicing the method. Qinshi took a big breath and did intermittent rest in the meantime. The open window swept in a cool breeze that was unexpectedly soothing on the sweaty young flesh. If you find the right power position and put the movements in one go, you can recycle them over and over again through muscle memory until they become instinctive. Unfortunately, the length of my practice is too short. A few hours of dedication is completely insufficient to make more progress. Shinshir silently pondered on how to better utilize the achievement unlocked by the Monument of Plenty. He appropriately kept unleashing muscle memory, optimizing the power routes of his punches and the movement postures of his advances and retreats in attack and defense over and over again. The effect was remarkable. It proved that this method was feasible. It would be good if someone accompanied the training. In that case, the offense and dodging are more realistic and exercise the reflexes more. Shinshir thought about it and his eyes condensed, seemingly making a decision. When his heart rate dropped, he directly walked towards the other corner of the training room. 2. Students, can you do me a favor? Li Yuan and Xie Yuqing, who had just finished the second round of practical training, stopped their movements in unison. The two of them did not expect that Brother Talent would actually take the initiative to come over and strike up a conversation. After all, the new first middle school and the ninth middle school, the metropolitan area and the old factory street, what kind of intersection could there be? Dude, what's up? Just say it. Xiaoyu became a more lively person, sociable, with anyone can chat a couple sentences, the first to give a response. We're all half classmates, we should help each other. Shinshir paused slightly to organize his language. I want to have an actual battle with the two of you to practice. Xie Yuqing froze. No, buddy, you haven't gotten started in fighting. The two of us have been following old Liang for half a month, so how bad would it be to injure you if our punches aren't light or heavy later? Shinshir's face was sincere as he explained. I think it's okay to try. Practicing alone, I always have a bad grasp of the rhythm of attack and defense, and there's no way for me to fully concentrate. If there is an opponent, it should be better. Xie Yuqing's brows furrowed and he was about to say something, but he was stopped by Li Yuan, who coldly refused. Sorry, can't help you. If you want to find a chaperone, go to a gym or a cultivation center. We paid to attend old Liang's cram school to enhance our life force, we didn't intend to do part-time work. Although Li Yuan didn't like this new trainee much, especially after knowing that Shinshir was enrolled in the metropolitan area's new first middle school, he was able to get a clear picture of the general situation. This kid was obviously highly regarded by old Liang, and if he injured the other party in the actual combat practice, the one who would take the responsibility would be himself. There was no need to get into trouble and be punished because of his inner displeasure. Mr. Xie just said that we should help each other. How about this, I'll treat the two of you to Long Shangji's nutritional cream, and the two of you will instruct me on my fighting style, okay? Shinshir was not annoyed and remained sincere. Let's get to the point and learn from the old era's martial arts schoolmasters and take a hand. Has Brother Talent gone crazy? Is his brain filled with muscles? Is he that desperate for a beating? The two men looked at each other in disbelief. Brother Yuan, the nutritional cream is too hard to eat, I'm not interested, you do it. Don't hit too hard, take it easy. Xie Yuqing could see that Li Yuan was a bit moved, and directly gave the opportunity away. At the same time, he also made a reminder, don't really hurt Shinshir and make old Liang angry. Okay, I know the measure, help him put on the protective gear. Li Yuan nodded. A box of nutritional cream was several tens of dollars, not cheap. It belonged to the light luxury daily necessities that the students of the ninth middle school could not afford to consume. It was enough to impress any student in the cram school. Shinshir put on the protective gear, head, neck, chest, abdomen, hands and feet joints are wrapped. He and Li Yuan took more than 10 paces away from each other, and each of them assumed a holding position. Xie Yuqing stood outside the arena, acting as an amateur referee. Let's teach him a lesson. Let him know that getting into the metropolitan circle is no big deal, and don't be high and mighty just because you have a few talents. Li Yuan clenched his knuckles and shook his neck to relax his muscles, thinking about how many moves he should use to defeat his opponent. Swish! Before the thoughts were finalized, Shinshir was the first to attack, his feet jolted forward and his figure swayed in front of him. Directly a left jab rushed his face. Chapter 16 Brains can do it, hands can do it? I'll go. Brother Gifted really does not talk about martial arts. Outside the arena, Xie Yuqing's mouth twitched. After he shouted start, his voice didn't even land. Shinshir, who had set up his hold, leaped out like a sharp arrow. Is this the result of 2 hours of training? It's too fierce. Li Yuan's eyelids fluttered, his pupils tightened, and his relaxed muscles instantly tensed. Luckily, he reacted in time and hastily dodged with a sideways slide. This jab was unexpected, and it was completely impossible to tell that he was a newcomer to zero-based fighting. At least in terms of stance, Xinshi's kind of light and swift patting alternation was extremely skillful. Otherwise, it was impossible to violently explode in an instant and force his way directly in front of him. Almost turned over in the gutter, letting Ah Chang see the joke. Li Yuan was quite annoyed and dodged the jab. Without thinking, he directly went for Xinshi's wrist. The long and thick knuckles were rooted through and through, infused with strong force, as if they were iron hoops clasped in death. The action was so fast that it didn't seem to go through the brain. This was the sense of attack and defense that was gradually developed over several days of practice and learning the fighting style. Attacking or defending out of instinct, without any hesitation. In the old era martial arts world, this was called practicing kung fu to the bone. This is also the reason why in the martial arts industry, it is very taboo to be hit from behind on the shoulder, touching the wrist. As the saying goes, when kung fu is practiced, it comes from the heart. Some taboo behavior will let the practitioner subconsciously launch counterattack. But where the force is not confiscated, on the spot to be tumbled to the ground, bumped into the brain, small life will be lost. Old Liang taught the scattered hands. Xinshi felt a pain in the wrist. Retraction is not enough, the whole arm seems to be twisted into a twist, the whole body is locked, frozen in place and cannot move. This is a common enemy control maneuver within the fighting method. If you don't know how to deal with it and forcefully fight against it, either your wrist bone will be broken or you will get down on the spot. Fortunately, my big tendons are strong enough. Practicing the method to get started quickly. Xinshi had long since mobilized his muscle memory to catch that trace of chi sensation. Huffing and puffing. Tiny hot streams swirled around in the body, flowing through the inner skin, abruptly erupting. Snap. It seemed that a layer of flesh membrane violently filled up and rose up, like a rubber ball connected to a pump. Steeply rising about half a circle. Immediately afterward, Xinshi's shoulders powered up, his arms shook, and he stiffly broke free from Li Yuan's grip. This person, is he really just learning how to fight? Li Yuan's tiger's mouth was slightly numb, and his 5 fingers unconsciously loosened. Xinshi's wrist was like a violently flung thick snake python at the critical moment, and there was an unmanageable feminine strength that shook him away. Through the initial confrontation, one could tell that this kid's physical quality was far above his own. What's the use of having a lot of strength, you have to be able to send it out as well. Li Yuan's arm was thrown away, his center of gravity shifted, and his stance was unsteady, as if he was about to fall. Just as Xinshi was about to pounce, he instead took a deep breath, collapsed at the waist, grasped the ground with the palms of his feet, clasped his toes, and used his left leg as support as his right leg popped out steeply. The powerful sweeping kick went straight for Xinshi's head. This is the most important point in judging a fighter's strength and testing their power. The transition between offense and defense. Even the best fighters have limited stamina. In a fierce fight, you can't always be the one who initiates the offense. If you want to beat your opponent completely, you have to know when to defend and when to attack, and keep the rhythm steady. This was the small success of the fighting style. It's too fast. Xinshi's heart tightened as his naked eye caught the incoming sweeping kick. But when he wanted to retreat and dodge, it was already too late. The movement couldn't keep up with the reaction. He could only raise his hands as fast as he could and protect his head. Boom! His body lurched, like a knockdown bowling bottle, and slammed heavily into the soft mat. So this is what it feels like to be hit. Xinshi bounced twice and rolled a few meters away, his head buzzing. Due to the protective gear he was wearing, as well as his hands blocking and unloading the force, he did not suffer any substantial injuries. After a few seconds, shaking off that short-lived dizziness, he stood up again. "Dude, are you alright?" Xia Yuqing asked hesitantly. That kick of Brother Yuan's counted as an offensive killing move of the 8-armed hold. Obviously, he felt that he couldn't hold his face when he didn't take down Xinshi in one move, and he was furious. Fong only exerted it. "I'm fine. Brother Yuan's offense and defense is too good. I was thinking of getting rid of the takedown, so I went along with the top knee, rushed forward, and fought with you in close quarters. I didn't expect to be seized by you in turn, a strike KO off," Xinshi said with gusto. Just now, when he fought with Li Yuan, just in the moment of victory and defeat, his adrenaline surged. It made him find the exciting thrill of trying extreme sports in his last life. Practical combat training was indeed more enjoyable than building a foundation on his own. If the monument panel could display the experience bar. A line of text message should have popped up for this quickly concluded battle. You have a fighting spirit of +50 after a good fight. One more time, brother Far. Help me find my offensive rhythm. Chinshur was as activated as he was, and couldn't wait to extend the invitation. He tried to fight a few more rounds to facilitate the subsequent use of battle recall to deepen his impression. Did I kick him in the head? Li Yuan was a bit stunned. He had thought that after receiving such a heavy kick, Chinshur should have been infuriated and shrugged off his face. Unexpectedly, the other party as nothing happened, pulling himself to continue to start practicing. Xia Yucheng persuaded. Xin students, let it go. In the ninth school Far brother he hit the best practice. You have not even started, the gap between the two is too big. Chinshur shook his head, probably because he had lived two lives. The excessive self-esteem of a teenager was not reflected in him. As long as one could gain progress and learn from it, eating a few punches and kicks was not much of a hindrance. How could there be practicing martial arts without getting beaten up or injured? Even if he were to be replaced by the first-generation martial god Fei Haishan who stood at the most overwhelming and pinnacle of Eastern Xia a long time ago. When he was a child, he was still chased by the rural geese and cried a lot, and later on, he even wrote it into his autobiography as an anecdote. From then on, the funny story of the goose martial god's level of combat power was circulated. If you want to be able to stand it, you can continue. Hearing the other party call himself Brother Yuan, Li Yuan was inexplicably happy in his heart, but his tone on the surface was flat. Your offense has too many holes, you can't go all out with your punches, you have to keep about 3 to 5 points, lest your opponent catches an opening. Let's do it this way, this time I attack, you defense, to see you hold the frame guard firmly or not. Chinshur, since there is no excuse, he keenly perceived that this Far brother, his attitude towards himself seems to be a little better. The next hour. The dull sound of sandbags crashing to the ground constantly echoed in the training room. Gifted brother is truly worthy of being the legendary king of endurance training. Being dropped and beaten by brother Yuan in various ways, he still managed to climb up. In my place, I would have rested after 5 or 6 times. Xia Yucheng leaned against the window wall and sked. 100 dozens of pounds of physical immobility to be dry tumbled to the ground, even if not knocked and touched, but also can be shaken apart the skeleton. Doesn't this kid ever get tired? It feels like he can fight me for a day. Li Yuan in the arena was slightly out of breath. Compared to Xia Yucheng who was watching, he was more able to appreciate Chinshur's tenacity. As well as that mind-blowing rate of progress. From being abused as a human machine in the beginning, with a maximum of 3 attacks before he could be knocked out. Then to now, having to put forth 100% of his concentration and experience, fighting to deal with it with all his might. Ah Chung hasn't been this terrifying even after practicing with me for so many days. It feels like I'm like a leveling stake, and every time, I can make this kid gain experience. Li Yuan inwardly wondered, but on the surface, he maintained his image as the #1 expert in the cram school, once again breaking Chinshur's defensive hold and faintly instructing. To judge your opponent's moves, don't look at his hands. Unless the life force breaks through 20 points, it's hard for a regular person's reaction to keep up with the speed of the punch and capture the trajectory of the punch. You have to keep an eye on your opponent's shoulders. All moves rely on the power of the arm joints. PBC with the S-line W forbidden no turn of this O text Z file G6H less than Q2 HWJ5 or 0 pave 8 Z F85 AU1 EAR 5 hashtag 5W4 Y% FR7C6 LAKFK $5 low 8S.0.P8 U% 68 HFQPFRWFX6FD hashtag 33C17K64CB9ZBCN. I seem to be able to, Brother Yuan. Chinshur was enlightened, many points Lao Liang had said to him. However, if you want to really memorize it, you have to practice it over and over again. The brain will, the hand will not be of any use. Li Yuan snickered, read in this Far brother on the part. He set up 8 arms posture, the palms of the feet pressure on the ground, the center of gravity leaning forward, intends to let Chinshur see what is the ferocious attack of the wind and rain. His legs were interlaced, and he sprinted as if he was running wildly, bringing up gusts of air. His shoulders gently swayed, using fake movements to trick his opponent into throwing a rash punch, and then twisting his body to strike an elbow. Even if Chinshur adopted a defensive block, Li Yuan could still connect with knee strikes, jabs, kicks, and holds. With a crushing advantage, Chinshur had no room to fight back. This will always convince you. The smile at the corner of Li Yuan's mouth was replaced by astonishment before it could even hook up. The elbow that contained the rotational force of his entire body, thud slammed into the center of Chinshur's palms that were overlapping back and forth. This intense physical confrontation caused both of them to be shaken and take a few steps back. Blocked? He guessed my hitting thoughts? Li Yuan's heart jumped, his back foot stepped tightly deep into the mat, and then he leapt out like a sharp arrow and attacked Qinshi, who had done a good job of defending with a square stomp. As a result, the latter again predicted, still folded his hands in front of his belly, moving away from the tip of the kick. After that, Qinshi did not retreat but advanced, taking advantage of Li Yuan's weight shift, and squeezed his body shape. Both fists like a bull's horn forward, through the gap to hit the chest. Bang! This time the sound like a sandbag crashing to the ground was heavy, as if the weight was much heavier than before. Xia Yucheng watched with his mouth wide open, full of disbelief. Talented brother's brain is good, and his techniques are practiced fast? How can you understand and learn at the first glance? Chapter 17 Small Group, Good Seed. How? Possible. Li Yuan did not think that he would lose, even if Qinshi showed great toughness and physical ability, as well as the physical quality of resistance to wrestling. But that's only because he has extraordinary talent, learned the old martial arts practice method, obtained a substantial improvement. In a real battle, only relying on outstanding brute strength and thick skin can't steadily seize the opportunity to win. Attack and defense awareness, battle rhythm, and the degree of control over oneself is the secret to defeating the enemy. Li Yuan was certain that even if Qinshi was more outstanding in the last item and slightly ahead, he was definitely lagging behind in the first two items. But the first two items were definitely behind, and there was a clear gap with himself. Brother Yuan, what you said really works. Qinshi took off his protective gear and gloves, pulled up Li Yuan, who had collapsed on the soft cushion, and opened his mouth in excitement. Staring at your opponent's shoulder, catching the direction of his attack, and improving your reaction speed. It's so effective. This gleeful quickness of his was not all a disguise made by trying to diffuse Li Yuan's embarrassment. After being thrown to the ground time and time again to savor the taste of defeat, he suddenly won by virtue of his own strength. That kind of game-passing passionate exhilaration would indeed rush up to the brain in an instant, providing a satisfying psychology that was close to dopamine secretion. You learned fast. The pain in his chest from being hit by a fist was in no way compared to the loss of the fiasco. Li Yuan gritted his teeth and barely squeezed out this compliment. The eyes that looked at Qinshi could not help but add a trace of recognition and admiration. No wonder this kid was valued by old Liang and was privately cultivated by opening small stores every day. In just a few hours, he has progressed from zero foundation to a fighting style that knows how to judge the opponent's stance and landing point. Even the counterattack opportunity is so sharp. This was a top student with true fighting talent. Outside the arena, Xia Yucheng's brain went down as if only these words were left in his mouth. Brother talent, you're also too talented. How did you memorize those basic moves? What an eye-opener, is new first middle school full of geniuses like you? Qinshi took a breath and calmed his heartbeat. The training volume of close to 13 sets of exhaustion, coupled with the physical awakening brought about by muscle memory, caused him to greatly shorten the cost of learning. For the same course, relying on the physical strength recovery of deep sleep and the quick mastery of muscle memory, he himself could probably exceed the trainees who were also standing on the running line by 4 to 5 lengths. It's mainly because Brother Yuan's guidance is so on point. I have to thank you all for being willing to accompany me for real-life sparring, otherwise how could I have progressed so quickly? These words hit the mark. Li Yuan, who was originally a bit embarrassed about his face and worried about being reduced to a laughingstock, his face instantly looked a lot better. He waved his hand. What are you talking about? Students should help each other. In the end, it's still you, Qinshi, who has a quick mind and excellent physical fitness. Those students in the metropolitan area, can't they all be as good as you? Qinshi laughed. Top students and assholes, there are both everywhere. It's just that the metropolitan area's educational resources are more centralized, so the number of students who produce top-notch students is relatively high. Brother Yuan, Brother Chang, I actually think that our learning ability is not inferior to theirs, and we even win in terms of effort. It's just that we were born in the old factory street, the environment is almost too close for comfort. Quietly, he then through the art of language, easily divided himself into the same camp as Li Yuan and Xia Yucheng, using this to draw closer. Qinshi, so you think so too? If old factory street had never fallen, we'd be guaranteed to be better than the top students in the Taiyan metropolitan area. As expected, Li Yuan, who was hostile to the metropolitan area, greatly recognized it. Especially no conditions, 3 words, directly to the heart. It made him instantly see Qinshi as a kindred spirit, and his attitude became even friendlier. Why, Brother Yuan, who let the heavens be unfair? These days, it's the reincarnation that depends most on the ability. I studied in New First Middle School, and I usually didn't suffer from the cold eyes of the elite class. Qinshi shook his head inside, giving Li Yuan enough emotional value. He could well understand the complex psychology of the vast majority of workers' children who grew up in the old city center towards the Taiyan metropolitan area. Both with hostility, dissatisfaction, and antipathy, but also unconsciously through a hint of yearning, longing, and thirst. While disliking the citizens of the metropolitan area, they at the same time want to be part of the group that gets the right to settle in the metropolitan area. Elite? Bah! Just a self-proclaimed upper class. Li Yuan patted Qinshi's shoulder as if he had found a comrade in arms. When you learn how to fight and practice the old martial arts, your vitality will surely quack up, and you'll ruthlessly beat up and swell up these dog-eyed rich kids. Xia Yuqing scratched his head as if he was an outsider. He didn't understand how Brother Yuan got hooked up with Qin's classmates. Was this what the old era martial arts world called, not fighting without getting to know each other? With the atmosphere baked up to this point, Qinshi haughtily opened his mouth. Brother Yuan, Brother Chang, I received 2 boxes of nutritional cream today that I haven't eaten yet, so let's share them together. As a newcomer, the best way to make an unfamiliar environment into a comfort zone was to integrate into a small group. Although there is a saying that only sheep and oxen are grouped together, but the beasts always walk alone. It's not a bad idea to mingle with your peers without being deliberately ostracized, targeted, or bullied. Multiple friends will always be useful. This was a life lesson that Qinshi had summarized from his previous life's car delivery. Thanks, Mr. Qin. I didn't do anything, so I'm counting on Brother Yuan's favor. Sure, I won't say any more polite words. If you have any problems in the future, just call me. Most of the relationships between peers during the student days were only between those who could see eye to eye and those who couldn't see eye to eye. Obviously, at this moment, Qinshi has changed from the latter to the former with Li Yuan. The setting sun gradually converged, leaving only a few points of not yet dispersed dull sunlight. Each put on their own sweaty short sleeves, and then cleaned up the training room. The 3 of them locked the door of the room, and left in pairs. This is how old Liang always teaches, telling you what you need to learn and then leaving you alone. What can be practiced, all depends on their own efforts and persistence. At this point, old Liang must have found a place to drink. Looking at the empty and quiet corridor, Li Yuan muttered a few words and turned to greet Qinshi. Ah sure, I rubbed off on your nutritional cream today, making you have to eat one more meal at night. It's weirdly embarrassing. How about this, we'll take you to a place. Meet someone more powerful. Xia Yuqing slung his army green bag diagonally and said smilingly. Brother Yuan, have you thought this through? Xin is a good boy, a good student in the new number 1 middle school, don't bring him down. Li Yuan chortled. What are you talking about? I didn't take Xi to the video hall to watch a pornographic movie. We use our energy to learn boxing and fighting techniques, isn't it, to become strong and not be bullied? Knowing Brother Zhe from Baiguan Street, when Ashur encounters trouble in the future, he's not afraid of having no one to help him. Qinshi listened to the conversation between the 2 men and raised his eyebrows slightly. Brother Yuan, Brother Chang, where is the Baiguan Street you guys are talking about? Li Yuan raised his chin. It's that night market on Xingshuan Road, where many people set up stalls to sell clothes. Recently built a brilliant bath city. Now under the cover of Brother Zhe. Sounds a bit Causeway Bay Chenhan and meaning. Qinshi did not refuse. Li Yuan and Xia Yuqing usually behave not like after dropping out of school, running to the suburbs of the mining hard labor work to go. In their occasional conversations, they always mentioned information such as Brother Z and Boxer. It made people a bit curious. Then I'll follow to learn more. Qinshi smiled warmly. Let's go. Only when the silhouettes of the 3 teenagers disappeared into the corridor stairway did the lame old Leon flash out from the side. The afternoon's practical training had fallen into his eyes, and his gaze peered downward, moving slowly along with Qinshi. If you say, this kid's practicing method is outstanding. Then, the hitting method is simply genius level. Old Leon lightly licked his dry and cracked mouth, his fingers slightly trembling as he held a cigarette, and a touch of fervor involuntarily appeared on his face. If Qinshi saw this scene, he would probably be reminded of a certain kind of person that was common in his past life when he drove a car to run goods in northern Burma, a gambler who would punt his entire fortune and take it to buy raw stones. Luck has come, my luck has finally come. He's really a natural-born good old martial artist. Chapter 18 Baegwon Street, Zaebos. Taean metropolitan area of the sentence East Poor West Expensive, South Rich North Chaotic is widely circulated. Inside the East Poor, referring to the old factory street located in the eastern suburbs of Dangyang. With the relocation of industries, factories closed down one after another. This seems to have been forgotten in the old city, like the blood loss of the decay of the patient, difficult to breathe, barely survive. But just like the weeds growing between the cracks of the rock layers, the more difficult the environment, the more it can stimulate the tenacious vitality. The old factory street did not become desolate and silent, but rather precipitated a more intense fireworks. At 7 o'clock in the evening past 10, the streets and alleys gradually lively. Sandals shuffling, swinging a fan of grandparents wandering around, selling fried skewers of spicy individual households pushing a cart out of the stalls, loudspeakers constantly repeated bowl of chicken, a bowl of chicken, a string of bowl of chicken for $1, the magic sound. I'll treat you to a grilled chicken rack. This place tastes the best, I used to pester my mom to buy it every day. Li Yuan stopped in front of a cart with a wire mesh fence and charcoal briquettes underneath. 7 or 8 chicken racks were flipped back and forth, grilled to a slightly charred golden color, the aroma of which made people salivate. Thanks, Brother Yuan. I'm hungry, I haven't been to Baegwon Street for a long time, and I've almost forgotten what a roasted chicken rack tastes like. Sure did not be polite and directly said to the boss. Have a spicy one, no vinegar spray, sprinkle more cumin. Li Yuan, at first glance, this person is quite cold, not easy to get along with, only when the relationship is close, will find that the temperament is quite fast. A bit like Shure's previous life contact with the children of the rivers and lakes, believe in the old movie righteousness principle of dealing with things. Brother Yuan, I also want to eat chicken. Xia Yucheng smiled and approached. Go aside. Half a box of nutritional cream stuffed into the stomach, can still gnaw the chicken frame, what a meal bucket. Li Yuan cursed on his lips, but paid the boss for 3 portions. Xia Yucheng got an inch and deliberately said. At this time, it would be more comfortable to have another bottle of Hongbao soda. Li Yuan fumbled out a few change bills. Don't read it, run an errand and buy it yourself. If you win, remember to give me the bottle cap, don't hide it. Xia Yucheng was full of innocence. I'm innocent, Brother Yuan, how could I possibly do such an inappropriate thing? Not long after, Qin Zidian got a bottle of orange juice flavored Hongbao soda, biting the straw and taking a long drink, the cold like ice rushes to the brain, and then gnawing on the hot grilled chicken rack in his hand. It is really a perfect match. My mom used to work in a slaughterhouse, and every now and then she would bring frozen chicken racks back for my sister and I to fry. Xia Yucheng mouth hanging smile, joyfully said. The latter side of the factory recession, laid off to sweep the building for people to do sanitation and laundry, it is very difficult to eat again. Li Yuan laughed coldly. My father in the steel factory dry that time, every month is the production standard bearer. Factory welfare, apples, scallops into boxes to take home, New Year's soap, towels, large calendars. Results of the Nova development at end, all migrated to Taean New City, get a large metropolitan area, no one remembers when Yang. Qin stood next to listen to quite touching, when the eastern outskirts of Dangyang to engage in mass production in full swing, workers in groups, every time to the end of the day young a group. Plant machines running 24 hours a day without stopping, every corner is posted with, tightly grasp the production does not relax, methodical advancement, quality first, excellence, sprinting and striving to increase production and efficiency. Banner slogans such as, quality first, strive for excellence, sprinting and hard work, increase production and efficiency and so on. Like the chicken rack was elected the first civilian food on Old Factory Street, is because the largest chicken farm and slaughterhouse in Hangzhou opened here in those days. Workers and machines split and packaged the chicken and the rest of it to be sent to the metropolitan area. The leftover chicken frames were especially cheap and flavorful when fried, and they became popular as a down-home dish. Those unforgettable years that were both hot and glorious can now only be heard from the previous generation over a drink in a rowdy restaurant. Shure lamented in his heart and followed the 2 people chatting in front of him. Stepping into the deep night color, he stepped into the most lively Baegwon Street. The planning and construction of the old city center of Dangyang was complicated. All kinds of factory buildings, silos, family areas are densely packed, resulting in cramped alleys, narrow aisles, the formation of curved spiderweb-like layout. General Old Factory Street old people used to call the north and south street, east and west called road. Baegwon Street is more special, it was called Xingshuan Road, just between the north and south of the east and west of the intersection of the section, separated by a footbridge in the middle. Because of the huge flow of people, opened a lot of stores, with fashionable clothes, the latest models of electronic products, all kinds of entertainment venues, attracting the old factory street fun-loving men and women piled into. With a straw in his mouth, Shinshir shook the empty bottle and softly inquired. How do you guys know Brother Zay? As a third-rate student known to everyone on Baogong Street, he naturally didn't have time to stroll around the night market at night. When he first arrived at Baguan Street, everything around him seemed unfamiliar. Shinshir probably scanned a few times, and in the bustling crowd of people coming and going, there were many young people wearing sailor seersucker shirts and carrying small green bags diagonally. They are piled up in twos and threes, or leaning against the curb with a cigarette and a drink, or standing in front of the concert hall and nightclubs to give people a small card. When I was not yet in school, my parents always told me to stay away from these people. Later, when I listened to the neighborhood gossip, I learned that this is called chopper team, belonging to the street gangsters. Those military green satchels are often stuffed with bricks or kitchen knives, encountered something convenient fights copied guys. In contrast to the family area where the stalls and kiosks are connected to one another, Moncler jackets outlet the fireworks of listening to the radio to cool off. This place exudes an intoxicating feeling similar to alcoholic beverages, like a different kind of sinking look of the red wine and green city circle. How do you know Zay? Because of fighting with someone, of course. Li Yuan did not hide it and said slowly. Chang and I just went to high school, summer vacation to find a part-time job in Baguan Street. There is a head of labor bullying the two of us young, introduced to go to the concert hall as a waiter serving dishes, said that the wages paid daily, 50 per day, sales of alcohol plus commission. As a result, the head laborer not only siphoned off 20 per person from me and Chang, but also deducted our drinks commission. I didn't hold back my anger, so I gave him a blow to the head with a wine bottle. Xia Yucheng picked up the conversation with a bitter smile on his face. Being a laborer, bringing people around to take jobs, belonging to the old oil. As soon as Brother Yuan made a move, I knew it was bad, pulled him and ran, but didn't run away, letting the doorway mongrels block back, and then being dragged into the private room and beaten like two dead dogs. That old dang let me and far brother compensate $10,000 for medical expenses. If you can't get it out, you will waste one hand each for both of us. Li Yuan shrugged. Then it was Brother Zay who stepped in. He learned that the two of us were studying in the 9th middle school, so he let me and Cheng go to work at the venue he covered, before in the Banana Opera House, but recently it was changed to the Midnight Palace next to the Hongxia Hotel. Shinshir threw the soda bottle into the trash can. Brother Zay is quite righteous. Li Yuan nodded. Brother Zay used to study at the 9th middle school for a year, then his family was in trouble, and he ran a boat with his relatives, as if it was the kind of sand dredging boat, and he could earn more than $100,000 a night. Now he's helping the big bosses. Z is very care of underlings, everyone is willing to work with him, otherwise how to say west of Baguan Street, Z boss first it. The original is really Causeway Bay Chenhaonan. Shinshir smiled, wondering if that boss Zay also had long flowing hair and a bunch of lighter playing brothers. Here it is, Zay, just ahead is Midnight Palace, the most gilded nightclub on Baguan Street. I heard that so many rich people from the metropolitan area would sneak over to play. Li Yuan took the lead, leading Xia Yucheng and Shinshir, turning into the shadowy alley next to where various black garbage bags were piled up, and lifting his hand to knock on the tightly locked iron door. Chapter 19 Righteous Fist Club, Fighter. The thick iron door clanged, and the long metal lattice for ventilation was rattled open. Ah Yuan, you're here quite early today. Seeing that it was not a raw face, the vigilance in those eyes dispersed. With the sound of the bolt being pulled, a burly man was revealed behind the door. A bald man with a tattooed neck, wearing a short-sleeved denim jacket and studded leather pants. The whole fit the stereotypical image of a gangster very well, provided his soft voice wasn't heard. What a bearish slugger. Shinshir was shocked for a moment, thinking that big brother you were born so sturdy, like a brown bear becoming a spirit. As a result, opening your mouth like Hakimi to be cute, it is too much of a contrast. Li Yuan smiled and said. Brother, you said that there is going to be a show tonight, the scene is made big, so let me and Cheng be on the lookout, don't be late. The bald guy scratched his head, showing a completely human and harmless appearance that didn't match his appearance at all, and naively said. Yes. Brother Yu has been preparing for a long time, specially hiring a lighting technician, a host, and a sign-holding lady from the metropolitan area. Then, Yuan, hurry up and go in. If Brother Yu doesn't see you, he's going to scold you again. The rugby goalie-like lanky body sidestepped out of the way, and Li Yuan and Xia Yucheng fishtailed into the room. Yuan, why are you taking someone else through the back door? Noticing a very unfamiliar clean-cut teenager, the bald guy hurriedly stopped and shook his head in embarrassment. He's not from the Midnight Palace, right? Out of order. Oh. Li Yuan turned back. He is my classmate. Midnight Palace has been recruiting a lot of people lately. Brother Z invited us for a drink last time, and asked me and Ah Chang to ask our friends around us if there are any trustworthy good brothers who can be recommended to work here. Ah, she learned Kung Fu with me and is smart. Brother Z will definitely like him. Li Yuan gave a very good reason. Bald man also looked at Qinshi, looks like a good boy. If he wore a pair of glasses, it was similar to a good student from a rich family in the metropolitan area. So, that's fine, you remember to get him a set of uniforms, otherwise it's too eye-catching. Don't worry about what Brother Yuan does. I'll treat you to a restaurant some other day, Sister Ahua. Xia Yuqing folded his arms and smiled as he thanked the bald guy for his accommodation. Why do you call me Sister Flower? Walking through the not-so-spacious aisle that could only accommodate two people side by side, turning into the Midnight Palace staff's locker room, Qinshi asked in a low voice. Bald Brother's real name is Niu Aihua, usually like to raise some flowers and grasses, feed the kitten and so on. Follow Z longer old man will make fun of him like a woman, called him Flower Sister. He himself does not resist this nickname, over-timers so called. Xia Yuqing changed into a white shirt and black vest, long pants and leather shoes, and tied a red bow tie. In an instant, he went from being a senior in ZD 9th middle school to a nightclub waiter. You're taller, wear this. Ah sure, you don't think this is a bad place, we just serve fruit plates, send drinks, we can earn a small $100 a night, and if we're lucky to meet a bold guest, we'll tip a few hundred. Li Yuan took out a set of uniforms from the locked metal cabinet, holding it in his hand without directly passing it over. Brother Z is a nice guy, so get acquainted with him, and when you're free in the future, you can come here to work. Of course, if you don't like this environment, it's fine. Qinshi lifted his hand to receive the uniform, nimbly put on. I'm worried about having no work to do. In order to attend old Liang's cram school, I quit my part-time job at the gym, leaving me with a daily odd job at the youth palace. Being a waitress is better than being a receptionist, and I can still move around. I'm not going to say anything polite, but when I get paid, I'm inviting Brother Yuan and Brother Cheng to go to the back door of the 9th middle school to have a meal at the Li Qi stall. Their fried food is especially good. Xia Yuqing stifled a laugh. What are you talking about? The owner of that house is Brother Yuan's father. Qinshi froze for a moment. Ha! Seeing that Qinshi did not reveal an expression of dislike or estrangement, Li Yuan sighed in relief, adding one more point to his heart's recognition, smilingly saying, after my parents were laid off, they switched to several small factories, but they didn't work for long, and the boss ran away. Later, I thought, the living cannot be called urine suffocation, they get a tricycle to sell boxed lunches in the morning and night. After several years of saving money, I finally changed into a storefront and started doing neighborhood business. The next time you go to dinner, say it's my classmate, let my brother add more rice. Powerful programs, exciting big shows that will get your blood pumping. Fight Club, trial run in a week. Fist to fist, back to the wild. A few fancy posters were posted in the aisles, large artistic fonts surrounded by sexily dressed sign-holding women, calling out to the passing guests to look twice. That's tonight's program. Brother Z has recruited a lot of fighters and is planning to organize underground boxing matches to attract more bosses to come over and play. Li Yuan and Qinshi stood in the corner like minions waiting to be summoned. The interior of the Midnight Palace was very luxurious, and the hall was huge, with a height of 7 to 8 meters. The upper and lower floors were divided by winding staircases, listing individual private rooms of a private nature. Not like a place that should be found on Old Factory Street. Such thoughts popped up in Qinshi's head. A boxing match? Is there a prize money? He asked casually. That's definitely It seems to be 200,000. This money, not good to earn, and is not a formal competition, there is no limit, is easy to be injured and crippled. Li Yuan palpitated, as if he had witnessed what kind of bloody scene. Zahir, fighting is black boxing, on the ring, get out of life and no one cares. We all have to abide by the rules, not allowed to report extraneous, at most to give some pension, home expenses. Qinshi's eyelids lightly jumped. So ruthless? Can you kill someone with your bare hands? Li Yuan nodded. A time you do not know, long before the Baiguan Street this area is very chaotic, what to collect protection money, as a horseman pimp with a young lady standing on the street, to bring people to the black-hearted factories to sell their bodies, too many bad things. So slowly out of some gang organization, set a few rules. Every year, when the harvest season comes, those powerful big men will sit together to divide the territory, and make money by harmony. Brother Yuan, your boss is not a Hung gangster, is he? The more Qinshi heard, the more it sounded like the kooky movies he had seen in his past life. He didn't move to observe his surroundings, and saw a number of burly figures in black suits guarding the stairway to the second floor. All of them had the same tattoo on the back of their hands, with 5 fingers clenched in pitch-black fists. These are the big boss's bodyguards. The big boss got a righteous boxing club a few years ago, and raised a lot of fighters. It's said that Z used to fight in the ring as well, and was very much appreciated by Big Boss before he got the biggest venue on Baegwon Street, Midnight Palace. Li Yuan was very well informed, and it was evident that he had already gotten acquainted with the place a long time ago. Righteous Fist Club. Qinshi silently memorized it, then asked, "What's the point of raising fighters? Raising bodyguards?" Li Yuan hesitated slightly, looked to his left and right, and quietly lowered his voice. "It's to train fighters, the kind of people who specialize in black boxing in the ring. Old Factory Street has a lot of turf and a lot of associations, so the bosses can't do business because of the fights, so they simply use boxing to solve the problem. I heard Sister Hua say, the reason why Z got involved is because the big boss had a conflict with the Dragon of the River. Z volunteered to draw the life and death sign, and won the fight, helping the big boss win with his face and reputation." Qinshi drifted off, finally understanding the reason why Li Yuan and Xie Yuqing had endeavored to learn kung fu and enrolled in cram schools to develop their life force. Unlike the other students, who were planning to run to the mines to earn money down the shafts. The appearance of that righteous boxing club's brother Z made the two of them see another way out. "Alas, there's no future in being a cook, Brother Yuan. With your mind and character, you're at best an airplane and have to have the chance to recognize the boss as your godfather." Qinshi thought silently, not looking favorably on Li Yuan and Xie Yuqing's choice. But from their point of view, this was really the only chance to venture out that a teenager born on Old Factory Street who couldn't get into a good university could seize. "Luckily, I have other options and am able to run wildly in a broader direction." Qinshi was glad that if he hadn't gotten into the new number 1 middle school in the Taiyan metropolitan area, and hadn't unlocked the Feng Bei to follow old Liang to learn old martial arts. Perhaps, the same could not break free from this cruel fate of fluttering like weeds. Chapter 20 Big Boss, surnamed Qin thanks to Ally Pei 2 Dog. The oval-shaped main stage, the slender posture of the gorgeous songstress shaking her slender waist, sweet singing with the up and down, ruffling the audience's heartstrings. Suspended in the overhead colorful light ball, following the rhythm of rapid flashing, refraction dazzling light, highlighting the whole atmosphere, so that the venue gradually lively. The second floor private room, push open the door first into the eyes, is close to the wall of the brown red leather sofa, wide and long, almost enough to lie flat on it. White suit, black shoes young man sitting in the center, his right hand pinch a carved gold dragon head sandalwood walking stick. He was tall, standing up at a full 1.9 meters, his strong muscles holding the shirt inside taut, the distinct lines of his chest vaguely visible. Business is indeed getting better with Midnight Palace in your care, Azer. I attended a banquet in the metropolitan area a few days ago, and heard those who do business, the bosses and executives who run companies mention this place, praising you for doing things comfortably and providing good service. The young man on crutches, gently rubbing a silver ring inlaid with square gems, exuding a compelling aura, like a large python coiled, gently spitting out a long letter. "Thanks to you, Brother Hao. If it wasn't for your face, Brother Hao, who would take care of me, a lousy kid from Old Factory Street?" Chang Zhe bent slightly at the waist and said with a lowered head, "All thanks to Brother Hao for giving me and the brothers underneath a bite to eat." The young man seemed satisfied with this answer. "It's not in vain that Dad appreciates you so much. In just a few years you've taken down the Baegwon Street territory. The idea you mentioned last time, I told Dad about it, and after he and Big Brother discussed it, they thought it was feasible. The elites in the metropolitan area are tired of parties, car races, and contraband, and even if they see a woman stripped naked, they don't feel it. They need something more exciting. A fight club is a good idea, run it once a week, find some fighters who are tough and fierce enough to fight on the stage, the bloodier the scene the better." Cheng Zhe hummed and stepped forward, ready to talk about some options in more detail, but was interrupted by the young man. "I think the venue of the club can't be placed in Midnight Palace. You have a lot of people here, easy to mess up. Ah Biao, come here." The young man beckoned and called the tall man with a baby face at the entrance to him. "Ah Biao has been with you for many years, he is reliable and reassures me. How about this, you focus on watching the Midnight Palace's field from now on, the side of the Righteous Fist Club and opening the club, simply leave it to Biao." The dull-faced tall man first glanced at Cheng Zhe next to him, and then was somewhat at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing as he mumbled, "Brother Hao, I can't do it, I don't have much ability, it's better to let Brother Zhe." The young man cross-eyed, nonchalantly pointed at the baby-faced tall man named Biao. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. What, you only listen to us, eh? You don't listen to me? Or am I so insignificant that I can't decide this? Biao was in a dilemma, and did not dare to make a sound with fear and trembling. The atmosphere stiffened for a few seconds. Chang Zhe pressed his waist lower and squeezed out a smile. Everything is up to Brother Hao. Biao, you do a good job, don't let Brother Hao down. Dollface drooped his shoulders and smiled harder than he cried, nodding his head in a muffled voice. Being sandwiched between the oldest Z and the oldest of the oldest, Brother Hao, made him like a piece of pancetta pressed against a red-hot iron plate, nourishing oil and sweating outwards. Zhe, you're the old man who's been with my dad since he was running the ship. Look after this place well, take the dividends to support your woman, and then buy the right to settle in the metropolitan area and live a comfortable life. The young man who called himself Qin Li Hao patted Chang Zhe's shoulder and laughed heartily. Glancing over the main stage, he added. The singer you invited? Too old, the big bosses who come over to play like the young ones, they need to be youthful and obedient. Hurry up and change it. By the time 9 o'clock rolled around, the Midnight Palace began to overflow with clamor and bustle. Well-dressed white collar, wrapped around the pretty girl with a card seating area, ear-to-ear flirting and laughing. Marketing called to heat the atmosphere of the scene group shuttles in the loose table area. They were low-cut dresses, hot shorts, wantonly show off the seductive nature of the flesh, repeated staged The Hunter and the Hunted wonderful play. Part-time job, whose money is not earned. Qinshi quickly entered the part-time status, and fruit plate, send drinks, nimble hands and feet. Looking at the side of the observation of manager Yu nodded repeatedly. Yuan, that brat, finally introduced to reliable students, no longer clumsy, cowering nerd. But this new one, it's a pity to work as a waiter, it's more suitable to be a wine salesman. Manager Yu smiled oddly, the plain shirt vest uniform, wearing in the old martial arts practice initiation, more and more upright Qinshi body just right, will his broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs advantage to play out. The eyes of those single ladies sitting alone at the bar glistened, and the frequency of ordering drinks increased. Although he was always being pulled into accosting and chatting and pestering, Qinshi did not delay his own work, easily using his best smile business to dissolve. A born gold medal cowboy saint body. Manager Yu lamented. Such a weak, beautiful, sunny and handsome young face appeared in the paper drunken Midnight Palace, like a small white flower growing out of the purples and reds, eye-catching very much. Let the lonely young woman frequently cast attention to the eyes, and then whispered with girlfriends. Immediately after, one by one on the battlefield to ask for contact information. This scene saw Xia Yuqing gritted his teeth. I realized for the first time that working in Midnight Palace, I can still enjoy this kind of luck. Li Yuan teased. I remember brother you told me that this is called the Cayenne Bureau in the metropolitan area. The same are senior students, a time he belongs to a meter 8 thin muscle school male high, pure passer-by background plate, cannot compare. Xia Yuqing indignant. A time part-time job the first day, the tips received more than me. My mom told me when I was a kid that being handsome can't be a meal. She lied to me. Li Yuan shrugged. Don't be envious, Midnight Palace has so much marketing that they bring pretty girls and handsome men over to play every night. Didn't listen to them, rich people play very perverted, what wire ball, whip, you cannot stand? Xia Yuqing felt a cold below, he did not practice iron crotch kung fu, do not want to experience rich women happy ball. No way. Tomorrow I'm going to rub another half portion of nutritional cream on Ashur. I want my brother to have a good time, but I don't want him to have such a good time. While these two were talking and laughing, the door to the second-floor private room roared open. The white-suited Qin Li Hao walked in the center, and Brother Zhe, who was held in the highest regard by the Midnight Palace's crowd of minions, seemed to be bending his head as if he were a follower. Who is Brother Zhe? The one in the suit? Qinshi finally caught his breath and got rid of the harassment of several young women sisters, and came to the corner to touch the fish. The man in the suit is the son of Zhe's big boss, belongs to the same family as you, both surnamed Qin. Xia Yuqing stroked his chin. Everyone calls him Brother Hao. It was quite imposing. Qinshi pondered, if Brother Zhe is Chun Haonan, this Brother Hao is not Zhang Tiansheng, right? Look at the arrogance of this snub-nose, why is it more like the Eastern Star Yao Yang? Z big boss in the end, what is the head? Qinshi inquired curiously. Since ancient times, this kind of more energetic social organization is usually not on the stage. Behind them are often big bosses who provide financial support or connections. It was also known as the big water hose. I don't know. Never heard Brother Zay mention it. Li Yuan shook his head. Anyway, it's very powerful and has a close relationship with the Taiyan metropolitan area. Ah Zay, there's no need to send it off. Xin Lihao puffed on his cigar and exhaled green-colored smoke. Ah Biao is considered a fierce general under your command. If I take someone away, you won't get angry and tell my dad, right? Chang Zay lowered his shoulders and was respectful. Brother Hao is joking, both Biao and I are in the hands of the big boss to make a living, without the big boss to receive help. If a rotten kid like us doesn't starve to death, we will also be beaten to death. Silver gray stretch limousine parked at the entrance of Midnight Palace. Xin Lihao shook his suit, thick cigar in his mouth, bent down to sit inside. Until the engine started, the $10 million Veyron limousine went away. Chang Zay, who was known as the number one on Baiguan Street, only then slowly straightened his back. Brother Zay. The heart of the horseman wants to open his mouth to say something. Brother Hao has his own reasons for doing this. Chang Zay waved his hand. On the side of the Righteous Fist Club, don't get involved in the future. If Brother Hao wants to set up a club, he definitely doesn't have enough fighters. This part of Midnight Palace, still according to the old rules, absorb some poor children who dropped out of school, give a job to slowly teach. The beloved horseman grunted. Brother Hao wants to monopolize the club's business, explicitly say so, why so step on Brother Zay's face? Chang Zay glared, his face expressionless. Don't talk, when did the club take Chang's name? This field, including the dozens of stores on Baiguan Street, are all surnamed Xin. If Brother Hao wants to change people and blood, he says so. Stepping on the steps to re-enter Midnight Palace, Chang Zay was full of clouds and continued to accompany a few big customers to drink as usual, and then liaise with the VIPs who often came. Around 10:30, the first round of songs and dances ended with a break in the center. Li Yuan, who had finished his work, led Xin Shi to the front row of card seats where Chang Zay was. Brother Zay, this is my classmate, sure, looking for a summer job. Chang Zay's eyes narrowed. From the 9th middle school? Ah, she got good grades in school and got into the new first middle school. Chang Zay was slightly surprised that the children of workers in the old factory street were able to study in a school in the Taiyan metropolitan area with their ability, which could be said to be extremely difficult. He beckoned and summoned the manager. Okay, sure, right? Xiao Yu, get him a work license. After saying that, Chang Zay also fished out his wallet from his chest and drew out a few bills and handed them to Qin Shi. Study hard, it's fine to work here, but don't be brought down. I'll seal a big red packet if you get into college. Qin Shi stretched out his hands to take it, making a good boy's excited expression. Thank you, Brother Zay. Chang Zay drank a lot tonight, his eyes slightly disoriented, casually asked. Yuan, aren't you a student of the 9th middle school? Why did you say that Ashur is your classmate? Li Yuan answered truthfully. Ashur and I are in Mr. Liang's tutorial class together. He is physically gifted. Mr. Liang taught the practice method of fighting, all learned. Mr. Liang practiced the method of fighting. The old martial arts. Chang Zay suddenly a jolt, leaning on the sofa body suddenly sat straight. He stared straight at the weak and beautiful Qin Shi. You are Mr. Liang's disciple? Chapter 21, Meditation Training, Smooth Fighting thanks to Ally Wine 3-Pot. Sure, why does Brother Zay treat you as old Liang's disciple? What's the difference between a disciple and a student? At 11 o'clock sharp at night, Qin Shi changed back to his original short sleeves and long pants, and turned in for his shift release together with Li Yuan and Xie Yucheng. They still went out through the back door, during which time they met up with Sister Ahua, the bear system slugger, and said goodbye. Facing Xie Yucheng's doubt, Li Yuan scratched his head. Master and disciple is the term used in the martial arts world of the old era. This kind of relationship is more formal. It is said that tea should be toasted at the entrance, and to be accepted you have to invite your fellow disciples and set up a banquet to celebrate. Anyway, a lot of rules. My grandpa likes to love listening to commentary books, and that's how it's told in them. Xie Yucheng stroked his chin and turned his head to stare at the calm Qin Shi. Sure, honestly explain. Are you old Liang's personal disciple? You have long since learned the divine power and are about to skyrocket in life force anytime now and soar to the heavens? Qin Shi nodded and said in a serious manner. I didn't expect to be discovered by you. Not bad, old Liang is actually a great hidden supreme expert, the kind that can fight 300 rounds with today's martial god. And because I have outstanding talent and a heart of gold, I was secretly passed the mantle by him and practiced invincible divine power. The two of you now sponsor me with $500 each, and when I set a segment to specialize, pick the title of martial artist, and win the Gunstar Cup for fame and glory, I will reward you with the right to live in the imperial capital for eternity." Li Yuan and Xie Yuqing froze as they listened, then hooked Qin Shi's neck left and right. "You're an old factory street employee's son. Being a citizen of Taiyan is a great achievement, but you still want to become a master of the capital. It's a great offense. Come on, let's see. Old Liang teach you what invincible divine power, is it Fei Haishan's infinite refinement technique, or Ning Yuanhai's ancient and modern 10,000 worlds true scriptures?" Obviously, the two of them felt that these words were too ridiculous and didn't take them seriously. If old Liang was really some kind of supreme expert, he wouldn't be reduced to working as a physical education teacher in the 9th middle school of the children. A little bit of heart, are running to the Taiyan metropolitan area in the establishment, which can look at the dilapidated old factory street. Qin Shi hastily touched out Cheng Zhe to the meat gift, raised a few banknotes as raising the white flag. "Spare your life, warrior. I'll treat you to a late-night snack." At 27 minutes past 11, Qin Shi returned to the shed. The youngest Qin Lan had already gone to bed. He forced himself to endure his exhaustion and continued to do a few sets of strength training to complete the upgrade conditions for the muscle memory achievement. Only then did he tiptoe around and hastily wash up, flinging his sleepy body that had kept up a high-intensity workout onto the bed. A new job, nightclub waitress, $2,000 a month with additional tips and more liberal hours. That Zi gave $600, invited Li Yuan Xie Yuqing to eat a late-night snack, spent $87, still left $513. "Today I didn't eat enough nutritional cream, tomorrow I'll make up for it with my own money. Remember to go to the youth palace in the afternoon." The new teacher came over. Qin Shi habitually calculates today's gains and losses, and passes over the scattered trivial things in his head. Then simply make a schedule. The heart suddenly feels solid. He liked having a planned life and a planned future. This way, once he woke up every day, he could solve the tasks one by one like a player brushing up on his tasks step by step. It was too satisfying. In his previous life, Qin Shi had experienced the harm of indulgence and laziness, the kind of pain and suffering that he could not do anything about while feeling his skin like rotten wood, a little bit rotten and smelly. He really made him remember, unforgettable. Therefore, in this life, Qin Shi, who has the opportunity again, is extremely eager to make progress, and hates to seize every ounce of gain and growth that is beneficial to himself. Passing the fixed section exam with 9 out of 10 guarantees, taking the Hongji class scholarship, and then continuing to develop his life force, sprinting to the scoreline of Hanyuan University and University of Science and Technology. Thinking of the tasks to be accomplished, the corner of Qin Shi's mouth hooked up, revealing a smile. Closing his eyes, he relaxed both physically and mentally. Due to the influence of the deep sleep achievement effect, he soon entered the land of sound sleep. Before his consciousness became completely dazed, he muttered in his heart. "Battle flashback. Activate." In the training room, dim light shone in, and Qin Shi opened his eyes and calmly looked across at Li Yuan, who was posing in an 8-armed hold. Sure enough, the scene of the skill flashback should be the most impressive battle for me. This feeling is so marvelous. Obviously the body is asleep but the consciousness is awake. The world around him was like a clear video with the pause pressed, the touch of the soft cushions under his feet, the fine dust floating in the air. The details were incomparably real. But as his eyes shifted to the side, the image of Xie Yuqing standing against the wall was a blur, as if it had been mosaicked. I was fully focused on the actual battle, completely ignoring Ah Chang, so subconsciously retracing the scene, he had no presence. Qin Shi didn't rush to review the scene, and stayed quietly in place for a moment to ponder. After 10 seconds or so, he suddenly took a big step towards the sandbag and clenched his 5 fingers and swung out a fist with force. Bang! In the dull sound, a full 100 pounds of black sandbags shook violently, blowing up the attached large clouds of dust. The genuine feedback of hitting a physical object caused a smile to bloom in Qin Shi's eyes. The best use of the combat retrospection skill is not only to look for the opponent's breakthroughs, but also to be used as a training ground for the mental space. The legendary most powerful meditation training method has been taught to me without a teacher. He no longer paid attention to Li Yuan, who was like a wooden sculpture in clay, keeping his posture unchanged, and turned to practicing his fighting style. The mental space for exercising seems to be more focused, all without distractions. Qin Shi went over and over again, disassembling the basic moves such as punching, vertical steps, and retractions one by one, gradually familiarizing himself with them. Each move was demonstrated 100 times so that it became branded and firmly engraved in the depths of his consciousness. It's done. I don't know how long had passed, but Chinsher's waving fists, prancing feet, and gently swaying shoulders formed a coordinated rhythm with each other, and the whole person was like an integrated whole, able to attack and retreat. It's time to verify the results. Brother Yuan, I'm sorry. He returned to the battlefield, and as his thoughts flashed, the mental space that had been pressed to pause returned to normal. Swish! The sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out, and a high sweeping kick went straight to his face. Chinsher's gaze was calm and steady, not panicking in the slightest. Sweeping kick is a large horizontal force, with the waist and hips twisting and turning, driving the thighs to catalyze the calves. The attack range is large, and it is very ferocious. Fighting veterans crushing rookies, often most like to use this move, a drum of rapid succession of kicks, easily blow away the opponent's defensive stance. Brother Yuan's vitality is still poor, his physical strength is not enough to support him in performing a rapid succession of kicks. Chinsher's body shook violently, and the hands protecting his head ached, but the hold remained solid and was not broken. His palms sank deeper downward, the roots of his large tendons collapsing and bouncing, and he used the gap between Li Yuan's legs again to return a strike at a faster speed. When Brother Yuan uses a high sweeping kick, his center of gravity is weaker, and his attack is not powerful enough, but instead, he will expose himself to a break. Chinsher's toes poked forward and stepped into the bend of Li Yuan's knee. Ka-ching! The latter flopped down on his knees, probably because of the flashback. The character was rather dull and remained expressionless. Eat my elbow! After suppressing Li Yuan, Chinsher gained momentum and elbowed like a hammer blow, smashing the dead man's face into blood. Inside the fighting style, the most ferocious thing was the leg. As the saying goes, 1 inch long, 1 inch strong, hand strikes 3 times and foot strikes 7. But the fiercest is the elbow strike. Older martial artists would rather take 10 punches than eat an elbow. This is the reasoning. That's cool. Again. In a flash of lightning, he won a round, but Chinsher was not satisfied. He needed to exercise repeatedly, strengthen his reaction awareness, and understand the rhythm of attack and defense. Only by continuously optimizing the details could the playing style increasingly progress. Brother Yuan isn't strong enough if it's replaced with old Liang. It'll be awesome. Dialing the progress bar back to before the sparring match again, Chinsher's gaze toward Li Yuan was full of blazing heat. How many beatings he received in the training room in the afternoon, and at night they were all doubled back. GG, Brother Yuan. Feel my stormy offense. Chapter 22 7 Limits of the Flesh, Tightening the Mortal Body. Intermediate Achievement Deep Sleep 130. On the following day, Chinsher still got up early, and his meditation training throughout the night did not cause any disturbance. He was still in high spirits, and was full of energy to the point of not being able to say anything. The beating he received yesterday in the training room, a slight contusion from a punch or kick, healed quickly. The original arm, calf, waist and back bruises have been eliminated, leaving only very light red marks. As the saying goes, it is better to eat ginseng than to sleep for 5 nights. The wisdom of the older generation does make sense. It's like playing a game to return to the city, closing your eyes to regain blood in the hot springs, and opening your eyes is a full state. Chinsher pondered. The old Liang talked to him about the old martial arts theory, often move out a large section of esoteric and esoteric argumentative ancient text, which is a little deep impression, is about sleep content. Such as where the cultivation of qi, when the first good sleep. Sleep can restore the lean body and strengthen the bones and tendons, and thousands of dollars can't buy you a good night's sleep, and if you don't look for an immortal formula, look for a sleeping formula. From a scientific point of view, ensuring golden sleep every day helps to maintain cellular vitality, harmonize endocrine secretion, and enhance the immune system and physical quality. Chinsher took a long breath of relief. This sense of fulfillment of making progress every day made people unconsciously relax. As if knowing full well that there was an oasis ahead, so there was no fear of the heat and thirst at the moment. One just needs to bury one's head in the sand and march on to reach one's destination. Precipitate. Precipitate again. Wait until the opening day of the school year, I'll return straight to school and take off with a wave. Chinsher silently cheered himself up, dressed and walked outside the house, caught a basin of cool water and wiped his face with a towel. During the gap between washing up, he placed his gaze on the translucent monument panel. Elementary Achievement Muscle Memory 72%. Stick to your workouts, and when next week comes, you'll be able to unlock the relevant skills. Chinsher couldn't help but hum softly a few times. The battle flashbacks helped him quite a lot. The all-night meditation training was twice as effective, imprinting the basic movements of the fighting stances into his heart. And the muscles wouldn't pile up fatigue and exceed the body's load limit. Blasting and hammering brother Yuan a dozen times is quite a stress reliever, letting out all the negative emotions. After having breakfast with the youngest, Shin ran to the 9th middle school as usual. Today he came late, but did not see the students of the cram school. The playground is empty, only the lame old Liang sitting above the bleachers. Feeling the gaze that was like substance, Shin could not help but feel a jolt in his heart. Old Liang has a bit of seriousness today. It's not possible that he lost money from drinking and playing cards last night, and held a belly full of anger with no place to spread it. It was rumored that martial artists with a high level of vitality were able to externalize their spirit and change their surroundings, even triggering meteorological changes that bordered on natural disasters. Although Lao Liang is definitely not that powerful, Shin remembers the first time they met, the kind of being glared at, the body overloaded with electricity palpitations of fear. It was really unforgettable. Therefore, he believed that this unimpressive physical education teacher had indeed played the Chuanqing Cup, and his vitality was at least at the 7th stage of amateur. Shin, come up here, let's talk. Old Liang's voice was hoarse, as if he had stayed up all night without any restful sleep. Oh, you haven't been home all night? Shin walked up to the bleachers and approached the past, smelling the pungent odor of alcohol, and then swept with the corner of his eye. His feet were full of cigarette butts. In his past life, the only two have seen this scene. One is the hair of a small public confession was rejected by the goddess, turned his head into the rich brother car, helpless accompanied by a drink. The other time is to learn that his father sold his house pokies gambling, lost all the money, not yet graduated has faced the tragic situation of the father's debt. Looking at old Liang's floor of wine bottles and cigarette butts, I feel that it's more than the sourness I felt on those 2 occasions. Shin secretly slandered, but on his mouth, he said with concern. Mr. Liang, early in the morning why still drink on, also not the whole 2 dishes, empty stomach how difficult ah. Old Liang looked straight at the teenager in front of him, without half a bit of drunkenness in his eyes, and said dryly. I want to teach you skills, Shin. Teacher Liang, I've been learning old martial arts from you for some days now, although I didn't pay the tuition fee, but I'm still considered your student. Shin's heart was weak, inexplicably feeling that old Liang's eyes were looking at him in the wrong way, overly hot. I didn't wear white socks, and I didn't take care of my round-inch hair, so it's not like I'm attracting bees and butterflies to attract men, right? He made up his mind, saw the situation is not good and pulled his legs to run. Teachers and students, in the final analysis, is just a business that receives money to do a job, do a duty. My heart can't be said to be good, I don't have that kind of compassion, and I want to give a hand when I see someone who is down and out. Lao Liang hands on his knees, eyes sharp, like a tiger, sweeping the usual limp ricket's slightly disheveled image of disillusioned middle-aged. Li Yuan and Xie Yuqing, these 2 boys have some talent, hard enough, can suffer, but they cannot enter the door, also cannot do in the future to be able to top the beam of the good seedling. So after they learn boxing, go mining, or to mix the street, I don't care, I don't get involved. I'm only responsible for helping them develop their life force and giving them the results they want. Hearing these words, Shin didn't feel that there was anything wrong. After all, a teacher was only a salaried job. Can do a good job of personal obligations, do enough to do their share of things, will be called qualified. The kind of selfless dedication, like a gardener candle teacher, itself is rare. But you are different, Shin. 2 days to get started in practicing, 1 day to get started in fighting. I've been teaching in ZD 9th middle school for nearly 10 years, and I've never seen such a good seedling. Old Liang's eyes gleamed as he stared at Shin young face, as if he saw the halcyon days and years flying by, and many past events surfaced in his mind. I've been called a genius, so I know what a genius looks like. Is this a compliment to me or to yourself? The corner of Shin's mouth tugged. With the deep sleep, rapid energy recovery buff, coupled with the muscle memory, enhanced practicing speed, he was indeed qualified to be called an old martial arts genius. With 2 excellent phrases, practicing without waste and learning fast, who can roll over me? Seeing that Shin didn't say a word, old Liang's eyes darkened slightly and his tone slowed down a bit. I know I'm just a nest in the 9th middle school, not much success as a physical education teacher, maybe another period of time, this school changed into a sports school, no more public establishment of the Board of Education, I also want to follow the layoff, reduced to a hobo. But I'm not a drug dealer in the metropolitan area to fool people, the real skills in my hands are enough to let a genius like you touch the threshold of specialization and impact the martial artist. You don't need to worry about that. The computer class at New First Middle School is connected to the metropolitan area's public network, and you should be able to log on to the official website of the Martial Arts Association with your senior student identification card, and there are detailed records on it regarding my past tournament fighting resume. Please trust me, Shin. In the last few words, old Liang spoke with sincerity. When he was young, he lived a reckless life, couldn't take a little bit of aggression, and would always seek justice in everything, resulting in bumping into walls all over the place and getting his head full of bags. To the youth temperament convergence a few points, but still cannot bend the spine, not popular, and finally ended up with a limp. Wasted years, dozens of years, sideburns have been spotted, gray hair, no son or daughter at the knee. Old Liang himself feel almost no heart, the next life, can only be at ease to do the invalid pension life. But God loves to play tricks on all beings, and sent Qinshi to the front. The rusty stove that had long been extinguished finally sparked up again. "Mr. Liang, what do you want to teach me?" Qinshi asked with a straight face. There is a cloud in the old martial arts that the 7 limits of the physical body are tightly bound to the mortal body. If you don't get rid of the shackles, you won't become a true saint. Old Liang spoke word by word with a solemn expression. Tendon, bone, skin, membrane, qi, strength, and God. I can help you break the great limits and open the 4 gates. Chapter 23, Body like hair, life like weeds. The 7 limits of the physical body? Qinshi heard this word for the first time. When he thought about it carefully, old Liang came up and gave himself coiled tendons and plucked his back, and then taught the 8 segments in 9 sections, catching the qi sense and other practicing steps. It seems to be all right. What do you mean by the 7 limits of the physical body, Mr. Liang? It's never mentioned in the textbooks of the new first middle schools teaching materials about the martial artist career narrative. Qinshi showed curiosity at the right time. He was now like a 1 in 1,000 good seedling for a sports student who had caught the eye of a former city team coach. Naturally, he had a few bargaining power and qualifications. Qinshi, can you tell me how long has Dongxia existed? Old Liang suddenly raised a common-sense question that anyone who wasn't a 9-year compulsory education leak could say up. Since the establishment of the name Eastern Xia and the unification of the ancestral planet, it is 900 millennia from now. During that time, it has experienced several great upheavals and changes, making the ancient feudal system a thing of the past and sweeping the profit-eating aristocracy into the trash heap. It has hanged mediocre emperors and put to death ambitious rebels, and if we put aside the vastness of ancient history that would not fit in a library, and discuss only the current Eastern Xia Republic, then it's very young, only 9,000 years old, still an ungrown child. Qinshi's reply was quite perfect, belonging to the standard answer of a history question set. Old Liang nodded. I haven't studied for a few years, so I don't know anything about this. The reason why I'm asking you is because the specific origin of the 7 limits of the physical body involves some mysteries of past history. The name of the first martial god of Eastern Xia was Fei Haishan, and he was recognized as the founder of the old martial arts, as well as the founding father of the martial pathway. However, few people know that he was also the first human to fully open the 7 limits of his physical body and step into the legendary level. Hiss. Qinshi couldn't help but suck in a breath. Such a big deal? It's involved with the primordial martial god? He promptly exuded a shocked and appalled look, providing ample emotional value as a means to encourage old Liang to continue speaking. And Feast Haisan himself has said more than once that he only discovered the 7 limits of the flesh rather than originating it. As for the specific details, they were not circulated to the public. Later on, when the old martial era boomed and reached its peak, a saying was gradually derived. The ancestors of Eastern Xia were born with strong muscles and bones, long lifespans, and were close to gods. But in the years, under the change of the times, the original noble and honorable true dragon bloodline became thin, the extraordinary talent faded and died out, and gradually became weak. Old Liang spoke quite seriously about this arcane story that sounded very much like groundwork nonsense, his eyes flickering with a few moments of yearning. Let's not discuss the authenticity of this claim. Anyway, many old martial arts experts with amazing talents firmly believe that the 7 limits of the physical body are a shackle that binds the mortal body. As long as the limitations are broken through a secret method, the original bloodline of the Eastern Xia ancestors can be refined and metamorphosed into the mythical Holy Buddha. What the hell, the old martial arts school is superstitious about returning to one's ancestors? Thinking that the older the more powerful? Wouldn't everyone be digging up civilization relics? No wonder it was replaced by the new martial arts. Qinshi suddenly realized. The Education Commission can't let schools organize students all day long, carrying shovels and hoes, looking for tombs all over the world under the copy. The style of painting is strange when you think about it. According to this view, the old martial arts were destined to be buried in the corner of history. Whereas the rise of the new martial arts, being promoted and popularized to the entire population, was an unstoppable wave of great power. You are an honor student educated in the new martial arts. I understand how you feel in your heart. But existence must have its own reason. The old martial arts is indeed outdated, but it was once glorious, and even gave birth to several half-step martial god-level beings. Furthermore, the new Wu is not without its shortcomings. The current trend of drugging, the proliferation of supplements, the lack of regulation, and the large pharmaceutical companies using this to make profits is also an indisputable fact. Old Liang sighed. I don't force you to become a fan of the old martial arts, I only hope that you try to walk this path. Those expensive cultivation halls with powerful effects and energy liquids are not affordable for any student on Old Factory Street to consume. Old martial arts is the only viable option. Xinsher did not make a hasty decision, pondered for a long time, and slowly asked. Teacher Liang, what do I need to do to break the limits of the old martial arts? Polishing one's body, accumulating reserves, as well as intense battles and a bit of luck. Old Liang held out 4 fingers. You have the talent to polish your body, a good physique, and are sturdy enough. You also have an excellent talent for fighting, which is especially rare. As for substance and luck, I will find a way to solve the former. 2 out of 4 is enough to be called a genius. Xinsher grinned and asked smoothly. Then what is it called if all 4 are present? Old Liang lightly spat out 2 words, decisively. Heaven's Pride. I wonder if I can get the title of Heaven's Pride by unlocking the achievements with the Monument of Abundance, so as to amaze old Liang? Xinsher's eyes lit up with longing. I advise you to stop dreaming in the spring and fall. This thing, from birth is destined. Of the initial 10, Stone Buddha He Lanchan is known to have the highest talent, while Great Demon King Qi Wuxiang is the most accomplished. Why hasn't He Lanchan done better than Qi Wuxiang? The reason is very simple. The former grew up in the most remote garbage area of Yazhou, before the age of 12, but also to worry about having enough to eat. The latter is the first grandson of the Qi family in Haizhou, and has never been hungry in his life. On his 10th birthday, the gift he received was a rare double-born treasure tree, which is an extraterritorial oddity, capable of nourishing vitality and renewing vitality. Old Liang seems to worship Stone Buddha He Lanchan, regarded him as an idol, and every time he boasted once more, he also had to pull and step on Qi Wuxiang. If the two people's situation is switched over, whether or not there will still be 4 crowns of Qi Tianwang, it's hard to say. But undoubtedly, East Xia absolutely must come out of a horizontal pressure contemporaneous He Wuxian. Unless the Qin in your name is the Qin of the Qin Marshal of Eastern Xia. Otherwise, it's more practical to do more good deeds on weekdays and save up some yang de luck for yourself. The Republic of East Xia has a total of 9 marshals. The Qin Marshal sits 3 and looks at 2, like a white jade pillar in the sky and a purple gold beam in the sea, holding up half the sky of the Milky Way. Hundreds of generations up, they may not be on the side. Xinsher skimmed his lips, indifferent to old Liang's pouring cold water. Let's talk about the main topic, Mr. Liang. You said earlier that old martial arts injure the body and shorten the life, and it is easy to accumulate disease and fall into the root of the disease. If I follow you on this path of breaking the limits of the physical body, I won't die young and not live to be 28, right? I'm the only male in the old Qin family, and I have to be relied upon to carry on the family line. Old Liang laughed. There aren't a lot of primordial 10 masters who took the old martial path, and those who live to this day are still breathing. It's just that most of them aren't willing to show their faces in public. Even some of the top martial artists have turned to the new martial arts in order to advance further. The old and the new are not in conflict with each other, but rather coexist with each other. As for what I said before about injuring the body and depleting the life, you also don't think about the physical body shackles. Why is it called the Great Limit? Xinsher smacked the deep meaning in Lao Liang's words and asked tentatively. Breaking the limit can prolong life? Old Liang nodded gently. The first-generation martial god Feast Haisan has already confirmed that breaking the great limit and knocking on the body barrier can realize a substantial increase in life force, allowing one to return to old age and wither trees. As long as you can break the shackles, all the potential consumed by the physical body will be replenished at that moment. Looking at it, there was a kind of vestigial feeling of using one's life as a bet, pokers on strength. Dare I say that the old martial sect is all kryptonite bigots? People develop their life force and burn money, but they simply play with their lives? No wonder the East Summer Education Committee and Martial Arts Association wanted to reform. Xinsher's face twitched, but he no longer hesitated. Please teach me, Master Liang. The old martial arts recognized the master-disciple inheritance even more, and its weight was sometimes heavier than that of father and son. Should a master call a disciple, the future is inseparable, the flame is passed on to each other. When Qin agreed with great difficulty, old Liang hesitated. Aren't you afraid that you'll have trouble breaking the great limit, wasting your time, wasting your life, and never recovering? Qin shook his head. He stood on the bleachers, down as a layer of cement poured hard solid long steps, empty playground morning wind blowing through, low yellow weeds. Mr. Liang, I heard that you're from the Thundercloud Electronics Factories block, and you're studying in the children's 5th middle school? Then you should understand that there is a recognized reason in the old factory street. The road is never chosen by us. Just like Brother Yuan, Brother Chang, are not afraid of mixing with the community, one day suddenly be hacked to death, or for the boss to take the blame for squatting in the classroom? The land under our feet, life is never worth money, opportunity is worth money. Chance, you have to rely on yourself to fight life, you have to rely on your hands to change. Chapter 24, Cracking Down on Blackmail and Counterterrorism, Sex and Regimes. Starting today, you're an initiated disciple of Hong Shang. A pleased smile appeared on old Liang's face, as if he had fulfilled a great wish and removed 1,000 burdens. According to the rules of the past, we should have honored tea and bowed, sent out hero invitations, and hosted an opening banquet. Since Dongxia has set a new calendar, let's not talk about the red tape, let's keep it simple. At night, take you to the memorial tablet to add incense and kowtow, then it's done. Hong Shang? It seemed like the name was not small. Qin's eyelids jumped. Is this some old martial arts sect? He usually read a lot of extracurricular miscellaneous books, the impression that there is a book called Jianghu series of Talk Barnyard Wild History, which mentioned a lot of strange things in the martial arts world. For example, the sects, North and South confrontation, each lineage branching out, involving endless grudges and feuds. In short, in the old martial arts flourishing years, everyone on the name, orthodoxy is extremely important, to the point of not hesitate to see blood, generations of hatred of the ferocious point. Therefore, for the major sects, the plaque, the name, the weight of the heavy. Not casually can hang the name, except disciples. No skill under the hand, can't see the real chapter, every other day will be the door to smash the signboard, gray roll out of the boundary. Little young mind quite heavy, think quite a lot. If Hong Shang is what the big door faction has long been letting the Martial Arts Association to integrate and recruit, divided into an official and a half position, why fall into my hands so a cripple? Looking at Qin's scattered thoughts, Lao Liang was quite helpless. In the early years of the martial arts world, mixed, good and bad, in order to establish a firm foothold, a wide range of disciples, all have to climb up the origin, topple out name. To Xiaomu, Jinwu these heritage lone, almost mythical Holy Land dojo mostly. But just like the usual incense worship, Buddha, Taoist ancestor is too great, believers feel that the request may not be answered, but more willing to enter some small temple. Among the many small temples, the Hong Shang, Qing Shang and Thief Shang are the most important. The so-called Hong Shang, that is, the Hong sect's holy character head, the seniority is not too high or too low, and there are not many outstanding people of excellence. Qin scratched his head, somewhat undeterred. Master Liang, back then, when the Wushu Association integrated and recruited all the major sects, our Hong Shang's ancestor predecessors, didn't they make any progress? At least get a branch chairman, president, or honorary member or something? Let the disciples and grandchildren also follow the Gloria. Since he was seriously worshipping a master to learn the art, he naturally hoped to find a thick leg to hold on to, saving him 20 years of struggle. Well, when you say it like that, I really remember. Old Liang slammed his head down, his tone suddenly high. Such a performance surprised Qin. Master Liang, what did you remember? He rubbed his hands impatiently, ready to evening out his backing. Our Hong Shang does have someone in the Martial Association. Who? Please also tell us in detail, Master Liang. Old Liang deliberately slowed down and dawdled for a while before speaking. It's your master me, a member of the Henzhou Martial Arts Association branch, and a certificate of honor. Waiting for me to finalize the segment, I can also take it. Qin's mouth corner twitching, old Liang shelved this tease him. What's going on? You're the only one left in Hong Shang, and I'm the only one left? Young people are down to earth, less to do the dream of reaching the sky in one step. The Hung sect used to be a big sect, powerful and heavy, like the sun, that's right. But the martial artists are no more powerful than the barrel of a gun? How do you think the Wushu Association was founded? And how did they integrate those unruly, disobedient men whose vitality exceeded the hundreds of points mark? These lawless people who dared to assassinate the king and kill the emperor in the old era and rebel against the king, how could they be honest without receiving an iron fist? The disciple is cool. Old Liang laughed loudly, the heart of the long held back the urge to tell the ancient, finally able to release a brain. Like Shearu, Jinwu that stood for thousands of years of ancient holy places, still quite sensible, take the initiative to recognize the name of the fields, temples, Taoist temples belonging to the social public, and hand over part of the inheritance of the Gongfa. Therefore, there were no major ripples. As for the Hung sect, Qing sect, Thief sect, why is there no splash? Because those few leaders didn't sell their face at first, and as a result, the next day, all of them were characterized as criminal groups of an illegal nature, and wanted notices were issued. That night, the battleship sailed into the empty harbor, and then launched the third largest high-intensity anti-terrorism drill. Shinshir's heart trembled slightly. This was from sweeping the blacks to counter-terrorism, it was clearly from plagiarizing the family to executing the 9 clans. Have these leading leaders been blinded by lard? Or maybe they've been in power for too long and can't tell the difference between big and small kings? How dare they stroke the will of the nation? You know, the new Eastern Xia calendar has a total of 9 millennia, 6 of which have been spent on great expeditions, great expansions, expanding the territory and territory. This kind of powerful regime that was so full of martial virtues that it was almost about to unify half of the river system. How could a group of gangster black bosses be messed with? Almost 14 hours, with less than 1/5 of the troops deployed, all the halls were swept away, and during that time, there were so many old guys who were half a step short of becoming a martial god who resisted, letting the 200 divine machine armored divisions trample them to death alive. Of course, Marshal Yang has been extraordinarily kind, leaving behind some of the stalwart backbones who have abandoned the dark side, arranging for them to be given seats as honorary members of the General Association of Martial Arts, allowing them to continue to retain their signboards in open teaching institutions. Lao Liang lightly a few words, bring out the martial arts world of bloodshed. Even from a different perspective, it could be called a catastrophe. Can actually last for more than 10 hours, that is indeed a bit of strength, no wonder it's so crazy. But it still feels like being head down, why do you think you can break your own arm over your thigh? Shinshir secretly slandered the name and experience in the history textbooks, known as the 9 great marshals with outstanding war achievements, all of them are martial god level. Not to mention that the war corps soldiers stationed on the major ancient stars were all fierce. In particular, Shinwu's technology in human body modification is far ahead of others, and it is rumored that people above the rank of colonel can voluntarily undergo one or even several glorious evolutions, such as the transplantation of more organs of the heart and lungs. This kind of horrible war machine, no matter in the life force or combat power, all comprehensively crushed the so-called martial artists. It was not even on the same level. Master Liang, our Hongshang lineage, we don't have any blood feuds that we can't share with each other, so we must fight against Dongxia to restore the Hong sect, right? In that case, before the tea ceremony, the matter of worshipping the master, we will not be counted. Shinshir carefully asked, prying along. By the way, is there a bonus to be received for reporting? He is a standard law-abiding Eastern Xia citizen. He couldn't be labeled as a remnant of the old martial arts or a remaining member of the Hongmen. If I am a Hongmen murderer, can I be a teacher in the children's school? This is a position in the organization, it has to be vetted by both the Education Commission and the Martial Arts Association. Old Liang lost his smile, this kid's face changed faster than flipping a book, still thinking of exchanging himself for a banner. Immediately, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes stretched out. Also good, at least the temperament is stronger than mine, and knows how to change and get ahead. I told the students in the cram school that there will be no class today. Since our master and disciple name is settled, as a master, I should also take some real things to show you that the old martial arts are powerful. Old Liang got up and limped down the steps. Seeing this, Shinshir rushed to assist him, playing the main role of a caring and filial good disciple persona. Master Liang, if there are any supreme divine skills under our Hongsheng sect, don't hide them. Hurry up and serve it up, so that the disciple can learn and practice hard and make a name for himself soon. Old Liang once again corrected his disciples' misconceptions, popularizing them in the process. You have to understand one thing, the so-called divine power mastery is ineffective for most people, and this is one of the reasons why the old martial arts were replaced by the new ones. The bridge is often written in old-era martial arts novels, what with falling off cliffs and mistakenly obtaining treasures, mostly fooled amateurs. Any pathway of promotion and metamorphosis had to start with the life force as its starting point and core. The martial god Ning Yuanhai's ancient and modern 10,000 world's true scriptures was placed on the 5th basement level of the Imperial Capital National Museum, and if you made a reservation 2 months in advance, you would have the opportunity to visit the original, but of course, direct contact was forbidden. But you think Ning Wuxian has donated his life's work for free, why hasn't there been a next generation heir to this day? Shinshir froze, realizing that old Liang had a point. This isn't the ancient era where the great aristocrats and high families treasured their inheritance as if it were their own. Top institutions like the four great nationalities could even use the manuscript secrets of the primordial 10 masters as teaching materials. The reason is simple: vitality is the biggest threshold. Lao Lian walked out of the school, had no cigarettes in his pocket, and asked Qinshi to buy a pack of linine. To make an analogy, amateur level entry is 9 dan, and the passing line is around 9 to 12. However, the more advanced martial arts textbooks, and even the most exceptional special techniques, require far more than that from the practitioner. In other words, the threshold is extremely high. Qinshi was very sensible and bought a pack of huazi as usual, asking while lighting a cigarette, "How high?" Old Liang smashed 2 mouthfuls, his eyes victorious. Ning Yuanhai's ancient and modern 10,000 worlds true scripture. The entry condition is 20 years old bone age, amateur paragraph, vitality breaks the 100-point mark. Qinshi heard the corner of his eyes twitch. The passing line for the amateur level 1 section was clearly a benchmark of 59 to 64. Ning Wuxian was good, directly doubled it. What kind of demon must this be to be able to do that? Chapter 25 Limit Breaking Physique, Tianju Divine Oil. So if you want to go farther in the path of a martial artist, you need to break through the 7 limits of the physical body? Qinshi pondered over the flavor. The reason why those martial god inheritances had harsh conditions and a strangely high threshold. It was because the original masters themselves were too powerful, each breaking free from the shackles of their mortal bodies and completing the metamorphosis of their lives. Eastern Xia's territory is unprecedentedly vast. Almost half of the river system can stand out from the huge population base like the sands of the Ganges River. Every martial god was a legend. Their experiences and achievements were difficult for those who came after them to imitate. Their experiences and insights could not be completely followed by those who came after them. Thus, Ning Yuanhai, who had shone brightly throughout the ages one after the other with Feast Haisan, had successively shone brightly throughout the ages. His ancient and modern 10,000 worlds true scriptures could only lie in the Imperial Capital National Museum, collected as exhibits, rather than a model textbook for cultivating the seeds of the martial god. Especially as the new martial arts schools became more powerful, the old martial arts inheritance that once existed became more and more chicken ribs, with little applicability or promotional value. That's right. Putting aside the other shortcuts of the sword, as well as the side roads that are quite harmful. The 7 limits of the physical body are the only proper way to allow for a significant increase in vitality, and even the new martial school has to recognize this. In the last 10 years of martial artist-related topics, how to rely on life technology to break through the shackles of the human body has always been among the hottest fraudulent funding programs. Old Liang held a cigarette in his mouth and led Qinshi around 7 turns to Shenyang Street, south of Old Factory Street. The facades on both sides were clear of car wash and tire repair signs of auto repair stores, and workers in labor uniforms were busy, dismantling tires and cleaning and maintaining them. Master Liang, there's no divine power to pass on, so can we have some pills and secret treasures? Otherwise, just relying on practicing methods and fighting to break through the great limit of the physical body, the efficiency is too slow. I'm not young anymore, after my birthday is 18, and half of my feet are almost in the ground. Looking at old Liang who was walking ahead, Qinshi couldn't help but say. At least the old martial arts sect's ancestors were broad, since they all determined the name of master and disciple, they had to pop some gold coins out. The 7 limits of the physical body are not prioritized. Your main advantage is that your big tendons are strong and your bones are well grown, well proportioned and neat. So let's follow the order of tendons before bones and try to break 2 limits. Old Liang didn't pay attention to his overly motivated disciple. This kid was always thinking about his own little family background. At the age of 18, he had half of his feet in the ground, so wouldn't he be buried up to his neck in yellow earth? Bringing you here today is to help you go one step further and see if you can knock on the tendon pass great limit. Old Liang drilled into a dark and gloomy alley with various small advertisements posted on the red brick walls. Most of them were about the urinary system and men's hidden pains, occasionally mixed in with a few false messages about rich women seeking children for a lot of money. One more step? Breaking through the 10-point life force barrier. With excitement in his heart, Qinshi followed old Liang and stopped in front of a pharmacy. He raised his head to look upwards, and the red-colored words Tianju Divine Oil came into his eyes. 2 aluminum alloy sliding door, the left side is written Conscience Direct Sales, the right side is Men's Gospel. Next door to open the Love Affair Hotel, room with complimentary foot massage, essential oil back services, how to look not too serious. Liangshi, your old martial arts school especially preferred this mouth? Can't we learn from others' new martial arts sects and make some high-end places? Xinsher almost didn't hold his breath, who's a serious master and disciple running to foot baths and magic oil stores every day. The great hideout is in the city. You don't want to think about it. How many people did Old Factory Street feed when it was at its peak? Everyone ran to the east side of Dangyang, piling in to do business and make a living. The best medical environment in Henzhou, the top hypnotist, may be in the Tian metropolitan area, or the center of the city. But the most cost-effective clinic, the technician with the most comfortable technique, is guaranteed to come here. Old Liang showed a contemptuous expression of disciple you really don't know, took the lead to push open the door and stepped in. Life is not easy, Xinsher sighed. Who made him really lacking in financial resources and from a poor family? The classmates of the elite class of the metropolitan area were in and out of the cultivation hall all day long, enjoying professional physiotherapists and nutritionists. When it was his turn, he was relegated to a foot bath technician and a drug dealer selling miracle oil. The difference in life was too obvious. Old Liang. Why are you here? Finally figured out to find a companion? Xinsher's eyes crossed the old TV, which was playing a restricted movie that was inappropriate for children. Closing the door to watch porn in broad daylight, the owner is also a man of nature. He thought so. With another turn of his eyes, he swept over the interior of the store, which was piled with all kinds of clutter and appeared a bit cramped. There were old-time paper novels with yellowed covers stacked on the counter, a few posters of women in cheongsams on the wall, and behind the big-ass square computer sat the robe man with skinny cheeks and little blood. Look at the dry and weak look of the kidneys, did not expect to speak so breath? The robe man reached for the remote control and paused the yellow videotape that was playing to a critical point. Why do you still have a child? Lao Liang, this store is compliant and legal, and will never sell any erotic products to minors. I'm not idly talking to you. Lao Gu, I want a bottle of the best Tianju authentic goods, don't fool around. Old Liang went in single-handedly, fished out a handful of $100 bills from his pocket and slapped them on the counter. Ooh, so generous. Old Liang, is this finding a suitable good seedling? The robe man pulled out his crotch in spite of his image, then licked his fingers with his tongue and started counting the money. I don't have much stock, just 3 bottles left. Tianju, that piece, belongs to the autonomous region, although the same as the administrative jurisdiction of Dongxia, but every time you buy goods you have to be careful to prevent customs. A bottle sells you $4,000, not expensive, here is still short of 800, you see? Old Liang tiger eyes opened. Before not 3,000 too? The robe man was helpless. Hangzhou monthly interstellar flights, tickets to the ship to verify the identity. That bunch of dog-grass bureaucrats, from the old city arsenal after the explosion, engaged in traffic blockade to engage in more than 10 years. These bottles of stock have been sitting here for a long time, and 4,000 a bottle is already the cost price. Just our deep friendship, for others, selling 7,000 are not excessive. Old Liang looked back at Xinsher. How much do you have on you? Xinsher said truthfully. 3,513. The 10,000 given by Big Sister, naturally, it is impossible to bring all of it on your body, only part of the emergency and daily consumption funds are left. Old Liang faced the robe man again, and chopped down the price blatantly. 7,000, 2 bottles. The robed man was about to shake his head and refuse, but was interrupted by Lao Liang. Lao Gu, this thing you stay in the hands cannot be sold. People play the new martial arts school is to take injections to eat supplements injected energy liquid, that said, who still use the Tianju's golden daigo? It doesn't even have a drug test certificate. In the metropolitan area, you sell this to be reported by your peers, a catch a quasi. The robe man's face changed slightly, and after a moment, he agreed loosely. Success, 7,002 bottles, count you owe me a personal favor. When I save enough money, I will buy a ticket and run away, this damn place in Henzhou is too much for me. He lifted the curtain, went into the back room, and came out only after a long time. Seemingly rummaging through boxes, his pajamas were covered in dust. 2 bottles of golden daigo, absolutely Tianju authentic goods, the purchase price is more than 7,000. If we put it in the old martial era, a bottle of 20,000 would have been bought by someone. Pajama man cut me like, heartbroken. Old Liang also did not say much, and Xinsher put together 7,000, the silk cloth wrapped glass bottle into his arms. Thanks, Lao Gu. The pajama man didn't have a good mood. Get lost, don't disturb my handiwork. When old Liang and Xinsher turned around, he was impatient and added. The best way to use golden daigo is not to apply it externally, but to boil it into a boiling hot thick juice, apply it to the spine, chest, and abdomen before it cools, and then sit inside the bathtub to warm it up and promote absorption. This step is called burning tendons. The old monk who sold the goods told me. If your disciple is capable of suffering, he might as well give it a try and see if he can burn a dragon tendon out. Old Liang nodded and closed the door behind him. The two left the not-so-busy, cold alley before he spoke. This person is called Gu Nanting. His name is quite elegant, originally from Haizhou. His family is very rich. Mom was outside, the third wife on the throne, let out. His father is also cruel enough, even his livelihood cut off together. Fortunately, Lao Gu studied in a good school, and has a talent for language, halfway out of school to follow the ship, but also did not starve to death. Unfortunately, his luck was not good. He had spent all his money to hoard a batch of medicine from the Tianzhu side, and was ready to make a fortune at the tail end of the Nova development, but the result was a big explosion in the arsenal, and Hangzhou blocked the external routes, so that only the state-run spaceship, which has one ship per month, could take off. Arsenal factory explosion? Xinshi frowned and extracted it from his memory. It was a long time ago, and it was rumored to be a fire at the 420 Arsenal factory, which produced God machine components. It's only in the last few years that the Tian metropolitan area has liberalized some of its restrictions and done free trade. Many people say that it was that big explosion that reduced Hangzhou to the bottom of the administrative nova. Old Liang explained a mouthful and brought Xinshi to the Jinshi impression where he had been last time, and asked Sister Hong, the manageress of Big Wave, to prepare a separate room. He opened the glass bottle wrapped in silk cloth, which was filled with a golden gelatinous substance, greasy as fat. This is the golden daigo from Tianzhu, taken from the belly of the three-eyed crocodile. In the old martial arts era, those big sect practitioners loved to use it to nourish their tendons. Our Hongsheng's most outstanding limit-breaking physique is the dragon tendon, tiger bone, unicorn strength, and bee waist, ape arm, mantis leg. One is internal and the other is external. The latter you are not that far off, just improve your practice. The former, you'll have to suffer a bit. Dragon tendon and tiger bone? It sounded very raw. Xinshi was impatient. As a legendary enduring practice king, what kind of suffering couldn't he endure? Come on, Master Liang. Don't ever pity me just because I'm young. Ravage me hard. Chapter 26, Hiding tigers and leopards in deep mountains, burying unicorns in fields. You have to think clearly. Old Liang slowly and methodically opened the bottle of 300 milliliters of golden daigo, scooped it out with a spoon and placed it on a tray to be roasted with an alcohol lamp. The golden gelatinous substance melted away a little bit, making noise and forming a thick juice, emitting a rich fragrance. It's still weirdly strong. Qinshi's nose twitched, and his spirits steeply trembled. The slightly hot chi sensation that one would normally need to stand on stakes and use strength to feel, suddenly emerged. Golden daigo is a secret medicine of the old martial arts, a hot product of the Tianzhu Autonomous Region, which once made the three-eyed crocodile hunted down and killed to become a protected animal, but fortunately, the development of artificial breeding technology did not go extinct. But the price is still high. Lao Liang laughed. He tried when he was young, and cried out in pain, straight as if he had been peeled off a layer of skin alive. The side effects of this thing are obvious, and then the new martial arts school came to power and it was listed as a banned drug. It burns the human skin and causes sharp stabbing pains to the nerves, and even causes people to mutilate themselves. If you follow that method, Lao Gu said, I'm afraid you won't make it through. What about the benefits? Xinshi asked directly. In his previous life and in this life, he was not afraid of suffering, he was only worried about giving without reward. Sinews, circumference, cloth, limbs, 100 joints, contact and binding. In the old martial arts, there is the saying that if the tendon is 1 inch long, the strength is 100 pounds. First of all, your strength, physical ability, including reflexes, can be boosted by a large margin. Secondly, if you do so, it can help you break the tendon barrier and step into the first limit, allowing the concentration of life force to coalesce and feed back into your physical body. To put it simply, it's a rise of 2 or 3 points of life force, maybe 4 or 5 if you absorb it well. Old Liang informed truthfully, he probably knew in his heart how this newly accepted disciple would choose. The old factory street workers' children, most have a tough, dare to fight. And Xinshi is one of the best. That latent in the heart, eager to change, the strong will. Especially prominent. Then get it. As expected, Xinshi's eyes almost glowed when he heard that his vitality had risen by such a large degree. He was roughly around 9 points now, and if he added 2 or 3 points, he would directly reach the passing line of the 9th stage of the amateur grade. If he went up a bit, before the school year started, he would have a high hope of being promoted to 8th Dan. When placed in the elite class, they were also students who could rise to the top. Your heart, if my master sees you, he'll have to praise you for your firm and deep down nature. He likes this kind of nature, everything only asks success or failure, do not want to be able to or not. I was often scolded by his old man back then, saying that he was indecisive when it came to things. Old Liang nodded. Anyway, there is him on the side of the protection. When Qinshi cannot simmer down, will abort to call a halt. You prepare, clean yourself and bathe. When this bottle of golden daigo is hotter, we will begin. Sister Hong, Mr. Liang is here again? Outside the room, Yan Shuang, who was privately called long-haired flower boy by Qinshi, asked out loud. Well, I didn't order you this time, so I asked for a room and took some tools. The big-wave female manager said while burying her head in her work. That little handsome guy, is he a student of Mr. Liang? Previously he brought students to the door, never once, never again. This one is rare. Yan Shuang lowered his head and smiled. It means that little brother really got into Mr. Liang's eyes. He sat on the rattan chair in a regular manner, his legs together, extremely showy, his gaze calmly looking towards the room across the hall. I'm good. Qinshi briefly took a shower, with a bath towel around his waist, looking like he had just finished his business. Sit down. Old Liang picks up a long silver-handled spoon and scoops out the golden daigo that has been baked by the alcohol lamp, and the sticky liquid that has become a paste rolls inexplicably hot. In fact, the temperature provided by the alcohol lamp was not high, but the special nature of the old martial arts secret medicine called golden daigo, once heated and boiled, it would boil rapidly. If you can't hold out, don't try to be strong. Old Liang gave a word of advice and then carefully applied it along Qinshi's spine. Hiss. The moment the viscous liquid touched his skin, Qinshi's veins at the corners of his forehead twitched fiercely. It was like hot, powerful glue splashed on his back, sticking tightly to the surface of his body. Then wait for the air to dry out, make a tear off large pieces of bloody skin and flesh. In just a few seconds, bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. It's too much torture yet. Qinshi's face twisted and turned white in pain. In passing, he lamented that the old martial sect was simply all perverts. For this kind of torture experience, they still scrambled to spend money to enjoy it? Can you still carry it? Old Liang's voice came from behind. Increase, force, degree. Qinshi replied, the words popping out like they were from between his teeth. Tough enough. I lasted until golden daigo coated half my back. I wonder how far our can go. Old Liang looked at the lumps of muscles glowing red and hot, because of too much pain subconsciously tensed and fired to squeeze together the back. Large chunks of sticky juice quickly condensed, forming an effect similar to golden paint, gradually occupying a third of his back. 2 minutes later, Qinshi had already hurt so much that he couldn't make a sound. Only by continuously inhaling and exhaling did he relieve the pain. With the golden daigo sticking to his skin like paste, the deepest torment acting on the nerves raged on. He was like food sitting in a fireplace being roasted, and like a piece of meat pressed against a red-hot iron plate that would not turn over. The whole man was going to scorch. When the severe pain in the flesh exceeded the mental limit, inexplicably various visions surfaced one after another in the subconscious mind. Fire all around. Rumbling big explosions. Men's angry curses. Weeping women. Qinshi nearly fainted, and his brain was about to activate its protective mechanism so that he could be freed from this inhuman pain. No wonder someone who uses golden daigo to refine the body and nourish the tendons is prone to self-harm. The body's ability to repair itself can't keep up with the speed of the secret medicine's damage. If I sit in the bathtub later and warm up the heat, the pain will be amplified again. There's no way I can withstand it. How should I top it? He barely pieced together his fragmented and haphazard consciousness, pondering the solution. It was a habit developed over the years, treating one trouble after another as if it were an exam question. Mulling it over and over again until he came up with that solution. Sleep. I can sleep. Right at the moment when golden daigo was smeared all over his back, Qinshi's brain, which was about to faint, suddenly flashed with an aura. Sleeping through difficulties, this kind of swinging Bible, was the best way to solve problems for him. Deep sleep. Muscle memory. Double activation. Close your eyes, sink your mind, relax, breathe. Qinshi tried his best to discard the external distractions, the torture of the physical body. Attempting to sleep soundly, he entered the dreamland. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Head lowered, shoulders spread, straight back bent forward, sharp gasps calmed. In less than 10 seconds, he gained as good a sleep as a baby's. Passed out? Or dead? Old Liang was alarmed. In his perception, Qinshi's turbulent and disordered, as if turbulent, breath suddenly calmed down. It was even transmitting a very odd kind of peacefulness? Normally, this was the precursor to an old man's end of life and passing away. No, snoring? This kid is asleep? How can he sleep? The next moment, old Liang heard the extremely subtle sound of sound sleep, like a kitten lying on its back in a warm nest, very solidly resting and sleeping. Truly asleep, but that wispy sense of qi in his body didn't break. Genius, absolute genius. Exactly what kind of volume king can sleep without forgetting to practice? Lao Liang suddenly felt that the hard work and diligence and self-consciousness that he had once learned from his master and was most proud of were completely worthless in front of Qinshi. Just like a new recruit against a military training instructor, losing completely and utterly. The mountains hide tigers and leopards, and the fields bury unicorns. I didn't believe the master when he told me this, thinking that all the good seedlings are in the Martial Arts Association, so there can't be any lost pearls in the ocean that will be lost to me. The smile on Lao Liang's face grew deeper and deeper, mixing the other half of the golden daigo, smearing it down Qinshi's shoulders, covering his chest, abdomen, and waist. In that case, there's more certainty regarding that matter. You're awake? When Qinshi opened his eyes, he saw Yan Shuang, technician number 69 of Qinshi's impression. The handsome face filled his sight, scaring him so much that he leaned back and almost tumbled off the recliner. Brother Shuang? How long have I been sleeping? Yan Shuang, who was still wearing a white long-sleeved jacket, pulled open the curtains, and the sunlight swish spread all over the room, piercing Qinshi subconsciously used the back of his hand to cover it. It's the second day, 8 in the morning. Yan Shuang's face looked odd. Not only did you survive the severe pain of burning tendons from the golden daigo refining body, but you were also able to do it with a mind like water and sleep soundly. To be honest, I've read so many autobiographies of martial gods, but I've never seen anyone write such a bridge. In the future, if you want to achieve something, remember to proclaim it more often, it will not fail to be a legendary story. After the legendary Endurance King, am I happy to mention the title of legendary Sleepyhead? Qinshi looked down and saw that his clothes were already on. That inexhaustible energy filled his body. He slightly exerted his strength, and the large tendons under his skin instantly collapsed and opened up. Stretching and jumping, twisting and nodding. Like a group of snakes, like a python. In Yan Shuang's eyes, Qinshi's back was intertwined with a very thin blue blood vessel, the spine supporting the tendons, the joints were through, like a vivid tattoo of an angry scaly dragon trapped in a blue pool. Almost, stepped through a limit and entered the tendon pass. Heat sked, and the color in his eyes was quite complicated. Unfortunately, Qinshi did not notice that his spirit was all over the font panel. A line of text message abruptly flashed by. Activate primary achievement over growth. Chapter 27, Assistant Professor Xiaoqin, you smell good. Overgrowth, the evolution of an embryo requires squeezing every bit of nutrition and energy out of it. As a baby waiting to be fed, wanton eating and frantic foraging is what you should do most. Characteristics: extremely sensitive to substances rich in high nutrients and energy, and acquires absorption and digestion abilities that exceed those of similar creatures. Advancement route: complete 10 high-quality feedings, or 20 efficient foraging sessions, to unlock the corresponding skill. Foraging is such an odd word, somewhat like cannibalism. Qinshi's gaze swept over the newly activated achievement, not understanding the exact effect. He was still immersed in the surprise and satisfaction of his body suddenly crossing a step. This kind of enhancement was too clear, as if he had played a game of suffering in his previous life, enduring the torture in the early stages only to be sound and happy at the moment of passing the level. The intense pain brought about by Golden Daigo repeatedly tormented itself like torture. But as long as one got through it, the benefits were also tremendous. The increase brought by the burning tendons to Qinshi did not only lie in the reinforcement of the strength of the mortal body's limbs, causing him to move faster, more agile, and more flexible. Physical energy on the degree of abundance, more than twice as much, not to mention that the hot flow of qi sense of growth, from the strands of threading a needle, thrive and grow into a bunch of extraordinarily tough, thumb-thin hemp rope. And no longer need to deliberately stand pile stimulation of sinews and bones, can grasp. As if branded in the flesh and blood inside, running in the blood vessels. Innate, free, and easy. Nearly like the legend of shedding one's bones. If I were to be replaced by me who hadn't yet come into contact with old martial arts cultivation, 7 or 8 of them combined wouldn't be enough to beat me with one hand right now. Sheen sure was enjoying this moment, to give is to receive, which was the strongest feedback in the game of life. Just as a trickle of water gathers into a river, and tiny gravel piles up mountains, continuous accumulation and progress is always a source of joy. Yan Shuang was understanding and did not say anything to disturb him, silently standing by the side for several minutes. "Brother Shuang, where is Master Liang?" Fortunately, Sheen sure was not intoxicated for too long and finally remembered his own master. Teacher Liang rarely spends the night outside. After applying the golden daigo and making sure that he was fine, he handed you over to me and he went straight home. He also said that when you wake up, you should rest for a while and go back to class the next day. Your body needs an acclimatization process, so don't do any more high-intensity workouts. Yan Shuang related verbatim. Old Liang underestimated my legendary endurance exercise king's invincible physique too much. Sheen sure felt that on the premise of not being subject to physical damage, he could recover the vast majority of his physical damage through deep sleep. It was like a gain buff that continuously restored blood. The effect of the intermediate achievement is already this powerful, raise it to advanced and it won't take off in place. Borrowing the disposable hygiene products in the room to finish washing up, Sheen sure planned to go home first. Staying out at night without saying hello was against the tradition of the old Sheen family. Mainly, he was afraid that the youngest, Sheen Lan, would worry too much and make something happen. Teacher Liang told your sister. Yan Shuang, who was leaning against the window, said. He always seemed to be keenly aware of other people's emotions and thoughts. Ginger is still old and hot, Teacher Liang thought it through. Sheen sure let out a sigh of relief. He only hoped that old Liang wouldn't expose the fact that he had spent the night in Jinshur impression, or else oldest might really think that he had gone to the sea, and joined forces with biggest sister to make a whole session of trial one day. Brother Shuang, did you also enroll in Master Liang's tutorial class? Sheen sure took a towel to dry his face and asked in passing. From Yan Shuang's natural tone of voice when he mentioned Jin Daigo, plus his relatively familiar relationship with old Liang, it was easy to tell that this Jinshur Impression 69 male technician should have also come into contact with old martial arts or have some knowledge of life force development. Where does Mr. Liang see me? He only accepts good seedlings like you, little brother Chin. I have a poor foundation and a weak body. If I really want to follow the practice, I won't be able to pass the step of coiling tendons and pulling my back. Yan Shuang smiled lightly, with a quiet temperament. Hiss, brother Shuang is indeed handsome. Sheen sure inexplicably winced and hurriedly shook his head to get rid of the sudden thought. He must have practiced too hard, otherwise how can he look at a man and feel that he has a clear look? He averted his gaze. Listening to the accent, brother Shuang is not from this side of Old Factory Street? Yan Shuang nodded lightly. My hometown in Smoke City, not far from Taiyan. My father lost money doing business, so he moved his family to Old Factory Street. My mother and I live in the northern suburbs, and I come over to work every week in the afternoon, and then go back to take care of her later. Sheen sure scratched his head. The famous Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital seemed to be located there. He was quite curious about the level of Shuang's life force development, and wanted to ask, but his memory was violently activated by the word work. Bad. Teaching assistant job at the Youth Palace. Brother Sharp, I'm sorry for troubling you last night. I'll order you back next time I come over as a token of appreciation. Sheen sure hurriedly snatched out the door and ran furiously towards the bus stop. It's hard to find a part-time job where he can dabble in the cafeteria, but he can't lose it easily. Yan Shuang's mouth smiled, soft line of sight through the gauze window, watching Sheen sure who was speeding all the way, as if his house was on fire. The old martial arts break the limit, the new martial arts follow the example. To be able to survive the pain of burning tendons at such a young age, Mr. Liang really picked up a treasure. Old Sue, you know me, I've been working summer jobs for so many years, or have I ever had a previous record of absenteeism without reason? In the phone booth, Sheen sure's tone was sincere. Didn't I enroll in a tutorial class, letting the teacher stall, purely by accident? Communicate with the Youth Palace, don't count it as an absence, count it as a leave of absence. Absence deduction of a full day's salary, but not the full attendance award of $200, leave is only deducted half a day, the difference is far. Sheen sure war of words for 20 minutes, killed the old Sue on the other end of the phone retreating, finally keep the job as well as the few full attendance. When he hung the microphone back up, he secretly spat in his mind. How in the world did Dongxia order the technology tree? It's all about the great expansion of the universe, but the civilian life is almost unchanged. Selling cell phones and building cars here would be more promising than being a martial artist. Even after traveling for a long time, Shinshur hadn't been able to fully get used to the social situation in Eastern Xia. If it was said that the Great Cosmic Era was still using human work and was unable to popularize mechanical production on a large scale, it could barely be attributed to the fact that East Xia's population was flooded and human resources were cheaper. However, the wide gap between the social landscape of Old Factory Street and the metropolitan area was more like a sign of intentional control. Especially in terms of internet and communication, there are strict restrictions. This place in Old Factory Street is outrageous if it doesn't even have an internet cafe, and I have to check my identification card for my internet class in New First Middle School. I'm searching for it, and it's not too difficult to develop a mobile payment application technology, right? Shinshur's heart flooded with mutterings. Is it because of the existence of those transcendent pathways for mechanics and psychics? Or is it deliberately blocked? Boarding the number 145 bus, after a shaky bumpy ride, one enters the metropolitan area from the Old Factory Street, with skyscrapers lining up in front of one's eyes. By the time Shinshur arrived at the Youth Palace in the center of the city, it was already noon, and the poisonous sun lashed everyone equally. He stepped on the shade of the trees and stepped indoors, and Zhang, who was also counted as a temporary worker without establishment, rushed to say, "Xiaoqin, why didn't you come to work yesterday? The new teacher Lin waited for you for a while." "The new teacher's name is Lin?" Shinshur revealed a coy business smile. "There was a small incident at home. I forgot to tell Lao Su to contact this side. I'm really sorry, Brother Zhang." Brother Zhang, wearing a pair of glasses and with a gentlemanly appearance, smiled and said, "Why, who wouldn't encounter difficulties at home? I don't blame you for what happened. I took over your shift yesterday, it doesn't count as absenteeism." Shinshur was quite touched. Why did not I see in the past, Zhang is so sentimental? Usually, he was the one who cleaned and touched the fish the hardest. "Brother Zhang, where is the new teacher?" "I'll go and apologize as well. They just had their first day on the job and I, the assistant teacher, didn't show up for work. I'm too sorry." Shinshur inquired. "Xiaoqin, let's discuss this job as an assistant teacher. You are still young, may not be able to grasp it. Why don't you give the opportunity to brother?" Brother Zhang pulled Shinshur to one side, as if he was afraid of being heard. "I know your family is in trouble, so let's do it this way. I don't want any of the assistant teacher's salary or the cafeteria meal allowance. I'll give it all to you." "What do you want? For charity?" Shinshur was a bit confused. How long has it been since he saw Zhang, and how did he become so righteous? His doubts were soon answered. Tada tada tada, clear sound from behind, a pair of flat heels rhythmic knocking on the ground. The line of sight shifted upward, black straight skirt, white waist shirt, outside the small suit. Tied long hair, rimless glasses, tall figure, delicate face. Well. Shinshur suddenly realized that it was a female teacher who came to the youth palace. "Xiaoqin, brother has never begged anyone in his life, but this time brother really likes. It's..." Zhang chattered on and on, itching to kneel down for Shinshur. In fact, the person in charge of the youth palace had previously asked him what he thought. But he felt that when the assistant teacher is too much money is too tired, and simply choose to refuse. Who would have expected that the new teacher's posture is so outstanding, simply like the center of the city's glamorous star? "Brother Zhang, I don't care if I become an assistant teacher, the new first middle school originally does not allow students to fall in love early. But..." Got to add money, 3 words Shinshur hadn't even spoken before the female teacher walked towards them. "Your assistant teacher Xiaoqin, right? My name is Lin Yunqing, I'm the new teacher of the youth palace's martial arts class, so I'll be working hard for you to share the work for me from now on." Teacher Lin, who had a very imperial temperament and an ethereal voice, gently surveyed the big boy next door like teenager. Without waiting for Shinshur to reply, she slightly curved the corners of her eyes and said in a pleasant manner, "Little assistant teacher Qin, you smell so good." Chapter 28, Looking Inside Yourself, Red and White. Where is the fragrance? Shinshur would like to scratch his head. He went out today, did not have time to take a shower, wash away last night's burning tendons to endure the pain of the smell of sweat. Xiaoqin is very image conscious. Is it cologne? Recently made a girlfriend? Zhang's tone was sour, deliberately sniffing. His boss was standing here alone. Why didn't Mr. Lin look at him? All I use for shower gel is 3-in-1, how can I afford cologne? By the way, Brother Zhang, you covered my shift yesterday, I'll treat you to dinner later. Shinshur rushed to diverge from the topic, lest he become the set target of his male colleagues in the youth palace. Non-established temporary workers working part-time, simply cha a meal, there is no need to make it into a palace fight favor. He knew that sometimes once a male is in heat, the degree of demonizing is no less than a woman. Ms. Lin, do you want to join us? Xinsher asked one more time, which was also considered to help Zhang create an opportunity to return the favor of yesterday's substitute. Lin Yunqing held up her glasses and gently shook her head. No. I'm just coming over to get to know Assistant Professor Xiaoqin, and this afternoon we'll draw up a schedule arrangement so that we can prepare for the opening of the class. Well, got it, Ms. Lin. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xinsher watched Lin Yunqing leave. His eyes flashed. Teacher Lin was tall, but her waist was slender, walking like a willow branch floating with the wind, seemingly swaying but actually smooth. To be able to work as a teacher in the youth palace and mix up to a proper establishment, the level of vitality should not be low. After experiencing the burning tendons, Xinsher's five senses seemed to be sharper than before, vaguely capturing the fluctuation of other people's breath. Normal people's breathing frequency would not be too stable and could easily be disrupted, but practitioners who had been exposed to vitality development were different. Under the high-intensity exercise, all aspects of their physical quality had been greatly improved, and if they had practiced new or old martial arts, the transformation from the inside out would be even more obvious. It looks good, doesn't it? Teacher Lin's waist, this leg, it's really the knife that takes people's lives. Zhang smiled lewdly from the side. It could indeed take a person's life, but literally. Xinsher wasn't interested in participating in this kind of unhealthy chat and hurriedly used the method of urination. As for Zhang wanting to switch positions with himself and pick up a beautiful teacher, it's not like he said anything about it. Teacher Lin is so young, running to the youth palace to teach martial arts classes, most likely to go down to the grassroots to enrich his resume. Zhang is estimated to have no chance. How can a peacock look at poultry? Xinsher Hui pondered in his heart and decided to continue playing the harmless persona of a docile student boy. For the sake of that free nutritious meal in the cafeteria, as well as the intensity of work that wasn't too busy once a week, can have to do a good job as a teaching assistant. In the Taiyan metropolitan area where the new martial arts schools are in charge, an old martial arts school seedling actually popped up, and in the youth palace? Lin Yunqing returned to the second-floor office building, white tender fingers deftly hooked, habitually turning the pen, whirring. She was certain that the faint aroma on Assistant Professor Xiaoqin's body was the flavor of the secret medicine that cleanses oneself and transforms one's mortal body. And this kind of rough and cool perverted method, except for the old martial arts sex gang of lunatics, no one would use it. Which level of the great limit is the one that is being rushed? Lin Yunqing's eyes flickered, rising with curiosity. The hardest God pass? The fiercest force pass? Or the most time-consuming chi pass? The most likely at his age should still be the bone pass, the tendon pass. The former is painful, the latter is bitter. One is called dismantling the hanger, the other is called burning the body with fire. Either way, it's not an easy walk. The female teacher with long hair narrowed her eyes, and suddenly felt that the internship period arranged by the Martial Arts Association this time didn't seem so boring. The old martial arts school's little brother, how rare, maybe it's still the talented seedling of a sect house. If I use the abundant tutorials of the new martial arts school, which is far ahead of the others, to break the heart of the old martial arts school's youngest brother who was more outstanding and abandoned the darkness, it should be very interesting, right? Lin Yunqing, who looked dignified and beautiful on the outside, lightly hooked her vermilion lips and suddenly became manic and excited. Now, there was something to play with. Sunset and dusk, Xinsher walked out of the cafeteria with satisfaction. He dazzled off the nutritious meal for 5 people with his ability, ruthlessly shocking the rice-beating Amma with shaky hands. Completing this battle of fame for the first time in the world. Xiaoqin, messing up half a day's treat is eating in the cafeteria. Zhang said irritably while picking his teeth. This is too slick of you. Xinsher snorted. No, paychecks are tight, next time for sure. Speaking of which, I think the youth palace, and Ms. Lin is the most compatible, belongs to Brother Zhang Yu, young, handsome, or college graduates. Brother Zhang's heart felt free at these words and touched his oily 3/7 hairstyle. That's agreeable. Unfortunately, the old Zhang is old-fashioned, and he mentioned to him to change the workplace is not agreed. Xiaoqin, you can help my brother, give my brother more as a wingman. Xinsher vaguely corresponded. I've never been in love, I don't understand this. Moreover, with Zhang's charisma, why do I need to add to the snake? The two made some small talk and went their separate ways. Looking at Zhang, who drove a second-hand Shana sedan far away, and then looked down at Lin Yunqing's Hanhai Conqueror, the corner of Xinsher's mouth tugged. In a previous life, it belongs to a second-hand Alto car owner chasing after a Porsche-rich white beauty. The gap is really big. Drops. That like a black beast, used for cross-country traveling Hanhai Conqueror brakes on the side of the road. The window came down, revealing Lin Yunqing's delicate face. Assistant Professor Xiaoqin, where do you live? If it's on the way, I'll give you a ride. Ms. Lin is quite enthusiastic. Xin said bluntly. No need, I'm in the old factory street area, too far from the metropolitan area. Lin Yunqing was surprised. Old factory street. Little Qin assistant teacher is very hard. Heard Mr. Zhang say that you study in the new first middle school. Xin smiled coyly and considered it a default. The Taiyan metropolitan area and the old factory street in the old city were like the difference between a township and a big city. If the latter wanted to take root and settle down, in addition to striving hard and working diligently, they also had to find a way to fulfill various conditions and obtain the right to settle down. This is the original policy of the East China Nova development, according to the so-called citizenship contribution, divided into areas of residence, and then enjoy different welfare benefits. Students from Old Factory Street, for example, had to pay additional fees to attend public schools in the metropolitan area. If Qin had not been admitted to the Hongji class, this payment would have been indispensable. As for other public medical care and subsidies, they were also based on citizenship. The only two things available to the children of Old Factory Street workers were the most basic compulsory education and job training. I'm quite interested in the history of the eastern suburbs of Dangyang. Next time I'm free, can I ask Assistant Professor Xiaoqin to be my guide? Lin Yunqing's tone was gentle, like a knowing big sister. Well, no problem. I'll give Ms. Lin a 20% discount. Qin agreed with a full mouth, then added. The car is here, I'll see Teacher Lin next week. After saying that, he didn't look back and hurriedly turned around to sprint. Striving to squeeze into the bus during the off-work rush hour, he grabbed an excellent seat in the back row by the window. 80% off? This kid, even still wants to charge me. Lin Yunqing froze for a moment before she understood the meaning. Her gentle and lovely image instantly disappeared, her small fists clenched tightly. Don't let me catch the opportunity, or else. Let you properly learn the power of the new martial school's military physical fist. At 8:20, Qin returned to the shed, busy most of the day, finally able to rest for a moment. The stove was left with the rice and meat dishes reserved by the youngest Qin, so he could eat them after heating them up. He had just feasted in the youth palace cafeteria to replenish his energy, so he wasn't hungry. Stepping into the narrow bedroom and sitting on the bed, the translucent black border abruptly flashed. Anchor point, Qin. Growth stage, embryo. Progress, 0.009%. Number of monuments, deep sleep intermediate, muscle memory elementary, overgrowth elementary. Skill, battle recall. I ate so much today and didn't receive any feeding reminder, so it's evident that it's not too easy to fulfill the feeding or foraging needs of overgrowth. Qin felt quite regretful and moved his attention to another achievement. Elementary achievement muscle memory 98%. Old Liang's whole golden Daigo burning tendons made me repeatedly power through quite a few times, almost pulling my progress all at once. He looked at the sky outside the window. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet. There was no need to rush to report to the Midnight Palace. It would be better to simply continue catching the chi sense and keep up the intensity of the workout. Use your breath to mobilize the chi and guide the heat flow through your limbs. Completing the initial burning tendons and braking limits, Qin did not need to stand on stakes to activate his body. Only to see him sitting with his legs coiled, his chest and abdomen undulating greatly, this kind of breathing that was enough to blow up his lungs. If it was before, it should never be attempted. The slightest carelessness would damage his internal organs. But now is different. All aspects have been strengthened. Mortal body flesh, completely holed up. The warm breath flowing in the body was like a fine snake, traveling through the dense grass, moistening the blood, flesh, and bones, allowing people to slowly immerse themselves. Gradually condensing, it seems like it's about to converge and merge into some sort of fledgling form. As the chi sensation became clearer and more pronounced, Qin realized that his fleshly body's reserves of calories and nutrients were depleting at a rapid pace. He was getting hungry again. It's still the nutritional cream that's filling. Ordinary synthetic food is not enough to support practicing. Qin sighed lightly, seeing that the time was approaching 9 o'clock. He intended to stop catching his chi sense. The visual retina abruptly flickered, and a stream of information lightly flashed by. Elementary achievement muscle memory 100%. Unlocked skill, inner vision. Immediately after that, Qin's field of vision changed. He obviously closed his eyes, but he saw a glowing human form, with different areas of red and white colors distributed on its surface. This is my body? Red, white, representing the strength of the body's exercise? Chapter 29, Small Penetration Doesn't Count as Hanging, Octagonal Cage Fights. The glowing human figure occupied the field of vision without the need to observe with the naked eye, the red and white color bright light evenly distributed in different parts. The limbs were the main focus, while other places were lighter and darker. Somewhat like the red and white muscles explained by the fitness instructor. Shincher pondered seriously. He knew that skeletal muscles were divided into red and white. Red muscles had more endurance that lasted, while white muscles had more explosive power. It was said that the sports department would use this method to select athletes with a high percentage of white muscle fibers, suitable for sprinting and high jumping. Instead, they participate in marathons, bicycle road races and the like. It shouldn't be that simple. I see that there is also a subtle pink color, red and white mingling, turning into wisps of pink. Could it be, this is the chi sense? The glowing humanoid was in a sitting position, and the beam of bright pink light, as thick as a finger, traveled slowly through the red and white. Shincher caught the chi sense while guiding the circulation. While maintaining the state of internal vision, he carefully observed the baby-like new and soft pink bright light that contained vitality. Around 7 or 8 minutes, the warm chi flow carried out a complete circulation. It was also what old Liang called running a small circumference. The pink color has grown a tiny bit, and then the red-white is a bit brighter. The extremely subtle changes were clearly seen by Shincher under the state of internal vision. According to the old martial arts, every time you run the small circumference, so that the chi sense completes its circulation, the progress of cultivation will be 1 point faster. This process is actually deepening the brightness of the red and white colors and enhancing the strength of the muscles. Shincher pondered. According to the 4 steps of initiation proposed by old Liang, coiling the tendons and pulling out the back was the exercise, and catching the chi sense was the strengthening. The 2-pronged approach squeezes the potential and releases the intense life force. Finally, opening the 8 segments and 9 sections of the mortal body to achieve a great circulation of chi senses, allowing the pinkish bright light to cover the whole body. The many years of inheritance of the old martial arts school is truly extraordinary, with tightly interlocking rings. As long as one follows the steps, one can ascend step by step. Of course, the prerequisite is being able to get started. Shincher opened his eyes and stretched his waist, his bones and joints penetrating into one. It was as if he had done 10 minutes of gentle stretching, opening up the entire person. At this moment, Shincher was devoid of the feeling of muscle soreness and body fatigue after a high-intensity workout. Instead, he was incomparably light. The tendons and muscles of the whole body were loose where they should be, and tight where they should be, as if they were brand new machines that had just been oiled. This step of the 8 segments and 9 sections, the water is ready. The next step is to increase the number of cycles of the lesser circumference, as well as tamping down the foundation of the striking method. Shincher stepped out of the house and doused his face with cold water when Xie Yuqing's voice came from outside. "Ah sure, hurry up, don't be late, today Brother Zhe has prepared a big show, manpower is very tight." "Okay." Shincher nimbly locked the door, jumped on the back of the bicycle. "Old Liang had a rare favor yesterday, let us have a day off, originally wanted to find you with Brother Yuan to play, but it turned out you weren't at home." Xie Yuqing stepped on the pedals, the car bell rang, like the wind speeding towards Baiguan Street. Brother Cheng's breath is even, but not sheepish enough, the rhythm of his breathing is like swinging a hammer, rather short. Shincher had just learned how to capture other people's breath and judge the body's strength and weakness, so he practiced with Xie Yuqing who was pedaling a bicycle. He closed his eyes and turned his ears sideways, letting the airflow scrape across his face and blow up his hair. Exhale, inhale. Shincher focused his attention. Gradually, Xie Yuqing's breathing was amplified, coherently forming a fluctuating curve that rose and fell. She sensed, Brother Cheng also has a sense of qi, it's just very thin. The more experts among the practitioners, the more the curve representing the breathing breath tends to be smoother, the amplitude of the oscillations would not be very intense, unless one enters into a combat situation, only then would they violently pull up the peaks of the waves with a huge difference in the fall. How come the color of the muscles on Brother Cheng's body, I can see it too. As Shincher's spirit was highly cohesive, the field of vision suddenly trembled, stripping away Xie Yuqing's flesh and blood form, presenting an extremely dull red-white bright light, and as for the faint pink color of the new tenderness like a baby, it was even closer to non-existent. More of the red and less of the white, no wonder Brother Cheng can't beat Brother Yuan in his usual practical training. Strong stamina, insufficient explosive power, no power in his punches, lack of a hammer attack. The state of internal vision did not last long, Shincher's head sank a bit, and the exertion of watching others seemed to be extraordinarily high. Speaking of which, is this considered open penetration? If the range is expanded even further, and it can be activated across walls as well as obstacles, wouldn't it be a divine skill? At 10 minutes past 9, the bike stopped in front of the brightly lit Midnight Palace gates. Xie Yuqing turned back. Ah sure, I'll go lock the bike, you go in from the back first, Brother Yuan will be there in the afternoon. Xinsher nodded and jumped off the back seat. Baiguan Street at this hour is bustling with traffic and crowds. There was an endless stream of cars that were not common on Old Factory Street, driving into this place. Those satchel parking boys enthusiastically came forward to help park and take up space. Brother Hua, open the door. He drilled into the alley, knocked on the iron door, and once again saw the bear system fierce bald guy. It's warming up inside, hurry up and change your work clothes. I told manager you that you and Xing are already here, just squatting in the restroom. The bald guy whose real name is Niu Ai Hua smiled friendly. Thank you, Brother Hua. Xinsher dodged across the aisle and slipped into the locker room. Outside, deafening waves of sound slapped the walls and penetrated over. It's so lively. Xia Yucheng, who had also snuck in, lamented. I heard from the foreman that this kind of powerful big show can attract many hoi polloi to buy tickets, so hopefully I can earn a big few hundred tips and have a sumptuous evening meal. Xinsher looked at the poster posted outside the locker in the dressing room, a muscular man with a bronze complexion, like steel casting, posing with a back-spreading movement, while his opponent is a thin, turbaned man from India. I wonder how muscular the fighters under Zay's hand are. Tonight's Midnight Palace was extraordinarily boisterous, and the guests no longer paid attention to the scantily clad dancers and hot waitresses, but all stared at the octagonal cage rising from the main stage. The heavy iron cage stood, emitting an icy glow, about 10 meters in diameter, with a fence 2 meters high. 8 stout corner posts pulled out 8 wire mesh doors, resembling a small coliseum. The microphone transmitted the host's high-pitched and impassioned voice to the entire hall. Tonight will be a fist-to-flesh fight to the death. On one side was Black Ronnie from Baiguan Street, whose hands had blown out the heads of countless fighters. On the other side is the bitter monk from the Tianju Autonomous Region. The flamboyantly dressed host was hissing at the top of his lungs, but the audience just wanted him to get the hell out of there and couldn't wait to enjoy the fight. Brother Yuan, what Black Ronnie, bitter monk, the name sounds very loud. Xinsher finished delivering a few cocktails ordered by the guests and nestled in the corner chatting with Li Yuan. It's all bull. Black Ronnie is a fitness trainer in the metropolitan area. Because of the drugs to make his head pointy, looking big, actually bulky like a pig, may not be able to beat me. The bitter monk is even funnier, a dishwasher at a curry restaurant in the North End. The opening show isn't much to look at, it mainly sets the mood and fools amateurs. Li Yuan bristled. Ha! Xinsher was surprised. In the middle of the night, it was a nightclub version of martial arts? Comparing who can act better? How could the truly exciting content be laid out in plain sight? Li Yuan shrugged. The main meals are all served when the appetizers are finished. Tonight came a few big bosses from Smoky City, naming them to watch the life and death fights, and they won't stop until they see blood. At the end of the speech, Li Yuan's face looks relieved. He and Xie Yucheng's most clear career plan is to follow Z to mix, from the boxer upgraded to the ring fighters. So ruthless? There must be a human life. As a student, Xinsher could only come into contact with the dilapidated side of the Old Factory Street, and never really glimpsed the darkness hidden underneath the peaceful life. Rich people, the enjoyment of all enjoyed, poor people's dignity, personality, time, can be trampled by them at any time, not just a life. Li Yuan gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with indignation. Xinsher silent, big sister for himself and the youngest carried too many burdens. The first time I saw her, I was so happy to see her, but she was so happy to see me. So that they have not experienced the pain of being beaten by the reality of aggression. Yuan, table 52, open 2 bottles of Thorn Rose. The bartender at the bar transmitted a message through the intercom. Li Yuan answered and hurried away. It's not easy to earn a tip. Feeling the fiery gazes thrown from the several card seating areas, Xinsher had to squeeze out a business smile once again. Delivering wine and fruit trays to these lonely single ladies in their chambers, it was unavoidable to be molested a bit. If only verbal words are just, some bowled directly on the hand, but also asked if you want to find the gold owner sister, find the gold owner mom. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. Hearing the bar's drink delivery reminder, Xinsher sighed once again and prepared to endure the insults. Hopefully, he wouldn't run into that kind of perverted player who said he owed to be tempered, willing to be a slave, and begging to be stomped on. Not waiting for Xinsher to serve the wine, he was stopped by the slightly alluringly dressed manager. You. Ah, sure, don't get busy first, second floor private room, Brother Zay is looking for you. Chapter 30 Betting on the Win, Eve of the Storm. Brother Zay called me? Shinshir's heart snapped as he remembered that this Baegwon street boss had asked himself if he was old Liang's disciple. Disciple, not student. It seems that Brother Zay understands the old martial arts set of rules. He pondered, heading up the stairs to the second floor, where the boxer boy lazily guarding the room sidestepped and let him through. Pushing open the door to the private room, Z stood by the landing, wearing a flowered shirt and jeans, unbuttoned at the top, a square glass of wine in his hand, his lips pursed. Compared to the capable head horse working for the big boss, the temperament of his whole person coming through was more like the boxers of Baegwon Street. Tough and stern, full of aggression. Come here. Chang Zay beckoned with a cordial attitude. The big show is starting. Shinshir intentionally lagged behind by a body position, not alongside Zay. His eyelids jumped, pressing down the risky thought of wanting to activate his inner vision and peek at his boss's strength. A small penetration wasn't considered an opening, but it had to be on occasion. Just listening to the rhythm of Z's breathing, he could detect the overly smooth breath. It was shallow, so faint that it was almost imperceptible without a careful side ear. At the same time it was soothing, gentle, as if in a state of complete relaxation. Very raw. Shinshir made the comment that Zay's life force level, as well as his personal strength, was definitely not low. It's also very reasonable. In a place like Old Factory Street, you can't be a boss just by being reasonable or evening the boss. Who do you think is powerful, the two people in the octagonal cage? Chang Zay raised the hand holding the wineglass and pointed downwards. Black Ronnie and the bitter monk had already entered the arena, the former raising his hands high as if he were the king of fighters in the world, claiming applause and cheers, and incidentally performing a wave of programs such as pinching and popping watermelons and hammering and deflating steel plates. The bitter monks, on the other hand, closed their eyes and rested their minds, as if they were in meditation, oblivious to the movements of the outside world, together with the wrapping of the white turban, clad in hemp robes, extremely mysterious. Brother Yuan told me that none of them are real fighters. Shinshir maintained his honest child persona. He was just a part-time waiter, and had no intention of following a mobster to mix with the society. This good opportunity to express himself should be given to Brother Far and Brother Chang. Although they are hired actors and not serious fighters, the audience who paid to see the show is neither stupid nor blind. If it's really two ordinary people making a martial arts movie, how would they be willing to buy it? Chang Zay lost his smile while explaining. They were both injected before they went on stage. Black Ronnie's perception of pain will become dulled, while his spirit is more hyperactive. The bitter monk he now has a concentration of adrenaline that is more than several times that of a normal person, so that he can explode with more power than usual. Too spirited. The corner of Shinshir's mouth tugged. This kind of injection can hurt the body more than the old martial arts, and it is not even impossible to die directly and suddenly on the stage due to overexcitement. For one fight, you can earn $30,000. Chang Zay added. Shinshir immediately relieved himself again. Putting aside the high-risk gray industry and fishing for favors, the average salary on Old Factory Street was right around $3,000, and most of it was hard work that sold out labor. For one fight, one could earn the same amount of money as someone else who worked hard for half a year. It's a good deal. As for the possibility of injury, harmful to the body and all these factors, they were never in the bottom's consideration. The bitter monk should be able to win. Shinshir carefully watched the two who had yet to start fighting, and cautiously gave his answer. Why? Chang Zay raised his eyebrows. Black Ronnie's physique is stronger, bigger, and not afraid of pain. The bitter monk can't hurt him. Chang Zay bit his words clearly and said slowly. Because of this, he is burdened with heavier burdens and his physical strength is consumed faster. The overly hypertrophied muscles make Black Ronnie's movement limited, his reflexes slow, and every swing, run, and sprint is squeezing his heart and lungs. On the contrary, the bitter monk is more flexible, and he knows how to slow down his opponents. Chang Zay tilted his head back and drained the amber-colored liquor, praising. You're good at observing details, and you know how to judge strengths and weaknesses, but you've overlooked something more important. Shinshir frowned as his gaze fell on the octagonal cage where the battle was raging. As he expected, Black Ronnie attacked ferociously at the beginning, like a thick city wall, constantly tilting the space, several times forcing the bitter monk couple to a dead end. But the bitter monk was as slippery as a mouse and always managed to escape with his life, causing the stage to erupt in a chorus of gasps. As the clock ticked down to about 8 minutes, Black Ronnie, the angry brute, was panting with exhaustion, his footsteps heavy and heavy. The bitter monk, however, like an ancient bullfighter, juggled Black Ronnie with a red cloth, occasionally striking toward the bottom of the ribs or kicking at the knees. Finally, at 8 minutes and 47 seconds, the bitter monk sent Black Ronnie to the ground with a sweeping kick, and then followed up by applying several successive attacks to the vitals. Finally, a powerful kick to the head stomped him so hard that he passed out. The spectators who bet on Black Ronnie to win were greatly chagrined, and there were a few murmurs of broken glasses. And the lucky ones who bet on the cold stud bitter monk were cheering. But before the referee could announce the result, the white turban was removed and the smug bitter monk felt a sudden tightness in his ankles before he was yanked down. The back of his head hit the ground at the same time, a pair of bushy hands pinched his neck, lifted him up with force, and then slammed him down. Dang! Dang! Thunk! After a few dull impacts, the bitter monk completely fainted, his ears and mouth bleeding crimson blood, his appearance miserable. Black Ronnie. Let's shout Black Ronnie's name. He is the winner of this match. The host's cockamamie roar once again resounded through the microphone in the hall. The steep shift that occurred caused the entire room to fall into dead silence for a second or two. Immediately afterward, it set off a huge wave of sound that was even more frenzied than before. The guests who had bought the winning Black Ronnie all got up, squeezing the vouchers issued by the Midnight Palace, eager to exchange them for cash. Fake game? Such a thought erupted in Chinsher's head. There's no collusion, it's just that Lesser didn't tell the bitter monk that he also gave Black Ronnie a slow-acting central stimulant shot. That's how it can be acted realistically and make the guests happy to watch. Chang Zhe put down his wineglass. A blowout is wonderful, but unexpected twists and turns, as well as reasonable counterattacks, are more memorable to the audience. Chinsher was silent, Brother Zhe from the old factory street hanging out in the game hall of the bad boy, and then now the most famous social big brother in Baegwon Street, really not only rely on fists. To be a grouch, you do need to use your brain, otherwise you'll be an airplane for the rest of your life. The bitter monk was dragged out of the octagonal cage and carried on a stretcher, probably suffering from a severe concussion or some other injury. And Black Ronnie's body staggered, with multiple broken sternums and ribs. But the crowd didn't care, only indulging in revelry or chagrin. As Chinsher gazed at the scene, Chang Zhe beside him spoke. Wanting to make a lot of money in Old Factory Street but not having the skills to do so, that's how it is, you have to put your life on the line. Chinsher keenly smelled a hint of dissimilarity, as the Midnight Palace behind-the-scenes management, Baegwon Street Talker, Z did not need to push himself and liaise with his feelings. However, after he entered the private room, Chang Zhe always consciously dominated the conversation. Brother Zhe wants to take me as a junior? Chinsher's eyelids lowered. His future goals were the definitive Duan exam, the martial artist certificate, and the top-tier academies. There was no interest in joining a club and competing for the Dragon Head baton. Ah sure, I heard from my Yuan that your physical talent is outstanding, and your old martial arts workouts are progressing quickly. How about it, do you want to follow me and work? As expected, Chang Zhe asked these words. Brother Zhe, I'm a student. Chinsher pretended to be difficult. I promised my big sister to study hard and go to university. Chang Zhe didn't seem to be surprised, only his tone was regretful. Sorry, I got confused from drinking, don't take it to heart. A lousy life before becoming a boxer, listen to your big sister's words, getting into a good university is better than anything. He shook his head and looked over at the cleaned and slowly landing octagonal cage. Just now was a warm-up, this is the real underground fighting. 2/3 of the guests in the hall were missing, and the spectators who had won or lost their bets left. Only some of the familiar guests who were VIP subscribers were left, and were led by the waiter to the dogfighting ring on the basement level. What a piercing muscular intensity! Chinsher followed Zhe down the stairs, and 2 carefully trained fighters appeared in front of him. This time, he used his internal vision state to take 2 small peeks, and the red and white colors were bright, like violently burning torches. They fight for 70,000. Chang Zhe whispered, while facing the 2 fighters who were willing fighters. You 2 were chosen by drawing life and death lots, old rules, whoever falls in the ring, their parents and family will be under my care, and the settlement fee will also be paid by the Righteous Fist Society. Got it, Brother Zhe. Thank you, Brother Zhe. The fighters who were all 25 or 26 years old had firm eyes, and were not afraid of the ferocious fight that was to be a matter of life and death next. Go! Chang Zhe waved his hand in disinterest and did not enter the underground level to enjoy the fighters killing each other. He sat alone in the empty hall, asking Chinsher to bring a bottle of highly potent liquor, and drank one glass after another furiously. After roughly 40 minutes, the overindulged boozer returned to the top, and then due to the manager sent out of the Midnight Palace. Zay, your two little brothers are so brave and desperate. One was poked in the eye and was able to stand up, the other one was even better, using his teeth to bite his opponent's throat. The tall and thin man wearing gold-rimmed glasses came to Chung Zay and said exuberantly, "Those big bosses in Smoky City had a great time watching and were very satisfied with my hospitality, and after that, talking about how to invest in the Fight Club should be a sure thing. Previously, I just heard that you righteous boxing club out of the little brother, all dare to fight can fight, today finally seen. With them in, the club's field can definitely be supported in the early stages." Chang Zay lowered his head to see his expression. "Brother Luo, righteous boxing club are all our own brothers, to fight such things as life and death matches, in the future, find some outsiders." The tall thin man with gold glasses had a stiff face, and said with a smile on his face, "Brother, how is not given to the settlement fee, come out to mix, what brother not brother, money to earn on the line. I also plan to get a few surgically modified killer dogs from the metropolitan area to engage in a personal dogfight. If you ask me, Chuck, you've been too lax in managing the boxing club. I checked the accounts a while ago, and there are so many useless people. The crippled, the broken, the sick, and the sick. Spend a lot of money every year. Zay, you are not wrong to emphasize love and justice, but to take brother Hao's money and support your brothers, this is not right." Small transparent like Qianshi perceived the atmosphere tense, quietly surveyed drunken like Chang Zay. In his perception, the breathing breath was always extremely light and shallow. Brother Zay. That stable fluctuation curve rose steeply, pulling out a huge gap in an instant. It was as if a calm sea surface had set off wild waves, which was appalling. After a moment of silence, Chung Zay looked up at the tall, thin man with the golden glasses. "Brother Luo, they have all contributed to the Righteous Fist Society, take care of them more or less, just as giving me face." The tall and thin man held the mirror frame. "Zay, it's also difficult for me, after all, the Righteous Fist Society and the club, in the end, are all Brother Hao's business. Let's do it this way, you find a chance to speak to Brother Hao and see if he agrees." Afterwards, he took his bodyguard in driver and left. Chang Zay's lips pursed, and suddenly smiled towards Qianshi. Sure, your sister is right, study hard and don't be a bad boy. Old Factory Street is full of rotten boys with cheap lives and no future. Chapter 31, Datadization, Raising Dragon Tendons. In the training room in the late afternoon, the ceiling fan above the head was spinning feebly, emitting the old squeak, squeak, squeak sound. Qianshi pushed open the door, striding into the room, silent, about 7 or 8 meters away from Li Yuan and Xie Yucheng. His feet stepped on the ground with heavy force, his body like a hard bow full of strength. Suddenly a strong wind rose up and the silhouette exploded like an arrow. As the waist and abdominal muscle groups contracted violently, the arch of the foot and the front shin worked together. Qianshi blatantly threw out his leg. "Brother Yuan, I'm sorry." Snap. This spinning kick was fierce and fast, like a whip thrown out to create a harsh arc, hitting the opponent directly. Without any space or room to react, Li Yuan's head was hit like a hammer and skewed to the side. His sturdy body of 100 pounds or so was brought flying horizontally, just like a human sandbag smashing into the wall behind him. Boom! The white wall skin was shaken off in large chunks. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Qianshi twisted his body and raised his hands, placing his arms against his neck, just in time to block Xie Yucheng's ferocious swinging fists. His knees were slightly bent and his shoulders were lowered, removing some of the force, but his lower body was still firmly planted. Immediately, his entire body was like a tightly compressed spring, and he crashed through Xie Yucheng's attempts to pursue him fiercely. The force of the force crushed Xie Yucheng's attack, causing his center of gravity to waver, leaving his center door wide open, revealing a crack. Swish! Qianshi took a long stride forward as if he was dodging and flying, like a sharp knife plunging straight into his heart. Almost instantly, the slender palm, which was well suited for playing the piano, was pressed onto Xie Yucheng's face. The 5 fingers were clasped internally and suddenly tightened. A lift, a pull, as if pulling up a white carrot planted in the ground. The large tendons in his arms popped and shook, booming, making the terrifying sound of a tough bowstring being pulled. The ever-growing heat flow suddenly became scalding hot, as if the blood was boiling, stimulating the skin and flesh, opening up the tendons and membranes, and steeply pumping out a strong force. Thud! Xie Yucheng's 2 feet left the ground, his entire body's skeleton loosened up and was carried into midair like a small chicken. The next moment, the back of his head sank heavily into the soft cushion, dull as a sack falling from a 12-story building. Those eyes opened angrily, blood filling the pupils. Ears, nostrils, and mouth quietly seeped out the color of crimson. In a moment there was no sound. 1 against 2 resolves the battle quickly as usual. The progress is too swift, it feels like my life force is getting denser and denser, literally filling up every cell. From the time he entered the door to the time he made his move, it was only 15 seconds in total. Apart from Qinshi, there was no one else in the training room who could stand. Fighting, cool. He had a feeling of soundness after a strenuous exercise, as if he had drunk an ice drink in the middle of summer, and every pore was stretched open. Brother Yuan, Brother Chang, it's really not mixed with half-personal grudges, it's purely just practicing. Qinshi he smile, follow the old Liang class cramming, exercise when far beyond his Li Yuan, Xiayuqing, the face of the beginning to learn to fight their own, and now how to hold out for half a minute are very difficult. Strength, speed, burst, and even reaction is almost full crush. As the saying goes, small openings don't count as openings. I have such an exaggerated rate of progress, all because of my own diligence. Next, I need stronger opponents. There's a chance to get a ride from old Liang, and then use battle retrospectives to grow my experience. With my current physical qualities, I shouldn't be able to be dried up with a single punch, right? Qinshi waved his hand and his thoughts flashed. The mental space was like a dormitory with the lights out, returning to darkness in an instant. Intermediate achievement deep sleep 4:30. Soothing. The moment he woke up early every day made Qinshi incomparably satisfied. No matter how exhausting and tiring the day was, as long as he was able to lie down and fall asleep, when he opened his eyes again and woke up, his energy bar would be completely back to full. This feeling of going out to finish developing and then returning to the city to replenish his status is so good. Qinshi sat up in high spirits, put on his clothes, and while washing up, he received the flow of information given by the monument panel. Anchor point, Qinshi. Growth stage, embryo. Progress, 0.009%. Monument count, deep sleep intermediate, muscle memory intermediate, overgrowth elementary. Skills, battle recall, inner vision. The 10-point mark, that's tough. Qinshi spat out mouthwash and hastily wiped his face with a towel. For now, deep sleep was steadily advancing in degrees. The muscle memory, which was promoted to an intermediate achievement, had its completion conditions raised accordingly, and was temporarily at a standstill. On the other hand, the eating and foraging required for overgrowth are nowhere to be found. Synthetic meals, nutritional creams, including the proteins and carbohydrates consumed in daily life, didn't seem to be able to fulfill the requirements. I can't be told to go on energy shots and get high on supplements. When I saw Zhou the other day, he also said that Coach Liu of the Silver Horse Gym seemed to be pushing some kind of 9-dragon synthesis package for his trainees. Qinshi's gaze swept across the translucent black border, his thoughts fanned out. Muscle memory, upgraded effect is useful, the feedback is sufficient. He returned to the bedroom and stood in front of the dressing mirror. Staring intently at himself, he only saw lines of subtle data light up one after another. Old martial practicing method level 1 1920. Old martial fighting technique level 1 1720. Physical body 9.69.7. Spirit 9.89.9. If the values of physical body and spirit are, as I guessed, a combination of vitality, then I'm very, very close to the 10-point mark for entering this section. This ability to completely data materialize what one has learned, as well as one's own mortal body, also came from the achievements unlocked by the monument. Intermediate achievement muscle memory 2%. Muscle memory, strength needs to be poured through sweat. As long as you don't die from practicing, practice to the death, and your will take you to the kill. Characteristics, each of your ability enhancements will be given precise feedback in the form of data. Advancement route, higher intensity exercise, more self-discipline life, richer nutrition, perseverance in all three, carving a perfect mortal body, can be upgraded again. The path forward is never ending. And the gains I can get, the strength I can raise, is also the same. Qinshi laughed, and the young man next door in the mirror, whose civilized aura was fading, smiled equally brightly. The universe is so vast, one should always go and take a look. Your life force is completely energized. In the empty training room, old Liang looked at his disciple with satisfaction. Old martial arts or new martial arts, the way to develop life force is not much different. It's all about tapping the potential of your physical body by squeezing your physical strength and forcing your spirit, ultimately freeing your mortal body from mediocrity and transforming it upwards. Just like a pile of firewood, as long as it's burned, it will become more and more vigorous. Qinshi posed the breaking question. What about burning dry and burning out? Old Liang gave this kid a cross look, talking too much. Of course it's adding more firewood. Just burn the fire without adding firewood, how long can it last? How do you think the 7 limits of the physical body came about? It's all because generations of martial artists have burned their bones and blood dry, their skin and flesh burned out, and still not being willing and resigned to their fate, before figuring out a path. Speaking here, old Liang looked solemn for a few moments, and then added. Many people call the old martial arts open practice, called burning fire, is this reason. You win in being young enough, the fire is strong, the fire is enough, as long as you put in more effort, it is easy to charge up the life force. We call this the newbie welfare period. Similar to how fishing guys who just entered the pit can often somehow burst their nurses? Xinshu rubbed his hands together, his eyes expectant. Master Liang, the details of the extra effort. Are you keeping some secret human medicine just waiting to give my disciple a tonic? Old Liang automatically ignored his disciple's lack of flavor. If he had any deep heritage, he wouldn't have even failed to keep the word Hong Shang. This is the only golden daigo left at Old Valley. Originally 2 bottles of how to say also enough to use, the result of your kid physique is too hardy, is rare hardcore, without saying a word to the pain of burning tendons to suffer down. I thought, I need to add more fire, burn the big tendons in my body, and break the 1 limit barrier. Xinshu lowered his head, looked at the glass bottle wrapped in silk cloth, and his mouth opened. Master Liang, this stuff is not cheap. He remembers the robe man who sold the divine oil, the opening price is 4,000 a bottle. Lao Liang's dead wages, full counting, is only 3,000. Master and disciple, what's the point of talking about money? If you were a student in a cram school, you wouldn't want to lose any money, but since you called me master, and you're learning the Hong Sheng inheritance, you'll be able to figure out different things in the future. Old Liang waved his hand and touched that lame leg and lamented. Being a master is similar to being a parent, it's just hoping for a disciple to become a success. I'm no good, mixed up like this, I can't face my own master. You are definitely better than me. Come on, burn out 12 tendons, then you can raise a dragon in the mortal body. Chapter 32 Hong Shang's True Tale, 100 Phases of Refining Power. What should we do when we encounter difficulties? Naturally, it was to fall down and sleep. By the time Golden Daigo was applied all over his body, Xinshu had already grimaced in pain. After determining that he had endured to his limit, he silently activated deep sleep. Amidst old Liang's jaw-droppingly shocked expression, he fell asleep once again. I don't know how much time passed, the sky seemed to be getting dark, and the soundly sleeping teenager quietly awoke. The young body, which seemed to be covered in a layer of gold leaf, gently struggled and made a clicking sound. Fortunately I am his master, otherwise, high and low have to ask God, why? Next to the old Liang complex expression, this kid eyes closed and opened, so that countless good old martial arts seedlings screamed bitter, leaving a deep psychological shadow of the burning body. Just like that? This is not reasonable. Lao Liang thought about it and suddenly smiled with relief. I remember when he learned martial arts from his master, the retired pensioner's eyes were high, and he was never satisfied with his master's or his own performance. At that time, he felt puzzled in his heart, what kind of day can be recognized by the master? Cannot give your old man to find another stone Buddha he lunch on it. Now I understand. The master wants a natural-rooted seedling, the kind of person whose potential can reach the sky and crown the 4 directions. Old Liang shook his head, secretly saying that it was a pity, if the hour had been born 20 years earlier, handed over to the master, the achievement should be higher. Fell into his dead cripple's front, really a waste. His own learning is not good, low skills, cannot provide too much help. Click, click. Congealed into a lump, gold foil like sticky paste, a little bit off, into a fine powder. Xinshu was between waking up and not yet waking up, closing his eyes and entering the state of internal vision. Actually really burned 12 large tendons, covering my entire body. In his field of vision, like a big snake, like a ferocious python, blood-red tendons, starting from the end of the limbs, knotting together in the joints, toward the torso head. They were usually hidden on the surface of the body and were difficult to see, but now that they were constantly stimulated by Jin Daigo, they slowly coalesced and gradually emerged. The red and white colors are brighter, and the baby-like pink chi sense has become thicker, almost 2 fingers wide. Xinshu lightly inhaled a breath and then exhaled it out in a long breath. The large muscle groups contracted and rose as if flowing water was fluctuating. In particular, the front serratus muscles on both sides of the ribcage opened and closed like gills of a fish, pulling the waist and abdomen, making the well-defined lines clearer and clearer, revealing a beauty that was both soft and masculine. In this form, if he launched an attack, the damage inflicted would not be inferior to the kind of heavyweight boxing champion in his previous life. It was important to realize that the entire person seemed to be twisted into a rope, and the power output was extremely terrifying. Smashing through steel plates was no big deal, not to mention human flesh and blood. The tendons burned out through the Golden Daigo secret medicine are long and thick, tough and strong, not only increasing chi strength, but also linking the limbs more closely together, giving me the illusion that even if I take a knife to cut it, I may not be able to cut it. Shinshir maintained his coiled sitting position, the warm chi sensation flowed through his body, and his even breathing became even thinner and weaker, nearly non-existent. This mortal body, which was difficult to get rid of lifespan limitations and aging diseases, was undergoing a metamorphosis at this moment. Those thick, long and strong blood-red tendons were connected to each other. At first glance, it seemed as if they were coiled around the torso, rooted in the bones and blood of a large python and a large auger, with a very strong ferocious aura. This is the dragon tendon that old Liang said. It is indeed bluffing enough. If it's well nourished, I wonder if it's possible to open the transformation and enter the second stage. Shinshir thought freely of the racy image when his life force broke through a certain boundary, transforming into a devilish sinewy man and condensing his martial soul's true body. It wasn't long before the air-dried and condensed Jin Daigo medicinal liquid completely peeled off, revealing a young body with slightly reddish skin. How does it feel? Old Liang couldn't help but ask. He himself had been subjected to the Golden Daigo's secret medicinal cleansing once back then, experiencing the tormenting torture of a burning body, and hadn't dared to try it again afterward. After 2 years of hard work, he only broke through the limit of the tendon barrier and did not carry out his kung fu to the step of raising the dragon tendon. My hands are itchy. Shinshir opened his eyes and answered honestly. At this moment, he wanted to punch whatever he saw, so as to vent the abundant chi that was almost overflowing in his body. Aren't you working with Yuan, Chang, and the others in Baiguan Street? There are a lot of black boxing casinos there. Old Leon laughed. Most of the old martial arts sects were fighting maniacs, and loved to engage in kicking, fighting, and sparring that. Like the first generation of the Tenjia, known as Qi Tianwan Qi Wushan, at the age of 20 years old, Haijo large and small Dojang Benus set off a flip. Thanks to him as the first grandson of the Qi family, the family lineage is extraordinary, or else people would have let the black hand smothering the stick. Later on, he ran to Jingzhou, where the martial arts culture is very strong, and made a mess, and even fought with the underage flying immortal Lian Yixing. Master Liang, you've been to Baiguan Street? Shinshir froze slightly. It's all been said that there's no brain for studying when you're young. A poor student like me who can't study, what else can I do when I leave school? Isn't it just to hang out on the streets and fight and brawl? Lao Liang did not hide the fact that he used to be a scum. The old factory street gambling stalls as many as hair, not before the wave of layoffs, cockfighting, dogfighting, pigeon fighting, everywhere. Later, the martial arts trend swept through Dongsha, a variety of boxing matches are endless, everyone likes to buy tickets to bet on the rich and powerful. When I was young and breaking into society, I also recognized a few big brothers who went to the ring, but unfortunately they were all gone. Shinshir's heart was slightly shocked, and he carefully surveyed the unassuming old Liang. Didn't see, his master is still an old gun? Will not just put on Baiguan Street a yell, can call out a large ticket of steel pipe machete brothers, right? Underground field of black boxing, really capable of masters less, but where a bit of serious heritage, will not harbor there. They are mainly black, many dirty tricks, before the stage to hit the drug is a common occurrence. Lao Liang recounted the past. I'd been in a number of underground boxing arenas, and after a year or two of feeling bored, I bought a boat ticket and ran to Jingzhou, and only by chance did I learn from a master. Shinshir shook his head. I'm a student, how can I go to a place like that? If Big Sister finds out, she will definitely be angry. Admittedly, it was quite difficult to find someone to practice on after breaking through the great limit of the tendon barrier. Cultivation halls in the metropolitan area had specialized chaperones that paid hundreds of dollars an hour, which was too expensive to spend. And in this area of Old Factory Street, one can only look for an underground boxing ring to have a reasonable chance of getting into a fight. Otherwise, the cause of trouble for no reason may have to be happy to mention a pair of silver bracelets. But Shinshir didn't intend to do that. He could rely on fight flashbacks and constantly hone his fighting style. There was no need to put himself into that kind of occasion and become the object of a bunch of gamblers' bets. Not bad, young people are full of vigor, and when kung fu comes up, they can't control their hands. It's rare that you can suppress this energy. Old Liang nodded in appreciation. I've taught quite a few students, some didn't learn to fight for more than half a month, they couldn't hold the fire in their hearts, resorted to punching and kicking and everything, and ended up kicking the iron plate and planting their heads. Good swimmer drowning in the water. The old school of martial arts not only pick talent, but also look at the temperament. The more floating, the more restless, the more difficult to get into the eyes. At the mention of Baegwon Street, Shinshir suddenly remembered Z. He seemed to take special care of the students of ZD 9th Middle School. He also asked old Liang if he would accept himself as a disciple. Master Liang, have you heard of Chang Zhe from Baegwon Street? I know, he was the first batch of students I took. Old Liang lifted his eyelids, his tone flat. Before meeting our Yu, he counts as the most talented seedling I've ever seen in ZD9, but like my nature, he's too hesitant to do things, easily tripped up, and isn't suited for the old martial arts path. In the past few years, his old factory street fame is growing. Occasionally heard drinking friends mentioned a few words. It turns out that there really is an old, dabbling relationship. Shinshir suddenly realized, no wonder Z brother to be closer to him, dare to be treated as a little brother. I think brother Z's life is not that good either. He talked about the several times he saw and heard in the Midnight Palace. When you come out to hang out, you can only have bones to gnaw on if you're a dog, and if you want to be a human, you have to go hungry. Old Liang was impassive, his heart like water. There are not 1,000 or 800 rotten boys on Old Factory Street, they are all like this. He is not bad, at least as a big brother, wherever he goes, a group of little brothers, very powerful. Shinshir had the sense to shut up. It was obvious that old Liang and Zhe had a not-so-pleasant past. Master Liang, our Hong Sheng at least has a name and a signboard, in addition to practicing the method of fighting, but also hides any powerful tricks? He changed the topic to dissolve the dull atmosphere. Of course. The fighting methods you're learning now are the basics, and when you really run into an expert, the ordinary punching and kicking moves are too broken to be effective. Old Liang held his head high and smiled slightly. Our Hongsheng's punching and killing moves are second to none among the thousands of licensed Taoist houses in Jingzhou. Shinshir rare to see the old Liang such a jittery look, his own master mostly through the disheveled temperament, as if the middle-aged social animal unemployment and layoffs, his wife and divorce the kind of disillusionment. He rushed to hold the stage. Master Liang, tell me more. Old Liang ground his teeth, and an amazing luster emerged from his plain, coarse face. Do you know about Hongsheng's true tradition, 100-phase refining power? He Lanchan, one of the 10 masters, learned this. Chapter 33, The Fist of the Spirit. Wind and Fire. I'm the same disciple as He Lanchan? Shinshir's heart shook. Old Liang was really hiding something. Getting involved with the primordial 10, can this background of Hongsheng be small? Those top martial artists who could be called giants traveled to the galactic borderlands several times, conquering the frontier and leaving behind legends. In the end, they returned alive, wearing glory, and opened up the Starry Sky Dojo, standing at the peak of the Star Sea. Even if the governor who ruled over a new administrative star and was known as a feudal frontier official saw it. Also want to give on 3 thin face, bow very respectfully, dare not be slow. Think what? He Lanchan this life has not been a serious teacher, he ate 100 rice, and he is related to the sex of the sea to go. If one day out of the old factory street, out of Henzhou, you can go to Jingzhou. Then you'll find that there are as many Taoist houses bearing the name Helanzhen as there are restaurants on the street with old signs. Old Liang was speechless, his disciple was good at everything but one thing. All he could think of was to hug his thighs and look for a mountain to lean on. No hard work, self-growth, enterprising spirit. From ancient times to the present, which top martial artists is by virtue of the division's great power, wide network, mixed into a party big brother? It seems that there is no such thing. Old Liang thought about it briefly, and a person's name erupted in his mind. Jiang Baichuan, the eunuch of the first 10 masters. His old man Jiang Wanli, plain and simple, the first half-step martial god in the Great Expansion movement, the supreme military commander sitting on the ancient star of Gochen. Big brother Jiang Qianlu, honorary academician of the highest research center in Eastern Xia, member of the academy selected by the 4 major nationalities, the youngest mountain in the academic Valve world. Sun Jiangyi, the chosen one who was said to have been blessed by the gaze of extraterrestrial deities from his mother's womb, the proud son of a new generation who had hopes of refreshing Qi Wuxiang's record of winning the Chuanxin Cup. Many good people who were both envious and jealous privately teased that Jiang Baichuan's life was simple and pure. It was probably the trilogy of my military commander father, my academician brother, and my heavenly pride son. Master Liang, it's just us master and disciple here, don't hide it. Even if I'm really a fellow 10 Gem member, I won't go around talking about it to get people's attention. Shinshir looked at his master with bated breath, having the vestigial feeling of having suffered from poverty for more than 10 years since childhood. and immensely expecting that his parents were actually billionaires, only waiting for him to tell the truth when he became an adult. These days, there is a chance to hold the thigh and eat soft rice, who is happy to struggle on their own. He dreamed that the old Liang is actually a world-class person, identity through the sky. Just anonymity, fell into the old Factory Street pension. Now the 10-year period has arrived, Liangshire crooked smile, the elderly Dragon King returned to the throne. With just one sentence, you can get yourself enrolled by the 4 major national special enrollment. Read less third-rate novels, legendary experiences never belong only to the protagonist who gathers luck for hours. Old Liang sighed helplessly as he looked at his disciple's expectant expression. Master really doesn't have any special background. You also don't think about it, how many years has Henzhou been blocked off from the outside world? Every time you watch the Group Star Cup, you have to wait for the broadcast, so what kind of powerful expert would be willing to stay here? This seems to be the case. Hangzhou Nova really wasn't a good place to live, far inferior to super tier 1 administrative planets like Imperial Capital and Haizhou. Qin sure drooped his shoulders and accepted reality. The dream of winning by hugging his master's thigh was shattered. Back to Yilanshan, he grew up in a garbage area and suffered from a genetic disease, so he was born with a poor physique. Later on, he was lucky enough to get the chance to move out of the remote Yazhou. The sex he has worshipped, the arts he has learned, and the heads he has cowed out in his life, there are 80 if not 100. Lao Liang talked about the idol in his heart, 2 eyes crystal bright, just like a fan. Hongsheng is just one of the places he stayed. He studied with my master for a period of time, barely counted as an unrecorded disciple, hard to climb the relationship, instead of laughing. Qin sure regretted that he could almost call Shifu a senior. He Lanshan's natural talent is outstanding to the point of being unbelievable. There are as many talented people in Jingzhou as there are in the river, and Master Shifu is so high-minded that he has never taken anyone seriously. But when he saw Yilanshan, he couldn't wait to hand over all of his family's secrets. Lao Liang laughed happily, whenever he remembered his master complaining in a sour tone about his master's favoritism and turning his elbow outwards, he couldn't help but be amused. Yilanshan used 2 months to learn Hongsheng's 100 phases refining stance, and called my senior master sir in remembrance of his teaching. In his battle against Qi Wuxiang at the Chuanxin Cup, he once performed an earth-shattering move called 10,000 Elephants Good Destruction, which contained endless imagery, as if the stars were collapsing, and the sun and moon were sinking. Tracing back the roots, it came from Hongsheng's 100 phases refining power. My master watched the live broadcast screen and sat in meditation all night for a long time. He probably did not expect his own boxing can be carried forward to this point. Surprised and frustrated, he felt ashamed of the successive generations of Hongsheng ancestors. 10,000 elephants of Gehenna? One of the 5 major killing moves created by Stone Buddha himself? Surprisingly, did it come from the Hongsheng inheritance? Qin sure didn't hold back and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The teacher of New First Middle School had played the highlights of all the previous Gunstar Cups in the computer room, and this initial exchange between Yilanshan and Qi Wuxiang could be ranked in the top 5 in terms of classicism. The martial artist is the path of truth-seeking and the path of contending for transitions. Everyone who embarks on this path has to search for the potential that best suits them. As I said to you before, practicing the method consists of 2 disciplines, nourishing the body and nourishing the spirit. The 100 phases refining momentum passed down by Hongsheng is precisely the method of nourishing the spirit by using the heart as a furnace and seizing the imagery of all things. Once cultivated, all beasts and birds, winds, forests, and volcanoes will become phases and be usable. Old Liang's tone was calm and his words were clear. Simply say intention well, is indeed high, otherwise there is no way to enter the eyes of Helan Zen. But the bad thing is that the threshold is equally high, the 7 limits of the physical body, to the god off the most difficult. Since ancient times, the spirit of the spirit, then practicing strength, much more difficult. Not to mention, Hongsheng's own heritage, a total of 4 potential. They are called wind, forest, fire, and mountain. My master received 8 disciples, to my master is the most outstanding, only refined into 3 kinds. I'm not as good as my master, and I can't catch up with my master. I see. Grandmaster's ability is great, the realm is high, did not take into account the later generations of disciples are not capable. He passed down the theory of relativity, but his disciples could at most understand calculus. Qin sure secretly pondered, and then asked. Then, how many kinds of Yilanshan have been refined? Old Liang smiled bitterly. He learned under his master at the Dao Hall, and he refined all 4 types of wind, forest, and fire mountain. Afterwards, he fought in the Star Cup and became famous in the Star Sea, and it is said that he has cultivated 8,800 of them, from the smallest natural momentum of water dripping through rocks and grass withering, to the largest destructive momentum of mountains collapsing and the heavenly river hanging upside down, all of which are infinite. Why did He Lanchan's supporters never recognize Qi Wuxiang as the first of the 10 Jie? Because of that initial battle, if Qi Tianhuang hadn't had the twin treasure tree to save his life and block the kill, his legendary career of 10 years and 4 crowns would have ended before it even began. What? 8,800 kinds. How terrifying is that stone Buddha's god? He's actually able to hold such a huge amount of potentials. And he refined all of them for his own use. Qinsher couldn't help but smack his lips, somewhat unable to imagine. This group of Star Ocean's first-generation 10 masters were far too demonic. No wonder the new generation of heavenly prides, such as Yuli, Fuzhua, Zhengyi, and the like. Even though they had risen to prominence one after another, displaying exceptional talent and receiving much publicity from the Martial Arts Association, they were still not recognized by a large number of ancient blow fans. There is no way. It was because the old-timers were too stunning, making the later ones pale in comparison. Vast sea of stars, billions of beings, 4,000s of years, only one He Lanchan has emerged. 8,800 kinds of potential sounds grand, but it also started from the Wind Forest and Fire Mountain, gradually accumulating reserves, and soared to the sky. Our is not necessary to be overly ambitious, the boundless sea of stars, the road at the foot, one step cannot reach the sky. Old Liang solemnly admonished, mentioning, when your vitality breaks through the 20-point mark, I'll pass on the true God-raising method to you. Right now, you've just broken through the tendon pass mark and are only qualified to understand potential. Qinsher hurriedly sat up straight and studied carefully. As old Liang explained in depth, he began to understand. The so-called potential is to use mind to encompass heaven and earth. It was not unique to the old martial arts school. Quite the contrary. The new martial arts schools were the main force behind its development and simplification and popularization. For example, the famous military physical fist contains a strong sense of momentum. Many generals and colonels who are known for their ability to cut down generals and capture flags have all learned their killing moves from it. The heavy cannon style, tomahawk style, tank cannon fist, and fighter aircraft soaring body technique are some of the more famous signature fighting styles of the new school of martial arts. These are some of the more famous signature styles of the new martial arts school. Even in many street magazines, half-truths and half-false rumors circulated that Qin Shui, one of the East Summer twins, used to fight with his tank cannon fist and warplane soaring stance. In the past, with the move A Million Heroes crossing the Great River, he defeated the extraterrestrial gods, opened up the territory, and established 100 generations of achievements. It is as swift as the wind, as slow as a forest, as aggressive as fire, and as immovable as a mountain. Qinsher digested today's epiphany and casually asked, Master Liang, which kind of momentum are you best at? I'm all limped up and just living meticulously. Old Liang laughed. A number of years and then did not fight with people, a fight kung fu has long lost to 7 or 8. Qinsher immediately do not say anything, good behavior to help up the master, self again put on short-sleeved clothes. Today, after breaking the great limit of the tendon barrier, his vitality should have gotten a long way. His eyes slightly condensed. The length of the monument panel quietly came to 0.010%. 10 points, entering the segment. Chapter 34 Freshman Metamorphosis, from 9 to 8. For the next few days, you don't have to come back to class to exercise, feel at ease and accept the metamorphosis of your mortal body. Old Liang smiled in delight. How could he not sense the vigorous life force within Qinsher's body? It was like a sprouting branch, just waiting for sweet rains and sunlight. It would be able to thrive and grow into the sky. Unlike the gentle enhancement of a new martial breakthrough, the old martial path breaking the limit of the physical body is like welcoming a new life every time. Savor this wonderful taste. Hearing old Liang's words, Qinsher's eyes lit up. The transformation that the dragon nurturing tendon had brought to him was already enough of a surprise. He had thought that it would end here, but he hadn't expected that there would be a follow-up. Drawing cards with a guaranteed mind, suddenly bursting with golden light, is more than a beautiful thing. Qin period expectantly rubbed his hands, not in vain he ate so much suffered so much. He now breaks through the 10-point mark of vitality, as long as it goes up 2 or 3 more points. The examination is set at the 9th paragraph of the amateur level, which can be said to be the nail in the coffin. That meant that there was still a lot of room for improvement for himself before school started. But the mortal body metamorphosis, the second freshman also has a bad side. You have to pay attention, our. Old Liang suddenly turned his words around. What? If it's just a matter of preserving the yuan yang and not getting close to women, I don't think I'll have a problem. She raised his head and chest in a righteous manner. According to the traditional style of the old martial arts sect, it was expected that the disciples would be required to maintain their virgin bodies and pure yang bodies. For him, there was not much of a problem. After all, Eastern Xia is not like the previous life. The internet is extraordinarily developed. Everywhere there are rubbing chimera, messing with people's hearts. You have to know that the children of the workers in the old factory street are still stuck in the innocent stage of sneaking around and watching pornographic videotapes, and consider doing craft work as a shame. Compared to the colorful and sinful winds of the previous life that seem like a flooding beast, it is simply called a simple people's culture. That's not necessary. It's not like the old martial arts school as a monk. They still talk about this. Old Liang shook his head. It's just that in the newborn stage, the amount of food will become larger. 2 boxes of nutritional cream per day may not be enough for you. After breaking the limit, your body needs to replenish energy, and the more the better. According to the current situation, at least 4 boxes of nutritional cream will be enough to satisfy. It's going to cost money? Xinshi's heart skipped a beat, and he was in pain. The deposit was steadily decreasing by $352 every day. Who could top this? The old factory street black market business doesn't do much, and the smuggled contraband and official outflow of high-energy food usually go from the smoky city side. Otherwise, I was thinking of getting some over for you. In the newborn stage, the better you eat, the fiercer your life force rises. Old Liang sighed. He hadn't saved much money over the years. Previously, he thought that one person could feed the whole family without going hungry, and his salary was all taken away for spending. When he decided to accept Xinshu as his disciple, he was stretched to the limit. It is really like picking up a baby back to raise, forced to earn milk powder money. Nothing more than a few boxes of nutritional creams. Master Liang doesn't need to worry, I can afford it. Xinshu did not have the shameless idea of continuing to nibble on the old man. The old Liang subsidized himself quite a bit before and after. As a disciple usually did not have much filial piety to send gifts, even if, in turn, also the master's family bottom clean. Passed out to make people laugh. Leaving the 9th middle school, Xinshu did not go to the Midnight Palace again, directly let Xie Yuqing help to ask for leave. Then tearfully spent more than $1,000 to purchase 12 boxes of Long Shangji nutritional cream. Returning to the shanty house, sitting on the bedroom bed, Xinshu began to activate muscle memory. A key to enter the opening practice mode of catching the chi sense and running the small circumference. Exhale. Inhale. That warm chi flow circulated in the body, penetrating through the flesh and skin membranes, and between the bones of the limbs. As Qinshi's abdominal breathing became more and more intense, it was like a bellows pulling and whimpering inside the bedroom. The youngest Qin Lan, who was cooking outside the shed, was filled with worry. Second brother, what is this doing in the room? It feels like it's going to lift the roof off. For every 40 minutes of chi sense circulation that Qinshu performed, the energy in his body was completely depleted, and every cell emitted an intense hunger and thirst. Like a starving man who hadn't eaten for a few days, he grabbed a box of nutritional cream and violently dazzled it into his mouth. What with the terrible texture and diluted flavor, there was absolutely no regard for it. Only wanting to fill up the bottomless pit like stomach pockets. In less than 2 minutes, the box of nutritional cream that contained high calories was wiped out. The extremely concentrated carbohydrates did not provide Qinshu with much satiety. Still hungry. He once again opened a box of nutritional cream and continued to feast on it, as if the sticky substance that dogs wouldn't eat was some kind of delicacy. After finishing off 6 boxes at once like this, the hunger that continued to hit his brain finally disappeared. So sleepy. After eating his fill, Qinshu felt tiredness coming on, pushed open the door and exchanged a word with the youngest, Qin Lan, then returned to the bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. Intermediate achievement deep sleep 5:30. Early the next morning, he slowly opened his eyes, ignoring the text messages floating on his retina. Slightly washing up, he continued to start practicing, and then replenished his body's missing energy with the nutritional cream. Is this the newborn stage? Like a newborn baby, apart from eating, it's just sleeping, as if it's instinctive. Qinshu was immersed in the process of the mortal body's metamorphosis. The flesh and blood seemed to be full of activity, glittering with a glistening luster under the state of internal vision. The red and white colors of the limbs and torso were becoming more and more intense, and the brightness was quite high, like a high-powered spotlight that could almost blind a dog's eyes. Only the brain and heart and lungs and other organs, slightly darker, obviously inferior. Calling out the monument panel, the data is updated, refreshed, and down. Anchor point, Qin Shi. Growth stage, embryo. Progress, 0.011%. Monument count, deep sleep intermediate, muscle memory intermediate, overgrowth elementary. Skills, battle recall, inner vision. No wonder the old martial artists dreamed of breaking the limits of flesh. It's only been a day and I've gained a little bit of life force. And that's without doing anything, eating and sleeping. Qin Shi sighed with emotion. The newborn metamorphosis brought about after breaking the limit was like some sort of essential sublimation, calling for incomparable indulgence. He stared tightly at himself in the mirror, lines of data jumping out quietly revealing the results. Old martial practice level 2530. Old martial fighting method level 11820. Physical 10.5 11.2. Spirit 10.1 10.9. The feedback provided by this drastic increase is truly worthy of that pain from several tendon burns. Old Liang misjudged the amount of nutritional cream Qin Shi needed to consume during his newborn stage, probably because of the overgrowth enchantment. He possessed superior absorption and digestion abilities than similar creatures. He had to eat 6 boxes of nutritional cream every day to satisfy his normal metabolism. This metamorphosis will probably last for 4 days. Which equals to say that I'll have to spend another 2,000 or so. Seeing his wallet constantly shrinking, Qin Shi couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency for a few moments. Even if he worked 2 jobs, it would be difficult to fill the increasing expenses. Who says hard work makes you rich? Qin Shi ground his teeth. He couldn't make himself work 4 jobs, could he? Even if his vitality broke through the 10-point mark, he couldn't be forbidden from being squeezed this hard. The money left by Big Sister is simply not enough to spend. Pressing the thought of getting rich into the bottom of his heart, Qin Shi continued to start the boring days of fiercely flaunting the nutritional cream and then sleeping and hibernating. Before and after a total of 5 days passed, at home cleaning, laundry and cooking of the youngest Qinlan, already suspected that the second brother is not in love confession failure, suffered from love injuries and so swing. The more she pondered the more right, eyes gradually resolute color, ready to shoulder the burden of supporting the family alone. Thud, an extremely dull and heavy sound spread out. It was like a mallet beating a large drum, smashing the eardrums and buzzing. An earthquake? Qinlan's eyes widened as he hurriedly put down his pen and paper and problem set and ran towards Qin Shi's bedroom. The wooden door was blown by the air currents and clanged, finally slamming onto the ground with a bang. Second brother. Qinlan opened his mouth as if surprised, only to see the naked Qin Shi haunted by a white mist, which was the rolling hot air formed by the evaporation of sweat. This scene was almost like a special effects scene in an old-era movie where the main character practiced divine power. The life force has risen to its limit. Qin Shi, who was sitting with his eyes closed, breathed calmly as a long and short stream of white air stretched at the tip of his nose as if it was a tiny swimming snake. The great progress of the old martial practice method allowed him to catch the sense of qi and complete the cycle more and more skillfully, and the running rotation of the small circumference over and over again released the surging heat in his body. At first glance, it looked like a human-shaped furnace. Old martial practice level 21430. Old martial fighting method level 2930. Physical 14.7 15.1. Spirit 14.5 14.9. What the physical body and spirit combine is vitality, and I've already broken through 15 points. The harvest of breaking through the great limit of the physical body is too rich, it's like a dream. Qin Shi was both surprised and delighted. He had never imagined that developing vitality was this easy. In just a few days, he was going to be enough to reach the passing level of the 8th stage of the amateur grade. If it's set to the 8th stage, the score bonus that comes with it will be enough to allow me to set foot in a first-class institution like Hangyuan University or the University of Science and Technology. Qin Shi pressed down his inner excitement and slowly collected the boiling qi sense heat flow. The abundant activity contained in his mortal body gradually submerged, cooling and calming down like a boiling stream of water, returning to his flesh and blood. He clearly sensed that his own strength had improved greatly and his senses were sharper. The muscular strength of the entire person seemed to have been enhanced by leaps and bounds. I remember old Liang, he said that the minimum requirement for the 100-phase refining power is 20 points of vitality. Qin Shi opened his 5 fingers and recalled the 4 mystical pictures of Wind Forest and Fire Mountain in his mind. It's not far from this step. P.S. Recommendation period, need to catch up on reading pinches, swinging the bowl to ask for monthly votes. Chapter 35 Delinquent Teenager, Cranky Teacher. The metropolitan area was always crowded and busy, compared to the old factory street where grandparents rode in the cool, housewives bought groceries and bargained for prices, and employees called their friends after work. This place is more like a cold forest made of steel, and the people rooted here are like insects and ants running around, never free. Ding dong! Dongfeng Road has arrived. Please ask passengers going to the Youth Palace to get off from the back door in order and pay attention to safety. Xinsher walked to the side of the road with his bag on his shoulder, and it was time for his weekly part-time job as a teaching assistant. Although he broke through the great limit of the physical body, life force enhancement is huge, shelving the new first middle school, the equivalent of the power of learning 9 paragraphs to 8 paragraphs, from the ambitious class ordinary students, upgraded to the elite class middle level. But as a poor child of the old factory street, should work or have to work. Youth Palace free cafeteria welfare treatment, and add up to a salary of 2,500, resolutely cannot be lost. This is Qinsher's bottom line. Buy a computer for the youngest, the boarding and lodging fees to be paid after the start of the school year, the cost of online classes, as well as the cost of enrolling in the finalized exams. A penny has to be broken into 2 or else it won't be able to be saved. Qinsher thought of the deposit left by his big sister, silently calculating. From the opening of this life of a brand new life, he suffered from some kind of paranoia type of strange disease. It was extremely difficult to tolerate the dwindling balance of funds on hand, and there was no sign of growth. When it does, he tingles all over. Must get money, so that the pocket. Against the scorching sun of more than 30 degrees, Qinsher quickly stepped into the Youth Palace, just to bump into the hairsprayed Zhang giggling at the air. Xiaoqin, you just didn't see, the new teacher Lin smiled at me, the sweet kind. Do you think Ms. Lin has a crush on me? Zhang brother, you're a bit of a Puxing man. Qinsher's nose twitched, smelling the other party's strong odor of cologne. It's possible, after all, the one who is most described as handsome in the Youth Palace is you, brother Zhang. Since ancient times, a sword is given to a hero, and a jade hairpin matches a beauty. I think that you, brother Zhang, will be able to blow the horn of victory if you work harder. He made up a couple of sentences in his mind, and rightly took it as a serious dressing down. Getting rid of Zhang's pestering, he went to the locker room, changed into casual clothes, and put on a duck-tongued cap. Xiaoqin assistant teacher, hall on duty. Young people's spirit is good, Xiaoqin this vigor, let us old guys look envious. The Mediterranean uncle holding a thermos cup in his hand stood in the second-floor corridor and said smilingly. Uncle Wang, how old are you? A few years younger than my dad, how can you say the word old dot? Lin Yunqing stepped up the stairs with flat heels, those straight legs under the pencil skirt were so long that it made people's mouths dry. She clasped her hands around the documents, standing in a dignified and intellectual manner, her eyes naturally dropping down on Qinsher. Assistant Professor Xiaoqin's level of life force development is not low. Even when placed in new first middle school, he is still a top student in the elite class. Uncle Wang, who was the head of the Youth Palace, was surprised. I remember little Qin telling me earlier that his latest physical test score was just 8 points, just passing level. So much progress in a short period of time? Lin Yunqing's eyes flickered as she pondered the point at which Qinsher became an assistant teacher. How many days had passed since then? How was it possible to improve so quickly? About 2 weeks ago, he only had 8 points of vitality. Now, it's at least 12 points upwards. The more Lin Yunqing thought about it, the more curious she became. Could Assistant Professor Xiaoqin be a good seedling secretly cultivated by one of the old martial arts sects? An unusual inheritance would never be able to do this to this extent. 4 points of vitality sounded mediocre. But even if one were to replace it with a rich kid from a superior family with resources pulled full circle. Even if they were to soak in a cultivation hall every day, hire a specialized chaperone, a nutritionist who made 3 meal plans, and a meditation master who hypnotized them to sleep. Investing a lot of time and money, it would still take about 2 months. This was still based on the premise that the other party's own talent was good. It seems that my last guess was correct, that aroma of Assistant Professor Xiaoqin's is really the old martial school's secret medicinal cleansing. He accomplished a physical body breaking limit within 2 weeks. It really screams for attention. Lin Yunqing's beautiful eyes flowed, becoming more and more interested. An old martial arts sect force hidden in Old Factory Street? The original followers should not be bad. Perhaps it was related to the 3 gates that had received iron fists. Little Qin assistant professor. Lin Yunqing leaned forward, leaning against the railing, her mouth, which was only smeared with some light-colored lip balm, slightly opened. It's really like a delicious little snack. if they are beaten to their knees, trampling on the pride of being the only seedling of the old martial arts and crushing away any remaining hope. A boy as cute as assistant coach Xiao Qin should cry for a long time, right? See, little Qin, Ms. Lin, she's smiling at me again. Zhang, who was organizing the sandbags and soft mats with Qinshi, was suddenly excited. What do you say, should I ask her out for dinner and a movie later? Qinshi didn't look up, concentrating on his work. Don't worry and boldly go after love, Brother Zhang, I'm your strongest backing. Brother Zhang hesitated. He saw Lin Yunqing's car yesterday, the valuable Hanhai Conqueror. Immediately felt like he was short and couldn't afford it. Little Qin. Zhang also wanted to find Qinshi to discuss and plan, but saw a number of guys wearing leather jackets and jeans, hair dyed flowers and green, like delinquents rushed into the youth palace. They were shaking the enrollment flyers in their hands and said in the same breath that they wanted to enroll in Mr. Lin's martial arts class. What's the situation? Zhang was a bit confused. The martial arts classes at the youth palace were divided into basic and advanced classes, and were only for elementary and junior high school students. This group of spirited guys who looked at least 16 or 17 years old didn't look like the audience. Running towards Teacher Lin. Qinshi glanced outside. A very eye-catching convertible sports car was parked across the street, and the young man wearing sunglasses and covered in designer labels was leaning against the car door, exuding a very taut sense of relaxation. Simply put, it is an attempt to attract eyeballs of the pretense of dashing. Rich son of a rich man chasing white rich beauty classic bridge? Qinshi was happy to eat melon, like Ms. Lin's kind of young single lady who drove a multi-million-dollar mobility scooter and had a decent and clean job. There was definitely no lack of suitors. With a large number, it was inevitable that a few would pop up as conspicuous packages. What's going on? Lin Yunqing was startled by the unexpected commotion and frowned lightly. Little kids fooling around. Don't be afraid, Teacher Lin, I'll drive them away. Zhang puffed out his chest, self-conscious that he had seized the perfect opportunity to save a hero, and strutted towards the raucous and noisy delinquents. Figure out what this place is. The advanced class run by Mr. Lin only accepts middle school students under the age of 14. Zhang, as a graduate of a prestigious university in the Tian metropolitan area, his life force development level was not low since, and there was a guaranteed 12 points or so. But he just came to the front of the delinquent teenagers. One of the dyed red hair flower arm brother raised his hand and slapped, like a cannonball discharged quickly and accurately. Splat! It directly sent Zhang flying away with his glasses. It's none of your business if we're looking for Mr. Lin for a lesson. Four-eyed boy. The slap struck hard, swelling Zhang's cheeks and staggering his body to the point of nearly falling over. Qinshi, who was not far away, raised his eyebrows. This red-haired ghost was an introductory practitioner. His punches and kicks were crisp and his movements were sharp. Xiao Qin. Call the police, quickly call the police. Arrest all of these little brats. Humiliated in public, Zhang instantly red-warmed and roared in anger. The gang of delinquents were chewing gum in their mouths as if they were emboldened. Instead, they let out a cacophonous laugh. Four-eyed boy is in a hurry. That was a cool move by Cohen. Well played. Seeing that the storm was showing signs of turning into a riot, Lin Yunqing tilted her head, her hair falling over her shoulders like a waterfall. You all want to take remedial lessons in martial arts classes? Yes. Sister Long. The delinquent teenager smiled and addressed Sister Dragon in Qinshi's eyes, inexplicably recalling the class flower of his previous life, who was pestered by off-campus assholes. Where is your brother Long? Lin Yunqing wasn't annoyed, and still had a soft and gentle tone. The red-haired boy in the lead, a Cohen, raised his hand and pointed out the window. Brother Long would like to invite you, Ms. Lin, for a casual dinner. Please also show your face. Lin Yunqing did not move her gaze away. Her bright eyes curved into a crescent moon arc as if she was smiling. If you don't show your face, are you guys not leaving? The red-haired boy, a Cohen, had his hands in his pockets and tilted his head in a self-consciously handsome manner. Selling face, Mrs. Long. Last time I saw you at the IFC, Brother Long couldn't stop thinking about you. Lin Yunqing smiled even more happily, her lips hooking up. My one-period class is very expensive. Oh. The red-haired boy, a Cohen, shrugged. Brother Long is not bad for money. As long as sister-in-law Long is willing to step out of this door, we'll buy any more classes you open. Lin Yunqing nodded. Little assistant Professor Qin, please take these people to pay the enrollment fee, 10 lessons each. Qinshi's face was full of kindness as he led the gang of killers to the front desk, and the rest of his eyes glanced at the tattoos on their arms, which were actually also pitch-black fists with 5 fingers clenched tightly. Could it be related to Zay's Righteous Fist Club? Waiting to finish the process of enrolling into the class, Lin Yunqing added, "You injured my coworker, you have to pay for the medical bills." With an arrogant expression of indifference, the red-haired boy, Cohen, flung out a dozen $100 coins from his wallet and threw them in front of Zhang. "Take it to the doctor, four-eyed boy. Next time you learn to act like a hero, remember to practice more." As if she wouldn't get angry, Lin Yunqing always maintained her soft image and inclined her head to look at Qinshi, who was trying to lower his presence. "Little assistant Professor Qin, can you take them to the conference room? I'll be right back. This isn't going to use me as a shield, right?" Qinshi's heart was suddenly shocked. According to the conventional plot direction, he would probably be involved in it, inexplicably become an imaginary love rival, and be targeted by that brother Long in all kinds of ways. Women really are the source of trouble. Qinshi served with a smile while secretly pondering that if Ms. Lin made any overly intimate moves later, he would directly collapse and withdraw to cell and slip away. Leading a group of delinquents into the conference room, after waiting for about 5 minutes, Lin Yunqing pushed the door in. This elegant female teacher had already changed into a pink sportswear that was easy to move around in, and her flat heels had turned into running shoes. "Teacher Lin." Qinshi hurriedly got up, ready to run. "Little assistant teacher Qin, help me take down my glasses and close the door by the way." Lin Yunqing interceded. Without waiting for Qinshi to agree, she handed over the pair of rimless glasses. Then facing the group of delinquents, she asked with a smile, "Students, please stand up, teacher is about to start class." For some reason, the delinquents who were sitting on the couches or long tables in a big way had risen of their own accord. The red-haired boy, Kun, walked up, still smiling, but before he could open his mouth, his face tightened. White fists shot out like tank shells, knocking his head sideways and hitting the wall. Immediately after that, 5 fingers made a strong grip, pulling up the head of red hair, and then heavily smashed. Thud. Finally pressed down on his head, that terrified face dead against the wallpaper, rubbing all the way through, bringing out stinging blood marks. "Sister-in-law Long? Sister-in-law your mother." Chapter 36, Assistant Professor Qin is hungry and wants to eat Mr. Lin. "Sister-in-law your old mother." This nationalist word was so well spoken and powerful that Qinshi froze on the spot when he heard it. "I didn't expect the normally gentle and lovely teacher Lin to have such a contrasting side in private. How violent!" he lamented. Only to see Lin Yunqing take down the red-haired boy Cohen with a punch, sidestepping and kicking the delinquent boy who had come forward to rescue him with a powerful high kick. Ka! The force was so great that it directly cracked his jawbone with the kick, and the whole person flew out in a horizontal-like fall. Immediately, between his long hair flying, Lin Yunqing was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. With a left punch and a right kick, he punched these mental boys and made them cry. Swinging fist. Side kicks. Knee strikes. Elbow strikes. The female teacher showed no mercy, her bullet-like punches and kicks were fast and hard. Each blow was aimed at the vitals, such as the solar plexus, carotid artery, and vagus nerve, ensuring that they fell asleep and could not get up again. In less than 10 short seconds, the conference room fell silent. Too ruthless. Qinshi bared his teeth, the one with the lightest injury here was concussed. As for the red-haired boy Cohen, who was pressed against the wall and rubbed vigorously, his entire face was a bloody mess. Look at the head drooped, arm twisted into a miserable look, estimated to lie in the hospital for 10 days and a half months. Hip-hop with sister, give you face is not it. Lin Yunqing bounced twice like she was finishing her warm-up exercises, tucked her long, tied-up hair behind her shoulders, and reached out her hand towards Qinshi. "Little assistant Professor Qin, you can give me the glasses now." The voice was once again gentle and soft. Instantly changed from a northeastern tiger to a golden gradient layer in a second. Oh. Qinshi showed a stunned look of being shocked. He really did not expect that teacher Lin of the Youth Palace's fighting level was so high. Just from the swift and easy fighting style of attack and defense, Lin Yunqing's life force development level was definitely not low. As a practitioner, Qinshi knew that if the strength of the muscles was not up to standard, many moves could easily cause tears and strains if they were performed hastily. Mr. Lin's strikes were extremely sharp, and he kept his breath steady, so it was obvious that he hadn't worked out much in his spare time. Little bastard, still pretending. As a good seedling hidden in the old martial arts school, you punched one of these punks as usual. You want to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? I remember that the old martial arts sect liked to play this trick the most, to make it easier for them to show their sainthood in front of people. Lin Yunqing's bright eyes flowed as she let out a snort in her heart. If he himself continued to act like a little white flower, little Qin assistant professor would inevitably step forward to show off his skills, causing the youth palace crowd to lose their colors in shock. Man. Regarding Lin Yunqing's brainstorming, Qin Shi was oblivious and scratched his head and asked, "Teacher Lin, should we call the police or call the emergency number?" It felt like leaving these people unattended might karma off 2 or 3 of them. After all, intracranial hemorrhage, subcostal fracture, and oral nerve trauma are not small problems. Carry the people out, and then let the police station out of the police will be fine. Counting them as provoking trouble cannot be blamed on us. Lin Yunqing waved his hand, cloudy and light. Having a background, talking is tough. Qin Shi pondered. If you were an ordinary person, even if you counted it as self-defense, injuring so many people, surely it is inevitable to make a statement, write a statement, inquire about the situation and other processes. How could it be as easy as Mr. Lin, as if the police station in the metropolitan area was run by his family? By the way, Assistant Professor Xiao Qin, treat this matter as a secret between us, okay? Later on, we'll say that it was you who heroically saved her. Lin Yunqing blinked her eyes and said playfully. How could the young man refuse this opportunity to be in the limelight? When Qin Shi was floored by the crowd, he himself beat him to his knees and cried bitterly, crushing the Tao heart of a talented teenager once again. It was refreshing to think about it. How could I possibly take the initiative to take the blame? Qin Shi pulled the corner of his mouth. Just now, he fought fiercely, but now he's acting cute and weak. This is not kind at first glance. He followed old Liang on the old martial arts path, and his insights and vision gradually improved. Lin Yunqing's punches and kicks just now, all of them revealed the terrifying explosive power and amazing lethality of a hot weapon. Obviously, this is a potential. A kind of fighting style that was taken from the military boxing style and continuously refined. The dog woman herself has finished venting, she's happy. You want me to be your shield? Dream on. Qin Shi revealed a coy smile. Ms. Lin, I'm a good student, I can't lie to the police. Besides, there are only 2 of us in the conference room, and if you didn't do it, then I'm the only one left. I've never fought with anyone before, so it would be a disaster if the police ask me about it and I get caught. Qin Shi didn't take the bait at all. This gang of delinquents who deliberately caused trouble, behind them obviously stood a more powerful social big brother. When the time comes, they will cause endless trouble. How can they still work part-time with peace of mind? Little Assistant Professor Qin, help me out. If my family knows that I'm doing it outside again, I'll get scolded. Lin Yunqing secretly gritted her teeth, but on the surface, she was pitiful. This kid was actually soft and hard. Was he not impressed by her beauty at all? My sister said to be an honest child. Qin Shi blushed and smiled, completely immune to the seductive skills unleashed by the pretty female teacher. Count on you to be ruthless. Sister won't pretend anymore. Lin Yunqing completely broke, her expression management failing big time. Dead boy, if you don't recognize it later, sis will even you together. Before her words fell, her footsteps were heavy, and the person rushed like an arrow off the string. The foot is like a standing bracket, the hand is like a double cannon, blatantly pushed towards Qin Shi's shoulder. The dog woman is in a hurry. Qin Shi was vigilant in his heart. Every night he slept through the battle retrospective skill, fancy explosively abusing Li Yuan and Xie Yuqing, allowing him to accumulate rich experience in sparring. Seeing Lin Yunqing's toes moving forward and her shoulders slightly shaking, she immediately tightened her large tendons and drove her body to retreat backward. Ha! The dead kid has such quick reflexes. Lin Yunqing had thought that he would be able to successfully restrain Qin Shi by relying on his surprisingly fast first move. However, he didn't expect the latter to dodge his own takedown maneuver just in time as if he had predicted it in advance. The dog woman's life force shouldn't have reached 20 points. How did she quench and nourish her spirit and condense potential? Qin Shi was equally alarmed. As soon as Lin Yunqing struck, he felt the heavy and violent implication of a cannonball being discharged. It was as if he was not facing a human body, but a loaded mortar. Boom! Lin Yunqing transformed his palm into a fist and stomped his foot on the floor, smashing into Qin Shi's chest. Again! It was like thunder exploding in Qin Shi's ears. Lin Yunqing's fist was like a cannonball, coming ferociously and violently. If not for the completion of the second rebirth, his life force had risen rapidly, and all aspects of his physical quality had been greatly strengthened. He might not have been able to over this contrasting female teacher whose appearance and behavior were grossly inconsistent. Shinshur once again dodged. The conference room space was not considered spacious, falling into the wind. His back was tightly pressed against the wall, like he was forced into a dead end. Famous old martial arts schools, all of them are famous for their fighting style. How can you only retreat? Lin Yunqing narrowed her eyes. The two attacks returned without success, making her a bit annoyed. Anymore, Shinshur was just a little guy with less than 15 points of life force. He himself was almost close to 19 points, ready to impact the 7th stage and prepare for the Gunstar Cup. To actually be able to stalemate? Passing it out to people was a joke. The cannon fist struck the air, its force shaking the airflow and creating a detonator-like pop. Lin Yunqing's arms spread out, intending to use the holding and wrestling strikes that restricted the range of motion, so that Shinshur would have nowhere to hide and completely admit defeat. Dog woman, don't go too far. Shinshur cursed darkly, his back resting against the wall, his spine knuckling through, tugging at the boiling chi sensation circulating in his body. Roots of large blood-red tendons that had been burned thick and long by the golden daigo, steeply tensed and straightened, covering the limbs and torso. Powerful strength arose, filling the mortal body. As his center of gravity pressed forward, Shinshur's feet stepped back and forth, like two large bows firing in unison. The floor resounded with ear-piercing friction sounds, like a speeding sedan braking sharply, its tires skidding across the asphalt. His entire human body seemed to be twisted into a rope. Everywhere he exerted strength to make force, brazenly meeting Lin Yunqing. How many points of life force do you only have, tough with sister? Lin Yunqing saw through Shinshur's intentions, but did not choose to retreat. Both arms like steel casting, straight smash to Shinshur, is to use the strong to hit the strong, crushing this dead kid's Dao heart. But in the next second, she realized that something was wrong, and her face changed drastically. The large blood-red tendons linked the dermatomal muscles, making a muscle group like inflatable, containing a strong force that was hard to resist. When Shinshur's shoulder crashed in, it directly destroyed Lin Yunqing's stance, making her unable to make a counterattack before she was sent flying out. As if being run over head-on by a large truck, Lin Yunqing's chest was raw and painful, almost suffocating. Her feet staggered back to the wall. Immediately, the icy voice of "Eat my intentional punch" was heard in her ears, and the sandbag-like fist hit her squarely in the eye socket, shattering her glasses to pieces. I was actually beaten to my knees? Lin Yunqing's brain seemed to be down, her cape no longer visible, no longer seeing her previous elegance and dignity. So hungry, I want to eat Ms. Lin. Shinshur's punch collected most of the force, only making Lin Yunqing's eyes slightly swollen, without causing too much damage. However, a line of information flow that swept across his retina and the inexplicable hunger and thirst that passed through his abdomen caused his eyes to change. Ingredient classification: life form. Quality: low grade. Edible parts: blood, heart, female nursing organs. Consumption effect: increase slight vitality, gain blood drinking trait, parched state when hungry. Consumption effect: increase slight vitality, gain blood drinking trait, parched state when hungry. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, followers, and favorites. Chapter 37: Military Style Fist, Bionic Flow. Holy crap! So this is what the 20 foraging sessions required for the overgrowth upgrade means? Shinshur's throat involuntarily moved, as if his body had activated a certain switch, causing him to clearly smell the tantalizing scent of Ms. Lin's body. The scent of a virgin mixed with the instinctive attraction of a female creature was like a stimulating pheromone that amplified the senses. It was tantamount to mixing a bowl of soulful dipping sauce that tasted as good as dipping the insoles of your shoes before shabu shabu. Completely irresistible. Gulp. Shinshur once again swallowed his saliva, his eyes indifferent and blazing, as if a diner was looking at the meat on the plate, both unadulterated with any emotion and impatient to swallow it into his stomach. Dead kid. Lin Yunqing tilted her head and was about to stiffen her mouth when she met this food chain superior like overlooking gaze. Thump. Her heart went cold, like falling into an ice cave. I'm actually scared? Bad. Now, it's my turn to have my Dao heart viciously trampled on. Lin Yunqing couldn't help but hang her head, her entire body trembling. The original tough stance instantly disintegrated, like a pitiful roadside puppy that couldn't help but wag its tail and beg to be fed. The reason why this was so was because this female teacher felt it very genuinely. This talented young man of the old martial school in front of her seemed to really not mind erasing himself at all. It was similar to a fish on a chopping board being slaughtered. Thus, an inexplicable sense of fear arose. How old was he? How much blood has been on his hands? How could he have such a murderous, ruthless temperament that treats life as if it were a piece of grass? I'm really hungry. The text message branded on his retina loomed large. Sheen sure didn't care about Lin Yunqing's change in expression and subconsciously raised his palm. Elementary achievement over growth? Characteristic, extremely sensitive to substances rich in high nutrients and energy, and acquires absorption and digestion abilities that exceed those of similar creatures. It turns out that practitioners with higher levels of life force development are also counted as a type of high nutrition and high energy food. But I'm not Hannibal, it's really hard for me to put my mouth on my kind. Sheenshire's mind drifted off, and the moment he solved his doubts, his entire being was instantly sobered up as if a basin of ice water had been poured on him. He suppressed his not-so-normal hunger and prepared to pull Teacher Lin, who had been beaten to his knees, up. Instead, he realized that his palms had already, at some point, tightly choked the other party's slender neck. The powerful knuckles pressed into the delicate skin, and the touch was very delicate. On Teacher Lin's pretty face, a heavy creepy color hung. I seem to be a bit high human now? It won't be taken as a natural-born murderer, right? Sheenshire lightly coughed twice and hurriedly spoke. I'm sorry, Teacher Lin, I struck out a little too hard just now. Are you all right? Lin Yunqing's body stiffened like a log, and was helped up by Sheenshire. Her heart palpitated. Big Brother told me that the old martial arts sects are all crazy people who see red when they strike and see blood when they feud, so don't mess with them easily. I didn't believe it before, but I've learned my lesson this time. Teacher Lin, are you all right? Sheenshire scratched his head and asked again. Why is the dog woman as if she's scared silly? His punch was to the eye socket, not the brain. How come after the punch, her eyes cleared up and she looked a bit dull? Little Assistant Professor Chin, it was my fault for offending you just now. I apologize to you. Lin Yunqing was aggrieved, like a frightened little girl. It's changed from a northeastern tiger to a golden gradient again, and the voice is even more pinched. What tricks is the dog woman playing? Sheenshire secretly frowned and quietly pulled away. Lest Ms. Lin flip out and suddenly sneak attack. He had always understood that women were not reasonable, not to mention martial virtues. I know that your old martial arts school is concerned about rules, not placing a letter of battle, rashly challenging, pointing out in public, recklessly disregarding your identity. These are all taboo behaviors. Lin Yunqing took a punch and was instantly honest, sincerely admitting his mistake. This was going to be seen by acquaintances, the most famous crazy in the Taiyan metropolitan area. Behaving like a kitten in front of the students, I'm afraid their jaws would drop in shock. Our old martial arts sect? Sheenshire's eyes were odd. What exactly did the dog woman brainstorm? Directly the attitude changed drastically. No wonder it said that women are not virtuous and deliberately bombard their fists. When the lesson is over, they're still not allowed to eat at the table, truly the wisdom of the older generation. Sheenshire silently joked, convergence of the trace of surprise, quickly into the role of the old martial arts school hidden sapling. Meeting friends through martial arts was a beautiful story in the past. Mr. Lin's teacher's heritage is not like a professor from a top school. Every time I remember Sheenshire's indifferent eyes, Lin Yunqing was scared in her heart, as if she had really been shattered, and no longer had the condescending and playful mindset before. Her voice was timid. My three-emperor cannon fist belongs to a family tradition. Wasn't the three-emperor cannon fist an old martial arts school? Sheenshire narrowed his eyes. The potential contained in Lin Yunqing's fighting style was not quite like the old martial arts school that emphasized on natural celestial phenomena and spiritual enlightenment. My grandfather improved it, and it was born out of the old martial arts, but also absorbed the military style of boxing. The so-called three emperors are the heavenly emperor's anti-aircraft cannon, the earthly emperor's tank cannon, and the human emperor's cannon. To refine it, there is also a version of sea, land, air and amphibious cannon fist, taken from ship's cannon, machine cannon, and howitzer. Lin Yunqing explained in a serious manner. I'm afraid that you'll say nuclear light fluctuation fist, 10,000 spokes palm, and magnetic field turning 1 million horsepower again. The corners of Sheenshire's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but slander. If anything, the old martial arts school was the ultimate torture masochist. The new martial arts school looks like the technology tree pointing crookedly, I think the upside-down man. With a mortal body, muscle power to simulate the fission reaction of a hot weapon? I really have a sense of physics no longer exists, disorientation. I learned military boxing, bionic flow. The fists and feet are like cannonballs, the body style is like an armored car or a fighter jet, and all the fighting styles and moves are modeled after modern weapons. Seeing that Qin sure is interested, Lin Yunqing took the initiative to say a few more words. I doubt if there is also two-way foil powerful poem, water droplet destroy ship. The high martial arts bionics are really upside down. If I join the new martial arts school, will I be able to realize the 2-bullet fist, 1-star finger, and Dongfeng guidance seal? Qin shook off the distracting thoughts and promptly stopped the conversation, turning to ask about the delinquents who were tumbling over each other. These people, Mr. Lin, do you know where they came from? Just family dogs raised by some thug. At the mention of irrelevant idlers, Lin Yunqing's face instantly cooled down and returned to her original intellectual demeanor. Don't worry, Assistant Professor Xiao Qin, I'll take care of the trouble for you. She fumbled for her touchscreen cell phone, scratched the screen, and dialed the number. The two top academic institutions in the Taiyan metropolitan area were Qiguan Hongda and Jiakai Science University. They have a long history, respectively by the Eastern Xia mechanical and spiritual energy, two major fields of pioneers, Wei Qiguan and Zhu Jiakai II Mr. Founded, passed down to the present day has been a few thousand years. Qiguan Hongda, the office of the Director of General Affairs, followed by the internal line of the red landline ringing. Lin Xiaohan, who was in his 40s and in his prime, picked up the microphone. After briefly listening for a few seconds, his expression turned helpless. Little sister, how many times have I told you, don't make this call if it's not business? Brother, I'm being bullied. Lin Xiaohan shook his head. Call it a position at work. At home you are my sister, here. Here, you're Director Lin who teaches and serves the citizens. I'm a student of Hangyuan University and a good citizen of the Taiyan metropolitan area. Don't you have an obligation to solve my problems for me? The dislike on the other end of the phone was unforgiving. Alright, I can't control you, go back and let father teach you a lesson. Tell me, what trouble did you cause? Whose young master did you beat up? Which big boss's face did you step on? You almost broke Qin's leg and were sent to the youth palace to reflect on your mistakes. Why are you still so restless? Lin Xiaohan felt tired at once. This sister of his has been stubborn and aggressive since she was a child, especially following her father to learn new martial arts, and almost beat up all the male children in the Taiyan metropolitan area. But where there is not long-eyed, come to her in front of pretense, show off wealth to show off the unlucky egg, are all bruises and swollen face. Surname Qin, he messed with me first, I'm most annoyed with dogs who act like pussies. Lin Yunqing on the other end of the phone exposed her nature, as if she was no longer dignified and elegant. There is a do not know where to run out of the cat and dog, called what long, last time in the National Gold Center showed his face, rushed to chase me, with a bunch of little brothers ran to the youth palace to block people. Lin Xiaohan frowned and only said, wait for me for a while. He hung up the phone and dialed another white landline. Secretary Su, come in for a moment, go check, are there any characters named Dragon in Taiyan? In about half an hour, Lin Xiaohan received a paper file in his hand. Wan Long? Secretary Su stood respectfully. I had a friend call up the surveillance over at the youth palace and verified the situation, it's him. He's a lowly gangster who's made some money in the past few years from contracting projects. Qiguan Hongda belonged to the Dongxia Department of Education. Not only did it have almost independent administrative power, but its status was also slightly inferior to the governor's office in the center of the city, and it was on par with the top level of the metropolitan area's administration. Let the inspection department to help, but simple. It was just that Secretary Su was full of doubts. How did a commodity like Wang Long deserve to appear on Director Lin's desk? Aha! Lin Xiaohan nodded, intending to close the file and dispose of it when he glanced at a detail out of the corner of his eye. His boss is Qin Li Hao? Secretary Su had scanned the general area before arriving, silently memorizing the main points in his mind. Yes, Qin Li Hao's Yuhai City Construction Company, these years more and more bigger. Wang Long is a capable general under his hand. By the way, Yuhai City Construction is preparing for the old Factory Street Shantytown renovation bidding program, with the second half of the promotion of the eastern suburbs of Dangyang redevelopment project. That group of executives in the metropolitan area, they're starting to circle the wagons again? Lin Xiaohan tapped his fingers on the file bag. My little sister just beat up Qin Jie a while ago, and today she let Qin Li Hao's men bully her again. Our Lin family and the Qin family are really at odds. After a brief moment of reflection, this Hongda concubine director, who had been parachuted in from Yazhou, smiled. Tomorrow, call on the students to hold a debate to openly discuss some of the land expropriation and demolition behaviors that jeopardize the safety of citizens and the interests of the group in the midst of urban construction, publish the content in the school newspaper, and ask the metropolitan area television stations to do a special interview. In addition, I personally hope that the various departments of the metropolitan area will conduct a wide-ranging investigation and rectification of such egregious behavior. Secretary Sue's heart was slightly startled as he listened. It was said that a new official took office with 3 fires. This Director Lin's first fire, how did it burn for no reason? It should be known that the education system of Hongdae and KU, and the administrative system of the metropolitan area have always been well watered, not interfering with each other. Assistant Professor Xiao Qin, it's solved. Lin Yunqing was proud. My house is quite big, do you want to go over and sit down later? Your old martial sect's secret method is really extraordinary. With a life force of around 12 points, you were able to beat me with close to 19 points. I'm 15 points. Xin sure didn't squeak. The level of vitality development could only be roughly judged by the wave peaks of breath and fighting movements. At least this was the case for all below the second stage of the amateur level. Teacher Lin, do you have a testing instrument installed in your house? Xin sure, who had wanted to refuse, suddenly asked. Lin Yunqing thought for a moment and gave an answer. It can be installed. Chapter 38, Chen Lin. Half a day down, Xin Zhang rose all over the street. Trenchless. It's true that poverty limits my imagination. Xin sure never expected that someone would actually be able to take a vitality testing instrument worth millions of dollars and install it at home for daily use. In his last life, the rich man had a sea tank to raise sharks and a plot of land to raise elephants. Xin sure silently added Tian rich sister in front of the labeled dog woman. Teacher Lin, your house is indeed quite big. The place where Lin Yunqing lived was located in the relatively quiet Nanjiang district of the Tian metropolitan area. The mighty and domineering Hanhai conqueror drove through several iron gates and into the basement of the solitary villa. Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, Xin shure's only feeling was that the overall social outlook of Dongxia, as well as the gap between the rich and the poor, presented a huge chasm across the ages. It was incredible that he traveled from Old Factory Street to Nanjiang District as if he had traveled through nearly 100 years of development. The children of rich families in the metropolitan area can ask for a sports car as a gift on their birthdays in a lion's share of money, while the children of workers in the eastern suburbs of Dangyang don't even dare to ask for a pair of sneakers if they want to buy them. Xin sure had mixed feelings in his heart. Could it be that the initial dividends of the Nova Grand development had not benefited the lower class of the old city in the slightest? This was difficult for him to comprehend. It was just like not being able to accept that under the era of the great universe, the use of communications and networks required a not-so-low threshold. Here we are, Assistant Professor Xiao Qin. Lin Yunqing parked the car and Xin sure followed into the elevator. Ding dong. Straight to the first floor. Entering the door and passing through the entrance hall, Xin shure's vision opened up. With G-Line 8K Forbidden K, turned out N% physics text hashtag file $6 Y2FP5M0MAOAT of 5, furry, 52W equals 5T4 at UFBCWCKT plus AD FRLQ5A8C0V80T8FWAF 0% F, KC6LND at 3 plus 5724 OB9, JCZ hashtag. The hall with a height of 5 meters is brightly lit and clean and polished. From the home decor to the design style, it was a more old-school style, mostly in bright red and warm yellow. The house was bought by my sister-in-law before for mom and dad's retirement. Lin Yunqing took off her hat and mask, which was used to hide her swollen eyes. As a result, the two of them ran off to Imperial Capital to meet with old friends, and it was difficult for them to return for a while, so they asked me to stay for a while. Although Lin Yunqing's image was contrasting, her manners were done quite thoroughly. Greeted Xin sure to sit down, and then brought a soda to quench his thirst. As long as the dog woman doesn't have a seizure, there's no problem with calling it a great lady. Xin sure bites on the straw, feeling the coldness, casually chatting to open the topic. Ms. Lin, your hometown is in Hangzhou? Lin Yunqing shook her head. My parents teach, and I often have to run after them, changing schools and places. Hangzhou, Yazhou, Haizhou, and Imperial Capital. All stayed for a while. My brother followed in his father's footsteps and also joined the teaching staff, just transferred to Hangzhou not long ago. Can being a teacher afford to buy this kind of single-family house? Xin sure secretly pondered, think also cannot be said. Unlike his previous life, the East Xia Education Department has a high standard, and is similar to the Martial Arts Association, which is spread over half of the river system, and is a huge organization with independence. This also leads to the school valve culture, and the Martial Arts Association mountain is known as the noble son of the cold family necessary to hit the wall of the two barriers. Without some connections or encounters, it is difficult to break the shackles and really get ahead. Lin Yunqing sipped her tea and added. but my father is indeed a native of Henzhou. I remember that there is an old saying in Hangzhou called Qin Lin half a day down, Xin Zhang rose all over the street. These are all big surnames, the first big families to come forward and participate in the great development of Nova. They slowly spread their branches and roots here, forming a pattern. Many people say that behind every sensational Nova grand development is several family histories, and that's not wrong. Chen, Lin, Qin, Zhang. Qin sure recited this in his heart, even though his Qin surname was among them. However, it was not related to the famous Smoky City Qin family. In the hundreds of years of development, family names and bloodlines have been passed down from generation to generation and blossomed all over the place. In addition to the so-called original family outside, I do not know how many side branches multiply. It's like in the past life, the surname Liu, claiming to be the descendant of the Han dynasty, the surname Zhu, claiming to be the descendant of the Ming dynasty. It is not true. In the Taiyan metropolitan area, Chen and Lin are the big surnames, and in Smoke City and Boat City, Qin and Zhang are more numerous. Lin Yunqing cupped her hands around her hot teacup. When I first saw your surname Qin, I thought that assistant professor Xiao Qin came from the Qin family in Smoke City, but I didn't expect to come from Old Factory Street. Compared to the new martial arts, the old martial arts consumes less money, but if you really want to get started and go far, it also depends on the family's capital or pull sponsorship. Sponsorship? Qin sure was curious. 9 ancient stars of Eastern Xia, 25 administrative nova, there are not a few humble students who can get into the 4 major national, top institutions. However, the investment in developing vitality is again large, so for the various paths of martial artist, mechanic, and psychic, the Department of Education has launched corresponding sponsorship programs. Lin Yunqing explained. For example, martial Taoists are divided into 3 specifications, the proud sun, the glowing moon, and the shining star. Each can take interest-free loans ranging from millions to hundreds of millions, as well as support funds that do not need to be repaid, all of which are allocated from the Department of Education and belong to the state's public funds. Qin Shi's eyes brightened up as he listened, his heart on fire. He, an old martial arts genius certified by Old Liang, didn't know to which level he could be mixed? Even if he was only a U-star, he would still have millions of interest-free loans and a growth fund provided by the Department of Education. It is enough to let oneself live a comfortable life with high-energy food freedom and fierce and wild flair. As for the formation of a professional team to give medical, dietary, equipment and other aspects of support, not to mention. Noticing Qin Shi's interest in this, Lin Yunqing, who had her Tao heart shattered, suddenly branched out. I remember that assistant professor Xiao Qin is also about to take the college entrance examination. Which school are you going to apply for? Qin Shi thought to himself. I would like to go to one of the 4 major nationalities, but people may not accept it. He weighed his words and phrases, and the formula responded. There's no very definite plan yet. Wait for the fixed section exam at the beginning of the school year and see the results before making plans. If, next, he was able to break through another limit and break through his life force to 20 points or more, then it would be enough to reach the basic scoreline of Qiguan Hangda, a Kaik University of Science and Technology. As for the 4 national universities that only existed in legends and were out of reach, Southwest United, North China Imperial Capital, Revival Tunguen, Yangchen Museum. Those were all beautiful dreams that only Budokai preppers with half a foot in the full-time grade would dare to dream. I think Qiguan Hangda is just fine, with a strong and deep faculty and a wealth of relevant courses for the Budokai pathway. Assistant Professor Xiao Qin might want to consider it. Lin Yunqing blinked. Anyway, he had been beaten to his knees and his Tao heart shattered. Why don't we just do one thing or the other, and let that bunch of guys from Qiguan Hangda who were so high and mighty experience this kind of flavor as well? Putting a genius sapling who had been carefully cultivated and honed by the hidden forces of the old martial arts school into Qiguan Hangda, where the new martial arts were prevalent. Simply the program effect was pulled full circle. Jia, being trampled on by freshmen, stepping on their feet, enjoying their gnashing teeth and humiliated expressions. Just thinking about it makes me high as hell. Lin Yunqing couldn't help but heave a smile, the elegance that hadn't been maintained for long gone. The dog woman was having another seizure. The corners of Qin Shi's mouth twitched, speaking as if the number 1 institution of higher learning in Hangyu, Qiguan Hangyu University, was run by your family. How can you just say you can enter? Teacher Lin, can I borrow the life force testing instrument in your house? After drinking a bottle of soda, Qin Shi went straight to the point. Oh. Okay, I'll take you to the basement. Lin Yunqing's eyes darted around, and she began to think about how to abduct young assistant Professor Qin to Qiguan Hangda. By the old martial arts school, genius young man beat through the new martial arts base camp. Professor, will that gang of old men, how can the face hang face? Chapter 39, I've picked up a treasure, stud is wisdom. The elevator descended and opened wide. Rows and rows of track spotlights lit up from above, and the surrounding walls swirled with soft light, illuminating the entire nearly 200 square feet of space. Lin Yunqing said in a thin voice. This place was originally intended to be a place to simulate natural scenery for health, so that my mom could meditate, nourish her qi, and cultivate her mind when she's not doing anything. Then it was shelved, so I hired someone to install a complete set of life force testing instruments. The latest product from Santan Heavy Industry, the quality is definitely not a problem. My goodness! Qinsher seemed to have walked into a superhero's secret base, and everything he looked at felt new and strange. He silently thought in his heart. Rich people have such a niche way of talking, spending millions is like using a few $100s. I'll have to think twice about taking a few more nutritional creams. Lin Yunqing opened the silver-white machine that was placed in the center and turned on the power activation switch, emitting a vibrating buzzing light sound. New First Middle School is a strong public school in the Tian metropolitan area. It's well equipped, so Assistant Professor Xiao Qin should know how to test it, right? Qinsher looked at the contraption that looked like an MRI machine and nodded. Take off your clothes, lie down in it, then stand up and sit down. Lin Yunqing said while debugging the data. That's right, first look at your muscle strength, physical exercise. If needed, you can also measure your spiritual strength. Santan Heavy Industry was truly worthy of being an Eastern Xia national brand. The latest model of testing instrument actually captured even the mental fluctuations of the brain. The instrument in New First Middle School didn't have this function. Looking towards the busy Lin Yunqing, Qinsher politely inquired. Teacher Lin, so I'm taking it off? Take it off. Lin Yunqing did not raise her head and answered loudly. Qinsher secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Teacher Lin suddenly blushed and squirmed, it would instead make him embarrassed. Fortunately, this dog woman had quite the sharp demeanor of a Jianghu child who didn't care about small things, and didn't care about this at all. The next time he throws a deliberate bombardment punch, the force could be lighter. He thought so. It's ready to start. Lin Yunqing sat in front of the operating table and quietly put away the cell phone with the camera turned on. Then, without changing his face, he scratched open his contact list and tapped out a line. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex warrior, 1 meter 8 male tall and handsome brother, life force of 12 points or more, underage old martial arts school genius, high quality source of students, want to buy it as soon as possible. Drip. The cell phone shook. The message was answered. Lightning Cyclone Chop, as we all know, male height, handsome younger brother, old martial arts school. These three conditions cannot exist at the same time. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, there is a picture in the truth, a bottle of United Pharmaceuticals level 4 energy liquid can be exchanged. Lightning Cyclone Chop, cheaters can't eat 4 nutritious meals in a lifetime, and their life force will always be stuck in a bottleneck. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, numbly, bring the money V over. With a physical report on your life force. Lightning Cyclone, transfer the amount of 48,888. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, received money. Blood earns, blood earns. Lin Yunqing kept his promise and clicked on the album, picking a few pictures with the most obvious muscle lines and sending them over. By the way, he tasted them. The old martial arts school doesn't take drugs and emphasizes on natural body refining, so it's indeed more pleasant to look at than the muscular guys of the new martial arts school. TSK, gluttony makes people drool. Qinsher, who was oblivious to the fact that he was being sold, took off his top and pants, leaving only his 4-cornered shorts behind. He took a deep breath and lay into the large instruments carrying bed, then was slowly nudged into the chamber. The cantilever turned, and the carrier bed with the lid closed went from playing horizontal to vertical. Under Lin Yunqing's operation, drops sounded one after another, and a circle of light blue light flickered at a high frequency, growing faster and faster. The vitality testing instrument was based on the heart magnetism theory proposed by the famous scholar Fei Tongxian, which had given rise to countless related application techniques. It was one of the most famous inventions of the last 1,000 years. During the turbulent period of the old era of Eastern Xia, the life force was difficult to visualize, and could only be vaguely expressed as conceptual terms such as one air of the innate sky, the origin of all things, and the cosmic force of origin. It was not until Fei Tongxian, a descendant of the first generation of the god of Wushu, was the first to put forward two major theories in his capacity as a great master of spiritual cultivation. One is mind magnetism and the other is three realms. The former is assisted by instruments made of special materials to create a strong magnetic field environment that resonates with bioelectricity, extracting hidden and weak life force fluctuation signals. Together with muscle imaging, bone plane scanning, all aspects of technology are combined. Finally, the numerical units of life force were derived with complete precision. As for the latter, it was an important cornerstone for all career paths that required the exercise of mental power, such as mechanics, meditators, and psychics. From then on, Yan Tongxian was sent to the altar, and the Tongxian Prize was established to represent the highest academic achievement in Eastern Xia. Assistant Professor Shao Qin's muscle strength, it's incredibly high. Lin Yunqing's two fingers gently scratched and zoomed in on the gradually clearer muscle images. It could be seen that Qin Shi's limbs and torso were exceptionally powerful, as if they were wrapped and connected by a layer of tough tendons, as if they were a whole. In this form, the power output of every movement of fist and foot was 10%. Especially that extremely active life force fluctuation, which was vibrant and full of vigor. Like a babbling brook, and like an upright green mountain. Although not voluminous and lofty, it was light and vibrant. The latter was even more rare and precious. It was a future that was uniquely within the reach of a teenager. The old martial sect's secret medicine cleansing, what a perverted inheritance. No wonder I had my glasses dry shattered by a single punch. Assistant Professor Shao Qin's physical quality far exceeds his own vitality, which means that his potential hasn't been fully tapped at all. The more Lin Yunqing looked at him, the more he felt that he had picked up a treasure, and he couldn't help but feel his heart blossom and his legs clench. If we switch to the new martial arts school, with such excellent conditions as his, recommending him to the youth training coach of a large group. Brush down the Gun Star Cup results, and easily become a star martial artist. Unfortunately, the old martial arts school is almost as interesting, not many people want it. When Lin Yunqing calmed down, he couldn't help but feel sorry again. For the large group that loved signing up teenage geniuses, nurturing and training them to rush to the Gun Star Cup tournament. Betting on the old martial arts schools was often a big gamble. This was because their professional lives were too short to invest in marketing and erecting a brand image. No one could guarantee that they would succeed every time they broke through the great limit of flesh. Once they are unable to continue and receive feedback, the previously dramatically depleted potential will turn into a deficit. It turned to be like a bottomless pit, viciously devouring its own life force. Bringing about the consequences of physical decline, rapid aging, and a fall in levels. This was a hurdle that not even the first generation of the 10 masters could step over. But like Dad said, what kind of child cries every day, and what kind of gambler loses every day? Stooting, sometimes it's also a kind of wisdom. Lin Yunqing pondered, a flash of hesitation appearing in his eyes. It was rare to catch a good seedling of the old martial arts school that was still untapped and lacked conditioning. Was it to seize the opportunity and spend a little money? Or pokies all in? The life force wave crest is starting to rise. Before Lin Yunqing could come up with an answer, Qin Shi in the instrument chamber had already entered the second stage. As the space unfolded, he began to bend his body and sit in a coiled position, catching the sense of qi. The rolling hot airflow stimulated his muscles like a handful of boiling water poured down, causing his skin to gradually redden. Heat was released, body temperature rose, and the curve symbolizing vitality gradually drew up and soared. 10 points. 11 points. 12 points. No, why is this kid still rising? The surprise in Lin Yunqing's eyes gradually turned into horror until that curve arrived at the highest wave peak and leveled off, maintaining it for a long time without any signs of weakening. 15 points. It doesn't make sense. Does he drink energy liquid like water every day? It's also impossible. How can a flesh and blood body digest and absorb it? 15 points of vitality was not worth the extraordinary family Lin Yunqing losing her mind like this. The key was that Qin Shi had only 8 points of vitality 2 weeks ago. Even after breaking through the great limit of flesh, this kind of exaggerated increase is enough to show the depth of Assistant Professor Shao Qin's potential. It's almost doubled. Lin Yunqing's eyes gradually blazed, and in turn, she thought of a terrifying possibility. If Qin Shi was not an old martial arts sect rooted from a young age, he hadn't been traveling this path for long. Sister me, I've struck gold this time. Drip. The cell phone vibrated again. Lightning cyclone chop, what a juicy heavenly dish. Count on you not letting me down. Bring it to meet me someday and provide me with performance. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, he's dead, just had a car accident. Lightning cyclone chop? Super Dragon Warlord, he wasn't saved, he was cremated at the funeral parlor. Lightning cyclone chop? Super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, I'm so sad, can you V me 50 again? I want to eat a family bucket to ease the mood. Lightning cyclone chop, you wait for death. This message has been sent, but was rejected by the other party. Lin Yunqing was joyful. What a good trick. With your IQ, you can't beat me. She rubbed her hands together and was ready to pull out a small half of her fortune to support assistant Professor Xiaoqin. In any case, she would buy a few less bottles of energy liquid packages, eat less high-energy food, and stroll around the business centers of the imperial capital and Haizhou a few times less. Even if it loses money, it can be afforded through gritted teeth. But if it came to fruition, it would be a big profit. These days, the investment with the highest rate of return was digging up martial artist reserves. As long as you can set a segment to specialize, pick up the title, pass the Education Division's financial aid program audit, and obtain the certification qualification. Simply winning hemp. Teacher Lin, I would like to measure my spiritual power again. Xin Shi's voice came out from the instrument chamber. Good. Lin Yunqing grinned, completely unable to suppress her smile. Now even if assistant Professor Xiaoqin opened his mouth to confess, it wasn't like he couldn't accept it. The big deal was to sacrifice a bit of color and tearfully endure the painful taste of being ravaged by a 1-meter-tall man. The dog woman is smiling obscenely. Xin Shi, who stayed inside the instrument cabin, saw Lin Yunqing's face with her teeth bared in a silly smile through the transparent lid. In the world, how could there be such a long-legged beauty full of sexual shrinking power that made people unable to raise any charming reverie? Chapter 40 Good News, drawing an SSR Bad News, no money for training. Compared to the vitality test that focused on mobilizing the chi sense and stimulating the physical body, the spiritual power test was slightly different and required a gentler foreplay. A moment later, Xin Shi's ears rang with a more intelligent soft female voice. Relax and take a deep breath. Gentle pure music flowed out, like big invisible hands massaging the spirit, helping him calm his emotions and stretch his muscles. Immediately afterward, cold sensing patches were glued on both sides of his temples, as well as directly above his forehead. A film similar to VR glasses covered the face, giving a moist and breathable skin-friendly feeling. All the preparatory processes completed, the soft female voice once again said. The game begins. The operation method is as follows. Xin Shi's vision, first to dark, like a heavy curtain, then flashed out many irregular flying light points. He had to use his eyes to capture, lock, from the beginning of 7 or 8 to dozens of hundreds. Just like playing a game, the flying speed would become faster and faster, and the trajectory changes would become more and more complicated. Only hit the 8th level, I don't know how good this score is. 5 minutes later, Xin Shi ended this small game-like preliminary test. Not long after, the pitch-black background relighted. This time, it was replaced with staggered moving targets, the number and difficulty of which would likewise keep increasing. 11th level, smash 375 targets. Xin Shi thought to himself. Not only do you have to lock onto the target and get your eyes focused, you also have to inflict a destruction thought. Fortunately, the hydrating film affixed to his face silently moisturized his eyes without creating too much of a sour feeling of exhaustion. As the background became dark again, beams of red lasers burst forth, with varying speeds and trajectories. Xin Shi had to maneuver his character to dodge and avoid. Grazing the edges of his body would drop his blood bar, and a direct hit to the vitals was tantamount to death. 2 minutes, 120 seconds, 4th level. In the following tests, Xin Shi challenged one seemingly simple but actually difficult game after another. He thought that his results weren't too bad, at least he didn't fall at the first level. Lin Yunqing at the operating table had an increasingly grave expression, her bright eyes staring at the abnormally active spiritual power data, which was like a fighter jet ascending into the sky. The operation process of these small games was to mobilize the tester's brain to make it accelerate, just like warming up the engine after a car fires up. When Xin Shi passed each mini-game, his spirit was naturally highly concentrated, which in turn evolved a fluctuation curve similar to an electrocardiogram. At this moment, this fluctuation curve was like a once-in-a-lifetime big A bull market, rising at an astonishing speed. Concentration, nerve reaction speed, and sensory sensitivity. Do not have any of them lower than 80 points. Could it be that what Assistant Professor Little Qin has broken is not the great limit of the Tendon Pass, but the Divine Pass? Lin Yunqing's original leaping mood disappeared and was replaced by an incredulous shocked horror. If Xin Shi had not broken the Divine Pass great limit, his mental strength reached the standard. The only possibility was that he was a born mind cultivator. Mechanics have to communicate with machine souls, and psychics must project their consciousness, conveniently, remotely, to set up coordinate anchor points for piloting. So, these pathways remove the requirement for vitality, and the level of mind cultivation can't be too low. Lin Yunqing's expression suddenly twisted, as if he was happily shopping with his paycheck and then realized that he had overspent his budget. It was also as if she had smelled the faint aroma of calves, and as a result, she didn't have the money to buy a full position and ruthlessly cha-em. Now she's faced with two choices. Either give up, don't buy, bear the pain to leave either hard chopping, the rest of the day to chew buns cooking noodles. Either clearing away, never touch again, either sell the car, sell the house, loan stud, wrestle a big one. If the martial artist is the most popular occupation, then mechanic is the best profession for employment. Nova development, base construction, god machine maintenance, component welding. As long as when the mechanic took the certificate, thousands of skilled trades to choose from, equal to the end of the iron rice bowl. The spirit of the person, not to mention the legendary aristocratic occupation, East Xia T0 sequence. Even the young masters of imperial capital and the sons of Haizhou have to be short in the face of psychics whose future positions are bridge commanders and star sea navigators. Lin Yunqing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, this sense of heartfelt anxiety of discovering a gold mine that hadn't been mined yet, but with only a pickaxe in her hand, made her fidget in a rare way. Mechanics have to be certified, if it's the most sought after and never in short supply advanced heart welding, machine soul maintenance, machine soul installation and awakening and other skilled trades, the investment for the first 3 years would have to be in the tens of millions. Spiritualists are even trickier, they have to get into the 4 major national institutes before they can be exposed to the relevant specialties, and there's no way to graduate without staying up for 3 to 5 years and mastering the mind roaming skills. Lin Yunqing, who had never felt that he was short of money, was paralyzed in his chair, deeply feeling the powerlessness brought about by poverty. Compared to the mechanic and psychic who had unlimited prospects, martial arts practitioners belonged to the commoner's profession. Their career paths were senior engineer, chief designer of divine machines, officer of the Star Ocean Warrior Corps, and think tank researcher. Senior engineer. Each start is 10 million annual salary, institutional treatment, and even honored with a title, containing high power, can do the work of quality blue chips. Lin Yunqing covered her face with both hands, and as the fluctuating curve on the operator's desk display stabilized, also stopping at 15, her mood became more and more messy, as if she had missed a jackpot lottery ticket. Life force and mind dual cultivation, Qiguang Hangda before and after the 10th session of the graduates, also cannot find a few to come, are the meat and potatoes. Usually this kind of good seedling, are picked by the 4 major nationalities, can't stay at all. There. Lin Yunqing rotated his cell phone, scratched the screen to point out the Universe Beautiful Girl Heavenly Group 5, Communication Group, gently tapping input typing. Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex God of War, luck exploded, single draw out SSR, but no money to cultivate, what to do? Wait online, urgent. A few seconds later. Amazing wave kill, suggests selling number. I'm a student, free out of me, thank you. Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex God of War, die far away. After a while, another person joined the chat. Milk White Snow Child, of course it is to take other people's money, to raise their own carda. Listen to me, rent out your number to a non-collector, and you'll be able to circle the meter and save money. Putting on Sophies, I'm not sure if you're right, but I think crowdfunding is the way to go, and since SSRs are so rare, there are always people willing to spend money on them. Lightning Cyclone Chop, Lin Yunqing you dog woman, don't let me see you. Otherwise see once hit once. Looking at the messages that flashed by, Lin Yunqing pondered. Added friend Lightning Cyclone Chop. Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, baby, I have an A+ project, how about getting involved? This message was sent, but was rejected by the other party. Lin Yunqing persisted and continued to add friends. Lightning Cyclone Chop, the old Wutian dish has risen from the dead again? Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, wrong, now it's the seat of the chief designer of the Santan Heavy Industry, the reserve of Starsea Warrior Corps officers, plus the old martial arts teenage genius who's expected to impact the martial artist. Lightning Cyclone Chop, too many people to live in my house. Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex God of War, Fidelity, Life Force 15 points, Spiritual Force 15 points, currently underage, can be salty and sweet, also can beat women. Lightning Cyclone Chop, it's better to believe this than to believe that you dug up He Lanchan's heavenly imperial secret collection. Lin Yunqing raised her cell phone to click and shoot, sending over the test data of Life Force and Spirit Force. Then dashingly pulled black and deleted his friends. It's not simple to take down you little guy. Spinning around, he then sends a message to big brother Lin Xiaohan. Sweet sister, brother, what amount of student support can I apply for when I enroll as a freshman at Qiguan Hangda? Lin Xiaohan, this depends on the student's talent and potential, making a comprehensive judgment. Sweet sister, so what if I told you that there is a senior little brother who is under 18, with 15 points of vitality and 15 points of spiritual power, who is on the path of the old martial arts, and who has just broken through the first limit of flesh mark, and who is currently undiscovered by the 4 major national and martial arts associations? Sweet sister, how much is he worth? Lin Xiaohan, out of money again? Know what you mean, tell me, what are you going to buy, how much is the difference? Lin Xiaohan, next time, be more careful with your excuses, this kind of content is fake. Sweet sister, really? JPG. Lin Xiaohan, sister, tell you a cold knowledge, according to the North China Emperor Beijing announced the Eastern Xia Transcendent Path sequence list, flesh and blood mortal body spirituality and activity, often cannot be both. Lin Xiaohan, sister, tell you a cold knowledge, according to the North China Emperor Beijing announced the East Xia Transcendent Path sequence list, flesh and blood mortal body spirituality and activity, often cannot be both. Lin Xiaohan, otherwise, why do you think that in the thousands of years of Eastern Xia's great expansion, there has never been anyone who has attained both the martial god and the spiritual grandmaster at the same time? Lin Xiaohan, the closest record at the moment, looking forward, is Fei Haishan, who has become a martial god in the flesh, and is close to becoming a sage in the mind. Going forward, it's Yilan Chan, mind epiphany saint, physical body a little short of a half step to martial god. Lin Xiaohan, that senior little brother you mentioned, if he can manage to break through 30 in vitality and reach 25 or more in mental power, the 4 major nationalities will specially recruit him. Lin Yunqing dumbfoundedly turned off the communication software and looked up at Qin Shi, who stepped out of the testing chamber. Holy crap! I was thrown to the youth palace by my father to reflect on my life, but I found a spirit and flesh of a great demon. After 22 years of waiting for the great heroine Fomeo Tian template, will it finally be opened? Urban noblewoman picks up old martial arts little wolf dog, love me, don't stop. Tantang serialized. Straight through, recommendation votes, monthly votes. Chapter 41, It's hard to be a man, it's hard to be a dog. The entire testing process, from start to finish, was less than 40 minutes. When the instrument's vibration and buzzing gradually diminished, the cantilever turned and the chamber opened. Qin Shi leapt out from it, took a long breath, and nimbly put on his short sleeves and long pants. Just as I thought, the growth progress displayed by the panel, as well as the precise data fed back, is my own life force level. 15 points. Close to the passing line of amateur 8th stage. Qin Shi closed his palms and clenched his fists in a false grip. The roots of the large tendons lurking beneath the skin, amongst the flesh and blood, were like scaly dragons hibernating, full of powerful strength. He clearly felt that the nascent stage of breaking the limit of the tendon barrier was not completely over. It only lacked enough energy to fill this mortal body, causing it to temporarily fall into a dormant state. It's just like an ordinary person who hasn't worked out has to wake up his body and activate his muscle groups through stretching exercises. A color of longing came out of Qin Shi's eyes as he thought of the high-energy food that only elite-class students could afford. Nutritional cream is still almost interesting, it can only provide a sense of satiety and ensure that you are not hungry. Those elite-class students consumed a maximum of around 250 grams of high-energy food per day. In their place, with the overgrowth achievement trait, they could dazzle until they were braced every day. And then push his vitality up another 2 or 3 points. A rich brother has a rich brother's practice method, a poor dog has a poor dog's practice method. Qin Shi collected his distracting thoughts, as long as he continued to tamp down the old martial fundamentals and launched a sprint towards the 7 limits of the physical body. Sooner or later, he would be able to catch up with the progress of the elite class top students. Little assistant Professor Qin, are you uncomfortable anywhere? Lin Yunqing asked with concern. At the moment, in her eyes, Qin Shi was a walking vein of extraordinary value, and nothing could go wrong. If big brother Lin Xiaohan didn't amuse himself, it was extremely difficult to have both spirituality and activity in a mortal body. Which is more, the other must be less. A demon-like assistant Professor Xiaoqin, who emphasized both physical and spiritual, might be the next Yilan Chan. Even if it's not as good as the first 10, the young stone Buddha, relying on marketing and packaging, it's still enough to be sought after and loved by the public. Anyway, it won't be inferior to Yu Li. This kid, relying on the name of a flying immortal Lianixing shut-in disciple, is able to mix it up to become the newcomer king of the Chuanxing Cup. Tens of millions of dollars in prize money every year, hundreds of millions of dollars in endorsements. Crazy money sucker. Lin Yunqing secretly pondered that there were too many flashpoints that could be extracted from Qin Shi's body. His humble origins, his outstanding appearance, and the fact that he was an old martial arts genius who practiced both spirit and flesh, he was an exceptional demon who possessed the qualifications to become a martial artist, a mechanic, and a psychic, among other paths. It feels good, no problem. Qin Shi silently scratched off this account of the dog woman attempting to force herself to take the blame at the youth palace. I haven't thanked Ms. Lin for helping with the test, it's really troublesome. An all-encompassing vitality test, when set aside in a high-end cultivation hall or a large medical center, would never cost less than $1,000 or less. For Qin Shi, who adhered to the principle that saving money was picking up money, this time, he had undoubtedly earned a lot. No trouble, no trouble. We are all co-workers, it's only right that we help each other. The corners of Lin Yunqing's mouth were harder to suppress than AK, putting them down and raising them up again, smiling incomparably brightly. She touched her swollen eye socket, thinking that this punch was worth it. Letting herself pick up this old martial heavenly dish of Assistant Professor Xiao Qin. Little Assistant Professor Qin, I see that it's getting late. Lin Yunqing hinted frantically. Dog woman is still so happy to be beaten? Wouldn't have awakened some kind of special fetish, right? Looking at Teacher Lin touching her face in a beautiful manner, Qin Shi was puzzled. He wisely took over the conversation. Yes, it's quite late. Teacher Lin, I should also go back too. Lin Yunqing blatantly interrupted and came forward. I mean, why don't you just stay? Although I don't know how to cook, there's still some canned food at home, so I can make do and deal with a meal. It's not safe for a boy like you to take the car home so late. Qin Shi subconsciously took half a step back to avoid Lin Yunqing's ever-expanding delicate face, thinking to himself. Why does it feel more dangerous to stay here? Could it be that this dog woman is craving for my body? After losing in fisticuffs, she wants to get her revenge elsewhere? If one said that before the vitality test, Lin Yunqing's attitude towards him was one of curiosity and appreciation. Then, now it turned into some sort of excessive eagerness and attentiveness. It was like the number one licking dog who clocked in and signed in every morning in good night and asked the goddess if she wanted to drink milk tea. This made Qin Shi can't help but add jittery obsessed woman before the labels of Taiyan rich sister and dog woman. No way. With a business smile on his face, he politely declined. Are you kidding me? Later on, he still had to go to Midnight Palace to work part-time as a waiter. How can you let go of your guaranteed $200 to $300 in tips and leave you at home to eat? Women? Oh, yeah. It will only affect the speed of my part-time job. After a busy day, you have to fill your stomach. Lin Yunqing was well aware that Qin Shi was immune to beauty, and seeing that retention was ineffective, she retreated to the next best thing. I'll go open a few cans of high-energy food launched by the United Group, and when I'm done eating, I'll drive you home. High-energy food? Qin Shi's movement to draw back was lurched, like a student who was hard-charged by his elders with red envelopes on New Year's Eve. Well, Ms. Lin has a point, I actually don't have any urgent matters. Having come all the way here, I might as well taste it. The silo at the back of ZD 9th Middle School is the teacher's staff dormitory that was allocated back then. Nowadays, most of them have moved out to live in the more spacious family area where heating equipment is installed. This area is now deserted, and from the outside, there are only a few sporadic lights flickering, unable to illuminate the thick night color. Lao Liang, as usual, carrying a half-drunk bottle of wine in his hand, through the palm of his hand can be seen the words Baitsong. He supported himself on the stairs and slowly moved his body up. The corridor on the 5th floor was dark and connected to a number of single rooms. The cool night breeze blew, hanging clothes on the clothesline flung from side to side, at first glance, some of the old ghost movie scary atmosphere. Old Liang touched out the deflated Li Min cigarette case, drew out the last one, lowered his head and held it in his mouth, but did not light it. I thought that, with that wimpy nature of yours, you wouldn't dare to see me again in this life. He rushed to the end of the corridor, hidden in the shadows of the man opened his mouth. Teacher, I'm sorry. Cheng Zhe took a few steps forward, but then braked his feet. This Bagwan street talker was like a student who had made a mistake, short of breath and apprehensive. Sorry? Ha ha ha, how many years have passed, Cheng Zhe, why do you still look like that loser? Old Liang removed the cigarette in his mouth, those eyes staring at Cheng Zhe who was standing in the dark, laughing continuously. Where have you wronged me? You studied in ZD 9th Middle School, you have a good physique and high talent, so I'm willing to teach you a few outdated tricks. You pay the tuition fee, I teach the skills, it's business in the first place. It's also none of my business as a physical education teacher if you go down the wrong path later on and follow a bunch of gangsters around and get expelled for fighting. Cheng Zhe drooped his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, no longer having the slightest bit of the shrewd temperament that plainly made people not dare to mess with him. You didn't apologize to me. Between you and me, it's nothing more than a dead cripple who used to be honorable, who fell for a poor student with a similar background, and presumptuously cultivated him from a sapling into a talent. What you have wronged is the parents who gave birth to you. One of them drove a car to transport goods, one of them woke up early to set up a stall, to pay for your schooling. As a result, you rely on the hardness of your fists, and follow the so-called gangster brothers to fight and hurt people, hitching a ride on a few $1,000s in medical bills. Old Liang's face was taut, like cold, hard raw iron. You were detained, didn't see your parents kneeling down to kowtow to people begging for mercy. During the hospitalization period, every day to go over to the poop and urine, send food, just to save a little money to hire a caregiver. I don't know your parents and the principal to laugh, carrying mountain goods guarded in each teacher home road, want to send some gifts, hope the school don't expel you. Cheng Zhe, your father used to be the foreman of the quarry, tall and strong. But for you, he knelt in front of the principal's office, holding up his spine for a lifetime, and letting his own son break it with his own hands. Cheng Zhe's eyes were red, his mouth opened, but he couldn't squeeze out half a word. Fighting down a street, how dare you, Bo Rich? Boss Zhe of Bagwan Street, how awesome. You ran a boat with relatives, fought for the boss, caused a lawsuit that killed a person, and went into the bitter kiln to squat in jail. The rotten boys of Old Factory Street mentioned these, who did not give a thumbs up. Compliment your brother Zhe, enough righteousness, loyal and courageous. Old Liang carrying wine, holding cigarettes, gaze like a sharp knife gouging out meat. Your father to support the family, to drive a long distance, a few days and nights without sleep, the car overturned in the ditch in Wuxiang. You were in jail for a few years. Your mother woke up early to support the stall, selling donuts and buns during the day, at night to the factory to paste cardboard boxes, coughing up blood on cold days, can't afford to buy medicine, take the passenger car to visit you every month, to give you clothes and food. Boss Z, I heard that you are a waiter at the Midnight Palace, spending thousands of dollars a night to open a bottle of wine. If your parents were alive and well, they'd be relieved to see you doing so well. Old Liang's eyes were like red-hot coals, so hot that Cheng Zhe didn't dare to touch them. For a long time, he could only mumble. Teacher, I was born here and I don't have any other way to get ahead. This sentence subconsciously out of the mouth, Cheng Zhe liked to recapture the raging thoughts, the tone of voice is urgent. I've been to Smoke City, I've been to Boat City, and it's not like that. You know, teacher, my house across the door from the head of the sun, he burned the boiler, burned his hand, no treatment on the amputation, want to beg for food, to pick coal, the result let the pressure dead. My dad was laid off, and every day he goes out on the street with a sign in his hand, asking me to help him write. Sanitation. Cleaning windows. Painting. Live next door to Auntie Sue got sick, her daughter went to the hair salon, let people chewing on the tongue, the night of the drug did not. I watched with my own eyes stretcher covered with a white cloth, people were carried to the car. Teacher, rich people in the metropolitan area with broken hands and feet, can go to the center of the city for treatment, installed prosthetic limbs. They use touch-screen phones, computers connected to the internet, and there are movie theaters down the street that sell soda and popcorn. Cheng Zhe's cheeks clenched tightly, a few moments of luster returned to his eyes, and he looked straight at old Liang. I want to live like that too. I don't want to struggle in the mire of Old Factory Street. In those years, I didn't just help my boss fight, I also collected debts for him. I burned other people's houses, broke the arms and legs of those who reneged on their debts, and beat those who couldn't pay their debts into concrete piers. When you were teaching boxing, you told me that the bad boys of Old Factory Street were like wild dogs, looking forward to being the family dog to gnaw on their bones. But if you want to be kept, you have to be able to bite, and the harder the mouth, the more loyal, the more the master likes it. Old Liang sighed softly, his taut face loosening. This is your reasoning for being a dog, there is no need to speak to me, a dead cripple. I'd rather have a harder life, so I can at least stand up straight for a while. Cheng Zhe retreated into the dark shadows and inclined his head, not looking at the crippled man who had taught himself to hold the frame and stand on his stump by hand. He sidetracked the topic. Teacher. I've met Sher, and he's much stronger than me. Old Liang nodded as if he knew exactly what Cheng Zhe meant by what he said. He studied hard, got into a school in the metropolitan area, worked hard on his part-time job to save money, and enrolled in my tutorial class. Learned to fight, but did not go to the ring to compete for the idea of winning. Ours is not only better than you, but also better than me. When I learned the art, the master told me that the old martial arts people are heavy with gas, just like carrying a sharp weapon in the chest, pulling it out when things go wrong, and have to see blood. This is a good thing and a bad thing. I can't control it, so I'm lame. You can't stand it, so you're a dog. Chang Zhe hummed and didn't retort. When I returned to Old Factory Street a while ago, I always thought about meeting my teacher. Over the years, running boats, boxing, jail, out of jail, not as imposing as others say, there are also times when I let my enemies chase and cut several streets of woe. I'm not afraid of anything, but I'm worried that if I die out of town, no one will help me collect my body. Old Liang rubbed the tobacco with his fingertips and put it on the tip of his nose to sniff. Don't worry, I ate a lot of your mother's free breakfast back in the day. There really is a day. I'll send your urn to Changshan Cemetery. Chang Zhe laughed silently. Thank you, teacher. I know that you don't look down on me, and not wanting to suffer and be poor is not a reason to be a rotten boy and go biting. But once again, I think I will still go this way, at most change the way, let my parents live a few days of good life. It's too hard to step in the mud and try to get to shore to clean yourself. Old Liang didn't squeak. Chang Zhe retreated to the other side of the stairway. Big Boss's son is preparing to take the renovation project of Old Factory Street, and it was his idea to change the son's 9th middle school into a sports school. How this person does things very overbearing. Teacher, you can tolerate it, don't start a conflict, he may not be willing to sell my face. Lao Liang laughed at himself. I'm a cripple, who can I fight? If he wants the school, he can have it. The Qin family of Smoke City has a reputation for being the only ones who have their hands on the sky. I've heard of them and know that I can't afford to mess with them. Chang Zhe nodded. Brother Hao has big plans to build a private school to train fighters, and by the way, he is going to start a transportation business, and he plans to swallow all the factories in the eastern suburbs of Dangyang. Old Liang sneered. Being the emperor of Smoky City isn't enough, his hand is so long, he wants to share the cake of the metropolitan area? It is said that Chenlin half a day down, Qin Zhang row full of street, Smoke City Qin, Boat City Zhang, in the end by Chen, Lin pressure head. With such a big appetite, be careful of knocking your teeth. Chang Zhe lit a cigarette and smoked it silently. Bending and bowing towards Old Liang, he turned around and walked away. Teacher, goodbye. Old Liang's voice fell across the corridor to that end. Retreat when you can, Zhe. I've heard my master tell me that in ancient times, rich families kept dogs to watch over their homes, and when they became old and useless, they should be slaughtered and divided for meat. Chang Zhe did not stop or turn around. A few moments later, he got into the sedan waiting downstairs, headlights piercing the front. Where's the far-sighted dog from? Glancing back at the speeding sedan, Qinshi, who was carrying a bag, muttered in a low voice and whirled toward the faculty dormitory. Thumping a few steps at a time, he flew up the stairs. Master Liang. My vitality has risen again. Old Liang ultimately held back and didn't light up the layman. Looking at Qinshi, who ran here in the middle of the night, a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. Come inside and talk. Chapter 42, Theory of the Three Realms, Subduing Their Minds. Lao Liang lived in a single room is not big, 50 or 60 square feet or so, surprisingly neat and clean. Desk by the window, stacks of paper books, cover yellowed and damaged, visible age is more distant. Behind the iron shelf in 2 layers, the upper side of the pile of miscellaneous items, the bottom of the wooden boards, and then lay a layer of mattresses, it is considered a bed. The head of the bed is like a mountain of several sets of large books. Corner yard of empty wine bottles, cooking Chinese medicine pots, with half a large rice jar, pickles of the tile jar, the overall more rich in the flavor of life. Lao Liang sat on the edge of the bed and changed into a pair of slippers. Boil your own water to drink, I won't entertain. Qinshi glanced out of the corner of his eye. Lao Liang's crippled leg on the edge of the bed is thin, shrunken over the years, muscle atrophy is serious, the surface of the rough stitched centipede scars. It was quite horrifying to look at. Which can let Liang sure hands. Qinshi nimbly washed cups to receive water, resting on the coal stove to boiling. The conditions of the faculty dormitory is backward, not compared to the renovated family building. You're too witty, you're accustomed to being able to read people's minds and make them happy. Old Liang laughed a little, vaguely containing a few moments of relief. Some days have passed since the newborn stage, how is the increase in vitality? Qinshi answered truthfully. It has been around 15 points. What? Taking less? Old Liang's smile froze and he instantly froze. He told Qinshi not to come to school for a few days, and to accept the mortal body metamorphosis at ease. Originally, he thought that an increase of 3 or 4 points was already considered rare. After all, the nutrient cream could only manage to fill up, and could not replenish the dense activity of the latent flesh and blood to make it thrive. I'll sleep tonight and get up tomorrow, I should be able to break 16 points. Shinshur was full of confidence and had a strong bottom line. One must know that he had dazzled all the high-energy foods in Lin Yunxing's house. A whole 7 or 8 cans of oversized portions, supporting the belly round, walking to hold the wall. After the legendary Endurance King. Once again, the title of Legendary Appetite King. Sleeping on the rise? Let's be human. As a master, Lao Liang has mixed feelings. It's good that his disciple is progressing so quickly. But when he saw his disciple progressing so easily, he inexplicably clenched his teeth. Shouldn't developing vitality on the old martial path be a difficult step, like walking on thin ice? Shouldn't one suffer enough, and every tiny bit of growth requires 1,000 times the hard work and sweat to desperately water it? Thinking of the past, followed by the master learning and practicing kung fu, received a beating, punished, reign, Lao Liang cannot help but mixed feelings. It turns out that the old martial arts burn tendons, can sleep through. It turns out that the physical body to break the limit, newborn metamorphosis, a performance can rise 6 or 7 points of vitality. The original genius is this? Ours ah. Old Liang was silent for a long time and said sullenly. This kind of words that are easy to pull hatred, it is better to say less next time. Even master, I can't help but want to hit you, let alone the others. Ha? Huh? Did you accidentally fake a wave just now? Shinshur scratched his head, and as an afterthought, he had the vestigial feeling that there was a communication generation gap between the Souls-type game's speedy player and the masochistic player. The former, this is attack, this is defense, understand, wait for the boss to come over to send. The latter, a cup of water, a pack of cigarettes, a boss fight day. Relying on deep sleep, S super recovery buff, muscle memory, S enhanced workout effect, plus overgrowth, S binge eating talent. As long as he stays alive, his development speed is bound to far exceed that of his peers. He would even soon be able to catch up with the martial arts prides that were once out of reach, like stars in the sky. 16 points of vitality, still a bit short of being able to contact the Hung Sage's true tradition, the 100 phases refining power. Old Liang's eyelids drooped as he swept his gaze across the small room. If he were to switch to the Taoist school in Jingzhou, and if he were to switch to the master's devoted cultivation, Shinshur would not have to worry about the supply of food. The old martial arts secret method, high-energy medicinal liquid, cosmic wonders. Think of more ways, always get it. But Hangzhou has been blocking the outside world for too long, and has gradually been reduced to a borderland, where the supply of resources is held in the hands of the higher echelons of power and wealth. Especially the big clans like Chen, Lin, Qin, and Zhang have been deeply rooted in the cities since the time of Nova's great development, and their power is deeply intertwined. In recent years, they had already infiltrated administrative organizations such as the Martial Arts Association and the Department of Education, and their momentum was unrivaled, nearly overshadowing the sky. It would be difficult to grab resources from their hands. By the way, Master Liang, I conducted an all-around vitality test at Teacher Lin's house in the Youth Palace and found that I also have 15 points of spiritual energy. Shinshur handed over the situation. Old Liang was, after all, an old geezer who had been to Jingzhou and seen the vastness of the Star Ocean, and was more reliable than that dogwoman Lin Yuncheng. I inquired from Teacher Lin that the spirituality and activity of a corporeal mortal body follow the law of conservation, with more of one and less of the other. Master Liang, do you think that my excessive spiritual power will affect the advancement of the martial pathway? Spiritual power? Taking less? 15 points. Old Liang's head went numb, like he had received a porcelain punch. He tried to get up, but felt a little dizzy and sat back down. Both hands propped up on the edge of the bed, his breathing grew rapid. You wait, let me slow down. Whoops. Just as the hot water boiled, white steam tumbling. Shinshur obediently picked up a cup of water, sprinkled some crushed tea leaves, and simply brewed it and handed it to Lao Liang. The latter was like an old farmer who had suffered poverty for most of his life and suddenly won the lottery jackpot. Under the impact of the huge surprise, he looked dazed and confused, revealing an unreal sense of skepticism. My disciple is... He launch on the second? 15 points of vitality, 15 points of spiritual power, so balanced. Old Liang couldn't believe it, his emotions stirred, and he rested for a long time before calming down. That's right, the total amount of spirituality and activity of the mortal body's physical body is constant. Therefore, in order to reach the highest end of a pathway, one often has to give up the others. A martial artist enhances flesh and blood activity, constantly renewing and transforming. While the career paths of mechanics, psychics, and the like emphasize the true nature of the mind, pursuing sublimation with a view to transcendence. Shinshir took a sip of bitter tea. Spirit and flesh dual cultivation didn't sound like a good thing. Since ancient times, playing games wanted to practice bucket numbers and be a hexagonal warrior. Either explode the liver or die kryptonite. Neither one was easy. It's almost considered a consensus that a martial god and a spiritual grandmaster cannot be both. However, a root sapling with the gift of spirit and flesh is still the meat and potatoes, and even the four major nationalities pay attention to it. Know why that is? Looking at Shinshir, who was blissfully unaware that he was approaching the standard of the Eastern Xia's topmost heavenly pride, old Liang asked himself. When one's vitality breaks through the 100-point mark, one can become a specialized level martial artist. If the spiritual power similarly meets the standard, and the spirit and flesh resonate together, there's a high probability that you'll get some sort of cleansing, widening the upper limit of your mortal body and allowing for more spirituality and activity to be carried. In short, it means that you can go farther, and are expected to peer into the two major ranks of martial god and sovereign. Shinshir secretly frowned, sounding like late-stage expert hex. Save the economy to pull 9 people wildly, send you money to chase 3 stars and 5 fees. Specializing in betting on a handful of dreams. Moreover, there is also a hidden benefit: the currently known spirit-flesh unifiers, as long as they successfully accommodate 2 career paths, they have all achieved the 7 great limits of perfection. Old Liang added. Quite a few people give reasonable doubt that unknown cleansing is a great gain for mortal body metamorphosis. Shinshir pondered for a moment and humbly asked for advice. Master Liang, do you have any suggestions? It's not like the career path of a mechanic or a psychic can just be taken. In the entire Hangzhou Nova, it seemed that only Qiguang Hanyuan University and Akai University of Science and Technology offered corresponding professional courses. Further up, there were the 4 major nationalities that stood on the ancient star. Old Liang mused. Actually, the martial pathway, there is also a legacy of enhancing spiritual power. Shinshir reacted quickly. Master Liang is saying that the spirit nurturing technique among the practicing methods? Old Liang nodded. Hongshang's true tradition, the basic requirement of the 100-phase refining stance, is 20 points of vitality. In the old martial arts path, body and God are inseparable, and a strong body is sufficient for God. Once the 20 points of vitality are reached, the spirit will be glowing and full of essence, and it will be able to withstand the exertion of comprehending the contemplation diagram and will not be mesmerized by the potential dot. He raised his hand to point at the water cup on the table and asked. How should you pick up this cup of water? Reach out. Shinshir answered without thinking. This act contains threefold. First, you have to generate a thought, then use that thought to drive your body, control your hand, and finally grip the water cup to finish. Old Liang said with a straight face. This is the 3 realms theory put forth by the great master of the mind, Feast Tongxian. The mind's thoughts, ideas, are out of the realm of the subtle, and the water cup exists in reality, which is the material realm. And your physical body is the bridge between the two. The simple act of carrying water is actually your mind manipulating your physical body to interfere with matter, encompassing the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. Therefore, to cultivate your mind, you must first cultivate your physical body and improve your life force. The opposite is also true: as the physical body breaks its limits and taps into its potential, it is also absolutely indispensable to sublimate the mind. Shinshir thought for a moment and said offhandedly. Everything lies in subduing its heart? Old Liang praised. It seems that you have also understood some of the classics of the old era. That's right, subduing your heart, for simple words that tell the true meaning of cultivation. Your mortal body has metamorphosed and your life force has risen tremendously. It's not like the 100 phases refining potential inherited from the Hongshang can't give you a passing glance in advance. He got up and fished out the ancient booklet from the desk drawer, handing it to Shinshir. The latter seriously gazed at it for a long time, and raised his head with a face full of confusion. Master Liang, what the hell is this? I can't read it. Chapter 43: The God in the Wind, surname Qin. As the old factory street number 3 good students, the good boy in the mouth of the neighbors, Shinshir for the first time suspected that he, probably, was illiterate. Old Liang took out that ancient booklet, open a look, all kinds of crooked, twisted and chaotic weird symbols. Arranged and disaggregated without any regularity, similar to primitive and complex hieroglyphics, containing complex and varied ideographic properties, making it difficult to understand. It is not seen with the eyes. Lao Liang finally opened his heart. Even the most gifted demon, facing this level for the first time, had to be confused. It has to be felt from the heart. Give me the whole riddler this outright. Qinsher saw that the old Liang was shocked by him one after another. His Dao heart, once a genius, had been thwarted, and now he wanted to get it back. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. Old Liang, today I'll show you what it means to be a new generation of heavenly pride. He smiled faintly. With his superior enlightenment and matchless heart, could he still fail to enter the door of the God-nurturing technique? Joke. 40 minutes later. It's so hard. Qinsher was dizzy and his eyelids were drooping, similar to hanging a lead balloon. I actually really can't understand a single word. It doesn't make sense. I got over 100% in my language classes in New First Middle School. It was important to realize that mastering more than 5 widespread common languages was a graduation requirement for any university in Eastern Xia. From the 4 great nationals to top institutions like Qiguang Hangda and Akai University of Science and Technology, to the most common technical colleges and universities, all of them would offer mandatory language classes. This was expressly stipulated by the Department of Education. This is also the reason why Qinsher is so confident that he has never fallen behind in the test scores of language courses. Like the 5 major autonomous regions of Eastern Xia, Tianzhu, Yingzhou, Yamo, Baro, and Qingdao, they all had their own language systems. Qinsher was basically able to hear, read, and write and communicate smoothly. He thought that the strange symbols on the ancient pamphlets were nothing more than hieroglyphs like oracle bones and Sumerian. Even though it was difficult to learn, as long as one found the same features between the characters, one could determine the approximate meaning. Can't read it at all. How can you feel words with your heart? Close your eyes, then you can't see anything. Qinsher was deeply confused and felt discouraged. Old Liang, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, sipped his cool tea and made a show of watching the show. The old martial arts inheritance has always been characterized by many stereotypes, such as male not female, internal not external, teach the apprentice starving master, always leave a hand in everything. With the prevalence of such bad customs, it is easy for the sex to wither away, and the embarrassing situation of a sudden break in the generation to occur. The old martial arts practitioners often valued kung fu so highly that they preferred to cut it off and refused to let it fall into the hands of outsiders. This gave rise to a systematic set of secret texts. This secret script is modeled after the Buddhist and Taoist glyphs of the ancient times, and is pieced together from the Sanskrit and Cloud Seal script. Old Liang thought to himself. Without a master to lead the way, no matter how heavenly talented one is, it is still difficult to comprehend. The correct procedure is for the master to teach the method of disassembling the secret text, and then ask the disciple to memorize it word by word. To be familiar with the heart, clear, even if you close your eyes, can be reproduced as it is. Finally, the day and night to realize, from inside the chewing and quenching out the essence. He Lanchan sat for 2 days in his master's dojo, and only after receiving guidance was he introduced to the art. He was still too young, too impetuous, and too sure of his own talent. Old Liang pondered, waiting for another 10 minutes he would learn from his master's year, casually pointing out a few sentences, so that Qinsher could be enlightened. Using this to establish the majesty of being a teacher. Is it okay to take a nap? Deep sleep can only restore the energy bar, there's no way to add intelligence. The brain doesn't have muscle tissue, relying on muscle memory probably won't work too well either. Qinsher still didn't give up, he awakened the retina's monument panel and pondered over the solution. Staring at the ancient booklet that had been handed down for an unknown number of years, his eyes suddenly flashed. Ingredient classification, item. Quality, low grade. Edible parts, page 1, page 5. Page 7, edible effect, enhance reading comprehension. Edible effect, enhances reading comprehension, gains temporary enlightenment trait, and realizes its speed is as fast as the wind. This can be eaten? Qinsher froze for a moment, thinking that the overgrowth's definition of highly nutritious and high energy substance was too broad. Since that was the case, then, excuse me, old Liang. The monument activated. Master Liang. Qinsher hesitated on how to speak. What? Can't understand, hard to figure out, right? Old Liang only hated that he didn't have a long beard, and couldn't follow the master's example of stroking his beard to play the role of a high-ranking person. No harm, no foul, let me give you some guidance. Qinsher shook his head, causing old Liang's smile that had floated up to the corners of his mouth to freeze once again. only to hear the young disciple carefully ask, Master Liang, is this booklet extremely valuable? Can't talk about the word expensive. The entire inheritance of Hong Sheng has been submitted to the Martial Association. If you have a high enough authority, you can read it by spending the corresponding points, and if you spend more, you can also download it. Old Liang smiled bitterly. I can't even call this one original, it's a manuscript copied by Master Shifu. Unfortunately, most of it is missing in the middle, and was filled in by Master. No wonder only the first, fifth, and seventh pages are edible. It seems that old Liang's master is far less powerful than Shifu. Qin secretly breathed a sigh of relief at his words and asked again. Master Liang, if this manuscript is gone, would you be heartbroken? What does this kid want? Old Liang frowned. Heartache is a bit of an overstatement. Even if it is circulated, without the guidance of a Hung sage, it is impossible to read it. As for the master's manuscripts, I saved half a box, all remembered. Qin heart was slightly settled, and he asked one last question. Master Liang, have you ever wiped your hands and blown your nose with this manuscript? What nonsense! Master's manuscript, I cherish it, how can I do this kind of? What are you doing? Old Liang face odd, do not know what exactly Qin played. As a result, before he finished speaking, he saw the young apprentice copying the ancient booklet and tearing off a few pages of it. He then kneaded it into a paper ball and swallowed it with his mouth open. It's over. Old Liang did not lash out in annoyance, he was just a bit shocked to witness Qin in such a frenzy. He shouldn't have failed to read the secret text and directly shattered his Dao heart and become irritated, right? It was hard to pick up the talented disciple, so he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Qin didn't care about old Liang's change in expression. He hurriedly said, Master Liang is sorry, and chewed down a few sheets of paper. He has completed a high-quality Neil 120. The retina swept over the clear text. It's actually possible to actually reach the conditions. The corner of Qin mouth tugged. According to this, if he were to learn from Hannibal, he would dismantle the dog woman Lin Yunqing, select the parts, and carefully cook them. It would also be considered a feeding or foraging? It can be considered as a reserve food, and if there's really no way to brush it enough times, then we'll take teacher Lin to pat it out. Qin flashed the idea of a joke. If this idea were to be known to Lin Yunqing, the grand heroine text she was fantasizing about, urban noble daughter picks up old martial little wolf dog, love me don't stop, would have to be turned into the thrilling and suspenseful fresh and tasty pretty teacher abusive love for murderous demon male gals I want to have my pancreas eaten by you. Silence in the single-room dormitory for several minutes, Lao Liang full of worry. Are you okay? Master Liang. Qin opened his newly closed eyes with a serious look. What's wrong? Can't learn we can take our time, don't get too excited, too extreme. Master manuscript tear just tear, master does not blame you. Old Liang coaxed the child as if he was afraid that his disciple would commit another offense. Master Liang. Qin opened his hands, and all kinds of wind sounds seemed to ring in his ears, fiercely whistling and changing in 1,000 ways. As the qi sense in his body circulated several times, wisps of wind were attracted and lingered on the surface of his body. Finally, it concentrated on the tips of the two legs, condensing an extremely weak lifting force. I've realized it. Qin felt one of the 100 phases of its speed is like the wind's momentum, and his mortal body seemed to be relieved of its shackles and burdens, suddenly becoming much lighter and lighter. It was as if, in the flash of a thought, he was able to merge into the infinite air currents of subtle changes, like a drop of water falling into the ocean, unable to make any waves. I am the god of the wind. Strong emotions occupied Qin mind, causing him to generate such arrogant thoughts. The night sky of the metropolitan area was colorful, with bright lights intertwined like an ocean. Located in the center of the Black Flame Hotel, on the top floor of the 30-story high building, Xi Lihao wearing a white suit with his hands in his pockets looked down indifferently at Wang Long who had just been fished out by him. Brother Hao, I really didn't know that female teacher is Lin Xiuhan's sister. Why did she, a big miss of the Lin family, run to the youth palace? Xi Lihao's right leg kicked out, and his shiny leather shoe poked Wang Long's chin. With a crunching sound, bones shattered and blood burst out. The arrogant youth who was still wearing sunglasses and a name-branded Noon and driving a convertible sports car, instantly rolled over like a dead dog a few times, smashing into the fence behind him, shaking and clanging. Really stupid pig ahead, in addition to growing a hang, will sleep with women, what else can do? Xi Lihao was harboring a fire in his heart, the veins at the corners of his forehead jutting out. That crazy Lin Yunqing doesn't even recognize her. Ajai's leg was almost broken by her, and you rushed over to her? I let you run the boxing club with Cheng Zai's Biao, and you bring a bunch of killers to the youth palace to pick up girls? He took a big step, raised his foot and stepped down, the thick leather heel falling on Wang Long's head one after another. A moment later, the wailing voice became low until it disappeared, and the twitching and shaking body stopped moving. Damn, I'm such an arrogant person, all know the urban circle, Chen do not mess with, Lin do not fight. You bone-chomping wild dog, you also dare to pick up the Lin family's young lady, your guts are even bigger than mine. Qin Li Hao cursed profanities from his mouth, and the wind on the top floor of the high-rise was so strong that it blew away his suit shirt with buttons undone, revealing a large fierce tattoo. It was a vicious eagle that spread its wings and swooped to bite. Brother Hao. The junior brother next to him bent down and crouched, allowing Qin Li Hao to raise his foot on his back, while the other used his sleeve to wipe off the specks of blood staining his leather shoes. In the future, if there are any more of these wild dogs that cause trouble, I'll see one and kick one. Qin Li Hao exhaled his depressed breath, his tall figure like a heavy mountain, pressing down on everyone's heart and silencing them. See, choose a heavy gift and send it to Lin Yunqing tomorrow. As for the smiling tiger Lin Xiaoan, I'll personally come to the door to thank him. By the way, I heard that this stupid pig Wang Long brought a bunch of people there, and they were all taken down? The other party is still a student boy? The shoeshine boy replied. That's right, a student boy who works at the youth palace. Qin Li Hao frowned. A student boy so fierce? What's his name? The little brother bowed his head. Didn't inquire, just know the surname Qin. Qin Li Hao raised another kick. Rubbish things. What are you doing here? Qin? There are many people in Hangzhou with the surname Qin, and I have the same surname. When he had lost his temper, he took out a handkerchief, wiped his face, and let go of his hand to be swept away by the wind. Student? Since it's a small shrimp, it's too lazy to care. It was too much to eat up myself. Calling tightly to urge that wild dog, let him quickly buy more land, the approval for the transformation of the old factory street is coming down, don't delay the old man to make a lot of money. Qin Li Hao gripped 1,000 yuan and 9 heavy floor cigarettes, under the rich night color, the point of the spark flickered, followed by a spray of green smoke. The Smoky City Qin family has accumulated so many years, in fact, it's nothing if we really want to fight the Lin family. He grinned and looked in the direction of Old Factory Street, like a hungry beast waiting for a meal. Chapter 44 Heroic Heroes, Benevolence, Righteousness, and Wisdom. Finally, I have realized the state of mind that Master had back then. Being in the same place as demons and watching them easily obtain the results they have painstakingly worked so hard to achieve, there is indeed an intense frustration of living most of one's life to the dogs. Old Liang had endured too many blows this night, and the man was on the verge of going numb. Good news after good news smashed him to the point of dizziness. Even in his dreams, he didn't dare to think that he would be able to accept a little He Lanchan back as his disciple. Another old martial root seedling, another mental power breakthrough, another introductory god-nurturing technique. In Qinshi's words, it belongs to the 10 consecutive losses after the small d 3 times card, directly synthesized 3-star 5 fee pieces. Luck is bursting to the point of skepticism. If you can eat a few pages and have an epiphany of the god-nurturing technique without grinding. Why did I need to recite and copy it day and night back then, even sleeping and dreaming of recognizing secret texts? Old Leon laughed bitterly. He didn't understand where Qinshi's talent came from. It was almost like a blessing from the gods. The broad palm stroked over the ancient booklet copied by the master teacher's hand, and there was no qi left on it. What Hong Shang had passed down was the old martial way, not the method of cultivating the mind. That kind of fictional bridge where generations apart, a descendant realizes the divine power in the middle of a secret book is almost impossible to happen. Could it be that our is still a good seedling of a psychic, endowed with apocalyptic endowments? Old Liang's eyes were amazed, and he was making up his own mind. Looking towards Qinshi, whose qi senses were flowing and circulating around the circumference of the sky. Self seems to be turning the corner. He thought like this. As the 3 main career paths in Eastern Xia, excluding the martial artists who were more like normal people. The other 2, most of them carried a bit of metaphysical meaning. For example, the mechanic, nicknamed Oilman. They believe in the purity of steel and the sanctity of machinery, and are extremely obsessed with technological innovation and the upgrading of flesh and blood. Favors rationality, appreciates logic, loathes all redundancy and dealing with people. This is manifested by a love of smelling motor oil, explosions, collecting gear components unearthed from ancient ruins, and messing around with non-flesh and blood beings. Psychics are relatively solitary, preferring solitude and a love of aesthetically pleasing things. They often have a mystical apocalyptic streak. They may have never touched painting or music, but they naturally master the art and have an understanding that is beyond the reach of the mundane. There was even a great painter in the old ages, buried in the dust of history. Without stepping into the path of the extraordinary, he observed the deeper world with his eyes alone, and put it into fabric with paint and brush, painting works that have been passed down to the world. It sounds more literary, but it's actually a group with a high incidence of persecuted paranoia, split personalities, and mental distortions. Prolific in lunatics, geniuses, warmongers, and conspirators. By the best-selling Outlook Weekly under the Tomorrow Group, it was rated as the occupation least popular with other transcendent paths. Master Liang, the 100-phase refining potential turns out to be a kind of viewpoint, and the God-nurturing technique is the key to unlocking it. Qianshi slowly sat down, a dazed look flashing in his eyes. After the secret text of the divine nurturing technique was disassembled, it was a visualization pattern that contained potential. He recalled the strange sensation of his mortal body merging into the air currents and transforming into a gale. It was as if his body had become lighter, and he couldn't help but be mesmerized. After eating those pieces of paper, there seemed to be countless information instilled into his consciousness. The originally unrecognizable, chaotic symbols that knew the meaning were disassembled and scattered, reassembled, and coalesced into ancient and mysterious strange patterns. Wind. Dense air currents converged into various forms of wind. Breeze, gale, warm wind, cold wind, hot wind, whirlwind, hurricane. Countless wind shapes constantly, deeply imprinted in the mind. Just by moving one's mind and meditating, one could capture the wisps of rotating air currents. That's right. The core of the 100-phase refining potential lies in the heart as a furnace, encompassing all things, and then nourishing the spirit and refining the potential, incorporating it for one's own use. It is an internal martial art that uses the life force as its foundation and feeds the mind, making the two go hand in hand. Old Leon laughed. In a way, you're very suitable for this path. Helan Chan, who sublimated the 100 phases refining momentum to the supreme realm, is similar to you and also belongs to the unity of spirit and flesh. No wonder he was able to refine more than 8,800 kinds of potentials, so he was the ultimate hepatic emperor who was dead set on piling up numerical values. Qianshi's heart was impressed. This first-generation 10Jie sounds a bit like the 10-mile slope sword god, so he is hard to develop and brush his skill level, patiently waiting for the opportunity to be famous and make a name for himself in the sea of stars to come. The same age, Shi Wuxiang, 19 years old, proud of the group of heroes, 20 years old to win the championship, and then 28 years old again. On the other hand, Helan Chan didn't reach the finals of the Star Cup until he was 36 years old. Prior to that, he had little to no reputation. As a result, he, the dark horse, toppled the unstoppable Qi Wuxiang, who had unstoppable momentum, stopping Qi Tianhuang's 3 consecutive championship saga. Master Liang, comprehending its swiftness is like the wind's momentum, has caused my Qi senses to run on a very different and drastically different course. Why is that? Qianshi voiced his doubts. At the very beginning, when he first caught the Qi sense, the heat flow ran up and down, confined to the thorax and torso. It was only after several times of burning tendons of golden daigo that he was able to open up the joints of the limbs and complete a simple cycle. With the eating of the master's manuscripts and the completion of eating, the sense of its swiftness is like the force of the wind. The growing sense of Qi naturally converged towards the soles of the feet. The potential of martial artists is the process of the Qi in the body emanating from the inside out. In the martial arts novels of the old era, it is called internal force externalization and 100 steps to the Big Dipper. Old Liang picked up the porcelain bowl, inverted it onto the table, and gently scraped his fingers along the bottom of the bowl. Bear to sound, Gao Zhaoda can wear wrist bracelet too. Qianshi stared wide-eyed. This is the first time he saw Lao Liang show his real skills. The old martial arts path, practicing the method of fighting. Practicing the method to nourish the body and spirit, and fighting the method to fight and kill the enemy. Fist and feet are the means of the ring, you come and go, evenly matched, life and death are not so clear. But in the ancient battlefield, you die and I live, life hangs in the balance, we have to rely on weapons. Old Leon laughed. As the old saying goes, capture is dead, take is alive, capture has become, square into the weapon. Weapons are an extension of the hands and feet, the human weapon unity, kill like grass cutting. Even today, there are still a lot of driving god machine war group, like to use foreign metal casting swords and lances, lone broken formation. By the way, don't learn without becoming a martial god, it's easy to let the battleships blast into slag. I'm not stupid. How could I possibly do something as stupid as carrying a railgun with my flesh? Qianshi pondered. Old Liang had been talking about this for half a day, which meant that potential could provide an enchantment effect to increase the lethality of an individual. Chi is a blue bar, and potential is a big move. 100 phases of refining potential at speed is like the wind. As the name suggests, it focuses on speed. As long as one continues to comprehend it, one can evolve the most suitable characteristics for oneself from it, such as cutting, sharpness, agility, sneaking, and so on. What I've just shown you is how to gather wind power into your fingertips, forming a spiral of sharp force. Not to mention a porcelain bowl, a steel plate can be cut apart. Old Liang narrated, listening to Qin Shi's heart fluctuating. He envisioned that if he practiced its swiftness like wind power, could he be like the masters of martial arts novels of the old era, who could lightly move around and fly to the sky to escape from the earth? Of course you can, but it's best not to be in the metropolitan area, in case it triggers the airspace monitoring and triggers the air defense alarm. That would be a bad thing. At the time of the new calendar of Eastern Xia, the Republic of China was first established. A lot of martial artists did not put the king's law in their eyes. Resting on the center of the city, the metropolitan area high to go, a number of guys looking for death were shot into a sieve by the set fire. The corpse did not fall into a hole. In the face of his disciples' exuberant curiosity, Liang gave a kind reminder. Many of the old martial arts sects missed the turbulent times of warlords and the breakdown of order. A large part of the reason for this lay in being unrestrained and unregulated. In those days, martial artists whose vitality broke through the hundreds of points mark, traveled to ancient stars in their divine machines, defeated looting cosmic pirates, escorted passing private airships, and befriended the noble daughters of the great clans of the imperial capitals. These are the kinds of chivalry and romance that can only be found in the pages of a storybook. Once indeed attracted countless teenagers, embarking on this path of old martial arts. You shouldn't be too hasty and indulge in refining your strength. With less than 20 points of vitality, practicing the nourishing spirit technique excessively will easily deplete the potential of the physical body. Old Liang reminded with his mouth, while in his heart, he was thinking about how to get the advanced energy liquid that strengthens the activity of the flesh and blood. Rushing the last 4 points of vitality up to reach a successful newborn metamorphosis. The energy liquid kind of good stuff had a market without a price, and the control from above was also very strict, rarely circulating in the open market. The more outstanding talent Qin Shi showed, the less calm he felt inside. The more he is able to do, the more he is unable to calm his heart. It is not a sin to bury and delay a good talent in the hands of a beautiful jade, is it not a sin? The next day, Lin Yunqing's Hanhai conqueror drove into the gates of Qiguang Hengda University. She was wearing casual sportswear, her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was quite beautiful as a young female teacher. "Brother! Sister has come to bring you a loving lunch." Lin Yunqing didn't even knock on the door and walked directly into the office of the Director of Concubine Affairs. Secretary Su, who was sitting outside, recognized this Lin family's eldest young lady, so she didn't stop her. "How many times have I said it? In school, during my work, call it a position." Lin Xiaohan felt a headache all of a sudden. This sister of his was especially stubborn and did not let the family worry. Taking the initiative to come to the door, it was most likely not good. "Got it, brother." Lin Yunqing carried the pink cat's punching bag and approached with a smile. "My sister personally cooked this lunch for Director Lin. By the way, I'm completing my sister-in-law's task of checking in." The corners of Lin Xiaohan's mouth twitched. "Where have you been offended lately that you have to poison me to death?" Lin Yunqing's dark cuisine, except for his father, who could rely on his life force to resist, the rest of the family could not enjoy it. "Just earned a little money, which shall not properly thank brother you well." Lin Yunqing laughed. "Today went to the youth palace. Early in the morning there was a guy called Qin Lihao, entrusted someone to send a newest model of the Thunder Series sports car, said it was for me to make amends." Lin Xiaohan frowned slightly. The handwriting isn't small, tens of millions of dollars of sports cars sent at will. "How did you handle it?" He wasn't worried about his sister being blinded by this petty profit. Lin Yunqing nodded her head. "Of course. You don't know how short of money I am. After I took the car, I immediately opened the Earn Money app and had someone come to my door to recycle it. The payment was settled in person, very efficient. Selling a new sports car secondhand? It seems like something his sister could do." Lin Xiaohan said with a straight face. "You should not continue to toss." The Smoky City Qin family, heroes and heroines, benevolent, righteous, courteous and wise, are notoriously fierce and insidious. Lin Yunqing raised an eyebrow. "I don't have time to take care of them, as long as Qin Jijia, that colorful embryo, don't keep hanging around in front of me." Brother, say the right thing. Your Chiguan Hangda's special recruitment this year, has it started yet? Chapter 45 Pathfinder Family, Extrasensory Perception. What's the point of inquiring about enrollment? I can't agree to this through the back door. Lin Xiaohan's face was suddenly serious, and he said with a straight face. Normally, you make small temper tantrums and lose your temper a bit, it's harmless. But the Department of Education is one of the 3 divisions of Eastern Xia, selecting good talent, teaching, this is a matter of state. Chiguang Hangda, facing the Hangzhou cities of students, they study hard for many years, develop vitality, before squeezing to this threshold. I can't use my power for personal gain under false pretenses. As the director of the concourse of Keguangang University, Lin Xiaohan's implicit power was not low. It belonged to the teachers of all departments who would not be offended and wanted to make friends. After all, the so-called Office of General Affairs was in charge of all logistical matters. From document management, personnel arrangements, to payroll, all kinds of reception and other miscellaneous items. By Lin Xiaohan, a decision. Administrative agencies work with the logistics, do not deal with, as if the soldiers serving in the war corps, causing the cooking class to look at the eye. Although it is not a matter of life and death, but the bones, but ordinary days do not want to live well. What do you think of your own sister? Facing the holy light-possessed image of tall Lin Xiaohan, Lin Yuncheng pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. Not to mention you, even when mom and dad were teaching in imperial capital, I didn't ask them for accommodations. Brother, do you still remember what I told you yesterday, that gifted senior brother? Lin Xiaohan frowned, half believing. You mean, you really picked up a senior who was spiritually and physically united with balanced talent? What's his name? Lin Yuncheng offered his treasure as if he was proud. Xin Shi. Surnamed Xin? From Smoky City? Old Factory Street. Lin Xiaohan frowned tighter. Old Factory Street hasn't produced any seniors who have gotten into the top school in Hangzhou in the past 10 years. A few days ago, the local education division met and discussed outlawing the children's school and converting it from public to private. He is not a fan of the elitism that is prevalent in the imperial capital. The so-called vitality development is closely related to the bloodline genes. Meaning that the higher up the family background, the easier it is to produce rare geniuses. Like Qi Wuxiang of the first 10 masters, Lianixing are all in this category. Especially after the new calendar millennium, the second generation of the 10 masters, who were called the successors. Almost all of them came from super-tier administrative planets such as Imperial Capital and Haizhou. Let this venerate bloodline noble, firm genetic superiority and inferiority of the wind, once again resurrected. But in all fairness, on this path of life force development, no matter what career path one chooses, it is indeed indispensable to have a supply of resources and support from one's connections. Therefore, hearing Lin Yunqing say the words Old Factory Street, Lin Xiaohan could not help but feel surprised. 15 life force? Spiritual power 15? Under the age of 18? Walking the old martial path? He confirmed to his sister once again. Lin Yunqing raised the data report in her hand. Can a real sister still fake and lie to you? Geniuses can be packaged, the kind of demon that makes the 4 major nationalities red in the eyes, how can they be faked? Lin Xiaohan reached out and took it, carefully flipping it over, a curved diagram representing life force and spirit force, as well as muscle imaging, brainwave analysis came into view. A few sheets of paper were read for 7 or 8 minutes. Only after a long time did Lin Xiaohan raise his head, pick up the thermos in his hand, and take a sip to calm down. Old Factory Street's examination into the metropolitan area, a walk-on in the ambitious class of the new first middle school, this perseverance alone is extraordinary. If, as you say, he has only recently come into contact with life force development and stepped into the old martial path. The probability is that there are 2 possibilities: either he has a very powerful teacher, either he has received some sort of unspeakable encounter and has built up a thicket and soared to the heavens. Lin Yunqing nodded. That's my guess as well. I think the former is the majority, brother. Think about it. Back then, the Martial Arts Association was established, sweeping away all the major sects, suppressing illegal organizations, killing people's heads, and a lot of old martial arts sects suffered as a result. It is not possible to say that little Qin assistant coach is the only descendant of a hidden sect. Why did you work part-time at the Youth Palace? It must be because, like me, he's traveling the world to refine his heart. Lin Xiaohan automatically filtered out the noise at the back and ignored it. This sister of his usually loved to read old-era martial arts novels and internet readings, and her brain circuits were different from the norm. I favor the latter. The sea of stars is vast, never lacking in miracles and legends. Which of the 10 masters of the primordial generation have not earned the attention of the gods or the blessing of fortune? Especially those predecessors who rose from the bottom of the heap and killed their way out of the blood and fire, the waves of their lives are as epic as an epic. Lin Yunqing blinked. Brother, you don't want to kill people to take the treasure and seek assistant Professor Shao Qin. Ouch. Lin Xiaohan flexed his fingers and the airflow made a boing sound, like a plastic bullet hitting Lin Yunqing's brain, causing her to cry out in pain. I told you to talk nonsense. Our Lin family is at least a Pathfinder family. How often have we had fewer stormy encounters? Why should we be eyeing an ordinary teenager from Old Factory Street? Furthermore, the gift of fate has already been marked with a price, it's just that we can't see it for a while when we're in the middle of the situation. The chance does not necessarily bring good results. The Pathfinder clan refers to the citizens of Dongxia who took the initiative to receive the Pathfinder Order in the Nova development. They often rent spacecraft and carry out huge population relocations to administrative planets that are still in the pioneering stage, to start construction and plan for the future. The descendants of each generation of pioneers regarded this as a symbol of honor, believing that their ancestors had created everything that existed today. The so-called Chen, Lin, Qin, and Zhang were the 4 most famous and powerful Pathfinder families. They had existed for as long as the planet under their feet had been developed. Of course, most of the truly accomplished Pathfinder heirs chose to continue traveling to the Star Ocean to follow the wave of great exploitation. And nowadays, most of these descendants who bore the surname of Pathfinder were just stickers. Lin Yunqing rubbed his glossy forehead and curtly seemed to say, Brother, I've searched for such a powerful and good seedling for you, and I've done hard work without merit. Please be kind and allocate a quota for Qiguang Hengda's support program. You've seen the talent of Assistant Professor Shao Qin, he's definitely qualified. Lin Xiaohan pondered slightly and still shook his head. He has not enrolled and is not yet a freshman at Qiguang Hengda, he is not qualified to apply for the support program. Regardless of the specifications and how much money, this has to be allocated from the Department of Education and go through the open account. If I as the director do not follow the regulations, it is inevitable that I will fall into disrepute. Lin Yunqing's face showed disappointment. She knew that no matter how much her elder brother favored himself, he would never casually change a decision made on a serious matter. Little sister, I'm parachuted in from Yazhou, I'm new here and must be more cautious. What's more, I disagreed with some of the old-fashioned elements of the Professors' Association known as the Tomb Sect and had a bad time. If I raise little Qin, it may not be beneficial to him. Lin Xiaohan glanced at Lin Yunqing who did not squeak, the corner of his mouth containing a smile. How about this, you bring him to meet me one day to see just how demonic he is. If he does excel, I'll pick a good teacher for him at Qiguang Hengda to assist in developing his life force. He shouldn't reject the new martial arts, right? Lin Yunqing thought for a moment. Assistant Professor Shao Qin doesn't seem like an old-fashioned person. The boundaries between new and old martial arts are not that clear-cut, and our family's 3-emperor cannon fist is still derived from old martial arts. Lin Xiaohan nodded. Alright, if this is accomplished, I'll give you credit for it. Some other day I'll ask Dad to transfer you back from the youth palace. Lin Yunqing didn't care much about himself and vaguely said, I'm quite happy working at the youth palace. By the way, what should I do if surname Qin's deadbeat? You know, I can't stand that kind of dog who thinks highly of himself and likes to pretend. Lin Xiaohan's face was unhappy as he lectured. Can't you be like a girl, fighting and brawling all day like that? Qin Lihao's sighed, don't take care of them, they have a big appetite lately and want to eat the eastern suburb of Dangyang in one bite. Qin Lihao is a violent maniac, and Qin Jijia is nothing to worry about. But their big brother Qin Renning, and that Qin Yishong, a shrewd like a ghost, a skill is too hard, the Smoke City operated like a barrel. And allow them to bounce around. Lin Yunqing wasn't interested in this and reached out to ask for favors. I can't give the support program quota, but the corresponding welfare treatment can't be worse. Brother, reward a bottle of high-level energy liquid, give some sweet taste. Lin Xiaohan lost his smile. Do you think energy liquid is a cabbage? Every time you have to report from the institute and approve a note, it's very troublesome. Lin Yunqing crickets in his face. Director Lin is so petty. Lin Xiaohan was helpless. I'll try. Since he's at the freshman stage after breaking the limit, level 6 energy liquid is enough. In fact, even if the life force that had reached the standard of the 7th stage of the amateur level, it would still be difficult to fully digest and absorb it. If it wasn't for his little sister Lin Yunqing's guarantee in calling Qinshi a demon, Lin Xiaohan wouldn't have done such a waste of resources. Remember, you're a few years behind the other person, don't make some kind of teacher-student romance to irritate mom and dad. Director Lin delivered. He felt that his own sister was a bit overly attached. Mind your own business. Lin Yunqing grumbled in anger. Sister-in-law was the student you brought up back then. Lin Xiaohan snapped in defense. Might adhere to love, stop the ritual, serious love, which can be the same. In addition, your sister-in-law's family and our parents also belong to the old friends. Lin Yunqing bristled. Anyway, you take care of the surname Qin, don't let him annoy me and Assistant Professor Qin. If I get mad, I'll call someone to put him in a sack and throw him in the river. After the warning was finished, Lin Yunqing quickly raised her head and left. She sat in the car and rejoined her friend, Lightning Cyclone Shop, sending her a photo of the doorplate of the director of the concourse office that she had just taken. Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex God of War, pick. Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex God of War, Director Lin is going to personally select a professional teacher to privately train the old martial arts heavenly dishes, what do you say? Lightning Cyclone Shop, seeing people, everything is good to talk about. Sister in the company has just been promoted to supervisor, the use of funds in the hands of the authority, greatly high. Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, then you take the time to run to the metropolitan area, let you open your eyes, what is called demon? In the bedroom, Qinshi opened his eyes and reached out to press the alarm clock the moment it rang. Intermediate level achievement deep sleep 1230. Intermediate achievement muscle memory 11%. Old martial practice level 22730. Old martial fighting method level 21930. Physical 15.116. Mental 14.915.2. Habitually browsing through the panel data, Qinshi was refreshed and put on his short sleeves to get up and wash. Brother, why are you walking without a sound? The youngest, Qinlan, who was boiling kanji, turned around and was startled to see Qinshi who suddenly appeared. The frightened Qinlan dropped the spoon in his hand, and at that very moment, Qinshi's perception of his surroundings was like being slowed down. It was as if a normal movie was slowed down, the camera slowly pushing forward frame by frame. This is... Qinshi was puzzled and subconsciously reached out, grabbing the falling spoon. Swish! The next moment, the world flow rate turned back to normal. Primary achievement supersensory perception activated. A line of illusory text abruptly flashed by, flowing into the depths of consciousness. Chapter 46 9 Dragons Refining Body, Muscle Freak. Primary achievement supersensory perception. Description: it is said that in ancient times, a scientific team conducted research and confirmed that the biological brain can sense magnetic fields and react strongly to them, which they named extrasensory perception. It is the sixth sense beyond the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and touch, the floater of the subconscious mind, and the sharp judgment given by the intuition. Characteristics: you will receive messages through channels other than your normal senses, have a very low probability of having a premonition of future occurrences, and receive a small enhancement in your senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Advancement route: avoid 3 dangers, or attempt to solve them, and may be awarded the disaster is always one step behind me badge of luck. Returning the spoon to the youngest, Qinlan, Qinshi's eyes were slightly in a trance, as if he was still immersed in the marvelous feeling he had just experienced. This experience of the substitute messenger turning on time stop and the flow of the world around him slowing down was both unfamiliar and novel. Unlocking another new achievement. Is it because I followed old Leon yesterday to participate in the 100-phase refining potential? The introduction to the God nurturing technique, coupled with the battle flashbacks and the consciousness space every night. The exercise that my mental power has gotten is no worse than my physical body. Qinshi sat at the table smelling the aroma of simmering kanji that was overflowing from the house and pondered. This new achievement looks like some type of sixth sense, anticipating danger and reacting quickly. Only the conditions for advancement are a bit difficult for people. 3 times danger? I work part-time to make up classes and practice kung fu on the side every day, my schedule is packed. Furthermore, the social security in Henzhou is so good, even Old Factory Street doesn't have a few vicious incidents popping up throughout the year. Brother, didn't sleep well last night? Qinlan scooped out 2 bowls of steaming hot sub-ballast kanji and brought them to Qinshi, her eyes showing concern. She felt that her old brother had been a bit too rolled up lately, carrying too much pressure. Unable to help but worry. Brother, I don't want the computer, take a few days off. I'll buy some food at night and cook for you. Looking at the youngest who looked like a hakimi wagging its tail, Shinshir laughed. Dismissed. Your brother's status is pulled full, his fighting strength is bursting, and he's preparing to impact the 12th level of Chi Cultivation's Great Circle realm. Waiting for the opening day of school, you will know what is called the new first middle school most speed-fixed paragraph legend. Look at your brother directly to the elite class, that gang of people to fight to the Taoist heartbroken. Shinlan heatedly giggled. That's right, my brother is super fierce. The top students in the metropolitan area, many of them are high on drugs and injections to harden their life force, were compared to my brother. Shinshir habitually rubbed the youngest head, as if in a previous life rubbing the dog to relieve stress. That's right, your brother, this kind of natural refining body, belongs to the perfect foundation building. The bag is hanged cow pills false then, what half-step practicing Chi 12 layers of the late peak extreme realm of the great circle of the elite class students, a fist one. He and the oldest love to go to the ground stalls to look at books since they were young, for the old era of the internet reading material is particularly fond of, each other is very able to get on the brainwaves. Brother, you do well then. Usually, protagonists like us rise up from the outer sex servants, oppress their peers, and ruthlessly beat the face of the inner sex true disciples who have their eyes on the top of the heap. Shinlan raised his small fist and waved it vigorously, as if drumming up support. For the children of the workers on Old Factory Street, the new first middle school in the metropolitan area really deserved the name of the great sex lower house. If you can be promoted from the ambitious class to the elite class, then it is considered the outside door into the inside door. If the results are outstanding to get a scholarship, it is a remarkable true seedling. If I get into a first-rate sect like Hangda or KG University, and mix it up with a top 10 true disciple, I won't worry about not having a good job when I graduate in the future. Shinshir thought seriously about how many segments he would charge his life force to in order to ensure that he could pass the scoreline steadily and get an acceptance letter from Chiguang Hengi University and Akai University of Science and Technology. 6 segments or more, around 45 points, should be enough. He came to a conclusion. Whirling around, he pondered a bit more. He was currently at 16 points, actively exercising every day, practicing methods to nourish his body during the day, and fighting at night to nourish his mind. Coupled with the nutrient cream that was filling and sufficient, occasionally gleaning some of Lin Yunqing's canned high-energy food. In about 6 days or so, one would be able to break through the 20-point mark. A bit slow. Shinshir's thoughts, told to the bystanders to know, would surely gnash their teeth in anger. Who rises single-digit vitality by the day? Unless the young masters of the imperial capital and Haizhou had strong financial resources, famous teachers to guide them, and were not lacking in anything. Otherwise, even if it was faster, it would still be measured in months. The 7 limits of the physical body, if I can break through one more barrier, I will welcome another newborn metamorphosis. The 45 points of vitality required by the 6th stage of the amateur level doesn't seem so far-fetched. Shinshir Storm inhaled and violently dazzled 3 large bowls of ballast porridge. He was about to go out and look for old Liang to consolidate his practicing method again. His current goal only rested at the level of Hangda University of Science and Technology. Located light years away, separated by the infinite sea of stars, the 4 major nationalities belonged to the top super sects of the world. It was too far away to have any thoughts at all. If I can go to the 4 great nationalities, not to mention the elite class of the new first middle school, even Lin Yunqing, who was studying at Kagwangang University, would have to be respectful. After all, the 4 major nationalities, counting the holy forces of the ancient central state, geniuses such as clouds, true legends such as rain, climb to the level of Daozi Saint Daughter, only then have the qualification to look down on others. Shinshir lamented, wiped his mouth clean, and left some pocket money for the oldest. Old Shin. Take a look at the latest firm pectoral muscles that buddies have developed. Shinshir had not yet stepped out of the alley, and ran into Zhou Ning, whose figure had risen by a full 2 circles. In just a few weeks, the once black-skinned thin dog Xiaozhou students, just like a fat pack muscle strong man. Even the hairstyle has been shaved into the common round-inch head of the silver horse gym. Shinshir frowned. Xiaozhou, why is your head pointy? He knew that his best friend, Zhou Ning, had recently taken classes with Coach Luo and had heard that it was fruitful. Aunt Zhou and Uncle Zhou had told everyone that their son was making rapid progress, and that he was a good candidate for a second-rate school. But after a few days of absence, Zhou Ning has changed so much. Shinshir can't help but wonder, Silver Horse Gym's gold medal coach, so powerful? Nonsense. I call this dragon head raising. Zhou Ning grinned. Old Shin, you don't know, I've only been attending classes for a week, and Coach Luo secretly told me in private, complimenting me on my excellent talent. Specially customized a set of training programs for me, to help me adjust the muscle frame, to ensure that I 4 or 5 days will be able to produce results. The 3 major scores increased by leaps and bounds. After saying that, Zhou Ning purposely rolled up his sleeves, his blocky biceps bulging high, his upper arms like instantly engorged with blood, displaying amazing explosiveness. Then did he sell you any protein powder, supplements, or anything like that? Qin Shi frowned even more tightly. The old martial arts path was able to squeeze the potential to enhance life force in a short period of time, relying on stud kryptonite. If one was unable to break through the 7 limits of the physical body, one would have to pay the price of a very cruel backlash. Zhou Ning's type of fitness wasn't even considered a new martial art. How could it progress so quickly? Coach Luo was a gold medal coach, how could he possibly learn from those cheating bandwagons? Zhou Ning shook his head. However, he would recommend different packages for trainees with better training, such as the 9 Dragons combination, 1 head of muscle specialized strengthening, and the 3 major fierce man building programs, and so on and so forth. The corner of Qin Shi's mouth tugged with an odd expression. The 3 major items were at least normal, bench press, squat, and hard pull. What the hell is a head muscle? The 9 Dragons combination was even more outrageous. The picture had changed. Which one did you pick? Qin Shi asked. I was more interested in picking the 1 head muscle specialized strengthening, but Coach Luo thought I was too young to grasp it. Then he recommended that I pick 9 Dragons Harmony. He knows the big pharmaceutical companies over in Smoky City, he gets the goods from the manufacturer's source, and he's currently engaged in an activity, so we can try it out for a period of time for free. Zhou Ning honestly explained. What do you mean by 9 dragons? Qin Shi did not understand the meaning. Coach Luo said, is the latest development of the 9 drugs, the name is very tongue-twisting, what's this dragon? Kong Lilong did not quite remember. Zhou Ning scratched his head and cheerfully said. Old Qin, I just finished measuring my vitality the day before yesterday, and it's already gone up by half a point. So thought to tell you, do you want to do a package together? Anyway, first look at the effect, and does not cost money. The more Qin Shi heard, the more wrong he became. Coach Luo praised you for your talent, where exactly is your talent? Zhou Ning straightened his chest and spat out 3 words. Drug resistance. Then added. People can only do 8 stitches in 3 days, but I can do 12 stitches a day. Bad. My dead friend is going to mutate into a muscle freak. Qin Shi's forehead veins jumped up. This is not ing life force development, it's clearly like creating super soldiers. 100 needles a day and everyone can become a martial god, right? Chapter 47 Drug-Resistant Sacred Body, Chopper Fishing System. Taking injections to get high had become an increasingly popular megatrend in the vitality development trend. At least that was the case in Hangzhou. Especially in the metropolitan area where gyms blossomed, every trainer would almost always moonlight as a drug dealer. Those who sell protein powder, nutrients, various supplements, and muscle-building body wash to their trainees are still considered to be the conscience of the industry. More exaggerated, and will even induce students to inject hormones, take unauthorized veterinary drugs. Various means can be in a short period of time, so that people's physical fitness, muscle mass, and even life force to get a substantial increase. Similar to TV advertisements often appear, without exercise and sweat to improve the diet structure, you can lose weight diet pills. Although more clumsy and low level, but for the specific audience in line with the crowd has been tried and true. It's like pushing aphrodisiacs to men who can't get it up, or sending small door-to-door cards to old men. You can always catch a few fish by casting a wide net. As for the side effects? Looking at Zhou Ning, who was immersed in a beautiful dream of rising vitality, Qin Shi secretly said. Aside from the pointy head, I don't see any other problems for now. Qin Shi focused his attention and entered a state of internal vision, chatting with Zhou Ning while capturing his breath through his breathing frequency. Spirit broke through 15 points, plus the new achievement, super sensory perception, that had just been unlocked. Zhou Ning's fat-wrapped, burly body was as if it was undefended, allowing Qin Shi's gaze to pierce through. Is this still human flesh? With only a few cursory scans, he had the feeling of being mentally polluted. The flowing blood was as thick as cream, and the fat was like sewer sludge tightly jammed into the muscles, not to mention the various organs that had been squeezed, and the chaotic and disorderly biological tissues. The strangest thing was that these catastrophic problems, which could destroy the human body, had struck a delicate balance, partially canceling out each other's consequences. As the gold medal trainer of the Silver Horse Gym, old Luo still has some skills. Shinshir shut down the internal vision state that had consumed not a small amount and gave a pertinent evaluation. In this aspect of drug injection, the highs and lows have to be of an alchemist caliber. At the very least, Coach Luo didn't say one thing wrong and didn't lie. Zhou Ning's drug resistance was really strong. He was able to take 12 injections a day and still be alive and glowing, as if he was fine. It is indeed an innate drug-resistant saint body. Shinshir was greatly shocked. His old martial physique was somewhat dwarfed in front of Zhou Ning. "Old Shin, how about it? Want to engage in a workout with Coach Luo?" Zhou Ning was excited, thinking that he had found a shortcut to higher education for Shinshir. "Little Mr. Zhou, are you sure those what dragons, they don't have side effects?" Shinshir politely reminded. He knew very well that he should never be frank and straightforward with consumers who had been duped and cheated. When encountering this kind of situation, the most difficult thing for people to accept is often not the result of being cheated, but being questioned or made fun of by onlookers as if they were fools. This is extremely damaging to self-esteem and can backfire. Coach Luo spoke about how the reasons for individual differences can lead to the injection of medication, producing different levels of irritating reactions. Zhou Ning scratched his head and said, "There are also trainees who can't stand it and are sent to the hospital for treatment, and Coach Luo has guaranteed that he is absolutely responsible after the sale. I also went to the hospital with him last time to visit the trainees, and the medical fees were all paid by Coach Luo. What's the difference between a drug dealer's after-sales service and a pie drawn by a boss?" Shinshir's eyelids fluttered. As a student, he wanted to question a gold medal coach of a large gym in the metropolitan area. The persuasion he gave didn't seem quite enough. Drink soda. Ning Zi, he finally got ahead. His dad spent a lot of money to enroll in classes, it's still effective. Walking out of the alleyway to the kiosk next to it, Auntie Zhou, who was looking after the store, smilingly handed over a bottle of orange juice soda. "If the vitality rises a little more, you don't have to read a technical school, and you can find a job after graduation." Aunt Zhou read in pieces, listening to Shinshir mood complex. Like Aunt Zhou, Uncle Zhou, and even his parents' generation, limited by the reasons of the times, the education level is not so high. Their greatest expectation for their children was probably to go to a bachelor's degree, study in a good school, get a good job and so on. Unlike the situation in the previous life. In Hangzhou Nova, most of the students coming out of technical colleges would be shunted into labor positions, receiving smaller paychecks and relatively low social status. Xiao Zhou. Shinshir, who was biting down on his straw, suddenly spoke. "Coach Luo's 9 Dragons combination package, can I really try it for free?" Zhou Ning patted his jiggling pectoral muscles and assured. "Of course. Coach Luo even secretly asked me to pull heads, but I didn't tell anyone, he. In case the trainees skyrocket, what if the supply of drugs is not enough? Only told you, is that good enough for you, old Shin?" Shinshir was helpless. "Really good brother, even when the devil muscle monster good thing, do not forget to pull on me. DDT. Lin Yunxin, who was wearing casual clothes and practicing her health-improving kung fu, opened her eyes and turned on her cell phone. Under the non-disturbance state, she was still able to receive a message, indicating that it was a short message from a very important person. Shinshir opportunity to get rich. Seeing the name and notes. Lin Yunxin, who exuded a few hints of lethargy, steeply branched out. Taking the initiative to send me a message? Endure so many days, finally can't hold it in. It's still not a steady hold. She threw back her face and laughed, like she was winning in some kind of tug of war. Reading books really works. Lin Yunxing smugly looked towards the book 100 Little Tips to Tease a Man and Make You His Goddess of Heart Attraction that was laying by her hand. Shinshir opportunity to get rich, Mr. Lin, can I get a bonus for reporting fake drug dealers? Just this? Lin Yunxing's smiling face froze for a moment. Shouldn't it be an aside to make sure she's free so she can make a date for dinner and a movie? She hurriedly picked up the book that was said to be a top 10 bestseller ranked by Little Sweet Potato and carefully flipped through it. The more introverted and shy young men, most of them open the chat through talk about work, consulting things in other words. So it is. Lin Yunxing threw away the bestseller, clicked on the small sweet potato, and temporarily made up for it, then revealed a confident look of "I've got it." Offer help, give advice, create a perfect image of yourself as rich and powerful, but not too distant, grasp the right balance, make him completely mesmerized. Lin Yunxing scratched out the piece that had been bookmarked, High Charisma Cultivation Guide. 10 things about becoming a fishing beauty. White tender fingers crackled and quickly typed out a reply message. Soft Rabbit, I know some friends in the inspection department. If, say, the amount of money involved in the case is relatively high, the scope of influence is relatively large, and the plot is serious, confirm that the report is valid, the amount of reward ranges from $1,000 to $200,000. Soft Rabbit, Shaoqin assistant professor, fake drug traffickers or gangs, then it is best not to act rashly, get the evidence to leave before reporting. Soft Bunny, are you in the metropolitan area? I can drive to pick you up, it's safer to have a companion. Soft Rabbit, cute cat cute emoticon.jpg. Will sending so many at once make me seem too eager? Lin Yunqing frowned lightly in reflection when she was done. The interval should be longer, to appear that I'm more calm and collected, so I can take the lead. I'll have to correct that next time. Sheen sure opportunity to get rich, good. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Hooked. Sure enough, you're not willing to give up any chance to meet with me. The corners of Lin Yunqing's lips curled up, and she ran to the checkroom to pick out her outfit as fast as she could, and in the meantime, she tapped and sent a message to the communication group again. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex god of war, being actively asked out by the old martial arts heavenly dish, come and teach someone. Yukiko of milk white, chopper color coral red. Gentle persona choose Morandi color system dress, to silk fabric, more advanced show texture. Where Sophie show my god might, little brother prefer intellectual elegance big sister, it is recommended to choose linen or silk material light colored shirt, with earth colored wide-legged pants, simple in grade. Lightning cyclone chop, what's the point of bothering? Unbutton two more, with the strength to conquer. Referring to the opinions of the crowd, after a flurry of busy work, Lin Yunqing quickly went out in a flurry of wind and fire, starting the 8-cylinder Haze Conqueror and stepping on the gas to rumble and fly. Wait for me to avenge this punch. Jia. Old Sheen, it's not that I'm talking about you, there are a lot of crooks these days. Zhou Ning sat on a bench at the bus stop and said in a serious tone. Teachers in the youth palace may not all come with an establishment. Working part-time as a teaching assistant, Ping Shui met, which may be good to you for no reason, car pick up and drop off, be careful of which there are frauds. Sheen sure nodded. Aha, you're right. Teacher Lin's car is here. He stood up, and next to him, Zhou Ning stared with wide eyes. A teacher from the youth palace, driving such a domineering Hanhai conqueror? Look at the rigid lines, the classic drooping waterfall grille, and the expensive price of a small $2 million. The car window lowered, Lin Yunqing greeted. Little assistant Professor Qin, get in the car, which gym, I'll take you there. Zhou Ning's pupils quake again, this time with a bit of gnashing of teeth. Old Qin. You never told me, youth palace part-time can no beautiful rich woman teacher. In my alone precipitation this time, you actually did what? Their own progress needs to be shared with the first time with the brother, but the success of the brothers committee called for a heartbreaking. A few days ago, I heroically saved a beautiful woman and helped Ms. Lin fight off a few punks. Xinsher said it lightly, and Zhou Ning heard it as if it was stuck in his throat. Looking at the majestic and hardcore Hanhai conqueror, and the white-skinned Lin Yunqing in the driver's seat, the latter's eyes contained hot tears. Old Qin, you really deserve to die. I want you to live well, but do not want you to live so well. At 3:30 p.m., the group flew to the Silver Horse Gym. Walking into this once part-time workplace, Xinsher couldn't help but develop a sigh of relief that it was like a lifetime ago. A few weeks ago, he was still working here as a receptionist, talking to his best friend about his hopeless future plans. Now he was already on the old martial arts path, looking forward to Qiguan Hangda and a Kaikei University of Science and Technology. Sure enough, strong people rely on being hung. Xinsher sighed, it's so good to be hanging then. Coach Luo is taking the students. Zhou Ningyan pointed to the equipment area, a full 1.9 meters tall, all the muscles seem to explode, the elastic undershirt will be high up the mighty man. Xinsher approached the past, and due to his sharp five senses and heightened sense of hearing, he vaguely caught a few lines of dialogue. Coach, I don't have money to buy medicine. Xiao, you are very talented. I've ordered a special training program for you. But I've heard people say that stabbing needles hurt your body. What do those amateurs know? Sticking it in is technology, pulling it out is natural. You want to be a bodybuilder, fight competitions to get cards, and be an internet celebrity. How can you not zap needles? But the price of the package. Xiao, there are payoffs, don't worry, I'll pay for the medicine. Xinsher saw that young trainee face touched. This Luo coach looked quite warm-hearted. Rising thoughts have not dissipated, ears ringing decisive and steady voice. Give me your cell phone, I'll push a few small loans app for you. Chapter 48, Slightly Satiated, King of Steroids. Jerking off a small loan to borrow money to get a needle and drugs? These big only guys really wanted muscle without life. Chinshur was secretly shocked. His previous range of activities at Silver Horse Gym was limited to the front desk and rest area. Having never been to the equipment area, and having never come into contact with the gold medal coaches who were on duty to lead classes, he wasn't clear about their teaching methods. Silently opening his internal vision state, Chinshur's spirit was highly cohesive, and at the same time, he perceived several breath fluctuations. They were roughly similar, sounding thick and powerful, like the roar of a wild beast. In reality, they were like slices of sausage cut into small pieces, without any coherence. It showed that this group of muscular guys had very poor physical endurance, and had a high load for high-intensity exercise, which was not useful in the eyes of the beholder. Chinshur was skeptical that if they were asked to participate in a 5,000-meter run together, half of them would probably have to burst their blood vessels. The only thing worth celebrating is that compared to the precarious physical condition of these people, Zhou Ning can be said to be alive and well. In addition to the tip of the head, other problems have nothing. Worthy of Coach Luo's excellent talent evaluation. Does the life force that rises from medication and injections count? Chinshur heart emerges doubt. In his field of vision, the equipment area, some of the three big events to do the mighty strong man, muscle brightness, although obvious, but the color turbid variations, as full of cracks in jade, a touch will be shattered like. Old Chin, wait here, I'll talk to Coach Luo. Zhou Ning looked at the very strong fat-packed muscle body, shelved in the gym instantly looked small, completely compared to other trainees robust to excessive large pieces of sinew. Your friend bought fake drugs? Lin Yunqing, who looked slightly powdered, but was actually well-dressed, frowned gently. Silver Horse Gym is quite famous in the metropolitan area, I've heard of it a few times. I didn't realize that it also condones coaches promoting the sale of drugs in private. Chinshur came over and asked in a low voice. Teacher Lin, how much bonus do you usually get for reporting this kind of fake drug peddling gang? As Chinshur approached, Lin Yunqing's nose twitched slightly, as if she could smell the fresh flavor of fresh rain on an empty mountain. She inhaled like a small beast. How long has it been since little assistant Professor Chin broke the limit? How come it's still at the freshman stage? Speaking of which, the clarity and purity of this secret medicine after cleansing the flesh was actually a bit like beheading a woman. It really smells good. Teacher Lin, I'm asking you. Chinshur glanced at Lin Yunqing, who was lost in thought, and saw that her cheeks were slightly flushed and his heart slandered. You blush a bubble teapot. Always felt that the dog woman is not very reliable look, completely without the old Liang kind of solid and stable sense of security. The bonus isn't much, right? At the moment, it's like a small fight, and it doesn't constitute a very serious nature. Lin Yunqing coughed lightly twice to hide her embarrassment. She usually went through 10,000 flowers and leaves without touching her body, but she didn't expect to be easily planted in the hands of assistant Professor Xiaoqin. Silently, she changed the note in her mind from Old Marshal Heavenly Vegetable to Old Marshal Phantom Demon. If you want your friend to retreat, it's actually quite simple. This kind of fake medicine seller doesn't dare to be overly brutal and is afraid of making a big deal out of it. They are all outwardly strong. Thinking of what the high charisma cultivation guide said, Lin Yunqing hurriedly branched out, eager to portray a perfect image of herself as knowledgeable and capable. Little assistant Professor Chin, watch my eyes later. We can pretend to sign up, experience the package, get the injections as evidence, then I'll shake people up and call my friends from the inspection department to come over. Silver Horse Gym is a large chain that ranks high in the metropolitan area, and is more focused on public opinion, so it's bound to put things to rest. Chinshur thought for a moment and felt that Lin Yunqing's plan was wonderful. He just didn't want his nemesis Zhou Ning to both waste money and destroy his body. If Coach Luo could refund the cost of enrolling for medicine and needles as much as he wanted, there was no need for him to step on his head and step on it hard. One more thing is better than one less thing. The moment the two chatted, Zhou Ning joyfully ran over. Old Chin, Coach Luo nodded his head, there is still one last spot left in this class. For the sake of you being my friend, Coach Luo promised to keep it for you. He looked at Lin Yunqing with apologetic eyes again, scratching his head. I'm sorry, Ms. Lin, Coach Luo, he doesn't take female students, so I made you come here for nothing. The corner of Chinshur's mouth tugged, thinking. Xiao Zhou can be so righteous. This kind of try and pass away beauty, don't think of me next time. He told Lin Yunqing. Teacher Lin, then go sit in the rest area for a while, wait until we finish experiencing the package. Lin Yunqing made the OK gesture, indicating that she understood the deeper meaning of Chinshur's words in seconds. Just waiting for assistant teacher Xiao Qin to drop the cup as a signal, she shook in the 800 swords and axes and wiped off this group of fake drug dealers. Old Qin, at the critical time, I gave you the quota without being tempted by beauty. Are you touched? Zhou Ning patted his developed pecs that were shaking from walking. Do well when you see Coach Luo later, he's a person who cares more about the talent of his trainees. He is not willing to accept students with bad talent for fear of accepting students of mixed quality and spoiling the name of his Luo family gate. Luo family sect? The spread is quite big. Xinsher stepped into the equipment area and looked at those mighty men who could easily bench press 290 kilograms and hard pull 387 kilograms, and their veins looked like they were about to burst open, protruding on the surface of their skin. Several of them don't look like normal humans anymore, close to the orcs that often appeared in the old era of online reading. If you ignored the visible form, judging only by their scent, these big guys were no different from orcs who drank demon blood. This kind of muscle that was propped up by drugging only possessed very short bursts of power, and was worthless except to satisfy the monstrous aesthetics of some people. It was completely incomparable to the new martial school's all-round, systematic enhancement from nutritional structure to muscle training. A bankrupt and inferior version of the new martial path. Xinsher gave his evaluation. Following Zhou Ning through the equipment area, he went up the metal staircase to the second floor, a private VIP room enjoyed by VIP clients. Luo Hui, who was a gold medal coach, was sitting in a wide sofa like a giant neat mountain, which was visually appealing. Zhou Ning took the initiative to warmly introduce. Coach, this is Xinsher, my good buddy. Luo Hui nodded, his tone light. I have an impression, did you work at the front desk of a gym before? Several female trainees I brought along often mention you. Immediately after, this gold medal coach, who had top performance every month and was steadily sitting at the top of the Silver Horse's sales, surveyed Xinsher with scrutinizing eyes. Body is okay, barely passable, a bit of training marks, but not much. Too bad it's too skinny and thin. Dog, should build more muscle, get the circumference up and become a man among men like us. Xinsher had a good-natured look of vain acceptance. Coach Luo is right. Old Zhou told me that the various training packages and training programs developed by you, Coach Luo, have great results. I want to try that 9-dragon combination, but... Luo Hui frowned, feeling that this man Xinsher didn't know the heights of heaven, and snorted. All of you fine dogs have hearts higher than the sky and don't know your own strength. Xiao Zhou, he has a good talent to be able to practice in a short period of time. Your talent, to be honest, is very average. Your waist is too thin, your legs are not thick enough, and your pectoral muscles are not developed. Not to mention the 9 dragons merge. If you were given a shot of Sith Dragon, you wouldn't even be able to stand it. Xinsher was silent and speechless. The old martial arts genius who was hailed by old Liang as having qualifications as demonic as Elanchins was actually a thin dog with no talent when he was put aside in the Silver Horse Gym. He began to wonder if this gym was some super sect that was on par with the 4 major nationalities, and Coach Luo, a martial artist whose life force had broken through the 100-point mark. Sure enough, guys with pointy heads are troublesome to communicate with. Xinsher did a good job of managing his expression and said with great sincerity. Coach Luo, please let me try. Luo Hui licked his lips, remembering that this month's performance was still quite a bit short. Alright, after all, you are Xiao Zhou's friend. Ah Chang, go to my locker room, get 2 medicines and zap him. If you succeed, take it as a trainee and push to buy the medicine. If it doesn't work out, he is sent to a private hospital run by his boss for treatment and a share of the kickback. Not long after, named Ah Chang tall fierce man carrying a box came. Open a look, inside lying quietly 2 thick green medicine. Zap a needle. Our Luo family gate judges talent qualifications on 1 point, how about drug resistance? Ah Chang said gruffly. Xiao Zhou, he's the one with the best qualities in this class of trainees brought by Coach Luo. I hope you're not too bad. Xinsher looked at the unknown potion suspected to be demon's blood and wondered whether he should grab it and run, or delay and wait for Lin Yunqing to break in and capture the stolen goods. Before he could make a decision, the monument panel abruptly flickered and a line of text message crossed his retina. Ingredient classification, medicine remnant. Quality, low grade. Edible part, all liquid volume stored in the bottle. Consumption effect, slightly intoxicated, thirst quenching, slight satiety, chance of obtaining the title of steroid warrior. Chapter 49, Achievement Upgrade, Killing Intent Fluctuation. There's an accident, the operation is aborted. Receiving the reminder message from the font panel, Xinsher didn't move, excusing himself to place a small loan software and send a message to Lin Yunqing. Coach Luo's 9 Dragons combination package was actually more than just hormonal drugs. You should know that the food that triggers the overgrowth radar sensor. They were all special substances that were rich in high energy and high nutrition. Could it be that Coach Luo really has something? Know how to dispense medicine? Shin-Shur muttered in his heart. Look at this edible effect, slightly intoxicated, thirst-quenching, slight satiety, sounds like drinking a cocktail. Next to him, Ah Chang said in dissatisfaction. What's the point of dilly-dallying? It's the needles we're sticking in, but it's never just the muscles that go up, it's also the amazing willpower. It's not like you to be a mom. As if the muscles you gain from the needles are more valuable than natural exercise? Shin-Shur heart speechless, but seriously think about it, these big only man at the risk of the destruction of the body system, holding the awareness of early death, but also want to play life to gain muscle, not to mention another kind of hot blood. I go, instantly lit up. He collected his distracting thoughts and looked at Luo Hui, who had an unhappy face and was ready to send himself away. Coach, can you take a big cup? Putting aside this to buy coffee. Zhou Ning acted confused, unable to figure out what old Qin wanted. Every time Coach Luo organizes a class, there is an endless stream of enrolled students. Enjoy the private customized training program, free trial of muscle building fierce medicine. Others want such an opportunity still cannot grab it. This medicine is more effective when injected than when taken orally. In the face of Shin-Shur's layman's statement, Luo Hui almost laughed out loud. He was the one who took the authentic goods from the Smoke City side, the purity was very high and the stimulant was also very high. This kid's delusion of drinking it and relying on the body's organs to rapidly digest and absorb it was simply devoid of common sense. Forget it, I'm dry. The feeling of hunger emanating from his body made Shin-Shur lazy to talk nonsense, breaking off the mouth of the medicinal glass bottle and gulping it down in one gulp. The thick green and slightly cloudy liquid entered his throat, like iced tea that hadn't been frozen. It's a pity, chilled like a state cellar, room temperature like horse urine. These 2 bottles of medicine would have tasted better if they were refrigerated for longer. Shin-Shur shook his head, seemingly not very satisfied. The retina flashed with 2 lines of text. Has completed 1 quality feeding 220. Has completed 1 high quality eating 320. Counting by the bottle. What a conscience. Shin-Shur smashed his mouth as if he couldn't get enough. Coach Luo, since it's a trial, can I go through all the various potions to see if I can impress you with my talent, or not? Hiss. The aura of a strong man. Luo Hui's face changed slightly, as if he was surprised. There were many trainees who came to his place to take classes to exercise and build muscle and shape. But the brave ones who truly dared to get stoned and defy all odds were still in the minority. The desire and eagerness that flowed from Shin-Shur's eyes just now was precisely the most scarce strong man's temperament on the fitness track. It's hard to feel good about your body if you don't take a needle for a day. This kind of muscle-thirsty willpower to zap even when gritting one's teeth could be called the top talent in the industry. I didn't expect that you are also a good seedling with awareness and talent. Facing the suddenly changed person like Shin-Shur, Luo Hui nodded in recognition. In his opinion, if one didn't even have the courage to stick needles, who was he to say that he truly loved it? Ah Chang, take 5 more. Coach Luo, I don't think 5 sticks will work. Shin-Shur's eyes were firm, and he stretched out his palm to compare the number. 18 sticks. I'll pay for it. I want to challenge my limits. Now, not only Luo Hui and Ah Chang were stunned. Zhou Ning, who was like an outsider, was stunned on the spot. Rating less? Plus the 2 just now. That would be 20. Even the best of the trainees, Zhou Ning, only has 12 stitches. Ah Chang muttered, a hard-working player like him was like a fresh recruit in front of brother talent. On the first day of drug testing, he dared to stab 20 needles in anger. This obsession with muscles and pursuit of physique had already surpassed 99% of the trainees in Silver Horse Gym. Old Qin, don't be impulsive. Zhou Ning felt scared, he was trying to pull his brother's leg and raise some vitality. It wasn't that he wanted to eat his brother's flowing banquet and burn paper money for Shin-Shur's deathbed. Little Qin, do you want to stop thinking about it? Luo Hui was very moved, coming up and stabbing 20 needles, as long as he doesn't die, he will become a great man. This kind of radical means made him wonder if Shin-Shur was a bit too extreme. Although the boss allows himself to miss once or twice, anyway, can be sent to a private hospital to deal with it. But if it becomes a big deal, it will take a lot of effort to end it. No need to consider. 18 pills, double portion of 9 dragons combination. Jin Shi's attitude was resolute. I can sign a waiver, coach. I really want to become a fierce man like you guys. Luo Hui licked his lips. It just so happened that his boss didn't seem too satisfied with the recently submitted drug trial report. He thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Ah Chang, fetch 18 pills and print out a disclaimer, remembering to videotape it by the way. By the way, get a copy of the painkillers I usually use, and give them to Xiaoqin for free. The muscle growth caused by lancing often resulted in tearing pain, and this was when painkillers needed to be knocked out. There were even strong-willed fierce men who chewed painkillers while doing the 3 major training exercises. Luo Hui gifted Jin Shi with the painkillers he always had on hand. It was undoubtedly a great appreciation. 10 minutes later. Everything was completely prepared. The suitcase with the refrigeration function was opened, a gust of cold air hit the face, and a thick green potion was displayed in front of the eyes. To be honest, this scene even scared Zhou Ning, who had 12 needles every day. That kind of muscle tearing, blood vessel bursting, intense pain. It was no joke. Old Qin. He suddenly regretted that he shouldn't have dragged his brother to participate. Next, it will be up to you all to witness my amazing willpower. As if he was hungry and thirsty, Jin Shi broke open 17 bottles of the 9 dragons potion and poured them all into a large water cup. He then drank tons and tons and tons. Genius. Absolute genius. This scene made Luo Hui excited. Could it be that his Luo clan was going to produce a true innate pill-resistant saint body today? Burp. Jin Shi drank it all in one gulp, just like showing off half a box of liquid bread, turning from slightly satiated to moderately satiated. The retina continuously flashed text messages, reminding him that he had finished eating. A few more minutes passed. Seeing that Jin Shi was motionless, neither tortured by the pain of muscle tearing to the point of wildly knocking out painkillers, nor the tragic situation of pores discharging and blood vessels bursting, Luo Hui was overjoyed. He took the initiative to stand up and reached out to shake the road. Please be sure to join my team. Silver Horse Gym needs talents like you, Xiaoqin. In turn, under my hand, I'll give you 5,000 a month, and you'll be transferred to a proper coach after 3 months. Jin Shi felt the qi sense in his body continuously circulating, as if it was quenching, purifying, and diluting and dissolving the thick green medicinal liquid. He then performed internal vision, and the strength of his muscular body slightly increased, and was not contaminated beyond recognition like Zhou Ning. Flash 16:16.1. Knocking off 19, more than double the amount of 9 dragons package, only to go up this much. The effect is too poor. Like losing interest, Jin Shi didn't bother with Luo Hui's sincere solicitation and sent a message calling Lin Yunqing. The dog woman shook people extremely fast, and in less than 3 minutes, 7 or 8 inspectors broke through the door and pressed a group of brawny men to the ground. Each of them had more than 50 points of vitality, and their surging breath was like a mountain torrent, easily suppressing this group of big only men who looked powerful, but were in fact vain compared to them. We received a report from the enthusiastic public that there are people inside the Silver Horse Gym who are privately peddling illegal drugs without the permission of the Drug Administration and without documents. Leading the way was a pretty woman in a mighty uniform with short, valiant hair on her ears. Take them all back for a urine test. Seal off the scene, don't destroy the traces. Xiaolu, this bottle of medicine is loaded, let the identification section properly analyze the ingredients. Immediately after, the short-haired woman who was the head of the inspection team walked up to Jin Shi, took a couple of careful looks, and said in a proper voice. Student Qin, a dedicated and enthusiastic citizen like you deserves a commendation. When the details of the case are made known and the dust settles, the inspection department will give encouragement. In addition, the bonus portion will also be awarded within a few working days. Probably because the 9 dragons combination package had drunk too much, Jin Shi went from slightly drunk to dizzy, and his consciousness was a bit sluggish. Passively, he told the short-haired woman to grab his hand and shake it vigorously. Lin Yunqing, who was standing on the side, instantly became anxious and squeezed away the rather young inspecting female team leader. Assistant Professor Xiaoqin has taken a number of prohibited drugs orally. I'm going to take him to do a comprehensive physical examination. I can't go back to make a written statement. The short-haired woman scared twice and muttered. And nursing food on. With that, she waved her hand and closed up the team to leave. Drip. The cell phone vibrated. Lin Yunqing scratched it open to see that it was a message from the communication group. Putting on Sophie to show my divine power, this little thing, is it worth it for me to personally go out? Oh me a meal. I'm not sure if I'll be able to make it, but I'm sure I'll be able to. The account of taking advantage of my family's old martial arts chimera, I have not yet recorded a sum. Lin Yunqing bared her teeth and helped the rather heavy-bodied Qinshi to the rest area, ready to fill some water and carry him to the car. Achievement upgraded. Qinshi, who was in between drunkenness and sobriety, saw the panel interface, once again pulling up a granite-like stone monument. Intermediate achievement overgrowth. Description: the evolution of an embryo requires every bit of nutrition and energy to be squeezed out. As a baby waiting to be fed, wantonnly eating and frantically foraging for food is the most important thing you should do. Characteristics: the survival of the fittest. You will reap the benefits of an ability to adapt to the environment that far exceeds that of your peers, as well as the ability to survive. Advancement route: food is the root of life, eating is the instinct of living creatures. Try to enrich your recipes or look for more appetizing ingredients. P.S. The increase of recipes and ingredients will allow you to get a variety of badges. Adapting to the environment, as well as ensuring survival. Sounds like a wilderness survival master. Qinshi slightly shook off his dizziness and continued to check the unlocked skills. Unlocked skill: Predator. Effect: you can tag a prey and start foraging, and when you do so, you will randomly obtain heal, boost, revive, recover, and heal. Heal, boost, revive, and so on. This skill, it's perfect for battles, intense battles. If I were the villain, the entire metropolitan area would become a huge hunting ground. Qinshi raised his hand to rub his slightly swollen temples, and abruptly, the nerves in the temporal region involuntarily jolted. He felt extremely clearly that a cool and cold current of malice, similar to a cool and cold current, was enveloping and attacking towards him. It was like a large dark cloud covering the top of his head. This was the reminder initiated by supersensory perception. Killing intent? Qinshi did not turn his head and look around, but closed his eyes as if he was tired. Turning the internal vision state on silently, he released up to 15 points of spiritual power to capture the source of the malice that wanted to deprive his life. Chapter 50: Kill It, Xin Jiamen. The Silver Horse Gym was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was for ordinary users with monthly and annual cards, the second floor was for VIP students brought by various gold medal coaches, and the third floor belonged to a private area that required a card to enter. The source of the malice came from the hidden gaze in the third-floor corridor. The man in a black suit stood tall, looking down on Qinshi in the rest area. His palms were propped on the solid railing, his eyes revealing a touch of coldness. A good business, letting someone spoil it. What bad luck! Boss, Coach Luo, Coach Li, and Coach Chang, a few of them were handcuffed by the inspection team. The leader who took the lead told us to shut down and reorganize, wait for the results of the investigation, and then reopen. The high heel stepped on the solid wood floor, making a clack sound. The female secretary walked to the man in the suit. By the way, the inspection team also recovered quite a few 9 Dragons potions from the locker room that they didn't have time to dispose of. The people do not fight with the officials. Take a step back and the sea is wide open. The man in the suit comforted himself and slowly withdrew his sight. But after thinking for a while, he was still angry and cursed. Luo Hui, this idiot, I don't know where to recruit new trainees from, stabbing such a big basket. The inspecting team's Chen difference has a strong background, a direct lineage of the Chen family. The female teacher is called Lin Yunqing, the sister of Lin Xiaohan, the director of the Concurrent Affairs Department of Kiguangeng University. The metropolitan area is known as the Chen Lin half of the day, for s sake. I've messed with 2 of them at once. In normal times, the man in the suit, who boasted of being a successful man, did not have to be so scrupulous in the face of the inspection team. These days, who comes out to do business? There is no doorway, there is no backer. But the luck is too bad, the metropolitan area of 10 million people, but bumped into 2 pieces of kicking iron plate. Boss, calm down. Seeing that the boss was furious, the female secretary consciously puffed out her chest to make the left and right hemispheres a little fuller. What should we do now? How about reporting to Mr. Cheenside? Let him think of a solution. The man in the suit was tall, with an abnormally thick neck and bronze-colored skin, like a human standing black bear. He glanced at the unguarded and tantalizing spring light, but there was no reaction. First, solve the hidden dangers, block the mouths of old Luo, old Li, and old Chang, so that they don't talk nonsense. In addition, try to put the matter to rest. The money that should be refunded, don't tell people to make a fuss and expand the impact. The female secretary took out a pen and paper and jotted down the points that the boss had handed down. During this time, she was bending over again, twisting her hips again, all kinds of curve bending, just short of lifting up her skirt. Well, tell old Yen to come in. This store is closed, the other branches are open as usual. Sending off the scratching female secretary, the man in the suit's face sank like water. Where did you find the roasted chicken? It will only distract me and affect my medication. It's on later. He took a deep breath, took out 3 greenish, rich potions from the safe, flexed his fingers and flicked the needle, injecting it under the skin. The effect was almost visible to the naked eye. As the potion hit the body, the large muscles of the arms wriggled and contracted, and the waist and stomach rose like an inflated half circle or so. The body's own secretion of testosterone is nowhere near as fast as the stimulation from the zapping drug. As long as the muscles go up fast, women? Not worth mentioning. Injecting the 9 Dragons Supreme Edition from Smoky City over the past few years, the man in the suit has long been uninterested in beauty. When the middle-aged man called Old Yen stepped into the office. "Boss, you looking for me?" Suit man immersed in the effects of the needle, the skin slowly red, and then turned purple and blue, root blood vessels floating on the surface, following the rhythm of his breathing back and forth. At this time, his skin was extremely sensitive and couldn't stand any slight friction, so he took his suit off and stood naked. It was a full 40 minutes or so before that pain passed. "Old Yen, I'm going to trouble you to help me kill again." The man in the suit let out a long sigh of relief. Ordinary painkillers were no longer effective for him. Unless he spent a lot of money to buy the ultimate bliss patch from the Smoke City side, he could only get relief. Who is the boss going to kill? Old Yen looks very ordinary, thinning hair, plaid shirt, has not in line with the age of the pale, as well as walking corpse like band flavor. If thrown in a network company, it was bound to be a top big shot, but appearing in the Silver Horse Gym, where muscular men were everywhere, it was rather plain. Old Luo, Old Li, Old Chang, these few. Although they are not clear about the exact source of the drug supply, but it involves a lot of quality trainees, the inspection team investigates too deeply, the trouble will end up on my head again. The man in the suit had a cold expression. In recent years, when I encountered any trouble, it was you who helped me solve it, Old Yen. I'm going to have to labor you out again this time. Old Yen wiped his thinning hair back with confidence. Boss, don't worry. I promise I won't let them have the chance to speak again. But Lao Luo, Lao Li, Lao Chang was taken away by the inspection team. I am afraid that it is a little difficult to do the charges. The man in the suit was generous, decisively bidding $800,000 each, by 3 lives. Old Yen carefully pondered, and then determined. It should be able to be done. Wait for my good news, boss. Suitman is very trusting Lao Yen. He just opened the Silver Horse Gym, do chain stores at that time, encountered a lot of peers' malicious competition, heavy loss of money. After recognizing the Old Yen, the unassuming king of killers, for him to win the business war. By the way, boss, that report of the student boy, to not. Old Yen narrowed his eyes, his palm crossed his neck. You first check where he lives, what family, figure out. The suit man's face was grave, as if he had made some kind of determination. I'll make a personal entrance. Pay your respects. Old Yen froze. This unfolding is not quite right? Before old Luo was arrested, he passed me a video. He was in the VIP room on the 2nd floor, and in front of old Luo and Ah Chang, he administered 19 stitches of 9 Dragons Harmony in one breath. Even though it's just the ordinary version and not the supreme version that I hit, it's still extraordinary. The man in the suit had a serious expression, extremely serious. And he also took it orally, relying on human organs to digest and metabolize and absorb the medication without any pain. Old Yen, you don't understand, this teenager is an absolute powerhouse in our fitness world, more powerful than any bodybuilder I've ever seen. I would like to discuss the experience and understanding of body refining with him. Is his surname Chin? Very well, I want to join the Chin clan. Oh come on, it's sick again. Old Yen knows that the boss is heavily obsessed with muscle building. Opening a chain of gyms to sell drugs is just out of interest. Looking for all kinds of quick channels to become a devil sinewy man is the purpose. He did not discourage, promised to help keep an eye on the student boy, turned his head and left the office. Leaving the Silver Horse Gym, took a taxi back to the senior apartment. This middle-aged man with the cool appearance of a program ape, who was actually a cold-blooded killer, sat down in front of the computer at the first opportunity and inserted a carefully secured black identification card into the data interface slot. Authentication is completed, the web page is logged in, then extreme care is taken to sign up for a new account and an anonymous email address, and finally invisible information is encrypted. Ensuring that the risk of exposure is minimized, Lao Yen then clicked on the killed program to release the order. Targets: Luo Hui, Li Junqi, Changcheng. Note identity information. Delivery location: Metropolitan Area Inspection Team. Delivery time: within 5 days. Reward for taking orders: 3 people totaling 600,000 yuan. Crackling knock knock. Lao Yan finally got it right. Click on the order. Killed the Mai is matching you with a writer. Please wait patiently. This money, it's really getting bad. Old Yen didn't continue to wait, closed this gray program that wasn't officially recorded, cleared all traces, and pulled out the anonymous identification card. Finally, he took out the casting emblem that he had purchased at a high price from Haijo Nova, supposedly from the hands of a mechanical apprentice, placed it in his palm, and bowed his head in prayer. Bell 1, praise the gears. Bell 2, soothe the soul of the machine. Bell 3, breathe life into it. In about 20 minutes, after completing this odd prayer full of religious implications, Old Yen was dripping with sweat and nearly deflated. As a former school bully who almost got into the 4 major national universities and a senior student in the field of mechanics, he knew very well that in Hangzhou Nova, he had to be careful of all electronic products, and the more electricity consumed, the more terrifying it would be. I'm kind of taking my life to place an order. Old Yen sat in the dimly lit room for a long time, and did not hear the nightmare-like buzzing, as well as sharp whistling, which completely relaxed. Every night lying in bed, the moment before he sank into sleep, he would remember the big explosion in the old city center, the roaring fire and rising smoke, the horrifying sound of nuisance electric current hovering in the night sky, emitting a demonic maniacal laughter. It's about time for Hangzhou to open up its routes, save up enough money and run away. This hellhole in Hangzhou can't stay a bit. Chapter 51: Financial Products, Future Warriors. Intermediate Achievement. Deep Sleep. 1930. Xinsher woke up from the soft bed, his eyes slightly dazed. He is used to sleeping on the hard wooden bed in his own house, and he is not quite used to this kind of comfortable experience where he can fall into it and wrap his body around it. The cool morning breeze blew open the curtains, more rare for him to have the thought of sleeping a little longer to stay in bed. The rich countryside wears down people's hearts. Xinsher sighed, sat up vigorously, stepped on the soft carpet with bare feet, and bathed in the summer sunlight pouring in through the window. A beautiful day had begun again. If I were to live like this from birth, I might not still be struggling to study hard and try to get into the new first middle school. But then again, the family is in a good condition, and the educational resources are much richer, saving effort. Xinsher simply shuffled around, his thoughts diverged. The local residents of the metropolitan area and the old city, the difference between the two in terms of the educational resources they enjoyed was not small. He also remembered that when he was in the 11th middle school of the children, the school did not even have a computer room. Every time the microcomputer class to play some of the Cluster Cup tournament highlights, or historical documentaries of the ancient times, until he stepped into the new first middle school, only the first contact with computers. When I first entered the computer room, I had to wear shoe covers, issue identification cards, and learn the process of powering on the computer. Xinsher couldn't help but grin when he remembered the teacher's extremely reverent expression in the face of a bulky and square computer. Not like surfing the internet, more like worshipping Buddha with incense. Pushing the door downstairs, he walked to the dining room. Lin Yunqing, the dog woman, was probably still huffing and puffing, so he opened the refrigerator by hand and took out a few boxes of canned high-energy food from it, showing off wildly as breakfast cuckoo. Compared to calling the community housekeeper to order food and eating normal food like bread and milk and fried eggs and macaroni, the canned high-energy food that could provide more physical energy consumption was more suitable as his first choice. Tasteless is tasteless, can't help but recharge fast. Xinsher chewed and swallowed quickly, finishing off a box in a few minutes. Perhaps it was the reason for unlocking the overgrowth achievement on his food sequence list. The more nutritious it was and the more energy it contained, the higher the priority. The synthetic category was a solid concentrate of nutrient liquid, far stronger than proteins such as rice and meat, while the nutrient paste belonged to a more concentrated version, ensuring the body's daily consumption while providing large calorie stores. This not only prevents you from feeling hungry easily, but also supports prolonged life activities and avoids dangerous situations such as heat loss, heart palpitations, and low blood sugar. It is said that on top of the high-energy food, there is also such extreme goods as energy liquid, hit a tube in, dragon essence and all diseases. Xinsher pondered when he could glean a bottle of this stuff from Lin Yunqing's hands to taste the flavor. Since sweeping away the gang of fake drug dealers from the Silver Horse Gym a few days ago, his life had once again resumed its previous steady pace. During the day, he occasionally looked for Lao Liang to refine his old martial arts practice and fighting methods, and at night, he went to Midnight Palace on Baiguan Street to work part-time. Only one extra item, running to Lin Yunqing's house to dabble in food and drink, white-whoring high-energy food cans, and incidentally guest coaching for $500 an hour. The dog woman took advantage of the gap between me changing my training clothes yesterday and took my short sleeves, long pants, and shoes to the wash, causing me to have a home to return to. The unexpected situation forced Qinshi to stay at Lin Yunqing's villa for the night, and if not for the dog woman's favor of helping out last time, he would have come at least 3 times to intentionally bombard his fist before it was over. Got up quite early, little assistant coach Qin. Waiting for Qinshi to finish his morning workout and complete the 15 times of qi sense circulation, Lin Yunqing walked out of the room draped in her robe. Fortunately, the dog woman was not a buxom sect, wrapped tightly all over her body, and did not make that boring play of teasing and seducing. The inspection department called the other day, your last report on the Silver Horse Gym's fake drug dealers, the case has been closed, there is probably a $1,500 in bonuses, ask you when to go pick up? Lin Yunqing veiled her face, unhurriedly doing facial cleaning. So fast in efficiency? Qinshi felt surprised. Those fitness trainers who were detained died violently, I heard it was food poisoning. Lin Yunqing said as she turned on the TV to listen to the daily news. The inspection team site is making a scene, and is thoroughly investigating the source of the poisoning. So far, they have only arrested a few suspected society-rotten boys. Poisoning? Qinshi narrowed his eyes and suddenly remembered the fluctuation of killing intent he perceived in the Silver Horse Gym that day. In the end, he pinpointed the source on the 3rd floor, then inquired with Zhou Ning and learned that it was the office of his boss, Zhao Kun. Could it be that a poor student like me who is diligent and works hard is still not immune to being targeted by evil forces? Because I stirred up their business and inadvertently struck a counterfeit medicine syndicate that involves huge profits, they are preparing to send out assassins to eliminate me? Qinshi carried out a reasonable brainstorming. The most classic bridge in the network readings was nothing more than this, provoking the villainous organization, and then suffered from targeting, suppression, and even persecution, and had no choice but to go on a rampage to kill back. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited inwardly. Close to 17 points of life force, can finally have a use for it. We have to ask Xiaozhou to keep an eye on the movements of the Silver Horse Gym, and then ask Mr. Lin to ask his friends in the inspection team to check on this Xiao Kun, so that we can prevent the danger before it happens, and nip it in the bud. Qinshi mulled over the strategy to deal with the situation, and his afterglow swept over the monument panel. Intermediate Achievement Deep Sleep 1930. Intermediate Level Achievement Muscle Memory 34%. Intermediate Achievement Overgrowth 2%. Before the school year starts, deep sleep should be able to rise to advanced for better results. As for muscle memory, a progress of a few percent up every day isn't too slow. The corners of Qinshi's mouth smiled, quite satisfied. Even if overgrowth was slightly behind, it was fine, he had already collected several achievement series badges anyway. Thoughts flickered and unfolded the details, only to see the granite-like stone monument, a few deep branding-like slashes and axes emerged. Flesh-eating, grass-eating, earth-eating. Qinshi bared his teeth. Apart from these 3, what else can a normal human eat? It can't be a dung eater, right? Knowing that, he had even paid for a bag of clean kale and clay to taste it lightly in order to get his badge together. Lacking the replenishment of high-grade energy, the increase in vitality during the nascent stage gradually tends to stop. Next it'll be back to relying on exercise and slowly improving. Qinshi scanned through his own data. Old Martial Practice Level 3740. Old Martial Fighting Technique Level 3240. Both his practicing and fighting methods had risen to LV3. The former's chi sense circulation had become a habit, as if it was as natural as breathing. The latter was doing better and better in terms of transporting energy and generating power, as well as at the level of body coordination. Every night in the space of consciousness, Li Yuan and Xie Yuqing have to be ravaged a dozen times. Recently, they had developed into the no injury flatta flow, no dodging and no retreating around the circle flow, and only using blocking to exhaust stamina flow and other challenges to pass. I must find an opportunity to force old Leon to teach me a lesson. Without a beating, how can I progress in my fighting style? Qinshi made up his mind. He was tired of speed passing Fargo and Chang all the time, and both of them were going to be played out. It was time to experience a more advanced level of the bottom boss of the level. ZD 9th Middle School Guardian Lao Liang. Physical 16.1 16.8. Spirit 15.2 15.5. The intensity of the battle retrace isn't strong enough, and my spirit power can't rise with it. Qinshi put his eyes on Lin Yunqing. Speaking of which, why not use this dog woman as a new sandbag? He was guest chaperoning these days, so perhaps he hadn't brushed up enough battle arenas. The current available options were still only Li Yuan and Xie Yucheng. Lin Yunqing heard the ringing of the doorbell and spoke. The food delivery is here, Assistant Professor Xiao Qin helped take it. The dog woman does not dress up much on weekdays, but pays a lot of attention to skin care, what moisturizing and replenishing water can be created, busy all morning. No wonder it looks white and smooth. Xinsher glanced at the robe slip to reveal the shoulder, really old shoulder giant slippery woman. He got up and went forward, opened the door and saw an elegant young man wearing black-framed glasses and an executive jacket. You are? Xinsher was stunned for a moment. Hello, my name is Lin Xiaohan, Junqing's elder brother. The elegant youth's stiff expression flickered and quickly put on a gentle smile that made people feel like spring breeze. Bad. What should he do if he stays overnight at the female teacher's house and is arrested by his brother the next morning? Xinsher's heart pounded. If he confessed to leniency that he hadn't done anything, and at most, he had loosened your sister's bones with his fists, could this Qiguang Hangdai concubine office director believe it? You are little Qin, right? I've often heard Yun Qing mention you. Lin Xiaohan was very cultured and smiled lightly. I'm on vacation today, and I specifically came over to see if my unintelligent sister has tossed the house out of shape. He walked towards the house while scanning around, his heart slightly relieved. Living room sofa, kitchen stove, floor-to-ceiling windows, did not find any traces of fierce fighting. But when he saw Lin Yunqing, who was wearing a long robe and applying a face mask, the veins on the corners of his forehead popped up again. Lin Xiaohan frowned, gently scolded. Where is the appearance of a girl's family? Being under the same roof as your own students, you don't know to pay attention. Looking at Xinsher, who deliberately kept her distance, Lin Yunqing removed her mask and straightened up. Little Assistant Professor Qin is my financial management program, understand? Keeping a relatively close relationship is convenient for warming up feelings and maintaining long-term commitment. I've already put forward all of my pocket money that exists in the Dongsha Bank to invest in this future warrior standard financial product of Assistant Professor Xiao Qin. Lin Xiaohan listened in awe, almost believing it. Really invest? No teacher, student or sister brother love? Lin Yunqing laughed contemptuously. Brother, you are outdated. I took the big heroine Fomeo Tian script, walking alone beautiful, confident and radiant route, which can not just open the relationship line. As the saying goes, if you don't manage your finances don't care about you. The opportunity to realize economic independence and financial freedom is right in front of us. Brother, do you want to participate in a share? Lin Xiaohan turned his head to look at Xinsher, who had no obvious specialties other than his clean temperament and good looks, and shook his head and asked. I'm letting your sister-in-law manage all my money, so I don't have any spare time to subsidize your little boyfriend. You've saved up some private money like a miser in the past few years, conservatively estimating tens of millions of dollars should be there. Investing in a senior with no more than 20 points of vitality, can you spend it all? Lin Yunqing lifted her chin and crossed her arms with her head high. Wrong, it's simply not enough to spend. I used $18 million just to build the primary meditation room for mind cultivation. In addition, I also purchased several bottles of energy liquid produced by United Pharmaceuticals at a high price, the head brand of the pharmacist Buddha of the autonomous region of Tianzhu, and the 7-leaf Garuda sapling. No, sister, you're raising martial gods? Lin Xiaohan was dumbfounded by what he heard. Even though he was so profound in raising qi, he was still shocked by Lin Yunqing's big spending. Are you crazy? Stud betting on your family? Lin Yunqing laughed triumphantly. Brother, if you were to use $30 million to cultivate a juvenile Heilanchan, do you think it's a loss or a gain? Lin Xiaohan sighed helplessly. After the first 10, every year in the Group Star Cup qualifiers, there were people who put up the signboard of Heilanchan second, who really made it. Why don't we see which one calls himself Little Qi Wuxiang? Because Qi Wuxiang is still alive, Heilanchan has already died. Flesh and spirit unity is indeed rare, but may not be able to walk into that road to heaven. Lin Yunqing's fighting spirit pulled full. I want to try to see, anyway, lost money, let mom and dad to arrange what marriage, pick a look at the young master of the emperor's capital, charge him tens of millions of dowry. Dad said, there is no such thing as a child crying every day, there is no such thing as a gambler losing every day. At worst, it's better than Yu Li, the pretender, right? Chapter 52 Hangzhou's Past, New Martial Arts Schools. So Dad was a notorious philanthropist in the academic world. He specializes in helping the needy and does not hesitate to spread his family's wealth. Anyone who heard that would have to give a thumbs up and praise Imperial Capital's timely reign in Haizhou's Hubawi. Lin Xiaohan was nearly laughed at by his sister's exasperation. His father, Lin Shantian, had a bad habit of gambling a little in his early years, and would pull bets on anyone he met for more than 3 sentences. He was a visiting professor at one of the 4 major national universities, but he was so poor that he ate at the student cafeteria. North China's imperial capital still circulated a good story about Professor Lin's simple style, intoxicated by his studies, and gnawing on steamed buns with fresh water every day. If not happened to meet one of the branches of the field of spiritual energy interested in ancient history of the mother, from then on to bond. And then evening grandparents, a family of imperial capital high family, Professor Lin early drinking the northwest wind starvation death. Mom was also one of Dad's students back in the day. Wait, why did I say also? Line, said but you, when the time to dump the family, cannot afford to buy clothes and bags, to rely on the sale of collections to live, do not drop small pearl. Lin Xiaohan was full of helplessness, had known that sending Lin Yunqing to the youth palace as a volunteer teacher would be this result. How could he beg his parents for mercy? As the director of the Concurrent Affairs Department of Qiguang Hangda, plus his own experience of having been employed at major first-class colleges and universities, Lin Xiaohan had seen no less than 3 digits of gifted students. Dongxia is full of gifted and talented people with extraordinary encounters, and there is even no shortage of descendants of martial arts god families with amazing talent to the point where they can enter the Chuanqing Cup at the age of the weakest champion, win a good ranking, and then make great progress along the way to impact the top of the world. Among them, there was no one who stood out more than his sister's childhood friend, Yu Li. Do you think that this little Qin assistant coach can catch up with little Yu? Lin Xiaohan pulled back the restaurant seat and sat across from Lin Yunqing. The former was born in Hangzhou, a frontier nova that has been blocked from foreign routes for nearly a decade. As for the latter, he grew up in the military compound since he was a child, studying in the Lantian kindergarten, the elementary school and junior high school directly under the organizational units. Xiaoqin, he went to high school before, may not understand the concept of life force cultivation, and Xiaoyu at that time already with his grandparents around the guards to play military boxing. I admit that extraordinary talent as well as hard work can erase part of the gap brought about by birth. But the children of the workers on Old Factory Street are not the only ones who understand the importance of self-discipline and hard work. Xiaoyu has also worked very hard to get to where he is today. When talent and heart are similar, family conditions and personal origin are the final straw that crushes the opponent. Lin Yunqing lightly patted the delicate face that was like congealed grease, closed the small mirror for touching up her makeup, and said with blissful disinterest. Don't listen, the Wangba recites the sutra. Thinking of the tens of millions of deposits that his own sister had painstakingly saved up for some years going down the drain, Lin Xiaohan inexplicably felt a physical pain. What an elbow to turn outward. I'm short of funds for my research, so you don't give me any support, but you're very generous with your little boyfriend. Lin Yunqing bristled. Who told you to always speak well of Yu Li? Since kindergarten, I've never liked this kid, and the more I grow up, the more I hate him. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have the talent to develop my life force and can only follow my dad in ancient history, I would definitely stomp on his head hard and beat him to a pulp. Lin Xiaohan was dumbfounded. He used to think that his sister and Xiaoyu were happy enemies. Only later did he realize that Lin Yunqing's dislike and boredom towards Yu Li was completely out of true feelings. Then I won't mind my own business, you can be as happy as you want. Whenever Xiaoqin's vitality breaks through 20 points, bring him to Qiguang Hangda and I'll find a new martial arts teacher for him. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Lin Yunqing, Lin Xiaohan, who was self-conscious of his worrying, could only change his words. By the way, what's the origin of Xiaoqin's old martial arts teacher, have you inquired about it? Lin Yunqing shook her head. I heard assistant coach Xiaoqin mention it once. It seems to be a physical education teacher at the children's school. In fact, I don't quite believe that a gym teacher could cultivate an old martial arts genius whose physical body breaks the limit. Lin Xiaohan frowned and thought. He was new to the area and was not familiar enough with the local Department of Education in Hangzhou, so he could not think of the names of a few powerful teachers for a while. He said with his mouth. The children's school on Old Factory Street was glorious in the past. At that time, Hangzhou was not yet blockaded, and Dongxia was preparing to build it into a super Tier 1 administrative region with strategic significance and economic development going hand in hand. Think about it, the eastern suburb of Dangyang was the center of Hangzhou at that time, and the children's school could be proud of it. Lin Yunqing was in imperial capital until high school and then transferred to Haizhou, so she really wasn't clear about this past. Why did it fall into disrepair like this? This place in Hangzhou is absolutely unique in its electronic blockade and energy confinement. She asked curiously. There's no way to tell you. Lin Xiaohan glanced at Qin Shi, who was sitting in the living room, far away. I only know some of the finer details, the specifics are very complicated, and it's impossible to come up with a clear and correct answer. But one thing, never remember, those communication devices, electronic tools you used in Imperial Capital and Haizhou, don't take them to Hangzhou to use. Lin Yunqing muttered in a small voice. Airport security is so strict, it would have been taken away and disposed of long ago. Lin Xiaohan was still uneasy and urged. Anyway, listen well, this planet of Henzhou is rather special, belonging to the saline land of mechanics and psychics, and can't give birth to any good seedlings. Maybe it's because of the reason that it's a perfect complement to the shortcomings. In the past, it was exceptionally prolific in martial artists, and there were quite a few powerful characters that came out of it. Hearing this, Lin Yunqing immediately became interested, although she studied ancient history and did the dirty work of grave robbing and fighting, but she had a heart of yearning to be a female martial arts god. Otherwise, she wouldn't have begged her dad to teach her Xinwu military physical fist. I just know a Major Qin Huayan, the direct lineage of Qin Shui who commands the 4th War Regiment. The Smoky City Qin family is weirdly shameless, always rubbing this relationship the wrong way, itching to trace their ancestors back a dozen or so generations, so as to get a little bit of kinship. Lin Xiaohan snapped his fingers and carefully did the math. Nova great development that time, the pioneering period, 100 ways to be emerging, all kinds of dragons and snakes together, competing with each other. This is the case with the Chen Quan and Lin Yuanlong under Chen Lin's half-day. Smoky City Qin family in the early years is quite powerful, after all, the same opener's family, such as that alone to open up the Smoky City, the town of 20 years of Qin Shuj will be very colorful, his spiritual cultivation was once close to the master. Just in recent years slowly less, let me produce the impression of not much, there is a surname Liang, broke out of the name, luck is not too good, his hand inflammatory fist is very sharp. By the way, countless circulated outside the Helan Zen seated version of the Hangzhou is also in it. Lin Yunqing said with a cheeky smile. Helan-chan was long ago written by all the ground-up texts, and every protagonist must have obtained this stone Buddha's heavenly royal secret collection and then came out of nowhere. Looking at the 34 administrative districts of Eastern Xia, there are at least 34 versions, if not more. What poor boy from the imperial capital was withdrawn from his marriage, set a 3-year period, and then got Ilan-chan to pass on his kung fu from one generation to the next? The Haizhou male was dug up and abandoned for his bones, and was stranded in the countryside of Jiangzhou, but unexpectedly, Helan-chan did not die, and transformed into a divine tree, secretly imparting his Geisher Dharma. Lin Xiaohan glared at his own sister. Net know how to read some old epic internet reading, extremely difficult to obtain internet access, let you do this? This version of Hangzhou is not considered empty and baseless. Before Helan-chan sat down, he did respond to the policy of the Martial Association, classifying his own void meditation thoughts for cultivating the mind as an SSS-ranked textbook, and granting it to the local chapter in Hangzhou. It was intended to support the children's schools as a treasure of the town school, but as a result of that mega arsenal explosion, a lot of teaching materials were lost. Because of this incident, the Hangzhou chapter was very unpopular with the Martial Arts Association. Lin Xiaohan tapped his fingers on the table and suddenly made fun of it. You don't have to say, if you find this void meditation thoughts that cultivates the mind and is straight out of manifestation. $30 million of investment sprinkled with water, take it to the auction house in Imperial Capital, no matter what price is offered, that kind of huge rich and powerful businessman can take it. Lin Yunqing rolled her eyes. If she had this luck, these years of investment in finance would not have gone down the drain. What to buy what falls, what to sell what rises, known as the industry lamp. With her close relationship with the head of the inspection team, Chen Difeng, relying on the Yuncheng anti-buy, villas by the sea operation, has almost earned enough for a million-class high-end car. Assistant Professor Xiao Qin, this is my brother Lin Xiaohan, a teacher at Xiguan Hangda. Lin Yunqing got up and pulled his elder brother, introducing him to Qin Shi to get to know him. Didn't you say last time that you were quite interested in the new martial school? Xiguan Hangda is the stronghold of new martial arts in Hangzhou, and all kinds of bionic streams, military martial arts streams, and extreme streams can blossom all over the place. Qin Shi sat far away, but the increase in hearing brought about by supersensory perception allowed him to intermittently capture only a few words. The names casually mentioned by the Lin family siblings, what with the 4th Battle Regiment's Major Marshal Qin and the Pathfinder clan's patriarchs, were all characters that he, the son of an old factory street employee, could not even come into contact with. Hello Director Lin. Qin Shi's attitude was polite. If he didn't happen to know Lin Yunqing, he would have to go through all the effort to get into Qiguan Hangda and excel in the student union or some other group before he could meet Lin Xiaohan. No need to be formal, I take you as Yunqing's friend. Lin Xiaohan looked down at his own sister-in-law who had bad eyes and eased his tone. relying on President Ji of Qiguang Hangda to vigorously promote the new martial arts, innovate the schools, and change the teaching materials, so that there is now the flourishing appearance of 100 flowers blossoming. I myself also follow the path of new martial arts, practicing Fuxing Tongwen's signature martial art, the extreme nitrogen freezing Dao, which belongs to the extreme flow. Revival Tongwen, one of the 4 major nationalities. Xin Shi secretly lamented. These elites with good family backgrounds almost always have to take the 4 great nationalities. Is it because the Martial Arts Association's top-notch teaching materials can only be shared by these 4 top-tier academies? It's really a one-tree bridge for 1,000 armies. Thinking of his own sister's stud family, Lin Xiaohan took the initiative to open the back door. Little Qin student, if you want to understand the new martial arts, you can let Yin Qing borrow your student card. Qiguang Hengda's virtual sparring room, usually very lively. Chapter 53, Matchmaking Room, Fish Pond Bureau. Virtual battle room? Xin Shi's eyes were permeated with anticipation. He had heard from someone in the new first middle school's ambitious class that first-class universities not only had strong faculty, but also had a variety of advanced equipment that was equally complete. With the identification of a student card, one could enter the school's intranet and use many functions according to one's level of authority. What's the use of my senior student card? I don't have the right to ban, delete posts, or block numbers in chat rooms. Brother, lend me your director's card, so I can lead Assistant Professor Shao Qin in a killing spree. Lin Yunqing smiled playfully and made a gesture to reach out for it. Fight if you can, but if you can't, kick me out of the room, and I guarantee that I'll be number 1 in the Qiguang Hengda battle power ranking in half a week. Lin Xiaohan lazily ignored his own sister, who was not in the right shape, and just laughed at Qin Shi. This year's scoreline of Qiguang Hengda is slightly higher than usual, about 800 points. In addition to the basic scores of each semester, like the Life Force Fixed Section Exam, the Meditation Master Qualification Exam, and the Mechanic Certification Exam, these categories, as long as they produce grades, they can all add points. Yun Xing thinks highly of you. She's always been picky in her vision. It's rare that she recognizes someone so much. Shao Qin, you need to work harder, don't fail to live up to expectations. Okay, Director Lin. Xin Shi nodded his head obediently and thought to himself. Director Lin is looking at me with a strange look in his eyes. Inexplicably, he has a vestigial feeling of I'm handing my sister over to you. Could it be that he really wants to be the Lin family's superfluous son-in-law to eat soft food? I'm shouldering old Liang's high hopes and intend to revive the glory of the old martial arts. Xin Shi silently strengthened his beliefs, ignoring the strong temptation of the villa and luxury car with the director's great uncle. Lin Xiaohan is usually busy, did not stay too long. Before leaving, he only handed over one sentence. Uncle Chen's birthday is scheduled for Jinhui Mansion in a while, remember to attend the dinner. Lin Yunqing eyes shine. This kind of occasion is a lot of bigwigs, is not the perfect opportunity to pull investment? Compared to the young masters of the imperial capital, who were not moving, and the sons of Haizhou, who were full of elites, Lin Yunqing's eyes sparkled. Hangzhou metropolitan area's rich Kaizi's current version is a little backward, still stuck in the love of the limelight and pretend to be mature of the infancy, belongs to the development of the difficulty of the quality of the leaks. Good Lu. Brother, I must be on time, absolutely will not be late. Lin Yunqing quickly agreed. Be quiet, after a while when mom is calm, I let Jinjin buy some supplements, by the way, for you to intercede. What's always in the youth palace doing, delaying time to write papers and do research? Lin Xiaohan uneasily urged. This sister of his was hindered by the mediocrity of her own talent and the slow growth of her life force, forcing her to choose to major in ancient history in the spiritual energy department of Qiguang Hangda University. However, she was also obsessed with martial artists, and since she was a child, she had been watching videos of the Gunstar Cup tournament and pestering her father to teach her Xinwu military physical fist. After his vitality rose to 17 or 18 points, he got carried away and went around provoking fights and causing trouble, highlighting a vegetable and fun-loving. If it wasn't for the fact that the Lin family barely had any face in Hangzhou Nova, they would have lost out many times. I don't want it, I'm not right. It's the one surnamed Qin himself who was blind, treating me like one of those money-minded canaries, coming up to show off his wealth and spreading coins. Lin Yunqing said indignantly. In the place of imperial capital or Haizhou, if I casually yell out, there would be a dozen or so minions to dismantle him. Lin Xiaohan shook his head helplessly. His sister's temper follows his mom, and his hobbies follow his dad, which really gives him a headache. Leaving the villa area, the waiting secretary Su parked the car on the side of the road. Then he bends down and pulls open the car door for Director Lin to sit in. Hangzhou, there are too many historical problems, don't even know where to start. Lin Xiaohan leaned back in the back seat, remembering the chat he had just had with his little sister, his eyebrows gradually tightened. Before he left Yazhou, he had a serious talk with his dad. Of the 3 divisions and 9 ministries in Eastern Xia, the education division had the largest structure, the most bloated staff, and the slowest promotions. If the young and strong faction wants to get ahead, it will have to pull down the old guard at the top, who are like zombies in an ancient tomb. In the north, the imperial capital is heavy with gatekeepers, and it is easy to break. The next level of Haizhou and Jingzhou is tightly clustered, and there are a lot of hilltops, so they can't be squeezed in. Before the age of 50, if you want to step into the red building of the Department of Education to report to the office, and become a party of great officials, naturally you need to make bright political achievements. Hangzhou has been marginalized for many years. If we combine the strengths of the 2 Qinlin families to manage the disease and sweep away the roots of the disease, we may have some chances. Lin Xiaohan took off his glasses and gently wiped them. He did not inherit his father's cynical, no disobedience to things attitude temperament, but more like his mother, competitive, not willing to stay behind. Secretary Su, what's the news from the Qin family? Qin Lihao had invited Director Lin for dinner and meeting every day before, and sent gifts a few times in a row. I replied as you instructed me to, saying that you were too busy and unavailable. Secretary Su smoothly drove the Ling Yune 6, the symbol of the system. But it suddenly subsided in the past 2 days. Lin Xiaohan put on his black-rimmed glasses again. The person who is in charge of the Qin family is Qin Renning. Since Qin Lihao hasn't moved, it's time for his elder brother to step in. Chen, Lin, Qin, and Zhang. When the 4th War Regiment of the Great Expedition incorporated Henzhou into the Eastern Xia territory, the first pioneers to arrive were these 4 great families. Undeniably, they had paid huge amounts of manpower and material resources in the early stages of pioneering, and many of their bloodline heirs had fallen on the thorny path of border exploration, forging a sad song in the history of the family. But the first batch of rich dividends have been seized and plundered by them, enjoying digestion, enabling the family to flourish, branching out and forming the most robust tree rooted in this land. 1,000 years have passed. The 4 great families should have left Hangzhou with their harvest, but that big explosion made Hangzhou the 8th East Summer to carry out electronic blockade and energy confinement administrative planet that can only enter and is very difficult to exit. Lin Xiaohan unconsciously tapped on the armrest, and the words of his unreliable father seemed to echo in his ears. Different ways of upward mobility exist for different people. How you take the first step often depends on how far your gaze falls. There are those who need to constantly emphasize their origin, region, and family name to express the intention of being selectable and cultivated, and there are those who should wash away the stigma that accompanies them from birth to prove their awareness. Come, Assistant Professor Xiaoqin, I'll help you register your user number for the virtual sparring room. Lin Yunqing eagerly pulled Qin Shi to take the elevator and walk into the spacious and bright basement. She introduced a computer that used transistors as components, about the size of a washing machine, from somewhere. Its surface was etched with intricate and exquisite streamlined characters that resembled mysterious symbols. Qin Shi, who had mastered 5 languages common to a wide range of regions, didn't understand it, and only found it very odd. It was not like a technological artifact, but more akin to a religious ritual vessel. Are you Eastern Xia people so full of rituals when you go online and play with computers? He put aside his doubts for the time being and took the item Lin Yunqing handed over. The overall shape was like a biker helmet, and after turning on the power, the goggles flashed with a constantly refreshing stream of data. Matte black, special material, light in the hand, exuding the luxury of can't afford it. The Spirit Realm series developed by Santon Heavy Industries, this thing is better than the ugly and unsightly tight-fitting combat suits, as well as the relatively poor synchronization rate of VR equipment. It's a pity that the latest portable model hasn't gone on sale yet. Lin Yunqing's explanation was filled with unfamiliar words that Qin Shi half understood. This might be the disconnect and generation gap brought about by family background. The rich kids of the elite class of the new first middle school may not be able to afford such a toy. The helmet has a similar symbol engraved on it? Qin Shi waited up and asked directly. Mr. Lin, what are these? You can see it as Santan Heavy Industries' unique design style, and as for its function, you can understand it as exorcism nut. Lin Yunqing replied. Exorcism? What, there's a ghost hiding in the electronic network? Will it eat people? Ridiculous thoughts popped up one after another in Qin Shi's head, and he looked down at the helmet again. Not to mention, it was quite like the Taoist talismans of the ancient times. He wanted to understand more carefully, but Lin Yunqing was vague. Shinshir did not continue to pursue the question. Familiarizing himself with the operation process, he put on the game helmet of the successive computers. The identification card, which represented a senior student in the field of spiritual energy at Chiguan Hangdao, dripped with a sound and scratched the socket slot above the goggles. I'll create the character image for you. Lin Yunqing used some unknown method to enter the same virtual space as Shinshir. Then she excitedly scanned his body data, followed by pinching his face, picking out his costume, and setting up his appearance special effects. Half an hour later. Shinshir's novelty of being in contact with the virtual world for the first time completely faded, leaving only sleepiness. All right. The genius of the Chiguan Hangdao Old Martial School is freshly baked. A few more minutes passed, and Lin Yunqing finally finished his work. Who are you, handsome? Shinshir opened a third-party perspective to scrutinize his outrageous look. No, this long white hair is too beautifully styled, isn't it? Why are there several pairs of big shiny wings behind his back? The pitch-black robes that were almost dragging on the ground, were they really suitable for fighting? The outer disciple of the new first middle school, if you make such a big fuss in a first-class sect like Chiguan Hangda, you might attract some true Taoist priests to stomp on your head. Shinshir, heart speechless, wasted so long, just to give him the whole godlike Final Fantasy Sephiroth look. For the time being, write down this account. Repay it later with a deliberate boom punch. Wait, what the hell is this stupid name again? Shinshir looked at the line on top of his head. 9 Heavenly Thunder Double Stomp. Too late to say more, the sparring room is activated. Facing Shinshir's gradually dangerous eyes, Lin Yunqing was very weak and directly clicked to enter. Teacher Lin, you know what, when I first met you, I thought you were quite strong. Shinshir topped off with the rakish look of Sephiroth and said slyly. Are you implying that I'm a rookie? Lin Yunqing was anxious. I'm pretty strong. Took the top 10 of my department's battle power list. Shinshir scratched and fiddled with the menu interface, tapping on the personal information of the username, Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex God of War. This department's battle power ranking, 8. This school's battle power ranking, 89,235. Segment, Tough Black Iron. Teacher Lin, I think you're strong in that you can't be demoted from that segment. With a total of less than 90,000 students in Chiguan Hangda, you're almost at the bottom of the list. Shinshir almost didn't have the strength to hold on. What a mess. The self-proclaimed top student of the new martial arts school, Lin Yunqing, was a spiritual energy faculty rookie. And also the most unbeatable ancient history major. This cold specialty is full of 30 people. I thought I was going to face a gathering group of first-class academies, but it turned out to be a dry run for me to the Fishpond Bureau. Ignoring Lin Yunqing, who was jumping around anxiously and already red-warm, Shinshir silently switched, 9 Heavenly Thunder Double Stomp, and then switched to the Martial Arts Department channel. Pay 2 dog, single row 1v1, the losing side called Daddy, those who are not convinced, welcome offline real. Wine 3 pots, I major in titanium pole gold body, seek power fierce attack speed fast lasting power strong man love. Tiny bookless, extreme stream, electricity pushing road, come only military martial arts stream, begging for abuse. Is this the aura of a college student realm powerhouse in a first-class sect? Shinshir browsed through the various speeches on the public channel while picking out the numerous portals that looked like flashes of light and shadow. You're it. A moment later, his gaze settled. Launching a match invitation. Chapter 54, Psychic Energy Department plus Old Martial School equals ultimate insult. Thanks to ally East Wind Nandu. During the summer vacation, there weren't many people online in the virtual sparring room of Chiguan Hangda. After all, students with such good conditions were a minority. It was important to know that a computer equipped with an anaglyph system and compatible with synchronization rate equipment had a purchasing budget ranging from over $100,000 to several $100,000, so it wasn't a cheap electronic product. Even if the students who could afford to study at Chiguan Hangda, 9 times out of 10, their families were not that bad, but it was difficult for them to support such a large amount of spending. Moreover, if you want to use it anytime, anywhere, you still have to obtain the qualification of internet authentication and pass the audit of the inspection department. Otherwise, if you log in as a black household and are caught by the Net Security Organization under the Ministry of Inspection, you will be fined tens of thousands of dollars and detained for 15 days at the very least. Therefore, there is a joke circulating among middle-class families in Hangzhou. What kind of family are you that you can afford to go online? Inside the virtual battle room, there were only a few hundred people, who were either opening training rooms and brushing damage against wooden stakes or idly gathering in public channels to blow off steam and chat. The online users who are currently more active are either juniors and seniors who have gotten approval from the school to stay in school, or they belong to rich brothers and sisters who live nearby and have mines at home to burn money and spread coins. Lin Yunxin, who had exposed herself as a Black Iron rookie, opened her mouth to ease the embarrassment. She inwardly lamented that her dream of creating a perfect persona, becoming a highly charismatic fishing imperial sister, and taming the old martial arts heavenly dishes was finally shattered. Let's first find the feel and experience the intensity of the new martial school. Sheen sure didn't pay attention to the dog woman, picking and choosing carefully in the sparring room. He set up various filtering conditions, filtering out the kind of seniors who were most likely top true masters and worshipped under a certain elder, and then blocking out the high-level players with a more outrageous win rate. Finally, he opened the match. A few minutes later. Drops. The interface shook steeply and lit up with a ghostly blue light. Username, Cat Head Killer. Our department's battle power ranking, 44,369. This school's battle power ranking, 71,048. Rank, Valor Brass. Sheen sure clicked on his personal information and took a look at the yellowish, rounded, nipple-headed statue. Qiguang Hangdao University Martial Arts Department, New Martial School. Let's see what's going on. He stepped into the open portal. Accepting the match. Shoo. On all sides of the open matchmaking ground, only the silver-haired beauty fell from the sky like a stream of light through the heavens, smashing down on the sturdy ring that was several hundred paces square. Those pairs of big glittering wings, matched with the gorgeous robes whose corners were fluttering, extremely windy. In comparison, the opposite side's Cat Head Killer was much more plain and unassuming. His entire body was covered in a pair of initial dress-up shorts, and there was no other clothing to hide his body. When placed in a Kryptonian online game, it was clear who was the big brother and who was the newbie. I'm going. Ran into an upperclassman's senior fish fry? Cat Head Killer was alarmed. The virtual battle room of Qiguang Hangdao relied on the campus network, and many of its functions were developed by the gang from the Psychic Energy Department and the Mechanical Department alone. It is said to refer to the old era of a large number of network games, especially absorbing the advanced experience of a penguin factory, not only launched a fashion mall, paid props, skin fragments, etc., but also deliberately opened with the student card tied to the recharge channel, and very thoughtful addition to the membership privileges. So, Cat Head Killer, a look at the matching opponent that body shiny expensive fashion, as well as handsome and forceful dazzling special effects. No, meet the damn high score segment fried fish dog. That's not right. I've obviously turned on low segment protection. He clicked on the personal information of 9 Heavenly Thunder double stomp and then froze. Black Iron? Does a rare species like Black Iron still exist in our martial arts department? Qiguang Hangdao's 3 main departments, martial arts, spiritual energy, and mechanical, included almost all branch specialties. Rare professions like battlefield bee doctor, electronic scout, and mechanical priest. Generally, they had to enroll in the Flux Ancient Stars Officers School, or the even colder Sanctuary Academy. Of the 3 main departments, the martial arts department was far ahead of the latter 2 in terms of the level of life force development. There was no doubt about that. Similarly, they were also the most active high-level group in the virtual sparring room. Almost everyone viewed scoring and charging for segments as the most important few things other than academic performance, rather than mere leisure and entertainment. Under this fiercely competitive open book environment, how could there be a Black Iron brother in the martial arts department? Wouldn't it be possible to abuse a few freshmen or rookies in the spiritual energy department and go up in rank? The reason why the mechanical department is excluded, that is because this group of oil guys can often be a whole lot of hard work. For example, zero-frame open rubbing fragmentation grenades, implanted metal armor, or the use of special terrain to set up a miniature production base, temporary assembly of disposable combat armor, turn on the portable magnetic riot coils, incarnation of magnetic explosion infantry. When encountering this kind of ruthless character, the expert whose vitality has broken 50 points will still show his head and take a second, without any room for struggle. Big brother, light abuse, I'm a sophomore newbie. Cat Head Killer applied for a voice call and opened the microphone and said. Intuition told him that only senior rich brothers and sisters would spend their money on impractical fashions. It wasn't like this stuff added attack power. Which genre? Sheen sure voiced to text inquired. Extreme stream, majoring in ripple intentional qigong. Seeing that the other party did not make a sound but only typed, Cat Head Killer recognized Sheen sure as a shameless senior who borrowed a trumpet to fry fish. Senior student posing as Black Iron, running a low segment like brass silver to find presence. Trying to be a fish fry killer, huh? Qinshi nodded. His life force was around 17 points. Jiguang Hangdao University's martial arts department enrollment conditions, at least at 45 points. Sophomore students, no matter how much they pose as a lousy student and poor academic performance, it shouldn't be lower than 50 points. Taking a few severe beatings, unlocking a few targets that are useful for combat retrospectives, quite cost-effective. It was a bit whimsical for a senior student who had just come into contact with the old martial arts path to want to step on the head of a martial arts department senior from a first-class academy. It wasn't as if the king of soldiers had returned to dominate the academy and hunted down all the girls. Playing on the valor brass is considered a success. Qinshi used the flag to engage, and the red battle flag was planted on the ground, counting down for 5 seconds. The moment it went to 0, Cat Head Killer took the lead. Facing the seniors could not hold a turtle mentality and let them play around. He stepped on his feet, and his chi sense operated in a flash, completing more than 5 full cycles. Thud! The silver ripples as if a stone had been thrown onto the surface of a lake gently swept away, forming a circle of ripples, and with this abundant strength, Cat's Head Killer's speed was unbelievably fast. Vitality far exceeding 50 points, a top student who has mastered the introductory material of the new martial arts school. Qinshi's heart was filled with excitement. He was in need of high-intensity poisonous beatings to help him grow his combat experience and refine his combat awareness. Super sensory perception was unleashed. Enhanced by the greatly improved 5 senses, the naked eye could barely keep up with the Cat Head Killer's movement trajectory. The opponent stepped, twisted his body, and stomped his foot. Silver ripples appeared again, stirring up layers of airflow, like a ferocious battle axe that splits the waves of the water, heading straight for the chest. Before he could even get close, there was a dull and incomparable feeling of suffocation. This scanning data from the mortal body, and then modeling synthetic virtual characters, almost restore more than 80% of the physical state of Qinshi. With the chi sense of heat flow surging to the limbs and bones, and then towards the soles of the feet convergence, a wisp of light wind lingering, driving him to quickly retreat, narrowly avoiding the attack. But Cat Head Killer did not stop. A kick was empty, changed to downward pedal, as a pivot point, as if a Dharma spiral body swept out. This person's leg technique is so fierce, especially with the weird ripples. Every time the ripples vibrate, his power and speed will multiply. Only exchanging hands for 1 round, Qinshi felt great pressure, and he vigorously pushed his just introduced its swift as wind potential to improve the flexibility of his stance, darting around and moving around quickly. Ha! Not like Big Brother? Cat Head Killer attacked 7 or 8 times in a row, completely gaining the upper hand and suppressing his matched opponents to the point where he had no power to fight back. Could it really be a Black Iron rookie? It shouldn't be. He opened his arms and shifted his center of gravity, like a giant bird flying against the ground. Between a few vertical steps, the silver-colored ripples vibrated several times, making the body's movements harsh and abnormal. In the blink of an eye, the palm with 5 fingers together shaped like a bird's beak had already caught up with Qinshi, heading straight for his vitals. Can't avoid it. The numerical gulf brought about by the difference in vitality that was almost more than double that of Qinshi made it tough for him to hold on every turn. The strong wind pounded his face, the knot in his throat rolled violently, his left hand turned into a palm and raised to protect his throat. At the same time, the roots of the big tendons in his body collapsed and popped, like a big ball pulling the strings, stimulating the flow of blood and pumping out even more powerful berserk power. Exchanging injury for injury? This kind of fighting method. Cat Head Killer pinched his right palm into a bird's beak, called crane pecking, the root of which comes from the old martial arts. The whole body's strength is focused on a single point. The steel plate can be pierced out of a hole, not to mention the human body. He was confident that this Black Iron brother could not block, to be broken throat cartilage, completely defeated. However, he did not expect Qinshi's palm seems to be filled with blood, violently rising. Immediately tight contraction, like a thick twisted cowhide tendon, hard pincer himself. In reality, Cat Head Killer, this is enough to call the palm of the hand waste, blood flow like a river. But the virtual battle room does not have a clear sense of pain, only about the damage judgment. Against the 9 Days of Thunder double stomp, Qinshi blood bar emptied 1/3, under such high pressure, after the golden daigo several times calcined tendons repeatedly stretch, like pressing to the limit of the spring steeply released. When the cartilage of the laryngeal knot was nearly broken, his right arm drummed his palm open, his nails bent like hooks, firmly grasping the shoulder of the Cat Head Killer. Boiling blood, rolling hot short breaths, like a motor turning the sense of circulating chi. Limbs and bones are all in one. Covered by the 12 large blood-red tendons, it spawned a matchless strength that far exceeded 17 points of vitality. Forehand shoulder drag. Backhand tearing. tendons and bones intertwined, arms twisting like twists. In a flash of lightning, Cat Head Killer's blood bar was similarly emptied by half. Although the pain was weakened, the other party's ruthlessness of sparingly poking through the palms of his hands and throat to waste one of your arms sent chills down his back. Qiguang Hong De Wu Dao Department, when did an old martial arts sect pop up? This kind of playful fighting style of both deciding between high and low as well as life and death, the style was too obvious. After this injury for injury exchange, Cat's Head Killer was no longer careless and continuously executed ripple intentional Qigong to pester this black iron brother of odd origin. 2 minutes later. With a palm strike, Cat Killer knocked out the last trace of his opponent's bloodline and won. He did not feel the pleasure of being a winner, and urgently voice mic'd. "Classmate, which class are you in, what genre?" Xinsher, who was on the losing side, was satisfied and directly exited the room to start the next handful of matches. A martial arts student from Qiguang Hangdao University. What a giveaway! Just one high-intensity battle allowed him to experience a hearty and refreshing experience. Offensive and defensive games, injury swaps, competing in life force strength and fighting moves. The originally stagnant life force seemed to be sprouting and moving. It seems to be going up. Xinsher suddenly remembered what old Liang had said about the need to break the limit. Polishing one's body and accumulating reserves, as well as intense battles and a bit of luck. Is there any way to stimulate the body more than taking more severe beatings without fatally injuring it? Xinsher thought to himself. There was no such thing as virtual combat in the era when old martial arts were prevalent. The advancement of technology is truly wonderful. With a pleasant mood, he stepped towards the next open illusory portal. Who the hell is that kid? Cat's Cat Head Killer scratched his heart with 100 claws. Defeating the Black Iron rookie didn't bring him any joy. What's more, winning wasn't clean enough either. During the exchange of blows, the opponent's vitality was obviously weak, and his strength, speed, and even physical qualities were far inferior to his own, and as a result, he was still having one of his hands wasted just like that. His moves, unlike the military martial stream and bionic stream awe. Simple and direct, the main attack on the vitals, and extremely explosive, limbs torso as a whole, flexible and coordinated. Proper old martial arts school characteristics. Cat Head Killer, too curious, Qiguang Hangda's martial arts department, when did it recruit an old martial arts school student? This is a rarer species than the spiritual energy department, which can speak human language, or the mechanical department, which has a normal sexual fetish. He went offline and switched to the campus forum interface, rushing to post. Hongda surprised the old martial arts school. The name of the virtual sparring room is 9 Heavenly Thunder Double Stump. Crackling a description of the battle process, and then added a few fuzzy screenshots of the guy's windy image. The Cat Head Killer then exited Hangda University's campus network. Not much vitality, but his muscle strength is outrageous. How did he do it? Did the old martial arts break the limit? The sunny-looking round-faced teenager took off his helmet, still thinking about the mysterious and extreme 9 Heavenly Thunder Double Stump. He had a vague intuition that his opponent's life force might not even have broken through 25 points. That meant that he had almost lost the battle while leading by double the value and occupying a big advantage. Should add a friend. Feel the bottom. The round-faced teenager got up, took out a box of fruit-flavored nutritional cream from the refrigerator, and scooped it into his mouth with a spoon as if he was eating ice cream. Flying Dazzle finished it off, filling in the physical exertion and resting for another hour and a half. He once again put on his helmet and entered the campus network platform of Qiguang Hangda. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Reply alerts came and went. The round-faced teenager opened the contents one by one. Dear Eating Ping, Black Iron Rookie Krypton so much to buy fashion? People are stupid and have a lot of money? Let him Vini 50, see the strength. Zhangbei Sycamore Tree, Qiguang Hangda how can recruit the old martial arts school? Water experience is not so water, suggests that the moderator banned the owner, shut him down small black house. To the city, seems to be true. I've got him lined up too. This kid's fighting style is so fierce, he ate my military style heavy artillery style and knocked out 2/3 of my blood. Starving to death, this guy's muscle strength is a bit exaggerated, I didn't even kill him with my imitation machine gun raptor punch. Grapefruit Orange Jiro, I asked in the communication group of the major classes, the martial arts department does not have this number of people. Fire Halberd Warrior, his account is tied to what seems to be the psychic energy department. Man of the people, the psychic energy department came to the martial arts department to fight against each other? The opposite of the Big Dipper. Never only the martial arts department abuses their reasoning. The round-faced teenager browsed through the hot posts with floors gradually rising and replies breaking through 200. In his heart, he secretly slandered. Spiritual energy department and then take the old martial path? What kind of goods? You also want to learn from Heron Zen. Scratching out the post that stirred up a heated discussion, the round-faced teenager suddenly saw a forum message that had been placed on top. The owner was Dongfeng Nandu. There was a golden crown logo in front of the username. It's Senior G. A big brother of the martial arts department in the top 10 of the battle power ranking. The round-faced teenager stared with wide eyes. He hurriedly clicked on it. Dongfeng Nandu, Spiritual Energy Department plus Old Martial School. If anyone from our Martial Dao department loses to this mysterious person, won't they be stomped on the head twice at once? Dongfeng Nandu, the ultimate insult challenge of the current martial arts department has already appeared. Students in the lower divisions will have to be careful. Losing one game is going to be a laughingstock for 4 years, or even permanently nailed to the pillar of shame. Luckily, I won by a close margin. The round-faced teenager was creeped out. He didn't want to become the man of the hour of Qiguang Hengda in this way. I wonder who will be the first unlucky kid to lose. Chapter 55 Crowdfunding Martial God, Super Protein. Qinshi was not aware of the fact that because of his appearance in the Fish Pond Bureau, he triggered a huge panic in the low-scoring section of Qiguang Hengdao University's martial arts department. Losing one game was nagged for the rest of his life. Reduced to the laughingstock of the campus in this regard. This kind of terrible consequence was naturally unacceptable to the top students of the top-tier academies who were high-minded and proud. They were both looking forward to the appearance of that old martial arts school, so that they could ruthlessly abuse it and show that the new martial arts school was powerful. But also worried about the gutter overthrow, planted in the hands of the other side, can no longer raise their heads. Originally there were no waves, like a flat lake on the campus forum of Hanyuan University, today is particularly lively. As if full of sardines in the cabin, thrown into a vitality, thieves like to flutter the big catfish. Valor Brass, Unyielding Silver, and other low-scoring martial arts students have actively single-row, competing to score. There was even the hilarious spectacle of senior Lesyman seniors, looking for younger siblings to borrow numbers to hang out. The account created by the dog woman, the good thing is that it can't be downgraded from that segment. Losing is great. From morning to night, a full 7 hours, Qinshi gathered a total of 69 matched single rows. Some of them ended the battle quickly, and were killed in seconds on the field. Some maintained 10 minutes, all kinds of chatting and exchanging, trying to find out the bottom. Bionic flow, mainly focused on machine guns, heavy artillery and other hot weapons emulation, fast punching speed, great strength, but inflexible body style. Military martial arts stream, thick-skinned meat tank warriors, refining potentials mostly for armor, tanks, cruisers. Extreme stream is the most difficult to deal with. These perverts are similar to the old martial arts, utilizing extremely harsh environment to promote physical metamorphosis. Qinshi took off his helmet, and a thick color of fatigue appeared on his brows. Although the ring fights in the virtual battle room were weakened in terms of pain and realism to avoid causing psychological harm to the students. However, the repeated injuries and failures, coupled with the highly tense spirit during the fight, and the constantly running chi sense, would continue to squeeze the body's potential. This was also the reason why Cathead Killer went offline after a handful of fights. He needed to take nutritional cream to replenish his consumption. The vast majority of martial arts students, no matter how much of an internet addiction they had, would reach their upper limit with 10 rows a day. A tough black iron like Qinshi, who was covered in liver, was rare. Little assistant Professor Qin, are you alright? Lin Yunqing asked with concern. Qinshi's crazy losing streak today had not caused her to harbor a sense of contempt. Quite the contrary, Lin Yunqing was greatly shaken. Facing the top student of the Hengda University's martial arts department, who was more than double or even more ahead in terms of vitality, assistant coach Xiao Qin had always persisted in finding extremely slim chances of victory in a situation where he was bound to lose. And on a few occasions, he came so close to doing so. Regardless of whether it was an unrestricted fight in an ordinary ring, or a top-level tournament like the Gunstar Cup that used the sky, sea, and land as its battlefield. Vitality value was never more than an entry ticket, not a key factor in determining the direction of victory or defeat. Lin Yunqing's eyes flashed with a strange color. She saw in Qinshi a martial artist's temperament that was extremely similar to that of her mother. Who cares who the opponent is, let's fight. No matter how strong the opponent was, defeat and come back. Thank you, Ms. Lin, for letting me experience the exhilarating feeling of a completely drawn-out battle. Shinshir lightly rubbed his temples. He didn't care about the dual physical and mental exhaustion. Anyway, he would be fine as long as he slept. The old martial arts sects are all battle maniacs. That doesn't seem to be wrong. Lin Yunqing muttered in a small voice. This was 69 consecutive kneels and several pages of blood-red defeats. Anyone else would have been drained long ago. I have to go home now. Teacher Lin, see you next week. Shinshir rested for a moment and got up, ready to leave. He had gained a lot today, and he needed to absorb and digest it for a while. Old Martial Practice Level 33740. Old Martial Fighting Method Level 33540. It's all brushed up in one breath. The Dog Woman's Villa, it's not bad to come and dabble often in the future. Shinshir made up his mind to visit Ms. Lin more often when he had time to enhance the teacher-student relationship. I'll give you a ride. Lin Yunqing didn't stay. Her Martial God crowdfunding cultivation program was being prepared. In another half a month, the various large couriers sent from the center city, as well as the rare items mailed from the auction house, should all arrive one after another. Little assistant Professor Qin give me a hard development. Beat those guys from the University of Hang's martial arts department, all of them, to their knees. The night of the old factory street is also noisy, but compared to the red lights, wine and gold of the city, this place is more smoke and fire and coarse feeling. Shinshir sat on the backpack back to the eastern suburbs of Dangyang. The neighbors are still enthusiastic. Uncle Zheng exercise will be the big tree knocked to the bald skin. Moncler outlet online listening to the radio, talking about the flying fairy Lian Yixing first encounter Qi Wuxian. 2 people fought for 7 days and 7 nights, across 3 cities of the legendary deeds. When will your big sister come back? My home is being renovated in a while, and I want to ask her to help pull some building materials. Auntie Lee from the opposite door asked. It should be soon. Usually when I go out of town I drive long distance for about 2 months. My sister, this trip is going to the Smoke City. Round trip for a month is enough. Shinshir replied smilingly. He also wanted to tell his big sister Qinxiao he may be able to get into the old factory street worker family's heart of the Holy Land, Qiguang Hangda, or a Kaik University of Science and Technology. As long as pulling up the Vitality Fixed Section results, breaking through the admission scoreline is guaranteed to be no problem. Auntie Zhou, what about Zhou Ning? Passing by the Xinxing kiosk, Shinshir saw Aunt Zhou who was guarding the store. Thanks to our resourcefulness, you reported that gang of fake drug dealers, otherwise it's unthinkable. Aunt Zhou, who was holding a bushel fan, showed a look of gratitude. Zhou Ning and his father went to the hospital for a checkup. Luckily nothing happened, just a bit of overnutrition. The doctor said that he has an outstanding physique, strong drug resistance, and the hormones that were zapped in were slow to be absorbed. No wonder, Zhou Ning used to often complain about his parents hard to give himself what wisdom won, anthroposophical drugs. The pressure is not useful. The case is solved. It turns out to be a drug-resistant holy body. Shinshir held back the rising corners of his mouth. Buy 2 bottles of soda and a few packets of snacks, take it to the family's youngest Qinlan. He exchanges a few pleasantries with Auntie Zhou and says that he will visit the hospitalized and convalescing Zhou Ning again in a few days. The light was on inside the shed, but the youngest Qinlan was not the only one. Shinshir narrowed his eyes and instantly entered a fighting state, the 12 large blood-red tendons covering his entire body faintly pulsing, ready to erupt with strong power. Brother, you're back. There are guests at home, looking for you. The youngest, Qinlan, sat at the dining table, burying her head in her summer vacation homework. Opposite her was the muscular man in a suit, big and thick, with a halo-like bald head. If you don't have any accomplices, you can knock him over with 3 punches. With other helpers, you can only let Xia Yuqing shake people. Shinshir put down the soda and the bag with snacks in his hand, calculating how to do it. The small place and narrow space in the house was more favorable to himself. He took a few steps forward and took the initiative to greet him. This gentleman, do we know each other? Hello, Mr. Qin. The family didn't have many people coming to the door on weekdays, so they kept a few small benches. The muscular man of more than 1 meter 9 had his legs together and sat carefully, rather comical. My name is Chao Bin, I'm the owner of Silver Horse Gym. Chao Bin cheerfully opened the palm-sized black box and handed it to Shinshir rather sincerely. I've observed the video footage of you lancing, and your devotion to your muscles, as well as your innate powerful talent, have touched me deeply. This is a super protein, as a gift for meeting you, please also accept it. Chaobin was full of confidence, and no man who aspired to build muscle and become stronger could refuse this gift. Chapter 56 Flesh Talent, New Achievement. Super protein? Xinsher froze slightly, sounding similar to the Wisdom 1 and Power Pill that Zhou Ning ate as a child. They were all very much like health products that collected IQ tax. Xiaolan, go back inside and do your homework, I'll have a chat with Brother Chow. The supersensory perception that was activated early did not send out a reminder, which made Xinsher slightly relieved. Okay, brother. Do you want me to go to the brine store on the nearby snack street and buy some chicken legs, duck gizzards, peanut rice, or something? Xinlan put away his book question set and got up obediently. Have you eaten yet, Brother Chow? Xinsher smiled gently, like a sunny and cheerful neighborhood boy. His looks were too deceptive, as the neighbors said. Our such a good boy can do anything bad, it must be you who bullies first. No. I'm strictly controlling my diet structure, today is a carbon-free day, and I'm only drinking water and zapping to ensure a slight sense of satiety. Chaobin waved his hands repeatedly, thinking that this Qin student is quite enthusiastic. When he makes a request to worship his master later, he shouldn't refuse, right? Then don't buy it. Xinsher nodded and exchanged glances with Qinlan, who stood at the doorway clutching a collection of books and questions. For the time being, Level 1 alert is cancelled. The simple exchange between the siblings just now was actually a pair of code words. Going to the brine store to buy something means shouting at Aunt Jo next door to yell at the neighbors to come over to help. Paul Street, this piece of land, mostly for a number of years living in the families of workers, each other are often strangers, know each other. Casually pull a voice, dozens of people on the number of people came over in great numbers. Even if Chaobin muscles practiced and then big, block and then strong. The face of pots and pans, rice spoons and shovels, as well as mops stained with feces, also have to be afraid of a few points. Brother Chow, do we know each other? Xinsher sat on the opposite side and raised his eyelids. The internal vision skill and the greatly improved sharpness of the five senses complemented each other, easily capturing Chaobin's breathing rate. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate through the thick muscles, and his field of vision appeared to have a large red-white brightness. I can see that this Chow usually do have exercise, muscle strength is quite okay, vitality is probably in the early 20 points, not the kind of pure ZA medicine ZA out of the false than Coach Luo. Really move up to the hand, they do not open the tendon off the second stage, win or lose between 50-50 it. This is the first time we meet. Qin student, I won't hide it from you, I'm running towards your drug-resistant talent today, as well as body-refining experience. Chaobin was very frank, and to show his sincerity, he directly recounted his past. He was born thin and weak as a child, like a hemp pole that collapses when the wind blows. Experienced by the yellow hair pry-away object, girlfriend derailed sports students and other green-on-green human tragedy. This silver horse gym boss decided to cement seal heart, jerk iron muscle, the pursuit of self-discipline, cast a stronger self. But gradually, I seem to be lost. I need to stick more and more needles and take more and more medicine, and if I stop taking the medicine and stop sticking needles, my muscles will get smaller and smaller. Chaobin rarely spilled his guts. I'm afraid of turning back into that weak and incompetent version of myself. That's why I had to get better needles and harder drugs. I became a fitness star in the metropolitan area as I had hoped, bringing in goods, taking on apprentices, teaching trainees, and earning a lot of money. I'm anxious when my muscles don't go up, I'm anxious when they don't go up as fast as others, and occasionally I think, how big does this muscle have to be considered big? Buddy, you come all the way to me to do speech therapy? Xinsher listened to the confusion and did not know what Chaobin actually intended to do. Qin student, the last time you went to the Silver Horse Gym to find Lao Luo, a breath of almost 20 needles. I know too well the medicinal effects of the 9 dragons combination, although it has immediate results, it is also extremely painful, the muscle groups are brutally torn apart, the skin breaks out in acne, and growth lines appear. Side effects are obvious. Chaobin's eyes sizzled as he looked at Xinsher. But you have no reaction, like refining in a moment. Fellow student Qin, you're better than all the bodybuilders I've seen, this kind of top-notch body refining talent is unheard of. I hope you'll be kind enough to bring me into the Qin family gate. The Qin clan? I'm on the old martial arts path, not the bodybuilding path. Buddy, you've got the wrong person. Xinsher completely did not expect it to unfold like this, as he looked at Chaobin whose head was not pointy, but square and round, and secretly lamented. It seems like too many steroids does hurt the brain. Since it wasn't an elite monster looking for trouble, his attitude was much more conciliatory and he comforted. Brother Chow, you are also thin and scared. But I, belonging to the natural body refining, acupuncture and medicine never touch, this aspect does not have much say. After all, he dared to angrily tie 19 dragons together, is completely overgrowth, achievement brought by the bottom of the air. In other people's hands, I'm afraid that they will be sent directly to the doctor to the ground. Xiaobin shook his head. In the entire metropolitan area, it can be said that no one knows more about zapping needles and taking medicine than I do. Your performance, student Sheen, is better than many natural body refiners with high vitality values. If they tie a dozen or so needles, their body's reaction would be absolutely violent, and the lightest would have to suffer from diarrhea and cramps, and poop until they are dehydrated. Student Sheen, you're very much like the kind of person one of my teachers in Central City said. Truly strong martial artists are often able to breed unique talents. My teacher, for example, could cause the brain to secrete paralyzing hormones to ease the pain in the flesh, and its effects were better than any painkiller on the market. Talents? Sheen scanned over the several monumental standing achievement panels. How could he have any talent? It all depended on personal effort. So magical? The brain secretes hormones to stop pain. Sheen had heard Lao Liang mention that the 7 limits of the physical body could open extraordinary human secret collections. For example, the break open the tendon limit of their own limbs and trunk by 12 blood-colored tendon linkage covered. In this way, he possessed a stronger resistance to blows, as well as the ability to heal from injuries. Even in terms of the explosiveness of his muscle power, he was quite a bit stronger than others. This was also the reason why he had less than 20 points of vitality, yet he was able to fight back and forth with the martial arts students of Qiguang Hangdao University. Old Liang said that this is called Python Tendon. Later on, there are several other levels such as Jiao Tendon and Dragon Tendon. They were all steps in the process that allowed the limit breaker's physical body to continuously transform and approach perfection. Brother Chow, as the #1 bodybuilder in the metropolitan area, do you have any talents? Sheen asked smilingly. I'm too mediocre and can only look up to those who are gifted in body from afar. Xiaobin sighed, envy and longing coming through in his tone. This kind of talent is not innate, it can be transformed through later life. For example, constantly stimulating the physical body and constantly applying heavier pressure. I once saw a person who insisted on long-lasting workouts for more than 5 years, using all kinds of equipment for 12 hours every day, excluding eating and drinking. Eventually obtaining a talent for maximizing the release of strength, once unleashed, his back muscles would twist and gnarl like evil spirits, and his strength would skyrocket several times. The more I heard, the more esoteric it became. Was there a third way to the martial artist pathway besides the old and the new? Sheen expressed his skepticism. If it existed, old Liang would have told himself about it. Brother Chow, it's true that I don't have any insights to teach you. The only body refining experience is to go to bed early and get up early, eat more and practice more. Sheen didn't intend to have too much contact with Xiaobin, the water in the metropolitan circle was too deep, he just wanted to work hard to enhance his vitality and make his fixed segment grades higher and better. As long as he got admitted to the first-class academy in Henzhou itself, his status would be different. Not only would he automatically obtain the right to settle in the metropolitan circle, but he would also be able to enjoy all kinds of treatment guarantees. Student Sheen, I would like to find out from your daily routine and dietary structure where your unusual physical talent comes from. Xiaobin looked sincere. He had investigated Sheen's background, from the family conditions and the physical test scores of primary, junior, and senior high school. This physical body talent of perfectly absorbing medicinal power and not being afraid of violent medicinal properties should be generated later in life. The daily routine is simple, sleeping at 12 and waking up at 7 every day. Diet is to binge on nutritional creams, occasionally improving meals and rubbing other people's cans of high-energy food. Sheen scratched his head, if there was no deep sleep, with muscle memory, to add to it. Xiaobin following his training method for the rest of his life, it would probably be hard to make any changes. It's alright Sheen, as long as you are willing to give me a private customized training course, I can pay for it. Xiaobin seemed to regard Sheen as some kind of body refining genius, and was determined to learn real skills from him. Alright, since Brother Chow has said so. Hearing the word pay, Sheen seemed to be triggered by a switch. He thought about picking up a pen and paper and wrote a pass, quickly handing it over to Xiaobin. The latter was overjoyed to open it and then frowned. 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups per day? Will the intensity be too low? Receive knowledge, keep the habit of reading books and write a post-reading, the style is not limited, 800 words. Drink milk tea brewed protein powder. Interval group when shooting a photo of yoga pants, do these have anything to do with building muscle? Sheen shook his head. The first ones are all about exercising your will and boosting your mental state, That last one is the focus. Chao Bin's gaze skimmed over the lines of text. Eating a fitness meal made by Coach Chin himself? Chin sure wore a smile. This is the main charge. His eyes did not fall on Chao Bin's surprised face, but focused on the data panel of the monumental achievement. Primary achievement: Working Warrior activated. Working Warrior. Work is the way to make a living. The more work there is, the more it provides a guarantee of survival. Work hard and become the emperor of the working world. Characteristics: each career certification provides the corresponding career skill and increases the speed of vitality cultivation 4%. Advancement route: place worker in the worker warrior category. Advancement route: upgrade your introductory skill to proficient to unlock the corresponding skill. Current profession: student concentration, teaching assistant, patience, waitress affinity, fitness instructor, muscle building meal. Current profession: student concentration, teaching assistant, patience, waiter, rapport, fitness instructor, muscle building meal. I'm going to start the month off with a bowl and ask for monthly votes. Chapter 57, Different Lives for the Same Surname, Different Roads for the Same People. Think I work so hard, prepare for the examination of Hanyuan University, University of Science and Technology, step into the first-class academic institutions, just for the day to be able to not work part-time. Good to get rid of the fate of cattle and horses, looking forward to a free life. Now it's good, directly transformed into a working warrior. Chin sure looked at that latest activated achievement with a somewhat complicated mood. He focused his mind and swept through the passive skills provided by each profession. Concentration: invest in things without distractions, perform activities such as memorizing, brushing up on problems, taking exams, etc. Brain power increases by 15%. Patience: not being in a hurry, being calm and quiet, facing groups of bear children, fairies, brash Amazons, cranky grandpas, etc. Your anger value remains stable, and your verbal aggressiveness gets a substantial bonus. Affinity: your smile can make people feel congenial and let their guard down. Determined by your sexual orientation as to which side is more effective against the opposite or same sex. Muscle building meal: even mediocre boiled chicken breasts and broccoli can glow in your hands to amazing effect. But then again, seeing the various effects brought about by vocational skills, Chin sure's eyes brightened slightly, and that bit of sentiment of not wanting to be a cow or a horse was instantly thrown out of his mind. Working is self-reliance, it's not shameful. I love working. This achievement alone was equivalent to acquiring several skills for nothing. The price-performance ratio was super high. It was a blood profit. Only the pending activation of professional footbath shop technician. What does that mean? Do you want me to give massages? Chin sure pondered. Could it be that the occupation certification depended on the scenes he had unlocked? Schools, youth palaces, nightclubs, gyms. If he had the chance to visit the former residence of the first god of martial arts, Fei Hai Shan, wouldn't he still be able to activate the executive vice-emperor of Eastern Xia? After all, being an emperor was also considered a high-paying, high-risk top occupation in the ancient era. Student Chin, my fitness team, from the nutritionist to the personal trainers, assistants and so on, are all the best quality industry elites. It was hard for Chao Bin to give full credit to the training program prescribed by Chin sure. Brother Chao, you can choose not to believe it. Chin sure shrugged his shoulders. Chao Bin was not the only trainee option he had. When Zhou Ning recovered and was healthy enough to be discharged from the hospital, it would be the same to frantically feed him muscle-building meals to brush up on his career progress. I'm willing to try. Fellow student Chin, please accept this super protein as a meet and greet gift. Chao Bin gave it some serious thought, and as a steroid warrior, he really didn't think that a fitness meal would do much good. A normal diet was completely incomparable to the powerful effects brought about by stabbing needles. However, when he thought of the shocking scene of Chin sure zapping 19 needles without any side effects manifesting, he hesitated again and finally planned to try it for a while. 9 Dragons combined Supreme Edition zapping too much, the kind of pain that painkillers can't even dissipate gradually increment. Each time was like being tortured, creating a strong sense of fear. By the way, Brother Chao, where do all the drugs sold by those trainers at your gym come from? After sending Chao Bin to the entrance of the alley, Chin sure suddenly asked one more time. Smoke City supplies the goods, Mr. Chin, his family's Yuhai Pharmaceutical. Old Luo, Old Li, Old Chang, and those few, all take goods directly from there. Provide the trainee's trial drug report, and you can also get a discount. Chao Bin lowered his voice and replied. Chin always do a lot of business these years. The old factory street this piece is about to be demolished and remodeled, such a big project, also contracted by Yuhai City Construction, Visible Strength. Zay, that big boss of his, Brother Hao, seems to be surnamed Chin as well. Xinsher hard guilty of muttering, said Chenlin half a day down, Xinjiang row full of streets. Smoke City Qin family's hand, actually reached so long. Mr. Qin is also engaged in a pharmaceutical company and opened a hospital, a one-stop service. My chain of gyms, they also have shares. Chao Bing casually said. When it's made into a shantytown renovation in the old city and the old buildings are demolished, General Manager Qin's fortune is estimated to double several times, and he may officially enter the metropolitan area. The same are surnamed Qin, the gap is quite big. Xinsher slandered, sent away in his mind only muscle-building Chaobin. He turned back to the Baogong Street. The results have seen Xiaoyuqing with a great number of people. Ah sure, I heard from the neighborhood, a muscle man looking for the door, specially shouted helpers over. Looking at the group behind Xiaoyuqing stepping on flip-flops, wearing fancy pants, right hand spicy hot pot left hand kebabs of underage minions, Xinsher could not help but lose his smile. This group of people didn't even feel like they were enough to fight with one hand. Brother Chang, let the brothers go back to have a late-night snack. People who came to the door to give gifts didn't look for a fight. Xinsher fished out a few $100 bills from his pocket and stuffed them to Xiaoyuqing, who hooked his shoulder. Trouble brothers guys to come all the way here, please ask them to add a dish. Xiaoyuqing was not polite. Anyway, Xinsher served fruit plates at Midnight Palace every night, and he didn't take less tips. Yuan and Brother Zay are both here, do you want to go over and put together a table? Following Xiaoyuqing's eye gesture, Xinsher looked over sideways, his gaze crossing over the dropout teenagers who usually roamed the streets, and saw Li Yuan and Cheng Zai standing beside the car by the road. The former was shielding the latter from the wind and lighting a cigarette. Isn't Midnight Palace open tonight? Why are they all outside? Xinsher opened his mouth and asked. Brother Zai took on a job from the big boss, saying that the blocks of Paulgong Street, Weigong Street, and Construction Street will all be demolished in the future, so he came over to take a look at the situation. Xiaoyuqing put his hands in his pockets and smiled. This time, the old houses and mansions are going to be torn down and converted into places to open clothing stores and opera houses. Maybe, Brother Yuan and I will come here to watch the scene in the future. Xinsher gave an oh-so-slight sound, and the rumbling movement of the excavator seemed to be heard in his ears. No wonder there are several bulldozers parked at the Stonegate Pagoda block. Brother Chang, I won't go, my sister hasn't eaten anything yet. If the palace doesn't start at midnight, I'll go home and cook for her. Using his fist to lightly pound Xinsher's increasingly broad shoulders, Xiaoyuqing's tone was full of envy. See you later then. Your kid is getting sturdier and sturdier from practicing with old Liang, and it feels like the muscle lines are noticeable again. The huge increase in vitality, in addition to bringing the newborn stage of vitality, will also subconsciously shape the body. Nowadays, the broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted inverted triangle body proportion adds a few points of masculine and hard temperament to the previously clean and gentle Xinsher. He nodded and smiled. See you later, Brother Chang. Say thank you to Brother Zay and Brother Yuan for me. The two parted ways, and Xiaoyuqing jogged across the street. Brother Zay, Asher said he has to take care of his sister and won't eat with us. Cheng Zai held a cigarette in his mouth and propped his hands on the roof of the sedan, looking at Xinsher's back that blended into the night color of the old factory street, and then looked around at the group of brothers who were playing around. The summer night wind swept through the street, and the flashing green billboards seemed to divide the world into two sides. The bright lights on his side didn't seem as warm as the shacks. In his heart, he suddenly understood why Mr. Liang was so fond of this little brother. People are influenced by their environment all their lives, just like a sapling can't get rid of the soil. Zay, you want to be a dandelion and fly to a faraway place, but have you ever thought that a dandelion can only float with the wind? It has no choice. Once the wind stops, it will land on the ground. Cheng Zai exhaled smoke, his eyes in a trance. His ears seemed to ring with the words that Mr. Liang had said to him before he left Old Factory Street. A truly strong person knows how to put down roots firmly and grow downward, supporting himself to touch a higher sky and bathe in more sunlight. He smiled down, snuffed out his cigarette that was only half smoked, and threw the butt into the drain at his feet. Toki takes a different path than everyone else. Get in the car, and then I'll show you Construction Street. That road will get a big commercial center in the future. Do you know what a commercial center means? Have you ever been to a metropolitan area? It's the kind of place that's very busy, where you can watch movies and play video games. Cheng Zai bent down and sat in the car. Li Yuan, Xiaoyuqing followed into the front row, one as a driver, one chatting. The rest of the people also straddled a small donkey, 3 by 3 and in a group, to follow the start of the car. The stars are dotted, the moon is bright in the sky. The teenagers in the Old Factory Street, each with the grand and imperceptible era of the torrent, running to different directions of life. Chapter 58 Chi Locking, Method of Application. Physical Body 16.817. Spiritual 15.516.5. Shinshir stood in front of the closet and looked at the bright mirror embedded inside. The precise feedback from the intermediate achievement, muscle memory, allowed him to know how much he had progressed every day. Other people need to buy instruments and equipment, and form a professional team to monitor their body data in real time. I, on the other hand, only need to look in the mirror. Shinshir hooked up the corner of his mouth. As the saying goes, saving money is making money. Rounding up, he himself was equal to making a few $1 million in a big way. Winning hemp. The training effect of the virtual sparring room is beyond my imagination. Originally stagnant spiritual power, once again grew by a large margin. As for the physical body, constantly squeezing the potential and performing chi sense circulation has also pushed the almost ended nascent stage back up. Shinshir summarized the gains, and his thoughts couldn't help but diverge. The top students of those first-class academies, enjoying such rich educational resources, were bound to be far ahead of their peers in terms of life force development. No wonder the teachers of the ambitious class in New First Middle School repeatedly emphasized that the college entrance examination is the second watershed in life, and the only chance for special hardship students from poor families to change their destiny. The educational resources available at different levels of academic institutions are vastly different. Imagine in Hangzhou Nova where the internet is like blocked and not popularized at all. Qiguang Hangzhou University was able to build a campus intranet and support students of all grades to engage in ring battles as if they were playing a game. This was unbelievable to the old Factory Street teenagers who grew up going to a sub-school. If I were to tell Brother Far and Brother Sung about this, it might be hard for them to understand. Just like the old people of the 70s in their last life, they wouldn't understand the post-000 years holding their cell phones and rubbing the glass, drawing cards and kryptonite to fight the farming and playing the original. Shinshir's eyelids lowered, and he couldn't help but be more determined in his future goal of getting into a first-class academy. Between the flashes of thoughts, the black panel recording the achievements of the monument surfaced. Anchor point, Shinshir. Growth stage, embryo. Progress, 0.017%. Number of monuments, deep sleep intermediate, muscle memory intermediate, overgrowth intermediate, supersensory perception elementary, working warrior elementary. Skills, battle recall, inner vision, predator. What helps me the most at the moment is still, deep sleep, and muscle memory. However, after activating working warrior, I can make myself muscle building meals every day, and then absorb them through overgrowth, and the two complement each other with half the effort. Shinshir gazed at the four monuments and the black panel, with different progress. Intermediate level achievement deep sleep 1930. Intermediate achievement muscle memory 46%. Intermediate achievement overgrowth 5%. The super protein from Old Chow, take it to Old Liang tomorrow to take a look at it and make sure there aren't any unsafe ingredients. Shinshir took off his top and lay on his back on the wooden plank bed covered with a cool mat. There are still more than 20 points of vitality missing from the first-class academy, and I only need to complete the second breaking of the limit to reach it. Old Liang said, sinews, bones, skin, membrane, chi, strength, and God, these 7 levels are not prioritized, it only depends on the opportunity. I was able to attempt Golden Daigo's burning tendon pass because my physique was resistant to training and could withstand the pain of coiling tendons. Where is the next great opportunity, where is it? Stray thoughts were like countless water bubbles, rising and bursting. Shinshir's consciousness gradually sank into dreamland, and before he could completely enter the deepest sleep, some broken and scattered images rapidly flickered like bright and dim lights. Surrounded by raging fires, rumbling serial explosions, collapsing and falling large factory buildings, glass windows shattered by the airwave. The chaotic scene, as if the sound of the computer whistling was amplified thousands of times, like a wild wave shrouding the old factory street. How many days has it been since I had a nightmare? Shinshir unconsciously muttered, the deepest, thickest sleep shattering the dream like a sledgehammer. Crazy and sharp whistling died down in an instant, like being clenched by the neck and then no sound, and then returned to peace. Intermediate achievement deep sleep 2030. The next morning, Shinshir opened his eyes, more punctual than the alarm clock ringing. Numbly completing his wash, he helped his youngest, Jin Lan, who was rarely able to sleep in, buy a breakfast, and then headed straight to his son's 9th middle school. With the summer half over, the cram school is nearing its end, and under Old Liang's deadly drills, many of the students' vitality has improved, as little as 1 or 2 points, as much as 2 or 3 points. Although this was at the cost of overdrawing the body's potential, for the children of the old factory street workers, it wasn't considered a serious problem worth considering at the moment. Eating and feeding their families were the big things that should always be put in the first place. The life force in your body is surging more and more. Old Liang pushed a four-wheeled cart containing various instruments and came before Qinshi. With just a sideways ear and a couple of sweeping glances, he sensed that his disciple's life force was seeing another small increase. This kind of progress speed that was as easy as eating and drinking water was truly enviable. Old Liang, who had once prided himself on being a genius, silently lamented. What Master Shifu said is really right. For Eastern Xia, which once had a population of 4,500,000,000,000,000 people in the ancient era, the word genius is like gravel by the shore, which can be picked up by stooping down. Hiss! Goosebumps rose. When old Liang's gaze swept over himself, Qinshi's sweaty hairs felt like they were standing upside down, and his sharp five senses instantly captured this quiet prying. Master Liang, what kind of operation is this? I want to learn. He felt that old Liang's eyes were like substance, like the outstretched letter of a python, or the sound waves of a tuning fork vibrating. When your life force breaks through 20 points, you'll be able to master it proficiently. In the martial arts world of the old era, this is called chi locking, and powerful martial artists are able to maneuver it to perfection, and from a distance of thousands of miles, they can also lock on to others and perceive the location. Old Liang was happy to explain the many insights of the old martial arts path to his disciple. He sat on the concrete steps of the playground and said smilingly, "The essence of chi locking is to mobilize the life force in the body through chi sensing operation, to pass it through the brain and outwardly release it, just like casting a stone into a lake, by virtue of the stirring of the water splash, to judge the size of the fish in the lake, and whether it harbors a monstrous python and evil scaly auger that can't afford to be messed with." Qinshi listened while unconsciously running his chi sense to form a small circumference, accelerating the circulation with the rolling hot airflow. So hot! It's going to overflow. He felt himself like a boiling kettle that was whistling out smoke. The ethereal life force seemed to materialize, transforming into a strange fluctuation that slowly covered the surrounding environment. The perception from this perspective is very different from what the naked eye sees. Weeds, trees, ping-pong tables, high-rise buildings made of reinforced concrete. These lifeless dead things were stripped away, as if the void was a deep darkness. In the dark and heavy background, only the seemingly long breath hovered and gathered, condensing into surging, violent and fierce imagery. Like a great ball of fire burning in the depths of the sea. Compared to that rather spectacular mass of vaporous imagery, Qinshi's aura was pitifully small, like a droplet of water that had fallen into the ocean. Old Liang's vitality, is it hard to be at 100 points? He was a little creeped out. This was the first time Qinshi, who was an apprentice, had so intuitively seen Master Liang's strength. But immediately afterward, the huge ball of fire gradually weakened and dimmed. It was like a candle in the wind, precarious. A sudden plunge in vitality? Is this a serious and dying injury? Qinshi abruptly opened his eyes and realized that old Liang was smilingly looking at himself. Chi locking is a common tactic used by martial artists of the old era, and when there is a doorway for probing, there is naturally a method for camouflaging it. By slowing down one's breathing and loosening one's chi senses, allowing one's body temperature to drop and blood flow to slow down, one can hide one's life force. Ancient boxers called it turtle breath. When you have time, you can also learn it so that you can defend yourself against others. Old Liang wasn't surprised that his own disciple quickly mastered externalizing chi and locking onto others. The difficulty of this step was concentrating on the spirit at all times and sensing changes in the life force. As an old martial demon who most likely possessed the endowment of spirit-flesh unity, Qinshi could easily cross the threshold and ascend to the palace. The ancient era's life force sensing, as well as countermeasures and concealment methods, were held as secret passages by many sects, and by the time the new calendar was promulgated and the Republic of Eastern Xia was established, these all became mandatory courses in the Officers' Academy: chi probing and counter reconnaissance, chi maneuvering and over-the-horizon locking. Old Liang suddenly reminded with a serious expression. By the way, if you leave Hangzhou one day and head to those ancient stars, you must be careful of being locked onto your chi at a long distance and never stay where you are. What is most common in the officer school is the composite faculty career path. Such as gunfighters who straddle the martial arts and spiritual energy lineages, as well as gunnery artists who straddle the martial arts and mechanical lineages. They are proficient in long-range strikes, and their chakra locks are especially powerful, often practicing headlock sniping from thousands of meters away. So a shot to the head from 800 miles away, is that true? The corners of Qinshi's mouth tugged. No wonder the old martial paths were gradually eliminated. Times have indeed changed. Imagine two parties fighting in a ring. One person arches his hand and clasps his fist, claiming that he is a Hongsheng true legend, invincible in Hangzhou, please teach him. The other person humbly opens his mouth, he does not know boxing and kicking, but slightly proficient in firearms, and then pulls out a Barrett sniper rifle. How can this still be played? The speed of your life force progress surprised me. I originally thought that it would take at least another month for you to break through 15 points, but I didn't realize that you're already close to around 17 points. Old Liang finished teaching the most basic chi sensing and externalization and began to cut to the chase. I think it's time for you to look for the opportunity to break the limit for the second time. Chapter 59, Breaking the Second Limit, Killing the Whaler. Second limit breaking. A few moments of longing passed through Qin Shi's eyes. He had already tasted the sweetness of the path of the 7 limits of the physical body. One had to know that vitality development never happened overnight. It was like a game of adding and upgrading, a slash blast of 999, and the experience bar was directly pulled full. Normally speaking, even at the martial god level, it was difficult to rapidly increase one's vitality in a short period of time. Especially from 7 or 8 points of normal level, a steep surge to break through the 100-point mark. This was something that defied common sense. This was because in terms of the martial pathway, the physical body was the root of everything. Forcing power that did not belong to it into it was like filling a pond with water and putting it into a tank. It will only break the mortal body and cause it to gradually collapse. That's why the old martial arts have the 7 limits of the physical body. Through gradual refinement, break the 7 shackles, break free from the shackles of the human body. According to the ancient Buddhist teachings, this is called strengthening one's destiny, forging a raft to cross the world, in order to cross the sea of bitterness and reach the other shore. The benefits of breaking the limit every time are not only the current rise in vitality. Hourly, your tendon barrier was first broken, and you have already obtained Python power, and you can still take 2 more steps later, quenching and polishing, and seizing augur power and dragon power. But old Liang looked at Qin Shi, who was sitting next to him, with expectant eyes, as if he was admiring a rare treasure that was approaching perfection. The more great limits that are flushed away, the greater the metamorphosis of the mortal body will be, and in the end, the layers will add up, thick and thin, pushing you to a higher level of life, that is, the ancient era of the saints, Buddhas, immortal and dragon streams. Seeing old Liang talking freely about the future of breaking limits, Qin Shi could not help but show a look of longing. Born in Old Factory Street, he himself listened to the radio and watched TV since he was a child, from which he learned the names of the 10 masters of the first generation, and understood the legendary deeds of one who could be called a proud son. Who would have thought that one day I would embark on the same path as them, an ancient path that leads to the highest part of the star ocean, almost straight to the door of the martial god's hall. This feeling of a dream shining into reality truly called for joy. Old Liang was always pondering these days, considering for his own disciple how the second limit of the flesh body should seek an opportunity. He slowly spoke. Golden Daigo burning tendons is a common ancient method used in the martial arts world of the old era. It just so happens that I know Old Valley and know that he has a few bottles of authentic Tianju goods stashed in his hands, so this barrier is easy to break. The difficulty came up for the next few major levels, and the ones that were relatively easy to accomplish would be the bone level and the skin level. As the old saying goes, external training of sinews, bones and skin. If you can break these 3 passes in a row, the most extraordinary dragon tendon, tiger bone, and unicorn strength in the Hongsheng sect would be considered accomplished. Tendon, bone, and skin. Burning the tendons to break one limit had already caused one's vitality to surge by a large margin. If this were to blast through 3 levels in a row, it wouldn't take off? Qin Shi couldn't help but feel like rubbing his hands together and lifted up his chest to reveal a resolute look. Master Liang, don't worry and boldly drill me hard, don't take pity on me because I'm young. Old Liang was helpless. His own disciple's talent and heart may not dare to be called unrivaled in the world, but his positive and progressive attitude can definitely be said to be one of a kind. The committee really wants to progress too much. Look, you're in a hurry again. Flesh body breaking the limit cannot be rash, the preparations must be done sufficiently, or else it will be a waste of heart energy and potential, instead affecting the level of achievement in the future. Old Liang admonished. Qin Shi nodded obediently. This point of the old martial arts is reassuring. The master is reliable enough to not be afraid of taking the wrong path. Wait for a few days, I'll search and prepare a few materials for you. Old Liang touched his crippled leg while pondering which old friend he should look for to beat the autumn wind. Raising a disciple can be more laborious and costly than raising a child. As a poor teacher in ZD 9th Middle School, a few bottles of Golden Daigo were enough to empty the family's coffers. not to mention other goodies. Either spend a lot of money to search the building, or run around to pick up leaks. Neither were easy things. Master Liang, I still have some money on hand. Xinsher took the initiative to open his mouth. Old Liang, this person, although full of face written, I have a story. I guess the young time really beautiful, but the good man, not to mention that your courage, the past glory cannot be eaten. The salary of his son's 9th high school, plus the extra money he earns from tutorial classes, may not be enough for him to spend on himself. I heard that the old era of learning to be an apprentice, 3 years to do odd jobs, 2 years to help laborers, 7 years to be effective, and 10 years of hard work and beating and scolding to be a cow or horse to be accepted. And must be filial piety on New Year's Day, the master is a pro-father to serve, or do not want to learn the real skills. On the other hand, I have not paid tuition, to also whoring nutritional cream. Even the money to buy gold daigo by the old Liang to pay the big head. The main and nibbling old man. Even Xinsher felt embarrassed and should have paid out some of his savings. Lest old Liang dumps all his money and uses up his own pension. Count on you, kid, to have a conscience. However, there are many things that can't be bought by spending money, especially with the blockade in Hengyu for so many years. Rare things that can develop life force are basically not circulating in the market. Old Liang smiled in relief. Have you ever seen energy liquids, higher minerals sold inside the shopping malls in the metropolitan area? Nutritional creams, high energy foods, and whatever other supplements and medicines, they're all sold as healthcare products or civilian versions, which may have an effect, but they're still far inferior to the top-notch items that are really specially supplied. Xinsher pondered. According to Lao Liang, the most abundant external foodstuffs in eastern Xia were probably monopolized by behemoths like the Martial Association, the Academy, and even the 3 departments and 9 ministries. If you want to get enough resources, you have to join them and become a part of the system. This is also the main reason why all the students in Hengyu are looking forward to entering the 4 major nationalities. Far from it. You don't need to worry about the materials for breaking the second limit, it won't take me much money. Bone pass is also known as blood pass. The first step in bone refining is to nourish blood. Blood is enough for bone to be strong. Old Liang seemed to have thought of a solution and grinned with a smile flowing from the corner of his mouth. In the old era, buying 700 to 800 pounds of tiger and cow bones is quite expensive. These days, animal husbandry is developed enough, and the price has long been knocked down. It just depends on how big your kid's appetite is, how much you can eat. Eat? Xinsher was a bit puzzled. Does the bone pass breaking limit depend on the amount of food? Physical endurance is an essential talent to pass the bone pass. Having a big appetite and being able to eat, on the other hand, is an advantage for entering the bone pass. Old Liang smiled faintly as he took out a section of steel bar from the head of his 4-wheeled cart. But before attempting to break the limit, you have to learn our Hong Shang's most signature fighting and killing moves. He propped the wrist-thick steel bar on the concrete floor, raised his right palm and asked, how high do you think the life force is to be able to split this bar by virtue of your physical qualities? Xinsher took a look at it. If he were to mobilize his chi sense, integrate his body's strength, and violently explode, it wouldn't be difficult to bend it. But it would be challenging to do so without generating any force. Old Liang softly said, the value of vitality is not directly linked to the level of combat power. For example, if a psychic who cultivates the mind, their physical quality is usually not bad, but if they go to face a martial artist of the same level without any defense, they will be killed in a single glance. Martial artists use practice to enhance their life force, and fighting methods are designed to fully squeeze and force out the body's potential, especially some killing moves at the cost of destroying the physical body. You've already been able to initially perceive its swiftness as like the wind's momentum with your introduction to the art of nourishing the spirit. Next, I'll teach you how to refine this momentum and use it as a means of attack. Keep your eyes open and watch. Speaking the last 7 words, old Liang's voice was like a bell, like an angry roar and bellow. The sound waves deeply shook Xinsher's eardrums, causing them to buzz. He unconsciously opened his eyes wide and stared tightly at old Liang's erected right palm. Immediately, he saw wisps of wind being pulled, gently lingering and circling. It was as if he was holding one tiny wind eye after another in the center of his palm. Immediately after, Lao Liang's palm surface of the green veins protruded, like green snakes climbed and tore, stimulating the blood flow, so that the skin is more fuller and fuller. At first glance, it seems to rise half a circle. Steeply, the air current shook and the wind whistled. Xinsher's eyes blurred as old Liang's palm cut across the section of sturdy steel bar like a guillotine. He could feel that this hand slash did not exert much power. However, with the help of the 100-phase refinement power, the air currents drawn by it rotated at high speed. Wisps of wind attached to the edge of the palm, like an open-edged weapon. Between the abrupt interlacing, the steel bar was cut off. The cut was smooth and neat. Hong Shang's most signature killing move. Xianxue was slightly shocked. This was a way of fighting that far exceeded boxing and kicking techniques. Carrying the palm like a sword, the killing machine was fierce, and each stroke ran towards taking life and destroying life. 100 phases of refining momentum, it's as fast as the wind, first style. Old Liang withdrew his palm, his tone filled with feelings. Killing whale hand. Chapter 60 Dogs Don't Bite, the beginning of the rampage. Za. Za za. Salsa salsa salsa. The sun was setting, and the warm orange light shone on the playground. Xianxue stood on his feet and swung his arm, continuously slashing and chopping away the air currents. His movements could not be described as swift, accompanied by the tip of his nose breathing in, lips and teeth exhaling, 12 large blood-colored tendons in his body popping out. The palm of his hand was erected like a single blade, striking out each stroke exceptionally harshly, as if the residual shadows were sweeping through the air. His aura was not bad. Due to the way the force was generated became more and more skillful, the speed of Qi-sense circulation became more and more powerful and rapid, the arms were like two steel whips flinging, not to mention the flesh and blood body, even the solid steel bar would have to be bent and broken. Still too much difference, can't do old Liang's kind of lifting lightly, manipulating the airflow to form wind blade like cutting strength. Xianxue frowned, recalling old Liang's palm slash, which contained a morose killing intent spewing out like a hair whetstone sharp blade that cut iron like mud. Is it because I'm not good enough at refining my momentum? I didn't do a good enough job of cultivating my spirit and observing my thoughts, and I didn't realize the beauty of its swiftness is like the wind's momentum? He pondered alone, not rushing to ask old Liang. The old martial arts path also emphasized that the master leads the door, the practice is up to the individual. A master could only clear some of the obstacles in the way for his disciple and protect them. As for how to learn and grow, comprehending the essence, it was all up to the apprentice's own talent. With my astonishing wisdom of having been introduced to the God-nurturing technique in an instant, there's no reason why I can't grasp the true meaning of the essence of its swiftness is like the momentum of the wind. There must be something wrong somewhere. Xianxue was unconvinced and decided to practice for another 40 minutes. He had to understand the trick of killing whale hand. The sun was setting and the night was getting thicker. 40 minutes passed in a flash. What in the world is potential? I don't get it, I really don't get it. His arms were so sore that he couldn't even lift them, but he still hadn't found a clue. Xianxue was so angry that he gritted his teeth. My spiritual power is as high as 16 points. It doesn't make sense that I can't comprehend the 100-phase refinement momentum. Where exactly is the problem? He considered whether to activate deep sleep and do another nurturing spirit observation to keep the dignity of the old martial genius. Old Liang, who had been watching from the sidelines for a long time, finally spoke out. Hong Shang, is the Hong sect sacred character. In the past, when the martial arts world was divided into two sects, the head of the sect who was the head of the family would usually take in two disciples to facsimile their skills. One to be the top pillar, to support the facade, one to hide behind the curtain, to protect the legacy. Xianxue collected his stance, leveled his breathing, and quietly listened to old Liang's narration. This sect of Hong Shang does the dirty work when it comes to the lining. Therefore, the wind and fire in the 100 phases of refining potential are not bright fighting combat techniques, but life-threatening assassination boxing techniques. You've never had blood on your hands, so your moves have always lacked a bit of sharpness. Old Liang's eyes gleamed. Thinking back then, he completely refined his swiftness like the wind potential and had the epiphany of the killing whale hand. It was in the ring where he signed the contract of life and death that he bested a strong opponent and shattered the cartilage of his larynx. To this day, old Liang still remembers the process picture, the palm of his hand slashing out and poking straight into his neck, a crisp click sounded, and blood spurted out of his mouth. That strong enemy fell on his back, his gaze gradually dimming. The hot, rolling wind whirled and blew over his already exhausted and tired body, like the breath of death. It was at that instant that old Liang's mind opened up. The 8 words "death is like the wind, always accompanying me" flashed through his mind. The 100-phase refining momentum is more focused on mind and spirit cohesion. Your talent in practicing the method of fighting is especially outstanding, and can be considered a great material route. However, taking the momentum, visualizing, getting into the spirit, and then penetrating the killing moves, so that the fists and feet have imagery. This is not something that can be done by simply imitating and learning. Enlightenment has always been the most elusive qualification of the old martial arts path. Otherwise, I'll let you attempt to break the great limit of the divine paths. Gazing at Qin Shi, who had been practicing hard all afternoon and was not allowed to enter, old Liang laughed. Refining the momentum of the mind is a very long road, so there's no need to run up in a hurry. And slow down your pace, enjoy the scenery along the way, maybe one day you will realize it. Qin Shi was helpless. No matter how much Hangzhou is located in the borderland, no matter how much the old factory street is forgotten, the general order still exists, just that the demarcation line between black and white is rather blurred and not so clear. Where am I going to see blood? It's not like the old days when fighters walked the streets and fought in the ring. Moving around, they have to plunge and draw knives. Master Liang, according to this, how does the new martial arts school refer to imagery? He asked curiously. The old martial arts school's mind-refining momentum had to extract the essence from life and death, from facing the enemy, from fighting, and refine it over and over again. It was finally attributed to one's own body. Then how did the new martial school accomplish it? They can be too simple. Throughout history, what better way to spawn killing battle techniques than the battlefield, a meat grinder, a melting pot? How do you think those bionic streams in military martial streams got their cannon fist and avalanche fist? Throwing them to fill in trenches for a few years and running for tens of thousands of miles against the rain of gunfire, all individuals are enlightened. Old Liang shook his head. Obviously, he had come into contact with a lot of new martial arts schools, and had faced those unbelievable and powerful weird imagery. No wonder the old martial arts have declined. In the era of the universe of cannons and warships, the new martial arts sects have a lot of conveniences, and they can constantly cultivate talents, and the old martial arts sects that still stay at the level of breaking the limits of the human body are indeed prone to decline. Qin Shi was tempted to say to old Liang, is the martial way not such an inconvenient thing? He also wanted to realize the more common and intense potentials. For example, the dump trucks and bulldozers parked at the Stone Gate Pagoda were quite good. But he was afraid that if he said this bluntly, he would be cleared out by old Liang with a whale-killing blow. Heart potential imagery is not something that can be learned in a day or two of initiation. You need to change your temper. If you seek too much success in everything, you will easily fall into trouble. 17 or 18 years old, what's the point of being as hasty as an old man with yellow soil buried up to the base of his neck? Old Liang cautioned with a straight face. The reason why he passed on the whale killer hand to Qin Shi was to sharpen his temperament. Absolute demons such as He Lanchan had to settle down for 10 years before they could achieve great success. I want to progress too much, Master Liang. Qin Shi scratched his head to play nice. He thought to himself, when I get home at night, activate the Monument of Plenty. Show me the limits of the panel. The night was as thick as a curtain, covering the new star of Hangzhou. The curved moon was obscured from its light by dark clouds, making Old Factory Street a bit darker tonight. Leaving ZD 9th Middle School, Qin Shi flaunted the super protein sent by Old Chow while pondering over the doorway of mind-refining potential. Passing by the bustling snack street, he stopped by and bought 2 chicken racks, intending to bring them back as a night snack. Agu, how come Old Li can't think straight and leave? Alas, the stall so evil, the housebook are stolen to mortgage. Looking at the soon-to-be demolished, can move to a new house. The spacious open space in front of the shantytown is parked an ambulance printed with the logo of the Dangyang Hospital. White coats and masks of medical personnel, from the bungalow to lift out the stretcher covered with a white cloth. Make way. Don't crowd here. We won't be able to get the car out later. Walking in front of the paramedics yelled. The crowds of onlookers like the waves were washed away, to the sides back away. Uncle Li's old companion leaned on the threshold, seems to be unable to get up, woodenly looking at the cold body was carried to the ambulance. Old Li, how could you be so cruel, leaving me behind? Waiting for the ambulance to drive away, the mournful howling in the bungalow was soon covered by noisy discussion. Qin Shi, who was carrying 2 bags of chicken racks, stood across the street and pieced together the whole story from the chatter and chatter. Uncle Li's son is idle, recently let his friends pull to play cards and gambling, the beginning of the win-a-lot, later began to lose continuously. Under the high debt, he stole the family's housebook as collateral. The original intention is to pay off the debt, but to the place and think of turning over again. As a result, he lost all his money, and also took a leg. 2 days ago, the debt collector door, Uncle Li consciously have no face to see others, a moment of thought cannot help but drink medicine. Gambling on dogs harms people. Qin Shi spat out a breath to ease the depression in his chest. He has been living in this part of Baogong Street for many years, and his neighbors are all familiar with him. Witnessing such a tragic event, the heart is indeed clogged with panic. When Uncle Li's memorial service is held, let the youngest pay some money for the funeral. Qinshi shook his head, suddenly saw a familiar figure. Chang Zhe, who had a cigarette in his mouth but didn't light it, silently leaned against the corner. The latter seemed to sense it and turned his head to bump into Qinshi's gaze. "Brother Zhe." Qinshi walked over to greet him. The Midnight Palace was on hiatus for a while, and he hadn't been there himself for some days. "Your neighborhood?" Chang Zhe lifted his chin towards the bungalow. "Uncle Li, good old man. Used to work as a stoker on an iron car, then got laid off and switched to driving a taxi. Whoever's family is decorating for a wedding, pulling some furniture, and buying things, he's happy to help." Qinshi nodded. Most of the neighbors in Baogong Street are more enthusiastic, such as what bricklaying and tiling, painting, the hard work of building a bed, buy 2 ordinary cigarettes, and then pack a few meals, are willing to give a hand. "The sun is not good, let the old man suffer." Chang Zhe bit the filter, as if he did not find a lighter, changed to clip in his fingers. When the opinion on demolition and remodeling is signed, you take your sister and move to the west, where new resettlement houses will be built. Qinshi gave an O. He felt that this Zhe boss of Baguan Street was not as imposing tonight as he used to be. "Ever thought about what college to go to?" Chang Zhe clipped his cigarette and looked down at the shiny vamps of his shoes. "Aiming for Hongda and KU." Qinshi replied. "That would be outstanding. It's been a long time since we've had a literary star on Old Factory Street." Chang Zhe laughed a little. "If you get in, tell me and I'll give you a big red packet. When my dad was still alive, he kept saying every day that if I got into Hongyuan University or the University of Science and Technology, he'd be my son. Listen to this, the old generation dreamed of a family who can study, can become a material." Qinshi coyly said. "I'll rely on my sister to provide, or else I would have dropped out of school." Chang Zhe suddenly asked. "Then don't let your sister down. Did you buy a chicken rack?" "Well, this is an old shop, Brother Yuan took me there last time." Chang Zhe said with a smile. "It's been a long time since I've tasted it, my favorite nibble since I was a kid. The Midnight Palace doesn't have any delicacies, but it actually rubbed me the chicken rack." Qinshi froze and could only answer. "Brother Zhe do not want to come a share, count me treat you to eat." Chang Zhe is not polite, took the hot paper bag and waved his hand. "It's getting late, go back. Midnight Palace recently do not go, as usual, count your base salary." "Good Lu." Being robbed away a chicken rack of Qinshi is full of weirdness. After he left, Chang Zhe, who had chewed the entire chicken rack, wiped his mouth. He restrained his smile and pressed all his expressions into his heart. Looking at the bungalow again, the mournful cries had already weakened, and the old woman who was crouching at the threshold had been persuaded to go back inside the house. After a long time, Chang Zhe lowered his head and picked up the cigarette, 2 fingers gently touching the roll. Snort! A little spark rose. The silhouette turned and stepped into the dark, deep alley. Chapter 61, Addicted to Beating and Killing. Poof! The palm of his hand like a knife penetrated through his chest, bursting out a miserable cloud of blood. Qinshi pulled it out without expression, carefully recalling the real touch of the fingertips tearing through the muscles and breaking open the internal organs. Soft and delicate, with a bit of wetness and stickiness. The human body is really fragile. As long as you seize the cracks and break down the defensive stance constructed by fists and kicks, it's like slicing vegetables with a knife, you can inflict fatal injuries without any problem. He ignored the wide-eyed, flopping Lin Yuncheng. Frowning gently, he tried to find the glimmer of opportunity to condense his heart momentum imagery. After holding it for a long time, he found nothing. Still no clue. Forget it, come again. Qinshi was not discouraged, his mind was calm. Thoughts flickered, and this time, he chose to switch to a new target. After all, the dog woman had already been gutted dozens of times by himself with his whale-killing hand. It was time to try someone else as well. The scene in the space of consciousness collapsed in an instant, like a fortress made of sand on the seashore that was washed away and broken up by the waves. A few seconds later, the scene reloaded and a naked man in boxers appeared. His appearance was blurred like a mass of mosaics, and his head was covered with the cat head killer username. It was none other than the sophomore student of the martial arts department of Qiguang Hangdao University. Majoring in the new martial limit stream of the Ripple Intentional Qigong. After taking so many severe beatings in the virtual sparring room, the biggest reward is this. Qinshi took a deep breath and adjusted his body and mind to the best state. This was an inner disciple of the upper sect with a life force of around 50 points. It had to be dealt with properly. Phew! The flow of air was exhaled slowly from between his lips and teeth, large muscle groups gradually tensed into one piece, and as his waist and hips tightened, Shinshur was like activating a rocket booster, steeply spanning out a dozen meters or so. This kind of amazing speed full of explosions was far beyond the performance that his 17 points of vitality should have. This was also one of the advantages of the old martial path. After breaking the limit of the mortal body's physical body, the overall quality would be more comprehensive and closer to a hexagonal warrior. Of course, the prerequisite was that the individual's level had to be high enough, and the attribute points invested had to be high enough to allow quantitative changes to trigger qualitative changes. Snort! Storing up enough force to make an arrow step forward, Shinshur was like a powerful vector being shot out, so fast that it was almost difficult for the naked eye to capture the movement trajectory of the figure. The palm of his hand was like a long knife slashing horizontally, plunging straight into the middle door of the naked man with the four-pointed pants. Buzz! Silver ripples shook out, sending out several circles of ripples. The naked man with the four-corner pants did not dodge, and similarly threw a punch. The ripple-covered right arm was gnarled with muscles, like several pythons entangled and twisted, incomparably strong and hard, like a solid steel pillar pounding down towards Shinshur's head. Compared to the trial and error of the virtual battle room, the naked man in the space of consciousness was obviously more violent and had no qualms about striking out. Thud! The heavy collision sound was like a long knife and a sledgehammer rapidly exchanging blows, bursting out a string of sparks. In less than half a second, several swift counterattacks had taken place. Hiss! It's really hard. Shinshur's palms trembled violently, and his entire body was rebounded and vibrated away like hitting a bronze wall, storming backward. Tick, 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 a few drops of blood splattered open, then flowed like a fountain. 50 points of life force of an early-stage Foundation establishment great circle, it's really as terrifying as this. Shinshur looked at the arm with rolled-up flesh and ruptured blood vessels. After the muscle was traumatized, strong, tough and large tendons were exposed. It was as if he had been run over head-on by a dump truck, and his injuries were so severe that he was nearly half ruined. You don't feel good either. Shinshur's rapid breathing calmed down, and his gaze shot straight at the empty-eyed naked man in boxers. The latter's chest showed a hideous wound, almost running from the upper right side of his shoulder to his abdomen, and if it was a few points deeper, his torso would have been cut open from it, letting his internal organs and intestines flow out all over the place. Old Liang is right, life force does not determine the ultimate victory or defeat in a fight. To practice is to nourish the body, and to fight is to kill the body. If you want to learn to kill, you first have to know how to kill. No wonder the martial arts world of the old era preaches that there is no mercy on the stage, that there is no mercy in striking, and that you must see red before you stop. Combat is not a sparring match, unless there is a big difference in kung fu. Whoever harbors the thought of leaving a hand behind will be prone to fall head over heels and die a quick death. Shinshur's heart flashed with clarity. At the same time, the naked man in boxer shorts on the opposite side took a big step forward. The silver-colored ripples were like turbulent river water, swirling uncontrollably and covering the circumference of his body. With the ripples, the naked man's stance was as swift as lightning. In a few rounds of overtures, Shinshur was wrapped around his back. The iron claw-like palms pressed down on his shoulders and tightened steeply. The force was so great that it seemed as if it was going to crush the shoulder blades. Bad! Shinshur's sweaty hair exploded, and in the next moment, he felt the intense sharp pain of his muscles tearing apart. The color of blood bloomed, violent as rain. A humanoid fighting machine with 50 points of life force is indeed powerful. Once I enter the extreme rhythm where I must divide life and death, I can't fight at all. Shinshur was like having a nightmare, recalling in his mind the brutal image of his body being ripped into two pieces. After repeated savoring, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. The best way to hone your fighting style and comprehend killing moves is to be beaten and killed. Let's see how I will ruthlessly shock old Liang. Demonstrate the amazing comprehension of an old martial arts genius. Again. He closed his eyes and opened them again, and once again, the naked man with the boxer shorts was projected. Intermediate achievement Deep Sleep 2130. People are numb. Shinshur woke up, and he felt that after this night, he should brush up a new achievement called Killing People Like a Nurse. On the one hand, he kept taking Lin Yuncheng as a RTD fish, pouring out his heart over and over again. On the other hand, to Shang mode feelings, killing machine like quadrille pants naked man, he again experienced all kinds of fancy ways to die. Throughout the night, Shinshur was repeatedly jumping horizontally between killing and being killed, nearly numb. Seems like a bit too much practice. He sat up with a wooden expression of not having slept enough to be woken up. The morning light filtered through the cracks in the window, reflecting a flurry of floating microdust. Habitually, he looked in the mirror. Old Martial Practice Level 4250. Old Martial Striking Method Level 41150. The hitting method has countered the progress of practicing the method, enough to show great progress. Continue tomorrow night. First take the dog woman to empty her heart out to find the feel, and then get killed a dozen times. The whale killing hand's heart potential imagery, maybe it will coalesce. About a few minutes later, Shinshir was filled with renewed fighting spirit. He silently set his goals and expectations, and when he rushed to 20 points of vitality, he would attempt to break through the second limit. In that case, there would be a greater certainty of refining the heart potential and condensing the imagery. Against the martial arts department inner disciples of Qiguan Hengda, they wouldn't be without any chance of winning. Make a muscle-building meal and see the effect. Is it stronger than Old Chow's super protein? Shinshir simply washed up and decided to run to the farmer's market to buy chicken breasts and broccoli to test whether the occupational skills given by the fitness instructor worked or not. Little Chin assistant coach. Just as he stepped out of the alley, he saw the rather eye-catching Hanhai Conqueror, and with the windows down, it was indeed Lin Yunqing's face. Teacher Lin, why are you here? Shinshir's gaze subconsciously flickered, as if aiming automatically, and landed on the dog woman's slender neck and erect chest. It was as if he had played the game more, looking at anyone with a weak point decapitation line. How cool! Lin Yunqing, who got out of the car, shrunk her neck, like being blown into the collar by the cold wind. Didn't I say before, I'm quite interested in the history of the eastern suburbs of Dangyang. I didn't have anything to do today, so I thought I'd come over. Delivering extra money to the door. Shinshir's eyes lit up, thinking that the dog woman was so rich, it wouldn't be too much to charge her an hourly wage of 200. Does Mr. Lin need a guide? I'm quite familiar with this piece of land. Lin Yunqing put her hands behind her back and leaned forward. How embarrassing then, it won't delay you, will it, Assistant Professor Xiaoqin? She had recently studied the Guide to Cultivating High Attractiveness and thought she had learned a number of useful tricks that were essential for cutting down men. One of them was to create opportunities to meet, express needs, guide the other party, and draw the relationship closer. When faced with the opposite sex, male creatures of any age will be happy to show themselves. What's the delay? We are so familiar with each other. Shinshir laughed happily. Since it's Mr. Lin, I can get a 20% discount, $200 an hour. This kid really charges? Lin Yunqing's expression stiffened, seeing the move. Why don't I treat you to a meal later, Assistant Professor Xiaoqin? Offsetting a monetary transaction with a meal would make it easier for both parties to have a date association. Okay. Shinshir nodded in agreement. I'll pay you 180 per hour, so I can't let Ms. Lin spend too much. This kid has fallen into the eye of money. Lin Yunqing was furious and frantic, as if the top player who had failed to pull twice and lost blood in troop lines. The two walked and chatted. The rumbling of the house collapse movement suddenly came. Shinshir stopped, inclined his head, and saw a bulldozer drove into Baogong Street. Chapter 62: Tigers and Sick Cats, Old Streets, and New Towns. Rumbling bulldozers flattened the house, earth brick tile block large broken, eaves beams broken collapse, shaking up the rolling smoke. This kind of commotion attracts a lot of people watching the neighborhood, carrying a cloth pocket to buy food, the grandpa and grandma, with fried cakes, leek boxes to eat the workers. They are surrounded by a group of 3 or 2, exchanging words and ears. How the letter of intent to reform the shed has not been issued down, the old Zhang family house let demolished? It seems that his son was in a hurry to get married and couldn't come up with enough dowry for the woman's family, so he took the house and sold it. That's a good thing. You'll be able to live in a new house in a while. Why, who can say right, the old city remodeling year after year to mention? Shinshir slightly stunned, about the topic of demolition of the old factory street, this burst of discussion more and more lively. I did not expect today directly to bulldozers drive in. He stood on the outside of the crowd, listening to the only words coming from all sides. The small hotels, massage parlors, and many stores on that street on Xinghua Road have been taken away. The tenants on Weigong Street don't want to move, and they're still getting paint thrown at their doors by rotten boys. There's no remodeling. Why are these people making such a big deal out of it? New city development. Well, stores are much more expensive than residential homes. Lin Yunqing frowned. The old city's shantytown renovation, the demolition of old buildings, the documents have not yet come down. How can someone start enclosing the land? She heard her big brother Lin Xiaohan mentioned, before doing urban construction planning deliberately avoided the eastern suburbs of Dangyang, because of the historical legacy. For example, the big explosion in the military factory, and for example, the old city covers a large area, the residents of the complex composition, involving military workers, veterans' families, and even the children of martyrs. Coupled with the conservative attitude of Henjo upholding the foreign blockade over the years, making this big project, has never been able to land properly. But recently, the wind seems to have changed. The metropolitan area do not know where the news that Hangzhou to open the blockade. It is said that the imperial capital is ready to start the revitalization of the frontier strategic plan. It is said that the imperial capital is going to launch a strategic plan to revitalize the borderlands, and that it will be pushed forward from all angles. Lin Yuncheng is not sure whether this is true or not, and asked his elder brother Lin Xiaohan. The latter was ambiguous and brushed it off. Qin Shi shrugged his shoulders, not feeling surprised. The flow of information tends to be top-down, and the flow of wealth is the opposite. Enclosing land in advance, converting residential houses into stores, and getting more expropriation compensation when the time comes, a very common operation. He suddenly thought of Chang Zhe, that boss of Baiguan Street, the so-called big job he took on. Perhaps this was it? Tick-tock, ear-piercing horn sound squeezed through the crowd. A sedan drove into the chaotic street. The tall thin man wearing gold glasses, by the driver pull open the door. Shiny leather shoes hit the ground, then he covered his nose and got out of the back seat. He pointed to the surrounding pavement as if no one else was there and said, "This piece, and that piece, take it as early as possible." "Ah Biao, brother Hao appreciates you before letting you take over the Righteous Fist Club. You should know how to be grateful." The baby-faced youth who had previously appeared in Midnight Palace followed behind, looking embarrassed. "Brother K, the people who live here are the families of the employees, they are not willing to sell." The man with the gold spectacles had an unhappy face. "That's why I asked you to think of a way. Cut off water, electricity, snakes and fires. Your family Zieger's previous means of debt collection, all used up. We are not giving money. The other day, that unlucky guy with the mortgage is not this way, dragged in to play a few games, interest rolled up to make him bankrupt." Ah Biao lowered his head and pleaded. "Key brother, I lived in this area when I was a child, a lot of neighbors know my parents." The man with the gold glasses was impatient. "That's better, tell them to understand, take the money before it's too late, don't dream of getting rich from demolition. Some money, even if it falls to the ground, it's not something they can pick up. Understand?" Ah Biao lips stuttered, still want to say something else, but by the patient's exhausted gold glasses man a slap thrown in the face. "Do your job if you're told to do it. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? You want to be like your boss?" Brother Hao gave him face and assigned the big job of the city construction company to him. But he's still not happy about it. "You can't even grasp the opportunity to get rich, you deserve to eat for the rest of your life." "Ah Zhe, when did you come?" The man with the golden glasses held up his frames and turned his head to see Cheng Zhe leaning towards him with a few minions. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and quickly changed into a smiling face. "Ah Zhe, long time no see. I heard that Brother Hao asked you to buy land and collect stores, a fat job. You're the one that Brother Hao values the most." Cheng Zhe glanced down at the dull-faced youth with swollen cheeks and reddened eyes, and his gaze returned to the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. "Brother Luo, the junior is not resourceful, why get so angry, it hurts your liver." This Baiguan street boss looked as if he hadn't heard the golden glasses man's contemptuous tirade and remained amiable. "Ah Zhe, it's not that I'm saying, you used to be too gentle with your subordinates, causing them all to not know how to do their jobs. When the boss gives the word, it's fine for the juniors to do as they're told." The man with the gold glasses called Rocky smiled but didn't laugh. Brother Hao is most annoyed by those disobedient wild dogs that like to make their own decisions. Home-raised, give a piece of bone still know to bark, wild dogs are not familiar, let it bite people do not move. The dull-faced youth with his head buried snapped his head up, just now he was thrown a slap and endured it, but now he unconsciously clenched his fists. The juniors behind Cheng Zhe also glared angrily at Luo Ji, who was in charge of the Righteous Fist Club. This in-your-face shade was more insulting than a slap. "Ah Zhe, you've been a boss too, so you're right." Luo Ji gazed at Cheng Zhe in a good manner, as if he was full of energy. But to be honest, he was also weak in his heart. Hao has not yet taken over the Yuhai City construction, the old master in charge of the moment. Cheng Zhe is known as the Tiger General, chopping people to grab the most skilled, with 2 shotguns can guard a sand dredge. It's hard to say who will suffer if things get ugly. Luo is not unreasonable. Cheng Zhe fished out his cigarette case and shook one out and held it in his mouth. "It's true that the men have to be taught, but after all, Diao has followed me, brother Luo give face. TSK, the tiger has turned into a sick cat. Still have some brains. Luo Ji laughed, holding the frames of his glasses again and picking up his chin. I'm also anxious, Aze, you don't know that lately how's business is not too smooth. A while ago the inspection team stared at you high pharmaceuticals and sealed a few warehouses at the pier. Urban construction this side, the Department of Education, and to engage in what rectification campaign, we are tired enough. Looking at the documents will soon be issued, the progress cannot catch up, when the time to delay the company's development. Chang Zhe held a cigarette in his mouth and looked calm. I will step up to buy land. Luo Ji shook his head. No need, let Abiao do it. The batch of goods in the warehouse, trouble Aze to watch over it, wait for brother how to get through the relationship, and hurry up to bring it up. Good. Chang Zhe did not have any objections, and after agreeing, he left with his little brother. Xinshi, who was in the crowd, looked at Li Yuan and Xie Yucheng, who were following behind brother Zhe, and saw disappointment and frustration on their faces. Chang Zhe, who fought with both fists on Baiguan Street and had the guts to make a fortune, was the embodiment of making a name for himself in the world of brother Yuan and brother Chang. But today Zhe's retreat, so that the two fantasized big brother dream completely broken. It turns out that the big brother of Baiguan Street, who looks after the scene and supports the little brother, is just a dog raised by the big boss, without any dignity to speak of. What are they doing? Lin Yunqing looked out at the two groups of people, her eyes showing doubt. Missy has never seen the bottom of the society, thought it was what the contractor put aside to meet there. This piece of the mixed food. Xinshi plainly replied. The difference is that one is happy to drink blood, the other can't let go. The melon-eating crowd quietly murmured, feeling that Baiguan Street's Zhe boss was too wimpy. He didn't dare to squeak even after letting someone point his nose and scold him. All is the boss, living in a big house and driving a high-grade car, how can you not move and chop people? Yes, I would say that Z is still considerate of the neighborhood, not as extreme as K's work. Let's go, fortunately my house was not looked at by them, otherwise splash paint and put rats, days cannot live. Xinshi wrinkled his eyebrows, this group of people will not engage in their own head, right? He thought of admonishing the youngest Qinlan, lest he toss out any accidents. It's true that we need to move out early, when the shed reform documents come down, this place will definitely be in chaos. Youngest Qin assistant professor, I heard that the chicken racks on Old Factory Street are delicious, can you take me there? Lin Yunqing retracted her gaze and said eagerly. People don't set up their stalls until the afternoon, so I'll treat you to a drawer of beef shumai. Considering the fact that in the future, he would also have to rub up against Teacher Lin's virtual sparring room, as well as high-energy food cans, Xinshi endured the pain of investing $10 in the cost of brushing down the dog woman's goodwill. Heh, man, couldn't help it. Taking the initiative to treat me to food, Iron Crush. Lin Yunqing once again recalled the teaching of the High Charm Cultivation Guide that the opposite sex taking the initiative to show favor is the existence of good feelings. Xinshi was not aware that his behavior had caused Lin Yunqing to have a misunderstanding, otherwise he would have cursed a pushing female realhead. At this time in the morning market, lively and bustling. With Lin Yunqing into the crowd of Xinshi, suddenly remembered just captured a moment of breath. That Zhe's killing intent and evil thoughts in the state of inner vision plus supersensory perception of the peeping, like a rich to melt red, mixed with a chilling black. A sick cat? I don't think so. Chapter 63 God Nourishing Technique, Wind Fist Flow. The summer sunlight passed through the shade of the trees, and time slipped away inadvertently between the noisy cicadas, and in a blink of an eye it was 7 days. The increasingly empty playground was only left with Xinshi, who was bare-chested, sweat dripping down his muscle lines and wetting his baggy pants legs. Exhale. Inhale. Along with the even and long breath rhythm, the angular waist and abdomen like water ripples, gentle undulation, chest is also supported in inward, breathing intensity of the strong, as if every bit of the body's waste turbidity to be completely discharged. The movement is quite horrifying. Snort snort. Xinshi's lips and teeth slightly opened and closed, like a python spitting. The boiling qi that had grown into a gurgling stream was like a rotor motor spinning rapidly, making circles around the sturdy and powerful limbs of the torso one after another. Blood flow gradually accelerated, even issued a clattering abnormal movement, a large number of heat steaming out, like dense white smoke, rising upwards. Old martial practice method level 5160. The practicing method has been upgraded again. Xinshi closed his eyes and perceived the vigorously stirring life force in his body. It was as if a turbulent river was washing over his mortal body, causing his flesh to be like a rough raw stone placed under an angle grinder, which was slowly being stripped of its outer hard shell and debris, revealing the glistening luster within. Although his body was flooded with a slight stinging pain, like 1,000 needles stabbing down, it could not affect Qinshir's peaceful state of mind. He enjoyed this change, as if he was transforming into a master craftsman, utilizing his exquisite skills to carve his body to perfection. This kind of bit-by-bit real progress was probably the greatest charm of the martial pathway. Old Liang told me that practicing the method emphasizes nourishing the body, and that as long as one keeps breaking through, one will be able to realize extraordinary techniques from it. The same goes for fighting techniques. The more skillfully one masters them, the more they can be learned as killing moves. Qinshir slowly sank his mind and began to visualize the god-nurturing technique. As his spirit drifted into a meditative state, the chaotic and disorderly yet complex and inexplicable ancient patterns were disassembled and reorganized into clear symbols. Whoosh! The sky whistled. Infinite air currents converged into various forms of wind, densely packed, large and small, filling every corner of the Huanyu world. This was the core imagery of the 100 phases refining power. Its speed was like the wind. Hurricanes, storms, and tornadoes come from the meteorological changes of nature. Cold winds, hot winds, and white-haired winds represent the change of seasons and the rotation of the years. What's more, there are clear winds, evil winds, and demonic winds, symbolizing inner changes and self-temperament. The old martial arts have never been a stagnant path of conformity, and every skill that has been passed down for more than 100 generations and has lasted for thousands of years has gone through a process of breaking down and then establishing itself, seeking change and benefit. Qinshir recalled old Liang's serious and earnest teaching. Physical body metamorphosis, cleansing the mortal body, this is the way of the body. The heart's power condenses and seizes the imagery, this is the way of God. The former is the merging of body and force, the latter is the merging of God and intent. He chewed on the essence of the true meaning of these words, pondering. Coil tendon plucking, 8 segments and 9 sections, catching the sense of qi, until the opening of the broken limit. All of them were body refining. When the life force grows to a certain level, then through the inherited God-nurturing technique and the visualization diagram, according to the summary experience of the previous sages and ancestors, from the heaven and earth, nature, yin and yang, stars and mountains and rivers and other strong things, extract the heart that suits one's own potential, gradually melting, for one's own use. This is called nurturing the spirit. The path of the old martial arts is actually not narrow, but rather broad and boundless under the pioneering efforts of countless forefathers. Refining the body is the return of great power to the mortal body, and nurturing the spirit is the transformation of falsehood into truth, both of which almost encapsulate the subtleties of many cultivation methods of the ancient era. As Qinshir immersed himself in the magical state of spiritual enlightenment, he felt more and more that the new martial arts and the old martial arts were not opposites. The former was only built on the deep accumulation of the latter, so the cannon fist, avalanche fist, battle machine body technique, tomahawk chopping kill, so what, cannon fist, avalanche fist, war machine stance, tomahawk split and other classic moves of the military style are all born out of the old martial arts. The decline of the old martial arts is because there are fewer and fewer people willing to walk this path, and those who are able to go to the end of the line and fight again are close to none. Qinshir's thoughts flickered, as if thoughts collided and rubbed sparks together, continuously stimulating his brain. Time and time again, the action of swinging fists and slashing palms, a meditative sparring match that is not afraid of injury, not to mention death. Persistent physical exercise during the day, and the battle images that are replayed in retrospect at night. Little by little, it is like gathering sand into a tower, dripping water into a river. Before every bit of hard work and pay, every bit of perception and experience. In an instant, the quantitative change triggered a qualitative change. Indeed, I am a genius. Qinshir fiercely closed his posture, the water-rippling skin membrane tensed, the spine strong and straight, and then like a big dragon turning over, slowly opened the shoulders, waist, and backside of the muscle groups. This scene revealed a very strong force and beauty. Immediately after, the route of the breath abruptly changed, from the previous swiftness to a gentle. Silently, it infiltrated all the bones. 100-phase refining momentum. Its swiftness is like the wind. Wind is the movement of air currents. The speed at which the wind flows is the punching power. Breeze, strong wind, gale, storm. As long as the faster and more forceful my fist is, the more real and powerful the heart potential it contains. Spiritual light cleaved through the fog in his mind, and Qinshir's eyes gleamed. Immediately, he exhaled a long breath. Phew! The qi sensation that filled his body was like boiling, and the rolling heat flow instantly accelerated. With the help of circumferential operation, Qinshir's 5 fingers closed together and his palms clenched tightly. The moment his body's muscles and flesh contracted, both fists like hammers madly smashed out. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The fists struck the air, one after another, and under the dual reinforcement of sufficient physical strength and abundant chi, a white air current as viscous as waves exploded. It was like a strong gale blowing violently, bringing up dust floating on the surrounding ground. At first glance, Sure appeared as if he was a humanoid tornado, and as his stance flickered, he actually presented a shocking aura of flying sand and stones. Tenacious temperament. It is said that the killing move is not so good to comprehend, have to try. Sitting on the concrete steps, Lao Liang rubbed a cigarette in his hand, smelling the tobacco odor from time to time, as a way to curb the desire to alleviate the many years of habitual smoking. He was chanting, "In the end, smoke or not," suddenly like perceiving what, looked up to the playground training Sure. The shock in his eyes enlarged, turned into surprise, and finally stared blankly. The self-proclaimed knowledgeable 9th middle school physical education teacher lost his temper to the fingers of the cigarette fell but did not realize. He stared blankly at Shure's silhouette, raising his hands and feet, waving his fists and feet, the hurricane crossing the border, sweeping away everything in a violent and bombastic straight to the heart. There was no doubt that this was the heart momentum. It's as fast as the wind to kill the whale hand. It is clearly an assassination fist technique, known as treacherous, sinister, and poisonous. It specializes in attacking the vitals and kills with every move. Old Liang muttered, simply not daring to believe the picture he was seeing. How did he take the heart momentum of the assassination fist and practiced it into such a grand atmosphere, rigid and violent? New profession fighter activated. Extract fighting style. Wind fist stream. On the achievement panel where the monument stood, working fighter abruptly lit up. Sure, who had participated in the 100 phases of refining momentum and observed and nourished his spirit, unexpectedly took the initiative to unlock a brand new occupation. As he gradually absorbed and digested the signature fighting technique of the Hongsheng True tradition, the killing whale hand, as well as the heart potential condensed by successive generations of ancestors, he was able to integrate them. The conditions for certification as a fighter had been fulfilled. The words on the retina flashed as if asking, "You may choose one of the wind fist techniques to strengthen." Wind sound, instant shadow, wild surge. Chapter 64, Old Liang, My Apprentice Martial God Stance. Genius is often so plain and simple. The textual information from the achievement panel did not disturb Shure's calm and quiet mind like a flat lake. It was just like a stone thrown into the water, stirring up a few tiny ripples before returning to tranquility. Dang! When the 100th punch was thrown, the viscous air felt like it was being pounded down by a heavy hammer, blowing out concave ripples that were visible to the naked eye. It was like a boulder smashing into a pond, and then streaks of white waves shot up, wrapping gravel and dust in all directions. My God! Old Liang sitting on the concrete steps was dumbstruck, ate a mouthful of dirt and dust, and yuck several times in a row. But he was not annoyed, instead he laughed heartily. Not following the old path of Hongsheng assassination fist, good, great. Master said that he was too young to see heaven and earth, to understand love and hate, and to experience life and death, so even if his mind was broken, he still could not realize the Tao or the reason. Now it seems that this is not the case. My disciple has the stature of a martial god. It is no wonder that Lao Liang is so out of sorts. We must know that the Hongsheng True tradition of the 100 phases of refining potential, the 4 fundamental wind, forest, fire, mountain. The core of each type of heart potential, all-encompassing many variations of fist, palm, stance, fighting and killing strokes. But after generations of understanding and practice, it's fast as the wind this fundamental gradually into the mainstream, the most suitable for the introduction to the hand, the only vicious and insidious assassination boxing. Lao Liang learned this, his master also learned this. As for the master, his old man chose a more difficult road, need not mention. All in all, there are famous and honorable sect heads. Each regarded as a treasure of the secret heart potential, both a less bumpy road, but also a fence to trip the feet of the cage. Disciples can learn and practice quickly, but if they want to get rid of the limitations of their predecessors and the constraints of their grandmasters, it will be as difficult as climbing up to the sky, and they will not be able to achieve anything. I didn't realize that I actually have the talent to be a famous teacher. My disciple has progressed so quickly, mastering the practicing and fighting methods one after another, and now he even easily understands the nurturing spirit observation, and seizes from it the imagery of the mind's potential that is uniquely his own. Even though this is the result of 99% of his sweat and 1% of his inspiration, it could not have been achieved without my good teaching. While praising Shure's natural talent, Old Liang also thought that he had gotten a lot of credit. He even began to think whether he was a bit overqualified to harbor in ZD 9th Middle School as a physical education teacher. Could it be that I also have the potential to go to the 4 major nationalities and be a martial god tutor? Seeing his protégé's self-comprehending heart momentum and forming his own school, old Liang rapidly expanded. He had already drifted to the point where he didn't put the professors of Qiguang Hengyi University and Jiakai University of Science and Technology in his eyes, and was directly targeting the top academicians of the 4 great nationalities. If Qin Shi were to excel a few more points, instantly refining his heart potential and condensing his imagery, he might have to consider serving as the director of education. Why is old Liang grinning like he won the first prize in the lottery, grinning from ear to ear? After 100 punches, Qin Shi was refreshed, his titan pores opening steeply, expelling hearty sweaty hot air. The 12 large blood-colored tendons covering the mortal body were completely stretched out, as if they had been tempered once again, their color deepened and appeared a bit darker. Wind fist flow. Such a strong heart momentum, such a powerful killing move, was realized by me. Worthy of being a genius. Qin Shi exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, smug. As his physical energy was violently consumed, it drove the vigorous life force, as if the water flowed filling inches of flesh and blood, moisturizing the mortal body. It made one not only not tired, but as if immersed in a hot spring, feeling very comfortable. He quickly gathered his distracting thoughts and focused his mind, his gaze falling back to the achievement panel. Occupation, fighter activated. Skill, wind fist stream extracted. Technique, wind sound, instant shadow, frenzied surge. The 3 icons were dull and unlit, obviously waiting for one to make a choice. Wind sounding is a boxing technique that absorbs and gathers air currents in the eyes of the fist, striking out bursts of damage beyond its own limits, like the hissing of a ferocious bird. Instant shadow is a stance technique, using the airflow to rotate to form wind speed, instantly sprinting, with a strong enough vitality to even sprint in 2 or 3 stages, spanning a distance of nearly 100 meters. If frenzied surge, it boosts the circulation of chi senses, accelerating the circumference of the sky, acquiring more than twice the physical energy and strength. Qin Shi finished understanding the 3 techniques of the wind fist flow and came to a conclusion. Wind sound is a high damage flat A, instant shadow is a high mobility displacement, and berserk surge is a storming chi move. Why can't we have all of them? He was dissatisfied, believing that the 3 techniques could only be used together in order to form the wind fist flow's unique and violent fighting style. It could not be split up. How was this different from buying the game and then having to spend money on kryptonite to draw cards to raise a character? Purely treacherous behavior. Qin Shi secretly complained a few times and carefully gazed at the achievement panel's fighter profession, and more information about wind fist flow surfaced. Wind fist stream, mastering airflow and wind speed, perfectly combining wind and fist to achieve the effect of both force and speed. The perfect combination of wind and fist achieves the effect of power and speed, and is known for its elegant stance and powerful offense. P.S. This profession can be upgraded from introductory to proficient, which opens up a new skill bar. This is forcing me to explode my liver as a working warrior. A student's job is to learn, an assistant teacher's job is to cooperate with the teacher and help her complete her teaching, a waitress's job is to provide convenience to customers, a fitness instructor's job is to bring students. So, a fighter's job? Is it hard for me to find people to fight? Qin Shi's lips pursed as he pondered for a moment, temporarily setting aside how to gain professional growth faster. Finally, he chose Wind Song. Light up. Newt. The sharp sound that sounded like the hissing of a ferocious bird penetrated into his brain, and Qin Shi felt like he had been hit with a dull stick, and a sense of dizziness came over him. Luckily, his vitality had grown again, and through nearly 7 days of repeated exercise, he came to 18 points and endured it hard. Is everything all right, Our? Did you over-practice? Seeing his precious disciple stumbling on his feet, old Liang was instantly anxious. With a sudden flash, he burst in front of Qin Shi. What a fast stance. Old Liang usually hides very deeply. Qin Shi only felt his eyes blink, and his shoulder was caught by old Liang with his hand, making an assisting motion. Old Liang's it's as fast as wind momentum, at least proficient or above. He took a deep breath, stabilized his shocked mind, and slowly absorbed the wind fist flow striking style moves. Probably hungry. Qin Shi responded to old Liang's concern. He pointed to his shoulder satchel, which contained the super protein sent by old Chow. That Silver Horse gym owner seemed to have opened the door to a new world since he had eaten the muscle building meal he made, and almost every day, he would log in and place an order. In addition to paying generously, he would also bring a copy of the bodybuilder's essential nutrients, super protein, as a thank you. It's really bitter. Old Liang looked at Qinshi, who was wildly flaunting the super protein to fill his stomach, and inexplicably felt the heartache of being a father and seeing his own children not having enough to eat and wear. It is not an exaggeration to say that the family has four walls of the children of the 9th middle school. Mr. Liang, the first time I felt poverty is so difficult to bear, cannot help but develop a strong idea of I should get some money. Qinshi wind rolled the clouds, to promote the body's metabolism, improve energy intake, enhance the sense of satiety of the super protein dazzle clean. Then confidently said, Master Liang, I think that after a few more days of precipitation, the vitality should be 20 points. Observe and nourish the spirit to make a breakthrough, extracting the occupational skills of the wind fist flow. A brand new style of fighting, and the ability to raise the intensity of the daily workout routine by another notch. It really wasn't far from the 20-point vitality mark. I'm already working on preparing the materials for the second limit. Old Liang nodded, and he attached great importance to Qinshi's breaking of the limit. The path of the 7 limits of the flesh body was a path that had no turning back. Once one stepped on it, one could not give up halfway. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to make the slightest progress in the realm level. Old Liang exhorted. You only need to adjust your body and mind to maintain your best condition for a while. Qinshi softly hummed. The part-time job at the Midnight Palace didn't go, and on the side of the Youth Palace, I'll also explain the situation to Mr. Lin and go back to work in a while. He only planned to do 2 things recently. One was to wait for deep sleep to rise to the advanced achievement. The second was to rush to the end of the freshman stage and break through the 20-point vitality mark. As old Liang had said before, vitality development was like a teenager growing in size. The golden period was actually just a few years. Only by seizing every wave of suitable opportunities and continuously pushing up the vitality value could the deep potential be fully explored. 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky is getting dark. Farewell to the master Lao Liang. Qinshi walked back to Baogong Street. Unlocking the fighter's profession and mastering the wind fist stream, his body and mind were vaguely agitated, as if he was storing up fierce energy but had no place to release it, and urgently needed to open the valve to vent it to his heart's content. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. Qinshi silently made the thought that the most suitable person to be a sandbag at the moment had to be the dog woman Lin Yunqing. Qiguang Hangdao University's martial arts department's big too, after all. As high as 50 points of vitality was there, how could one easily catch up with the battle and win? Since it is all venting, there is nothing wrong with picking a soft persimmon to pinch. Bitterness of bitter teacher Lin, scolding me to bear. Qinshi laughs out loud when his life force breaks through 20 points, with the wind fist flow fighting method, to take down the quadrangular pants naked man is just around the corner. Hands in the pocket of the teenager turned a corner, crossing the road, feet suddenly stopped. The doors and windows of the store he originally frequented were closed, and flowery, pungent-smelling paint was splashed on them. Several excavators and electric drills dry-hot, rumbling operation. Qinshi shook his head and walked towards his shed with a blank face. If I were the main character, a few ungrateful guys would have come by now and disturbed my peaceful life. I'd quite like to find an occasion to recite that classic line, "Why are you forcing me?" Chapter 65 Power and Speed AA, Building God of War. Unfortunately, the envisioned protagonist treatment of punks messing up and forcing themselves to display their stage 2 thug form, and then beating them ruthlessly until they kneeled, did not fall on Qinshi. Perhaps it was because the low-slung bungalows inside the deep alleys were not that valuable, and his side of the street was rarely calm. Occasionally here live in the opposite door or next door neighbors get together in a piece, whispering, yesterday, whose man was beaten, today, whose family was cut off water and electricity. Remodeling and demolition have not even been a start. The cow ghosts and snakes are eager to jump out of the enclosure to suck blood. Back to the shanty. Qinshi pulled the lamp rope, dim light emanates, illuminating the narrow space is not broad. The home is empty, seemingly cold. The youngest Qinlan was arranged to go to his female classmate's home to live. In this period of time, the chaos in the old factory street is getting more and more intense. During the day, he followed the old Liang to practice, or go out to work part-time, may not be able to take care of his sister. It was better to simply get her out of the vortex and save her from inviting trouble into her life. Nipping the bud of danger in the cradle is the only way to eliminate all future troubles. Qinshi sat inside the house. Although he had just finished dazzling the super protein, he still habitually turned on the fire to heat up the rice and ate a couple of mouthfuls, which also added a bit of human atmosphere. Counting the days, big sister should be back soon. As he lowered his head to pick up his rice, he scattered his thoughts. Although there had been several millennia of Nova Grande development in Hangzhou, the overall level of development had always lagged behind due to its location in the borderlands and the sudden foreign blockade behind it. Not to mention super first-tier administrative regions like Haizhou and Yuezhou, even compared to young Nova such as Hezhou and Yangzhou, which mainly provided strategic materials and were positioned as homes or ranches, the level of development was still inferior. Hangzhou's resources are usually more centralized, with the mega-central city as the heart swallowing up 80% of it, which is then divided among the following metropolitan areas, while the satellite cities built around the metropolitan areas serve as blood packs. Qinshe recalled what the teacher had casually mentioned in class at the suburb school. The once glorious eastern suburb of Dangyang was almost upgraded to a metropolitan area, and the back was somehow changed to Taiyan, and the old district that was reduced to an old factory street didn't even get the treatment of a satellite city. Think on the bright side, at least a little stronger than the walled city that hangs out in solitude. Qinshe wiped his mouth. Hangzhou Nova's administrative unit hierarchy, roughly divided into the center city, metropolitan area, satellite city, and wall city. The first three, as yet, had complete plans for education, healthcare, and life support. The final barrier city was more like a border post, with relatively more grueling conditions. Keep practicing. After grubbing up his hot meal, slightly increasing his satiety by a few points, Qinshe took off his shirt and stood in the courtyard where the place was slightly more spacious. Outside the shantytown alley, the ear-piercing noise created by the excavators and electric drills was still going on, spreading far and wide, not caring whether it affected the residents' rest or not. Or rather, they had wanted to make those tenacious nail households who were unwilling to submit to behave in this way. Old Martial Practice Level 5-1260. Old Martial Fighting Technique Level 4-3350. Nurturing Spirit Technique Level 1-120. One more Nourishing Spirit Technique, another liver to get. The muscle memory achievement combined with the data mining feature made it possible for Qinshe to always find the fastest way to exercise and increase his proficiency in mastering skills. This was also the key reason why he was riding high on the path of old martial arts. As long as the liver doesn't die, it will die. With my amazing intelligence and absolute self-discipline, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to live out a first-class academy. Qinshe took a deep breath, his chi senses continuously circulating as he began his daily training sessions. 15 groups of practicing methods, staking and loosening the tendons, circulating around the sky, consuming physical energy and condensing life force. 15 sets of fighting techniques, basic punches and kicks, offensive and defensive moves. Wait until you're exhausted, then go to bed and fight back in the meantime. It's really unreasonable for Fengbei not to brush me with a time management master achievement. Qinshe closed his eyes and went into a sharp and violent breathing rhythm. This was an effect that could only be displayed after the practice method was upgraded. Every muscle group on the surface of the flesh was being pulled and tugged. Once again, the sight of water rippling and shaking uncontrollably was presented. The large tendons that were tightly attached to the skin membrane were like springs repeatedly stretching, occasionally emitting crashing and exploding sounds. It was hard to imagine just how strong a force was contained in this young mortal body. The strength of a sudden burst of power in this mode should be terrifying. Strive to become a force speed 00 with unrivaled values. Qinshe wanted to find a sandbag, or a fist strength testing machine, so he could see how fierce his current self was. It wasn't a good idea to always practice with the dog woman Lin Yunqing. The next day, early morning. Qinshe fought a fierce battle all night in his sleep, and angrily fought a naked man with 50 points of life force in his boxers. Unlocking the fighter and mastering the wind fist stream professional skill, he obviously had room to fight back. Not only did he get a chance to catch his breath, he even started to look for a break to counterattack. Wait for me to develop again. Intermediate achievement Deep Sleep 2830. Every morning when he opened his eyes, this line of text message would flash on his retina, making Qinshe feel doubly reassured. He gets up and works for a while, taking advantage of the fact that the youngest isn't at home to clean up the hygiene, scrubbing the windows and the stove, dusting off all the corners. The part-time job at the youth palace took a vacation, and the midnight palace was closed for several days. The pace of life that was previously filled with running around, abruptly cleared up. This made Qinshe, who had never been happy to be a curly dog, a little uncomfortable, searching for what he should do. Ah sure. Is he at home? While pondering, Xia Yuqing's shout came from outside the house. Why are you guys here? Qinshe opened the door to see that it was Li Yuan and Xia Yuqing paying a companionable visit. The two were pedaling bicycles with several bags of fruits in their baskets. Brother Zhe asked Brother Yuan and I to go to the nursing home to deliver things and offer our condolences. Xia Yuqing angled his head and gestured for Qinshe to sit on the back seat. let's go over together. The Midnight Palace is reopening tonight, get it done just in time for work. Shincher slightly froze. He met Chang Zhe a few days ago, and that Baekwan street boss even told him not to go part-time. How come it's reopening today? The shantytown renovation project let smiling tiger Luoji snatch it away, and Brother Zhe came back to watch the scene again. Li Yuan sulked, working as a waiter in Midnight Palace, earning a few tips at most, far less than buying land in stores with more oil. Think happy thoughts, Brother Yuan. Look at Brother Biao, every day he leads his juniors to evict the tenants, letting the neighbors poke their backs, his parents can't even lift their heads. Xia Yuqing comforted. If Brother Zhe really took that big job, we might have to do this kind of thing too. Li Yuan didn't say anything. Ah sure, let's go. Xia Yucheng said. Okay. Shincher jumped into the back seat. He was trying to inquire about the demolition of Old Factory Street, and it would be best if he could move out early. According to the style of that man with the gold glasses, sooner or later, it was going to cause a conflict. The children of workers living in the eastern suburbs of Danyang are all full of blood, so it's unlikely that they will blow up one day. Nursing home is not far from Baekwan Street. The earliest is the placement of widows and orphans, sick and disabled social welfare institutions, and then the funds are shrinking, cannot be run. Brother Zhe paid the money to have it converted into a nursing home to take in the Brothers of the Righteous Fist Society. Despite facing Luoji's aggressiveness last time, Chang Zhe's forbearance called many juniors disappointed. But Li Yuan and Xia Yuqing still regarded Brother Zhe of Baekwan Street as an idol in their hearts. Brother Zhe said, as long as they have shed blood and fought for the Righteous Fist Society, he, as a big brother, will definitely give them a good arrangement to retreat. Li Yuan stepped on his bicycle, his eyes glittering with luster. In the world of teenagers, Zhang Hu was full of righteousness and bravado. Arrived. Xia Yuqing braked the car and propped one foot on the ground. Ah sure, help me take the fruit. Okay. Shincher carried 2 bags of fresh fruit and stood at the entrance of the nursing home. Said nursing home, in fact, is a relatively dilapidated silo. The door hangs a black plastic sign on a white background, written on it, Old Factory Street Nursing Home, a few words. Ice probe inside, you can see a few age and old is not related to the middle-aged people, together in a sunbathing. Without exception, they all had disabilities, either a broken arm or a crippled leg. Uncle Tooth, I'm Ah Chang. Brother Zhe asked me to deliver the fruit. Because the gatekeeper's grandfather had a back of the ear, Xia Yuqing's voice shouted loudly. Fruits. Yes, delivering fruit. Li Yuan also yelled at the top of his voice. Shincher had no choice but to directly pull out yellow oranges from the bag, draw 2 pieces of paper to wipe them clean, and hand them to the janitorial grandpa with a back of the ear. Go in. Such a young waif talking no sound. The grandfather peeled the orange, muttered. A group of 3 people went upstairs and placed several large bags of fruit on the front desk for the caretaker to split later. Li Yuan then took out 2 packages of thick envelopes from his arms and looked over to the corridor. Brother Zhe asked me to take this month's money and give it to Dean Shen. Xia Yuqing nodded. Go ahead, Brother Yuan. We'll wait for. His words have not yet landed. Downstairs resounded noisy movement. A dozen people swarmed into the nursing home in great numbers, running over to the dean's office. What are you doing? The male caretaker went forward to question, but was shoved away. Brother K has long worn Jean's surname Shen, told him to shut down. Using Ho's money to raise a bunch of cripples, Zhe is too good at taking advantage. The yellow hair at the head was full of arrogance and spat. This piece of land is not bad. Brother K is planning to set up a dogfighting ring, get lost. Shincher stood at the entrance of the stairs and saw a few familiar faces, such as the red-haired boy Akoan, who had appeared in the youth palace, who had been violently beaten up by Lin Yunqing and still had a bandage around his head. Brother Zhe did not agree. The male caretaker tried to argue, letting the yellow hair in the lead kick him over. The latter had practiced sparring and such, and took the man down with a very standard whip kick. Let Brother Zhe keep the nightclub in his old age, it's not sure if there's a person like him in Old Factory Street in the future. Yellow hair snorted, the shallow logic of the bottom of the gangsters, whoever has a hard fist, whoever has a loud voice, whoever has enough power, whoever has more power. Previously, Chang Zhe's retreat had caused his prestigious status in Baekwan Street to fall to pieces. Yellow hair's arrogant words angered several people, and the bald guy wearing prosthetics stood out and scolded. Little than cubs, who are you talking about? When I was boxing, you were still playing with mud. Even though one leg was amputated, the bald guy's body was still flexible. A few steps flashed in front of Yellow Hair, his fist from the bottom up, rushing to the chin. Old Biden. Yellow Hair's reaction wasn't slow, retreated and retracted, avoiding the uppercut. Immediately, he clasped both hands to the bald guy's shoulders, tensed his heel muscles, bent his knees and closed his legs, vigorously impacting. This is a common knee move in close-range fighting, like a knife like an axe, killing power. In the end, bald man is a prosthesis, not so flexible, the lower side of the ribs like a hammer, waist bowed into a prawn. Yellow Hair and then an elbow strike, smashed in the back of the bald guy's head, knocked it to the ground. Make you wild. Let you bark. Not yet relieved, he kicked several times until his opponent's head was bleeding. The Righteous Fist Club is under the authority of K. Zay is nothing. The violent action deterred the other old guys who still wanted to come forward. The complacent Yellow Hair led his minions, striding towards the stairway, ready to drag the surname Shin out and beat him up. Kid, where are you from again? Good dogs don't get in the way, get out of the way. Yellow Hair tilted his head, looking askance at Shinshur, who was leaning against the side of the stairway. I told you. Shinshur wiggled his neck, the corner of his mouth hooked up. How can this world be full of smart people with long brains? There should always be that kind of eyeless miscellaneous fish that jumps out and lets the protagonist step on them a few times. Chapter 66: A Night of Rainstorms, Dark Tides. 3 minutes later, only Shinshur was left standing in the hallway. The teenager had his hands in his pockets, his gaze calm. The Yellow Hair who looked capable of fighting had his head drooping, his waist bent and hanging helplessly on the handrail. The remaining dozen or so juniors were like seedlings that hadn't been planted properly, falling askew on the ground. All of them are battle scum. Shinshur's tone was regretful, as if he hadn't enjoyed himself. This bunch of lousy newbies absorbed by the Righteous Fist Society couldn't even force out his wind fist flow. With only 18 points of vitality, they had already formed an absolute crush. Toki, what's the noise outside? Li Yuan walked out from the dean's office and couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene. What's going on? Xie Yuqing was thrilled to witness the fight. Luoji's men were looking for trouble to shut down the nursing home. Not only did they speak out against Z, but they also hit people, thanks to Ashur being there. Chopped them up like vegetables. Ha! You took on a dozen of them? So brave. Li Yuan froze. He and Xie Yuqing had attended Old Liang's cram school and were skilled in basic fighting techniques, and were the best in every aspect. Even so, these two could at best deal with 3 or 4 adults. Wanting to single-handedly take on so many punks was really impossible. After all, to be absorbed into the Righteous Fist Society, most of them knew some fighting skills weren't weak. Wow, it's Knife Boy Ming who follows Rocky. I heard that he's very good at sparring. Li Yuan carefully glanced down at the yellow-haired man with a broken nose and blood smeared all over his face, revealing the same surprised expression as Xie Yuqing. Sure, your life force broke 15 points, right? Otherwise, there's no way you can beat Knife Boy Ming. He can break 3 hardwood poles as thick as a child's arm with his legs, the #1 fighter under Luoji's command. Shinshur shrugged his shoulders. Since he had seen the gang of top students from the martial arts department of Qiguang Hangdao University, he couldn't be interested in this gang of lousy kids from Old Factory Street at all. The fighting style was poor, there were many breaks, and their physical fitness was not good. One had to admit that the overall level of this group of the metropolitan area's most exceptional top students was indeed very high. It was important to realize that the same people, with the same vitality, represented a huge difference in significance. Just like the experts of the inspection team, most of them were around 50 points, but if they didn't have sufficient resources, or additional encounters, the upper limit in this life would most likely stop at 60 points. However, if the martial arts students of Qiguang Hangdao University had 50 points of vitality during their sophomore year, and if they played seriously for a few years, or if they were lucky enough to be taken in by a professor, they would be nurtured with care. The chances of his life force breaking 100 before graduation were high. This fight doesn't even count as a warm-up. The only good thing about it is that it can raise some proficiency for the fighter's professional certification, making it convenient for me to open my next skill bar earlier. Shinshur pressed down his thoughts and turned his head to speak to Li Yuan. Brother Yuan, how to deal with it? Follow the rules of your Dao? Li Yuan frowned, not expecting Luoji's men to be so arrogant, even stepping on the place where Z gave the Righteous Fist Society fellows their retirement. Throw the people out first, then I'll find Brother Zay to make things clear. This time it's Luoji who messed up, they're not in charge. The big boss shouldn't pull any punches. Shinshi's eyelids lowered as he used his internal vision several times to capture his breath and spy on that Baekwan Street Zay boss. Feeling that the other party was not a fireless, clay figure to be needed. Deliberately holding back? Shinshi pondered silently. Don't worry, sure. It won't involve you, Brother Zay is very righteous, if you give him a head start, he will definitely cover you. Looking at Shinshi in a daze, Xie Yuqing thought he was worried about being retaliated against and hurriedly patted his chest. Brother Yuan and I can also carry it together for you. Thanks, Brother Chang. Shinshi smiled. He hadn't thought about this problem, not to mention the fact that elder brother Lin Yunqing was the director of Qiguang Hangda's Concubine Affairs Department, a serious newcomer to the system. Let's just say that the last time the gym shook people, the dog woman easily shouted over the head of the inspection team. This background cannot be small. Hold tight to the thigh, soft rice hard to eat, enough to deal with. What Zigo K, in Lin Yunqing such metropolitan area school valve second generation, pressure is not worth mentioning. The old factory street is after all a piece of unattended and shabby place, can't raise any powerful characters. Those bigwigs would at most treat it as a restaurant where they could cut their flesh and drink their blood, patronizing it a few times from time to time. A few minutes later, Li Yuan, who came back from the phone call, had an ugly look on his face. Brother Biao is gone. Brother Zay drove to run to Big Boss. Xie Yuqing was stunned. How come it's gone? The baby-faced young man, Biao, has always been Brother Zay's right-hand man. The closeness of the relationship was no less than that of a blood brother. The club prepared by the Big Boss had an important client yesterday, who suddenly became interested in playing life and death matches, and sent his bodyguard to play. Winning 2 games in a row, the Big Boss cannot hang his face, let Biao go to the top, the result. Li Yuan clenched his teeth. Boom! Shinshi, who was based in the hallway, inclined his head, his eyes looked through the window and saw gloomy dark clouds gathering, and rumbling summer thunder broke the earth. It's going to rain, he said softly. Bear. The car's tires rubbed the ground vigorously, making a piercing noise, like an angry beast violently stopping at the entrance of the Black Flame Hotel. Without waiting for the welcome guest to come forward to help pull the car door, the airy and refined inch-headed man stepped out in big strides. He walked with the wind and came directly to the front desk, both eyes staring at the lobby manager. I'm Chang Zay, I want to see Brother Hao. Although the business of Yuhai City construction has become bigger and bigger over the years, taking over several big projects in the metropolitan area, but the boss Qin Li Hao has no intention to live for a long time. Every time he comes over, he tends to choose the Black Flame Hotel, where the Qin family has a shareholding, to stay. The phone dialed and went straight to the presidential suite's landline. In about half a minute, the front desk manager carefully handed over the room card. Mr. Cheng, you go to the right, get on the elevator, press 28. Cheng Zay stepped into the elevator, the iron grille slowly descended, as the roller numbers rose, 28 didn't take long to arrive. Brother Zay. The bodyguards on both sides of the guard looked at each other, and then said sorry in unison, stopping Cheng Zay for a body search. Only after determining that he was not carrying a weapon was he released. Apparently, the entire Righteous Fist Club knew about Biao's tragic death in the ring, and thought that this incident would enrage Boss Zay of Baekwan Street. Stepping on the carpet through the corridor, he was again intercepted by the bodyguard at the entrance of the suite of rooms, reaching out to search and check his body once again to ensure 100% safety. Brother Hao. Cheng Zay stepped out of the entrance hall and stood in the middle of the living room. The presidential suite of the Black Flame Hotel was in the flamboyant style of an ancient era, with every detail revealing honor and nobility. Especially the 4 to 5 meter large banquette in the main living room was extremely noticeable, and with the huge floor-to-ceiling windows at the back and the open view, the sense of superiority and success overlooking the multitudes of people came to life. Biao's death was an accident. Qin Li Hao was still in his white suit with bumpy barge collar and double-breasted buttons, which made him look broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, and unusually strong. I'm talking freight business with old Zheng from Boat City. He's a person you know, likes excitement. Pretty girls get more, no fun, just want to see some violent fighting. But the light fight see blood without betting is not interesting, we bet on the split. Cheng Zay was silent. If a fight loses hundreds of thousands of dollars, it does not matter to Ho. However, the share of the partnership business afterward, the interests involved are huge. Losing 2 fights in a row, losing an unknown amount of money, it was no wonder that Brother Hao was anxious. I thought that Biao has been with you for so many years, his boxing skills are not bad, let him take another shot of 9 Dragons stimulant before he goes to the ring, he should be fine. Forget it, after losing 3 games and losing 15% of the share, I don't want to mention it again. Biao is your brother, he's so lost, you feel bad. Later go to the company's financial place to draw a sum of money, the funeral well done. Xin Lihao had his back turned, a long thick cigar in his hand. Don't worry, I'll get old Zhang's debt back sooner or later. If he loses my face, I'll step on his face next time. Cheng Zhe asked expressionlessly. Brother Hao, Biao, he has no relatives, the Righteous Fist Club is his home, can that nursing home stay? Xin Lihao frowned. The company is also in difficulty, Zhe. I took on the old city remodeling project in one breath, partnered with the Boat City side, and contacted the Barrier City side to buy land and reclaim medicinal fields, so the capital chain is severely strained. It's good that you emphasize righteousness, but I can't afford to feed idle hands. My dad taught me from a young age that if you don't work, you don't eat. Cheng Zhe was still about to say something when the landline on the large desk rang again, and Xin Lihao turned to pick up the microphone. After listening for a moment, his eyebrows wrinkled tighter. Got it. He hung up the phone after simply saying that, looking at Cheng Zhe with a face full of displeasure. Zhe, the little brother under your hand is very unintelligent and beat up Aki's people. For the sake of Biao, forget it this time. I know you've been with Dad for years, but as the old saying goes, you've been a loyal servant for a long time. You've been diligent when Dad was in charge, but you've been a pushover when I've been in charge. I asked you to buy land, how much do you collect in a week? That's not enough to keep up with Aki's progress in 3 days. Zhe, I don't want people to say that I don't care about old friendships, so behave yourself. Cheng Zhe lowered his head. From now on, I'll guard the pier, and leave the old factory street block to Brother K. Xin Lihao nodded, expressing satisfaction. Well, you miss the old brothers of the Righteous Fist Society so much, let them follow you to move goods and make a living. When Old Factory Street is developed in the future, I'll let K share a few of your venues. Cheng Zhe bent his waist and bowed. Thank you, Brother Hao. I'll set up a table later, you and Aki will have a drink, it's like turning a war into a war. Xin Lihao placed the cigar on the shelf and let it go out naturally. Both are working for the company and contributing to the company, don't make too much of a mess. Cheng Zhe nodded his head and sat on the sofa on the right side at Hao's gesture. He placed both hands on his knees, his eyes gazing at the galaxy pendulum clock on the large desk. In the afternoon, it was 4:01. Jia Xiao. Such a coincidence. In front of the Black Flame Hotel's Fountain Plaza, Luo Ji, who saw the big red classic Tianqi sports car, hurriedly jogged over, as if he was a witty greeter, and helped pull open the car door. Brother K, it's you. The stylishly dressed sunglasses youth stepped out of the sports car. Did you come over to report to third brother? Luo Ji had a pleasing smile on his face, but his tone was full of helplessness. Why, don't mention it, my juniors let A's men beat them up, they were seriously injured, several were carried into the hospital for emergency treatment. The youth took off his sunglasses. Cheng Zhe of Baiguan Street? Third brother doesn't help you out either, always letting him ride on your head. In terms of ability and loyalty to the company, 10 Cheng Zhes can't catch up with you, Brother K. As Luo Ji sighed, he couldn't help but mix in a hint of aggression. Zhe is an old employee of the company, his seniority is deeper than mine. The youth revealed a look of contempt and patted Luo Ji's shoulder. Don't worry, Brother K, I'll talk to Brother San later. He has long been displeased with those old seniority in the company, occupying the latrine pit and not Ting. Third brother was still scolding a few days ago, saying that Cheng Zhe is not active, buying land and repossessing houses is dragging. By the way, Brother K, you told me last time that the girls' school over there in the eastern suburbs of Danyang has a lot of pretty girls, isn't it true? Luo Ji's eyes lit up for a moment and came over to ask. Is Jia Xiao interested? The youth licked the skin of his mouth, his originally still handsome face looking much greasier. Before, I was almost broken by Lin Yuqing's crazy woman, and lay in bed for almost half a month, suffocating. Third brother also loves to control me and won't let me play around in the metropolitan area. Brother K, do you have a way out? Luo Ji knew that Qin Jijie, who grew up in a candy jar, was easier to deal with than his irascible and shady boss Qin Lihao. He laughed. I've recently been in charge of the demolition of Old Factory Street. If Jia Xiao wants to play, you can arrange it at any time, and it's guaranteed to be all new and tender tea that hasn't been plucked. Qin Jijie's heart burned as he listened to this, like a fire was going up, and he couldn't wait to pull Luo Ji for a detailed chat right now. Brother K, let us go up. Together. Sir, no parking here, please move down. The silhouette wearing a doorman's clothing with the brim of his hat pressed low approached. Are you blind? This is Brother Hao's younger brother. Doesn't the Black Flame Hotel even know who its last name is? Luo Ji angrily rebuked. Qin Li Hao's younger brother? Qin Jie? The doorman was slightly surprised. Raise your head, I don't think I've seen you before. Luo Ji's heart snapped. The hotel doorman actually dared to call out Brother Hao's name? He was feeling out of place when the silhouette swooped in, and a strong electric current instantly ran through his body. What are you guys doing? Qin Jie reacted half a beat slower, allowing the welcome guest who came trotting from behind to lift his hand and knock him out. A van delivering for the hotel happened to stop, blocking most of the line of sight. The two lost consciousness and were just thrown into the back seat. In the afternoon, 5:30. Qin Li Hao waited impatiently and told his boys to call Rocky's phone, which never got through. What the hell is K up to? His fire rubbed off on him. At 5:40. The landline rang. A long silence. After listening to the request made by the opposite end, Qin Li Hao's veins jutted out at the corners of his forehead. There are no pills of regret in the world, friend. It's not a wise choice to provoke the Qin family. If you're short of money to spend, I, Qin Li Hao, love to make friends, especially with money. Give as much as you want. With a long beep, the phone was hung up off. Qin Li Hao's palm squeezed tightly and the microphone clicked and shattered. He suddenly looked at Chang Zhe, who was sitting on the sofa, his gaze fierce and sharp. Ah, Zhe. What happened, Brother Hao? Chang Zhe's eyes were loaded with doubt. Nothing. Kei and Jie are in trouble, you stay here and don't go anywhere. Qin Li Hao made Chang Zhe, who had stood up, sit down as he grimaced and took a big step out of the suite. It's raining. Chang Zhe leaned back into the sofa, this time his gaze pierced through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The gloomy thick clouds were torn apart by lightning. The pouring rain finally hit the earth. Chapter 67 on the shelf. At 12 o'clock in the morning on the shelves, there may be a slight delay of a few minutes, and strive to burst to 12,000. Every day to maintain a stable amount of 7,000-8,000 updates, as the readers are willing to pay trust in my return. Then there are some of my personal mental activities. I've been in the industry for some years now, and I'm sorry that I've never learned how to be a mature author, and I've let down a lot of readers who have been so supportive. Knock knock. I apologize for kowtowing. I've analyzed myself very carefully and talked to many of my peers, and just a few days ago, my fellow pot rice student even strongly condemned me in the author group, publicly questioning why I put the Taoist monarch on hold. From the author's point of view, he thought that I hadn't written it to collapse, and that there was still a lot of room for digging into the plot content, so I could obviously continue, so how could I just give it up? My response at the time was that I knew what I should write later, but I didn't know how to make it look good. Whether it's the author or the reader, there is always a very stereotypical and stubborn impression of the category Xianfang Xianxian. That is, when things are not decided to change the map, the thinking is exhausted to upgrade, and the rhythm is flat to kill people. There have been more than dozens of times I have heard people tell me, you only XXX word count, how can there be no content to write, change the map to ascend, the world is invincible outside the enemy. Honestly, I don't quite recognize this kind of argument. If you're really concerned about this part of the fantasy immortal, readers will find that the top-ranking net article has long been out of the cage of the pure monsters and upgrades. They must be in the worldview, storytelling, reading fun and digging degree of subject matter. They must have put a lot of effort into worldview, storytelling, reading interest, and topic exploration. Readers may not be able to perceive this, but as a practitioner, I often scan the list, and then cover my face and wonder why these big players can be so great. By comparison, I look like a tough black iron who doesn't even get the mending. Not in an exculpatory way, but in a frankly introspective way. I think it's actually pretty hard for people to be self-reflective and admit they're not very good. I've had a similar discussion with another author, and we've come to the conclusion that we're the want-it-all kind of authors. We greedily want to write quality content that satisfies us, satisfies our readers, and earns us accolades so that we can get constant positive feedback and increase our desire to create. But once we are in the dilemma of no work to do, we start to run away. Updating a chapter dryly is like gluing on a very poor quality spell casting material, it's unbearable. But in the long run, this kind of subconscious avoidance and procrastination will only damage your readers' enthusiasm for reading and destroy your career. From time to time, I go through my previous works, clicking on the chapters that I thought I had written fairly brilliantly, falling into self-indulgence and self-satisfaction that I used to be so good. Although I have not reached the late stage of foundation building extreme realm peak grand round, but also have a few cheap practicing 12-layer style. High and low enough to be an outer sect senior brother. But I also avoid some of the less satisfying chapters, like the hasty escape of a chance encounter with one's first love on the road after being turned greasy by the years. It's no exaggeration to say that for every chapter one send out, I do know if it's actually good or not. Therefore, I really can't afford to update something that can't even get a passing grade. It's not that I'm morally superior, it's simply that such behavior accumulates negative feelings of self-loathing and makes me feel like a failure. I'll admit, my avoidance is severe, and it permeates every aspect of my life and relationships. That's why I don't have a readership. Creative writing is one of the few things in my life that I've stuck with for a long time, even though I realized early on that I'm definitely not a gifted writer, and that it's purely a matter of good timing that I'm able to make a living at it. I often ask myself what kind of author I want to be. The author I most want to be is Xiao Duanzhou. He cannot look at the author background, do not care about the fluctuation of data, and even the industry is not integrated into the major author groups to find no such person, like a small transparent, peacefully write a book after a book. The author I admire the most is Yen Zk. Regardless of any problems encountered, card text, inspiration, advancement of a series of problems, Yenshin can go to the solution, to breakthrough, and from the lessons learned in experience, in exchange for the growth of the next book. As for the author I envy the most, naturally, is a certain 6 years to write 2 million words did not drink the northwest wind and starve to death pigeon spirit. Before opening this book, I told myself over and over again to mature. You are already almost 30 years old in the middle of the den, put away childishness and pretentiousness, write hard, write seriously, keep writing, do not stop. I print it out and stick it on my case so I can see it every day when I face my computer. A lot of readers said that I have no outline, really wrong. Every time I open the book step is to think of the person's name, and then write a brief introduction, and finally think about the outline over and over again. I know where the end of each work falls. I know where every book will end up. I just don't have a good sense of direction, and I always get lost in demise. This time I won't. The 20,000 word outline plus 16,000 word plot outline makes me confident, and the power of 990,000 words surges within me. So, give it another chance, please, please, please.jpg. Here are the business links. Immortals are not cultivated this way, by Phoenix mocking Phoenix. The invincible Phoenix god has once again created me to pieces. Cry. What gold basin washing hands, I'm not a leading Big Brother, author, eat morning tea in the wee hours of the morning. Hong Kong variety big hands, greatness needs no introduction. My girlfriend died in the past, by Naiha laughs and forgets Chuan. I'm a faithful reader of Chuan's blind date single chapter. The Depths of the Living, by Fatty in Yellow. A great mystery with a great hand, and the excitement needs no introduction. The Order of Peace, by Yen Zk. Heavenly Tao Foundation Building, Dan Chang 9th grade, Yuaning flawless chief Taoist son of a super great sect. From Water Monkeys to Gods, by Armored Ant. Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment, Dan Chang 9th grade, chief heavenly pride of a super great clan whose bone age does not exceed 22. The Gatekeeper of the 10,000 Realms, by Smoke and Fire into a City. The feeling is just very invincible. There is a feeling that this author is too supermodel not cutting how to play. 72 Changes from a Fine Dog, by Lulu Xiu. Super Big Clan Outer Door second senior brother, like me are in the impact of the inner disciple. Pushing Across the Heavens starting from the Great Ming Dynasty, by Who Plays My Long River Chanting. Ruined Tentacle Monster, top explosive more spiritual roots, terrifying as hell. Okay. Probably this is all. If there are omissions, next time to settle. The readers who pass by the old man dump a first booking, dump a monthly ticket blah. As long as give me these, I am willing to do anything.jpg. Chapter 68, Better to be a strong bean than a wild dog first order punching place. The local society is really rude. Qinsher ran back to the shanty with his umbrella. The road outside of Baogong Street, due to excavators and electric drills working at night, has been pitted with large swaths of dilapidation. Once the rain washed over the dirt and gravel, it formed a dirty and filthy stream, leaving people with nowhere to land. Even though Qinsher had 18 points of vitality, and performed agile and flexible body movement, he could not avoid getting his running shoes and pant legs dirty. Luckily, the sewers are not clogged, otherwise how can we live? Qinsher was grateful and thought, according to the righteous boxing club gang of bad boys of the lack of morality, broken sewage pipes to further nausea surrounding residents, this kind of dirty work may not be out of the question. Again, I can only fall into the clutches of the dog woman Lin Yunqing. Forced to live in her big villa, letting her take advantage of me, living a miserable life of subjugation. Qinsher secretly felt sorry for himself. The youngest, Chin Lan, stayed in the relationship pro. Chapter 69 Line Merchant Wanderer, firing the first shot second shift. Jingle bells. Late at night, the landline of the nursing home rang. In the office, the glasses-wearing Dean Shin picked up the microphone. He listened quietly for a while, then returned. Got it. The white-haired Dean Shin hung up the phone and sat alone for a while, and the caretaker who was patrolling the corridor with a flashlight was attracted by the light. Dean Shin, still not sleeping? I rested after organizing the books. It's the end of the month again, have to calculate the expenses and know what to spend. The nurse practitioner laughed. You are too worried on this non-profitable nursing home, but also invites people to miss. Dean Shin's tone was light. It's just a matter of being entrusted by others and being loyal to others. Aze gives so much money every month to support the old brothers of the Righteous Fist Society, and some of the neighbors who have no support. If I don't do a good job, I will not let him down. The caretaker lamented a few words. Chapter 70 Man of the Wind and Clouds, Battle in the Spotlight. Third shift. You couldn't wait to come to my house early in the morning. Lin Yunqing saw the top chat box light up with red dots, the corners of his mouth hooked into an evil, impetuous, confident smile. Perhaps, this is the attraction of a goddess. Lin Yunqing, who normally hated to sleep until noon, instantly broke free of the comforter seal. She had already thought that when she finished building the primary meditation room, plus the remaining few goodies she had acquired. Throwing it in the face of little assistant Professor Chin, this kid would still not obediently allow himself to be taken and ravaged. Jia. Tuning martial god. Looking at the star ocean, who could achieve this kind of accomplishment? Lin Yunqing Fire Speed Wash, wore good clothes, down to the garage to sit in that Haze Conqueror, by the way, did not forget to put on the exquisite face moisturizing water replenishment senior mask. Can be described as all the way sparks with lightning, rushed out of the villa area. 40 minutes later, the Haze Conqueror drove into the Iron Gate, once again back to the Chapter 71, I report, there's a hanging dog fourth shift. Open? The round-faced teenager, Luo Wenbin, was greatly shocked after he missed. The core of the new martial school's limit flow was to exercise oneself. It needed to force out the infinite potential contained in the mortal body through the extreme pressure of various harsh environments. To a certain extent, they were the closest to the old martial school. The physical qualities in all aspects were extremely exaggerated, and the ability to adapt was extremely strong. There's no reason to dodge it. Luo Wenbin thought to himself about his starting move, using the signature breathing method of the Qiguangheng University's martial arts department to mobilize up to 50 points of life force to increase the lethality of the ripples. Even a sophomore at the same level caught off guard would be instantly killed. Before he could think of the result, the powerful air current whined and whistled, like a tornado blowing up from the flat ground, blatantly attacking towards himself. Qinshi's left foot stepped forward, his 5 fingers closed together, and 12 large blood-colored tendons pierced through his mortal body, like a thick pipeline conveying power. Chapter 72 Retired Soldier King, Eating Melon Online 5th Shift. Liang Jingxiong. A native of Hangzhou, he later moved to Jingzhou and worshipped under Yan Jianmen of the Hongxing Taoist Hall, becoming famous for his fierce fighting style and frequent victories in the ring. Served in the 4th Battle Regiment of the Gochen Ancient Star, under the subordinate 14th Army, participated in the Battle of Hongyan's Defense, the Great Rift Sweeping Battle, was awarded the Order of the Begonia Defender of the Nation Stripped, the First Class Combat Medal Stripped, and the Order of the Warhammer's Medal of Honor Stripped. Qinsher mumbled out, the look in his eyes extremely shocked. Could it be that I can really hug a big thick leg? As far as old Liang's resume is concerned, he is properly rooted and belongs to the category of combat heroes. My teacher is a retired soldier king. Qinsher couldn't help but be excited, but then doubts surfaced. So many medals have been stripped away, old Liang wouldn't have made a big mistake, right? He settled down slightly and continued to look down. Due to his mistakes in the execution of his mission, he directly caused a huge loss and indirectly. Chapter 73 Great Expansion, Energy Liquid First Shift. The Qin family members were kidnapped? Could it be done by that brother Zhe? The answer seemed obvious. Qinsher smiled. Master was a veteran who had completed his sentence, and Big Brother was probably a kidnapper. Himself, a law-abiding third-grade student, was like a husky mixing with wolves. Confidence, sister, the Smoke City Qin family is so powerful that they can also let someone kidnap their son? Qinsher smiled coyly and coaxed a close relationship. According to the past 10 years of life experience, in most cases, he only needed to be a little sweeter with his mouth and show a little initiative, and it was often hard for the opposite sex to rise up against him, especially older sisters or aunts. This kind of old movie shown in the old Factory Street video hall, usually called Teacher's Milk Killer. Especially with the affinity of the waitress profession, the effect is doubled again. Yo, the little guy is quite good at calling people. Looking askance at a. Chapter 74 Upper Potential Limit, Invitation to Join Second Shift. Pain. Inside the basement, Shinshir slammed Lin Yunqing into the soft cushions with a beautiful over-the-shoulder slam, if it wasn't for the fact that he was mindful of the grade 4 energy liquid and had collected some strength. The dog woman could have reaped another baby like sleep. Is this your reward? Lin Yunqing huffed, rubbing at her violently shaken chest. It hurt to shake it. Helping you develop your life force, Teacher Lin, why wouldn't it be considered a way to express gratitude? Shinshir shrugged. He had already figured out the dog woman's temperament, and definitely couldn't give any good looks. Once she showed a little gentleness, Lin Yunqing would immediately turn her nose up at her. Must be taught a hard lesson, just like treating a samaya that breaks up the house. The dog woman will not be a jittery right? Specialize in this? Shinshir thought of his first in-depth exchange with Lin Yunqing, a deliberate bombardment punch to beat her into a panda eye, and from then on the knot was formed. Chapter 75 Seeds of Life, Contraband Third Shift. Being poor, there's really no dignity at all. Because of his poverty, Shinshir hesitated for half a second before sternly refusing. He lamented in passing that this group of martial artists were really perverted enough. Energy liquid irrigation rectum to promote the body's absorption. Such an outrageous idea can come up? If experiencing the ultimate insult can break through the realm, the subversive people in this world would probably be piling out. Master Liang, although it's said that you have to be smart in your life, but you're not poor to this extent. Let's just follow the normal method, the effect is almost harmless. Shinshir's tone was sincere. Fearing that old Liang intends to pull the plug and force a wave of humiliation on him. All right. Then the most conventional syringe injection will be taken. Old Liang played with the sealed tin can, and his heart was not in a good mood. This bottle of level 4 energy liquid bearing the trademark United Pharmaceuticals was almost as if it was the most common type of energy liquid. Chapter 76, Blackjack, The Hall of Thought First Shift. Textbook? Chang Zhe put down the meat-sawing knife in his hand. The eastern suburb of Dangyang has experienced 30 years of great development. It can be said to be in full swing and flourishing. Especially the children's school that enrolls military families, senior workers, and frontline personnel. All parties bet a lot of resources, from the Taiyan Education Commission to the Hangzhou Wushu Association, have contributed a great deal of effort. This past event was often recited and hung on the lips of the old generation of Old Factory Street. Mayor Qin had the means. After those teaching materials were lost, the inspection department spread out and dug up the ground, and only recovered less than a third of them. At that time, it almost didn't turn the eastern suburbs of Dangyang upside down. Chang Zhe fished out a cigarette, stuffed it into Luoji's mouth, and lit it for him again. Even the inspection department couldn't find it, but Qin Renning was able to find it, worthy of being the local snake in Smoke City. I heard that in Yantian City, even the local district mayor has to look at the face of the Qin family boss. Social gatherings have to get up and toast. Brother K, do you know where it is? Chapter 77 True Elemental 1 Chi, Attachment Attack Second Shift. Hall of Thoughts. Shinshir's eyes emptied, as if he was in a trance, entering into another kind of unconsciousness that returned to the void and entered the mundane. Originally, the consciousness space was very limited in loading scenarios, and there would even be a lack of arithmetic that would turn passers-by into mosaics. But now the constructed consciousness space was like a real world a few feet square. Shinshir tried to project Lin Yunqing, Lao Liang, Chang Zhe, and a dozen others before and after. The result was that each person was lifelike, even their expressions were vivid. It's evolved from a skin-swapping page game to a 3A masterpiece. Shinshir poked Lin Yunqing's face with his finger. There was actually a soft touch. Pinched it again, it was indeed very white and tender. What outrageous details. As long as it's something I've felt before, it seems like it can be replicated and restored. He suddenly had a flash of light and slapped Lin Yunqing's modeling apart. Chapter 78, Footpath is also a path. Little Qin technician makes his appearance third. What are you doing? Letting the comforter seal Chen Dian was pushed away by a hand. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at her good girlfriend hurriedly getting up. Morning exercise. Lin Yunqing hummed a relaxing ditty, changing into casual sportswear as fast as she could and running into the elevator to go down to the garage. Family genetics are terrible. Can't walk when I see a student. Surname you lost in his life by being a classmate with little Qingqing instead of being a student. Chen Difang buried her head into the pillow. Her sleep quality these days is ridiculously poor, fast to high-intensity work and high-pressure environment into a severe neurasthenia. Drip drip drip. When sleep was about to come, the vibration and ringing of her cell phone woke her up with a jolt. The inspecting department head's face was twisted, almost hideous, itching to strangle the dog that disturbed his rest. Administrator, this is Chen Dui, is there something wrong? Nope, got up long ago and was exercising. You. Chapter 79 Setup, Spy First Shift. Brat. Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman? The heavily insomniac Chen Difference was like a cranky female in her physiological period, full of desire to attack. It was well known that the mood curves of female creatures were often governed by hormones. Summarized as a week of joy, color, anger, pain. During the follicular phase, she looks at everyone. During the ovulation phase, she swings every day. During the luteal phase, everyone around her breathes wrong. And during the menstrual phase, she is as manic as a mad dog. In the face of grinning Chen Difference, Qin sure also calm mind. After all, look at that everyday high-intensity pressure, the chance of scrapping close to 60% of the miserable body. It is difficult not to have sympathy. It's almost like a social animal that works 20 hours of overtime every day without a break. If it wasn't for his high vitality, he felt that Chen Difang would have to die on the spot as soon as she closed her eyes. What does this woman have to do every day to make her body look like it's covered in countless buffs? Chapter 80 Anti-Strike Armored Body. How are you going to break my defense second shift? Qin sure didn't adopt the list of weaklings provided by Cat Head Killer. The reason he played the virtual battle room was not to be abused. On the contrary, being abused was the intention. The more powerful the opponent, the more experience he could gain. As if remembering, the primordial martial god Feast Haisan had said, "The true martial way is to rise from the brokenness, to recover from the silence, to win with difficulty after being brutally beaten over and over again, and with this to forge an indestructible body and an invincible heart." If one had understood the life of Fei Haishan, one would know that his words were indeed not wrong. After all, counting all the generations of martial gods in Eastern Xia, he should be the one with the most public defeats and the one who was the most unassuming in his youth. Walking the path of a martial god. Qin sure did not reply to Cat's Head Killer, waited until Utopia Thick Milk Thick Tea's friend passed, and directly sent an invitation to spar. He wanted to use this military martial stream tiger fist expert to test himself. Chapter 81 Martial Arts Department's Shame, Someone's Going Crazy Third Shift. I lost? I actually lost to the old martial arts sect. Removing his helmet, Sudong's face was pale, not only because being decapitated had caused a considerable shock to his heart, but also because he had lost to the old martial faction rookie that he despised. The proud, sword and gun invulnerable strike-proof armored body had failed to block the other party's hand slash. From now on, I will also be reduced to the shame of Qiguan Hangdao University's martial arts department just like Luo Wenbin. Sudong thought of his future university life, which would be reduced to being treated as a laughingstock, unconditionally bringing food for his roommate, and permanently losing the right to be called daddy, no longer have the right to choose a spouse. He almost fell to the ground with two black eyes. Qiguang Hangdao University's martial arts department will circulate the deeds of two roadside wild dogs, Luo Wenbin and I. Wait, Luo Wenbin. Sudong suddenly acted like he was grasping for a life-saving straw as he reattached his helmet and dialed the communication number. Brother Bin. Chapter 82, Taking a Big Order, I'll Kill Myself First Shift. 9 Pines Harbor? Qin Shi's eyebrows imperceptibly frowned lightly. This place is located in the old factory street. Dangyang eastern suburb of the big development period, in order to speed up the construction speed, to ensure the supply of materials, early in the Jaw River side of the construction of inland waterway transportation port. And is the first to build a railroad, and then build the port, the train station and the river port adjacent, to do land and water transportation, the formation of transit hubs. Because there are 9 old pines planted along the river bank, the name 9 Pines Harbor was given to it because of the age of the 9 old pines, which have lasted for thousands of years. To a certain extent, 9 Pine Harbor can best represent the old factory street's former glory. It followed the rise of the eastern suburbs of Dangyang, prosperity, along with the decline and fall. Xin Lihao actually put the goods there, rather than directly to the logistics warehouse in the metropolitan area? It is also rare. Makes such a big commotion? Setting fires and making explosions? What guts? Lin Yunqing was calm this time, cocking her second. Chapter 83 Mechanical Branch, Electronic Mind's Second Shift. Chen Difference drove a large-bodied Black Rider Defender, ferrite spotlight shining through the night, 22-inch wheels spinning, pitch-black tires scraping across the ground and splashing circles of water. Already changed into a white shirt, jeans dry-dressed Chen team leader while playing the steering wheel, while muttering. What's wrong with this summer, it rains especially hard. Lin Yunqing in the passenger seat felt a bit stuffy and lowered the window a bit to let the coolness in. Didn't you hear the Weather Bureau's prediction that there might be a typhoon crossing the border? Chen Duan shook his head. Taiyan has always been quite stable, in addition to the winter is relatively cold, not moving to -10 degrees to go, never had any major disasters. How is it that even typhoons are now blowing in? Lin Yunqing heatedly laughed. Throughout history, when a demon comes out, there will be a vision. It's probably because the heavens have seen which demon has popped up again. She twisted her head to look at Qinshi, who had his eyes closed in the back seat, her mouth. Chapter 84 Star God, Sinful Thing First Shift. Bang 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 bang. Qinshi lightspeed 5 consecutive kicks, rushing at the mechanical dog with a burst of kicks, crackling a burst of sound, the metal skeleton deformed and twisted under his vigorous stomping, the scarlet electronic eye brightly flickered. Boo! Like a bubble being burst, the thick darkness instantly dissipated, and the invisible force field dissipated with it. The round-inched young man who fell to the ground in violent convulsions finally got rid of the nightmare. He raised his finger, his throat issued a ho-ho sound. Electronic. Blocking. Team leader. Seeing the tragic situation of the round-inched youth, Chen Difference as if waking up from a dream, she realized that the situation is not right, turned around and returned to the car with big strides, grabbed the walkie-talkie. I'm Chen Dian from the 7th Group of the Inspection Department, all inspectors follow my command, blockade the Nine Pines Harbor. Emphasize again, blockade all imports and exports of the Nine Pines port, and strictly prohibit the use of electronic devices above level 3. The efficiency of the inspectors in carrying out their orders was extremely. Chapter 85, Maximum Martial Law, Destructive Strike Second Shift. Star God? Listening to Lin Yunqing's description, what with the embryo, what with the juvenile, Qinshi inexplicably felt familiar. How was it somewhat similar to the font panel? Just what level of life form is a star god? Born from the Earth's core, which means that he was bathed in 7,000 degrees of heat from the moment he was an embryo. Even fiercer than a super scion? Qinshi felt puzzled, and he had the intention to ask a question, but Lin Yunqing didn't give the opportunity and continued with a serious expression. The current ancient history before the new calendar can be traced back as far as 300 millennia, but by that time, Eastern Xia had long since stormed out of the solar system and started to form an expeditionary army. The first star god that humanity encountered is no longer traceable, but imagine the terrible price they paid, like a toddler, gradually growing up and falling into the palm of a top predator before reaching full adulthood. The writings preserved by future generations of historians have described it as a blood-curdling cry. How the human race. Chapter 86 Rustication, Red Eye's Third Shift. Skill, Predator. Effect, you can mark a prey and start foraging for food, and when you're done, you'll randomly gain heal, boost, revive, and other gain effects. When this is done, you will randomly gain healing, enhancement, revival, etc. Qinshi looked at the droplets of blood sampling, Chen Difference and Lin Yunqing, one on the left and one on the right, their eyes staring at him in unison in anticipation, giving him an inexplicably odd feeling of transforming into a humanoid mechanical dog. Don't get too close, I get nervous easily. Qinshi coughed twice, for the means of tracking electronic demons' pathogens. The explanation he gave was simple, the almighty old martial secret method. Drink. I'm going to send out my power. You two hide away, I'm afraid of shocking the innocent people. Chen Duan sniffed and took a few steps back, and the round-faced young girl next to him muttered in a low voice. Team leader, can he really find a live target carrying the electronic demon virus? It doesn't seem reliable at all, posing as a Qigong master at such a young age. Chapter 87, Black Swan Event, Stealth plus Kidney Strike equals Assassin 2-in-1. The palm that Cheng Zhe stretched out, the flesh and blood had completely turned into a bright silver color, and as he gave the command off the top of his head, within a radius of 100 meters, the electronic signals were steeply agitated, like the release of a major positive psi-tech board stock, which was soaring in a straight line. Roar! Four-wheel drive, horsepower strong off-road vehicle erupted nuisance electric sparks, the surface of the ring of black flames, like a crazy angry beast low roar. From the oil pump to the cigarette lighter, all modules and structures were infected. The high-intensity virus called Electronic Devil completed its spread in an instant. Immediately afterward, the thick and sturdy bumper ruptured from it, and the entire car body was forced to twist. The machinery, like fluid, was pinched together by invisible hands into some kind of metal monster that looked like a big bug. The unlucky ones who stayed in the car and didn't come down were instantly refined. Like a pinched ripe tomato, squeezing out the juices of the fresh and full flesh. Chapter 88 One Blade Explosive Damage 999, Dropping Golden Legends Third Shift. Cheng Zhe stood at the edge of the rooftop of the factory building. The increasingly hot circuit board at his heart was deeply planted in his flesh and blood, with pitch-black lines extending from the edges as if it had become part of his body. The mind that belonged to the organism was like a candle in the wind, it was being suppressed and becoming faint little by little. The memories of the past were gradually shattered, just like a coin jar dropped on the ground, symbolizing the goodness of a coin clattering pouring out. His mind flashed through many faces, his parents who were dragged down by himself, Mr. Liang who didn't have so many gray hairs, and Ah Biao, who was in the righteous boxing club with him. Consciousness flashed back to the port of Nine Pines. The container where Qin Lihao stored his stash was full of things. Gold bars, banknotes, drug powder, pornographic photos, and videotapes. Rich people enjoy everything. As you can imagine, Qin Lihao often comes over alone and sits on that brownish red leather sofa, savoring his successful and contented life. On what grounds? On what grounds? Chapter 89 Supercharging Treasure, Legendary Talent 2-in-1. Qin sure was shaken by the glittering golden light, staring blankly at the circuit board in his hand. Z brother, what the hell did you burst out? Legendary level top materials? So many of the martial artist pathway's best words and phrases. It's not like it's some 90% new original flavor of Budokai, is it? I learned from Luoji that Qin Lihao had gotten hold of the lost advanced teaching materials from the children's school back then, and was planning to give them to Chun Ruofu as a congratulatory gift. That's why he ran to Nine Pines Harbor. As a result of the disaster, the irreversible rusting of Cheng Zhe's blood and flesh had instead become a life-saving remedy, or else with such a serious injury as having his chest penetrated, the hemorrhage alone could have brought him to his death. Greed made a big mistake. I didn't realize that the container he used to seal the textbook and mask his breath was a piece of ghostly stuff that was parasitizing an electronic demon. The moment I first touched it, I was compelled. Originally intended to do a job and run away, from now on to be a traveling businessman Ronin, but it turned out to be a mess like this. Cheng Zhe leaned. Chapter 90 Martial God Inheritance Not Precious, Martial God Seed is Rare Third Shift. Hearing that deep and steady voice, Gao Haipeng's cold sweat instantly came down. How could he not expect that Chen Ruofu, the first brother of the inspection department, would appear at the scene? Behind the back crickets and in-your-face hardball were not the same thing at all. The former would at most reach the other party's ears and be written down. The latter is to tear the face. The end is never as simple as being sent to guard a water pond. Minister Chen. Gao Haipeng stiffly turned around, wanting to open his mouth to explain, but was interrupted by the other party raising his hand. I'm Chen Ruofu, the first-level General Affairs Director of the Inspection Department, and the head minister of the Metropolitan Area Inspection Department. Do I have the authority to take over this place? Answer me, Inspector Gao. The 3 divisions and 9 ministries were the general official structure of every administrative planet in Eastern Xia. Among them, the Department of Education, the Department of Government, and the Department of Security held the vast majority of resources and voice. The Department of Inspection was under the jurisdiction of the Department of Security, and within it, it was divided into 5 major divisions. General Affairs. Chapter 91 Relationship House Shaoqin, Second Limit Choice First Shift. It's rare that you have this heart. Chen Ruofu, as an old man, had seen all kinds of geniuses. Even he himself, a long time ago, also received the title of Ingjie, praise countless. Unfortunately, the sea of stars was boundless, and there were so many heavenly prides that a moment of splendor counted for nothing. Only after years of rinsing and polishing, still blossoming brilliance, eye-catching dazzling sun of the martial arts. Only then can we pursue the martial god and step on top. Since little Qin you have high aspirations, this inheritance will be put aside for you. I will do all the formalities for you, and will never leave a handle for anyone to pinpoint. With regards to Qin Shi's positive attitude in taking over the void meditation thoughts, Chen Ruofu showed great satisfaction. As he had said, martial god inheritance was not precious, martial god seeds were rare. What Eastern Xia valued most was not a path to heaven left behind by some ancient existence, but a well-trodden path that constantly created new blood and manufactured talents. Chapter 92 Half-Step Martial God Substitute, Real Hangbai debuts second shift. While holding the supercharge, Shinsher closed his eyes and quickly entered within the hall of thoughts created by the deep sleep achievement trait. He had once heard old Leon roughly talk about the difference between the 7 major limits of the physical body. Each layer of the passes represented the heavy shackles that the mortal body was born with. The only way to sublimate the essence of life was to constantly break, newborn, and metamorphose. Among them, sinew, bone, skin and membrane are the perfect sculpture of the physical body. Legend has it that if you break all 4 of these barriers, you can reach the ultimate state of the body. Become similar to the ultimate creature, like a powerful existence. The same goes for Chi, power, and God, each representing 3 different perfect extreme realms. The most difficult reason for the divine pass lies in the Tao nature. The martial artists of the old era believed that all living beings possessed a self-nature, which was the root of man. The God pass requires discovering one's self-nature, realizing one's own heart, and thinking from a complicated and changeable mind. Chapter 93 What to Sacrifice, 4 Pillars of God's Descent First Shift. 4 pillars? Gods? Shinsher pondered, originally wanting to call out his name directly, but the Hall of Thoughts trembled in awe, preventing him from this slightly reckless and unwise behavior. Not even allowed to speak out, truly keeping the name of the exalted, the specifications are too high. Shinsher was a bit puzzled. Eastern Xia did not hold religion and deities in high esteem. It was even forbidden to conduct large-scale gatherings, rituals, and other group activities in public. Among the 4 pillars, the only one he had heard of was the divine mechanism. The Eastern Xia people called the power armor that could travel to the Starry Sea and carry out interplanetary activities alone as the God Machine, which was later extended to be a combat weapon. The most heroic stories of the ancient times were the ones of dedicated martial artists who single-handedly piloted their magic machines and beheaded enemy generals in the midst of 10,000 soldiers, building their careers. At that time, Dongxia strictly prohibited the possession of power armor. However, if it was reported and found to be true. Chapter 94, Both the Chosen and the Only One Second. The spark that was plucked out of Zay's chest, although it could add to the talent in the mechanical field, it wasn't something that was necessary at this stage. If we use this to attract the attention of the 4 pillars, we will be able to gather some benefits from the wool. No matter how you think about it, it would be quite cost-effective. After inquiring from the Tao nature incarnate about how to fiddle with the tantric ceremony, Shinsher began to act. He didn't even need to exit the Hall of Thought, quite the contrary, it was safer to stay here. According to the Tao nature incarnate Super Xiaohe, the ethereal realm was an ocean of imaginary numbers that overlapped with reality. It held the consciousness of all the beings in the great universe and carried endless spiritual light, yet it was still filled with cold darkness. Even if a great master of spiritual cultivation completely let go of his spirit and burned his ego, transforming into a bright torch flame, at best, he could only illuminate a corner of it. The Hall of Thought is equal to an airbag. Even if the ceremony goes wrong and invites something unclean over, it can still stop. Chapter 95 New Generation of Heavenly Pride, Old Martial Sects Hope First Shift. Old Chen was out of sorts. There was no longer the calm and quiet demeanor of a hand in the Tian metropolitan area. He was sucking on soy milk while running through his disorganized thoughts. Could it be that self had really picked up a treasure? One must know that He Lanchen's void meditation method was one of the top high-threshold inheritances in the old martial arts school. In the early years, the early 10 masters were as powerful as ever. Old-timers like He Lanchan, Shi Wuxiang, and Ko Yunqiao, who had buried themselves in creating their own techniques and blazing a trail ahead, were not of the nature to treasure their own brooms, and generously donated their inheritance to the Martial Arts Association. At the time when the new martial arts had not yet become big and popularized, the proud sons of the 4 great nations all took the martial arts god path of the first 10 masters as their first choice. As a result, several people wasted their years, wasting the golden age of vitality development for nothing. This was also the main reason why the old martial arts gradually withdrew from the Eastern Xia education system and was marginalized. In addition to the first 10 generation. Chapter 96 Holy Horseman, Berserker, Artisan, Stallion Second Shift. Minors are not allowed to fall in love early. Shinsher righteously replied with a shocking voice. As a senior half-step great perfection, concentrating on studies was the king's way, how could he be fond of children's love? He must save his pure yang body for college to better utilize his strengths. Not bad, not bad. Uncle Chen deliberately asked this just now to gauge your heart, and it is indeed very firm. Chen Ruofu coughed twice, finding himself a step down. He then remembered that Xiao Qin was not yet an adult, so how could he talk about marriage? Furthermore, Xiao Qian's age was indeed a bit too old, so people might not accept her. Unfortunately, if the Chen family had a heavenly son-in-law who could sprint to martial god, maybe it could be upgraded to the center city, closer to the governor's office that holds the power. Qinsher didn't care about Chen Ruofu's attempts to sell his daughter as he carefully wrote a list. Most of them were regular resources like energy liquids, nutritional supplements, and the like. Chapter 97 Heart Patriarch, Electronic Pet Third Shift. Legendary grade talent Steel of the Heart. Description: the heart is as strong as iron, refining the will into steel. Even the weakest of beings will display an extraordinary spiritual conviction, which is the path to becoming a strong person. Characteristics: automatically identifies bodies of consciousness within 2,000 meters and marks hostile camps. When you launch an attack, you can forcibly extract a portion of your spiritual energy and attribute it to yourself for uncapped growth. Advancement route: devour 10 of the top favors, or 10 of the great demons of the spectral realm. Legendary talent Perfect Flesh. Description: extreme defense, extreme recovery, extreme dissipation, and extreme physical strength. You will receive a perfect body similar to that of an advanced being. Characteristics: unlock the 4 limits of the physical body by consuming potential, prompting the tendons, bones, skin, and membranes to move towards perfection. Advancement route: 1 death or burning out of life force. Qinsher closed his eyes and came to the Hall of Thoughts. Chapter 98 App Cracked Version, Safe and Secure First Shift. Pleased to mention a cell phone. Qinsher played with the orange puppy, soft and bouncy, kneading it quite comfortably. The latter was very fawning, its antenna-like tail spinning like a windmill, making a beeping sound every now and then. Did you kill it? What the heck, let me take a look. Qinsher curiously poked and found that it was an interface style similar to takeout software. Spell good order, chop a slice, drip hit, weapon dispatch, cross-planet runner. This drawing style isn't quite right. Before Qinsher clicked in, a pop-up message of newcomer special offer popped up. When he opened it, it was a free red packet that said 5,000 off your first order. At the bottom of the line, there is also a line of very small fly head characters. Consumption of $500,000 can only be used. What unscrupulous merchants! Eating $500 of takeout gives me a 50-cent discount coupon. Qinsher in his heart. Chapter 99 5-Star Killer, remember to give favorable reviews the second. With the establishment of the Republic of Eastern Xia, the opening of the new calendar, the original fragmented and broken universe servers once again to accept the maintenance and operation, a variety of active in the corners of the stage of the emerging forces as if springing up a large number of emergence. Like the Darknet, Paradise Lost, and Business Association, these 3 are currently the galaxy's largest audience, and at the same time, the organizational structure is relatively loose mega-platform. Most of their core business lies in information channels, intelligence circulation, goods purchasing, and acting as middlemen to earn a price difference. Of course, occasionally, they will also play the ball, providing some entertainment services. For example, the entire Milky Way can be flown, airborne door to door, and not limited to race, not limited to gender, or support the uploading of welfare content, live bounty spending money to unlock the terminal contact, to realize the one-on-one intimate exchanges. In short, a variety of patterns, rich and wonderful. Have to admit, even if it is a continuous great expedition, great pioneering, attempting to Chapter 100 Gods Pass Great Limit, Borrowing Fire to Stay Alive First Shift. When Qinsher opened his eyes and exited the Hall of Thoughts, the afterglow of dusk shone on his face through the cracks in the windows where newspapers were stuck. The warm and soft light reflected on his cheeks, brightening his increasingly good-looking brows and eyes. Relaxed, like shedding iron armor, my spirit seems to have improved. Qinsher sat cross-legged on the hardwood plank, and when he chose to step over the line that was bounded by the law and limited by the law, it was like removing the heaviness of the shackles and chains. The entire person breathed freely. Could it be that this was the fabled Nimrod passage? It's no wonder that the final destination of the martial pathway, the final destination, is either the war band or the cup of stars. These are the only places where one can be extremely sublimated and burn oneself. Just like a good piece of steel, no matter how much it is hammered and refined, without that step of quenching, it is always difficult to become a weapon. Qinsher carefully felt and savored this subtle mental change. A super. Chapter 101 I Have a Pearl, long locked by the dusty prison gate the second shift. Dead cripple good heavy killing gas. Gao Haipeng heart thumped, there is a cool air straight to the outside. He subconsciously wanted to back away, but the idea was contained only when it rose. I am an official. What's the point of being afraid of a dead cripple? Do you know that just because of your words just now, I can say that you insulted law enforcement officers and arrest you for squatting in a cell? Gao Haipeng squinted over and said with a stern face. You're Qin Shi's teacher? Liang Jingxiang is it? I've checked you out, learned boxing, served as a soldier, fought in a war, and went to prison for a while. A labor reformer who broke the law and was released from prison, and you dare to say this in front of me? Do you think your life is too long? Gao Haipeng is not a hardliner. As an inspector of the operations department, he has come into contact with many vicious bandits and felons. Before they were straightened out, they were all lawless and tough. After being beaten with electric batons and suffering from water torture. Chapter 102 Prison Pass, Spectral Realm Third Shift. Didn't old Liang quit smoking? Why did he still make a special trip downstairs to buy cigarettes? Inside the dormitory, Qin Shi suddenly thought of this point, but he didn't have time to ponder over it much before the thinking hall's puppy cell phone had beeped. Incoming call. Qin Shi's eyes closed and his spirit sank into the depths of his consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the actual void space called inner view. The orange puppy's tail stood straight up, as if it was receiving radio waves. When he saw Qin, he immediately got down and rolled over, exposing his belly. The former grabbed the puppy, habitually kneaded 2 times, clicked on the kill it. Sure enough, it was a message from a customer. Anonymous user, prepare to strike. It seemed that the other party knew his whereabouts very well. Maybe they are nearby, secretly monitoring? Qin Shi's eyes glowed with coldness. 47, already in position. 4. Chapter 103 Rowing, Abnormal First Shift. Can you swim? Super Xiao He opened his mouth and asked. Qin Shi nodded. He grew up in the countryside as a child, and less than a kilometer away from his home was the reservoir. Every summer vacation after school, following his partners into the water to touch fish and catch shrimp, I do not know how enjoyable it is. With this in mind, he stepped on the sand in the shallows and walked straight towards the deeper part of the sea level. The result was that he immediately ran back before he was 2 steps away. It's so cold. Like the kind of cold that freezes into ice at -10 degrees. Qin Shi experienced that kind of shivering from the soul and almost shivered straight away. Your mind power is too weak to support you in traveling the spectral realm. You should find a boat first. Super Koga seemed to have expected this. Next time this kind of reminder, it can be sooner. Qin Shi frowned as if he was facing a very serious problem. How do I get a boat? Super Koga answered. Chapter 104, Dust Ends and Light is Born Today, shining through the mountains and rivers in 10,000 pieces second shift. Along the way, he encountered several spectral realm creatures, and without waiting for Qin Shi to greet them, they turned their heads and ran away without hesitation as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. This resulted in the legendary grade talent, Steel of the Heart, constantly triggering, but it never really worked. Forget it, I'll just talk to them about their hearts and bonding next time. Thanks to the temporary clasp and practicing the void meditation method, Qin Shi's mind grew quite a bit, and even though the very physically exhausting rowing didn't make him feel much fatigue. It wasn't long before he saw an island with only the sharp corners showing. That was the destination. Kill, kill, kill. Qin Shi impatiently rubbed his hands together, docked the raft and headed straight for Qin Yisheng. The latter didn't seem to have figured out the situation yet, and when he saw Qin Shi's face, doubt and bewilderment flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterward, the same hint of icy killing intent blossomed. It was obvious that the second Qin family member recognized. Chapter 105 Spiritual Resonance, New Star of the Martial Dao First Shift. The inspection department will clean up the scene. Saying these words, the boulder weighing on secretary whose heart seemed to have been lifted, and his spirit was relieved. He was quite certain that this leggy physical education teacher of the son's 9th middle school might not have a higher vitality today than the several full-time ranks of the operations division of the inspection department. However, as long as he moved, his side was bound to pay a heavy price and even cause great casualties. The other party served in the Gochen Ancient Star's 4th Battle Regiment, a special force that had truly participated in hunting juvenile body star gods and sweeping away superior dependents. The confidentiality level of their files is quite high, and some of their contents cannot even be viewed by Chen Ruofu, who is a hand of the Taiyan Inspection Department. One had to obtain authorization from the Ministry of War before being able to activate reading privileges. On a certain level, all of these reflected Liang Zhengxiang's level of danger. Mr. Liang, regarding the unfair treatment you received during your tenure at the Dongjiao teaching in Dangyang, the minister said that he was deeply Chapter 106. On the eve of the start of the school year, the storm is coming. Second shift. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, with the community staff carrying rice, flour, grain and oil, door-to-door condolences. The storm on Old Factory Street completely subsided. The biggest change in the eastern suburb of Dangyang is probably the closure of the Midnight Palace as well as several venues belonging to Qinlihao one after another, and Baiguan Street has undergone several blood changes. Deterred by the inspection department's warning, the gang of association elements did not get too far. Most of them in the tea house to share the cake, really cannot negotiate, will take the old way to the boxing ring fight. This makes the fighters once again sought after by the boss. Many lost the boss for birds and beasts of the bad boy flock to enroll. The training course business is booming, all day long to send out flyers to recruit students. But these had nothing to do with Qin Shi. He waited for the upcoming opening day of the school year with peace of mind. Brother Chang, Brother Yuan, come and have a fitness meal. Qin Shi walked out from the shed, carrying 4 dog-eared large piles of chicken breast with boiled broccoli in his hand. Chapter 107, Genius Treatment, Mind Entry First Shift. Student Qin, this is the talent apartment assigned to you, daily necessities and those are all bought. You can tell us if you see what's still missing. In the afternoon, the special car of the inspection department brought Qin Shi to the Taiyuan metropolitan area, and after a 40-minute traveling journey, it slowly stopped under a certain high-grade apartment building in Xingyang district. This place is very close to the new number 1 middle school, and if you want to go to Qiguang Hangda, it's only a few stops away. With all the surrounding facilities, it's called a prime location for school district housing. Passing through the entrance, Qin Shi stood in the living room and looked around the layout of the apartment. The well-decorated 2 rooms and 1 living room are fully furnished with sofas, chairs, and kitchenware in the dining room. The windows are bright with excellent light, and across the sliding door of the partition, there is a more spacious terrace with several pots of green plants, full of life. In Hangzhou, this strict electronic blockade level actually also installed smart home, random control of indoor lighting and curtains on and off. Compared to Chapter 108, Breaking Records, Student Qin's Second Shift. The so-called cultivation room was a training room that could regulate gravity. Only elite students whose vitality had reached 25 points or more and whose physical qualities had been strengthened to ensure that they wouldn't cause any additional damage to their organs would have the permission to use it. Quiet Primordial dialed the phone and had it arranged. Qin Shi then gorged himself on a sumptuous breakfast, changed his clothes and took the elevator downstairs. The entire apartment community covers a large area, with specialized managers who handle various matters for these students who have been focused on cultivation. Quiet Beginnings was waiting in the lobby and hurriedly rose to greet Qin when she saw him. Student Qin, this is your identification card. New information has been recorded, making it easy for you to use all the facilities here. Qin Shi raised his hand and took it, matte black, delicate to the touch, like a thin piece of jade. The surface was painted with a fine cloud pattern, and at the bottom was a string of seal scripts from an ancient era, writing the first name and number. Chapter 109, Who's the Victim? I'm going to be 10 of them the first one. Qin Shi, who felt that his life had been greatly improved and he had completely gotten rid of the label of pauper, had a rare luxury and chose to take a taxi to Lin Yunqing's villa in Nanjiang district. Master, tale number 3706. Qin Shi sat in the net car, leaned on the back seat, and opened the window. Silky cool wind poured in, blowing the broken hair in front of his forehead. Villas in Nanjiang district are not cheap. The driver triggered the chatter passive skill and started chatting. Right. My family lives on Old Factory Street, so I'm not too sure. Qin Shi scratched his head. If he were to ask about the price of vegetables at the Old Factory Street food market, or how much various nutritional creams sold for, he might know. But the villa prices, the full price of a luxury car, completely belong to the blind spot of knowledge. Old Factory Street, it looks like it is still a student. Which school are you studying in? Aiwa, is Hangda attached middle school, tuition expensive? The driver asked, eyes afterglow. Chapter 110, Transient Shadow, Wild Surge, combo unlocked second. Combat, cool. The moment he struck down his opponent, a large amount of white qi emerged from Qin Shi's body, dense into a thick fog that drifted upwards. He seemed like a computer running on overclocking. His brain reaction, power delivery, and movement speed all exploded to the highest peak value in an instant. The spiritual power that was far ahead of the others made the synchronization rate between the body and the consciousness reach almost 100%. This feeling of body and mind being as one, closely connected, was extremely mesmerizing. It was as if the racer formed a whole with the car, and the players shared attributes with the character. The immersion brought about was far beyond that of other martial arts students wearing helmet equipment. In short, it is probably that other people's operation has a delay, but Qinshi belongs to the real online fighting. The subtle differences that existed in the situation, magnified into the instantaneous killing, were enough to change the direction of the battle. Today will be my day to score. The intense breathing slowed down, and the life within Qinshi's body. Chapter 111 Chen Family's Birthday Banquet, Meeting of the Party's First Shift. Secretary Hua, I'll be on time. Qinshi closes the terminal and silently closes his eyes, setting himself up for 20 minutes of deep sleep. Facing the highly respected old-timers in the Martial Arts Association who had traveled all the way from Henzhou, he needed to show his best condition. A few moments later, after a short rest of closing and opening his eyes, Qinshi's body was like a computer that had been turned off and on again. His energy bar was once again back to full. He got up and took the elevator up the stairs, looking towards Lin Yunqing, who was slowly applying makeup. Teacher Lin, I'll accompany you to Uncle Chen's birthday banquet later. Ha, did I hear wrong? Lin Yunqing subconsciously doubted her own ears and stared blankly at the approaching Qinshi. A birthday banquet? Qinshi frowned slightly. Why is the dog woman's brain not working too well like that? Yeah, isn't Uncle Chen having a birthday banquet? Actually really talking to me. Chapter 112, Our New Martial School, is in need of talent 2-in-1. So many people. Lin Yunqing hung up the phone and scanned left and right. The open lobby with a height of 7 or 8 meters was packed with people, all dressed as socialites. Everyone seemed to be in the same circle, each knew each other, and soon divided into groups of 3 or 5 and chatted with each other. The most notable person was an adult man who was surrounded by stars in the center. His age is about 27 or 88, born with a Chinese character face, hands and feet are very calm, like a long time in the upper position. There is a stranger, do not get close to the deep and heavy power. Qinshi glanced twice and asked curiously. He looks quite similar to old Chen, is he related? Lin Yunqing nodded and came closer to inform. Uncle Chen's oldest son, Xiaojian's brother, Chen Zhou. He used to run a company in the center of the city, doing business, and only came back recently. I heard from Xiaojian that his father-son relationship with Uncle Chen is rather cold. Dad. Chapter 113 Final Result, Nanhuan Dojo First Shift. Woo woo. The suite of rooms was suddenly blowing a fierce wind, like a bag that had had its air drained out of it, and it couldn't help but shrink inward. Xiao Xiao's hair fluttered, because she had not practiced fighting, her center of gravity was weak. Her figure staggered a little, and she almost fell down. Fortunately, Renyu was quick to stabilize him and dragged him away. His eyes stared tightly at the young man in the field, revealing a trace of obvious consternation. As an old martial arts school, Renyu knew only too well that if he hadn't broken the limit, with Qinshi's less than 50 points of vitality, it would never be possible to cause such an impact. The body is like an oven, the physique is strong. Breaking the limit is not enough, his newborn stage is bound to metamorphose to perfection. A rare and good seedling indeed. Ranyu's eyes were hot, due to a special relationship. Deep in the Earth's core lay young star gods that fed on electrons and energy, and Hangzhou had always been a desert for psychics and mechanics. Chapter 114 Armored and Armed, Market Privilege Second Shift. The seniors of the Hangzhou Martial Association actually didn't look at you. Lin Yunqing arrived at the 68th floor and looked at Qinshi, who was feasting and angrily flaunting his 5 portions of feast, and couldn't help but puff up. What discernment, not recognizing good talent and beauty. Little Qin assistant teacher Spirit and Flesh Unity, the upper limit is extremely high, and sponsorship given? That's all right. Hearing that the education fund also increased the amount of sponsorship, Lin Yunqing changed her face at light speed and immediately opened her mouth to boast. The pattern of the old-timer is truly extraordinary, although it's a bit of a shame to not be able to get into the South Brilliant Dojo, but getting the money is most important. $150 million, you can be promoted to the United Pharmaceuticals 6th level VIP. The energy liquid they produce has a miraculous effect on the newborn stage. Who said that the martial artist pathway was a civilian profession? The corners of Qinshi's mouth twitched as he spent all of 1.5 of his small goals, but it was actually only enough to drink the 6th level energy liquid. This kind of speed of burning money could be too much faster than what playing with luxury cars and buying name lists. The South Huan Taoist pathway is very. Chapter 115 Becoming an Idol, Martial Tao Creating a Star First Shift. When the first rays of light in the early morning shone into the room through the curtains, Qinshi's body, as if it was programmed to do so, automatically woke up from a deep sleep. He opened his eyes and lay still for 3 minutes, making sure that the blood and flesh activity flowed within the 100 bones, gradually arousing the dormant muscles. The chi senses slowly circulated 99 to 81 times until the mortal body was warm and radiating heat. Only then did Qinshi exhale a mouthful of turbid breath, propping up his body with both hands and getting out of bed to wash himself. This is his newly learned old martial arts technique, preheating the torso and warming the internal organs. According to the old Liang said, this is a small trick to nourish the body. Hongshang's master, with a hand of health static power, hard to live to more than 400 years old, boiled to death countless peer rivals, disciples and grandchildren, laughing in the end. Lao Liang's master was much worse, and went first, collapsing in the ring. The average lifespan of an Eastern Xia citizen in the era of the Great Universe is between 90 and 120 years. Of course, this mainly refers to both the Chapter 116 who says that there are no geniuses in the ambitious class, who says that the elite class is full of people second shift. Original Energy Corporation. Qinshi silently memorized it in his heart, thinking of going online someday to check it out using his newly elevated civic privileges. He smiled as he put away the business card and pushed the door to get out of the car. Quietly at first, this black yaffing was low-key and luxurious, attracting quite a few gazes. Which naturally also included Zhou Ning. Old Qin shouldn't have gone to the White Horse Club for further training. Seeing his good brother coming out of a luxury car worth $10 million, and also a tall, short-haired big sister as a driver. When Yafeng started to leave, he immediately pounced on him with the intention of strangling Qinshi's neck and torturing him. Feeling someone fast approaching, Qinshi subconsciously twisted his head and elbow over, fortunately, the strength to collect fast, or Zhou Ning on the spot to be put down. Wrong, righteous father. Please let go. Qinshi released the grappling maneuver, freeing Zhou Ning's arm that had been wrenched to his back, and opened his mouth to say. Chapter 117, Hugging a Student's Thigh, I Need Freedom First Shift. Qinshi's puzzled expression inflicted a 10,000-point mind blast on Sumo. It turned out that even Lu Hui, who was known as the reserve of the martial arts department of Qiguang Hangdao University, had no presence to him. Talent Apartment. Qinshi has been selected for the Adult Talent Program? What is the Talent Program? The Education Commission side cultivates top students, and I heard that only the elite classes of each high school are eligible. Requires top 10 in the whole year. Sumo's questioning echoed in the corridor, triggering the Hongji class students to talk to each other. They had finally regained their senses from the shocking fact that their fellow classmate had raised his life force to 34 points in one summer vacation. Who is Lu Hui? Is it very powerful? A top student from another school. Did Qinshi enter the top 10 in his grade? Listening to these comments, Zhou Ning's pores were soothed and secretly happy. He looked at Sumo with eyes filled with gratitude. Chapter 118 Temporary Worker, Getting Documents Second Shift. The sun is setting, dusk is brilliant, the evening sunlight is like a brilliant flame dyeing the clouds red, like an oil painting hanging in the sky with heavy ink. Qinshi sat on the school bag, stepped out of the school door, gazing at the wide road of traffic, considering whether to buy a driver. After all, the waste bag carrying a small goal of 1.5, every day on foot to go out, how laborious. It's not desirable to eat hard without suffering and enjoy hard without blessings. Qinshi was about to rush to the bus stop when 2 drops of a crisp horn drew his gaze over. The window of the car lowered, revealing Chen Difference's valiant and delicate face. She raised her hand to remove her sunglasses, deliberately hooking up an evil smile. Get in the car. Little handsome, I'll drive you to an exciting place, okay? Qinshi is not clear about what Chen Difference is selling, pulls open the car door, throws his school bag to the back seat, and then sits on it. Old Qin is really degenerate. Throwing away his modesty in order to make money. Zhou Ning watched his good brother, and then. Chapter 119, A Pitiful Man, So Like an Old Friend First Shift. Chen Duan leaned against the inner wall of the elevator and laughed towards Qinshi. You really want to do this job well? Little Qin, don't take it too seriously. I'm applying for this temporary inspection document for you because I know from my dad that you have some conflicts with the Qin family. She played with the sunglasses hanging on her chest, as if she remembered something unpleasant, and sighed softly. Shenlin half a day down, Qin Zhang rose all over the street, a catchphrase passed down by the older generation in Henzhou. I came from the Chen family, followed a lot of light, understand that these forces that bear the name of the Pathfinder family and are rooted in the big cities, they have the intention to suppress whoever they want and step on whoever they want to step on, and there exist many ways to do so. Qinshi had just finished taking the 3 grades of temporary inspection documents and did not consume much physical strength. His complexion appeared relaxed. He listened attentively to Chen Difference. In the Eastern Xia of the Great Cosmic Era, if one wanted to shake the star ocean with only one's personal greatness, one would have to be a martial god to begin with. below a martial god, one would not be able to jump outside of the rules in the end. Chapter 120 Poor man showing off his riches, godly bones cultivating together second shift. The next day, Shinshir got up as usual to do his morning exercises, and after exercising on an empty stomach, he asked for a nutritious and hearty breakfast. It was rather unfortunate that there was no food quota for cracked iron crocodile meat this week. It seems that the resources of the Taiyan Education Committee are not an unlimited supply. I can only look forward to the Martial Rising Star cultivation program, investing more, so that I can enjoy high-class ingredients at every meal soon. Shinshir ate until he was 8 minutes full and took out the grade 1 energy liquid to drink as a beverage. Immediately, he went downstairs to the cultivation room and began his high-intensity workout. 3 times gravity, 2,700 points. 1.5 hours, timed out. The sweaty Shinshir walked out of the room and couldn't help but be satisfied when he saw the record that was once again refreshed. He was wiping his sweat and preparing to rinse off, planning to return to Old Factory Street later today to see Old Liang and discuss the subsequent planning of Old Marshall Road. Outside the corridor, the short-haired teenager with headphones hanging around his neck, as if waiting for. Chapter 121 Baking Furnacing You, Soldiering and Warfare Methods. Old Liang's eyelids lifted, and the Baitsong distiller that he had just picked up was put down again, but his palm was not loosened, clutching the mouth of the bottle. Nanhuang Dao Hall? You want to steal from me? Wisps of murderous intent swirled in his heart, and his chi perception was released like a lightning bolt, locking the silhouette outside the door through the wall. What a terrifying chi! Rinyu, who was stationed in the long corridor, was shaken, as if cold electricity had struck him, feeling like he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast with open vertical pupils, inexplicably having a kind of palpitating horror of being exposed in front of the existence at the top of the food chain. Fortunately, he was also a specialized level martial artist, his will was firm and not disturbed, and his chi was similarly released outwards. Like a ball of hot molten lava emanating swiftly, he pushed away the berserk chi that was attempting to detain him. The atmosphere suddenly exploded with a muffled sound, causing ripples visible to the naked eye. The two invisible forces seemed to be competing with a bull, their horns colliding, neither one refusing to back down by half a point. Blame the teacher, Nan. Chapter 122 Course Arrangement, New Sword Haircutting. Shinshir sent the old man whose hands and feet were twitching and shaking into chaff to the clinic, and in line with the principle of doing good deeds without leaving a name, he stood up his chest and raised his head and left. He jogged back to the 9 middle school dormitory building, pushed open the door to see the old Lianger drinking with Mr. Ren. The two of them were talking about the interesting anecdotes of various old martial arts sects of martial artists, filling the atmosphere with rapture. Teacher Liang, your cigarette. Shinshir unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. The name of the southern brilliant Dao Hall was here, and he had quite a headache if he really wanted to tie the knot. I don't know if $150 million is enough to pay old Liang's bail. Put it here. Old Liang knocked on the small table and told his disciple to sit down. I just exchanged with Lao Run, and I originally prepared the materials for you to break through the great limit of the bone pass, so that God and bone can practice together, nourish the spirit with blood and chi, and lay down the foundation for casting the body in advance. However, Lao Run and their Nanhuang Dao Hall, there is a heart and blood refining intention, which happens to be the same material that breaks through the bone pass great limit, growing your own. Chapter 123 Surging Consciousness, Sin Nemesis. Internal scenery? This little brat has an inner view. It was like a dark current sneaking around, a silent thought, like ice that condensed into a solid state in an extremely cold environment. The gray pit viper's body, which was still struggling, instantly stiffened. His throat issued a ho-ho sound, as if stuck by a fishbone, the pair of triangular eyes protruded outward, covered with blood. Until he planted his head, he did not understand why a high school student could reside in the inner view. If you can see yourself like this, you should enjoy it. Shinshir's palm was like an iron vice clasping the gray viper's face, accompanied by the 5 fingers closing together, seemingly to crush the hard skull alive. So admiring someone else's fearful expression is this kind of feeling. He effortlessly lifted the gray pit viper's head, carried it like a broken sack, and flung it towards the bull's head, who reacted by raising his gun to shoot. 170-80 pounds of heavy body acted as an obstacle, blocking Shinshir's form. Boom! Chapter 124 Crusade Reward, Exploding Skill Books. Wei Zhiguang froze, facing Snakeboy, who was proficient in Tianju fighting techniques, Bullhead, who was a sharpshooter, and the most dangerous and hardest to defend against spiritualist Grey Viper, a martial artist with a life force of breaking 60 points. He might not dare to pack his bags and retreat in one piece. But Qin Shi, who had only just taken the temporary inspector's documents, had eliminated them all. This somewhat challenged his perception. "You're not injured?" Wei Zhiguang froze for a long time and stifled this question that seemed like concern. "The school uniform has battle damage." Qin Shi took a look at it, and the ordinary quality school uniform was already tattered and torn. Especially the chest position where it received a fierce kick from Snake Boy was almost torn into cloth, barely hanging on. "Officer Wei, does your patrol department issue those advanced combat uniforms that are bulletproof and can adapt to harsh environments?" He found a still intact round stool from the messy drink store and leaned against the half-broken doorframe. Gathering. Chapter 125, Longitudinal Qi Like Thunder, Inner and Outer Divine Courage. Qin Shi returned to the talent apartment. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Wei Zhiguang drove him. He was accompanied by Old Foam, who he met last time. Today's high-intensity battle is a great benefit, as Lao Liang and Lauren said. Relying on virtual battles can only enrich the experience of offense and defense. But if you want to really improve your combat skills, you have to experience the thrill of a punch to the head. From the rapid secretion of adrenaline hormones, the spirit is extremely tense and concentrated in the wonderful feeling, seeking the meaning of new life transformation. Sitting in the co-pilot, Qin Shi closed his eyes to review. This test so easy reason probably lies in the most troublesome gray vipers, the first to be out of the game, so that the whole process to reduce the pressure of 60%. Having a young face is also an advantage. After all, who would treat a high school student like an enemy? The corner of Qin Shi's mouth hooked up as he quite enjoyed the soothing smoothness of a single-row roadie toppling a famous expert. Chapter 126, Talented and Worldly, Just Like Me Back in the Day. "Teacher Rin, is this your way of asking me to let go of my horse?" Qin Shi narrowed his eyes. Is it hard to believe that another test is coming? He had to break through Rin Yu's defense in order to learn and get the Nanhuang Dao Hall's Inner and Outer Divine Courageous Strong Qigong? "Student Qin, you wait first, I signal. Need to think about what to teach you." Rin Yu just took a stance, the earphone bubbled up with nuisance current, and the teacher's voice became blurred. He raised his hand and pressed it tightly, listened carefully, turned around and asked in a small voice. "Really? Teacher, I only managed to get started after 7 days of hard learning. Is it too strict for you to ask Qin to comprehend the essence in half a day?" The white-haired old man sitting in a wheelchair was in a dimly lit room with many screens set up, with each monitor presenting Qin Shi's figure, observing from different angles in all directions. He was grumpy and slapped the armrest. "What natural talent do you have? Run." Chapter 127, The Stars Eclipsed, Only Then Will the Sun Be Shining. The electronic mind characteristic seemed to have been triggered passively. The moment Qin Shi's body and mind melded and he passed the examination, his ears caught the nuisance signal fluctuation, and in turn, he heard an old voice that laughed extremely wildly, like a night lord. "Like who?" Feeling puzzled, he gazed at the surveillance probe high up on the wall. Was there anyone else back there? "Almost forgot, this kid is an all-round genius with psychic potential." "Well, that's not quite like me, it's more along the lines of Helanzhen. Unfortunately, not pure enough." The white-haired old man stifled his laughter and used the remote control to close all the screen images. He had already gotten the most satisfactory results and there was no need for further observation. Teach him the Inner and Outer Divine Courage Strong Qigong. With his natural talent, he will be able to reach the conditions in a week or so, and open up the cultivation of the UNEI baking oven mysteries. The white-haired old man said into his earpiece, and then stopped paying attention to the situation between the fields. Chapter 128, Minerals, Fighting. Can a normal person drink it? Like it will burn the intestines and stomach. Qin Shi was guilty of muttering in his heart, and with a glance of his eyes, he found precautions written on the surface of the sealed tin can. Beings with life force below 30 points or less are forbidden to take it, or inject the coolant in advance to ensure that the organs and tissues are not harmed. He listened to old Ren's advice and directly chose to take it orally, tilted his head and drank a third of the light golden liquid, while encapsulating it tightly and putting it back into the suitcase. Did not appear the expected internal organs, such as boiling water painful experience, just slightly hot, began to sweat. Phew. Qin Shi breathed a long sigh of relief and removed the clothing from his body, leaving only his boxers behind. He sank his heart, sweeping away the apprehension of the unknown and exercising his muscles and bones in accordance with the stances of the Inner and Outer Divine Courageous Strong Qigong. Essence, Qi, and God, refined to the point of solidity, used to establish the foundation, Shixian is Buddha. When facing the enemy, one's intention is to have something to look forward to, one's Qi does not run outward, and one's essence. Chapter 129, Qin Qilan, Tan Eru. The Operations Division is the first line of the Ministry of Inspection, with high welfare benefits, only inferior to the General Affairs Department's officials. The whole floor of the training ground, the equivalent of a large gym dedicated to their exercise. Downstairs, there is also a laundry room and shower room, next to the opening of supermarkets and cafes, presenting the relevant documents of the Operations Department. You can use free of charge, free to consume. It had to be said that the Inspection Department, as the Security Division's most capable right-hand man, was indeed well funded in this regard. Student Chin, have you ever fought anyone? Tan Son looked towards Chinshur, who lightly leapt onto the ring and landed soundlessly on his paws, and his eyes couldn't help but change, the color of appreciation becoming even more intense. Wanting to control one's body well and adapt to every bit of strength was not an easy job. It required repeated practice and familiarization. Not only did one invest a lot of time and energy, but one also had to endure the loneliness and endure the boring process of 1,000 times. Even in the old. Chapter 130 Receiving Equipment, Body Cultivation Furnace. Bleeding conflict? Chinshur nodded and didn't find it strange. It didn't matter if it was the old era or the new era. When martial artists made a name for themselves and established a sect, it was inevitable that they would get into arguments, hurt each other, and use fists and kicks. When they encountered experts with fiery and violent temperaments, it was indeed very easy for accidents to occur. Otherwise, the Republic of Eastern Xia wouldn't have rushed to set up a martial arts association, invited a few marshals to preside over the big picture, and integrated and collected this group of strong characters who liked to use martial arts to mess up the prohibition. One paragraph further up the full-time level, or one can be called a grandmaster. The influence of a grandmaster who has opened up a Dao hall and has 10,000 disciples is so great that if a grudge is formed, it will be accumulated from generation to generation and will not end in death. Chen Duan had read a few important dossiers and understood some of the inside story. Before the Wushu Association was planned, it was common to see tragic cases of vengeance by masters that affected the entire family. To establish a new order, stability must be greater than anything else, and the Martial Association was thus born. Chin. Chapter 131 Inferno Level Difficulty, Martial God Level Awareness. Who is this guy? A few question marks popped up in Chinshur's head. The boss projected by Xian Ming had a wild and arrogant demeanor that made people want to smack that face. Xian Ming did not answer this question, but only reminded. Mr. Chin, please prepare as soon as possible. After clearing the level, the Southern Brilliance Dojo will prepare a feast of high-grade ingredients for you to make up for your consumption. A very eye-catching countdown timer lit up, with the hourglass symbol next to it. Chinshur put away his curiosity and shifted his gaze to the wall, where the large text projected came into view. He sat down in a cross-legged position and read it carefully for a few minutes. The increasingly strong spiritual energy coalesced extraordinarily, branding glyph after glyph into his mind, then breaking it apart and crumbling it, chewing it carefully. This was the learning method Chinshur had summarized after being poisoned by the void meditation thoughts. If you don't have enough enlightenment, you'll just harden your heart and realize. Cultivate the body furnace and put the mortal. Chapter 132 Senior brothers and sisters all have great skills. This feeling. It's too familiar. He-lan-chan is you. The veins in the white-haired old man's palms throbbed, the tragic experience flashing back in his mind as that cold face continued to zoom in and out, as if it was haunting him like a nightmare. For a moment, Chinshur's silhouette overlapped with the seated He-lan-chan, as if that stone Buddha had resurfaced. Could it be that this kid has absorbed even the spiritual chi from that martial god's inheritance? The white-haired old man was stunned beyond measure. The void meditation thoughts was created by He-lan-chan with his heart and soul, naturally containing a wisp of consciousness fluctuation. Just like the martial arts masters of the ancient era, who closed themselves up for several years in the cliff caves in the back of the mountains and hardened themselves to imprint their silhouettes on top of the rock walls. The impact that powerful beings had on the outside world was often unimaginable. They were like leviathan beasts lurking in the deep sea. Even if they were only normally active, they could induce skyward waves of rage and berserk tides. In that case, calling a. Chapter 133, the dust of history will eventually cover up everything. The white-haired old man had personally experienced that the nutritional content of the food cooked by his own 3 disciples was directly proportional to the degree of unpalatability. Chinshur was actually able to feast on the food, even uttering such incredibly horrifying words as one more serving. The body's thirst for nutrition far outweighs even the stimulation at the level of taste. This kind of unwavering mindfulness towards the Tao is even better than Shi Wu Xiang. The white-haired old man marveled in awe, silently turning his wheelchair and quietly leaving. Since one was willing to fight the other, he would not intervene. Waiting for the evening to come, the night grew deeper and deeper. Runyu finally returned to the Taoist Hall settlement, and he sneaked through the gate, acting like a thief, fearing that he would be arrested by third senior sister and invited to taste the new dishes. Senior sister Gao. Everything is normal. He turned around and did not find any sign of third senior sister, so he sighed in relief and touched his terminal to send a message. Die. Chapter 134 The First Millstone, Can You Kill Them? 7K. It turned out that Master wanted to fish. Fish was secretly relieved. She had just come back from Haizhou and rushed from the center city to the Taiyan metropolitan area. It was because from Shaoran, she had learned that Master had relocated his dojo and had taken in another close disciple. She was worried that the tragic incident of her second senior brother, Shinchan Yuan, would repeat itself again. Master, you have to take care of your health. Fish Weiwei softly said. The greatest deterrent that the master of the Dao Hall, for the official or other forces, possessed was in the armament and armor. From the old era to the new era, the only thing that remained intact in the way of the martial arts schools. It is the violence that can raise the table anytime, anywhere. Even a high-powered planetary governor, faced with the piloting of a divine machine, holding a divine weapon of the clan master-level characters, there is not much to stop it. In the ancient times of the Empire, there was even a lack of records of the most top-notch Geisher grandmasters killing through the Forbidden Army and removing the Emperor's head alone. Chapter 135 Who's more dangerous, who's better in actual combat? Under control? Old Liang couldn't help but still be a little worried and asked one more time. As Qin Shi's #1 master, he naturally knew the inside story. The inspecting department's whetstone sword operation did not unfold coincidentally. I met up with Xiao Chen and discussed the idea of first playing a nest to muddy the water, and then consider getting a big shipment when the wind and waves are up. The little Chen in the white-haired old man's mouth was Chen Ruofu, the minister of Taiyan inspection. With his seniority and age, shouting little Chen is not a problem. It's hard to remember the truth that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in the ground, and that gang of second generation from imperial capital Haizhou can't remember it without suffering losses. They are used to being arrogant and domineering in their own acre of land, and always feel that as long as they don't have the 9 surnames, they are all inferior pariahs. The white-haired old man laughed coldly and looked down at his dry palm, gently rubbing it twice. It seemed to have sticky blood. The descendants of the 9 surnames, martial descendants, and as. Chapter 136 Once the blood rage opens, complete madness. Xinshi was not aware that Lu Hui, who lived downstairs, felt that the sky had cleared, the rain had stopped, and he was walking again. He swiped his card and entered the door, changed into slippers and crossed the entrance hall. The room was cleaned by the housekeeper and still had clear windows. The refrigerator was piled high with energy liquids, daily supply below level 3, weekly replenishment above level 3, plus various flavors of high-end brand nutritional creams. Such an affluent little life was enough to make the rich brothers and sisters of the elite class of new first middle school envious until their eyes reddened. As for higher specification resources, such as Lin Yunqing getting level 4, or even level 5, one would need to beat the police. Whether it was the Ministry of Inspection or the Board of Education, there were limited quotas in all areas. Unless one showed deep potential or extremely high cultivation value, it would be difficult to get tilted. Take some to distribute to Xiao Zhou and the others some other day. Qinshi took out a bottle of energy liquid and tilted his head tons and tons to drink it. The grade of this stuff is too low. Chapter 137, High School Student Strong as a Monster, Unable to Overcome with All His Strength 7K. The aerosol-like spiritual energy slowly gathered and surged like a sea tide, enveloping the ancient stone tablet inscribed with the void meditation thoughts. Qinshi directly entered into the state of meditation this time, and then unleashed the resonance. The entire inner landscape erupted with light, and the white-haired man's back was much clearer than before. It was as if it was right in front of him, within reach. Immediately afterward, he saw the figure flashing continuously, constantly storing up his strength, and through the change of pace, he superimposed the heavy strength several times. In less than half a minute, the atmosphere around him was swept away, and the void seemed to be collapsed, showing cracked lines. I don't know how many times I superimposed the intruding step, fiercely stepped down. The ancient heavenly road rumbled and shook, as if a large star collapsed, erupting into terrifying turbulence. The young monk who had originally folded his hands and remained immobile like a mountain was forcefully pulled over by that majestic forceful absorption. Immediately afterward, the golden light shattered, and a roundhouse explosive kick imprinted the sole of his shoe fiercely on the monk's face. Chapter 138 A Thought of Blossoms, Witch King's Visit. Zheng Yini held the black military spikes and suppressed the chills that flooded his heart. Based on the short exchange just now, this kid's strengths were his speed and strength, very standard for the old martial arts school. But not unbeatable. Vitality represents a combination of muscular strength and physical endurance, not to mention the fact that one is armed and the other is empty-handed. The advantage is mine. Little brother Chin. The battle technique he practiced was the poisonous enemy assassination technique. It mainly focuses on a vicious and swift, extremely explosive, be sure to be careful. Old Wang had long since put away the map, he was clearly standing right next to him, but his breath and presence was faint beyond words. Zheng Huaiyan did not waste words, let Qinshi delay recovery, this kid those two look at the fierce, consumption must not small. Strike! His breathing was short and dense, like a python spitting out its mail, emitting a sizzling sound. The pace of his feet is moving, not straight line killing, but swimming changes, with the help of the Chapter 139 Who Stole My Level 6 Energy Liquid. Wang Yangjie took the lead, and Qinshi walked behind, one holding a map in his hand, pointing out the direction, the other alerting the surroundings, being careful to watch out for any miscreants that might come out of the woodwork. These uninhabited areas on the outskirts of the main city of Tian metropolitan area were more like deserted townships, with empty streets lined with stores in disrepair with tattered signboards, as well as intricate and cramped streets and alleys. Many criminals who were desperate, or who had murder cases on their backs, were willing to hide and live here. Each of them would divide up their territories, or even set up their own gangs, forming a dark kingdom similar to the one in Raiworld. The noise of the previous fight attracted a lot of attention, and Qinshi, who had his five senses maximized, caught the sound of several footsteps and the rhythm of breathing of different strengths and weaknesses. They were spying in the shadows, hyena-like, observing their prey and waiting for a chance to swarm and pounce. The criminals who were forced to hide in the restricted area were all vicious. Chapter 140 Upgrade first. When things don't work out, wait for a rapturous appearance. Zhang Ziyue's frenzied look was as if he had been poured a pot of cold water, and his forehead began to sweat. Without the level 6 energy liquid, which removed the inhibitor's utility from his body, he could only forcefully raise his life force at a huge cost, but it would require nearly 4 or 5 minutes of adaptation process. How could I have lost something so important? Zhang Ziyue was cloudy, a greenish-white color. He stared at Qinshi dead in the face and threw down a vicious sentence. Count on your brat's life. I'll let you live for 20 more minutes. After that, this white-haired brother decisively pulled out his legs and ran. In a few leaps, he disappeared from sight. Little brother Qin, are you alright? Wang Yangjie smacked his lips. Qinshi actually repelled the evil martial artist with one punch. One had to know that these guys were not quite right in the head and tended to be very bloodthirsty and aggressive. Once they entered the state, they would transform into ruthless killing machines. I'm okay. Chapter 141 Tailed Serpent Mother, a sudden curtain raiser. Point A, Point B, all hazards cleared. Yuan Zhan used a neutral pen to check off the 2 yellow-marked crime dens on the map. He sat in the lobby rest area of the upscale hotel, and several team members spontaneously gathered in a circle. I believe you should all understand that this is my last mission to assist the inspectorate, and my last chance to impact my second-grade credentials. The rest of the team members looked aghast with solemn expressions. Don't look at Qinshi taking it easy. In fact, the temporary document quota that the Ministry of Inspection had specially issued was very rare. The resident population of the entire Tian metropolitan area was around 18 million, and it only had 17,000 of them. It was already difficult enough for outsiders to obtain qualification approval through normal channels. First of all, you have to be of good moral character, going back 3 generations, and no criminal records are allowed. Secondly, a guarantee document from a large company or a decent organization must be issued. Chapter 142, Committing a Major Offense. The 4 pillars personally came to my door to arrest me. The mother of the tailless serpent was said to be a superior dependent of a certain being, and not much had been rumored about her. Zhang Ziyue happens to know some, this like light flesh and blood, proficient in toxin blending, keen on coitus and reproduction, aversion to hot and masculine. Masculinity. The diamond-shaped mark on the forehead of the man in the suit is the symbol of the recipient of the Mother of Serpents. It was said to be a ritual brand left behind by being pierced by the serpent's tail. Evil martial artist? Fang Xian also saw the origin of the white-haired man who had crashed through the iron door, and a hint of surprise passed through his eyes. Such good goods had actually fallen onto his dinner plate. The 10 floating air snakes sizzled and exploded in unison, blasting towards Zhang Ziyue. In the end, Fang Xian was a former crime boss, and directly struck without saying a word. Because among his perceptions, Zhang Ziyue was far more threatening than Yuan Zhang. Zhang Ziyue originally wanted to Chapter 143, No More Need for Strong, Here Comes Your Strong. Fang Xian dragged Zhang Ziyue, whose limbs were paralyzed, and ran wildly towards the workshop. After a short moment of contemplation, he thought that he could only turn to the Snake Mother. Hopefully, this superior dependent wandering in the spectral realm will have mercy on him and send down a method of deliverance. Possessing the symbolic emblems of the four pillars at the same time, no matter how one thought about it, he couldn't be a weakling. This kind of chosen son that was even rarer than a martial god's root, once discovered, the four major nationalities would have to grab their heads. Must be handed over to the academician level of top scholars to cultivate, until out of the division will be released to practice gilded. Woody appeared in a small place like Taiyan, and also participated in the inspecting department's whetstone sword activity. One could only say that one's luck was too bad. Oh. He isn't. Zhang Ziyue drummed his cheeks and wailed, because of the Snake Mother's special paralyzing toxin injected into his body. His tongue looked like it had swollen several times, and he couldn't spit out the words at all. Quiet. Chapter 144, I join forces with the Patriarch, Ga Messy Kill. The Group Star Cup's most pinnacle 16, the designated backdrop for the successive 10 masters to become famous, the Lord of the South Huang Dao Hall, the last glory of the old martial arts school in Henzhou, and the honorary member of the East Summer Martial Arts Association General Association. After the long list of titles, it was always accompanied by that plain and unassuming ordinary name. Zhang Chang. The white-haired old man's lifelong obsession was to have his ordinary name prove extraordinary by inscribing it on the ancient heavenly road at the highest point of the Star Ocean. Kid, there's no need to be afraid, a mere dependent, let's see the old man chop him up. The dry and thin body trembled as it left the wheelchair, both legs shaking wildly and uncontrollably as if they were pumping. With great difficulty, it was finally standing firmly. Xinsher looked shocked and couldn't help but want to step forward to give him a hand, then carry the big man on his back and twist his head to run away. The four pillars are too unscrupulous to go through all this trouble and send an old, weak, sick, disabled, wheelchair-bound Moncler outlet store over in a special teleportation. Chapter 145 Divine Pillar Explosion Reward. A perfect grade electric shock saber. Clang, clang, clang. The serpent mother with a double flower crown on her head caused the white-haired old man to violently pinch it, flinging it from side to side, and slamming it heavily into the ground. The elementalized body of the dependent creature couldn't break free from the strong true intent that was nurtured and refined by the secret code of the UNEI oven in the slightest, and the 5 fingers were like a prison cage, binding it tightly. Martial Taoist Pathway. The metamorphosis of the mortal body brings about the sublimation of the essence, continuously condensing the life force, generating the seeds of life, which then evolves into the cores of life, ultimately breaking through the bottleneck of the genes, and pushing every inch of flesh and blood to the level of perfection. The white-haired old man's voice rumbled like a bell as he unabashedly displayed his own power, the kind of terrifying power that was so strong as to be unimaginably strong, even distorting the rules. Xinsher watched attentively and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Master Zhang's tendon flesh is so well practiced. The extreme combination of sinews and bones and skin membranes, every outpouring of force, every emission of strength, is optimal. Chapter 146 The Third Great Limit, Blood Creation and Transformation. Xinsher was carrying the black-sheathed, red-handled electric shock saber in his arms, which was the reward that the 4 divine pillars had jointly exploded. Solving a level like Fang Xian would at best attract a watching gaze, but refining an upper-level dependent like Snake Mother alive would be worthy of encouragement and reward. Thus, he witnessed the symbolic emblems of the 4 great masters light up together. The Tai gave it a stabilizing physical nature, the Celestial infused it with sharpness and cuts, the Divine Mechanism generated the metal smelting origin, and the True Dragon imposed its essence and activity. This is how this perfect grade electric shock saber came to be. Winning hemp. Xinsher grinned broadly, delighted. If not for the fact that he was exhausted from the hundreds of rounds of battle with the Snake Mother and really didn't have the strength left, he would have inevitably sat up and properly thanked Grandmaster Zhang. Little Qin, thanks to you this time. Shen Ruofu was also shocked to hear about the exact situation inside the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 147 The back of a genius is enough for the mediocre to chase for a lifetime. When Xinsher stopped running the body cultivation furnace, his waist-length hair suddenly snapped at the roots, as if it were ebony satin, drifting down and scattering to fall on the ground, and then like a tree that had lost its supply of nutrients, it quickly withered and lost its luster. This was after the 3rd major limit of bone gate opening. The blood production function was too vigorous. He felt a stream of boiling hot blood qi rising in his body, a steady stream of filling the 100 bones and growing the life seed under the umbilicus. The old martial sex limit breaking path, in terms of cultivation speed, should be the crown of all other paths. No wonder, each of the initial 10 masters has grown against the heavens, theoretically speaking, by maintaining 1 to 2 limit breaks per year. In just 5 years, one would be able to step into a section of the specialized grade and attempt to impact a patriarch. Shinshir thought about it carefully and realized that the 7 limits of the physical body were really perverted to the extreme. Such as Qiguang Hangda's pride of nature, from the amateur level to the full-time level, 8 to 9 years is considered relatively fast, and there are even many who cannot break through the bottleneck in their entire life, and can only wander around. Chapter 148 Martial Supernova, Battle for Resources. Dean Zhou, Little Qin, there's nothing serious wrong with his body, right? On the following day, Chen Ruofu took a car to Taiyan's largest convalescence center to offer his condolences to Qinshir. Wearing a white lab coat, Dean Zhou, who was about 50 years old, cheerfully said, "Student Qinshir should be the healthiest patient in this hospital. His vitality is stronger than a fierce beast in the wilderness, and his physical quality is far beyond that of his peers." Dean Zhou led Chen Ruofu to the hospital room, and the two chatted as they walked. His talents in all aspects are outstanding, especially his digestive ability, his absorption ability, far ahead of the rest. He is simply a good seedling born in the way of a martial artist. Our convalescence center's highest specification nutritional meal, he ate 3 portions by himself, scaring our cafeteria ants. Chen Ruofu laughed out loud. For the martial Dalyu pathway, the king of big stomachs was indeed considered a top talent. Especially when the life force was developed to a later stage, it needed more and more abundant material resources for perfecting the evolutionary map. Chapter 149, Qinshir, Cultivation Speed is my least commendable talent. Even for the top students of the elite class, the practical combat opportunities that they normally had access to were not many. They were similar to the schoolmasters that Qinshir had recognized in the past, and frantically doing problems to improve their scores was the top priority. As for how to apply it to the combat stage, they would wait until they got into a satisfactory university. Therefore, the exciting images of the first perspective punches to the head and knives to the heart completely mobilized the emotions of the many students sufficiently. They couldn't take their eyes off the screen, experiencing the immersive experience brought about by the holographic projection, as those supernumeraries, whose vitality was basically above 60 points, made use of the terrain or teamwork, their long knives piercing through flesh, or iron shields breaking through the defenses, effectively killing the vicious outlaws. The extracurricular activity of watching the video lasted for about 40 minutes, everyone watched with bated breath, and even Zhang Yan felt that he had gained a lot. Actual combat is the best way to test the results of life force development. Everything you learn on a regular basis, in the final analysis. Chapter 150 Immortal Strokes on my top, inch strength opens the heavenly spirit. Shang, you are not my opponent. Qinshir shook his head, seemingly with little interest. As his mind settled, his spiritual power gradually condensed, and his vision became sharper and sharper. Zhang Yan's aura appeared more majestic than that of the other elite class top students, like a great river rushing and churning. Just by standing there, he exuded the surging momentum of wild waves lapping at the shore, quite extraordinary. Worthy of being the leading genius of the new first middle school, and even the Taiyan metropolitan area. But against himself, I'm afraid it would only be a matter of one punch. The physical quality of breaking the 3 limits, plus the South Brilliant Dojo's body cultivation furnace transportation energy method, as well as the accumulation of all kinds of achievement characteristics. Unless it was a good fighter whose vitality had broken through 90 points and whose foundation was particularly strong, it would be difficult to become a formidable opponent. Why is tutor Shao Qin able to assert that? Zhang Yan puffed out his chest, the battle intent in his eyes intense. He recognized Qinshir's combat talent remote. Chapter 151 Throwing $150 million at He Lanshan's teacher. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with him, he only suffered a mental shock and fainted over. Facing the panicked gaze of the female assistant of the education committee, Qinshir took the initiative to open his mouth to explain. Student Zhang's heart potential cultivation is alright, but the breadth and depth of his spirit is lacking. Other students should pay attention, your mind is broad enough to carry the natural gods of heaven and earth. From the telepathic communication just now, Qinshir perceived that Zhang Yan's Jianghong water potential was not realized by himself, but more like it was forcefully instilled through some kind of spiritual imprint, which was why it collapsed at the touch of a button. It seems that this dojo is still a crash course. Qinshir personally demonstrated his own ability, winning the conviction and admiration of the many elite class top students, and for the next demonstration by the students, he pointed out some more techniques and details of the actual combat process, and even the instructor sitting on the podium nodded his head frequently. Heroes come out of youngsters. No wonder tutor Xiaoqin was able to defeat the snake mother Gang's Fong. Chapter 152 Void Meditation Method Breakthrough, New Angel Investor. Qinsher closed his eyes and his spirit resonated, sensing the scenes of the past that were dusted off by history. The mind vibrated like ripples, capturing the sound of He Lanchan's conversation with that teacher of his. "I'll just teach you something randomly, kid, don't climb up the pole." The man in black walking in front was of medium height, his voice was lazy as if he didn't care much about everything. He Lanchan, who was recognized as having a demonic qualification and ranked in the top 10 of Eastern Xia, was surprisingly not placed in his eyes at all. "My mom preached that a teacher preaches, teaches, and solves puzzles. Uncle, you solved my confusion and taught me the way to advance, that's my teacher." The white-haired teenager was stubborn and followed the man in black closely. "Cut the crap, can any cat or dog be my student? You take a piss and look at yourself, which point is outstanding? Besides this eye-piercing white hair." The man in black disdainfully said. "I'm quite cute looking, teacher." Chapter 153, the fourth brother of the Southern Brilliant Dojo, the second brother of the world's unrivaled. Lin Yunqing's side was worried about finding the next angel investor, the top consortium companies and the Star Ocean Giant Enterprises, because of their perennial participation in the great pioneering movement of Eastern Xia, held many resource worlds. For example, several of United Pharmaceuticals' most famous headline products, energy liquids of various grades, come from the Evening Gorge and Shanghai 2 resource stars, which are rich in crystals and are not difficult to extract. Back then, United Pharmaceuticals had gotten a generous return of 10 resource stars by investing in the Great Expeditionary Battle Corps and delivering supplies to it for free for nearly 400 years. This business was viewed as a classic case of cooperation between Star Ocean giants and Eastern Xia, leading countless later ones to follow suit. However, the results were not very good. An almost unprecedented military operation like the Great Expedition consumed a massive amount of resources every day, far beyond imagination. Even if it was a consortium company, compared to the war machine rumbling towards the entire galaxy, the help they could provide was far beyond imagination. Chapter 154, When the human body is greatly unified, the martial god can be seen. The senior brothers and sisters of the Nanhuang Dao Hall were all really skilled. The corners of Qinsher's mouth twitched, so what senior brother Nya said about organizing workstations and working overtime all night should not be taken literally. It shouldn't be literal. He looked at Renyu, who was full of seriousness, and thought to himself. I never expected that senior brother Nya, who has unrivaled connections, would take the nepotism route. A few phone calls from Nya Zongwen solved Lin Yunqing's agonizing problem, what with the Eastern Xia Construction Bank and the Huarui Group, all expressing interest in Qinsher and willing to provide funding. Of course, it was in the name of a true disciple of the Nanhuang Dao Hall. Junior brother, I'm a person who spends as much as I have. I don't have much of a habit of saving money. Luckily, I know some big bosses and have saved up a few available connections. There are several resource planets under the name of the Eastern Xia Construction Bank, such as the Ranch World and the Foundry World, which can provide you with high-level recipes, as well as a variety of metal combinations. Chapter 155 The Baking Furnace Within the Building, 5 Great Secret Treasures, Beginning Cultivation. Qinsher lowered his head and thought, this kind of very serious question had to be carefully considered before an answer could be given. The old martial sects valued inheritance as much as they valued mastership, and trying to step on both boats often came with a heavy price. Senior, I need to ask Master Liang. Qinsher's throat moved slightly, not immediately agreeing. After all, he was a Hongsheng sect member, and switching to another lineage without his master's permission belonged to the face-slapping act of forming a deadly feud. Most of the old martial arts sects' grudges and disputes in the ancient times originated from face and heart. It is not unheard of for a cigarette, a meal, or a word to cause both sides to draw swords and then call on friends to start a group fight, a precedent that sounds absurd. Like the ring, sword fights, life and death contracts, these kinds of extracurricular reading, the most common classic elements of the street stalls, came from this. Don't worry, I've greeted Xiao Liang. Seeing that Qinsher knew how to honor his teacher, the white-haired. Chapter 156 The unfortunate Nanhuang Dao Hall of the division was once again beaten by Helanjin. The Nanhuang Dao Hall's oven-refining body was indeed divine. Half an hour swiftly passed, and under the state of internal vision, Qinsher saw the half-conical double lungs, infiltrated by wisps of smoke, as if they were cocooned in a white cocoon, wrapped in a mass. As the breath alternated and the blood flowed, the fragile organs seemed to be strengthened and gradually became more vibrant. Breathing underwater, filtering poisonous gas, helps to adapt to the space environment. When the Tai Huang Bing is fully cast, it can even rely on whale swallowing all kinds of chi to survive. This is basically no different from the people who cultivated immortality in the ancient times, who dined on xia and drank dew, and ate chi and god. Xinshi's thoughts floated, and the powder that he didn't know exactly what it was decocted in water, turning into dense white smoke that surged to the tip of his nose, bringing about a strange experience. Many visions popped up in front of his eyes. The world around him was like a distortion, taking on the color of light and strange, large swaths of chaotic colors occupying the field of vision, then turning into a hazy scene. Sometimes it was the old. Chapter 157 Hangzhou Top 100 Tournament, This Fong Shall Be Punished list. Because of the delay due to her indulgence in cooking, it was only after 20 minutes that Fish Weiwei returned to the practicing room, erasing that spiritual flower and lifting the mind resonance. Inside her heart, she was incomparably guilty of letting senior brother Qin take an extra beating for nothing, and she would have to make up for it later. As a result, she saw the white-haired old man sitting on the wheelchair, as if his bones were falling apart, gasping for air, his eyes were empty and lifeless, and there was a sense of dying, as if he should be swallowing his breath in the next moment. "Master, are you all right?" Fish slightly revealed a surprised look. She had only left for how long? How did the master's fire of life, which was already not strong, go out soon? As if ravaged by the years, even older? The white-haired old man opened his mouth, his lips trembling. Staring straight at his third disciple, he was tempted to ask. "Little fish child, do you know for the teacher this 20 minutes, how to get through?" He lawn in Qin Kid's illusion. Chapter 158 Spreading Coin Fiending de Shao, if you can't beat it, use money to smash it. In the small red building in the center of the city, Lin took off the smart glasses linked to the terminal network, his face flushed with a strange redness, as if he was lying on the leather sofa after a strenuous exercise. When he first arrived in Hangzhou, Lin was still enthusiastic about selecting concubines and indulged in sex. But soon became boring, energetic young body, no way to provide more stimulation and excitement. So, Lin turned to start taking contraband, such as in the imperial capital or Haizhou, a ranked top dude, naturally not worried about being searched by the Ministry of Inspection. During that time, the Red Mansion Party was regarded as a dream mecca by the gang of fun-loving second-generation dudes in the center of the city, and almost every day was a drunken, repetitive cycle of emptiness to fulfillment. But the gulf of desire is always difficult to fill, trapped in the small red building, unable to take a step forward, as if the prisoner Lin has already enjoyed all the entertainment he can enjoy. Chapter 159 Unlocking the 100 Refinements, Skill, Entropy C Bank's Honored Customer. Please rest assured, Shao. Luo Bing assured. 500 void coin assets can be exchanged for an astronomical amount. Most of the monetary units that could circulate in the Great Universe era were divided into several types. The first was energy currency, which used standardized energy units as a medium of exchange. For example, nuclear energy, antimatter energy, and such acted as a value benchmark. The major armies liked to use energy currencies as well as resource currencies for settlement. Resource currencies are large in quantity, such as the 10 resource planets obtained by the United Pharmaceuticals, even if it is a kind of resource currency in disguise to pay off debts. These two belong to the unconventional type of monetary unit. Dongxia common or credit currency. Issued by the centralized institutions, it is mainly divided into Dongxia coins and credit points. The former is suitable for special circumstances such as the state of Hanyu, and facilitates the establishment of a more easily recognized payment system. Chapter 160 Star Ocean Genius Rating, Innate Mining Sacred Body. Xinsher logged into the Entropy C Bank through the Orange Puppy, which was different from the cracked version of Killed, as it seemed to have a very high level, and could only be used normally and could not be used for internal operations. The most he could do was to utilize the electronic engineering bestowed by the Pillar of the Divine Spirit and make up a false account name to avoid being traced by others. The origin of this Entropy C Bank is definitely very unusual. Xinsher carefully scanned through the personal information, as well as the various services provided, and couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. The other party not only possessed a very rigorous and meticulous credit evaluation system, but also had many mortgage replacement programs that looked incredible. For example, signing a betting contract for 10 years, 20 years, or even 50 years, and if you can't break through to the corresponding realm, you will have to take back all the cultivation resources you previously exchanged, and deprive yourself of personal freedom for the same amount of time. That is to say, working for the Entropy C Bank to pay off the debt. In addition, there is also the so-called time debt. Chapter 161 3 Great Blade Potentials, combined into one move, showing the talent of learning again. The filter broke again. Xinsher thought in his heart, originally thought that Ilanchan, such a supreme demon, should be to break into the Star Sea, through the secret realm. Both fists hit a piece of heaven, messing with half a day, actually have to rely on the Psi realm to dig mines, to entropy sea bank working. The end of the universe, is it a cow or a horse? Even half-step martial gods are no exception. Xinsher couldn't help but think this way. If you want to become a true giant and not be influenced or constrained by any superpower, in addition to being extremely powerful yourself, you must also master resources. Resources determine the future. If you don't possess the ability to create resources, or monopolize them, you will ultimately be unable to compete with those giant enterprises or consortia, and will easily be taken down. Super Shao, he said expressionlessly. Just like the Great Expedition of Eastern Xia, the Great Expansion, the only way to avoid being stuck in the neck is to constantly acquire resources and produce them. Xinsher realized that he had seen quite a few examples in his history readings. Chapter 162, Ancient Wilderness Trial, Reverse Felling Specialized Grade Genius. Next, Xinsher engaged in adversarial training with Tan Song, who put down that perfect grade electric shock saber and replaced it with the same wooden saber. Hold short into long, swift and vertical. Tan Song started off with the forcing character technique, continuously swinging and chopping in a single breath. The airflow seemed to be split apart and rolled backward to the sides. The dozen attacks were closely connected, and the strong wind pressure was like a copper wall, squeezing towards Xinsher. Just now when he was listening to the lesson, Xinsher had noticed Tan Song's posture of holding the sword, as well as the pace of his feet. He learned it very well, keeping in mind the meaning of chopping people, not chopping knives. The real killing moves are always based on the human body's vitals, and the blades are only the process of comparing them. So, Xinsher's eyes narrowed, hands gripped the hilt of the knife, swiftly crossed the knife in front, make a stance, seems to want to hold up to Tan Song exhaustion, seeking to break the opportunity. Tan Song's knife body faster than one time than a sinking, wooden knife collision sound echoed in the training. Chapter 163, Goods like you guys are called geniuses, then what am I? Young Ying, Zhou Yuanshan's side isn't easy to deal with. He rejected our first round offer, saying that he's not sincere. After the talk, Luo Bing immediately contacted Ying Lin, who was far away in Hangzhou, through the relay station in Haizhou. After a delay of about a few minutes, Ying Lin in the small red building finally received the message. He frowned and asked. Ying's offer of $1.2 billion couldn't even impress him? You have to know that this is the first round, and after signing the contract and working well together, you can continue to increase the amount. No matter how much of a genius, there should be a normal price tag, alliance price. No one will nod their head. Yuli, who was now the number one in the junior group of the Group Star Cup and had lifted the championship title. He signed with the Tomorrow Group, and the first round of bidding he received was only around $6 billion. This kind of bidding competition is similar to the seed round. Most of them are just to show their intentions. Only when both parties consider or intend to cooperate will the bidding process be finalized. Chapter 164, the official start of the Top 100 tournament, a strong opponent with a combat strength of over 1 billion. Zhou Yuanshan's appearance made the many participants gathered on the wide lawn truly feel a heavy pressure that was like substance. Behind him was a helicopter taking off, its propellers rotating rapidly, creating strong wind pressure that caused grass clippings to dance wildly and clothes to tumble. But the favorite's posture was straight, not moving at all, and the surging life force was like a flame erupting, distorting the surrounding space. Zhou Yuanshan. I remember that he has already graduated from Kagwangang University. How can he still compete? Isn't this fried fish behavior? Questioning voices came out from the gathering heads. The life force from the inside out, emitting an aura representing Zhou Yuanshan's seed, has been nurtured to the extreme, and is about to condense into a crystal. Only one more step was needed, and he would be a full-time level martial artist, and he would also be able to pick up the title. A dragon of this level had no reason to be placed in the pool of the Top 100 tournament. Chapter 165, Night is coming, the time to hunt is here. The 4th Battle Regiment has landed in Hangzhou. The Millennium Round of the Borderland Boundary Battle is over. Chen Ruofu was shocked at his words. He didn't expect that this time when the Hangzhou Martial Association restarted the wilderness trials, there was such an inside story hidden behind it. Immediately after, this Taiyan hand and vaguely perceived the crisis breath, the center city received the news, did not leak the wind outside, until this moment to deliver the reason, obviously is to isolate themselves, the meaning of the Taiyan metropolitan area outside. Center city's upper echelon, someone wants to knock us? Chen Ruofu was an old man with a keen sense of smell. He narrowed his eyes and swept over the two representatives, secretly searching. Zhou Yuanshan represents the center city, while Ji Yuqi and Pei Han are from the metropolitan area. Both the Martial Association and the Education Division are pushing for Zhou Yuanshan, placing him in the top 100 tournament, probably stored to tell the military ministry, as well as the Eastern Xia, that Center City's strength is undoubtedly the highest level in Hangzhou. Fang Budong picked up the enameled cup on the table and drank the. Chapter 166, You have been surrounded by me. After nightfall in the Great Rift Valley, the temperature plummeted, thin frost and cold mist surged and filled the air, falling on the shoulders and emitting cold air. Inside the cave, 2 bright bonfires were lit, and Zhang Jun and the others each chose a place to sit. They all had a trace of fatigue hanging between their brows, and their clothes were also a bit dirty and stained with a few dark bloodstains. The closer we get to the secretist's lair, the more modified body war mastiffs we encounter. These monsters are tenacious in their vitality, the lowest level kind. Their jaws can split into 4 petals and spew out green toxins, and in the case of the intermediate level, their limbs are implanted with machinery, capable of charging at high speeds and tearing. Zhang Jun silently recounted her observations. Although she was a martial pathway, her level of actual combat was not high. Instead, she was exceptional at the level of chi locking and spiritual sensing. Therefore, she became the core character of the team, mainly playing the role of the commander of the battlefield. These two are okay, barely manageable. Let's be careful of the War Mastiff King. Chapter 167 Black Lotus Flower Construct, Heavenly Royal Divine Arrow Stream. Qinshi broke the great limit of the Divine Passage, experiencing the triple test of clearing the heart barrier, removing the shackles, and passing the prison barrier. The answer he gave was to kill and harm people and not be bound by rules anymore. This was the result of going straight to the heart. Therefore, wielding his sword to kill several contestants in one breath, Qinshi's state of mind was calm, and after solving them one by one, he silently collected supplies and trophies. How sharp his mental power was, he would almost never miss out on malicious outlaws. Since they're all showing hostile red names, it's reasonable for me to hack them to death to pop some gold coins, right? Qinshi rekindled the bonfire. Utilizing the light emanating from it, he took stock of the gifts from the crowd. Because he was participating in the top 100 tournament, he didn't have anything valuable on his body, only weapons and defensive gear. Other than that, the Martial Arts Association would not allow them to carry anything else, which would affect the fairness of the trial too much. Moreover, the Great Rift Valley itself has extremely serious electronic pollution, so hot weapons cannot be used at all. Chapter 168, Spell Bits of Psychic Pathways, Growable Weapons. I just contacted the surrounding teams, and one responded immediately and is approaching us. The team member made a reply, boosting the group's confidence. In the meantime, the group of war mastiffs surrounding the outer edge of the cavern let out a low roar. They were driven by the Micas clad in black lotus flower armor, and tried to cross the boundary. Wu Tao drew with his Tson lay arrows in a forward and backward manner. There's no hurry, there are plenty of arrows, these war mastiffs pose no threat. Wu Tao's face was calm. He opened his bow extremely fast, as if it took no physical effort at all, his arm almost pulling out residual shadows. The arrows that were haunted with green light were like precision guidance, blasting the heads of the extremely tenacious mastiffs one by one. His heart was like a clear mirror. That dense religious person who occupied the outer area was trying to probe the limit of his attack range. My Heavenly Royal Divine Arrow Stream is an ancient inheritance that focuses on utilizing chi to harness arrows. Wu Tao secretly sneered. The other party didn't have much insight and wasn't clear about the cultivation method of the Heavenly Royal Divine Arrow Stream. Chapter 169 Deity Deception Kryptonian Set, Spirit Metamorphosis into Nihilism. The moment Qinshi took a step, the blade clicked and was pulled out of its black sheath. Like dazzling electric light ripping through the night sky, surging unrivaled life force propelled the mortal body. His entire person was like crossing space, directly descending in front of the Mithraist. This kind of terrifying speed was completely beyond the limits of naked eye capture. Giggling. The light of the blade fell swiftly, like a meteor falling sharply, and heavily smashed into the shoulders of the mist religionist. Clang. Gold and iron clashed, clanging and piercing the ears. If it was an ordinary opponent, it was impossible for his flesh and blood to resist the perfect grade electric shock saber, and he would simply be cut in half. However, the armor of the sectarian called Black Lotus Flower was clearly extraordinary. It showed that there was a layer of oily and sticky air film floating on it. When the blade cut down, it felt obvious obstruction, as if it was stuck in a quagmire and could not be cut through. The majestic chi power poured into the blade was removed layer by layer, leaving less than 30% of its strength remaining. Chapter 170 You say Qinshi's heart isn't right? He has the backing of the 4 pillars of Eastern Xia. I've gone through so much hard training, but in the end, it's just for the sake of mining? Qinshi very much wanted to scold Super Little He like this, but considering the vast exchange list of the Entropy Sea Bank, the wide array of highly effective cultivation resources, as well as the purchasing power of the void coins, he said. He Lanchan started out as a cultivator back then. He Lanchan worked his way up from miner to mine boss back then. The primordial 10 are still like this. I'm not too shabby at mining. Qinshi comforted himself and abruptly detached himself from the inner landscape, feeling the process of spiritual power metamorphosis more carefully. The aerosol that originally surged in his mind formed one milky white vortex after another. The illusory mind gradually condensed into substance, with wisps of spillover energy that shook the atmosphere and caused ripples. Manipulating objects, it seems to have become easier. This was the first obvious change Qinshi perceived. He remembered that when he first started that moment of cultivating his mind, his mental power spread and extended. It was like a person swimming in water, full of resistance. Chapter 171 Beast Evolution, Melting Furnace Heart. Although the Republic of Eastern Xia did not approve of deity worship, it was always difficult for people to avoid seeking a home or a support for their empty and fragile hearts, and besides, the four pillars of the gods truly existed, and occasionally descended to reveal their greatness. As the influence of the four pillars continues for thousands of years, they are gradually revered by more and more transcendentalists who have embarked on the path. Especially in the spiritual energy path, the vast majority of them would either submit to or worship under the bright light that was like a stellar celestial body that could not be seen directly. Therefore, when Shen Ruofu threw out that Qinshi had been jointly chosen by the four gods, Representative Zhou immediately stopped squeaking. It was impossible for him to bluntly say that the vision of the pillars of deity was fallacious and had picked the wrong person. This was an extremely dangerous statement, and he might be targeted by the gang from the trial court. Minister Chen really hit it well enough. The candidate introduced by the inspection department this year is truly heavenly. The martial pathway is going fast and steady, and he is also deeply valued by the four pillar deities. Chapter 172 Legged Supermodel, Warrior's Values. The pugilistic man who suddenly killed him caused Qinshi to slow down his attack. He slowly loosened his bowstring and muttered in his heart. This dude is so brave. Directly swinging a hammer, is he planning to smash the evolutionary stage chieftain grade rusty beast to death? During Qinshi's flickering thoughts, the extremely sturdy silhouette, carrying the momentum of wind and thunder of 10,000 pounds of weight, rushed boldly towards the alpha-level creature that was being guarded by the beasts. Thud! It was as if a cannonball with a huge yield exploded, and the ones who bore the brunt of it were the rusty beasts. The dozen or so rusty beasts that were closest to the group were instantly shattered by the aftermath, turning into a large piece of rotten flesh. The high temperature spread out, spreading in an instant, and the blazing flames rushed several meters high, scorching the rocks of the steep wall with crackling sounds. Sure enough, the energy barrier of the evolutionary stage is not that easy to break. Qinshi looked down from a high position with a wide field of vision and could see clearly. The pugnacious man with a raw aura was holding a heavy hammer. Chapter 173 Core Area, Heavenly Ladder Upper Score. Can this be 16 years old? Qinshi's face was filled with disbelief. This rugged man who was 2 meters tall, with a wide waistline, shoulders that could stand people, and arms that could run horses, how could he look 30 and up? I boat city side of the side, everyone calls me Yenren, this year's senior. Haven't referred to the college entrance exam yet. Hammer smiled nervously and said sincerely. Then you're growing a bit fast, old brother. Qinshi Nianli pulled out the cephalopod-class rusty beast, the incompletely evolved furnace heart, through the air and held it in his hand. This thing into the hand is quite heavy, about dozens of pounds or so. The density is very high, extremely hard, even if the 5 fingers are closed and pinched gently with force, also failed to leave a mark. Ingredient classification, heart of the furnace remnant. Quality, advanced. Edible part, whole, edible effect, highly efficient transformation, radiation. Edible effect, efficient transformation, radiation absorption, super stomach pouch. This is considered extra. Chapter 174, Having Become a Climate, Who Will Stop It? For 2 days in a row, Qinshi held a bow in his left hand and rubbed his right hand with the sublime chop, wreaking havoc on the entire mid-level area in an extremely high-profile manner. With Hammer Brother Yenren acting as a meat shield tank that attracted hatred, it was easier to gather monsters. Large swaths of rusty beasts were harvested like fields of puffed wheat. Thud! Yenren swung his sledgehammer and smashed a fluttering rusty beast, and the instant the blood and flesh exploded and shattered, the radioactive material was thrown and directly transformed into a fist-sized fireball. He hurriedly backed away to avoid getting stained, attracting the beasts to the large concave pit before pulling his legs out and running wildly. The next moment, a dozen arrows descended from the sky, like a summoned airborne cluster strike, igniting the rust beasts. The high temperature swept through the area like a plague, melting away the flesh and blood, leaving only a single iron heart that had been baked and rolled. These ordinary rust beasts are different from the chieftain class in that their hearts are not highly ironized, most of them only cover a percentage of their hearts. Chapter 175 Climbing and Confrontation, This Mountain is Alive. Representative Zhou stretched his face like the ceiling of a returning south sky in Yuezhou, so gloomy that water could drip out. The heir of the southern brilliant Dao Hall had been placed in the outer regions, and as usual, he was on the verge of catching up to Zhou Yuanshan, who had been heavily bet on by the Ying clan. This was undoubtedly heavenly bad news for the Center City Education Division. After all, Director Mo was in the same boat as the Ying clan, and the two of them had a deep hatred for the South Brilliant Dao School that, to use a term that had been widely circulated in the martial arts world of the old era, was immortal and unending. Before the appearance of Qin Shi, Shen Changyuan, without a doubt, claimed the mantle of the old master of Nanhuang Daoguan. Whether it was in the ancient times of the Eastern Xia Empire or the new generation of the Republic of China today, Shen Changyuan's teachings were destroyed and his roots were destroyed. Destroying the true tradition, extinguishing the root seedling, our several generations and centuries cannot wash away the deep hatred. It's fortunate that Ying Lin chose Zhou Yuanshan. Representative Zhou's inner anxiety eased a little, and as he was about to call Center City, he bumped into Shang Batang head-on. Yo, isn't this? Chapter 176 Elephant Demon and Blood Crystal, Absorbing the Heart of the Melting Furnace. That mountain, it seems to be alive. As Qin Shi approached, the massive copper mountain that was stuck upside down in the ground seemed to emanate a heart-beating vibrating pulsation. He couldn't help but squint his eyes, his spiritual power spreading farther, his mind focusing his senses, and inexplicably heard a warcry roar that contained barbaric connotations. The pressure given off by the core area is indeed different. Qin Shi suddenly paused in his steps and gathered his breath as a humanoid creature with a size of more than 20 meters walked by with heavy footsteps. As if it was a crimson giant that had peeled off its skin, wherever it passed by, large waves of heat vaporized and the gravel was burned and melted. That life force was so majestic and terrifying, several tidal waves that were like substance whistled and washed over the space, suffocating people beyond measure, as if tiny fish were being lapped by the angry waves and flung back to the shore. Specialized level. And it's a specialized level that has gone through several evolutionary stages. Qin Shi silently hid in the corner and waited for the crimson giant to go far away. Chapter 177, A State-of-the-Art Realm to Determine the Most Powerful. It looks quite familiar, like some sort of plush ball. Qin Shi muttered in his heart, this panel evolved to the end, I wonder what it should look like. That furnace heart dissolved within his body, slowly transforming into the nutrients of the body cultivation furnace. By the way, it also activated the new achievement, Folk of Iron. He felt the subtle changes within his body, and the sea of consciousness that carried his spiritual power expanded abruptly. Not only did the range of his senses increase, but the electronic fluctuations in the atmosphere, and even the more subtle signal oscillations, were also captured. In the middle of the field of vision, it was like a dark computer screen, constantly floating with data streams. This was already beyond the realm of the psychic pathway, but was exclusive to the mechanical pathway. Folk of Iron sounds like the remnants of the gang from the Great Upheaval. Qin Shi's brows furrowed slightly. The Eastern Xia Empire that had established the vast galactic regime, despite experiencing several generations of tyrants, dim rulers' slaughter, and warlords. But truly. Chapter 178 Zhou Yuanshan, how could you understand the bond between us? The heavy pressure of the favorite to win the top 100 tournament was truly as terrifying as it was. Qin Shi's gaze was slightly condensed. Among his perceptions, Zhou Yuanshan's aura was extremely majestic, as if it was connected to the heavens, like a towering snowy peak that had not melted for millions of years, emitting a gust of coldness that froze everything. From the spirit to the physique, it's all hammered to such perfection, no wonder it's being looked upon by the Center City Education Division and pushed to become a supernova. The footsteps towards the steps paused as the body cultivation furnace operated on its own, the dense light wrapping around all the bones and bursting into a substantial bearish red flame. Almost instantly, Qin Shi catalyzed his life force to the extreme. The air currents were swept up, his trench coat flew backward, and his perfect-grade electric shock saber buzzed and quivered. The air of the Southern Brilliant Dojo. Performance is quite a bit higher than the rating given by Ying and the others. Zhou Yuanshan similarly narrowed his eyes as if he sensed a threat and thought to himself. Ji Yuchi knocked out my $600,000 medical insurance limit with one palm, wanting to. Chapter 179 points mark. Breaking through the specialized rank. Old Zhang, meeting again so soon? Pei Han was not surprised to see Zhang Su, who had frozen into a big pile of ice. Getting involved in a strong duel between two demons could end in nothing good. Blink if you're still alive. Pei Han asked, rubbing his hands together. Zheng Su already had a hardened torso and stagnant flesh and blood, as if he was sealed in the middle of ice. It seems to be dead. Pei Han sighed, as if witnessing a generation of heroes fall and die prematurely, and added in grief. As the saying goes, people die like lamps go out, gold and silver mundane things don't come in life and don't go in death, these things you left behind, I'll take them for you first. He casually touched a stone, ding 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 a smashing, will be outside the ice shell knocked. And then rummaged carefully, and really got a few things. Life one that strengthens physical energy. Brain domain activator that briefly boosts mental power. Old Zhang, you're. Chapter 180, Runaway, Xinshe. My killing intent cannot be restrained. The three main pathways of Eastern Xia were all based on entering that specialized domain as the demarcation point for transcendence. When the life force exceeds the 100-point mark, the mortal body and flesh will be sublimated. The most notable point is to obtain the ability and qualification to step into the star ocean and see the vast universe. The mortal body and flesh that had broken the genetic limitations would no longer be as fragile as in the past, unable to withstand all kinds of radiation, as well as viral attacks. The upgrading of specialized fields is more intuitive. With each segment of upgrading, not only are they endowed with exclusive characteristics, but they can also evolve or reconstruct in terms of their life forms. Qinshi's body and mind meditated together, his mind like a mirror, reflecting Zhou Yuanshan. The other party's life form, compared to before, could be described as having undergone a drastic and enormous change. Stripped of flesh and blood, the mortal body seemed to be elementalized, gushing out blinding white light, tapestry like frost lingering, like a mass of cold flames dotting the landscape, extremely powerful energy fluctuations, well. Chapter 181, the fourth great limit opens, number 1 of the 100 in Hangzhou. Freezing the account was the only chance Qinshe had found to defeat the other party out of thousands of impossibilities. He was sitting on a strong asset of 1,700 void coins, which was more than Ying Lin of the Ying clan's direct lineage. Moreover, relying on the efficient mining of the void meditation method, he was constantly increasing the number of void coins he held. For Entropy C Bank, Qinshe belonged to the category of quality customers with great potential and a bright future. It was not at all at the same level as Zhou Yuanshan's kind of chosen bull and horse who was burdened with large loans and destined to become a bitter wage earner. When Qinshe learned that Zhou Yuanshan was burdened with a number of Entropy C Bank's loan programs, he specifically consulted with the exclusive customer service Xiaomei, and then received an exact answer. As long as Qinshe was willing to pledge his own assets, he was able to freeze the right to use the other party's account in the name of inquiring about the source of Zhou Yuanshan's funds and briefly suspend all the benefits provided by the lending program. Of course, the prerequisite for doing so. Chapter 182 Reactions of all parties, the coming great storm. Old Chen when really greatly cunning. Fang Budong held his enameled cup with a calm demeanor, and did not immediately eat this mouthful of pie. Betting on teenage geniuses was something that every official unit would do. For example, in the Taiyan metropolitan area, like the Ministry of Inspection, the Education Commission, and even Qiguan Hangda and Akai Science University. They are all happy to tilt their resources to cultivate talents and help them reach higher positions and gain a more promising future. This model is known as urban hematopoiesis. Because of the high degree of independence of the rising stars of administration, a constant flow of new blood is needed to fill the gaps in the system. This is true for cities from the center to the metropolitan area, as well as barrier cities on the periphery. This is true for all of them. Supernova, it's not the same as cultivating talents, Old Chen. You know very well the weight of a supernova. The Taiyan metropolitan area is a second-tier administrative region with only one supernova slot, unlike the center city, where they can launch several, and resources. Chapter 183 What Marshal Qin Left Behind, Receiving the Heavenly Light Infusion. Old Zhou, see you later. In the core area of the Great Rift Valley, Qinshe waved his hand towards Zhou Yuanshan, who had been taken away by the rescue team. The latter's nose was bruised and swollen, whimpering and screaming, emitting indistinct sounds that probably weren't good words judging only from the shape of his mouth. Settling the biggest opponent of this top 100 tournament, Qinshe let out a long sigh of relief. If he hadn't used Entropy C Bank's premium customer authority to freeze Zhou Yuanshan's account, the odds were that he wouldn't have been able to do anything to the other party. The all-round strengthening brought about by stepping into the specialized field was enough to form a solid barrier of absolute crushing. Finally, I can feel at ease to participate in the Enlightenment, Demon Mountain breathing method. The oven within Qinshe's body that was constantly shaking gradually calmed down, and the 100 skeletons resonating in unison was extremely taxing on the mortal body and flesh. Even though he had broken the 3 major limits, he still felt that his body was about to fall apart, and he held on until old Joe left before he staggered and sat down. The barriers of the specialized domain are too hard. Chapter 184, Walking Through Heelanshan's Way of Origin. Under the night stars, half of the missing moon hanging high above, as if the cool eyes overlooking the earth. The light shone through the thick fog, illuminating a blurred silhouette, a long trench coat with a saber. Inside was a vest and shirt-style bulletproof vest and stab-proof suit, plus a layer of constructed armor that had been recovered from the secret believers. Little Chin is really prudent. A strong body that is about to break the 4 great limits is actually doing such steady protection. Old Zhang's gaze was like a torch, instantly seeing through Chinsher's full armor, and in his heart, he lamented that he had chosen a good heir for the South Brilliant Dao Hall, who was obviously at a stage where he should be arrogant, wanton, and youthful, yet he was so calm. Greetings to Master Zhang, greetings to the examiner. Chinsher climbed over the Copper Mountain and arrived at the oasis at the end of the Great Rift Valley, meeting the wheelchair-bound old Zhang, as well as the chief examiner Su Shang, who had been specially dispatched by the Martial Arts Association. Junior Chin, you deserve the top spot in this top 100 tournament. To be able to kill from the outer region. Chapter 185 Taboo Buried by the 9 Marshals Together. Brother Su, when you come here, can you all carve your name? Chinsher rubbed his burning brow and pressed down the strange movements in his sea of consciousness. You can leave your name and surname when you finish receiving the bathing and instilling of the worldly heavenly light. Su Sheng said smilingly. Leaving a name together with the initial 10 Jia was also considered an honor, which teenager did not wish, to be shoulder to shoulder with those seniors who shone brightly in the sea of stars. Engraving later, next to Ilanshan, definitely write better than him. Chinsher thought silently. He felt that if old Liang saw this, his idol filter should shatter again. At least he was a half-step martial god's legendary character. How come his handwriting was like a dog crawling? The front is where the altar is, you can just go in alone. Su Sheng stopped his steps and stood outside the crumbling temple. The void altar was usually blocked, and only the top winners of the past wilderness trials could hold the token vouchers. Chapter 186 Condensing the Sacred Fetus, First Meeting with Marshal Chin. Chinsher gazed at the blurry image dusted by the years as Heelanshan's spiritual fluctuations nearly invaded his mind. It made him unable to hold back tears of sadness because of the incomparable pathos. So this was the truth of the vice-marshal's betrayal of Eastern Xia? What exactly is that thing that the vice-marshal took away? Chinsher couldn't help but be curious about the mere words he could glimpse from his history textbooks. It was that vice-marshal, who had once commanded the 4th War Regiment and had convinced many proud soldiers and generals, who had rushed out of the imperial capital in his divine plane and made 100 consecutive leaps to the north. In the end, he was intercepted by Marshal Chin himself, and the 2 brothers met in arms, breaking into that ancient heavenly path. After 9 cosmic days, Qin Shui walked out from it. The traitor was declared dead, and his body drifted into the fringe. Undoubtedly, Qin Shui's action was a righteous act that deserved admiration. Since then, this man who had won so many battles in the early days of the Great Expedition. Chapter 187 Under the Milky Way, the most legendary 2 brothers. Chinsher's spiritual resonance covered the void space, capturing the faint fluctuation that had been washed away by the vicissitudes of the ages and had not dissipated over time. The inner landscape violently shook and changed, and 2 blurred figures emerged. Ah, you, I've heard Xiao Wang tell me some of the things you did in Yunnan school. You excelled in your military classes. General knowledge, language, and practical armament were not bad. The only thing you failed was the political class. The military coat man's voice was thick, like a brass bell ringing, penetrating the heart. The vice-marshal, who was rumored to be extremely bossy and headstrong, behaved quite well in the face of his big brother. Only grunting twice, he lowered his head and said, I feel that those teachers are not speaking correctly. The military coat man's face was covered by the brim of his hat, revealing his rigid chin. With his hands behind his back, he stood like a towering peak, as if he was born to be the center of the world. The teachers and instructors of Yukonen Military School, including the various departments. Chapter 188, What Choice to Make, the 4 Great Nations. How can it break here? Chinsher inwardly urged and cry, rushed to run the idea of emptiness meditation, soon to be depleted of spiritual power, barely squeezed out the wisps, like a large net to capture the faint fluctuations of the long time to stay. But Qin Shui's voice is getting lower and lower, it is difficult to hear. The majestic figure clad in a military coat, gradually blurred and faded. Only a third of it is memorized, a mutilated version of the martial god law. Xinsher greatly regretted, although he may not be able to use it, but from the hands of Eastern Xiao's supreme Yuan, the 9 marshals of the first combatant Qin Shui, gleam to the hand will never be wrong. The open fissure in the void space was slowly closing up, and the heavenly light that continued to bombard for a month finally subsided, gradually returning to calm. Xinsher was still sitting cross-legged on the lotus stone seat. This trip he gained a lot, in addition to completing the great leap in spiritual cultivation, condensing the embryonic form of the sacred tire. He also washed his mortal body, strengthened the activity of his flesh and blood, and stabilized the newborn of the fourth great limit. Chapter 189 Admissions Office Outing, Treatment of the Top 100 Race. The Zeppelin cut across the sky, breaking through the clouds and heading towards the Tian metropolitan area. Xinsher sat in the first-class cabin, the perfect-grade electroshock saber placed on one side. "Sir, this is the lemonade you asked for. Here we are, we also have meals available, so see what you want to eat." The slender, pretty-faced flight attendant bent her knees and squatted down, presenting the menu to Xinsher. Due to the energy blockade, most civilian airliners would opt for a hard dirigible, making it easier to apply for routes. "Just give me a nutritional cream." Xinsher refused the wide array of self-heating foods. Despite not having consumed water or rice for a month, the nutrients provided by the body repair furnace were enough to support consumption. This was actually the sign of approaching the specialized field. There is no need to rely on daily feeding activities to keep the body functioning. Instead, the need for ingesting advanced energy increased greatly. "Good. If there is anything you need, you can talk to." Chapter 190 The door to the upper level is officially closed to you. Xinsher greeted the teachers and students of the new first middle school, and then he followed Fong Budong and got into the black sedan with the white license plate of the Education Commission. Xinsher should be going to participate in the enrollment of the 4 major nationalities. Sumo, who was pulling the banner, had a look of envy in his eyes. The 4 great national universities, for any student, it was the holy land of the heart that one could only dream of. More accurately, it was the optimal way to realize the class leap. Old Qin is indeed competitive. He won the top spot in the top 100 tournament, and is completely worthy of an enrollment spot in one of the 4 great national universities. Zhou Ning said joyfully, naturally feeling happy that his best friend had made a fortune. "Our old factory street, finally out of the old saying how to say? Oh, wenkuxing. Take the acceptance letter of the 4 major state, is the proper wenkuxing down to earth." Zhao Yunju offered flowers and also returned to the team. She recalled that earlier in the talent apartment, bumping into Xinsher, and then going to the Chapter 191 4 Allied Regions, Great Revitalization Plan. The strong wind blew the hair in front of Xinsher's forehead as he reached out and poked Kong Yuner, who was driving the locomotive, on the shoulder. Because of the fast speed, the latter's voice was not coherent and had a sense of disconnection. "Want to hug my waist?" "It's okay, I don't mind, little brother." It was the same Puxin girl as Ms. Lin again. The corners of Xinsher's mouth twitched as he silently said, "You and I aren't wearing helmets, we'll lose points later." Snort! The tires rubbed against the ground, and Kong Yuner stopped the red locomotive with a sharp brake. She twisted her head around and stared at Xinsher with odd eyes. "You are really a law-abiding third-grade student." With that, she took out 2 helmets. According to common sense, even if Kong Yuner raced to the highest speed and then lost control of her car and flipped it over, Xinsher, whose vitality was extremely close to the 100-point mark, wouldn't be hurt by half a hair. "Teacher taught me well. The will of an individual should not override society." Chapter 192, Old Liang, your disciple has made progress. Xinsher has just stepped out of the door, not yet out of the alley of Baogong Street. He saw the corner of the wall before and after leaning on 2 bicycles. He looked over at the sneaky 2 familiar faces and snickered. "Brother Yuan, Brother Chang, long time no see. Why are you still avoiding me? Xiao Zhou said that you 2 have become bosses, so you don't want to recognize your former poor buddies anymore? Afraid that I will borrow money from you too." Over at the alleyway entrance, Xie Yuqing, whose hair was oiled and combed, and Li Yuan, who wore formal clothes and stepped on leather shoes, turned around awkwardly and snapped. "A time. Qin brother. Hearing the neighborhood said that you went back to Old Factory Street, I came over with Brother Yuan, seeking to thank you." After the baptism of the greater part of the summer, Xie Yuqing eyebrows, less a few points of childishness and frivolity, became a lot more stable. "We are all buddies, what polite words. Big sister said with me, this shed renovation and remodeling, are you looking for workers, out of the effort, home appliances or also you drive pull back? Qin. Chapter 193 The 4th Battle Regiment, Abundant Buckets. Qinshi's mind was trembling. The order-keeping trait bestowed by the Yitai, which condensed the embryonic form of the sacred fetus plus the divine pillar, was enough to make him immune to the vast majority of spiritual impacts. However, when the old bean was mirrored, the image of the brass giant spirit that supported the sky and stepped on the ground with an unparalleled sense of power was manifested. Qinshi's ears buzzed and exploded, and his sea of consciousness nearly collapsed. It was as if a red-hot iron rod swished through his skull, penetrating straight into his brain. The sudden sharp pain caused his body to sway, hitting the edge of the coal stove and knocking the medicine pot to the ground. The clanging sound startled old Liang, who had swallowed half of the flower of blood, and his pupils instantly contracted, as if his body had formed an instinctive excitation. Kala, Kala. Qinsher vaguely heard the movement of the chains dragging, and in his wavering vision, he saw old Liang's skin become crimson as if it was engorged with blood, and immediately a pitch-black stripe spread rapidly. Chapter 194 With your rank, you are not worthy to speak to me about the big picture. Old Liang was really not speaking of martial virtues, actually sneak-attacking his own disciple. Qinshi's mental power spread all around his body, his reaction was extremely sensitive, he instantly responded and put his right arm across to block the strong kicking attack. His skin is taut, sinews are pulled and driven, like a formation of soldiers, a bunch of muscle fibers twisted, like 1,000 steel wires twisted around the front to take on the old Liang's forceful and sudden attack. The skin off the big limit, such as wearing a precious coat. Originally glossy and moist, like white jade flawless body, steeply covered with a layer of light bright color. Thud. A dull sound shook the house, and the gusty wind soared like a sharp arrow. If not for old Liang's control through the field, it would have been enough to destroy this modest dormitory. The force of old Liang's kick is not heavy, but the transportation of energy is somewhat skillful. Qinshi's right arm was slightly tingling. He knew that old Liang suppressed his physical quality and kept it at about one section of the amateur level, but with 100 phases refining power, that leg was like a dragon scroll rising from the ground. Chapter 195 Zhou Yuanshan, is Brother Qin here? Help out with the chopping. The large red high doors of the meeting hall opened and closed as Zhou Shu huffed and puffed his way out. He did not completely tear his face off with Chen Ruofu and put down a few harsh words. The latter is known as the Tiger of the Ministry of Inspection. The temper of the early years is too hot to speak, doing things very arbitrary. In case he gave orders and directly let the guards rack himself out, it would be a big loss of face. Decency matters. The general delegate will come with a large number of people. We can't lose the face of the education division. Zhou Shu clenched his teeth, reassured himself, and flew out of the government building. When he lowered his head and sat in the sedan, he immediately dialed the phone number on the education division side. Director, Chen Ruofu has refused, and Fang Budong wears the same pants as him. Their attitude is resolute, determined to support Qinshe as Taiyan Supernova and compete for the Heavenly Path quota. Emochi One, who was far away in the center city, seemed as if he was not surprised and said as his fingers lightly snapped the desktop twice. Taiyan has this enterprising spirit. Chapter 196 Almighty God Machine, Educated Origin. Even supernovas, begging for help, had to honestly bow their heads. Zhou Yuanshan's tone was sincere. He has always been like this as a person. Nothing compares to the pressure of debt. Each of his own spending has to be carefully calculated, never overspending. It was by relying on this overpowering perseverance that he wasn't crushed alive by the high debt pile of over $1 billion. This is all trivial, old Zhou. If you ask me, your mind is still not open enough. Qinshe threw down his towel and asked Xin Ming to send 2 bottles of chilled, thirst-quenching level 4 energy liquid, gulping it down furiously. The higher resources that had once allowed him to skyrocket his vitality by several points could now only be used as a strong functional drink, unable to bring about a substantial boost. Brother Qin, in detail. Zhou Yuanshan received the sealed level 4 energy liquid, his eyes shining brightly as he looked towards Qinshe, transmitting a fiery look. What he wanted to learn the most was this. Actually, with your center city supernova status. Chapter 197 Tianguan 4th Order, Freedom of the Strong. Why did old Zhang have the feeling that he was going to be entrusted with an orphan? Qinshe received the iron object of extraordinary significance, and his head was confused. In theory, he was the orphan, right? Master Zhang, are you alright? Qinshe asked apprehensively. The South Brilliant Dao Hall could be considered as his biggest backer at the moment. If he didn't have the support of old Zhang, who was a grandmaster, Ing would be able to pinch himself to death easily with a single finger. Of course, taking the initiative to defect to old Chen and willingly becoming a door-to-door son-in-law was also another way out. Don't worry. Old Zhang's drooping eyelids lifted and laughed. I can still live for a few more years. Xinsher spread his hands and looked down at the iron object like that. It was a palm-sized token from an antique era, with a metallic color on the surface, and the words 100 no taboos engraved on it, with an ancient brush stroke and no sharpness in sight. You only need to put your body. Chapter 198 Plane A interspersed with pulse attack, activating the stacked armor achievement. Between the conversation between Fish Weiwei and Rinyu, Xinsher, who was based on the edge of the rooftop and facing the gusty winds, was in a trance, as if he was trapped in a marvelous process of comprehension. Just now, when he sparred with Xian Ming's simulated dedicated grade 9 opponent, every collision caused his muscles and flesh to be greatly stretched and shaken. Roots of large tendons that were far tougher than steel wires, blocks of muscles that were as full as fine iron, they were like stacked alloys that had been cast and melted to form a solid body that was all of a piece. Specialized level of outpouring is just strong enough. Xinsher adjusted his rhythm and switched into the Devil Mountain breathing method. The 100 skeletons trembled, the pores stretched, and the surging life force was like light intertwined, spreading over inches of flesh and blood. The injuries from the encounter with the 9th stage of the dedicated level were repaired and healed, and like a rough iron embryo being hammered and tempered, a large number of impurities were thrown out and released along with the dense and steaming white smoke. Stepping into the specialized field requires opportunity. Xinsher's eyes flashed. Chapter 199, Highest Achievement of the Old Martial Sect, Traveling to the Center City. Xinsher, who had burned out, could only rely on his weak breathing to maintain his vitality. His body turned upside down and changed. The large tendons that were broken by inches were slowly renewed, the broken bones gradually bridged, and even the torn muscles grew back. The whole was like a porcelain that had fallen to pieces and was sent into the kiln to be fired, repairing all the flaws completely. The density of the bones, the toughness of the large tendons, or the strength of the musculature, have all improved by a large step. Right now, if you harden against machine gun fire, you probably won't be fatally injured. Relying on muscle memory, Xinsher pushed to run the Devil Mountain breathing method in a near-hanging state. The life force circulated and flowed, turning into strands of dazzling light filling all the bones and nourishing the dry body. Rolls of smoke rose up, covering the upright figure whose breath could not stop rising. Obviously, Xinsher, who has been beaten up, is very close to the line of the specialized field. Incredibly close to the line of the specialized field. Chapter 200 High-End Business Warfare, Great Universe Server. The special train would probably travel for about 2 days and nights before arriving at the outskirts of the central city. After eating a nutritious meal made by Sister Fish, Xinsher returned to his own private suite. The entire carriage was his exclusive territory, with a separate living room and walk-in check room. There was even a spacious panoramic viewing area, as well as a separately equipped tea room and wine tasting room. It's so corrupt. It's still the system that knows how to enjoy and will enjoy. Xinsher took a look at the wooden paneling and vintage brass decorations, all of which were exquisite enough to be comparable to a top-tier hotel. He took off his stiff student uniform and rested it on the seat, silently gazing at the scenery outside the window. As he moved farther and farther away from the Taiyan metropolitan area, the terrain gradually rose, and the special train seemed like a steel dragon lying on the lofty mountains, spewing out smoke as it flew forward. The undeveloped wilderness area of Hangzhou is indeed too. Chapter 201 Galaxy Region, Score Swiping Fiend Chi Wu Xiang. False Business War, Digging Foot by Water Army Tampering Bid Acquisition Shares. Real Business War, See Who Has a Hard Fist Go Up and Fight. Xinsher Internal Slander. However, from this, we can also judge that the original energy company is indeed very strong. To know, the United Pharmaceuticals belongs to the East Xia's veteran forces, the industry is firmly seated in the leading Big Brother's throne. It was surprising that the original energy company could compete with it, even rising to the level of a fight. I'll think about it. Xinsher didn't agree, but he didn't refuse either. The test qualification for the Great Universe server was a very heartwarming condition. Although he rarely went to school, the theoretical aspects of his knowledge did not fall behind. Utilizing the browsing privileges that were higher than most of the top students, he learned about the tip of many icebergs that were hidden in the mists of history. The sea of stars was vast, and the Milky Way was just a corner. In addition to Eastern Xia, there existed others with divine spirits. Chapter 202 Subworld, Old Man with Internet Addiction. Xinsher clicked on inter-region matching and realized that the function was unavailable. Only then did he remember that the Galaxy region was all disconnected from the Great Universe servers. There was a normal matching system down there, but one needed to ascend to level 300. With 100% realism technology, coupled with sensory sharing, there's really nothing wrong with being called the second universe. Qin familiarized himself with the various functions while using void coins to try to buy food. The general currency of this world was relatively retro, with coins printed with doorways and 3 strings, divided into 3 types of gold, silver, and copper. These belonged to the game coins and were not highly valued, and the ones that really circulated in trading houses, auctions, and other places had to be the void coins that relied on spiritual energy mining. Eating and drinking can also provide very real feedback. Qin stepped into an inn and ordered a specialty drink with his meal, savoring it. He also went to a ready-to-wear store to change into a brand new robe, no longer looking like he had just. Chapter 203 The Blazing Sun of the New Generation. He came from Old Factory Street. Today was a rare sunny day with no clouds. Old Zhang pushed his wheelchair out to bask in the sun. The hot summer days had long since passed, and the cool fall breeze blew through, making people a little sleepy. He looked askance at the big and thick Zhou Ning and shook his head. Both grew up on Old Factory Street. You and Xiao Qin are too different. Zhou Ning muttered with a deflated mouth. The old Qin has been studying since he was a child, and his brain is also flexible. Because of him, I don't know how many more scoldings I've received, and how many more beatings I've had to ask for. How can I compete with him? Before Qin did not go to the new first middle school, it belongs to the standard other people's children. Baogong Street this area, but all in the children's school, the ear most often heard, nothing more than that, you see how hard the hour. Old Zhang raised his eyelids and looked at Zhou Ning said. Learning martial arts should be hard work, in front of the people, all or after the people suffer in exchange for. A coiled tendon pulling back, let you cry father and mother, why keep up with the progress? Chapter 204 Renaissance School Society, Dark Currents. Within the VIP lounge, numerous young faces appeared. Their average age was in their early 20s, but their vitality was maintained at a baseline of over 95 points. It could be foreseen that within the next few years, these young boys and girls who were labeled as geniuses would be the most dazzling full-time grade in Henzhou. He's Qin? Yeah. Don't you recognize him? This dude didn't even show his face when he got the top spot, he's too low-key, first time I seen him alive. Tisk, look, then I also face tender. Before and after 10 minutes, the VIP room came in a total of 20 people. Their gazes were coincidentally directed towards Qin, who was holding a cup of water and talking with the big Yenrun. This scene falls into the eyes of Secretary Hua, who returns to the VIP room, and he can't help but freeze for a moment. The phrase, the stars are shining brightly, the sun is shining brightly, popped up in his mind. Looks like the minister was right. Chapter 205 Dominant Characteristics, Heartsteel Plunder. Who is barking? Qin looked over obediently and saw a young girl in a dress standing playfully at the entrance of the state guesthouse. The other party slightly raised her chin like a proud little hen, looking at herself with a scrutinizing gaze. What kind of person was she for you, Li? Qin frowned. Hey, talking to you. The dress girl carried her hands behind her back. Your name is Qin, right? Qin had no intention of hitting on the other party, fighting with a little girl or something was too boring. Halvan, who was sitting in the car, walked up the steps. He held up his glasses and said towards the dress girl. Ms. Chen, the minister specially explained that you should not disturb student Qin. The dress maiden skimmed her mouth and grunted twice, saying, Second uncle has changed. In the past, he used to favor me. Halvan had a headache. This Chen family's eldest miss was notoriously arrogant and capricious, and... Chapter 206 Hey, Mr. Qin, can we reconcile? The red-haired magical girl revealed a smile, her golden pupils flashed with a brilliant light as she raised her palm, an illusory chain clattered, dragging out shadowed and blurred figures. Those are the existences dominated by senior sister? Qin's heart chilled slightly. A specialized level psychic pathway was definitely not that easy to deal with. What's more, senior sister Fish was a heavenly pride of the 4 great nations, the best student in the Southwest Union for more than a dozen years, and was able to create her own battle method. Snap. While Qin was pondering, a ringing finger caused the red-haired demonic girl that his mind mirrored to abruptly shatter and dissipate like smoke. The quiet and gentle Fish Weiwei, who wore a twisted braid, reappeared. She smiled faintly towards Qin as if nothing had happened. There's no such thing as going the psychic energy pathway and not going crazy. I'm just a little bit slightly schizophrenic, no big problem, little Qin senior brother, you don't have to be surprised. The corner of Qin's mouth twitched, dare. Chapter 207 First Sequence, Storm to Come. The young man in white was none other than Yuli, who had arrived in Henzhou several months ago. He similarly stayed at the state guesthouse, usually living in deep seclusion and keeping a rather low profile. Is the one surnamed Qin really that powerful? Chen Kaya reluctantly gathered her emotions and looked towards Yuli, whose stance was as upright as a jade tree facing the wind, her eyes bubbling with little stars. 100 competition champion is just a single time, or is it worth the governor's office going to great lengths to make brother Yuli's plans for your return journey delayed? Yuli's voice was gentle and smooth, just like the pace he walked. You don't know the old martial arts, naturally you don't understand his gold content. Before reaching 18, his body has broken the 4 limits. If placed in the ancient era, this kind of seedling is the mantle that all the great holy places compete for. The legendary 7 limits, he has gone through more than half of them at this age, his future achievements are unimaginable. Chen Kaier's pink lips slightly opened, seemingly feeling surprised. With a fan filter on Yuli, how did she feel when looking at Qin? Chapter 208, the mind will retreat and fight through 2 paths. Qin sure shattered a few words and vetoed the offer of reconciliation. Halvan told him that the first sequence of successors sent by the Ying clan to Hangzhou was Ying Huang from the direct line. The other party was different from the playboy Ying Lin, who lived off the family fund and didn't have much success. Ying Huang graduated from the 4 major national Huabei Dijing and is still that session of the student body president, participated in 3 national projects, life resume full of gold. After graduation, he served for 4 years before entering the Void Sun heavy industry under the Ying clan, rising to supervisor within 5 years, and is now the military defense contractor for the 9th Battle Corps in the Black Sub-Starfield, serving as the chief executive officer. Mainly produces all kinds of ion cannons, military robots, and man-portable long-range firing weapons. Qin sure grabbed the orange puppy, searching for Yinghua biography, TSK admiration, just after 30 years of age, is already the upper echelon decision-maker of the Void Sun heavy industry. Far beyond the category of social elite. Chapter 209, an assassination that doesn't need to care about success. On the second day after arriving at the center city, Qin sure experienced all the various cultivation places configured in the single-family villa. After sweating profusely, he went back to the shower room to take a shower to wash away the exhaustion of his mortal body. Even the shower has a specialized medicinal shower room. This treatment is really pulling out all the stops. Qin Shijing was naked, sitting quietly coiled in the steaming hot spring. The pool's almost brownish-black liquid boiled, containing strong medicinal properties that penetrated the skin and nourished the flesh and blood. He operated the body cultivation furnace, and his mortal body was like a bottomless pit, wantonly wailing away the nutrients that could be called the medicine of tigers and wolves. This was the superiority of the 7 limits of the old martial school's fleshly body. For the violent increase that destroyed the body, it was purely by relying on one's own numerical hardness. Wisps of hot streams drilled into the body, and in an instant, they were absorbed and dissolved by the body cultivation furnace, transforming into life-giving radiance that filled all the bones. In less than 10 short minutes, the entire pool of rich medicinal liquid gradually. Chapter 210, Zhou Yuanshan's Enlightenment, Qin Shi's Unveiling. The number 1 hovering island was the overlooking point with the best view of the center city, and standing here, with the help of a high-powered telescope, one could extend one's gaze to almost every part of the inner ring. Especially when night fell, the vast gardens dotted with many exotic plants were lit up like bright torches catching the sky, and even if one was in the outer ring, one could still see the eye-catching light. Qin and Fish Weiwei sat in the flying machine together, and Halvan had already applied for an exclusive transportation route in the afternoon. Shoo! The flying machine bearing the license plate of the governor's office quickly rose into the air, and after Taijun checked its identity, it was like a swordfish weaving through the sea of light, running towards the suspended island that was straight into the clouds. Student Qin, let me tell you about the flow of the dinner. Halvan sat in the front row and turned back with a few invitations. This time, Center City has invited all the members of the Top 100 tournament. Of course, the death quota that was solved by you is not among them. After a long period of time together. Chapter 211, I am a full-time level, need to avoid his front? Qin sure seemed to be aware of something, holding a tuxedo Fish Weiwei, sideways, facing the camera. He could clearly feel some kind of spiritual life-emitting fluctuations, covering himself. Taijun? Qin sure immediately thought of the active consciousness body that kept the center city running. Only a marvelous existence stripped of Eastern Xiao's original canon technology could maintain a super-metropolitan area of such a massive scale. With the blessing of the upper pillar, divine mechanism, he was extremely sensitive to electronic signals, and his mind was like a magnetic field running, instantly capturing strands of rapidly oscillating invisible veins. It was as if it was a giant net that covered the sky and encompassed the void. Under Taijun's gaze, there is truly nothing to hide. Sure couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If it was in the ancient times, this would probably be the immortal spirit creatures in the mythological records. The moment he turned sideways, all the lit-up electronic screens in the entire center city presented a divine. Chapter 212, Divinity Crystallization, about to break through that boundary. The atmosphere of the banquet hall, which was close to 12 meters high and resembled a church with a lofty dome, suddenly became stagnant. The originally vast space seemed cramped and narrow, and the flowing atmosphere was like the turbulence of a small river, with waves stirring up and washing away the surroundings. The sudden hiccup made many people feel uncomfortable, as if their bodies were being squeezed, and their breathing became faster unconsciously. Fortunately, the ubiquitous Taijun arranged the field, allowing a boiling breath through the body to be eased and dissipated. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. All are teenagers, all are genius seeds, no one can convince anyone. Good thing too, the stars are like clouds, all gathered together, let's see which one is honorable and grand, and suppress the rest of the people. The crowd present, who had regained their pleasant mood, either held their wine cups or stood in place, casting their attention with interest. Tonight's banquet, they were just the accompaniment, not the main character. That. Chapter 213, Root Cause Logic, Beast Level Bioarmor. The banquet hall was silent, and the expressions of the crowd varied. The immense value of that divinity crystal naturally needed no introduction. Breaking the genetic shackles was equal to undergoing an all-encompassing mortal body metamorphosis. For anyone, especially teenage geniuses with sufficient potential, it possessed a strong attraction. The levels of specialized fields were equally distinct. This was because the further back the life force went, the more difficult it was to develop. Light and splendor intertwined, quenching the origin. It was a very arduous process. The amateur level squeezes out potential and the specialized level taps into mind. The great cycle of life force forms a field that covers the entire body, which then expands into a domain. The essence is to allow one's mind to harness matter and exert influence. When Zhou Yuanshan saw the divinity crystal, his eyes also sizzled with desire. The field level that could only be developed at the specialized level, often. Chapter 214, What is a numerical value? Directly on the intensity. Sure raised his eyebrows. Previously tutoring his youngest, Lan, in his homework, he had roughly understood Santan heavy industry, the ultimate mecca of the mechanical pathway. The 12 Beasts series of creature armor was the masterpiece of the popular rookie designer Shueisheng. Using the 12 auspicious beasts of the ancient empire as a prototype, 12 symbiotic energy cores with very different styles yet incomparable coordination were created. These bio-armors released by Taijun are the subterranean shadow type Z-Rat, heavy armor type Ugly Ox, and hunting type Ing Tiger. True to her word, Fish Weiwei did not move an inch to stay close to protect her, following Sure up to the ring, acting as an explanatory toolman in the process. Sure's eyes swept across, from left to right, the first armor, covered in dark gray scale armor, with integrated electronic devices in the eyes, relatively small. Undoubtedly, this was the submerged shadow type Subrat. As soon as he came into contact with the other side, he saw. Chapter 215, The Threshold of the Specialized Level, someone is repeatedly jumping across it. Zhang Hai didn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. His eyes were firmly fixed on the octagonal cage ring suspended above, and the color of astonishment in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. This guy's values, weren't they a little too supermodeled? Zhou Yuanshan was secretly pleased in his heart, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop wanting to rise. In that one match of the top 100, he had fought helplessly. In addition to the discomfort of having his account frozen, it was more the depression of being crushed at the numerical level. It even gave Zhou Yuanshan a psychological shadow and began to doubt life. Who on earth was the specialized level? Boom! In the main ring, the atmosphere exploded with a loud noise. Sure, who had directly opened the second stage, displayed a strong battle power that was completely incompatible with the amateur level. The 100 skeletons resonated, the mortal body trembled, and wisps of light intertwined, swallowing the raging air currents in all directions. It was like a small round of sun rising and leaping out. Releasing intense. Chapter 216, Promoting the Infant Body, Ing Huang's Sincerity. Returning to the initial stage, Shure's body was vaguely empty. The extreme operation of the body cultivation furnace, the unrestrained outpouring of life radiance, and the close meditative merging of divine intent and mortal body. It allowed him to cross the barrier of his specialized domain and climb to a level of unspeakably wonderful. The sensation of a terrifying power like destruction surging through his body was truly mesmerizing. Hard shaking the specialized level. This kind of performance should be able to convince the public and plug other people's mouths. Shinshir lightly breathed a sigh of relief, maintaining a calm face and a powerful image. With his head held high and his aura high, he faced the swarm of drones that were conducting a wide range of broadcasts. This guy, he does know how to make a movie. Zhou Yuanshan couldn't help but bare his teeth, the broken ring with the smoke dispersing, the nearly scrapped bio-armor. Against such a scene, the teenager stood tall and erect under the dome of the sky. This scene was destined to be broadcast by the major networks. Chapter 217. This low-end game, stable. Would the successor of the Ying clan's first sequence also participate in the Revival School Society? He remembered that the primary demand of the Revival Society. It was to overthrow the 9 surnames of Eastern Xia. Shinshir's eyes flickered as his thoughts diverged. Old Ying, it's better to dispense with such things as reconciliation. I am only a disciple of the southern brilliant Dao Hall, not the one who truly makes the decisions. Furthermore, how can Ying Qi alone be enough for the life of my family's second senior brother? Ying Huang corrected. It's not just Ying Qi, there are also 77 direct descendants. Shinshir said seriously. It's still not enough. Those from the Ying clan who participated in that incident should have paid for senior brother Shun's life. This is called rightfully so. Moreover, Old Ying, right in the center city, there is still a blood debt left in the South Brilliant Dao Hall. Ying Huang said expressionlessly. Ying Lin, he is the direct lineage of the Ying clan and the last only child of his lineage. If he is allowed to. Chapter 218, My Sincerity, do you see? Shinshir took a step, not fast at first, but as the life force flowed throughout his body, filling up between all his bones, he swiftly propelled his mortal body and rushed towards the 3 people who were radiating malice. The lean man who was in the lead only felt a blur before his eyes, a strong wind pressed over like a copper wall, and before he could respond, a hand had already probed out. This. The lean man's feet left the ground, his neck was like being tightly clamped by iron pincers, and he met the pair of icy eyes as if he had fallen into a hole in the surface of a cold winter lake. Click. Shinshir palms together, force pinch, even if it is a mass of high-strength alloy can be gripped raw broken. But when it came to the thin man's neck, it was like grabbing a piece of paper, fluttering lightly. Snap. The wood shavings exploded. Shinshir raised an eyebrow, the lean man even used some unknown secret technique to get out of control in an instant. Turning his body, making it transfer with a wooden metal. Substitute. Chapter 219, The Greater Good in All Things, Be a Fierce Man for Me. In the center city, inside the small red building, Ying Lin stood guard in front of the television, like Shinshir's most loyal fan, closely following his opponent's journey. From the entrance to the challenge, no detail was missed. This guy, how can he be so similar? Ying Lin tilted his head back and drank the highly potent liquor in the square cup, his eyes dead set on the upright figure that overcame the biological armor and stood in the center of the ring. Shinshan Yuan was also like this back then, like a proud sun shining brightly in Hangzhou, suppressing his peers and eclipsing them. Shinshan Yuan at least had an emotionting to counteract him. He was already all but invincible when he was Qin. Zhou Yuanshan is defeated, and Zhang Hai can't do anything. Ying Lin subconsciously clenched his palms, the thick cup body clicking as he squeezed it. He Lanshan's legacy, was it really this terrifying? Pushing a poor student from Old Factory Street onto the huge stage of Center City? Luo Bing. Are things done? Chapter 220, Nanhuan Dojo, coming to chop the ship. The voice that rang out from outside the door was like a death wish, startling Ying Lin into ejecting from the sofa. In a panic, he flung himself to the side and fished out the pistol that he usually kept in the middle of his books, aiming it at the door with fear on his face. Who is it? Who could have broken in here? It's the Nanhuan Dojo coming to claim their lives. Ying Lin's eyes stared in that direction as if there was a man-eating monster standing outside the door. At any moment, it would rush in and flay and dismantle itself. The South Huang Dao Hall has finally come. The day has finally come. Ying Lin let out a nervous laugh, his pupils covered in blood. He hadn't slept for days, relying on banned drugs to forcefully keep him hyperactive. Being treated as an outcast by his family, completely losing hope of returning to Haizhou. All of this made Ying Lin tense his spirit, like he had half a foot on the edge of a cliff, his entire being shaky. Luo Bing's proposal made him. Chapter 221 Bixiao Imperial Edict, Mixed Compassionate Dokue. The first divine machine originated from the time of the ancient empire. It is said that a certain great avatar of the ancestral planet wanted to travel to the nine heavens and soar beyond the heavens. He spoke to the emperor and was allowed to gather all the skilled craftsmen from all over the world, and then gathered all the people's efforts and a huge amount of materials. After a long time, finally built the initial stage of the divine machine. In the history books, there are also relevant records. Is more than 10 feet high, the body of iron, eyes like a torch fire, sound like thunder, sincere creation of the wonders of the work also. Look at its shape, outside like gold armor generals, hidden inside the Shin Gue 100 turns, the organs are wrong as the stars listed Zhang, transport and endless, the force can pull the mountain. The day of the emergence of the divine machine shocked the world, making it breathtaking. Later generations also have historians lamented. Now look at this iron armor. I know that manpower can capture the creation, its arm can be 100 soldiers, the left palm open like cannon shot, such as he shot 9 days right arm show chainsaws roar, like gong gong. Chapter 222 My teacher, called Liang Jingxiong. By the time Qin Shi and Fish Weiwei returned to the state guest house, the sky had already dawned. Too many waves and changes happened this night. Ying Lin, who had fought his way into Hangzhou on behalf of the Ying clan, was abandoned to pay back that blood debt from the Nanhuang dojo. It was considered to be a half-complete conclusion to the death of his second senior brother, Shinshan Yuan, many years ago. At the same time, the great pioneering movement that was fully mobilized in Hangzhou was also in full swing. The next day's recognition ceremony, still hosted by Tai Jun, released important comments. He hoped that all major universities would respond positively, calling on top students with excellent grades to join the melting pot of the great exploitation movement, constantly refining themselves and growing into pillars of excellence. For the final session, Qin Shi was specially called up to the stage. The script he was going to read was written by Halwen, who stayed up all night last night. This South brilliant Dao Hall Air, the first place winner of the top 100 competition, faced the dense swarm of drones, and in front of the many residents of the center of the city, he used a melodious and staccato. Chapter 223 Supreme Emperor Level, Speed Through the Examination Center. At 9:30, carrying half a bottle of unfinished Lao Liang, he wobbled and stepped on the steps, returning to the teacher's dormitory of ZD 9th Middle School. Although the school has been changed from public to private, the dormitory building has not been recovered, and continues to allow the original teachers with the establishment to continue to live. These days, however, Lao Liang began to look for a suitable residence, preparing to buy a cheap bungalow for his retirement days. Before he considered whether to continue to open a tutorial class, but after thinking about it, it is inevitable that there is the suspicion of making money by playing the signboard of Qin Shi. Especially since his own disciple said so today, the subsequent enrollment of students, parents looking for their children, will inevitably come in droves. In fact, since Qin Shi won the top spot in the Hangzhou 100 competition, there are rich business owners in the Taiyan area, sincerely inviting themselves to join the Watsun Cultivation Pavilion, and to give shares, and open a high salary. Pro-old, but also have to dip into the light of his own disciple. It was reasonable to say that a strong person like old Liang, who had stepped into the specialized field, couldn't possibly. Chapter 224 A real man should soak mechs, to the great delight of the machine soul Qin Shi. This guy intends to speed through the examination hall and take the military-grade mechanics license in one night? Zhou Yuanchen put down his chopsticks and threw the uneaten boxed lunch into the trash. For some reason, there was suddenly no appetite. He silently logged into the Entropy C Bank, checked the backstage, and asked the customer service, what are the welfare rights and interests of the loan program that can increase the mechanical pathway? In the end, he only got a negative answer. It is really a demon that is excessive. It's just that he's spirit and flesh united, straddling the two paths of martial arts and spiritual energy. It doesn't make sense that even the mechanical pathway can display extraordinary, right? Zhou Yuanchen once again pulled up Qin Shi's comprehensive battle power value by a large margin, assessing it to around 5 billion. If the other party really managed to get to the military grade, the completion would be able to approach 8 billion. Or even hit the 10 billion mark. Such astronomical numbers could not be overcome even if Zhou Yuanchen put his best foot forward and sold himself to the Entropy C Bank. Chapter 225, First Meeting Yuli, Prideful Sun Style. Power gloves humming, starred 100% high power, ghost blue electric arc jumping and bouncing, releasing a circle of substance like dazzling halo. Zhou Yuanchen and Zhang Hai, who are in the observation room, even if they are isolated from most of the commotion by the high-strength glass, they still clearly feel the huge impact of the meteorite collision. Terrifying air currents like waves lapping, clattering impact on the glass wall, although did not cause obvious traces of damage, but still let people unconsciously backward. The two divine machine armor, like mountain giants fighting each other. If placed in the metropolitan area, the raging aftermath would be enough to destroy a large area of the city. The earth is shaking. No wonder the ancient era evaluated the divine machine battle regiment as if they were heavenly soldiers and generals descending into the mortal world, with the power to burn mountains and boil the sea, and to prop up the heavens and split the earth. Zhou Yuanshan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. He instantly felt that the martial pathway was so small, even if he stepped into the specialized realm of the strongest, he would not be able to fight against a proper military-grade divine machine. I can't write course, I'm guilty, I'm ashamed, I'm lung-mist Belial. As the title suggests. Chapter 226. The corners of the clothes were slightly dirty, and it finally came to an end. The two auras hovered in midair, colliding and stirring. Across the space, invisible gazes and tangible realizations exchanged blows. In the eyes of experts in the specialized field, this was like the favorite dogfighting game of Air Force pilots, fighters in high-speed movement, each other with machine guns shooting each other, pouring out a dense as a rain of terrible firepower. Pretending to be a brother does have something. Qinshi's brow rolled, running the body cultivation furnace. The four major limits resonated and vibrated, awakening the boiling hot flesh and blood activity, flowing against the current, rushing straight to the cranial brain and feeding back into the sea of consciousness. Buzz. In just a moment, his spiritual power was vastly enhanced, as if a pond had been widened into a river. The space around him was slightly distorted, and a beam of psychic fluctuation was like a great scaly dragon leaping into the air to take off into the clouds. The wind whirled like a tornado. Yuli raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. It's worthy of breaking the great limit of the divine pass, and crossing the two. Chapter 227. Shao Qin returns home, old man with internet addiction. The long steel dragon passed through the tunnel, and dimness filled the carriage in an instant. Qin Shirduan sat squarely in the seat by the window, closing his eyes to meditate. The spiritual energy condensed in the center of his eyebrows vibrated a circle of ripples. Like a tangible object, it steadily took hold of the steaming teacup on the round table. Phew! The core of the 100 phases refining momentum really emphasizes the word fusion. Qinsher opened his eyes, picked up the teacup, and gently took a sip, letting the mellow flavor escape between his lips and teeth. 2 days ago, he fought with Yuli's Qi, and he had the other party's heart momentum Wanxiang wind formation topologized in his mind and melted it into the 100 phases, and he felt that he had gained a lot since then. Wind, fire, mountain, and forest are the 4 major heart potentials, which are the foundation of the 100 phases. I still need to compete with more experts and learn their skills. Qinsher thought to himself that he had broken through the great limit of divine passage and had the ability of resonance, which was equivalent to having a permanent enlightenment buff. Even if it's a Jedi school's inheritance, he can quickly penetrate it and topographize his moves. Chapter 228 will be in direct confrontation with the Star God. The silver-haired old man was the planetary governor of Hangzhou, Bangwuzhu. He used his Nian power to hold up his body and slowly lifted himself out of the cabin. The flashy robes hanging on the coat rack stretched, passed through his hands, and draped down. There are no subworlds like the Great Universe Server. There are divine pillars that set the framework and maintain the operation, ensuring that all the laws of physics are infinitely close to reality. Bang Wuzhu said with a straight face. Deep within the core of the Hangzhou Nova lies the Lord of Gluttony, whose existence has forced Hangzhou to put on a twofold shackle, unable to take the steps to soar. All the successive governors have had headaches and wanted to solve the great problem once and for all. Tai Jun closed his eyes and stored his thoughts, seemingly processing data, and spoke after a long time. For now, New Dongxia is powerless against the Star God, and even the Dongxia Empire, which spread the flame of civilization across the Milky Way, has not been able to find a way to put an end to it. Chapter 229. The arrival of the Warband, Division Commander Mo Jinting. Your mind realm has stepped into epiphany? Tai Jun asked calmly. No. Bang Wuzhu shook his head. Oh, so you just feel that you don't have a few years left to live and decided to take the initiative to die? To gain a reputation for bravery? Tai Jun snorted and said in a snarky tone. If the great exploitation movement that you single-handedly led is declassified and made public, not to mention martyr, the trial court will inevitably nail you to the pillar of shame as a traitor for the rest of your life. All the citizens of Hangzhou Nova, the innocents who have lost their children and family members, I believe that they will be happy to spit on your tombstone and even engage in more excessive behavior. Bang Wuzhu's face was stoic. This Lord Governor did not speak. The hard lines carved out by the years made him resemble a silent statue. But when he opened his mouth, the air of being out of tune came out, all the air of an old soldier. Chapter 230. The Plowshares Program, Public Plea for Abuse. Tonight in the center city, all major traffic routes were evacuated cleanly. As early as 40 minutes ago, the radio station had reported the news. Emojanting arrived at the state guesthouse in a military plane. He was received with the highest level of hospitality. Even the no-fly zone was opened up and allowed to be escorted by several fighters from the 7th Battle Regiment. Division Commander, this time, we will be staying in Henjo for a month. It was originally about 10 days, but a massive radio storm occurred during the voyage, causing considerable damage to the exterior of the battleship. Inside the military aircraft, Emojanting, who had his eyes closed, quietly listened to his adjutant's report. Tapping his fingers gently, waiting until the 13th stroke, he opened his eyes and said, "This radio storm is going to last as long as a month?" "About 18 days. Emojanting nodded. "Then rest and recuperate in place. All the soldiers will rotate through the defense, and each person will arrange for about 4 days of leave." The young adjutant gave a military salute and then retreated, passing the Chapter 231 Fire Seed Preliminary Selection List, Beyond SSS Grade Martial Arts. Emojanting's reputation in the Windside Sequence Army was very strong. The 7th War Regiment had always been labeled as the Young Master Soldier Base Camp, with most of the soldiers serving in it coming from the Southwest Union or the 9 surname families, and there was no shortage of thorns in their side. However, since Emojanting entered the 7th War Regiment and successfully passed the selection of the Serial Army's top soldiers, advancing to the rank of senior officer and taking command of the team, the soldiers under his command were all subdued by him, and they were all too honest to speak. This was one of the reasons why Emojanting was valued by the Battle Regiment Division. He possessed the talent of a general. The Windside Sequence Army had participated in large-scale battles in recent years and performed exceptionally well. Almost every time, they were able to use the smallest casualty rate in exchange for the greatest return in terms of battle results. Especially in the 2 large-scale maneuvers in the Betostar region, as well as a siege battle in conjunction with the Great Expedition, the Windside Serial Army under Emojanting's leadership had won first place. In addition, this man who had been promoted to Division Commander was also promoted to Division Commander. Chapter 232 Battle Methods and Battle Songs, 4th Battle Regiment Qin Huayan. The soldiering and warfare battle method pioneered by Marshal Qin was an endlessly long path. Even a level like the Vice Marshal hadn't even touched the threshold of the great perfection. One could imagine how terrifyingly difficult it was. "Master Liang, do you think I can do it?" Qin scratched his head. No matter how spirited and confident he was, he wouldn't think that he could touch Vice Marshal. One must know that He Lanchan and Qi Wuxian were already top-notch existences who had been magnificent and proud for several millennia, ranking among the top of the group of stars. However, the two of them were still quite a distance away from the step of martial god. And the pair of brothers, Qin Shui and Vice Shui, had created the supreme legend of the dual martial gods of a single clan, overlooking the Milky Way, allowing the 4th Battle Regiment to sweep across the major starfields, invincible. Where that red sword banner stood, even the star gods had to wail and fall. The most radiant Lao He in the Primordial 10 is but a student taken in by the Vice Marshal. Qin Shirsi. Chapter 233 Sect Master Skyfall, Angry Predator. Nanhuang Dao Hall, open space in the front yard. Qin Shi moved a bench and drank energy liquid while instructing Zhou Ning, who was standing on stakes. "Stand firm, Xiao Zhou, you can't keep these 2 legs staked. How are you going to fight in the ring in the future? When people attack your lower body, you'll fall." Zhou Ning was sweating profusely, his thigh muscles trembling and shaking, soft like 2 noodles straightening up. He was standing in the southern Brilliant Taoist Hall's hung furnace pile, which consisted of 3 stages of breathing from the bottom to the top, channeling the life force to the chest, and then pumping it to all the bones around the body through the beating of the heart. Every time the breathing slackened and failed to intermingle with the oscillations of flesh and blood, Qin Shi would sound a reminder. Core tighten, torso stretch, imagine that your breath is like a stream of water, pulling the energy of the outside world into your body. The subtle changes in Zhou Ning's body could not escape Qin Shi's eyes. Under the coverage of his life magnetic field, all fluctuations were invisible. About 15 minutes later. Chapter 234 Standing Deputy Pavilion Master Sitting, Welcome to the Fight. Crossing the star ocean with one's physical body required one's life force to break through the 1,000-point mark at the very least. Even if one reached the qualifying line, they would not be able to survive in outer space for a long period of time. Putting aside such horrifying phenomena as the cosmic natural disaster and the phantom realm virus, just the high-energy particles from supernova explosions, the intense radiation released by stellar celestial body ejections, were enough to extinguish the flesh and blood activity in the bodies of specialized level experts. Only by breaking through to the fourth stage of the heavenly passage, touching the threshold of the sovereign master, and possessing powerful characteristics, could one be unaffected. The oldest master who stepped on sandals and wore big flowery pants rushed out of the observation deck in an extremely drawn-out posture. The vacuum environment couldn't cause any interference to that windswept body. On the contrary, the old man's speed is as fast as a cannonball. Only to hear a boom sound, looks like the yellow soil buried to the neck of the decaying figure, rose up to the sky. The old man's body is as hard as a high-grade alloy, and its kinetic energy has not been affected by any of the. Chapter 235 The 6th War Group Club Burning Skill, Pillar's Famous Sword. Qin was like a shopkeeper. He hurriedly invited Jiang Shiji and the others inside. His attitude was quite enthusiastic. He released the order for some days, really dared to accept the invitation to door to start fighting too few warriors. After all, who knows whether it is the Department of Inspection Fishing Law Enforcement. All the platforms under the dark net, although not regulated by Dongsha, will likewise not protect the user's personal information, not to mention privacy security. This kid. Brother Shokai was a bit phased, looking at Jiang Shiji and Lin Xiong, who stepped through the door, sighed helplessly, and followed the step into the South Huangdao Hall. The Wind Side Sequence Army of the 7th War Regiment thrived on two major types of soldiers. One was reconnaissance and the other was offense. Brother Shokai is called Wu Yong. A good reconnaissance in the serial army, military quality and single combat is very outstanding. Various big competition has won excellent results. If not for this, how could Mo Jinting C selected the personal guard, with Jiang Shiji and Lin Xiong, the two? Chapter 236 On the eve of breakthrough, attempting to step toward the perfection realm. Qin drew out the long and used perfection grade electric shock saber, with a black sheath and red handle, and a cold light. Buzz. The blade gently trembled, as if a child had performed a joyful leap, and the four symbolic emblems of the pillars of the gods branded on it lit up one by one, emitting a corona like light golden radiance. Qin casually pulled a knife flower. The atmosphere was stirred and cut, bringing out traces of black silk thread like chaffing. Not only am I growing, this saber is also improving in tandem. His daily warming wasn't without effect. The intermingling of the life-giving light and breath gradually made this perfect grade electric shock saber have a close intention towards himself. Sizzle. As the body cultivation furnace operated, electric arcs lingered on the surface of the electric shock saber, bouncing and flickering. Qin held the hard hilt of the saber, faced Lin Xiong, and smiled. I don't know if it's the 7th Warrior Regiment's pure rigid whale armor that has unparalleled defense, or this perfection produced by the 4 pillars of my. Chapter 237 The Ultimate Weapon, Anti-Armor versus Bloody Hands. The inner landscape seemed to turn black and white. Challenging 2 specialized ranks, and 2 sequential armies that were proficient in single-armed combat techniques, Qin was indeed out of his depth. The numerical values that he was proud of could not be utilized, and the 4 major limits could not block the left and right attacks of his powerful foes. Every time they fought, Qin would not last more than a few rounds before he was completely killed. He would go black and start all over again. The cycle was repeated over and over again. It was like playing a hellishly difficult Souls game. Jiang Shiji's ability to break through, coupled with Lin Xiong's sturdy defense. The two of them unleashed an offensive that was like a movable war fortress. It was almost impossible for Qin to find any weaknesses. The most desperate point lay in the fact that these two served in the 7th War Regiment together, and were well trained and coordinated on weekdays, so that even their battle techniques could complement each other and play a huge role in making 1 + 1 greater than 2. The true stage of the new martial school. Chapter 238 Third Stage, Perfect Core. Lin Xiong's body emitted a series of crackling and popping explosions, like a string of firecrackers exploding within his body. The body that looked like it was cast in alloy constantly shook and buzzed and trembled, as if it was a tuning fork being plucked. The strength of Qin's punch was transmitted back and forth, causing his root bones to be tingling, as if fierce electric currents had struck them, with the pain and itch of ants gnawing at them. Lin Xiong, who had been knocked back by the punch, had a shocked look in his eyes, as if he couldn't believe it. The pure rigid whale armor with the special field of the specialized level can shake and knock down? This kid, so fierce. Lin Xiong's body stiffened and hung on the wall, and it was only with great difficulty that he managed to muster a few moments of qi to dispel the feeling of weakness that had arisen. He opened his palms, his broad back muscles tensed, pushing himself out of the metal wall a little. Stepping on the ground again, Kuwabara felt his legs go weak and almost didn't stand still. The pure rigid whale armor was broken, and it actually made me experience the anti-shock characteristic. Chapter 239 Completing Promotion and Stepping into the Specialized Level. The Great Unification of the Human Body. which is the ultimate way to tend to perfection. After Qin Shi's strength was exhausted, he wildly flaunted the nutritious meal sent over by third senior sister Fish Weiwei, and winded up gorging himself. The billions of trillion cells in his body were incomparably hungry, and every bit of the substance that provided energy was instantly crushed and quickly integrated into the 100 skeletons of his mortal body, transforming into wisps of flesh and blood activity. The nearly non-existent life glow gradually brightened, a node like a star intertwined, like a giant whirlpool, wantonly domineering, swallowing everything. The energy factors originally supplied to the void meditation thoughts, the 100-phase refining potential, and the body cultivation furnace. All of them were allowed to be plundered by the art of soldiering and warfare. That blood-colored vortex seemed like an exclusive monarch, squeezing the other three inheritances aside. He Lanshan's void meditation method couldn't avoid it either, and could only obediently shrink to the corner, waiting for the soldiering battle method to have its fill before it dared to step forward. Old Liang is right, trying to suppress these ancestors. Chapter 240 Qin Shi's specialized characteristics: simple, rough and invincible. Pain. It hurts too much. In the intensive care ward of the First People's Hospital, Lin Xiong bared his teeth, his face twisted. Next to him, Jiang Shiji and Wu Yong had chills in their hearts. It was too aggravating. Only to see two stout white nurses, one holding Lin Xiong's arm, one applying medicine. Cotton swabs were dipped in purple liquid and applied to the surface of the skin that showed a charred black color. Like a burning hot frying pan sprinkled into a bowl of water, the already stiff and dead skin crackled and exploded, turning into fine powder. Fortunately, it's not a very serious problem. Your flesh and blood activity was curtailed, resulting in a very slow recovery from your injuries. Take a good rest in the next few days and eat more high-energy nutrients. The white-clothed nurse rasped. The thick, low voice made Lin Xiong, who was being held tightly by the arm to maintain an intimate distance, cry without tears. How could the white-clothed angels be like this in the local hospital in Henzhou? All of them were big and round, even more so than himself. Chapter 241 3 Punches to break the soul of the warrior soldier. Classmate, I am from Eastern Xia. The field characteristics of the specialized level were ever-changing, and this used to be the hottest research topic in the martial pathway. The new martial school had spent a great deal of effort, invested time and energy, and finally received the answer. Everything came from inheritance. The starting point determines the end point. Subsequently, a variety of new martial arts disciplines such as route development and framework organization were developed. The general idea is to determine the future direction of the school from the very beginning of the development of the life force. In turn, one exercises oneself to achieve the best possible fit, in-depth matching, and strict execution. The benefit of this is the opportunity to control the outcome of refining the characteristics. The Eastern Xia Supreme Research Institute and the General Association of Martial Arts cooperated, and together they had published the awesome characteristics of the major schools. In this part of the list, the new martial school was far ahead by a large margin, indicating that this move was remarkably effective. His specialized trait: how could it be the most common and simplest increase? Chapter 242, The Gaze of the Trial Court, the Psi Rift opens. Ho! Actually turned out like this is really unexpected. As the aftermath subsided and the smoke dispersed, Jiang Shiji, who had heavily smashed into the ground, let out a groan. Only his eyes were hollow, staring up at the sky. His soul seemed to float out of his shell. The whole person faded into pallor, like burnt-out ash. The physical injuries were far less than the collapse of the spirit. How could this happen? The 7th Battle Regiment's serial pointman was filled with doubts in his mind, his eyes full of disbelief. In more than 20 years of smooth life, Jiang Shiji had never suffered such a defeat. He didn't understand, and had no way of accepting that a high school student, who had just entered the specialized level, had pushed himself sideways with crushing strength, and dry shattered the proud unmistakable arcane true light with 3 punches. Was there really no reasoning under the Star Ocean? It was completely inconsistent with the most basic martial pathway cultivation concept. Ahem, can. Chapter 243, Coming Out to Hang Out, talking about backing. The Psi World Research Institute was still as calm as usual. Everyone was very comfortable, just short of watering the flowers and reading the newspaper to get high. In other administrative planets, just keeping a close eye on the fluctuating changes in the depth of the void number ocean's traction on the material world every day would keep them busy until their feet were not touching the ground. But Hangzhou, due to its extremely high blockade level, it was difficult to create a rift that would allow dependent beings to flow into reality. So it was extraordinarily spare. Section Chief Ma of the inspection office carried a thermos cup, his hands behind his back as he stepped into the house. There weren't many people in the section, 3 or 2 big cats and 2 small cats, not enough to make up a pair of hands in total. Section Chief, can we leave work early today? Xiao Li asked. What? Something at home? Section Chief Ma asked with a smile. Standing in line for my girlfriend to buy the champion perimeter of the Hangzhou Top 100. That Qin student at least went out from our tie-in, so she really should be supported. Chapter 244, The 9 Great Powers of the Star Ocean. You will be traveling to the Western Front. The demons of the underworld are the backbone of the Chaos Camp, roughly at the level of the surrendered, close to the coronated. In short, they possess the imprint of the pillar deity, and can be used as a vessel for descending across the thick curtain, projecting their power into the material world and creating a huge impact. Moreover, because the descended person receives the supreme blessing of the pillar, he or she will progress by leaps and bounds in both characteristics and abilities, and even receive some sort of designated gain enhancement. For example, longevity, potential, and even some kind of predestined change. Gato was once a noble descendant of the sacred blood race, one of the 9 great powers of the Star Ocean, and as a rare longevity species, he had a long lifespan that far exceeded that of other beings. This kind of fantastic start is enough to make people envious to the point of madness. There is no need to rush when you have more time to pursue what you want. Whether experiencing life or practicing hard work, you can remain calm and unruffled from the. Chapter 245, The Trial Court's Gaze, Ying's 2 Lives. As the supernova of the Taiyan region and currently the most popular local teenage genius in Hangzhou, Qin naturally had to act as a role model. With the great exploitation movement in full swing, it was impossible for him to stay in the back. He had to head to the front lines and set an example with his practical actions. The Western Front battlefield? Qin received the enlistment report handed over by Secretary Hui of the Inspection Department, and it was said that this sensational great exploitation was divided into 2 battlefields, east and west. One team advancing eastward, and one team expanding westward, going hand in hand and blossoming on both fronts. This was the battle strategy set by the governor's office. This great exploitation campaign will be sat on by the governor's office with full command. 150,000 troops will be invested in the Western Front, and 200,000 in the Eastern Front. The former's contaminated areas are not densely distributed, but it's difficult to remove them, and there are numerous high-sequence-dependent creatures, so student Qin should be careful. Secretary Hui said. I heard from Mr. Lin that the Lord Governor also invested 10. Chapter 246 dawned quietly, reporting at the recruitment office. One had to admit that Ying Huang was a superior who knew how to make people feel comfortable and like a spring breeze. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to show enough value. This Ying clan's first sequence successor was not without the arrogance that the nobles of the 9 families hid in their bones, quite the contrary, elitism filled his words and actions. However, compared to other family members, as long as you pass his value judgment, you will feel his respect. Ying's 2 lives are indeed very sincere. Qin smiled faintly, but did not move his gaze, betting his eyes on the thin card that stored the information. But with all due respect, this is the price that Ying deserves to pay. Ying Lin was the participant and culprit in that incident with senior brother Shen, and Ying Snap, if he wants to fight for his own son, the southern brilliant Dao Hall will not be soft either. These 2 lives are on the table, Mr. Ying, let's go again. Chapter 247, Qin on the road, Poplar Barrier City. Anyo, enter someone. Is it our boss? Still missing an artilleryman, the captain cannot find all, really cannot I can guess, pay me 2 salaries on it. Bitter life, you can't even identify the units in your position, you almost blew up a friendly fortification last time. No hard work, our backup team needs to make sure we get a good reputation in the industry. Give me a hand. No hardship, welcome to the queue, stand by. When this username Not Hard to Live appeared, crackling out a few paragraphs, the group chat room instantly and neatly typed welcome boss, warmly welcome. The more Qin looked, the more he felt that these people are a bit of a joke, not quite like the regular army, and the information provided by Ying Huang is very different. The latter, however, had patted himself on the back, claiming that Void Sun Heavy Industry was familiar with the industry's market, and that the backup team he had hired was absolutely reliable. Chapter 248, Recruit Training, Yellow Spring Face. This was the first time Qin saw the walled city. Unlike the planned distribution of the metropolitan area, it was overall more like a huge fortification. The towering thick walls constituted 3 layers inside and outside, which could not be broken even by artillery bombardment. The densely packed high points made it resemble a beehive, with all kinds of thermal weapons set up on the surface, and barrels capable of spitting fire poking out of the black holes in the battlements. It was predictable that once recognized as a hostile target, flesh and blood bodies would instantly be torn to shreds by the metal storm. Specialized level experts were no exception. Gazing through the windows of the car, the scene that met Chinsher's eyes was busy and tense. Sentries patrolling, transportation teams escorting supplies, heavy trucks loaded with. The atmosphere and appearance of Barrier City and the metropolitan area were completely different. There are no skyscrapers lined up here, but factories as far as the eye can see. Workshops that operate 24 hours a day, a constant stream of. Chapter 249, The Direction of War, Contaminated Area Exploration. The Yellow Spring Training Camp's instructor, Fubase, was like a predator sweeping over a poor lamb, speaking the cruel truth in a teasing tone. His words were like a boulder smashing into a flat lake, triggering uproar and commotion. Instructor. What do you mean by losing your status as a recruit? Someone boldly asked a question. You came here as volunteers for the Great Exploitation Movement, but the battlefield doesn't need cannon fodder to die. Fubase carried his hands behind his back, his toned muscles bulging the camouflage uniform, radiating an explosive sense of power. If you can't pass the training camp's assessment, you won't be sent to the battlefield to carry out missions. But Poplar Barrier City has a limited supply of supplies, so it can only prioritize the frontline fighters. Fubase walked through between the ranks. He was as strong as a giant bear living in the extreme cold zone. The life force was unabashedly radiating outwards, like waves lapping at one another, suffocating. Simple. Chapter 250, refined in an instant, melted in the mouth. This guy, it's almost like a fishing guy putting out bait. Chinsher thought silently. He was already familiar with Fubase's routine, first emphasizing the cruelty of the Yellow Springs training camp, and then giving a bit of sweetness to tickle the emotions of the recruits. What is the black drug? I don't know, but it's able to double the life force. It's worth pokin'. Charge. As expected, the survivors who had just experienced an elimination were very excited, as if they were drowning people grasping onto a floating plank, desperately wanting to obtain a sense of safety. The Black Pill is the 9th Warrior Regiment's unique secret recipe. The 9th Warrior Regiment has had many dealings with the Sacred Blood Clan, one of the great civilizations. Fubase revealed a faintly undetectable smile of satisfaction, and then began to introduce himself. The Sacred Blood race is one of the top-ranked fallen races among the 9th Great Powers, and their pursuit of perfection makes it easy for them to fall into the Chaos Camp. As early as 6,000 years ago. Chapter 251, Search and Fight Withdrawal, Tide of the Black Moon. The dozens of tons of alloy manganese steel gate was pulled up, and the jeep with the Yellow Springs training camp flag sped out. The evening breeze pulled back the flag, revealing the Tong Yulong snake logo. The sentry soldier glanced at the three young faces on the jeep and raised his hand in a military salute. Everyone in Poplar Barrier City should give respect to new recruits on exploration missions. Wilderness driving is really cool. Among the three, High Rope volunteered to be the driver, and as soon as he left Poplar Barrier City, he stepped on the gas and roared forward. The earth-colored smoke rolled and the potholed road made the jeep throw up and down as if it was about to fly. The co-pilot Zhao Su held onto his seatbelt for fear of being thrown out of his seat. Chinsher in the back row was as steady as Mount Taishan, leaning his body into the seat with his hands spread out, the gusty wind coming in through the window blowing the hair in front of his forehead. He admired the vast wilderness like he had experienced a war. Chapter 252, Void Beasts, Report Boss. The emblem of the four pillar symbols that were deeply imprinted within the mortal body, the one belonging exclusively to the Celestials, abruptly lit up. A text message emerged from the monument panel, and a shallow trace swept across the retina. The Celestials cast their gaze upon you. Prohibit the outer paths and exterminate the sprites. Blessing transformation. Elementary talent insight. Chinsher took large strides into the substation, which almost completely overlapped with the spectral realm, and the entire space took on the color of obscurity, like a thick curtain covering it. Cobweb-like cracks crisscrossed the area, as if dendritic lightning had been slowed down by millions of times, and black and purple light flickered brightly, spewing out streams of dense energy. Phew! Chinsher only felt his pores stretching, and the body cultivation furnace was activated at full speed 100%, frantically swallowing clump after clump of dense breath. While receiving the information from the monument panel, he let go of the confinement of his mortal body. Chapter 253 Sphinx Arachnid Descent, you have been marked. Are you a cow? Or a horse? Chinsher retracted his sword and turned back. Under the insight, achievement in play, the short-haired woman neither possessed a high value nor any otherworldly aura. Ahem, I'm the captain, Fateful Bitterness. The short-haired woman introduced herself, worried that her boss had gotten high on killing and done herself in as well. This kind of thing was not unheard of. Most of the clients of the backup team came from big families, prominent and prestigious families. That bunch of money-spinning, life-loving broads rarely existed as normal people. The Ying clan, for example, is renowned for its amazing seating complex, and both men and women have relatively chaotic private lives. Among the first heirs of this generation, there is also Yingya, who likes to receive heads. His style is so bold and reckless that it puts the young masters of the imperial capital to shame. As for the rumor that he is ruthless, he even cuts down his own people. It originated from the Hongzhou Yang clan. Chapter 254. A Yellow Springs recruit comes to the polluted area. That's good. Receiving an affirmative answer, Qin Shi nodded his head. His eyes calmly gazed at the tall figure with a terrifying aura. The life magnetic field pierced through the vintage-style ornate burqa, pierced through the alien body surface that was like hard black armor, and captured the twisted aura that was like lava from the Earth's core. Hot, boiling, viscous, and thick. Word after word flashed in Qin Shi's mind. This was the first time he had seen the advanced dependence of the Chaos Camp. The essence of the life force has actually changed. The erosion of chaos is truly all-encompassing. Qin Shi narrowed his eyes as this halfway killed, obviously ill-intentioned dependent creature vaguely released a mottled luster around its circumference, as if gooey pigments were mixed together, making people very uncomfortable. Snort! Because it was moving too fast, it was like a meteorite falling from the sky, trailing a long tail flame, making the already unstable. Chapter 255. Branded Warrior, opening the fifth great limit. The battle ended so quickly that it was beyond the expectations of everyone present. The short-haired woman and the watermelon head, both of them gazing blankly at Pumpili, who was twisted into a twist, unconsciously opened their small mouths to express their shock and awe. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, that senior dependent's blood was like a towel that had been wrung dry, bubbling out and soaking through the scorched black land. The strong vitality of the specialized level stage allowed it to not die immediately. Ho ho! Pombert gasped with difficulty, his eyes remaining in shock and disbelief. Until the moment before its life came to an end, it hadn't figured it out. How did Qin Shi cross the ingredient level and become a predator? This feeling was extremely shocking and unacceptable. It was like a turkey that was originally destined to be a meal on a plate, but suddenly transformed into a devilish sinewy creature, and smacked the head off of the eater with a slap. It was so unexpected as to be absurd. Adjust your routine and take a day off. As the title. Mwahaha, love you guys. Chapter 256, Above the Sandbox, Recruits Retreat. The tidal wave of energy emanating from the spectral realm coalesced into that black moon through the Pontic Rift, radiating that twisting power to every corner of the contaminated area. Numerous numbers of inferior servants were affected and driven, absorbing it according to their instincts with a view to completing their evolution. As for the high-level servants like the spiders, they consciously mastered the method of utilizing the blessings of the chaos demons. That is to say, building a nest using secret rituals and special materials to construct an altar, thus increasing the chances of successful evolution. The chief priest of the Sphinx Spider clan was puzzled by the fact that they occupied 20% of the ecological niche in a contaminated area that was thousands of kilometers deep. At least 40% of the energy tides released by the Black Moon were intercepted and directed towards the nest built by the Sphinx Spider clan. The clan's elites, surprisingly most of them failed. The success rate of nest hatching is usually around 60%, this shouldn't have happened. Chapter 257. The Spark Will Not Go Out, Ultimate Boss. The silhouettes that came speeding past the short-haired woman came straight to the center of the battlefield. The officer in the lead was not tall, probably only about 1.56 m, but the murderous aura between his brows was very heavy, just like a sheathed sword slashing in all directions. His dark green robe was raised high, and the kinetic weapon hanging from his waist was abruptly unclipped and smashed into the scorched black ground. Accompanied by the sound of the gears of the mechanism biting together, a black and lightless standardized battle knife was ejected from it. Clank! The officer in charge opened his palm and held it tightly. The surging incomparable life force was like an engine starting up, and a loud rumbling sound came out in an instant. The boiling hot powerful blood instantly released a large amount of heat, as if a tangible field was rapidly expanding, rushing towards Tia, whose cheeks were blushing. The unstable space cracked and shattered, as if the bright trailing flame of a missile ascending into the sky, dragging out a long, blinding trail. Damn you guys! You're interrupting me and sweeties. Chapter 258, Variable, Game. If everyone displayed their bloodstains, Tia would probably be able to see that Qinshi's terrifying blood, which was condensed from intense life force, was continuously decreasing. Its corrosive properties did not fail. The upright figure that was covered in the dense turquoise-colored film of air kept losing blood. It was decreasing by 1 point every second. Regrettably, Qinshi's blood bar was up to 6 digits, totaling over 100,000 units. That long string of zeros was enough to make anyone feel despair. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. He has the trait of being immune to damage? That shouldn't last long. The powerful female of the Sphinx Spider clan was not aware of Qinshi's true blood quantity. It still had a thread of fantasy. It only found it unbelievable, and even suspected that it was because its corrosive trait didn't work. Thus, Tia's eyes were slightly condensed and overflowing with turquoise. The life force fluctuation was like a mountainous tsunami, surging and raging. Echo. Chapter 259 King of Soldiers Level Newcomer, Boss Whitewashed Employee. Extracting samples, confirming the degree of contamination, the site has exceeded the alert line, recommend returning to defense. Among the reconnaissance team, Lu Yao, as the only female, bent down and spread out her leather-gloved palm, pressing down on the ground that was collapsing and sinking like ruins. Her specialization was extraction, which could separate what she needed from many complex gaseous and liquid objects. Because there was an upper limit to the level of interference, it was impossible to achieve too much detail, resulting in an average assessment of potential. Unbelievable. Is he really a new recruit? The Sphinx Spider familiars, whose catastrophic range was at the 2nd energy level, were easily crushed by him. Could it be that he's at the 3rd energy level? The reconnaissance brigade belonging to the 1st Battalion of Poplar Barrier City was specialized in going deep into the contaminated area and collecting and observing the movements of the battlefront. In other words, they were considered the group that had the most dealings with dependent creatures in the entire Western Front battlefield first defense system. Collecting. Chapter 260, Concluding a Contract, The Storm is Coming. Meaning, we provide resource supplies and then work for the boss, while you don't need to pay anything? The short-haired woman had to admit that even though she had worked tirelessly as a cow and horse in Void Sun heavy industry for so many years, and had seen countless mean and stingy management, she still couldn't help but have her blood pressure soar and her veins ripple when she heard Qinshi's well-deserved request. The progress of the Western Front battlefield is far behind the Eastern Front. Qinsher gradually slowed down his footsteps, and under such a fast running, his heartbeat surprisingly did not change much, and his speech was very smooth. But the first defense system, mainly Poplar Barrier City, is still continuing to increase its troops. What does this mean? I think the strategy of the Western Front looks like it intends to use a huge victory to eat the contaminated area thousands of kilometers deep in a single bite and lay down the situation for advancement. So, I'm guessing that there will soon be a large-scale battle of extremely high intensity here. The short-haired woman's furrowed brow. Chapter 261 Expulsion Operation, Perfect Infiltration. The entire contaminated zone that formed a standoff with the Poplar Barrier City was probably dotted with dozens of dependent creature communities. Among them, the ones with the highest intelligence and the strongest reproduction and aggressiveness were none other than the Sphinx Spiders. They occupied a large number of nests, constantly hatching elite combat units, and were the backbone of the resistance against the advance army in the contaminated zone. However, the most troublesome group of dependent creatures is none other than the Rakshasa ants. Without being stimulated, they were relatively mild in nature, favoring resource collection and nest construction. The reason why Rakshasa ants were at the top of the danger list of the Poplar Barrier City's dependent groups was because they had a clear tactical division of labor. It was because they had a clear tactical division of labor and hierarchy, just like a well-trained elite army. Since it's an order from the division, we'll go over and gather first. Lin Xiong also didn't understand what the tactical significance of the instruction to drive away the Rakshasa ants was meant to accomplish. However, as a Chapter 262 What is Speedway? This was the Speed Pass. Qinshi's field of vision displayed countless long boxes of different colors. Some were enemy targets, while others were samples of high-value resources. The range covered by the Insight achievement was immense, almost encompassing the circumference of the administration building. There aren't many bosses worth paying attention to. Qinsher was seriously considering which side to break through from. With his 3rd stage on and a 10-fold increase field, it would take him about 10 minutes to kill the resource point of the administration building. If I have the bull and horse squad to press the line for me and attract firepower, I should be able to reduce it to 8 minutes. Long Choyuan looked at Qinsher's serious look and felt uneasy in his heart. This kind of dangerous action of directly raiding an enemy unit's lair was also the first time she had participated in it. "Boss, why don't we calmly consider it again and set up tactics?" Long Cho Yuan was sweating coldly, and according to the Void Sun Heavy Industry P9 senior experts found. Chapter 263 Superfusion, Resource Point. The spiritualist's majestic Nianli was like a thick iron cable, steeply binding Qin Shi and pressing him dead in place. The mental fluctuation that condensed into substance was like a sledgehammer striking the void space, bursting out with clicking and cracking sounds. Qin Shi only felt that his muscles and flesh were harvested, his body tightened, his feet sank, and the ground collapsed with a loud bang. The original high-speed movement of the upright figure finally stopped charging and killing momentum, completely revealed. The blurry residual shadow stopped at the door of the administration building. Sacred fetus high rank. Approaching sitting oblivion. Sure enough, there are still experts. Qin Shi narrowed his eyes, his face stoic, and the perfect grade electric shock saber held tightly in his palm buzzed and quivered. Forced by the powerful impact of that spiritual chanting, his entire shoulders and back were like heavy weights, his tendons and bones violently rubbing together, causing shallow cracks to surface on his muscles. That mental fluctuation not only exerted pressure, but also contained a certain characteristic. My mortal body is being worn down, eh? Chapter 264 Secret Chamber, Captivity, Feminization. The ritual leader of the Sphinx Spider clan prostrated itself on the ground. It had long been informed of Qin Shi's brazen invasion but did not take it seriously. Unless one broke through to the third energy level or even higher, the individual power on the battlefield was insignificant. Trying to inflict damage on the dependent creature colony by raiding the nest was like an ant planning to bite an elephant, a naive thought. GG. The chief ritualist let out a dark laugh, hearing the clan members report that Qin Shi had quickly burst into the center of the nest. It wasn't panicked at all. Originally, I wanted to have Descartes make a move to completely kill that human and offer it as a sacrifice. Now, it saves a lot of effort and dares to take the initiative to enter that door, huh? The chief ritualist gave the order, and it returned to the top of the administration building, prostrate under the large golden vertical pupil. Sphinx spiders, Rakshasa ants, plus a three-eyed crocodile. They formed the first line of defense in the contaminated area. Chapter 265, The Trial Court's Protection for the Fire List. Hey, how did I become a female? The Sphinx Spider Emperor, who was staying in the mother's lair and welcoming its next evolution, suddenly felt that something was wrong as well. It looked down and its face changed drastically. The characteristics of belonging to a female creature were so obvious that it was impossible to ignore. Immediately afterward, the human-faced Tarantula Emperor, which was already a girl image, had its eyes filled with tears and deflated its little mouth vigorously, as if it was about to cry out. The next stage of evolution is clearly not here. I haven't even thought about it yet. How did I become a female? When Qin Shi heard this, his mind flashed, and he suddenly remembered that the human-faced spider clan seemed to be able to choose their own gender. So, the other party was passively triggered by the effect of the true dragon pillar after being beaten by itself, and thus feminized? If I beat it up again, can it change back? Qin Shi's thoughts diverged as his eyes gazed at the monument panel. The intermediate achievement of completing the upgrade stood out. Chapter 266, Purging Agreement, Mind Shackles. The face under the man's large-brimmed hat was stony, and he didn't seem to have expected the fuzzy voice on the other end of the intercom to be so down. How dare it activate the gravitational capture device and hard slam a meteorite? If you do this, will it move too much? Will it have a bad impact? The man who had always been called extreme asked hesitantly. It was true that the judgment court style was relatively rough, but it was not so brutal to this extent that it could easily smash a meteorite to destroy the sky and the earth. This is the fastest and most effective way of rescue. The voice on the intercom gradually became clearer, and it was actually a soft female voice. According to my deduction, there is a 79% chance that the list personnel are trapped in the mother lair of the Sphinx spider. That is a Class A anomaly, codenamed Arbitrary Gate. It has, for some unknown reason, internally generated a pocket universe of approximately 3,000 square meters. The anomaly can isolate itself from the outside world, and is being used by the Sphinx spider clan. Chapter 267 Rain Falls and Wild Streams, Unlocking, Extreme Intent. The psychic fluctuations that were as thick as dark clouds covered the surrounding area of thousands of meters. Mental thoughts interfered with matter, and the atmosphere friction flared up, triggering a rumbling tremor, like a huge thunderstorm brewing and erupting. The unstable spatial structure shattered in an instant, turning into a dense color of nothingness, as if it had been torn apart from the inside. Third energy level. What a lack of martial virtues, resting here squatting to guard the door. Shinshir could not help but be creeped out. Fortunately, he had been on guard, his mortal body unconsciously operated, responding almost instantly. As if to open the valve, the life force accumulated in the cultivation furnace surging unrivaled, as if the dam opened the floodgates pouring. Wow! The life force whose purity had reached the limit of the mortal body released wisps of light and heat-like substance. The void space was instantly dyed with a layer of blazing platinum color. Shinshir stood in place, his stance erect, just like a brilliantly shining sun rising. Only. Chapter 268, Huge Harvest, 9th Battle Group. As the skin bag shattered, hundreds of meters of space around it rippled with substance visible to the naked eye. Spiritual thoughts condensed into a pale face, emitting a mournful wail. The chief ritualist Nathan only felt that his mind was being cut into countless pieces, and this kind of extreme pain was far more horrifying than the 5 horse corpses of the ancient era, comparable to the lingering torture. Scum! Scum! The negative emotions that were suppressed in the deepest part of his mind continued to amplify, like a torrent that washed over the defense line, causing Nathan to become hysterical, itching to use his spiritual thoughts to crush Shinshir into mush. You damn human, how could you possibly break the space of consciousness? Shinshir shrugged his shoulders. The psychic pathway had this stinking problem, overconfidence, as well as not having a clear head. Having delved into the world of the mind for too long, holding a spirit-cast king scepter in his hand, he thought he was omnipotent. The sitting in oblivion of the dependent creatures really doesn't have much gold, it all relies on the chaos demon enchantment. Just. Chapter 269 De Chang and Air Mang, Western Front must-eat list. Too fierce son, long time no see, hurry to see, your Uncle Zhang is not the same style, dragon essence tiger fierce. Before the people arrived, the bright laughter came first. Bright as thunder, shaking the general headquarters rustling. It can be said that the movement is very great. The garrison area of the 9th Battle Regiment encompasses half of the Black Substar Field. The main 3 pieces of defense area, here is the Eastern Defense Line. Usually, the general headquarters is quite quiet, no one dares to make noise. Especially that momentum is flourishing, get the division greatly appreciated by the Commissioner Zhao. He first came to the so-called new officer 3 Fire. Mr. Zhao has always valued military discipline, his eyes cannot rub sand, and he has no mercy. How many young playboys who think they're from the direct line of the 9 surnames and have deep backgrounds have been cleaned up and drilled to the point of misery here? Which god, so bold? I don't know, it's rumored to be Flying A. Chapter 270, The Secret Cult Comes to Bialet. Recruit Qin Pick? Yao Guodong pondered deeply, thinking of a certain possibility, and looked towards the Tai Junzi body projected by the electronic data stream. The latter intended to understand, roughly retrieving the relevant content and arriving at a judgment. 67% chance that Hangzhou native teenager, Zhao Yang, is the same person as this new recruit. Yao Guodong perked up, his eyes releasing a bright light. If it's really one person. The governor's office is willing to shed such a genius and throw him to Poplar Barrier City? Does it mean that the Western Front battlefield is going to start advancing? As the highest administrator of this place, Yao Guodong always had the future of Poplar Barrier City on his mind. He was a staunch main warrior, hoping that the Western Front would advance fully and gradually clean up the contaminated areas. In that case, Poplar Barrier City could become a bridgehead, constantly delivering troops and playing a crucial strategic role. However, on the contrary, if the governor's office were to move from Hong. Chapter 271, Fighting with Wisdom and Courage, Human Supremacy. Fu Base revealed his white teeth, his sturdy muscles seemed to burst through his uniform, and his originally lanky figure appeared even more majestic, like a black tower cast in iron. As soon as he appeared in the contaminated area, a hot and violent life force fluctuation, like a big river in sea rising tide flushing, breaking the spiritual confinement of Bei Hailet. Lu Yao and Hai Robe were like amnesties, breaking free from that intense suffocating feeling of falling into an abyss and falling into an ice cave. The 2 of them fell to their knees powerlessly, like goldfish jumping out of a water tank, breathing heavily. As if seeing a savior, Hai Robe shouted. Instructor! Even though he and Zhao Su hadn't cursed a lot in private on weekdays, berating Fu Base for being inhumane. But in this situation, Gao Robe couldn't wait to hug Fu Base's dark face that was smeared with shoe polish and kiss him twice. It was simply too affectionate. Bullying the little guy is nothing. Fu Base stepped forward in large strides, carrying a sandbag like. Chapter 272 Psychic Killer, Turtle Battle Technique. Shinshir also didn't expect to see the Yellow Spring Training Camp's instructor, Pei Base, at the outermost part of the contaminated zone. The other party seemed to have been struck by lightning. His mortal body was charred and black, just like a dead wood, and his vitality breath was extremely weak, and was about to be extinguished when blown by the wind. Is there still energy liquid? Qianshi looked at Long Qiuyuan, justifying himself as a reaching out party. The latter's mouth twitched. This feeling of being treated as a backup storage energy source was really unpleasant. Inexplicably like a sexually repressed turtle man, willingly handing over his salary in anticipation of getting something back. Okay, boss. Long Qiuyuan was not happy in his heart, but his hand movements were very nimble, and he took out several cans of energy liquid from his tactical backpack. Qianshi watered the sapling as if he was watering it, pinched open the mouth of the payment base, and poured the energy liquid into it. The purity of the life force of any martial pathway that crossed into the specialized level would not be low. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury that pierced through the heart and crushed the skull, the through. Chapter 273, A Shot to the Head, the top of the group of stars. Hundreds of martial arts, this is ballistic. Qianshi used a grappling maneuver to deadlock Rengar. The golden bullet was as slow as a grandmother crossing the street, wobbling as if it was about to fall if it wasn't careful. It took 7 minutes for it to fly from the sky and arrive at Rengar's skull. Even a disabled person in a wheelchair could run out of the way and flexibly avoid it. You're cheating. You're cheating. Rengar didn't think so at first, but when the golden bullet slowly broke through the atmosphere and came closer and closer, a warning sign suddenly rose in his heart. It was going to suffer. Thus, the withered old man shouted angrily, his mortal body swelled several times, and his veins instantly rippled. An inch of skin was like crawling earthworms, red and twisted, exceptionally horrifying. Old dang, times have changed. Wait for your death. Qianshi didn't want to get into a hard fight with Renegade, the other side of this turtle battle. Chapter 274, Joyful First Prize, Echoes of History. The Blackstone Tablet's ranking changes were faithfully recorded. The top of the stars was an important observatory in Eastern Xia, and that had never changed. 1/3 of the Supreme Institute's annual budget was invested in the observatory. There is a space telescope that was built with a lot of labor and resources during the Imperial era, which allows the eyes to travel across infinite light years to reach this place. So far, the newborn Eastern Xia had never reversed this incredible tool. This is the reason why many of the extreme ascensionists of the mechanical path advocate the opening up of the Empire's legacy. They believe that if they could fully absorb the golden technology of the Imperial Dongxia, the newborn Dongxia would surely take another step forward and embrace a huge development as if it were to take off. However, for some reason, the Council had tacitly maintained a conservative attitude, unwilling to easily unlock the Imperial legacy held by the newborn East Xia. There's been a change in the Gunstar Cup standings. Chapter 275 Mixed doubles between Qi Wuxiang and He Lanshan. This isn't that unusual, is it? Zhao Su scratched his head. He had heard that all of the first-class academies in Henzhou would build online platforms and open virtual sparring rooms for students to engage in unlimited fights. Not the same. Gao Gao raised the instruction manual in his hand and explained. The residual image that this thing topographically imprints is a strand of real and unimaginary spiritual imprint, which is then preserved by the crystal. The combat power of the residual image depends on the user's spiritual strength. It wasn't just limited to hand-to-hand combat, but could also listen to teachings, as if crossing the long river of history and conversing with predecessors. This experience is by no means comparable to avatars created by data models. Zhao Su sucked in a breath, his eyes glowing. If the residual image crystals contained a certain grandmaster of the martial pathway, or a top existence of the spiritual energy pathway, wouldn't it be a huge profit? These residual image crystals have been in the bottom of the Yellow Springs training camp for many years, really. The old classics. As we all know, I have to go into the hospital once per book. This time it's an inflammatory infection that will probably require a week's worth of antibiotics, 3 in the morning and 1 at noon and 1 at night. So allow me to settle down for a few days and get my plot lines straightened out. The High Martial Arts Subject Matter 8 update. Qianshi amortized on my So a Lungfog author is indeed unlucky, replaced by other authors, I guess is killed through the top of the group of stars, among the 9 powers #1 martial arts god. But there's no way, who called me dishit. Readers who have seen my live code readers know, my creative speed is really like a turtle crawling. Each of the authors who are not confident to come to my live room to find the confidence, feel that they are the ultimate fierce, and from now on the wind of the big boost. I wish the readers of the college entrance exams will be able to win the examination, and the life is smooth. I don't need to readers of the college entrance exams, there is nothing to say, get rich, get rich. Crispy Shark Condition Report. Did blood routine in the morning, hemoglobin and low, the rest of the indicators are normal, probably the day after tomorrow, discharged. I can only say that the desire to create high, the hospital is too boring. Internet speed is also very slow, in addition to sleep and eat nothing to do. Because of the reason for the indwelling needle, the phone cannot play more, feel more jailed than the words in live. Crispy Shark author is an inflammatory infection caused by low immunity, not a big problem, but need to take care of a TT. Touched, my mom let me don't stay up all night, don't go to work, rest for half a year, her factory is good this year, the salary increased. But the bad thing is, a few months did not contact my brother, suddenly began to care about me, popcorn radar was triggered. The day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow should be able to update 3.